Chapter 1. Divorce at the start. Mother, the grains we just planted have dried up and died again. What should we do? There are so many people in our family, and our stock of food won't last long. After the woman spoke, she glanced sharply at Shunyu lying on the ground and cursed her silently in her heart. The old lady was sitting on the bed with a solemn face. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, "Then how about we split up the family? There are too many refugees on the road. It's a burden, especially this half-dead burden." After the old lady finished speaking, she also glared at Shunyu. Upon hearing this, Shunyu shakily sat up from the ground. "Am I a burden?" Shunyu's face was pale, with a cold smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, looking like an ominous ghost come to collect souls, which scared the two so much their hair stood on end, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. "You, whether you're alive or dead, I am your grandmother. If you're a ghost, don't come near me. It wasn't me who pushed you down the cliff." Grandma Shin quivered as she said this. "Then what now? When I'm dying, you're not even willing to spend 80 cash coins on me. Do you know why I went up the mountain? It was for herbs to treat your chest tightness." The old lady briefly looked at her. Seeing that she had a shadow and was not a ghost, her mind instantly relaxed, and her tone became stronger. "That's your own decision to go there and risk death. If you had any conscience, you wouldn't blame me. If you continue to make such remarks, I will not be polite anymore." The old lady grabbed the rolling pin in front of her fiercely, watching Shunyu, who was covered in blood stains before her eyes, without a bit of pity. "Umph, you are truly a wonderful grandmother to me." Shunyu gave a cold laugh, feeling sorry for the original host. The original host had just reached the age of adulthood, went up the mountain alone to gather medicine, but unexpectedly slipped and fell off a cliff. As for her, living in the post-apocalyptic world, she had used her teleportation ability and her smart mind to store up billions of resources already. Endless hamburgers, cola, fried chicken, steaks, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots. She had heard that there was a cave nearby where green fruits with healing abilities grew. She thought she could rely on her teleportation ability to leave safely, but she never expected there to be over 100 hostile creatures hidden in the mountain cave. Fortunately, before she died, she swallowed that fruit, and when she opened her eyes again, she was in the Shun household. If it weren't for some lingering soreness in her body, she would have given both of them a punch each. The eldest in Shin family was Grandma Shun, named Huang Shulian. She had 2 sons. The eldest, Shunin, married Fanning Xue. She herself was the first daughter of the eldest son's family, Shinyu. The second son, Shin Baoyu, male, just 12 years old. The third son, Shin Xiu, male, only 9. The second son was Shin Yang, married to Song Qingwe, with 2 children. The eldest, Shin Zhaodi, female, 12 years old. The second son, Shin Shichong, male, 8 years old. When he was born, his grandmother specially took him to have his fortune told, saying his fate lacked water, costing 50 cash coins to get such a name. Thinking about it, it was really funny. They were unwilling to spend 80 cash coins when her life was at stake, yet they willingly spent 50 for calculating the destiny and naming of the second son's child. Bang bang bang. A fierce knocking sound rang out, and the old lady furrowed her brows in annoyance. "Who is it? Are you trying to kill us? What if you break the door?" In the next moment, the shaky wooden door crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The old lady and those outside, Shunin, Shin Yang, and Fanning Xue, all opened their mouths wide in shock. At the sight, Shinyu quickly pretended to lean weakly against the table. She must fan the flames regarding the issue of splitting the family. "Good one, big brother. Knowing how short of money we are, yet still causing trouble. Are you intentionally trying to drive me mad? Fixing this door will cost 30 cash coins, otherwise, we must split the family today." The old lady placed her hands on her chest, feeling irritated at the sight of her eldest son. "Today, the family must be divided. Mother, if the door is broken, I'll fix it. How's you doing? What did the doctor say?" Seeing the frail Shinyu beside him, Shun-in was extremely worried. Her complexion was pale, showing no hint of color. Shin-in, who usually didn't argue with the old lady, furrowed his eyebrows in anger for the first time. Fanning Xue also hurried to her daughter's side immediately, her large teardrops falling onto the floor one by one. Old lady Shin snorted coldly and glanced disdainfully at Shunin. What else can they say? Money, of course. They asked for 80 cash coins, with no guarantee of curing her. "We don't have that much money in the house now. If you split the family, earn your own money and take care of this money drainer." Ahem. Shinyu coughed lightly and looked weakly towards her mother and father. "Father, mother, I won't see a doctor. Anyway, I'm also a money drainer. Grandmother has 2 taels of silver, but she wouldn't give it to me." Upon hearing this, Shun-in's veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes turned red with anger due to the blood rushing to them. The old lady ignored it all and continued to scold loudly. "You little wretch. What nonsense are you spouting? Where do I have money?" "Mother, you absolutely does not lie." Shun-in's face darkened as he looked at the two, choosing unconditionally to believe his daughter. Sensing that Shun-in was somewhat angry, Song Qingwe pretended to sob. "Wawa, big brother, the last of the grain seeds we planted in the field have been killed by drought, and our food supplies are almost depleted. At this point, there simply isn't any extra money for Yu's medical treatment. Has you perhaps hit her head and mistaken something? There's no extra silver left in this house." As she finished speaking, Song Qingwe squeezed the silver coins hidden inside her sleeve. Could it be that this lowly person had overheard their conversation? Shinnin was perfectly clear about how much silver was in the household. He worked odd jobs outside every day for 10 cash coins, and from farming they also had a decent harvest each year. All the money went into the old lady's hands, and now she claimed there was no money. Her second brother took exams for 7 years straight, and each year the examination fees came from his own pocket. He never earned a single penny, and now with his own daughter critically ill, she wouldn't even spare 80 cash coins? Mother, is this not too far-fetched? The money in this house is all I've earned. Can you not take a little bit out to treat you? Shun An's eyes shimmered with tears as he felt that all these years, his endurance and efforts were wasted, like feeding a dog. Eldest son, what do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of hoarding silver? Anyway, there's no money today, and this family must be split up. Xinyang, who usually didn't speak much, stepped forward at this moment. Big brother, that's not right. Mother has always treated us equally since we were young. How can you accuse her of hiding money? Xinyu smirked coldly at the corner of her mouth. Second uncle, don't you feel ashamed to say that? Everyone in the village knows that grandmother favors you. Moreover, I heard with my own ears grandmother saying that there are still 2 taels of silver. Fanning Xue, watching her injured daughter who might lose her life at any moment, shouted loudly without any regard. We give so much silver to mother every year. Aren't they all spent on you? Today, if you can't come up with 80 cash coins, I'll fight you to the death. Immediately, Fanning Xue fiercely grabbed the hair of Song Qingwei and old lady Shun, her eyes blood red, wishing nothing more than to rip open their chests to see if their hearts were black. Chapter 2. Not a single thing that belongs to us can be missing. Ow, you're killing me. What's wrong with you, Fanning Xue? For such a despicable person. Pulling my hair. Mrs. Shun grabbed the nearby door bolt and was about to hit her with it. Xinyu quickly stood up from the ground, snatching the door bolt from her hands, and then struck her uncle hard on the buttocks. Ah! The room was filled with pig-like screams, and the villagers who hadn't left yet all gathered around to watch the commotion. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself anymore. From now on, father will protect you. Father and the younger brothers rushed over to support her from behind, fearing that something unexpected would happen to her. She gently wiped away the tears in her father's and 2 younger brothers' eyes and smiled. Father, I'm fine. If grandmother wants to divide the family, let's do it. But not a single thing that belongs to us can be missing. Xinyu's piercing gaze made Song Qingwei shiver, while Mrs. Shin huffed and walked into the yard, taking out 4 sweet potatoes and throwing them on the ground. There's only this much left in the cellar. Take it and leave quickly. You don't need to pay for the door either. Mrs. Shin couldn't wait for the elder son's family to leave. The second son had almost passed the last time for the child scholar exam. Their future wealth and honor are limitless. He absolutely can't be dragged down by the elder son. Seeing Xinyu standing there fine, Fanning Xue felt like everything wasn't that bad. She also heard Mrs. Shun's words, so she picked up the sweet potatoes on the ground and prepared to leave. Given the situation, instead of arguing further in the yard, it's better to use the strength for the journey. Divide the family, so be it. From now on, we have no more ties. Lang, let's go. Fanning Xue pulled her daughter and husband's arm and was about to leave when Xinyu suddenly smiled and pulled out a piece of paper from her sleeve. Wait a moment. Father, mother, even if we leave, everything must be settled clearly with them. Seeing the paper in Xinyu's hand, everyone was utterly confused. What does this girl want to do? Grandmother, it's too perfunctory to divide the family just with a word. The division letter has to be written, right? And the fingerprints must be pressed, right? Xinyu stared fiercely at her grandmother, Huang Shilian. With this old woman being so devious, without this family division letter, they would surely face endless troubles in the future. The villagers beside also knew Mrs. Shun's character and spoke up in righteousness. Old Mrs. Shun, quickly let your second son write the division letter and let the elder son's family go. That's right, a family of vampires. Elder brother worked hard to support your entire family, and now after dividing the family, you give them only 4 sweet potatoes? How shameful is that? Mrs. Shun's face turned iron blue in anger, waving at Xinyang. Go ahead, second son. No matter what happens today, the family must be divided. A short while later, the family division letter was finished. Shunin said nothing, bit his finger until it bled, and pressed his fingerprint onto the document. His eyes carried an unprecedented decisiveness. Mrs. Shun cursed Xinyu internally. Not resting even before death, still forcing me to bite my finger. Everyone sees here, the family division letter is finished, and the fingerprints have been pressed. This counts as the formal division of the family. Surely, our half of the household's property should belong to us, right? After saying that, Xinyu gave a sweeping glance at Song Qingwei, making her instantly feel her body hair stand up. What is this girl planning to do next? Naturally, it should belong to you. Today our fellow villagers are present to act as witnesses for you. That's right, Shunin has suffered his whole life, and in the end, he's only left with 4 sweet potatoes? How cruel are you, Mrs. Shun? That's right, yesterday I still saw you move a lot of vegetables into the cellar. Old Mrs. Shun, how cruel-hearted are you? The villagers were exceptionally indignant. With all their crops dying due to drought, and their frustration needing an outlet, they poured all their anger onto Mrs. Shun. Our family has only these few things left. It's up to you whether you want it or not. With that, Mrs. Shun grabbed Xinyang and Song Qingyue's hands to return to the house, but little did she know that Xinyu had already planned accordingly. Xinyu watched as Song Qingyue slipped silver coins into the left sleeve of her dress. When Song Qingyue wasn't paying attention, Xinyu abruptly tugged at her sleeve. Riot! A harsh tearing sound rang out. The already frail hemp cloth split apart at the sleeve, causing 2 shiny pieces of broken silver to fall to the ground. Fanning Xue wasn't stupid either. She quickly picked them up, examined them in her hand, and estimated that they were roughly 2 taels in weight. So there was money after all. They had hidden it all. Clearly, this division of the family had been premeditated. What's wrong with you? You wretched woman. Do you seek death? Mrs. Shin chased after Shin Yu to strike her, but Shin Yu nimbly dodged with a flash. As if triggered by muscle reflex, Shin Yu executed a clean over-the-shoulder throw, tossing Mrs. Shin out, stunning everyone. The young girl actually had such incredible strength. Beat her. I'm in excruciating pain. This impudent little wretch has gone berserk. She must be killed today. Old Lady Shun was so angry that a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, behind the crowd came the stern voice of the village head. I'll see who dares. Seeing the furious look on the village head's face, Shin Yang stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move an inch. This farce ends here. You're all family. Why come to this? Besides, it was you who hid the silver first. Shin An's wife. Give her 1 tael of silver, take the sweet potatoes, and leave. With the silver and the letter in hand, they no longer had any ties with the Shin family. Nodding in agreement, Shin took his daughter and his wife's arm and left the courtyard. This house where he had lived timidly for over 30 years. He realized now it was all a wasted effort. Walking along the road, Shin Yu stared at the small piece of silver in her hand, which had magically transformed into a tin-tael ingot. She was rather surprised. Right at that moment, a cheerful voice echoed in her mind. The Divine Spring Space has been successfully activated. Simultaneously, the details of the space appeared in Shun Yu's mind. This Divine Spring Space had already merged with her storage space. And it came with a special function. When reclaiming unjustly gained wealth, it would automatically multiply it by tenfold. She hadn't expected the space to have such a unique attribute. Shin Yu was astonished. I wonder if the items stored in the space are still there. I must find a chance to check. Before leaving, Shin Yu glanced back at the Shin family with a cold smirk. The sooner she distanced herself from these troublemakers, the better. Besides, Shin Yu had already left them a present. Living again in this life, with caring parents and 2 younger brothers by her side, Shin Yu felt a sense of responsibility toward her family for the first time. Father, where are we going now? Little brother Shin Baoyu clutched tightly onto sister Shin Yu's hand and asked. To the county town. Let's treat your sister first. And I heard that Magistrate Han and his son are giving out alms. Let's go check. We'd better try to get our stomachs full since 1 tael won't buy much grain. A faint sadness lingered between Shun An's eyebrows. Leading 3 children, their eating and drinking were problematic enough, not to mention the unknown dangers they might encounter on the way during their escape. Chapter 3, The Space Appears. It is now the 28th year of Dio in the Daqing dynasty. There are border troubles, natural disasters everywhere, and droughts and locust plagues have destroyed countless fertile fields. Some displaced people have even taken to the mountains as bandits, surviving by robbery. Most refugees fleeing from famine have perished along the way. Shannon was worried that he might not be able to protect his wife and children, and he felt heavy-hearted. Sister, you were so awesome just now. You threw Grandma so far away. Shiyu also wants to learn. Can you teach me, sister? Shiyu jumped around excitedly, thinking her elder sister was like an omnipotent immortal. All right, when I'm free, I'll teach you. You should study carefully so that in the future, you can take care of yourself if you encounter bad people. A trace of firmness appeared on Shiyu's innocent face, looking like a little adult. Elder sister, after I learn Kung Fu, I'll protect you and mother in the future. No one will be able to bully you anymore. Hearing the words of her youngest son, Fanning Shue was moved to tears, and Xinyu could feel her eyes becoming slightly moist. Xinyu wanted to visit the space, so she cleared her throat lightly and said, Father, let's rest for a while in that grove ahead. I feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. Upon hearing this, Shannon hurried over worriedly and touched her forehead. What's wrong, Yue? Are you too tired to walk? Should father carry you? Father, let me carry elder sister. I am full of strength. Looking at her second brother, who was as thin as a bamboo stick, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. I'm fine, don't treat me like a sick person. My wounds are almost healed. It's just that my stomach has been bothering me. Seeing that her daughter's complexion wasn't as pale and that her forehead wasn't hot, Shannon nodded contentedly. Hiding behind a pile of rocks, Xinyu shifted her thoughts and entered the space directly. The moment she entered the space, she felt much more energetic. The air became sweet and fresh. As she looked around, all the supplies in the space were still there, and in front of her custom-built villa, there was a round spiritual spring about 3 meters in diameter. Just being near it made Xinyu feel revitalized. Squatting down, she scooped up some spiritual spring water and drank it. Her whole body tingled somewhat. Looking at her reflection in the water, her originally sallow skin turned smooth and white, and her rough palms also became delicate. Xinyu was so surprised she couldn't say anything. After calming down for 3 seconds, she realized that this was the blessing the heavens had bestowed upon her. In this lifetime, she must live well. She took out the bamboo tubes she had stored in the space before and mixed the spiritual spring water with mineral water in a ratio of 1:3. She was afraid that the powerful energy of the spiritual spring water might be too much for her family to digest at once. After tidying up everything properly, she glanced once more at the supplies in the space and left satisfied. Mother and father, second younger brother and little brother, aren't you all thirsty? Quickly drink some water. I found a puddle over there and poured all the water into the bamboo tube. Their throats were already parched dry after consuming their only source of water accidentally spilled by Baoyu. They paid no attention to questioning where the water came from, gulping the spiritual spring water down in great gulps. As soon as the spiritual spring water went down their throats, everyone felt the pain in their throats disappear and the fatigue from traveling diminished by half. This water is so sweet, sister. And after drinking it, my whole body feels cool and comfortable. Shiyu hugged the bamboo tube and licked the residual water drops around it contentedly. This water is indeed good. After drinking it, I feel re-energized. Shinon paused, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said, let's continue our journey. We must find a place to stay for the night. All of them nodded in agreement and resumed their path toward the county during their escape from famine. Not long after, they saw two frail figures far in the distance. A ragged woman holding the hand of a 7- or 8-year-old child walked listlessly on the road. From their cracked and flaking lips, it was clear they hadn't drunk water for a very long time. Though emaciated, the woman held a strange resilience in her gaze. Seeing Shun En and his group, she immediately knelt down on the ground. Good-hearted people, please save us too. We really cannot endure the thirst any longer. Could we give our child a sip of water? The woman repeatedly bowed her head while crying bitterly, which moved Shun En and fanning Shiwa deeply. Parents themselves, they couldn't stand such a scene. Shinon sighed, and with a bamboo tube, he poured some water for the woman to drink. Shinyu maintained a calm expression. For scenes like these, she had become heartless over time. Often, kindness ends up causing harm. On the road escaping famine, it's better to avoid trouble. The human heart is the hardest thing to predict in this world. Thank you, kind people. After thanking them, the woman fed her child first, then poured the remaining water at the bottom of the bowl into her mouth. Upon feeling the sweetness, her black pupils flickered greedily. And Shinyu caught all of this in her sight clearly. She would see what this woman would do next. As the woman and child enjoyed licking their lips contentedly, Shinon placed the bamboo tube back in the basket. It's getting late, we still need to go to the county. We will take our leave then. You and your child must take care. Shinon nodded slightly, and was about to pull his daughter and wife's wrists to leave. Wait, brave sir, can you take us with you? I've heard there is a ruined temple not too far from here, where we can stay for the night. It's not far from Huanghua County either. Shinyu covered her face with a cold laugh. She knew this woman definitely wasn't a good person. There was likely a well-arranged ambush awaiting them. Her parents and 2 younger brothers were inexperienced in the ways of the world. Experiencing these situations earlier would allow them to understand the dangers of the world, helping them to be more vigilant in the future. Sometimes, preaching doctrines alone isn't enough. Lessons are best learned when experienced firsthand. As Shinyu predicted, her adoptive father readily agreed, even looking delighted with happiness on his face. He didn't suspect that this seemingly weak woman might be deceiving them. Fanning Shue, however, was somewhat cautious. Along the way, she kept observing this woman closely based on her sixth sense as a female, sensing something wasn't quite right. The entire journey, the woman wouldn't stop talking. She thanked Shun En repeatedly while lamenting over her misfortunes. After giving birth to her son, her husband joined the army and died. Relying on pension funds, they had barely survived until now, with no other choice but to flee together. This narrative brought them closer together. Even their mother gradually lowered her guard. With the sun already setting around 7 p.m., an old and dilapidated temple appeared under the sunset, casting a somewhat eerie shadow. However, one could faintly see flickering firelight inside. Shinyu squinted her eyes and observed that there were about 5 or 6 tall men inside. Their robust physiques were imposing, and their eyes occasionally revealed hints of ferocity. Dear friends, we will head to Huanghua County tomorrow morning. Could we spend the night here? Sorry to bother you. Shinon, feeling it a bit intrusive, took the initiative to greet the occupants. The leader, with dark skin, clad in a brown hemp coat, stared unblinkingly at the roasting meat before him, nonchalantly responding. This temple isn't mine. It doesn't matter whether you disturb or not. If you don't mind, come over and have some meat. The sheep we killed is very fresh. One of the men licked his lips from the side, his eyes revealing a trace of fervor. Shinyu was highly sensitive to smells. This meat was indeed fresh, but it definitely wasn't lamb. After enduring the apocalypse for such a long time, she couldn't be more familiar with this scent. Chapter 4. Fright at the Abandoned Temple. Never mind, we'll just eat some sweet potatoes. Thank you. At this moment, Shinon also realized that something was a little off. These people were too enthusiastic. Upon hearing Shun En's words, the leading man furrowed his brows and lightly waved his hand. His underlings immediately picked up machetes and wooden sticks to surround the Shin family, threatening them with fierce expressions. Our boss says for you to come. You're not giving him face, are you? Although Bao Yu and Shi Yu were afraid, they still clenched their fists and stood in front of their older sister. At this point, Shinon finally realized that these several people in front of him should be bandits. Shinyu looked around. Even though there were 5 strong men, she could easily deal with them herself. However, she wanted her parents to learn a lesson, so she would have to wait a while before taking action. Don't harm the children. We'll go over now. Seeing Shun En's timid appearance, the black boss smirked slightly and pointed with his knife to an empty seat nearby. Try the taste of this meat. After you're full tomorrow, it'll be easier to send you on your way. One of the underlings beside him leered at Shinyu. From their birth till now, they hadn't seen such a beautiful, fair-skinned girl. Brother, roast the little one tomorrow. The younger ones are tender, just like roasted suckling pig. Keep this girl, exactly what our brothers need for some new fun. Shinon naturally understood what these bandits meant. Even if he died, he absolutely did not want Yuer to suffer such humiliation. You bastards. I'll fight you all. The 2 muscular men beside him saw Shun En stand up and directly grabbed his arms, kicking him in the knee. He fell on his knees in front of the black boss. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Seeing this, Bao Yu and Shi Yu pulled their elder sister's hand and rushed out, only to find their escape route blocked by another large man early on. Hee hee. Beauty, even if the king of heaven came today, you couldn't escape either. Rest assured, our food is quite good. There are still many people locked in the cellar next door. The man walked towards Xunyu with a lewd expression as Baoyu clutched her fist ready to charge forward, but was held back by Xunyu. At this moment, Xunyu remained exceptionally calm, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Although this body was somewhat frail, with the assistance of spiritual spring water, dealing with a few fools was enough. Xunyu gently patted her second brother's shoulder and whispered, "Watch well, learn well." Seeing Xunyu getting ready to attack, the black boss revealed a look of contempt on his face. "Girl, just accept reality nicely. Do you really think you can escape from us? We've eaten more than 80 or even 100 people. Don't anger me." With a sneer, the black boss watched Xunyu interestedly. He enjoyed watching prey struggle futilely and helplessly. "You think too highly of yourself. One person, me, is more than enough to deal with all 5 of you." Finished speaking, Xunyu flashed forward and arrived in front of the muscular man. An elbow strike hit his stomach, causing intense pain that covered his forehead with cold sweat. His proud smile disappeared instantly. Xunyu continued her attack, kicking the man in the knee, causing him to shout and fall to his knees on the ground. Xunyu followed up with a kick to his neck. The sound of breaking bones made the black boss furrow his brows. What kind of background does this little wench have? Her strikes are so ruthless, and yet she's young and so strong. What are you waiting for? Attack her together. Kill her for me. 4 muscular men rushed forward with their weapons. Xunyu chuckled coldly, shooting 4 silver needles toward the centers of their foreheads. "Little bitch, you've got hidden weapons. Who the hell are you?" 2 underlings had their eyes pierced, rolling around on the ground until they stopped moving shortly after. Seeing this, the black boss became extremely panicked. "Do you know who I am? Humph, you don't deserve to." Saying this, Xunyu took a step forward swiftly in front of another person, sprinkling ash into his eyes. In the next second, a sharp dagger cleanly cut through his throat. He didn't understand till his dying breath how he could die at the hands of a young girl. "Killed my brothers. Today I'll make you pay blood for blood." Realizing he might not be Xunyu's match, the black boss went berserk, wildly swinging his machete at Shunin. "Don't worry about me. Take mom and your brothers and go quickly." As the machete approached his face, Xunyu directly pulled out a steel crossbow specially designed for slaying zombie kings from her spatial item. An arrow shot out, and the black boss was nailed to the wall beside him like a kite, whose strings were cut. Then Xunyu quickly withdrew the crossbow, without anyone noticing. The second brother was shocked. When did elder sister learn such incredible skills? So cool. Fanning Shue covered little brother 3's eyes. Seeing the black boss pinned to the wall, she sighed in relief. The black boss could hardly believe his eyes as he looked at Xunyu, as if he saw a demon from the abyss. "Don't kill me, Grandma. I'll bow to you and apologize. I'll never dare again." Xunyu was smiling calmly, with a sharp dagger in her hand. "Just now, weren't you very arrogant? Telling me not to resist, and even planning to kill my father, roast my younger brother?" After saying that, she drove the dagger into the black boss's palm and pinned it firmly against the wall. His pain blinded him. He could not have imagined he'd encounter such an opponent. Now regret came too late. "Grandma, spare me. I've buried some valuable things near the temple. I'll give them all to you, please." As the man distracted Xunyu, the woman behind him suddenly thrust her dagger viciously toward Xunyu. A spurt of blood gushed out. "Big sister. You where? Haha, you deserve it for daring to fight me. You're still too inexperienced." The black boss spat forcefully, ready to tear Xunyu limb from limb. Ever since he started robbing and killing people, he had never suffered such disgrace. "Deserve it? Aren't you rejoicing too early? Don't think I didn't know this villager was your bait." Xunyu threw the woman to the ground, and the dagger plunged straight into her chest. She had foreseen this trick long ago. She hadn't moved because she wanted her parents to see this moment. After this lesson, they would no longer easily trust strangers. How could it be possible? In the black boss's desperate stare, Xunyu delivered a fatal slash, then tossed his corpse along with the other 5 bodies onto the firewood. This was retribution. Being consumed by the flames was their due punishment. Seeing the woman actually attacking her own daughter, Shunin was shocked deeply. Father is sorry for you all. It's all because I trusted this woman so carelessly. We nearly fell into an endless abyss." Stricken with remorse, Shunin slapped himself several times before Xunyu hurriedly pulled on his arm. "Father, the world is perilous. In future, do not trust any strangers. This is not the time for remorse. There are more captives nearby. Let's go and rescue them." "Good." At this point, an innocent child's voice came from the corner. "I know where they are imprisoned. Big sister, I'll take you there." Chapter 5, First Good Deed. At this moment, Shunin was extremely cautious. He held a sharp machete in his hand and frowned slightly, saying, "You lead the way. Don't play any tricks." Seeing the boy nod, Shunin turned around and said, "Older brother 2 and 3, protect your mother well. Check if there's any food or silver coins in this house. Take everything away." "Understood, father." After speaking, Xunyu and Shunin followed the boy to a secluded backyard. The breeze carried a pungent stench into their mouths and noses. "So smelly. What is rotting?" Seeing the scattered internal organs in the corner, Shunin almost threw up what little remained in his stomach. The world now was truly chaotic. Cannibalism was horrifying. Shunin had heard the village women talk about it before. He always thought it was hearsay, never expecting it would happen to him. The boy walked to an open space, knelt down, and moved the wooden plank on the ground, revealing an underground cavern in front of them. People inside the cave were starving, their skin clinging to their bones with vacant eyes, as if they could be knocked over by the wind. Uncle Li, those bandits are dead. We've come to rescue you. Upon hearing that, those in the pit stared at Shunyu in shock, unable to believe that a young girl could defeat 5 burly men. Only when Shunyu smashed the iron lock and pulled them out did everyone feel genuinely rescued. However, after being locked up for so long without food or drink, they all felt powerless, even struggling to say thank you. The boy teared up and wanted to ask Shunyu for some food, but knew she and her family were also destitute. Seeing their pale faces and lack of blood in their eyes, Shunyu sighed and said, "Father, let's cook our sweet potatoes into porridge and give them a bit too. I'll check around for anything edible." Shunyu nodded and immediately took out the sweet potatoes from the bamboo basket. The boy, Li Xian, directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply twice. Thank you, Savior. Your great kindness can't be repaid. That's enough, child. Get up quickly, preserve your strength, and don't get deceived like this again in the future. Afterward, Shunin handed over a sweet potato, which Li Xian took, eating while crying uncontrollably, not believing he'd have this day of freedom again. This morning, these bandits had still been planning to eat him tomorrow. Meanwhile, Shunyu was searching nearby for any hidden money left by the bandits. Though it seemed insignificant to a survivor of the end times, missing no chance to stockpile supplies mattered greatly. After much effort, she finally found something in a hidden dilapidated shack. Inside the wooden chest lay a mess of junk, with useful items only including a 10 liang silver ingot and 7 or 8 copper coins. The rest consisted of useless-looking tokens of uncertain purpose. Shunyu pocketed all the valuable things into her spatial ring, acquiring a total of 100 taels and 81. Thinking of those who might die of hunger at any time, Shunyu took some rice and nourishing food and herbs out of her spatial ring. She was a complete self-interestist, yet she believed in fate. Saving these people should generate some positive karma. The items taken out would simply be claimed to be left behind by the bandits, which could help replenish the health of her father and family as well. On her way back, Shunyu reflected on another problem. With such an abundance of materials in her space, there must be a convincing reason when taking them out. She lightly stroked her chin, her brain racing rapidly. Wait, wasn't there a damaged Buddha statue in that rundown temple? That could serve as an excellent pretext. A fragrant smell of sweet potato drifted from inside the room. Upon smelling it, the gaunt refugees began to recover some spirit. So fragrant, father. Looking at the thick sweet potato soup in the pot, Baoyu swallowed his saliva. Beside him, Shi wiped his mouth quietly and whispered, "It would be better with some coarse rice, hee." Happening to walk in at this point, Xinyu overheard her brother's words. Seeing her brother's hopeful face, she chuckled and shook the bag in her hand. "Greedy pig, how did you know your sister found rice? But it's not coarse rice." Seeing the glossy white rice in her sister's palm, Baoyu and Shiyu unconsciously rubbed their eyes together. They had never seen polished rice in their entire lives. These white grains looked just like exquisitely carved jade treasures. "Mother, we will have rice to eat." Shiyu jumped with joy, and Xinyu poured the rice and some herbs into the pot. An hour passed unknowingly, and the porridge was now done, thicker than before. "Everyone, please eat. I've added some blood-nourishing and chi-replenishing herbs. After you consume it, your bodies should recover a bit." Hearing this, the refugees all knelt down on the ground, and the sound of their heads hitting the floor echoed throughout the room. "That's enough. Uncle and aunts, please get up. You're going to kill me with kindness. We met for a reason. Eat while it's warm, or the porridge won't taste as good." "Thank you, young lady. Your family truly has such kind hearts." Tears welled in the corners of the refugees' eyes, unable to believe that there were still people like this in the world. The hot porridge went down their throats. The thick rice porridge mixed with the unique sweetness of sweet potatoes earned endless praise from her 2 younger brothers. Truly worthy of being white rice porridge. It tastes so incredible. Baoyu patted Shiyu's little head and smiled. Clearly it's so delicious because sister made it. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh at Baoyu's comment. At such a young age, he had already learned how to flatter. However, she felt quite pleased by this buttering up. In the end times, she was an excellent cook, but no one was around to share her meals with. Now things were different. Her 2 younger brothers were her exclusive sycophants. As they enjoyed the sweet potato porridge, the group of refugees felt more comfortable, their bodies seeming to recover some strength, and their eyes no longer looked as scattered. But after starving for so long, their bodies could not recover that quickly. Xinyu took out some of the fine rice from her bag and softly spoke to Li Xin nearby. "You keep these grains. When they've recovered a bit, you should leave here. We have to continue fleeing. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning." The young boy nodded earnestly, gazing gratefully at Xinyu. "May I ask your name? If we ever meet again by fate, I, Li Xian, will never forget the grace you've bestowed upon me." Seeing Li Xian's serious expression, Xinyu couldn't help but let out a faint smile. "No need to repay us. Times are perilous. Keep your eyes open in the future and don't be deceived again." Li Xian vigorously nodded, etching Xunyu's features deeply into his memory. After approximately 2 hours passed, the 2 younger brothers began to yawn, and Xinyu faintly curved her lips upward, pressing the power button in her hand. In an instant, the room was filled with golden light, instantly invigorating everyone. Chapter 6. Your dream, it's too precious. Baoyu looked at the broken Buddha statue and took a few steps back in fear. "Dad, look at the Buddha statue. What's going on? Why did it suddenly emit light?" The rest of the group was also quite puzzled, not knowing what was happening. "Big sister, let's go? I feel like this temple isn't safe." Is there something unclean here? Shiyu carefully observed the surrounding scene, feeling everything was off. When he looked up at his sister, he got a big scare. Shunyu was staring fixedly at the Buddha statue, as if she had been possessed. Dad, Mom, big brother, what's wrong with sister? Upon hearing this, Shinin quickly came over. Seeing his daughter's twisted expression made his heart ache. Just now, wasn't she fine? Could there really be something unclean in this temple? At this moment, Shinyu pressed the switch hidden in her sleeve again. There was a loud rumble outside. Everyone felt dizzy as some tiles from the roof of the old temple were shaken loose. Shinin shielded his daughter, afraid she might get hurt. After the explosion sound faded, Shinyu collapsed limply into her father's arms. The golden light behind the Buddha statue also disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Fanning Shue worriedly touched her daughter's forehead. She wasn't feverish. Could it be that killing the bandits in the temple offended Buddha? At this moment, a refugee shakily walked over, knelt down, and prayed to the Buddha statue, then devoutly recited some mantras. You too, don't worry. Your daughter is no ordinary person. This is the Buddha showing divine signs. You will surely have good fortune ahead. The man spoke with such confidence. Shunin was half believing, but now it was already too late to find a doctor in the county town. They could only wait until early morning to leave as soon as possible. Shinyu didn't expect the old man would give such a dramatic assist. The story she planned to tell tomorrow morning would probably be more convincing. Fanning Shue stayed awake all night, fearing something might happen to her daughter. As soon as the sky lit up a little, she woke up her husband and 2 sons. Shinin couldn't delay any longer and carried his daughter as they started walking towards the county town. He thought his daughter hadn't recovered fully from her previous injury, and the battle with several bandits last night must have overtired her. As a father, how shameful it was that at the crucial moment, he still needed his daughter to stand up and protect the whole family. He decided to practice martial arts more often so dangerous things in the future would be handled by him as a father. However, upon closer reflection, Shinin also found it somewhat strange. Since birth, his daughter had always been beside him. He had never seen her learning any martial arts, yet suddenly, she could fight against 5 large men. Cough cough. Shinyu moistened her lips weakly and said, Water. Baoyu hurriedly handed over the bamboo cylinder. After drinking, Shinyu's spirits improved greatly. She asked her father to place her on the ground. Yuer, how are you feeling? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Seeing his anxious face, Shinyu quickly shook her head. Nothing. Just that after being blinded by that golden light yesterday, I had a long and extremely realistic dream. Big sister, what kind of dream? Shiyu curiously looked at his elder sister. Shinin glared at him and slapped the back of his head. Continue. Shiyu? Actually, before the family division yesterday, I had a similar dream, in which there was a master dressed in red robes who taught me a lot of martial arts. Those skills seemed engraved in my brain, so yesterday I could defeat those bandits. Hearing this, everyone in the family looked startled. They had noticed something earlier since Shun Laotai's fall during the family split wouldn't normally result in skills developed in such short time. What about the dream last night? What did you dream about? The younger brother looked curiously at his sister, mouth wide open, apparently very eager to know. I dreamed of a golden bird, flying around me nonstop. Now, it's perched over there chirping. Can you see it? Everyone shook their heads looking at where Shunyu was pointing. A golden bird? The glow on the Buddha statue last night was golden. Could it be true, as that uncle said? It will bring us luck. Baoyu excitedly said, then walked over to where his sister was pointing. Sister, is it here? Shinyu nodded. Her lips curved upward slightly. Unable to help herself, she thought. My second brother is also an excellent assistant. Baoyu picked up a nearby dried stick and began to dig on the ground. Their parents looked on in confusion. Could they really unearth anything good on this empty ground? Looking closely, the place Baoyu dug it didn't seem much different from the surrounding soil. However, their daughter didn't seem to be lying, and in fact, she had never told a lie from the time she was little. Just as the two were puzzled, Baoyu suddenly shouted, There's something! There's something! Shiyu and Shun quickly rushed over, seeing a corner of a silver ingot exposed from the mud. The group immediately became excited. When the silver was dug out, the air seemed to become still for a moment. Big sister, it's a 10 liang silver ingot. Your dream must have been worth a fortune. Baoyu shouted in excitement, his admiration for his elder sister reaching new heights. Shinyu remained calm. All she needed to do was plant the seed of divine protection from Buddha within her family. That way, whatever strange objects she produced later, they would not question her actions. After all, people in ancient times were somewhat superstitious about such matters. Holding the weighty silver ingot in hand, Shinin regained his composure for a while before glancing around. The area seemed relatively safe. This is a top secret within our family. No one else can know, understood. Otherwise, it could bring us unimaginable disasters. Shinin thought ahead. Being blessed by the Buddha was indeed a good thing for his daughter. But after what happened at the broken temple, he realized how chaotic the world truly was. Understood. Dad, rest assured. We'll absolutely keep this a secret. Seeing the determined expressions on his 2 sons' faces, Shun gave a relieved nod. He trusted the character of both boys. Are you feeling any discomfort in your body? No, Dad. Let's keep moving. Look over there. It seems like a sandstorm is approaching. Looking toward the distance, Shinin frowned as he saw the swirling yellow sand coming closer. This was extremely unfortunate. They must hurry now. Sandstorms moved quickly, and once they hit, it was easy to lose direction. Hurry. Resting once we reach the city will suffice. At that moment, back in Stone Village, the village headman led a group of people who were gathering their belongings. The sandstorm was already close, with the yellow dust just moments away. If they didn't leave soon, they'd starve inside their homes. No one knew how long this sandstorm would last. Back at home, Shen Laotai leaned on her waist in the courtyard, grumbling angrily. That Xin Yu from elder brother's household is nothing but a wretch. She even dared to hit me. Next time I see her, I'll beat her to death. The old woman spat viciously into the cellar. Who's that? Upon hearing her second son's voice, Shen Laotai hurried back into the house, fearing discovery. Shenyang, hurry up, or no one will wait for you. Understood. Shenyang took out the last piece of moldy preserved meat and contentedly placed it in his basket. Chapter 7. Is wealth really something external? Remember this sentence. Outside the walls of Huanghua County, Magistrate Chu Tianyi frowned deeply. The distant yellow sandstorm was drawing closer and would soon reach the county town of Huanghua. Looking at the hundreds of refugees who had yet to receive porridge, he sighed helplessly. Wu Shiya, hurry up and tell the men to carry the iron pot into the city. When the sandstorm arrives, all the porridge will be wasted. The aide walked over upon hearing the call, patted the dust off his long robe, and asked in a low voice. Magistrate, what about these refugees? If we let them into the city, it might affect the internal stability of the city. Chu Tianyi rubbed his forehead with a look of compassion in his eyes, as if unwilling to abandon so many lives. Leaving them outside the gate, half of the refugees would likely starve to death if the sandstorm lasted for 3 days. He didn't want to be a bloodless executioner. He still wanted to accumulate some merit for his unambitious son. His son. Half a year ago, he fell seriously ill, slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and when he woke up, he seemed like a different person. Before that, he would always accompany him in acts of kindness, setting up porridge booths to help the refugees. Afterward, whenever he saw a porridge booth, he acted like he saw an enemy, kicking the iron pot far away. He beat and scolded his son repeatedly, but the boy simply refused to change, stubborn and incorrigible. And with the indulgence of his wife, there was nothing he could do. A good seed has grown, askew. Let them enter. Make the constables work harder tonight patrolling the area. After all, it's about many lives. The aide nodded and relayed Magistrate Chu's words to the guards at the gate. Refugees, enter the city in an orderly fashion, one by one. Don't rush. The sandstorm won't reach the city until tomorrow at the earliest. At this moment, the Shin family also stood in line. Watching the constables carry away the iron pot, both Xiuyu and Baoyu bit their lips, realizing the porridge they were looking forward to was gone. Entering Huanghua County, the city wasn't bustling. There were fewer vendors than before, but compared to the desolation outside the city walls, it was lively enough. Father, mother, we should find a rice shop and buy more grain. We don't know how long it'll take until we can find the next city where we can buy grain. Both parents nodded, tacitly tightening their grip on their daughter and 2 sons' wrists. Baoyu, Xiuyu, you two stay close. If you get lost, you might not find your way back, and you won't see your older sister again. Upon hearing this, the 2 children clutched onto their parents' clothes tightly. Don't worry, father. We won't get lost. We can't bear to lose our older sister, and we can't bear to lose you. Shinyu smiled contentedly. His third brother, though young, talked as sweetly as if he'd been dipped in honey. His words made people laugh. Not too far away, in front of a rice shop, stood a tall, athletic man wearing a black brocade cloud-patterned robe. His sharp eyebrows framed his Danfeng eyes, and his features were chiseled like they were carved from stone. His slender fingers tapped against a folding fan, giving him a carefree demeanor. Even Shenyu, who had seen her fair share of handsome men, couldn't help but marvel at this man's beauty. She couldn't believe that such a small place could produce such a handsome man, and this man looked full of righteousness, clearly someone who punishes wrongdoers. Shenyu placed her hands on her chest and unabashedly admired the man's striking face, completely unaware of the terrified wrinkles spreading across the rice shop owner's face, which now resembled tree bark. Master Chu, please spare me. There's only so much left in the rice shop. If you take any more, my entire family won't survive. The elder's face was emaciated, his dry and cracked lips like arid land, revealing none of the prosperity usually associated with merchants. The man gave a cold laugh, unfolded his fan, and sat down leisurely. Servants quickly brought over a chair nearby, as if muscle memory had taken over. Seeing the young master settle comfortably in the chair, the servant wiped the sweat off his forehead with relief. You old coot, what do you mean? Do you think I'm bullying you? It's just a little bit of your rotten rice. Why are you acting like I'm a thief? Moreover, have I not paid you? That's right. Didn't our young master already give you money? I advise you not to be unreasonable. Open the door quickly. The old man stubbornly gripped the doorframe, a bitter smile on his face. That's right, calling 200 jin a little, and paying 1 tael of silver as payment. Seeing the situation turning ominous, Shun and pulled Shenyu, who was entranced beside him. Let's go. This gentleman looks trouble-prone. Let's find another shop. Shenyu shook her head and pointed at the townspeople around. Father, look at those around us. They're all carrying bags of rice. This county probably has only this one remaining rice shop left. Upon hearing this, the man beside her laughed and said, Older brother, your daughter certainly pays attention to details. She's smart. This Wu family rice shop is the last one in the county with rice left. All other shops are already empty. But with Chu Mohan around, we won't be able to buy any rice today. The man shook his head and was about to leave when Shinyu quickly called out. Uncle, isn't Chu Mohan the magistrate's son? Isn't he, like Magistrate Chu, a kind-hearted gentleman? Seeing Shun Yu's earnest face, the man gave a bitter laugh. Little girl, that's ancient history from who knows how many years ago. A few months ago, he got seriously ill, and after waking up, he became nothing but a ruffian. He continued speaking freely since Chu Mohan didn't seem to have heard anything. He's moody now. He often buys things without paying. If he sees a beautiful girl on the street, he'll try to bring her home. He doesn't sleep with her or mistreat her verbally. Instead, he makes her balance a round bowl on her head. If she spills water, he paints a turtle on her face with ink and throws her in a crowded place before running away. Can you believe how wicked he is? Shin Yu helplessly smiled. Too bad. Such a handsome exterior houses a not-so-smart mind. Oh right, young lady, be careful you don't get kidnapped by him. That's all I have to say, farewell. As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of kicking came from the rice shop. A few servants each gave the wooden door a good kick, laughing all the while. Chu Mohan sat leisurely in the chair, eating grapes and waving his folding fan, looking completely relaxed. The commoners nearby dared not retaliate, and could only hope that the wooden door was sturdy enough. Wu Laohan, I suggest you just open the door and stop resisting. Inside the room, the elder flipped over an oil lamp on the table with fierce determination and resentment. In an instant, a huge fire ignited, causing the surrounding people to flee for their lives. There was a flicker of worry in Chu Mohan's eyes, though it disappeared quickly. Wu, old man, why make things so difficult? Money is merely external wealth. You can't take it with you when you die. What use does it serve keeping it? Upon hearing this, Shin Yu sneered disdainfully. You shameless person, you claim money is external wealth. Remember this well. Chapter 8, that'll cost extra. The fire inside the house grew stronger, and wafts of rice fragrance began to fill the air. Occasionally, there were popping sounds as the flames consumed everything. Master, should we not put out the fire? Soon, this old man will really be burned to death. The steward wiped sweat off his forehead. If someone were killed, upon returning to the mansion, the master would definitely beat him to death. Chu Mohan leaned back in his chair, humming a tune leisurely, as though waiting for an entertaining show. Why are you in such a hurry? The matter hasn't gone that far yet. Moreover, he suddenly sat up, staring darkly at the steward with a distorted smile on his face. Even if he gets burned alive, so what? He's just an old beggar. With my second uncle by my side, even if it was a third-rank minister burning inside, he'd still have to tolerate me. Hearing this, the steward no longer said anything. Deep within his frightened gaze lay a flicker of satisfaction. Bang! Suddenly, a beam from the roof collapsed. The old man let out a muffled groan. The rice flour roasted by the fire, when crushed like this, scattered all over the place. When the refugees saw it, they acted like ravenous wolves seeing fresh meat and stuffed themselves without hesitation. Shin Yu observed how pitiful the old man looked. She intended to save him, but hesitated looking at her family, and finally gave up the idea. Old sir, may you rest peacefully. I will avenge you tonight. Just as she prepared to leave, Chu Mohan's cold voice rang in her ears once more. Break down the door and drag that old man out. We can't let him die so easily. It's too lenient on him. Servants hurried to kick open the door. There the old man lay right beside it. The servants grabbed him and pulled him out instantly. At the very next moment, the entire house collapsed with a thunderous roar. What a pity. This damned Chu Mohan. He has wasted so much food. We don't even have enough food to eat ourselves. And he forces grain merchants to set their shops on fire. It's disgusting. All the commoners gritted their teeth, hatred towards Chu Mohan reaching its peak. Enough. Just accept your fate. His father is the county magistrate, and his second uncle is the current prime minister. Who dares to touch him? Even the prefect would have to show respect to him. After the man finished speaking, Shin Yu understood the root cause of Chu Mohan's arrogance, his second uncle being the prime minister. If that were the case, then presumably the treasures hidden in his warehouse would be incredibly valuable. A glint of greed flashed across Shin Yu's eyes as she decided to visit the county magistrate's residence that very night. At this point, Chu Mohan had the old man's hands tied behind his back, sneering disdainfully at him. Whoa, old man, I told you, you won't escape this time. How peaceful would it have been if you had just opened the door? He rolled up his sleeves and roared loudly. Where are my pen and ink? Master, here we come. It was Qin Feng who arrived promptly. He was Chu Mohan's servant, having grown up together with him since childhood. Perfect timing. Chu Mohan frowned, supporting his chin with his left hand, thinking for a while before laughing loudly. Today you're crouching at my door like a maggot. So, I'll write maggot on your face. His handwriting flowed smoothly and elegantly. When he finished writing, one of his attendants quickly covered their face. Every time Chu Mohan completed a piece of calligraphy, he would vigorously shake his brush, claiming it as a form of bestowing blessings. Seeing the grieving expression of the old man, along with the character for maggot written across his face, Chu Mohan threw away his brush and laughed uncontrollably. From around the corner came the hurried county magistrate Chu, shouting loudly when he spotted Chu Mohan. Brat, stop right there, causing trouble again. If you dare go home tonight, I will skin you alive. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mohan vanished like smoke. Seeing Wu old man's pathetic appearance and the burnt-out rice shop, Chu Yuni sighed helplessly. My apologies. It's my incompetence in raising children. Having spoken, Chu Yuni lifted his robe and knelt down, giving the crowd a bow. County Magistrate Chu, we cannot accept this apology. If not for you, our Huangyue County would already be an abandoned city. We must express gratitude towards you. Yes, although young Master Chu has been rather unruly recently, he was previously kind to us. Please rise, county magistrate. Chu Yuni helplessly shook his head and handed 10 taels of silver to Wu old man. Uncle Wu, please don't think it little. After returning home, I'll make sure he comes to apologize properly. Wu old man took the silver, shook his head, and slowly walked away from the crowd. As the crowd dispersed, Xinyu spoke up. Let's go as well. Father, mother, find a place to stay and wait until the sandstorm stops before continuing our journey. Shunan nodded slightly, appearing troubled in mind. This young Master Chu often joined the county magistrate in disaster relief work in the past, and he was quite amiable. Why does he seem so spoiled today? Humph, perhaps he's truly possessed by a demon. Xinyu shook her head and replied, Don't care about his past. This old man has been bullied by him to the point where I couldn't bear to see it anymore. Upon hearing this, her mother quickly pinched her daughter's wrist. You err, there are too many people talking, do not speak recklessly anymore. There are many pitiful people in this world, and we can't save them all. We must think thrice before acting, having learned our lesson from the temple incident. Xinyu nodded her head, feeling gratified as she looked at her mother. She didn't expect her mother to grow so quickly. Gulu Gulu. Everyone stared at Bao Yu, who awkwardly patted his own belly. Dad, Mom, big sister, it's not my fault, but my stomach is just too unreliable. Mom knows you're hungry. Let's find a place to settle down, then cook some porridge. Looking at their mother's sweet and benevolent smile, Bao Yu and Shiyu happily nodded in agreement. At that moment, in a lane somewhere, Chu Mohan had tears welling up in his eyes as he saw his father helplessly sighing on his knees. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart by a sharp blade. He was racked with unbearable pain. Hearing soft footsteps behind him, Chu Mohan's expression returned to its previous state. Master, there you are. Finally, my dad has left. Come on, I'll take you all to eat Chun in for the night. Anyway, I can't go home tonight. That old guy will definitely wait for me to come back later. Master, why don't we just go home? Lord Chu always says he will beat you, but he never does. Besides, Lady Chu is also there. Upon hearing this, Chu Mohan cast an extremely annoyed glance at the steward. If you don't want to come, go back to the mansion yourself. Just don't betray me, or else you'll regret it. With that, he took Qin Feng and the others away from the spot, leaving the steward who huffed coldly and went back to the mansion. Inside the Yi Chun Inn, Chu Mohan reclined on a horizontal chair, enjoying the light and melodious tune of a pipa. Very well played. You shall be rewarded for your good work. Qin Feng, give her 2 taels of silver. Yes, master. A flirtatious woman holding a teapot nearby pouted prettily, competing for attention. Master keeps your eyes shut and only focuses on listening to the music, but I made the tea art very beautifully too. Chu Mohan slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this, a unique smile of a playboy gracing his face. No matter how beautiful the tea art is, could it ever compare to you? Seeing Chu Mohan's fiery gaze, the woman quickly covered her face with a handkerchief. Master Chu, you know well that I sell art, but not my body. Interesting. What if I insist? Chu Mohan drew closer to her face until she could feel his warm breath on her cheek. In that case, you'd need to pay extra. Chapter 9, The Ledger. Chu Mohan's lips curled slightly upward as he casually placed a 100 liang silver bill on the table. Then he walked towards the woman like a hungry tiger. Master, why are you so eager today? Ling Yu waved her silk handkerchief embroidered with peach blossoms, her alluring eyes both inviting and retreating. Kong Feng beside them couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This woman was truly a fox spirit incarnate. Every smile of hers had the power to steal one's soul. Dog, haven't you already heard? Do I have to personally ask you to leave? Hearing this, Kong Feng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and ran out with the female, playing the lute in tow. Chu Mohan angrily threw his teacup towards the door. The crisp sound of shattering rang through. Kong Feng nonchalantly plugged his ears with 2 fingers. In the next moment, Chu Mohan's yelling voice echoed within the house. This Kong Feng, his brain is getting more and more stupid day by day. Lately, he really has no sense at all. Truly infuriating. Upon seeing this, Ling Yu rested on Chu Mohan's chest, her delicate and soft fingers gently caressing his sharp and handsome face. Master, don't get angry, or it will harm your body. Moon would feel sorrow if you do. Ha, you understand me indeed. What new program have you prepared for tonight? After saying that, Chu Mohan picked up Ling Yu and headed towards the bed with an evil grin on his face. Master, it's still early. Moon hasn't even brewed you a pot of good tea yet. When beauty is before me, forget about tea. A few moments later, the rattling sound of the wooden bed became deafening. Kong Feng awkwardly touched his nose. Recently, Master's physique has grown stronger, miss. We no longer need your service. You may now leave. Yes. The woman left red-faced with a shade of shame, but immediately upon exiting the room, her expression turned calm and carried a bit of coldness. Inside the room, Ling Yu sat on the chair, laboriously shaking the wooden bed. Her pouting lips showed a semblance of injustice. Chu Mohan sat cross-legged on the ground, glancing at the ledger handed to him by Ling Yu. 41 taverns throughout various areas. Income for June. 12,347 liangs 9 qian 81. 20 grain shops in different regions. June income. 8,867 liangs 5 qian, including disaster relief expenditure of 30 shur of rice. 6 auction houses. Jinian Auction House. In various places. June income. 37,200 liangs. 1 Mingyue Tower. June income. 30,000 taels of silver. Calling it a ledger was a stretch. Essentially, it was just a sheet of paper. Having read it, Chu Mohan was satisfied, and a small smirk played on his lips. He then inserted the letter into the fire, burning it clean. Master, must you always act this way? Don't you find it exhausting? Lingyu watched Chu Mohan worriedly. Only a few months ago, he was still a sunny, carefree youth, dressed brightly and full of ambitious dreams. Chu Mohan shook his head, giving a signal to keep quiet, pointing towards the nearby wooden wall. He found his current lifestyle quite fine. Acting like a dissolute rich heir each day might make him somewhat uncomfortable inside, but at least it kept his head intact. The burnout rice store this morning was one of the 20 grain businesses under his control. Everywhere he destroyed or set ablaze, he had long bought those properties back. Even the current Ichuan courtesan house belonged to him. After hiding the banknote well, he walked to the bedside and lied down calmly, gesturing to dismiss Lingyu. Lingyu brewed another pot of hot tea. After sitting in the room for an entire hour, she finally departed. This Lingyu was saved as an orphan by Chu Mohan when they were out together with Kong Feng. Over the years, Chu Mohan had found several masters from courtesan schools, teaching Lingyu to brew tea, play huqin, guzheng, and numerous dances. Initially, he intended for Lingyu to marry a good family, but unexpectedly, she helped him instead. Apart from Lingyu and the innkeeper, everything else within this Ichuan inn was uncertain. He merely knew that every single day, his life was under surveillance. But over the past few months, he had grown accustomed to this reality and developed ways to handle it. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the window, slamming heavily against the wooden wall. Alongside the wind, some sand also entered the house. Seeing this, Chu Mohan chuckled coldly, feeling that the time for him to escape control and leave this kind of life wasn't far away. In a rundown house in Huangyue County, white smoke rose from the window, carrying the sweet aroma of rice porridge. Mother, it smells so good. Shiyu looked at the thick, white rice porridge in the pot, excitedly waving her adorable little hands. Don't shout. Keep it low. Be careful not to be heard by others. Fan Yingshui gave a silent sign. For reasons unknown, she felt this place wasn't safe. At any moment, some refugees might crawl in from everywhere. Seeing her wife's concerned look, Shunan smiled and grasped her hand. Yingshui, stop worrying too much. Let's eat first, and after eating, I'll go and block that hole. Sand keeps blowing into my eyes all the time. Fan Yingshui nodded and ladled out the porridge. The roundworms in Shun Yu's belly began to stir, for she was an ardent carnivore who couldn't bear the thought of going without meat. She had been craving it desperately these past few days. Father, mother, the golden bird has appeared again. At Shin Yu's shout, both Shun and Fan Yingshui looked at her with surprise. Where is it? Shin Yu pointed towards a pile of straw nearby. Shunan furrowed his brows and scratched his head. This straw had been neatly arranged by him just half an hour ago, and there had been nothing inside when he did so. Half believing and half doubting, he walked closer, lifting up some of the straw. What he saw next froze him on the spot, eyes wide open but unable to move. Father, is there something? Why have you stopped moving? Shunan swallowed hard. Beneath the straw lay 5 large meat buns, 2 fragrant sausages, and a roasted chicken. He wanted to slap himself to see if he was dreaming, but he feared that doing so would wake him from this delightful dream. He decided that even if it were a dream, he must take a bite of the roasted chicken first. It's miraculous. Truly miraculous. Look at what we've got here. Seeing the roasted chicken, even Fan Yingshui couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It was a roasted chicken, something she had never tasted in her entire life. Each year during the Spring Festival, getting a taste of pork was already considered a great blessing. Shunan swallowed his saliva, tore off one of the chicken legs, and handed it to his daughter. You eat first. Without hesitation, Shin Yu accepted the chicken leg and devoured it heartily. Finally, after all these days, they could savor the taste of meat again. The remaining roasted chicken was sparingly shared between Shun Un and Bao Shiyu, while half of it was carefully wrapped in a handkerchief and placed in the basket. There are still 5 large meat buns and 2 sausages. Let's eat a little less sausage today and save one for tomorrow. Everyone nodded, and Shunan broke the sausage in half and passed it to Shin Yu. You should eat more. If not for you, our family wouldn't even be able to afford porridge. Yes, elder sister, don't feel guilty. We're grateful just to have porridge to drink. Shiyu wiped her oily lips and grinned. Elder sister, you're incredible, just like a living fairy. Shiyu puckered her lips wanting to give her elder sister a kiss, but was held back by their mother with a smile. Suddenly, a loud bang outside the door reverberated through the room. Someone had kicked the door open, and gusts of wind rushed in, forcing everyone to shut their eyes tightly. Who's there? Chapter 10. Oh, is Julong Mountain very powerful? About a dozen refugees blocked the door, cutting off the wind completely. The leader, a man with a sallow complexion and emaciated appearance, radiated an air of resoluteness. Beside him stood 2 scrawny children, pitifully gazing at everyone from the Shun family inside. Sorry to disturb you. We thought no one was in this house, but it seems we were mistaken. Can we stay here for just one night? Considering there were significant events tonight, Shinyu didn't want any conflict and pulled on her father's sleeve. Father, they don't seem to have any ill intentions. Let them stay in that corner. Shinnon nodded, agreeing that since this wasn't their house, there wasn't much reason to deny these people shelter. Yet, having strangers nearby still caused some anxiety. The events in the dilapidated temple were still fresh in memory. When it came to outsiders, one couldn't be too careful. In the corner sat around 10 or so people, starting a small fire. The leading man, Jiang Shui, took out a bag from his chest, warily eyeing the Shin family before cautiously retrieving a handful of rice. This was the rice they had risked their lives to grab from the Wu family rice shop. After Chu Imohan left, the fire was quickly extinguished. Around 700 or 800 commoners soon discovered that beneath the shattered bricks lay rice. To them, it was literally life-saving. They squatted around waiting until the constables left before rushing in. Jiang Shui braved the chaos, squeezing through with all his might. Upon seeing the rice bags under the bricks, everyone's eyes turned red. Tens of hands surged forward, resulting in Jiang Shui's own hands being cut several times. However, they managed to secure close to 2 caddies of rice, enough for a few full meals for their families. Many bullies and refugees who hadn't gotten any rice began robbing others who were isolated. Even though there were 10 of them, 2 were children, and 6 were frail women. If they encountered groups of 3 or 5 thugs, they would have to hand over their food. After securing their food, they hid in a secluded spot until it was dark enough to venture out again. Hunger makes noses sharper. The man caught a whiff of meat coming from somewhere and noticed unconsciously as Xun Yu held a meat bun in her hand. How could they afford meat buns? Jiang Shui scrutinized the Shun family closely. With years of experience wandering the world, he could immediately tell that Shunin was incompetent, but the girl beside him, just reaching adulthood, looked shrewd and experienced. Her piercing gaze suggested she might have taken lives. Protectively covering his own children, Jiang Shui regretted entering this house. He seriously doubted whether Xun Yu's meat buns hadn't been looted after killing someone. Xun Yu also carefully examined them, concluding they posed no threat. The 2 men looked skinny like monkeys, and Xun Yu believed she alone could handle them. Mother, will these people end up like those in the ruined temple? Xu Yu burrowed into his mother's embrace, evidently haunted by the earlier trauma. Xun Yu smiled and patted her younger brother's shoulder. Don't worry, sister is here. Looking at her sister's confident and caring expression, Xu Yu nodded reassured. Just then, the newly repaired door was kicked open again. Seeing this, Xun Yu felt a surge of anger within. Did they think she was weak? Whether ghost or human, they dared to kick her door. The old broken door swung open again, revealing 5 hulking men armed with long knives looking down on them disdainfully. All of you against the wall. Hand over your rice. Let us see if you're hiding anything. We'll chop off your hands. The man leading them was about 170 centimeters tall and weighed approximately 200 pounds. Carrying a large sword gave him an imposing presence. In the dark corner, Jiang Shui quickly finished his bowl of rice porridge. Despite sweating profusely from the heat, he swallowed it down. Huh, you drinking porridge in front of me? Do you dare act as if I'm not even here? The stout man waddled toward Jiang Shui, grabbing him by the neck while brandishing the long sword intending to attack. He knew that the refugees feared such ferocity. As long as he intimidated them right away, they wouldn't dare to resist. Nearby, Xu Yu trembled in fear, retreating further into his mother's arms. Bao Yu grabbed a wooden stick nearby, standing guard in front of Xun Yu. Xun Yu realized that if this hefty man killed the person, there might be no one left to help her. While defeating the 5 men was possible, there was no guarantee her parents would remain unscathed. Pushing Bao Yu aside, she shouted coldly. Fat pig, stop right now. Did I, your auntie, give you permission to harm anyone? The obese man glared incredulously at Xun Yu. He hated being called fat pig, yet seeing her beautiful face, he lowered his blade and grinned wickedly at her. Brothers, this little girl has quite the temper, and she suits my tastes. Capture her alive. Tonight, I'm going to have some fun, huh? Heck yes, big bro. Such a pretty girl doesn't come along often, huh? Upon hearing Shun An's furious roar, he swiftly drew the steel blade hidden in his bamboo basket, ready to fight the man to the death. Die, you fat pig. If you dare touch a single hair of my daughter today, I'll make sure your death is miserable. Bao Yu, come with me. Just as the 2 were about to charge out, Xun Yu took out 2 fine steel crossbows. Fat pig, next life, use your eyes properly. Not everyone can you mess with. Xun Yu's face turned grim, and 2 crossbow bolts shot out at lightning speed, instantly piercing through 2 men's bodies. They left 2 large holes in the mud wall behind them. The corpulent man stared in disbelief at Xun Yu, his eyes still full of regret, even in the moment before his death. Seeing this, the other 3 attempted to flee, rushing toward the door all at once. You too, what are you waiting for? If you let them escape, do you think you'll live? Hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes grew fierce as he picked up the long sword on the ground and blocked the doorway. Since you've come here, none of you will leave alive today. Jiang Shui's tone was calm, but his eyes revealed a chilling intent. He agreed with Xun Yu. This young girl had more foresight than their older peers. Xun Yu wasn't one to show mercy either. She fired another crossbow bolt, pinning a man to the wall. Without hesitation, Jiang Shui swung his sword and severed the man's neck. Witnessing this, Xun Yu gave a satisfied smile. This man seemed capable, knowing when to adapt to situations. This night, Xun Yu would finally be able to sleep soundly. Wait, we'll give you all the silver we have. Let us live. The 2 men knelt down, pulling out quite a bit of silver coins. Some were even stained with blood, likely stolen from others. Joke, kill you, and the money will still be ours. Xun Yu said coldly and fired another crossbow bolt, killing yet another man. Fanning Shua held Xu Yu tightly in her arms, covering his ears firmly. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Yue, she felt both relief and sadness. Parents were supposed to protect their children from calamities. Now they relied on their daughter for protection, which left a tinge of bitterness in their hearts. The last man knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Auntie, I've realized my mistake. We're bandits from Jiulong Mountain. If you kill us all, our leader won't let you live. Oh, Jiulong Mountain, how powerful is it? As soon as these words were spoken, another crossbow bolt shot out. Chapter 11. Is this the Chu family's warehouse? Are they joking? Xinyu pretended to put the steel crossbow into her basket, but actually stored it in her spatial ring. A weapon with such great lethality, if it were to get out, would pose a huge threat to her. Jiang Shui called a few women from her tribe and neatly arranged the 5 mountain bandits in a row. Miss, thank you. My name is Jiang Shui. Thanks to you, we managed to take down these guys. The supplies on them naturally belong to you. We'll just stay for one night and leave early tomorrow morning without causing any disturbance. After witnessing Xinyu's prowess, Jiang Shui understood clearly that even 10 of herself wouldn't be able to match the girl standing before her. Xinyu simply nodded without being polite to Jiang Shui. She then took her father's Shun and thoroughly searched the bodies of the 5 mountain bandits. What? These are supposed to be the 9 dragon mountain bandits? They're broke. Altogether, the 5 of them only had 2 tails of silver. It's not even worth as much as their 5 knives. After speaking, Xinyu tied the 5 long knives together and threw them next to herself. When you leave tomorrow morning, you can take these knives for self-defense. But if you have any sinister thoughts tonight, I won't show any mercy. Don't blame me for not warning you. Looking at Xinyu's almost cannibalistic eyes, Jiang Shui swallowed hard. She didn't want to end up nailed to the wall by an arrow. Miss, please don't worry. We absolutely won't turn against you. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Jiang Shui kept emphasizing that they'd leave tomorrow, using words to prove that Xinyu was the most dangerous person in the room. Oh, right, I haven't asked yet. Where are you all from? We're from the desert lands to the north. There were 108 of us originally, now only 10 remain. At this point, Jiang Shui felt somewhat choked up, but she was also grateful to still be alive instead of dead under the sandstorm. Have you been chased by sandstorms all this way? Jiang Shui nodded. Xinyu massaged her temple. Could these 10 people be cursed or something? How could the sandstorm chase them all the way to Huangyue County? This has never happened before. This year, the sandstorm is particularly strong. Even from afar, it's still yellow sand. Near the eye of the storm, it's all black sand. I don't know how many skeletons have been buried. Seeing the disappointed look in Jiang Shui's eyes, Xinyu quickly changed the topic. So, have you decided where you're going to flee to? I don't know. We don't have a destination. We'll just see where the flying sand blows us. We don't have any food either. A lot of people starve to death along the way. I don't even know how far we'll make it. Looking at the 2 frail children beside Jiang Shui, Xinyu tossed the 2 taels of silver she found earlier over to them. Take it. On the road, buy some meat buns for the children to eat. They're too thin. We don't have much supplies either, so here, take this bamboo cylinder of fresh water. Beyond that, I'm really unable to help further. Upon receiving the fresh water, the 10 members of Jiang Shui's clan bowed down together in front of Xinyu. Thank you. Thank you so much. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Dare I ask for your esteemed surname and name? My name is Xinyu. That's fine. It's just some fresh water. No need to be too formal. Jiang Shui nodded, went to the opposite house, and uninstalled the wooden door. Clang. Following that sound was the curse of a woman. Who is it? Do you want to die? Why did you remove our door? Aren't we freezing? Let me fight you to death. After the woman wearing rough clothes came out, seeing Jiang Shui's grim face, and through the broken window paper looking inside at the dead mountain bandit, she quickly covered her mouth and returned indoors. After the door was reassembled, indeed, it became a little warmer. Shi Yu and Bao Yu, who had been highly strung before, had fallen into deep sleep now. Father, mother, I'm going out for a bit. My stomach doesn't feel well. You go rest first, don't worry about me. I'll come back once I feel better. You need to be careful. Come back soon. It's dangerous outside. I know, father. Before leaving, Xinyu specially gave Shun a steel crossbow. If anything unexpected really happens, this crossbow will be enough to intimidate Jiang Shui and her group. Finding a secluded corner, Xinyu changed into her night-traveling outfit. Walking on the street looking everywhere, she finally found the magistrate's residence. In one swift move, Xinyu arrived at the Chu family's warehouse. Once inside, a myriad of camels rampaged through Xinyu's mind. This Master Chu of the Chu family is at least a county magistrate. Isn't this place too poor? Barely a few taels of silver, not a lot of rice either. All things within this house may not even be as valuable as a lock on the warehouse. This is too poor, even worse than a farmer's cellar. Still unwilling to give up, Xinyu made another swift move, reaching another house. There was a faint smell of sandalwood inside this house. The furnishings were rather luxurious, elegant potted plants, and exquisite wood carvings on the redwood furniture were vividly lifelike and captivating. Since I've come, there's no way I'm leaving empty-handed. Xinyu swept her hand and moved everything from Chu Imohan's room. When the bed disappeared, Xinyu found a delicate red wooden box on the ground. There was a lock that seemed very difficult to pick. She took out a hydraulic cutter from her spatial ring and easily cut the lock into 2 halves. With great anticipation, she opened it and saw a pile of slips of paper. Xinyu was overjoyed. They must be silver notes. Private assets of Chu Imohan. Ha ha ha, now I'll get rich. How could the son of the county magistrate, the nephew of the prime minister, be so poor? She randomly picked one, and under the moonlight, the handwriting was clear and distinct. Owes Yichuan Courtyard Ling Yu 100 taels of silver. Signed, Chu Imohan, Daecheong Dynasty Dayo Year 28, 5th month, guaranteed by his personal integrity. What? They're IOUs. Xinyu wouldn't believe it, so she pulled out another one. Owes Xinyu a tower 850 taels, father guarantees. Owes Rueli Gambling Den 3,580 taels, uncle guarantees. Ozwu family rice shop 2,000 taels, life guarantees. Xinyu was utterly speechless. Shu Mohan was just a thoroughly penniless imposter pretending to be a young master. She originally wanted to burn all the IOUs, but decided it would let him off too easily. She then placed the wooden box into her spatial storage. Xinyu sat on a blue stone slab, gazing at the moonlit sky, pondering where exactly the resources of the Chu family were. Right? The kitchen should have food, right? Preparations for tomorrow's meals must already be made. When Xinyu reached the kitchen, she was still disheartened. This kitchen was pretty large, yet inside there wasn't much. Xinyu, not entirely willing to give up, grabbed all the vegetables, leftover rice, and noodles. She left not even a single rotten leaf behind. Returning to the old house, Jiang Shui was keeping watch, smiling kindly when she saw Xinyu. Why aren't you sleeping? I see your parents and younger brothers are fast asleep. There needs to be someone keeping watch. What if that woman takes back the door again? Xinyu shook her head with a smile, thinking how amusing Jiang Shui was. She also noticed Jiang Shui's protectiveness and determination. She had a ruthless streak, but was kind-hearted as well. If they ever meet again in the future, Xinyu was determined to bring her into her team. She might become a capable lieutenant. Here, I took some vegetables along the way for you to eat. After speaking, Xinyu pulled a radish and a cabbage from her arms and handed them to Jiang Shui. Thank you, benefactor. Chill, don't wake them. Go to sleep early. Jiang Shui nodded, tears brimming in her eyes, looking at Xinyu. She silently vowed to repay Xinyu once she had the chance. Chapter 12. I see you're crying from happiness. The next morning, everyone in the magistrate's residence was gathered in the courtyard. On the platform sat a man with a square face and an imposing presence, his sharp gaze scanning over the servants before him. Speak. Who exactly is it? Colluding with outsiders no less. To have emptied out our magistrate's warehouse. After finishing, the clerk coughed angrily twice. Clerk, not only the warehouse. Our kitchen has been emptied as well. Clean as a whistle. Not even a rotten leaf of vegetable left behind. What malicious hearts these people have. Guards, get over here. Tell me what happened. Guard Qianchuan was utterly perplexed. Everyone in Huanghua County knew that magistrate didn't accept bribes. He led an honest life with coarse tea and simple meals every day, poor as pickled tofu and scallions. How could Qianchuan have predicted that someone would dare steal from the magistrate's house? Last night, after having just a little wine, he had fallen asleep in a daze. I don't know either, clerk. If someone really came, surely someone would have heard them. Though there wasn't much, leaving without being noticed would be far from easy. The clerk agreed with Qianchuan's logic, but the items were still inexplicably gone. And now he was starving. The magistrate woke up early and was already busy handing out alms in the city. He hadn't the faintest clue about the theft at his residence. How could he explain this if the magistrate returned? At this moment, a familiar pounding sound came from outside the door. Clang! Chu Mohan kicked open the wooden door with one foot, humming a little tune as he cheerfully walked into the yard. Hey, clerk, why have you gathered everyone so early in the morning? Are you about to announce some good news? Upon hearing this, the clerk frowned, looking utterly aggrieved. Master, we've been robbed. The storehouse and the kitchen have been cleaned out. These bandits are truly audacious. Too audacious. Chu Mohan barely held back a laugh. Rob their storehouse? Were they kidding? Everything in the whole warehouse wouldn't be worth 10 taels of silver. What was there to steal? And then the kitchen. His father ate plain food and didn't indulge in fish or meat. Was it worth taking the risk to steal such things? That's settled, clerk. Let everyone go back to work. They stole. Who cares? Anyway, the storehouse is as poor as a bell ringing empty. Have everyone get back to their duties and leave me alone to sleep. But master, all the servants above and below haven't eaten yet. Chu Mohan sighed, waving the fan in his hand. Head to Zhao Family Inn and order on credit. Just put it on my tab. Upon hearing this, the clerk suddenly became delighted, not further questioning where the master got his money. At last, he could finally have a taste of something other than rice porridge every day. His mouth was getting tired of being so bland. Chu Mohan closed his eyes, humming his little tune as he pushed the door open and made his way towards his favorite redwood master chair, ready to sit down. But just as he was about to do so, he heard Qin Feng calling from behind. Master, what is it? Chu Mohan plopped down onto the chair, and Qin Feng immediately lunged forward, becoming a human stool. Look around you, master. Is this your room? Huh. Looking around, Chu Mohan slapped himself. Not dreaming. Definitely not. He stepped outside. The scenery matched. It was indeed his own room. So why was everything missing? Even the wooden box where he stored promissory notes was gone. The thief must have been real. Someone, come here. Hearing the master shout, the rest of the servants and guards all rushed in. Seeing the room completely empty, they were all speechless. This must have been some divine spirit, coming and going unseen, even managing to take away the cabinets and beds. They hadn't slept deeply last night. How did they not hear a thing? Who on earth dares to rob even my Chu Mohan's chamber? Unbelievable. Totally unacceptable. Chu Mohan's eyes were bulging with rage. He felt challenged, insulted. Qin Feng beside him patted him on the shoulder and whispered into his ear. Master, did you lose that box of yours too? Yes. What was inside that box? Promissory notes. And how does losing it benefit you? Don't need to pay it back? Haha. No more debts. Who did this? Haha. Find this person. I'll reward him greatly. The servants stared dumbfounded as the master's attitude took an abrupt turn. Didn't hear clearly, did you? Everyone nodded. That thief stole all my promissory notes. Now I owe nothing. Haha. In total, it was several tens of thousands of taels. Finally, I can sleep soundly tonight. Upon hearing this, quite a few servants began crying quietly. Chu Mohan patted one of their shoulders, smiling, and said, Uncle Lee, you should also rejoice for me. I no longer have any external debt. Haha. What am I happy about? Those promissory notes were mine too. It was my hard-earned money from 10 years of cleaning the latrines at the magistrate's office. Whoa. Chu Mohan forgot. Nearly half the servants in his home had lent him money. Although it wasn't morally right, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He wondered, what kind of foolish thief would even take away the promissory notes too? Was it because they wanted to use stolen money to pay off his debts? Haha. Tears streamed down Chu Mohan's face as he laughed. He patted Uncle Lee and said, Uncle Lee, rest assured, I will definitely find the promissory notes back for you and give you all a satisfactory answer. Look at me, tears are streaming down my face already. Aren't I sincere enough? Uncle Lee responded sarcastically. I see that you're crying tears of joy. Walking down the street, Chu Mohan felt the streets were much quieter than usual. Looking out of the city walls, the yellow sandstorm was getting closer. It could very well reach Huangyue County by tonight. At the city gate, Chu Tianyi was still overseeing the porridge distribution tent. This diligent attitude made Chu Mohan feel somewhat heartbroken. What good is being an honest official if no one appreciates it? You're so incompatible with this corrupt dynasty. If not for the protection of second uncle, father probably wouldn't have been able to continue as county magistrate long ago. Gazing toward the capital, Chu Mohan's eyes flashed with anger. Qin Feng, how about we flee as refugees? Let's head towards the capital, shall we? Excellent idea, young master. The capital has high terrain, making it difficult for the sandstorms to reach. Also, water resources are abundant there, and there's hardly any drought situation. It's a great place for settling down. So start helping me buy real estate and land around the capital. Remember, we need to proceed slowly and cautiously. Don't let anyone notice anything unusual. Yes. Qin Feng was Chu Mohan's most trusted guard. Though the two shared no blood ties, their bond was strong. Over the years, various businesses such as shops, auction houses, and wine lodges were all managed by Qin Feng on his behalf. Chu Mohan knew well that although many people lurked in the shadows watching him and his father closely, few paid attention to their servants nearby. Under the scorching sunlight, the occasional cicada song echoed in his ears when suddenly, a young woman dressed in plain white embroidered clothing, her hair elegantly pinned into a Suishuan bun, appeared before Chu Mohan like a fiery spark against the daylight. Chapter 13. Ordering a whole menu. The butler saw the familiar look in the master's eyes and knew he must have taken a fancy to some girl from another family. Unfortunate girl, whoever she is, to dare loitering on the streets during broad daylight. Qin Feng, did you see that? A stunning beauty. No heavy makeup. No ostentatious or contrived fashion. Her clothes are so simple, yet her demeanor surpasses that of ordinary people. Those bright, twinkling eyes and features as if carved by a top craftsman into a fine piece. With her black hair like the tranquil night sky. She's absolutely beautiful. Qin Feng replied extremely casually with a slight bow. The master is right. Indeed, she is beautiful, breathtakingly so. Just then, Xinyu came out of the house holding a bag of sweet potatoes. Her light steps and pure, adorable side face left a deep impression in Chu Mohan's heart. In this reborn life, all he had focused on was revenge, tirelessly building his business and power every day, never letting any woman enter his heart. But upon seeing Xinyu, he truly felt an impulsive sensation. Young lady, please stop. Seeing Xinyu continue walking as though she hadn't heard him, Chu Mohan lightly tapped his folding fan. Intriguing, this young lady is truly different from others. He quickly stepped behind Xinyu and gently patted her shoulder. Who would have thought Xinyu threw the sweet potato into the air and executed a reverse grapple? She pressed Chu Mohan down onto the ground and leaned forward, dropping the sweet potato neatly back into her basket in one smooth, lightning-fast motion. Qin Feng didn't even have time to react. Ouch, ouch, young lady, please show mercy. Wait, this profile seems somewhat familiar. Xinyu looked carefully. It wasn't that foolish rich kid Chu Mohan? She had originally intended to give him a harsh lesson, but remembering the many promissory notes in her possession, decided to spare him for now, possibly useful later. Ah, it's Master Chu. Sorry for not looking clearly enough. Xinyu smiled kindly and cautiously helped Chu Mohan brush off the dust from his body. How dare you? How dare you harm our young master? Do you know who he is? Inside, Xinyu sneered. What identity? The king of debts. A real-life wastrel. Shut up. Chu Mohan reprimanded sharply and kicked Qin Feng. When I was getting beaten, you didn't react. And now you want to hog the limelight. Get lost. If you scare the beauty, I'll kill you tonight. Then he turned and looked at Xinyu with flattery, waved his fan, putting on airs as the graceful young master. Miss, may I inquire about your name? Xinyu. Then, today it was my offense against the miss. Let me treat you to a table at Hongxiu Tower as an apology. What do you think about that? Seeing Chu Mohan's passionate gaze and overbearing charm, Xinyu nodded. Since you want to flaunt wealth, today I'll make sure to fleece you. You're hardly short of just a bit more debt anyway. All right, I will tell you beforehand, don't judge by my slim build. I have quite the appetite. Chu Mohan laughed loudly, finding the petite Xinyu amusing. Big appetite? How much could you possibly eat? At the private room in the Hongxiu Tower, Chu Mohan grandly placed a dark red menu before Xinyu. Order anything. Looking at Chu Mohan's generous appearance, Xinyu couldn't help but suppress a smile, but still gave him another chance. Do you mean really anything? Hearing this, Chu Mohan frowned slightly, displeased. Isn't this mocking his reputation as the #1 playboy of Huanghua County? Just order anything. He emphasized word by word. Shen Yu satisfied nodded and handed the menu to the waiter, calmly saying, Fry everything. Chu Mohan. Qin Feng. Waiter. Customer, what did you say? I didn't quite hear. Cook the whole menu. Fry everything on it, understand? Chu Mohan's expression immediately stiffened, while Qin Feng nearby saw the pitiful look on his master's face and covered his mouth to suppress his laughter. The waiter hesitated. Chu Mohan already owed them over 300 taels. Add the dishes from this meal, and it neared 400 taels. For a small tavern, how can they afford such credit? Daring not to speak, the waiter quietly retreated to report the situation to the innkeeper. Knock knock knock. Enter. After entering, the innkeeper directly knelt down and beseeched Chu Mohan with pleading eyes. Master Chu, our little tavern makes less than 400 taels in a year. You've cost us our annual profit. We might not be able to survive. This time, could we not add another IOU? The innkeeper's tone carried a desperate plea, missing only prostrating himself before Chu Mohan. Upon seeing this, Chu Mohan's face grew cold and sharp like a blade. What do you mean? You think I have no money? Can't pay you back? Or am I bringing friends to support your business, and you're deliberately trying to embarrass me and make me lose face? Chu Mohan clenched his fists tightly, bloodshot eyes making him look like a fierce beast about to explode. Qin Feng, start smashing. Any trouble, it's on my second uncle's head. Yes. The butler? What a great nephew of the Prime Minister. Let me thank you on behalf of the Prime Minister. Far away in the capital, Chu Tianren sneezed hard in his sleep. Qin Feng walked outside, kicked open the door of a nearby private room with his foot, and startled the guests inside. They were ready to protest, but fell silent after seeing Qin Feng. Get out. My young master is unhappy today. No one gets to eat peacefully. After speaking, Qin Feng directly overturned the table, causing an incessant clatter of sounds. The innkeeper slapped himself harshly. Master Chu, I apologize. It's all my fault. Please tell your guard to stop, or my little shop will go out of business. Chu Mohan coldly snorted without acknowledging. Why are you still standing here? Go out and continue smashing. Chu Mohan glared furiously at the butler. Yes, young master. The innkeeper knelt down, huge tears falling onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Young master, don't smash anymore. The meal is being prepared. Won't you forgive me the cost? Chu Mohan squatted down and grabbed the innkeeper by the neck. No cost. Still looking down on me. Do I lack these dozens of taels of silver? He kicked the innkeeper, then skillfully walked over to the table, picked up the brush, and swiftly wrote another promissory note. O's Hongxiu Tower 50 taels. Signature, Chu Mohan, June 20th of Dade year 28, guaranteed by second uncle. Upon finishing, he blew dry the note and placed it in front of the innkeeper. See that? Promissory note written. Get out. Bring the food faster. If we're delayed, I'll set fire to your tavern. Shen Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer and found the clattering sound quite noisy, so she spoke up. Stop smashing. It's too loud. Running a business isn't easy for them. Chu Mohan laughed, put the promissory note into his bosom, and shouted loudly. Since the beauty pleads for you, I'll let you off once. Stop smashing. Wait outside. Don't let anyone enter. Yes, young master. The innkeeper looked at Shen Yu gratefully. Thank you, miss, for speaking on my behalf. Thank you, sir, for showing mercy. Chapter 14. You know you're such a sucker yourself. It wasn't long before the dishes were all served, filling 2 tables with about 40 courses. Most of them were meat-based. Eat quickly. Look how thin you are. You should eat more, but don't overeat. I've prepared a cup of tea for you that will cut through the greasiness. Meeting in this chaotic world is also a kind of destiny. Shen Yu occasionally glanced at Chu Mohan, expecting him to slip some poison into the tea. Surprisingly, he did nothing. Didn't those people say yesterday that Master Chu was quite lustful? Could it be that the incense burner contained seductive incense? She sniffed carefully, and it was just ordinary sandalwood incense. Stop looking, there's no drug. A gentleman may appreciate beauty, but takes it within proper limits. If someone doesn't fancy me, I won't force her. What I need is resonance on a spiritual level. Upon hearing this, it really seemed as if he had the demeanor of an elegant young master. However, Shen Yu didn't care much about it. What she needed to think about now was how to knock Chu Mohan out soon and take all these foods away. Young sir probably has no need to worry about food or warmth every day and can thus search for soulmates. As for us refugees, we do not even know where our next meal comes from, let alone feeling the same way as you. Chu Mohan smiled, pouring hot water into his teacup. Instantly, a fragrant aroma dispersed. Looking at the tea leaves inside his teacup, Chu Mohan seemed to recall his former self. He had been no different, destiny held tightly by others. But judging from this woman's eloquence sitting in front of him, she wasn't just any common peasant girl, nor were her combat skills achievable by an average person. The winds in the city is raging wildly, and there's a high chance it might be submerged within a few days. The county of Huangyu probably won't be inhabitable anymore. Do you have a good place to go? No, I'll just take one step at a time. Why think so far ahead? Last night, I nearly got my head chopped off by bandits. We still don't know how tonight will end up. After finishing speaking, Shen Yu snatched a chicken leg and started eating quickly, without any of the grace typically associated with ladies. For some reason, Chu Mohan felt that Shen Yu was very genuine, unlike everyone around him. There are many wandering civilians in the city, and it's normal for mountain bandits to mix in. Are you living alone? Shen Yu shook her head, and then picked another piece of fresh fish meat. I live together with my family in a rundown yard. You certainly look pretty, so in the future when you go out during the day to buy food, be more careful. It's not always possible to bump into suckers like me. With that comment, Shinyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She didn't expect this spoiled young master to have some self-awareness after all. You know you're such a sucker yourself. Chu Mohan laughed again and handed the tea to the table in front of Shinyu. Any rational person knows a young girl cannot eat this much. Drink your tea, and I'll arrange for the rest to be packed for you. Take the food and leave quickly. Then, he returned to his seat, his expression no longer sinister as before. His bright eyes revealed a touch of melancholy. Shinyu drained her tea in one sip, while Chu Mohan called Qin Feng to help pack all the food. Satisfied, Shinyu prepared to leave with her full wicker basket, her initial stereotypical impressions of Chu Mohan gradually changing a little. Oh right, take this wooden token with you. If anyone tries to bother you later, show them this. They'll likely back off when they see it. On the dark wooden plaque, a Shun character was carved. It appeared to be of excellent quality. Master, isn't this the token given to you by the Prime Minister? Are you? Qin Feng's eyes seemed as though he was looking at an infatuated fool, not only spending money ordering all these dishes for the lady, but also giving her his most precious token. Shut up. Stop worrying about my business. Qin Feng, go already. We'll meet again when the fates allow. Looking at Chu Mohan's calm smile, Shinyu found this man harder to read. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to hurry back. After being out for so long, she had no idea what condition her father and others were in, whether they had been bullied or not. Watching Shinyu leave nonchalantly, the housekeeper furrowed his brows as he entered. Master, this isn't like you, letting her go like that. What do you understand? This is called playing hard to get. The steward looked at Qin Feng briefly, intending to say something in opposition, but seeing Qin Feng's muscled body, he could only curse silently. All right, both of you get out. I'm tired. Master, isn't Sir overseeing disaster relief efforts nearby? Don't you want to go and see? Huh? Can't you hear me? You dog. Out with you. Seeing the master angry, the housekeeper quickly forced a laugh. Don't be upset, master. Your humble servant will leave immediately. Will leave immediately. Qin Feng hurriedly pulled him out the door. What are you going to do? If you plan on dying, please don't drag me along. Master goes insane every now and then. And you know this. So why can't you keep your mouth shut? The steward nodded silently and left, feeling that he would be tortured to death by Chu Mohan sooner or later. Shinyu, carrying the basket on her back, carefully walked towards the direction of the dilapidated house. Once she made sure no one was following her, she entered. After entering, she saw that Jiang Shui and the others hadn't left yet, and for a moment, she felt somewhat relieved. Big sister, you're back. Didn't you run into any bad people? Shiyu ran over with concern, circling around her sister to ensure she wasn't hurt before showing a smile. Shiyu, don't worry. Big sister's fine. Look what good things Big sister has brought back for all of you. Upon hearing there was food, Bayu quickly joined as well, as Shinyu pulled out one wrapped parcel after another from the basket, and upon seeing that they were all meat dishes, Shunen and Fanning Shua both furrowed their brows. Shunen quickly pulled Yue to the side and whispered, Yue, how did you bring back so many dishes from the tavern? That must have cost quite a lot of silver, right? We don't have much money, so we really need to save where we can. Just being able to eat every meal is already enough for your father and me. Shinyu smiled and gently shook her father's arm. Daddy, these are all free. I didn't spend any money. Let's eat quickly before they go bad by tomorrow. And if we don't eat now, someone might just come and snatch it away soon. Hearing this, Shunen immediately pulled Fanning Shue over. In the corner, the sounds of Jiang Shui and the others swallowing their saliva could clearly be heard. Shinyu turned around and saw the fearful yet longing eyes of the two children, making her heart ache with pity. Miss Shun, sorry to bother you again, but we may have to stay here for one more night. My second sister seems to have caught a cold and can't walk. Upon hearing this, Shinyu went straight over, despite her parents trying to stop her, fearing some contagious disease. On the road escaping famine, illness was the worst thing to encounter. If someone got sick, it almost always meant certain death. Chapter 15, Healing Ability. Miss Shun, what are you doing? As she watched Miss Shinyu touch her second sister's forehead, and then seem lost in thought, Jiang Shui became excited. Could it be that this young lady also knows medicine? Don't talk. Let me examine your second sister's pulse further. Jiang Shui quickly covered her mouth and made space for Shinyu. Shunen and Fanning Shue also looked anxiously at their daughter. Had the living Buddha appeared to their daughter again last night? Shinyu knew nothing about medical skills. A simple bandage was fine, but diagnosing illness wasn't her forte. But she had the healing ability. Treating a common cold was as easy as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. Shinyu tried using her healing ability, channeling her power through her fingertips and pressing them onto the woman's pulse. She could even clearly feel the woman's heartbeat, the movement of her intestines, and the speed of her blood flow. It was incredible. At this moment, Shinyu felt like she had opened the door to a whole new world. No need to worry. Your second sister just has a common cold. I happen to have some pills here to treat colds. Give them to her, let her sleep, and she should be cured when she wakes up. After saying this, Shinyu took out a Malhisu pill and put it into the woman's mouth, making her swallow it with the mineral water from the bamboo container. Thank you, Miss Shin's great kindness. Jiang will definitely repay you one day. Shinyu smiled and waved, pointing toward the delicious food where her parents were. If you want to repay me, do it soon. Look over there. There's so much food we can't possibly finish by ourselves. Bring your children and clansmen to help us eat it. Otherwise, all this food will spoil tomorrow, and I hate waste most. Shinyu frowned, looking quite concerned. This. Jiang Shui knew that Shen Yu was intentionally saying this, worried they might feel awkward about eating. What this means? You're a big man leading a group of women and children, yet you're being indecisive. Hurry up. Jiang Shui gratefully nodded, silently vowing that henceforth her life belonged to Shen Yu. Whether climbing swords or jumping into boiling oil, she wouldn't fear anything. Shen En and Fanning Shui weren't stingy people either. After spending a day with Jiang Shui and his group, they knew they had no ill intentions and thus graciously gave up their spots for them. That's right, everyone come and eat. Don't be shy. It's better to finish than waste. Seeing how skinny Jiang Shui's two kids were, almost skin and bones, Fanning Shui compassionately placed a large piece of meat on the child's bowl. The children gratefully looked at the uncles and aunts in front of them, feeling they were very kind. Tears dropped into the bowls while they ate. Good child, don't cry, keep eating. There's rice if you're still hungry. Auntie will serve more. Seeing this, Shen patted his wife's arm, hinting she shouldn't say any more, but allow the children time to digest. Meanwhile, Shen Yu sat among the straw in the corner, feeling the immense strength of her healing ability. She could sense the physical condition of everyone within a 3-meter radius. With just a light touch, she could cure some diseases. On the contrary, if she wished, she could make someone's heart stop beating or sever the connection between the kidneys and the body at any time. In short, she could quietly kill someone without anyone noticing. This ability was too powerful. No wonder so many apocalypse lords had fought over this fruit. Shen Yu smirked arrogantly, this time truly getting an amazing bargain. Just as Shen Yu was feeling proud, a burly man kicked the wooden door open. Shen Yu was furious. In 2 days, this was the 3rd time someone had kicked her door? Why did some useless troublemakers always bother her? Her eyes filled with killing intent, a sneer forming at the corners of her mouth, deciding to test her healing ability with these 3 men. At that moment, Jiang Shui and Shen En picked up nearby steel knives, ready to rush over. Umph, little brat, still pulling out a knife? After saying this, the giant pulled out a crossbow from behind him. The other 2 men also mockingly drew their crossbows from their backs. Earlier, wasn't it you who ate all that stuff from a basket? The man pointed at Shen Yu, his gaze extremely contemptuous. Hey, stop eating. We're robbing you. Show a little respect for our profession. The man fired the trigger at the thatched roof. The arrow hit the wall and bounced back, stabbing another person's shoulder. Shen Yu, what a genius to rob during daylight with such intelligence. Bao Yu and Shi Yu couldn't hold back their laughter. Bits of chives stuck between their teeth. Stop laughing. Hand over your money and food, and I'll let you go. Don't even think about resisting. My aim is perfect. Shen Yu snorted, grabbing a handful of sand behind her and flinging it fiercely. You're asking for it, little girl. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows missed entirely. Shen Yu helplessly shook her head and delivered a punch to the heart of the man leading the group. The moment of contact triggered her healing ability. The man's heart stopped beating. In the blink of an eye, he fell down, breathless and with a vacant gaze. The other 2 didn't have time to react before they each took a blow to their left and right kidneys. They instantly felt as though all energy was drained from their bodies. There was no way they could pull the trigger. Their faces pale, they lacked the strength even to stand. The entire combat lasted less than 5 breaths. By the time Shen En and Jiang Shui holding steel knives reached Shen Yu's side, the fight had already ended. Shen En and Jiang Shui were so tense that they couldn't find words. How could 3 strong men be dead just like that? Miss Shen, you're too formidable. At such a young age, your skills are extraordinary. Jiang Shui wiped cold sweat from her forehead, feeling that Shen Yu was simply a killing god who could take her life with the slightest movement. Shen Yu scratched her head and shyly smiled. I know medicine, and I understand the weaknesses of the human body. When dealing with such people, we cannot afford to hesitate. Who can guarantee that if we give them food and silver, they will leave us alone? Jiang Shui and Shen En nodded in agreement. Indeed, in these turbulent times, showing mercy to others is tantamount to being irresponsible to oneself and one's family. Moreover, they intruded upon them willingly. Who would allow intruders into their homes, expecting to surrender their wives? Miss Shen is correct. If I hadn't been so kind-hearted, our Jiang family wouldn't have come to this state. Big brother Jiang, what's done is done. What's important now is eating well. We will leave tonight. Upon hearing these words, both Jiang Shui and Shen En were taken aback. Are we not staying in the city for a couple more days? Shen Yu bitterly laughed and shook her head, pointing at the sky outside. The yellow sand swirls, and it has already piled up 1 meter high near the city walls. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? The roads may become invisible, making it impossible to escape. Can humans ever outrun the wind? Chapter 16. I spent a full tale of silver. A whole tale. After listening to Shen Yu's explanation, Shen En and Jiang Shui nodded in agreement. Although Shen En was not young, he had been farming for a long time and had very little experience with fleeing famine. He even seemed somewhat naive compared to Shen Yu. Alright, let's pack up our things in a bit and leave before the city gate closes at dawn. After saying that, Shen En and Fanning Shui started packing. Bao Yu and Shi Yu stopped eating as well and helped their parents stuff everything into the backpacks. Hearing that Shen Yu was leaving, Jiang Shui felt a little disheartened. If she could go with Shen Yu, then maybe all the people of her Jiang family could survive and reach the capital. But with so many of them, they would only be a burden. At that moment, yellow sand filled the air outside the city walls, and Magistrate Chu sighed helplessly while standing by the city gate. Alas, heaven is determined to destroy us in Yellow Moon County. The wind and sand are so intense, they might submerge the entire county. The clerk observed his expressions carefully and cautiously approached to say, Magistrate, let's close the gruel booths. Every time we open the lid, it's full of sand inside. And perhaps the city gates should be closed as well. By now, sand already covered the streets up to ankle deep. The magistrate helplessly nodded. Tell the guards to close the gates. Notify everyone tomorrow morning to evacuate immediately. Yellow Moon County can no longer be stayed in. The clerk nodded. Magistrate, shouldn't we also prepare and set off? You must guarantee your own safety to continue protecting these commoners later. Go ahead, pack up. Make sure you lock Imohan that bastard up. Don't let him out until tomorrow morning. Yes. At the city gate, the guards were ready to close the doors holding their spears, when the sound of a man shouting came through the blowing sands. Official, sir, please don't close the gate. Wait for us. Xinyang was dragging his son and daughter-in-law and dashed under the closing gate. Old Lady Xin and granddaughter Xin Zhaodi were shut outside. The old woman, furious, pinched her granddaughter hard on the arm. It's all because of you, you wretch. On the road, you kept complaining about leg pain or foot pain. So pretentious. What are we going to do now? Old Lady Xin quickly began knocking on the door loudly. Second son, talk nicely to the official soldiers. Let us in. Hearing the loud knocking, the guards furrowed their brows. Lieutenant, this old woman is so noisy. Why not just cut her down? Upon hearing this, Xinyang frowned. Although he didn't have much affection for his mother and didn't care about his daughter's life either, the last piece of good cured pork was still in old Lady Shen's backpack. Guard, sir, out there are my mother and my daughter. Could you possibly make an exception and let them in? It's not easy for us as refugees. Seeing Xinyang begging like that, the guard smirked disdainfully. You want me to open the gate? Who exactly do you think you are? That I didn't skewer you is already courtesy enough. Go away. Song Qingwei desperately tugged at Xinyang's sleeve, and her nearby son was almost crying too. Husband, let's go. We'll die here if we stay. Our stream waits for someone to continue the Song family lineage. Yet Xinyang still couldn't bear to part with that piece of cured pork. Smiling obsequiously, he pulled out one tael of silver and handed it over to the guard. Guard, sir, take this as a token for tea. Please kindly give me a favor and let my mother and daughter come in. Our family really has it hard. After receiving the silver, the guard coldly scoffed. If you'd shown your silver earlier, it wouldn't have wasted my breath. The guard opened a crack in the gate, and old Lady Xin and Shun Zhaodi rushed inside head first. Thank you, all the guard sirs. Xinyang gave an icy snort and led his son away from the gate. Mother, hurry up and keep up. Don't get left behind again. For you, I just spent a tael of silver. A full tael. Looking at old Lady Shun, Song Qingwei wasn't nearly as polite anymore, her eyes showing a hint of contempt. So old, yet a complete burden on the journey as a refugee, she ate like a pig. Previously, when the eldest brother was still around, they could rely on taking money from the old lady, but now without the eldest brother, this old woman was utterly useless. Ouch! With a clang, the old woman screamed loudly and fell heavily onto the ground. Xinyang turned back and his expression grew even more severe. Previously, he thought his mother was perfect in every way, but now looking at her, she was nothing but a burden. What are you standing there for? Help me up. I think my knee is hurt. Xinyang furrowed his brow and lifted the old lady up. Blood was streaming down her leg. Upon closer inspection, where the old lady had fallen, there was actually a sharp shard of teacup, probably thrown by someone. There shouldn't be any major issue, mother. Let's find a place to settle down first. We don't know where we'll sleep tonight. Although the old lady was unhappy, she had no choice but to accept the situation for now. After reaching a remote, seemingly uninhabited courtyard in the county, Xinyang pushed open the door. Inside, 3 to 5 big men looked at them with confusion. Sorry, we didn't know there were people here. We'll leave immediately. Hold it. Do you know what kind of place this is? You just come and go as you please. The man finished speaking and hurled his cleaver, lodging it firmly into the wooden door. At the sight, Xinyang was nearly frightened out of his wits, stunned in place, not knowing what to do. What are we going to do, husband? Song Qingwei clutched her son's arm anxiously, trembling all over because of her nerves. Put the backpack down. The man carried a steel knife, smirking as he walked up to them. How could grandmother Xin bear to put down the backpack? For the vegetables inside, she had risked everything, dividing the household from her eldest son and carrying it such a long distance. And now they wanted her to give it up? Young man, don't be unreasonable. If you're hungry, we can give you some, or else how would we survive? Won't we starve to death? Hearing this, the man scratched his ear and placed the cleaver against Xinyang's neck. Old hag, stop wasting my time. I'll tell you again. Put the backpack down, or your son loses his head. Xinyang wet his pants from fright, trembling as he shouted. Give it to him. Just hand it over. With the cold blade pressing against his neck, Xinyang wished he could rip his own mother in half. Seeing the menacing look on the man's face, grandmother Xin reluctantly handed over the backpack. She had thought that the villagers schemed against each other, but who knew that in the city, everyone turned out to be bandits? How would they even survive from now on? Upon seeing that the backpack only contained rotten sweet potatoes and radishes, the man was furious. He had expected something valuable, but instead found nothing but garbage. Sir, we've given you the stuff. Can we go now? Xinyang asked cautiously, fearing the man might slash his neck at any moment. Leave? Think you can leave just like that for these rotten sweet potatoes? Crawl through our crotches. Then we'll let you go. The man saw Xinyang's weak frame and guessed he was a scholar, a type of person he hated most in his life. His wife had left him too, choosing to run off with a scholarly-looking young man. Those around, upon hearing this, began to egg him on. That's right. Crawl through our crotches if you want to go. Otherwise, your wife stays here tonight. A short, sharp-faced man leered wickedly at Song Qingwei. making Shun Yang's heart race with fear. Chapter 17. All the supplies of Huangyue County are mine now. You, what are you going to do? The eldest daughter, Shun Zhaodi, looked in terror at the several big men around her and wanted to run, but her grandmother tightly held her wrist. What? Didn't I say it? Let your father crawl under my crotch. That would be the end of today's matter. I keep my word and let you go. The leading man looked proudly at Xinyang and vented all his anger over his wife running away with the scholarly young man onto Xinyang. Seeing that the lives of his entire family were in his hands, Xinyang was reluctant to put down the scholar's heirs, but there was nothing he could do. I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel by then, you'll lose your chance. 3. With a thud, Xinyang knelt down directly. Shun Laotai and Song Qingyue relaxed their tight nerves, panting heavily, filled with joy at surviving the ordeal. Xinyang gritted his teeth, slowly crawling forward, all his resentment in his heart blaming his brother's family entirely. If it weren't for their insistence on dividing the family, would he have fallen to such a plight? A half-step scholar, and he had to resort to crawling under someone else's pants. I feel like my shoes are so dirty. Scholar, lick the dust off them for me. If I'm feeling generous, I might give you guys some sweet potatoes. Ha ha. The man, watching Xinyang submit beneath his feet, felt an inexplicable joy. The knot in his heart over his wife eloping with the young scholar seemed to have loosened as well. But tears of helplessness streamed down Xinyang's eyes, thinking about how many years he had lived so proudly. Where had he ever endured such humiliation? Brother, we've crawled through. Why not just chop him off? One of the strong men walked up, his gaze fixed straight on Song Qingyue. Hey, hold your hand. What has gotten into you people? I said I'd let them go, and I'll stick to my word. The man pulled out 2 sweet potatoes from his basket and casually tossed them to the group. Scram. Next time if you're not careful, you won't keep your lives. Yes, yes, yes. Thank the master for sparing our lives. The group hurriedly ran to the street. By now, the strong wind on the street could almost blow the frail Zhaodi away. She could only instinctively grab her grandma's clothes. Foolish girl, let go. I can barely walk myself without dragging you along. Grandma, don't hit me. If I let go, I'll be blown away. I don't want to die. Her eyes were full of hot tears, looking at the gate exit ahead, suddenly wondering why some figures appeared so familiar. Xinyang's mind was quite restless, glaring fiercely at Laotai. He shouted loudly. That is your granddaughter. What harm does pulling her cause? One more person alive means one more path to survival on the road. Got it, mother. That's still your daughter. Why didn't you drag her too? Do you know my knees are injured? Where would I find extra strength for this dead girl? After some thought, Shen Laotai did not dare to say these words out loud. This second son had just been humiliated severely. Who knows what crazy thing could result from his anger? Mother, perhaps we should not spend the night in the city. We can directly leave Huangyue County and find a broken temple instead. Who knows what will happen when we wake up tomorrow morning? Hearing the analysis from her daughter-in-law, the old lady thought it made sense. However, this daughter-in-law usually never spoke much. She was a quiet type, now showing a bit of the demeanor of a head of the household. 3 hours later, the sandstorm in the county became increasingly severe. Even the city gates locked with door bolts were overturned by the violent wind. The sand in the courtyard of the magistrate's residence had already piled up to ankle deep. Upon seeing this, the magistrate gathered everyone in his house and started preparing to flee. There were very few supplies in the house. They could even leave without tidying up anything. The only valuable item was the magistrate's seal, besides the family carriage. But the carriage couldn't leave due to the excessive depth of the sand. Emohan, take your mother with you. Make sure nothing happens to her, understood? Then Chu Tianyi picked up the copper gong, ready to notify the townsfolk to evacuate. The secretary quickly stopped him. If he died, wouldn't the prime minister send someone to chase after him until the ends of the earth? Magistrate, this isn't the time for rash actions. Look, the sandstorm has black sand mixed in. It shows the eye of the storm is getting closer. If we don't leave soon, it could cost us our lives. The secretary tightly held onto his sleeve, staring tearfully at him, yet the magistrate resolutely shook his head again. No way. As a parent official, I cannot look after the safety of my own people. How could I have the face to continue serving? As he spoke, Chu Tianyi collapsed onto the secretary. What? Before the secretary could react, he heard Chu Imohan's voice. Hurry up and carry my father. We really can't delay any longer. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. Right away. The secretary carried Chu Tianyi, taking the lead as they quickly ran outside the city walls. With the wall blocking some of the wind, the sandstorm became a little less severe, and the road ahead became clearer. Master, where should we head now? Chu Imohan pointed toward the direction of the capital. Where else would we go? The capital is safe. We'll seek out my second uncle. A mother's brother is the greatest support. How could he refuse to take us in? Mrs. Chu smiled at her son's words, moved by them. Hunter, you've finally grown up. Mother, when we get to the capital, you must make sure uncle looks after me well. He needs to give me no less than 100 taels of silver every day. I'll leave my name among the gambling dens and taverns of the capital. Everyone. Mrs. Chu, I'm willing to eat plain meals for 7 days straight to retract what I just said. The steward smiled. This was the young master he knew, born with a rogue's heart, completely unrelated to maturity or responsibility. Gradually, the citizens inside the city also sensed something was wrong and rushed out as fast as they could. Shen Yu and her group had left early and were already far away from the onslaught of the sandstorm. They comfortably rested in an inconspicuous mountain cave, drinking divine spring water. Looking at Huangyue County, which was about to be swallowed by the sandstorm, Shun sighed deeply with regret. Ah, too bad. If only we'd known this would happen. We should have waited longer and scavenged more food while everything was chaotic. Fanning Snow patted her husband's back. Well, stop thinking about it. I know you're worried about us starving on the road, but there's no medicine for regret in this world. The supplies we have in our baskets will last us quite a while. Her parents' conversation reminded Xinyu of something important. There may be no regret pills in the world, but she had her special ability. She could instantly move to Huangyue County and then back again in the blink of an eye. Father, mother, the water in our bamboo flasks is almost gone. I heard what sounded like water not far away. Let me go check it out. Wan-Yi-san, let me come with you. If anything dangerous happens, I can protect you. Bao Yu looked earnestly at his sister, fearing something might happen along the way. Bao Yu, stay here in the cave. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget, I'm protected by divine blessings. With that, Xinyu jogged off swiftly from the cave. All the supplies of Huangyue County. They're all mine now. Chapter 18. Sister, did you really hunt this sheep? Although most of the valuable items were taken away, some things were still overlooked, such as scattered silver bills on the ground and the servants' private belongings that hadn't been gathered yet. The kitchen was full of fat fish and fresh vegetables, all of which had not been taken. She even discovered a huge grain storehouse in a 3-section courtyard. Inside, rice and flour were piled up like a small mountain. It would probably last their family for more than 10 years. These rich merchants, they are truly crafty enough to hoard so much food, refusing to help in times of famine, only thinking about profiting from national disasters. Who would have thought I would be the one to seize it instead? So long. In the blink of an eye, Xinyu arrived at a new place. The house was filled with the strong aroma of wine, with jars scattered everywhere. It was clearly a winery. With a wave of her hand, she unhesitatingly took everything into her bag, including beautiful cabinets, chairs, and other pieces of furniture within each estate. She stored them all into her spatial realm. Upon arriving at Anne's residence, these seemingly inconspicuous things proved to have great uses. As soon as she opened her eyes again, the scent of traditional Chinese medicine hit her face. Even though she possessed curative-type abilities, she still needed traditional Chinese medicine to use as cover. Just as Xinyu was about to store all the cabinets and dried herbs of the pharmacy into her space, a man approached carrying a jar of wine, sobbing as he walked. Wah wah wah, this damnable black windstorm. My shop has cost generations of my family countless efforts. Could it really just be buried by sandstorms? And I was counting on earning more money to marry off my children. What can I do now? Bang! The man fiercely threw the wine jar onto the ground, tears unwillingly streaming down his face. Anyway, there's no time left to escape now. I may as well be buried underground along with my herb shop. At least, then I won't need to worry about my children anymore, he said, with tearful eyes gently stroking the dried herbs indoors, his expression profound and brimming with reluctance, as if gazing upon his own children. Xinyu shook her head. She didn't have the time to appreciate the deep affection of the shopkeeper. She instantly teleported behind the shopkeeper and delivered a blow to the back of his neck. After the shopkeeper fell unconscious to the ground, Xinyu absorbed all the herbs inside the room into her space. Before leaving, she took another glance at the shopkeeper lying on the ground. Taking your herbs and saving your life. I've repaid this karmic debt. A moment later, the shopkeeper was tossed by Xinyu to a safe spot in the distant suburbs, along with some baked pancakes and steamed buns placed next to him, enough to feed him for 2 or 3 days. Looking toward the distance, yellow sand began to diffuse towards her direction again. Xinyu frowned, realizing she could not slack off during the coming days and must hurry on her journey. These past few days had worn her out. Her feet were already blistered. Tonight, without fail, she had to boil some water and soak her feet with herbal medicine. Otherwise, her already weakened body wouldn't bear the strain. Within the cave, the 4 members of the Shun family were uneasy. Father, why hasn't elder sister returned yet? I'm a little worried. Shiyu pouted miserably, staring toward the direction of the cave entrance, hoping at any moment to see her elder sister appear before them. Fan Yinshu rested Shiyu's head on her leg. Her young son, despite his tender age, deeply valued sibling bonds, especially cherishing his older sister. Shiyu, don't worry, your elder sister is protected by divine spirits. She will be fine. Bao Yu, hearing his mother's consoling words, nonchalantly walked to the cave entrance but still didn't catch sight of his elder sister. Shannon put the rice in the pot, walking over to Bao Yu. Elder sister should be fine. These storms come in waves, and if we go out looking for her and get lost again, that would only cause more trouble. Listen to father, we'll stay inside the cave and train. Look at those big rocks over there. Pick them up and put them down again to exercise arm strength. If we keep doing this, one day we will surely be able to help our elder sister. Bao Yu clenched his fists tightly, nodding, picking up and putting down the rock repeatedly. Before they knew it, the sky had turned pitch black, and with the sandstorm covering the area, visibility outside the cave entrance was less than 5 feet. Father, mother, it's getting so late, and sister hasn't returned yet? Could something really have happened to her? Shiyu rubbed his eyes, the tears threatening to spill over. Right at that moment, there was a clang outside the cave. Hey, let me see who missed me. Xinyu threw the lamb she had caught onto the ground, placing her basket aside, and cheerfully pulled her 2 younger brothers to her. Shiyu wiped his teary eyes, gazing helplessly at his sister. Sister, I thought something bad had happened to you. Next time, can sister take Shiyu along when you go out? She gently wiped the corner of Shiyu's eyes. All right, Shiyu, remember, you are a real man. Sister and our parents are depending on you to protect us in the future. You can't always cry like this. Xinyu chuckled, pinching Shiyu's nose, and immediately, the little guy's expression became resolute. speaking in his childish tone but delivering unusually mature words. Good. Big sister, rest assured. In the future, I will definitely become the pillar of our family and let everyone live a good life. Shunin smiled and tightly held Fan Yingshue's hand, looking at the three children with relief. Father, go dig a hole. I'll go slaughter the sheep. Once it's done, we'll bury the blood and all that together. Shunin nodded and immediately picked up the steel knife to start digging the hole. Xinyu had thought things through thoroughly. This sheep carried a strong bloody smell, and if it wasn't buried, it would easily attract wild beasts and refugees, especially those who had been starving for a long time with very keen senses. Seeing her daughter skillfully butcher the sheep, Fan Yingxue was filled with many reflections. Let mother do it. If you need me for anything in the future, just say so. I'm not a fragile porcelain bowl, and even if I fall, I won't break. She laughed, taking the knife from Shun Yu's hands and carefully removing the sheepskin almost intact. Mother, keep this hide. It might come in handy when winter arrives. Fan Yingxue nodded, propping up a branch and hanging the sheepskin next to the bonfire. Sister, did you really hunt this sheep? Bao Yu looked at the small, fat lamb sizzling over the fire and turning golden, his mouth watering so much that it almost soaked the ground beneath him. That's right. This sheep must have been starving too. After I chased it for a while, it couldn't run anymore and tried to flee up the mountain, but stumbled and fell. Shiyu's heart was completely focused on his elder sister. He thought his big sister was absolutely amazing. Roasting an entire sheep like this was something he'd never dared to imagine, not even in his dreams. Seeing Shiyu curiously examining the roasted lamb from all angles, Xinyu laughed and patted his little head affectionately. Stop staring and go read a book later. This time when I went up the mountain, I didn't just find food. I also found several books others had discarded. She smiled faintly and glanced at her parents and younger brother. Second brother, father, there seems to be a sword manual inside as well. You two can take a look when you have free time. Really? The two were thrilled, staring at Xinyu. This was the best news they'd heard recently. Having a chance to study a secret manual and master some martial arts to protect their family was their most urgent wish. Father, second brother, I want to learn too. Shiyu can already lift that big cleaver. Seeing how precocious Shiyu was, Xinyu chuckled. Not until you can steadily pick up the hatchet should you talk about it. First, solve the math problems and the book of songs for me. When we settle down somewhere in the future, you'll pass the scholar exam and bring honor to our family. Although Shiyu didn't enjoy studying, he was willing to listen to his elder sister and study hard. Chapter 19. Boil water for soaking feet? How extravagant. Shinin, with his two sons, smiled as he looked at the sword manual in his hands. Xinyu, on the other hand, was attentively roasting the goat in front of her, occasionally sprinkling some seasoning on it. Father, lower it a bit. I can't see some parts. Shiyu struggled to grab the sword manual but was tossed aside by her father, who held her collar. Go away. Go study the mathematical classics instead of hovering around here. Xinyu smiled and flipped the lamb, adding plenty of cumin and chili powder. By now, the lamb had a crispy exterior and an inviting color, so much so that even their mother, who didn't particularly enjoy meat, couldn't resist trying the roasted lamb. Mother, try this. Is the meat tasty? She cut a piece of meat with a dagger and offered it to her mother. Mother, open your mouth and taste it. My stomach isn't well, I can't digest tender meat, and father and the two younger brothers might not notice the subtle differences. If they eat undercooked meat, Yue may have diarrhea again tonight. Upon hearing this, Fan Yingxue quickly opened her mouth. The imported lamb was crispy on the outside and succulent inside. The cumin and chili powder effectively masked the gamey flavor. Moreover, the amount of salt was perfectly controlled. She felt like she could eat the whole sheep herself. Mother, how's the taste? Fan Yingxue nodded happily. It's very good. Father, Bao Yu, Shiyu, stop looking and come eat. Let's finish up early and get to bed. We need to set off early tomorrow morning. Good. This lamb is really fragrant. I've been drooling for a long time. Shiyu grinned as she accepted the lamb leg Xinyu handed over and ate with great satisfaction. So delicious. After tasting a piece, Shinin realized it wasn't a mountain goat. Its meat texture was looser. It seemed yet another food gift from the deities to Yue. He chuckled, aware that his family needed a leader, someone who could guide them all to safety. As they ate, Xinyu noticed something unusual nearby. Father, put down the lamb, let me boil some water. We'll soak our feet tonight to relax, otherwise, we won't be able to move fast tomorrow. As she spoke, she carefully took out a specially designed steel crossbow from her basket. Whoever it is, step out, or I'll take your life. Hearing this, the rest of the Shin family also put down their lamb legs and ran out with machetes in hand. When they saw the group of people outside, everyone fell silent. There were nearly 20 people from a fleeing refugee group, many of whom were familiar faces. Wow, isn't that Shinin? We're fellow villagers. Don't be so excited, put down the crossbow, or if you accidentally press the wrong button, there will be trouble, right? Hee. A plump woman approached Shun Yu and took 2 deep sniffs of the mutton scent on her body. She smiled contentedly at the corner of her lips. At that moment, the village elder also arrived. Seeing it was indeed Shinan, he sighed deeply. These more than 20 villagers had walked for 2 or 3 days and were already utterly exhausted. There had been someone in the village who had worked at a courier company and knew about a nearby cave where they'd once taken shelter from rain. After arriving, they saw the firelight and feared that there were bandits, so they could only look from afar, hoping to figure out the situation before borrowing a night's stay. But unexpectedly, they found acquaintances inside. Shinin, although you've separated from the Shin family, I've watched you grow up since childhood. These are all fellow villagers. Can we spend one night in your cave? Please, I'm begging you. Looking at the elder's face, full of wrinkles and mixed with sand, his lips were cracked due to lack of water. Shannon didn't dare to make this decision himself. With so many people, what if someone stole their things when everyone slept at night? There was still half of a roasted goat in the cave. What if these villagers got greedy? In times of chaos, one must be ruthless. You cannot hesitate or show indecision. Just as Shannon was about to refuse, Shinyu pulled at her father's sleeve. She understood his intentions, but had some different ideas. Elder uncle, please bring everyone in. Though the cave is quite cramped, you'll have to endure. Shinyu is such a kind child. From a young age, I've seen that she has a good heart, different from the others in Shin family. Some of the women nearby chimed in. Yes, yes. You should have split from the old Shin household long ago. Normally, they treated Shun and's family terribly. That's enough. Stop chatting endlessly, bringing up old grievances all the time. As they reached the cave entrance, the aroma of the lamb wafted into every person's nose. Sniff, sniff, sniff. What a rich mutton smell. Mrs. Sun, with her pointed mouth and cheekbones, finished by licking her dry lips. Indeed, it smells wonderful. It's definitely the aroma of mutton. As everyone entered the cave, they saw the roasted goat on the fire rack and widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the Shin family. The experienced village head coughed lightly and spoke up quickly. Well, didn't everyone bring their own rations? Hurry up and eat. We'll leave early tomorrow morning and won't trouble the Shin family. After so many years, the village head naturally knew how to observe others' moods. The more critical the moment, the less they should reveal any greediness, or it might trigger chaos. Fortunately, the villagers remained rational for now, and there was still food in their bags. Otherwise, they would have gone mad and pounced on the roasted goat. Fan Ningxue frowned deeply, sensing the discontent in several villagers' eyes. With the roasted lamb right in front of them, how could anyone enjoy eating their black steamed bread? Shinyu understood her mother's concerns. She had deliberately let the villagers see the roasted lamb to test whether there were any sinister and cunning people among them. Mother, father, the water is ready. Come soak your feet and relieve your tiredness. They nodded and put their feet into the basin. Not long after, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads due to the heat, but their bodies felt much lighter, especially their feet and legs which no longer felt heavy. Seeing this, the other villagers could only sigh helplessly. Their water supplies were almost depleted, and they still didn't know where the next source was. They could only conserve their limited supply. Yet, this large family actually boiled water to soak their feet. How extravagant. Xiaoyu, this water doesn't look right. Why is it so dark? Could there be any problems? Asked Mrs. Sun nearby. I added some herbal medicine to improve blood circulation, so the color has changed slightly. There's also herbal medicine. Everyone frowned. When the Shuns separated from the main branch, didn't they only get 3 sweet potatoes and 1 or 2 silver coins? Where did they get the money to buy the herbal medicine for promoting blood circulation? And wasn't the goat bought as well? Chapter 20, Sharing the Lamb. Everyone watched enviously as the Shun family enjoyed their roasted lamb, soaking their feet with rosy faces, not showing any signs of urgency for fleeing famine. Could it be that they had been living like this all along, or had some strange encounter? The Li Jun and others were so exhausted that they closed their eyes, but the sound of tearing lamb and the scent of meat kept drifting into their noses, making it impossible for them to fall asleep even though their eyes were shut. The lamb was indeed delicious, but the 5 of them could only finish half of it. The greasy fat even made Baoyu feel somewhat nauseous. Seeing her mother prepare to wrap up the lamb and place it in the basket, Shinyu smiled and patted her arm. Mother, the meat won't last until tomorrow. Why don't we share it with everyone? It could count as a small act of blessing, and there will be more people on the road who can help us. Fan Ningxue hesitated inwardly. Although her daughter had great luck, who knew how long it would last? If they didn't preserve more food, what would they do? With a family of 5, their daily consumption of food wasn't small either. Noticing her mother's concern, Shinyu continued. Mother, we'll find more food along the way, and I still have plenty of mushrooms in my basket. All gathered today, but if we encounter trouble again, it will still just be our lonely group of 5. Fan Ningxue was a big-picture thinker and nodded accordingly. Shinyu smiled happily and turned around tentatively calling out, Uncle Li Jun. Huh, what is it, little you? Just say anything you need from Uncle Li Jun. Li Jun rubbed his drowsy eyes and looked seriously at the little girl in front of him. Here's the half-lamb. You can distribute it to everyone. If left till tomorrow, the meat might spoil. We are from the same village after all, and you did help us when we divided families before. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even taken 3 sweet potatoes. Li Jun grinned satisfactorily. He never expected that Shin family's eldest daughter would be so considerate and no gratitude. She truly had a broad mind. To give a roasted lamb in exchange for helping with a minor favor. Are you serious? At the sight of the roasted lamb, Li Jun couldn't help but drool, feeling as if the air had become sweeter. Yeah, seriously, but I have a small request. Speak. Li Jun waved his sleeve generously and said, everything on this escape journey is unpredictable. Our family's strength alone is no match for a whole group. I was thinking, why don't we go together from now on? Li Jun smiled and nodded. Having the Shun and family join made him incredibly happy too. With more young men, resisting bandits on the road would be easier. Come on everyone, wake up. The Shuns have given us half of the lamb, and from now on, our escape journey will be together. Everyone should help each other. We shouldn't let trivial matters cause conflicts, understood? Yes, we'll follow your lead, Lisa Zheng. Thank you Shinin. Thank you Shin family's daughter-in-law. These past few days, we've only been eating steamed buns and have no energy left. My legs haven't even recovered from cramps yet. Sun sure looked at the roasted lamb in Li Jun's hands and felt tears welling up in excitement. Everyone, take your time eating. We're going to rest now. We need to wake up early tomorrow. The sands move quickly. Everyone nodded in agreement. They also knew firsthand how fast the sandstorm approached. To survive, they must always maintain a safe distance. Little you, don't worry. I'll make sure they wake up early. Come over. Let's share the meat. All of them laughed and surrounded Li Jun. Each person got a decent-sized piece of meat. After eating, everyone felt an uplifting transformation. The wind whistled through the cave entrance, but it was still dark when Xinyu sat up and peered outside. In the distance, Huanghua County was already mostly covered in yellow sand. Everyone wake up. We should leave now. The speed of the sandstorm seems faster. Most of Huanghua County has already been buried. Hearing Xun Yu's hurried voice, everyone quickly picked up their baskets. Go. Once the sandstorm catches up, it will be hard to run away. Let's hurry. Carrying their supplies hastily, they moved toward the deep mountains. Hopefully, once we cross this mountain, the sandstorm won't follow. Otherwise, our old arms and legs might drag everyone down. Looking at the relentless wind and sand, Li Jun shook his head sadly. On the official road, a team of about a dozen people quietly pressed forward. The leading man sat carefree on a cart pulled by an ox. Master, why hasn't the master awoken yet? Did you use too much force? Chu Emohan awkwardly scratched his forehead. At the time, things were urgent, and he panicked, accidentally using excessive force. Swish. He poured the remaining water from the bamboo tube directly onto his father's face. Who? Chu Tianyi woke up with a start, looked around, and appeared utterly bewildered. How did I end up here? What about the people of Huanghua County? Where are they? Master, you finally awakened. We've already left Huanghua County. By now, it must have been completely submerged by sand. Chu's wife worriedly gazed at her husband, fearing he might get confused and insist on returning to Huanghua County. Chu Tianyi struck the cart hard with his hand. Ouch! Have all the commoners evacuated? Is everyone from the city gone? You've put me in an unrighteous position. Chu Tianyi sat dejectedly on the ox cart, while Chu Emohan snorted coldly. Father, since we've already left, stop dwelling on it so much. We're officials, destined for greatness. Naturally, we should live well. Besides, do you really think the commoners wouldn't know how to flee? If you hadn't told them, would they have stayed put? Just look, how many people are following this cart? All from Huanghua County. The butler nodded in agreement beside him, thinking the master was being overly sentimental. After all, the prime minister was known for his sharp and decisive actions. How could such a person agree to let his own sister marry such a dim-witted man? Chu Tianyi glanced back at the gaunt and sickly faces of the commoners trailing behind the cart, feeling deeply guilty. Is there still any rice or flour left in the cart? Chu Emohan stared incredulously at his father-in-law. Was he really thinking of setting up another soup kitchen to feed the refugees? Clerk, is there any rice or flour nearby? I still have 10 taels of silver. We can buy some food to help the people passing by. Everyone. The clerk frowned, looking utterly exasperated. Magistrate, you're the people's official, not a living Buddha who cuts off his flesh to feed eagles. Think more about our servants and madam. If anything happens to her, how will we explain to the prime minister? Hearing those 4 words, Prime Minister, Chu Tianyi lowered his head and stopped speaking. Chu Emohan also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no rice or flour left among the group anyway. Even this ox cart had been commandeered by their own hands. Chapter 21, Old Memories. After a long silence, just as Chu Emohan started to feel somewhat relieved, Chu Tianyi leaned forward in front of his wife and quietly whispered, Wife, are we really going to the capital? I've been a county magistrate for over 20 years without any promotion. How am I supposed to visit Tianren with a straight face? More than 20 years ago, Chu Tianren was nothing more than a head constable under Chu Tianyi, but now he's the prime minister, the most powerful man after the emperor. At their next meeting, Chu Tianyi had no idea how to face this former acquaintance. 30 years ago, on a snowy night, Grandma Chu borrowed some money from her maiden home. While returning home with rice, she saw 2 children hiding in the grass, shivering and pale. If they were left out tonight, they would surely freeze to death in the grass. Being kind-hearted, Grandma Chu hesitated for a while and then took the 2 children back home. The Chu family only had one son, Chu Tianyi, and because there were few children at home, he was often bullied by kids from the same village. When he saw the 2 new additions, Chu Tianyi was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Chu's grandfather went to war and died early, leaving Grandma Chu struggling to raise Chu Tianyi alone. Adding 2 more little ones made life even tighter. Everyone advised Grandma Chu to send the 2 away. Helping them survive the winter was already a great favor. But Grandma Chu shook her head and felt it was her destiny. The following spring, Grandma Chu formally adopted the 2 children, naming them Chu Tianren and Chu Tianjiao. By the time Chu Tianren was 10, he could go hunting alone on the mountain, always bringing something back. Every time Chu Tianyi was bullied, Chu Tianren would encourage him to fight back with his fists. Although Chu Tianren was 1 year younger than Chu Tianyi, he seemed much more mature. Hunting on the mountains, farming at home, every task he did perfectly. At 15, despite never attending school, he passed the exams and became a Tongxing scholar. 2 years later, he smoothly passed the exams to become a Shuren scholar at 17. Chu Tianyi became a Tongxing scholar the same year when he turned 18. To be an 18-year-old Tongxing scholar was indeed extraordinary, yet in comparison with Chu Tianren, he seemed dimmer by comparison. Afterward, Chu Tianren also took the imperial examinations and came out top. He became a legend of Huanghua County. At that point, the living conditions of the family changed dramatically. Chu Tianren gave all the silver coins he earned to Grandma Chu. He usually spoke very little, but on the night of Chu Tianyi's and Chu Tianjiao's wedding, he said a lot. He wanted to bring the whole family to live in the capital and lead a life of wealth and comfort. However, both Grandma Chu and Chu Tianyi refused. They didn't want to leave Huangyue County. For 3 years since Chu Tianren returned to the capital, Grandma Chu received large silver drafts from him every month, the least being 100 taels. She would often look toward the direction of the capital, imagining Chu Tianren's life there. At the same time, she worried that her son might become one of those corrupt officials she hated the most. In the past, Chu's grandfather's pension was 10 taels, but only 3 taels were actually given out. She went to complain and accuse, but ended up being beaten with a paddle. Grandma Chu lived frugally all her life and taught Chu Tianyi to be a good official. Under her influence, when Chu Tianyi became the county magistrate of Huangyue County, he dealt with matters personally and worked hard. During a flood, Chu Tianyi fought the disaster on the front lines while Grandma Chu suffered a high fever, and with a sudden recurrence of her old illness, she passed away. Chu Tianren cried like a child in tears, kneeling by the grave for half a month. After returning to the capital, he never wrote another letter to his family. Not even on the day Chu Emohan was born did Chu Tianren come back. Although Chu Emohan always called him uncle. In fact, he had never met his second uncle face to face. No one ever told him these things. He simply thought that his second uncle was too busy with official duties to come back. On the ox cart, Chu Tianjiao smiled sweetly, patting Chu Tianyi's arm lightly. Don't worry, my dear husband, those things from the past happened so many years ago. Tianren won't hold grudges anymore. I hope so. Back then, I stole a potato from him, and he remembered it for 3 years. Chu Tianjiao quickly covered his mouth. Such embarrassing incidents should not be confessed so brazenly. Looking back, Chu Emohan realized that his father wasn't always so upright. By the way, son, where's the mansion's carriage? Wouldn't that have been faster? Why are we sitting on an ox cart, dragging along so slowly? When will we arrive at the capital? Father, isn't this your fault? You had people lock me inside the house. By the time I came out, the sand outside had reached my calves. How could the horse-drawn carriage move? This ox cart is what I found, picked up after I left the city. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyi fell silent and closed his mouth. Far away in a bandit hideout, a group of bandits had already been eyeing Chu Emohan and his party. A man with a pointed mouth, a monkey-like face, a beard, and a cunning smile looked down the hill and said, "Great king, are we really going to attack these people?" The man scratched his ear and said disdainfully, "What's wrong? They're just people from the county office. How many guards transporting goods have we already killed? Are these few more any different?" Seeing the man's fierce and reckless expression, the sharp-featured strategist could only helplessly shake his head. This great king knows nothing but killing, abducting women for pleasure, and getting drunk every day. It was no wonder he didn't recognize Chu Emohan and his group. Great king they. Beside the man, there was a young woman in his arms. She had fox-like eyes and cherry lips, looking like a seductive spirit. That's enough. Master strategist, don't say another word. We Black Ox Mountain gang are seizing this shipment today. In a few days, we need to send tribute to the 9-Dragon Mountain. There are no more supplies left in the camp. Having finished speaking, the great king, with 2 wild pheasant feathers tied on his head, immediately waved his arm. Charge! The bandits behind him were all ready. Upon hearing the command, more than 30 men all rushed down the hill. Hearing movement from the nearby mountain, Chu Emohan cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Wait, there are people. The steward and the secretary exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. Who dared to ambush the Chu family? Were these bandits truly fearless? Emohan, hide behind father. Father has experience dealing with bandits. Chu Tianyi stood protectively in front of his son and daughter-in-law, eyeing the approaching bandits cautiously. Chu Emohan rubbed his head. Father, come on. Back then when you dealt with them, you had soldiers and law enforcement officials at your side. But now, including the maidservants, we are only 7 people. Which mountain do you bandits belong to? To dare raid, even the magistrate under the broad daylight. The secretary held a feather fan, his calm demeanor exuding authority. Swoosh. Chapter 22. The mountain god is enraged. You think you're somebody. I'm too scared to kill you, right? You're taking yourself too seriously. Shan Wang, the bandit leader with a rude expression, walked up to Chu's group while holding a beautiful bow and arrow. Chu Tianyi was tightly pressing the chest of the secretary, but blood kept flowing from the wound. The secretary's breathing grew weaker. Magistrate, run fast. These people are unreasonable. After speaking, the secretary passed away, and no matter how much Chu Tianyi called out, there was no movement. Chu Tianjiao was greatly shocked, never expecting that this group of bandits would be so daring. Qin Feng, give them what they want. Let's just leave peacefully. Yes, young master. Qin Feng drove the ox cart forward, delivering supplies to the bandits. The supplies are yours now, can we go? Qin Feng had an expressionless face, showing no fear towards these bandits. You actually thought you could leave like this? Let me check exactly what's on this cart before I say anything. Qin Feng's hand moved toward his waistband, unsatisfied. He felt if he didn't act today, they might not leave alive. A few beads of sweat rolled down Chu Emohan's forehead. Before this, he only considered supervision by the steward and secretary. He completely forgot about arranging some assassins in secret for protection. It seems the nephew of the prime minister isn't someone who commands authority everywhere. When facing desperate outlaws, you still need some harsh methods. The strategist went to the ox cart, opened several boxes, and found nothing but clothes and food. The only valuable item was a small jewelry box inside, which barely held any jewels. It wasn't even enough for the gang to buy themselves a drink. Big brother, this group is too poor. This stuff isn't worth much. Shan Dawang frowned slightly, clearly disappointed. Still calling ourselves officials, and yet so destitute. What kind of official are you? Tie them all up and sell them to the broken temple. Those guys aren't fond of human flesh. With this many people, it could fetch a few taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the maidservants were shocked beyond belief and fell straight onto the ground. Chu Emohan also froze. Eat humans. He had been pretending to be a wastrel every day in Huangyue County, truly knowing very little about conditions outside the city walls. I'm the magistrate of Huangyue County. If you sell us to others like this, surely the court will send troops to wipe you all out. Hearing Chu Tiany's words, Shan Dawang laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the entire valley. Don't make me laugh, magistrate. Right now the Qing dynasty has internal strife and external pressures, barely managing their own issues. They wouldn't waste effort worrying about a petty county head like you. Dream on. Minmu. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of stones rolling down echoed on the mountain. The bandits' attention was immediately drawn. On top of the mountain, there were actually more than 10 refugees. Shan Dawang's eyes shone brightly. If all of them were taken and sold, it could fetch quite a lot of silver. Strategist. Take 20 brothers to chase them. Remember, all must be alive. If there are women with good looks, keep them for ourselves. Looking at the boss's smirk filled with mischief, the strategist instantly understood the boss's thoughts. Yes. At this moment, Shinyu observed Chu Emohan below the mountain with a look of surprise. It's him? The nephew of the prime minister, being held up by bandits? Looks like these bandits have guts of steel. She quickly grabbed the crossbow in her hand, originally not wanting to interfere with these bandits. But an old lady accidentally stepped on a stone. Chu Emohan saw Shinyu, and was also somewhat surprised. He never expected to meet again so soon. Truly fate was kind. 10 remaining bandits left behind. Qin Feng's mouth curved into a contemptuous smile. With his skill level, fighting 4 bandits alone would be more than enough. Although Chu Emohan appeared as a debauched rich boy, his martial arts were better than Qin Feng's. Even Chu Tianyi, usually known for kindness, wasn't weak either. When he was younger, Chu Tianren forced him to practice martial arts. Though his skills weren't top-notch, they were more than enough to protect his own wife. Seeing the faint smile on Chu Emohan's lips, the bandit leader felt dissatisfied internally. They were about to die? Was this mockery? Boy, why are you laughing? Next year on this day will be your death anniversary, and not even anyone to mourn for you. Laughing then. Tie him up. You're overly confident. Do you really think we're just ordinary scholars? Chu Emohan discarded his usual frivolous appearance and immediately rushed toward the bandits wielding a long sword from the cart. Before the bandits could react, the sword blade flashed past the throat of one of them. The leader's eyes widened with shock, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This kid was hiding his true abilities. His swordsmanship was astonishingly refined. Attack. Kill him. No problem if he dies. Right after these words, a spear whizzed by his ear. His face tingled with warmth, followed by excruciating pain throughout his body. Boy, are you seeking death? Seeing this, Qin Feng swiftly leaped in front of the bandit leader. You're not even worthy to cross swords with our young master. Qin Feng's sharp sword technique forced Shan Dawang to retreat repeatedly. Cold sweat soaked his back. Every day, it was him killing eagles. Did he really have to lose his eyes to an eagle today? Seeing that only 4 of his brothers remained, he turned to flee. Now you're scared? Too late. A long knife flew from his hand and embedded directly in the bandit's back. Qin Feng, torture him well. Don't let him die so easily. I'll go check on those refugees. Hearing this, Chu Tianyi felt immense joy in his heart. Could it be that his son had finally returned to his original intent and started caring about the common people again? On the mountain peak, more than a dozen men held wooden sticks, hatchets, and rocks in front as they were driven into a corner by the bandits. Truly there are many alluring women here. Attack. Brothers, have some fun today. Hee. Shinyu frowned and hid at the back of the crowd, ready to reverse the situation instantly. She must use some tricks. She carefully took out a bomb from her dimensional space and attached it to the arrow of her steel crossbow. Swoosh. One bolt was shot and hit exactly in the strategist's heart. Advisor. Wake up. Wake up. What's wrong with you? These detestable peasants. Today, I will make them all pay for their lives. As soon as these words fell, Shinyu gave a cold snort and snapped her fingers. Bang. No. An explosion resounded. The surroundings immediately ignited in flames. Everyone looked in utter disbelief at the scattered chunks of flesh all over the ground, not knowing what had happened. The remaining 7 or 8 bandits were also dazed. What just occurred? The mountain god. It must be the wrath of the mountain god. Everyone attack. Take down these mountain bandits. Shin'en shouted while holding a steel blade. He knew that this commotion must have been created by his daughter. He could only quickly divert everyone's attention. Chu Emohan also walked over with his longsword, assisting more than a dozen villagers in killing the last of the bandits. Seeing the grim scene on this slope, Chu Emohan couldn't help but furrow his brows. What on earth happened here? Chapter 23, A Familiar Curse. The villagers calmed down, and they looked at the scattered pieces of flesh on the ground with a hint of panic. They only remembered something flying by at that time. Then there was a sudden loud sound. It stirred up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the scene had turned into this. Perhaps it really was the mountain god's wrath. Uncle Lijing, when we were here taking shelter from the rain, we were surrounded by a pack of wolves. But for some reason, the wolves suddenly left. Li Jing, thoughtfully stroking his beard, said, "Perhaps there really is divine assistance. You all being uninjured is already a great stroke of luck. Let's quickly leave this place. It's too dangerous. If the gang's accomplices come looking for revenge, we'll be in danger." Everyone nodded and prepared to leave. Chu Mohan, however, walked up to Xin Yu with a smile on his face. "We meet again, Miss Xin Yu." Seeing Chu Mohan's gentlemanly demeanor, Shinan and her two younger brothers took quite a liking to him. "Thank you, young Master Chu, for your help." Chu Mohan waved his sleeves dismissively. "It's nothing. Where are you heading?" "To the capital city." "In that case, we're going the same way. Why don't we go together? We'll have company on the road. Wouldn't that be nice?" When Chu Mohan killed the bandits earlier, everyone saw how sharp his swordsmanship was, how gracefully he moved. If they could rely on someone like him, wouldn't their chances of survival increase? "This may not be appropriate, young Master Chu. Look at our group. Most of us are women, children, and the elderly. If we encounter such dangers again, we might drag you down." Upon hearing Xin Yu's refusal, the men around frowned. What was this girl thinking? Giving up such a good opportunity. This could be something to lean on during our escape. Chu Mohan laughed loudly and gently patted Xin Yu's shoulder. "No problem. Protecting the citizens of Yellow Moon County is my duty anyway. Let's go. No need for more words. We shouldn't stay here any longer." Looking at Chu Mohan's expression and listening to what he said, Uncle Li Jing guessed Chu Mohan's identity. "Little Jade, isn't this young man the dissolute son of Magistrate Chu?" Uncle Li Jing looked at Chu Mohan strangely, as if fearing something. Xin Yu nodded. "That's him indeed. Come on, keep up. Before it gets dark, we need to find a place to stay." "Good." Unaware of the situation, the fellow villagers joyfully followed along. "Mohan, you've finally found your true self, bringing back so many displaced people. Father is proud of you." Chu Tianyi watched the refugees behind him excitedly, finding new hope in his heart. If they hadn't seen Xin Yu, the steward might have also believed that Chu Mohan had changed, but upon closer inspection, Chu Mohan had become even more reckless. Even forced into exile, the road ahead fraught with peril, yet he still had the mood to bring such a large burden with him. All because of a girl. Truly, beauty leads to disaster. The accountant's tragic death deeply affected the steward. He realized that they would never be completely safe until they returned to the capital. Inside Tian Shui County, the county magistrate stared at the flood of incoming refugees, his heart torn with internal conflict. Allowing the refugees to continue entering the city gate without limit would undoubtedly cause unrest within the city. Moreover, the prefect had already given orders. The gates were to be closed within the next 2 days, leaving the refugees to fend for themselves. "Father, what should we do? Tens of thousands of refugees enter the county every day now. If we shut them all out, won't we be the villains then?" County Magistrate Song Jiang sighed heavily and burned the prefect's secret letter thoroughly. "The prefect has his reasons for doing this. If I don't follow through, your lives will be in danger." "That's right. Father, didn't the county magistrate and magistrate's wife of Yellow Moon County have close ties with the prime minister? What if we close the gates and they die in the storm, and the prime minister holds us accountable? We wouldn't be able to bear it." Though Song Qing said this outwardly, deep down, he worried greatly about the tens of thousands of refugees. If they truly closed the doors, wouldn't father and son become no different than butchers? Song Jiang coldly sniffed and drank all the tea from his cup in one gulp. Now who doesn't know that the prime minister hasn't been in contact with Chu Tianyi for years? They call each other relatives in name only, but in reality, they avoid each other. Even if they all die, the prime minister probably wouldn't shed a single tear. But father, Song Qing wanted to further dissuade his father, but he was cut off immediately. "Enough. Don't say another word. A man must act decisively or risk ruin later. In the future, how could you expect to achieve anything grand? After 2 days, have the gate guards block the gate. No one comes in." Song Qing nodded reluctantly, disappointed, and left. The sun slowly set, and the last rays of light shone upon an abandoned Taoist temple. Xin Yu and others took out their flints and lit a fire to start boiling rice porridge. Although they were fleeing the famine together, everyone kept their own rice and flour, and supplies were not shared. While the meal was being prepared, Chu Tianyi and the steward dug a pit and buried the accountant. After working together for so many years, they still had some feelings in their hearts. Back inside, the county magistrate looked at the 6 or 7 small pots boiling with congee and helplessly shook his head. "I'm sorry to let you all down. I failed as your county magistrate. Nowadays, our grain can barely support just our own family. There's nothing left to share." "It's all right, Sir County Magistrate. That you have already taken us along during this time is more than enough. We are grateful to you." After speaking, Shida took a bowl and served a bowl of coarse rice porridge, passing it to his father. When he passed by and saw that the Shun family was eating white rice porridge, Shida only glanced at it in surprise, but didn't say much. Being able to eat white rice porridge on the road of fleeing from famine was a skill. Besides, yesterday they had even given out roasted lamb. Stones only felt gratitude inside. Beside him, several women looked at the thin coarse rice in their bowls and sighed deeply. They walked for so long every day, and their blisters on their feet had already burst several times. Is this little bit of water going to fill anyone up? How could they have the strength to continue walking? Looking again at the Shun household, the white rice porridge was so thick it could almost form threads. As everyone silently drank their porridge, suddenly an abusive voice came from outside the door. "If it wasn't for you, little wretch, would I have broken my leg? Now I can barely walk." After saying that, the old woman harshly pinched the little girl standing beside her. "That's enough, mother. Can we blame all this on Jowdy? Aren't you partly responsible too? Stop complaining. We'll spend the night here tonight." Then continue the journey tomorrow. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xinyu coldly snorted and pulled out a roasted chicken, a bowl of pig's head meat, and 5 large meat buns from her basket. Meeting again now, it was definitely time to let them know how foolish their previous decisions had been. Chapter 24. Today you want to bully my mother. I disagree. Li Jing felt tense when he heard this familiar scolding voice, his brows furrowing tightly. It was really like stepping on a fart and hitting the heel of one's foot. What a coincidence. The surrounding villagers also thought the voice was somewhat familiar, but they were not sure if it was that family. Seeing Shun Yu's disdainful and angry eyes, Chu Emohan also curiously poked his head out, seeing a man around 30 years old with his wife holding a boy, and an angry old woman tightly pulling a girl's arm. After entering, Xinyang saw that all the townsfolk in his village were present, which filled him with joy. Hey, Uncle Li Jing. On the way, we walked a bit slower. We got separated, but now we have come together again. This is fate. Looking at Xinyang's flattering demeanor, Uncle Li Jing didn't bother to respond, because none of their family had good reputations. Especially Grandma Shun. She was very difficult to deal with. Dad, Mom, eat quickly. This roasted chicken and pork will spoil if left until tomorrow. Xin Yu's voice was very low, but the Taoist shrine was so quiet that even the sound of straw falling could be heard clearly. How could Xinyang and Grandma Shun fail to hear it? They focused their gaze on the source of the sound, and sure enough, the elder brother's entire family was sitting neatly in the corner. And before them was roasted chicken, pork, meat buns, white rice porridge. Grandma Shun swallowed her saliva. Perhaps she was so hungry that her brain was dizzy, and as soon as she opened her mouth, it was full of command. Older brother, quickly bring over the roasted chicken. Let Mom eat a little. These last few days Mom has been starving, not having a single satisfying meal. Also, bring over the white rice porridge. Mom's throat is parched. Xinyang and Song Qinghua looked shocked at their mother. They were already divided into separate households. How did mother dare to say such things? After pausing for a moment, they realized the meat would be coming, and they could eat too. That's right, big brother, look at mother's legs. She can't even walk. Aren't you going to bring the meat over to let mother replenish herself? Upon hearing this, Shunan stood up angrily. Since we've already separated the household, what we eat has nothing to do with you. All of this was hard-earned. If you want to eat, go buy it yourselves. Seeing that her eldest son had suddenly become disobedient, Grandma Shin became furious and started shouting directly at his head. How dare you, Shunan? Your old mother raised you from childhood, enduring untold hardships. Even though we've divided the household, isn't there still the affection between mother and son? You talk to me like this. Let the elders in the village see this. Is this proper behavior? Xinyu knew well that the relationship should have been completely severed back then, otherwise today wouldn't have led to such chaotic behavior. But upon reflection, even severing ties wouldn't change anything. A rabid dog remains a rabid dog. It doesn't mean it won't bite anymore, does it? Granny, whatever we do doesn't need anyone else's judgment. Were your own actions appropriate? From childhood, you've always favored Uncle Tu. Who in the village doesn't know that? My father earns money and gives it to Uncle Tu. Every year Shin Shichong has new clothes to wear while we don't. Uncle Tu's household eats meat. Ours cannot. What kind of logic is this? Before Grandma Shun could open her mouth, Shin Yu continued. Leaving past matters aside, it was you who proposed separating the households. You gave us only 4 sweet potatoes. As far as I know, there's more than just vegetables in our home cellar, isn't there? I'd like to hear you explain exactly what sort of familial bond we still have. Grandma Shun didn't dare to look straight into Shin Yu's eyes, feeling this young girl was quite unholy. Don't talk so much. Older brother, just answer me. Will you give me the roasted chicken or not? Do you acknowledge me as your mother or not? Fanning Snow knew her husband was always kind-hearted, especially obedient to his mother, but it wasn't the same situation anymore. She gently tugged at her husband's sleeve. Fanning Snow, wicked woman, why are you grabbing Shinnen's clothes? Are you asking for trouble? Grandma Shin took off her shoe to throw at Fanning Snow. How could Shin Yu allow others to bully her mother like this? Taking out a steel crossbow from the basket behind her, she fired a bolt and shot away Grandma Shin's shoe. The bolt struck the wall, collapsing the whole section, stirring up quite a bit of dust. Chu Emohan looked astonished at Shin Yu. To his knowledge, Qing dynasty hadn't yet developed crossbows with such great power. Young miss, are you crazy? Shooting arrows at your grandmother. Grandma Shun trembled with fear and immediately began cursing Shin Yu loudly. Clutching her teeth, Shin Yu aimed another arrow at Grandma Shin's head. In the past, I respected you because I considered you my grandmother. But today, since you want to bully my mother, I disagree. Forget that you're my grandmother. Even if you were Queen Mother Wong, I'd still confront you. If you dare curse once more, I don't mind using these roasted chickens as your offering. Having said that, Shin Yu took out 5 more roasted chickens from her basket. Shin Yang and Song Qinghua swallowed their saliva, looking at Shin Yu's ruthless demeanor, which was entirely different from her previous self. Could it be that these roasted chickens were also something she had seized? At this moment, Shinnen picked up the meat bun on the ground, tearing it into 2 halves. He ate one half bit by bit, while tossing the other half casually outside the house. I'm telling you, I am no longer the Shun and of the past. I will live for my wife, for my daughter, for my son, and for myself, not for you parasites. Got it. Seeing their father's commanding appearance, Shin Yu smiled happily, glad that her father had finally found himself again. The half bun was not wasted after all. Bao Yu and Joy also watched their father excitedly. This was the scene they had long dreamed of since childhood. Alright, big brother, you're really something. If we can't eat the meat, can we at least have a bowl of porridge? After all, we were once a family. Seeing that coercive methods wouldn't work, The old lady decided to play the emotional card. The porridge is just enough for our family of 5 to drink. You guys, find somewhere cooler to stay. Witnessing this, Grandma Shun collapsed onto the ground in shock, never expecting the eldest son to turn out like this now, living such a good life. Xinyang looked at the roasted chicken Xinyu took out, his mouth continuously producing saliva. He'd only eaten half a sweet potato in the last few days and was starving. Thinking about it, all this was because of the old woman in front of him. Xinyang's hatred for his mother-in-law reached its peak. He wanted nothing more than to leave her behind right there. Fewer people would mean fewer to share the sweet potatoes. Dad, look how deliciously Uncle and Annie are eating roasted chicken. Shitsung wants some too. Shen Shitsung sucked on her little thumb, drooling as she watched Shunyu and the others eat. Shen Lao Tai couldn't bear to see her grandson suffer, so she made one last attempt. With regret etched on her face, she walked over to Shun En and knelt down with a thud. She then banged her head repeatedly against the floor, crying out loud. My son, it was your mother who messed up before. Your mother was wrong. I've deeply repented. Please give me just a bite of food. Otherwise, your mother will starve to death. Chapter 25. Why are you so big and still don't understand? Shun En snorted coldly, ignoring it, tearing a piece of chicken meat to put into his precious daughter's bowl. You eat quickly. Rest early after eating. Tomorrow we will follow the ox cart, which might be more tiring. Seeing Shun and ignoring her, Grandma Shin became even more spirited. She decided to go all in, directly tearing open her clothes and revealing the scars on her leg. The wound, an inch long, was already festering, shocking to look at. If she delayed for a few more days, amputation would likely be necessary. Look, fellow villagers. My leg is beyond repair. Can any of you persuade my eldest son for me? Just give me a bit of food. Seeing that the villagers were also silent, she started rolling on the ground, crying and making a racket, irritating Chu Imohan greatly, who frowned in displeasure. The village head, leaning on a wooden stick with a serious face, walked up to Grandma Shun. Enough, Ms. Shun. If you keep being unruly, I'll have to throw you out. The county magistrate's family is resting nearby. Stop acting out. Hearing this, a gleam of cunning appeared in Ms. Shun's eyes. County magistrate, doesn't that mean we can have some meat and rice porridge? Grandma Shun ignored the village head and rushed straight to Chu Tianyi, loudly banging her head on the ground. Magistrate, look at the pitiful old woman carrying children with injuries. Can you make my eldest son give me a bit of food? Even if I've done wrong, I've raised him this big. I have a nurturing grace. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyi lightly furrowed his brows. He was kind-hearted, but he didn't want to interfere in family matters. As they say, even a clean official struggles to resolve family disputes, which was entirely accurate. Chu Imohan seemed to see his father's predicament, gently flicking his folding fan before walking over to Grandma Shun with a gentle demeanor. Grandma Shun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, only to be abruptly grabbed by the collar by Chu Imohan. He dragged her forcibly to a distance. Master, what are you doing? Grandma Shun, utterly incredulous, stared at Chu Imohan, who wore a seemingly mischievous grin, her eyes filled with terror. Xinyang wanted to step forward and inquire, but the presence of Qin Feng standing nearby with his sword scared him so much he didn't dare to breathe. Old woman, after all this racket, you've truly angered me. Chu Imohan's face suddenly turned grim, looking like a bloodthirsty demon. He immediately grabbed a handful of straw and shoved it into Grandma Shin's mouth. She was frightened witless. What kind of child was the magistrate's son? Wasn't he wild? Seeing that Grandma Shin wouldn't chew, Chu Imohan kicked her down, pressing his knee onto her neck, then grabbing another handful of soil from the ground and shoving it into her mouth. Eat. Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? How could Grandma Shin possibly eat such things? Her eyes were full of fear, wanting to beg for mercy, but her mouth, filled with straw and mud, couldn't even open. Seeing that the old woman still stubbornly kept her mouth shut, Chu Imohan became furious, striking her across the face. Chu, if you don't swallow today, I'll take your life. With these words, he struck several more harsh slaps across Grandma Shin's face. Each slap caused Grandma Shin immense pain. This sharp and hard straw pierced her mouth multiple places with each slap. This was one of the cruel punishments he endured in his previous life. However, in that life, 2 pointed sticks were placed in his mouth instead of straw. Chu Tianyi couldn't bear to watch anymore, sighing. That's enough. Imohan, stop hitting her. Fearing someone might die, he quickly pulled Chu Imohan away. Then he squatted down and looked kindly at Grandma Shun. I apologize sincerely. My son has a bad nature. I really can't control him. This bowl of rice porridge is for you. But regarding your domestic affairs with those people over there, I cannot intervene, sir. After saying this, he waved toward Xinyang. Come help your mother back inside. Please don't make noise again. My son is truly despicable. Swallowing hard, Xinyang remembered the saying well. As the father is, so shall be the son. He thought the magistrate must be cut from the same cloth as his son. Approaching his mother, Xinyang was extremely nervous, terrified that he would also receive a few slaps. Throughout Xinyu and Shun and watched Shun Laotai getting beaten, Xinyu felt relieved, while Shun and sighed deeply. Although he harbored deep dissatisfaction with this favoritism-filled mother, watching others beat and humiliate her made him feel both guilty and angry. Xinyu looked at Chu Imohan, adding another layer of curiosity in her heart. She realized that Chu Imohan wasn't originally this way. Helping them this time must be about resolving this trouble for them. She happily took out a roasted chicken and walked toward Chu Imohan. Thank you, Master Chu, for intervening. This roasted chicken is not worthy enough as gratitude. Just leave it here. Helping you is just a matter of coincidence anyway. After all, The two of us can be considered friends, right? Chu Imohan smiled faintly and gave Shin Yu's wrist a firm tug, causing her to unexpectedly lie straight into Chu Imohan's arms. The steward was utterly alarmed. Just having beaten someone's grandma, now he embraced the daughter. What a thorough waste of humanity. Tomorrow I must send an urgent letter by pigeon to the chancellor. I can't stand staying near this man for even a single extra day. I don't understand what there is to monitor in such a despicable fool. Their eyes met, with Chu Imohan's warm breath gently caressing her face, making her ears blushingly warm. This man was shamelessly good at seducing hearts. The infatuated gaze, flirtatious red lips, and the characteristic mischievous smile on his face. This was truly the Prince Charming every maiden dreams of during spring nights. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianyi was greatly shocked and rushed over, attempting to kick Chu Imohan down onto the ground. Fleeing famine they might be doing, but still thinking lewd thoughts? And right before the girl's family, no less. This son of his simply needed killing. In a flash, Chu Imohan dodged, and Chu Tianyi, exerting too much force, missed completely, resulting in an inadvertent split. Rip. Howls of agony echoed through the broken courtyard like lingering notes from a musical piece. Master. Qin Feng quickly supported Chu Tianyi alongside Chu Tianjiao. No, don't move. Pain. Lying on the ground, Chu Tianyi seemed as if his entire lower body had ceased belonging to him. Imohan, hurry and apologize to your father. How can you be so big and yet still not understand anything? Hearing his mother's reproach, Chu Imohan grinned as he approached. Mother, father wanted to kick me. Wasn't it natural for me to dodge? Don't give me that mouth of yours. Your father's in such pain he can't speak. Chu Tianjiao looked lovingly at her husband, her delicate figure slightly swaying, akin to pear blossoms falling in the winter breeze. Seeing County Magistrate Chu's flushed face, Shin Yu hurried forward. County Magistrate's wife, I know some medical skills. Let me see how serious the magistrate's fall is. Yes. You hurry up and take a look. Go away, you wretch. Chu Tianjiao dragged Chu Imohan aside and shot him an indignant glare. Chapter 26. Taking advantage of the dead of night, stealing like a chicken or a dog. Chu Mohan couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of his father's ridiculous appearance. Chu Tianyi was in great pain. Though he didn't say it with words, he surely kept this grudge in his heart. Shin Yu gently held Chu Tianyi's pulse and used her healing ability to sense the injuries on his body. As Shin Yu had expected, the ligaments in his legs were torn, and one important organ in his body was also somewhat damaged. But before her, these were all trivial matters. In the blink of an eye, the injuries were almost healed. Shin Yu poured out the spiritual spring water from the bamboo tube, then took out a maltose tablet and let Chu Tianyi take it. It's just minor abrasions and muscle damage, not a serious issue. After taking my specially made pill, you should refrain from getting off the ox cart and moving around for a few days. In a few days, you should be fine. Chu Tianyi slightly bowed and said softly, Thank you, Miss Shun. You don't have to be so polite. Your son helped me today. I haven't even had time to thank him yet. Chu Tianjiao quickly pulled Shin Yu aside and looked at her with a smile. It's all right, Miss Shin Yu. This Mohan is also kind-hearted. He can't stand seeing you being bullied. Normally, he isn't that irritable. You'll understand once you spend more time with him. He's actually a good person. Chu Tianjiao looked at Shin Yu. The admiration in his eyes made Shin Yu blush slightly. This charming figure, exquisite facial features, little round face, hair tied up casually, but still lively. If such a beauty could become his daughter-in-law, it would be a tremendous blessing. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. We will follow the magistrate tomorrow. Please take care of the women, children, and elders from our village along the way. Chu Tianyi chuckled while lying on the ground. No problem, Miss Shun. It's our duty to take care of them. Shin Yu politely smiled and returned to the corner, finishing the remaining chicken and rice porridge. Are you okay? What happened earlier? Shin'en looked worriedly at his beloved daughter. I'm fine, Dad. Go rest early. We need to start traveling early tomorrow morning. All right, you should rest early too. Shin Yu nodded and closed her eyes, a mischievous smile appearing on her lips. She didn't think tonight would pass so peacefully. Based on her understanding of Grandma Shun, she might come over late at night to steal some food. In the corner, Xinyang and others huddled together. Now they weren't liked by anyone and were often squeezed out. Old Lady Shun's eyes glistened with tears, her mouth hurting terribly, yet she dared not make a sound, fearing that Chu Mohan, that devil, would show them another new trick. A bowl of white rice porridge earned through blows was finished in one gulp by her grandson Sheng Shitsong. Grandma, this white rice porridge is so tasty. Shitsong wants more. Previously, when Sheng Shitsong was young, whenever he saw Shin Yu or Shun Baoyu eating something rare, he would tell his grandma that he wanted it too. Without fail, Grandma Shun would rush over and forcefully snatch it away for Sheng Shitsong. Don't worry, Sheng Shitsong. Forget about porridge. Grandma will prepare you a roasted chicken soon. But you mustn't say anything. Close your eyes and sleep. When you wake up, you'll have a roasted chicken. Sheng Shitsong excitedly nodded with a smile on his lips and drifted off to dreamland. Xinyang gave old lady Shin an unpleased glare. If you can't do it, don't make promises, mother. What if Sheng Shitsong cries and fusses for a roasted chicken when he wakes up? Song Qingwei complained in her tone. For Grandma Shun, they had almost exhausted their family fortune on this journey. They only had a liang of silver left and a sweet potato. Chill. Why are you shouting? Don't let Shin Yu hear you. You little rascal. Ever since she didn't fall to her death that day, she has become cunning as ever. Second son, come over here. Although Xinyang felt very impatient with Grandma Shun in his heart, his inherent obedience to his mother unconsciously led him to walk over. What is it, Mom? Grandma Shun gave Xinyang a heavy punch, causing him pain, leaving him confused and frowning. Come closer. Closer. I've got a strategy for you. That punch from Grandma Shun was for revenge. She had been beaten so badly by Chu Mohan that even her elder son couldn't bear it anymore, yet her second son had stood there motionless, wishing to escape with his child and wife. Despite his anger inside, Xinyang still approached his old mother, knowing from previous experiences at home that every time he saw this look in her eyes, it meant she was going to ask her eldest son for something again. After hearing what his mother said, Xinyang's smile grew even brighter. He couldn't help but admire how skilled his mother truly was in stealthily obtaining things. In the middle of the night, everyone had already fallen asleep. The snores in the room reached to the heavens, sounding like dozens of thunderclaps resounding simultaneously. Xinyang glanced around, ensuring that everyone was indeed sound asleep, then hastily patted his wife on the shoulder. Qinghua, wake up. Let's go take the basket from eldest brother's place. There seems to be quite a lot of good stuff in there. Qinghua furrowed her brows. Could this be the good news the old lady had mentioned? I don't think so. What if elder brother has some precautions set? We'll just end up getting beaten again. No way. Just look at how loudly elder brother is snoring. He could practically make the tiles fall off the roof. He must be dead asleep. Once we grab their basket, we run. There are 4 or 5 roasted chickens inside. Don't tell me you're not craving them. At the thought of the delicious roasted chicken, Qinghua's mouth watered involuntarily, but her right eyelid twitched nonstop as she sensed something bad might happen. Seeing her hesitation, Zhaoyang tugged at her sleeve once more. Let's go. Why are you hesitating? An opportunity lost will not come back again. Qinghua shook her head and reluctantly followed him, as the couple tiptoed over to Shunyu. The inviting aroma coming from the basket almost made them burst into laughter. Unable to contain themselves, they grabbed one corner of the basket with excitement. Slap. A shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered pierced through the sky, frightening all the crows in the courtyard away. Everyone sat up and rubbed their drowsy eyes open. Xinyang and Song Qinghua were kneeling on the ground, their red cheeks showing signs of panic, one hand cradling the other, while the other seemed to have something attached to it. It hurts so much. Elder brother, quickly help me. I can't stand it anymore. Tears streamed down Xinyang's face. He'd never seen such a big animal trap before. Uncle Air, who would have thought that a scholar like you could commit such a disgraceful act? Sneaking around in the dead of night, stealing like a chicken or a dog. Shunyu watched Song Qinghua and Xinyang's pitiful state, feeling an immediate sense of relief. They probably hadn't expected they'd end up looking so miserable after kicking Shinyu's family out of the old courtyard. Shinyu, that's your Uncle Air and Aunt Air. How cruel you are to place such a large animal trap. Are you trying to kill them? Grandma Shun limped over, her face full of pain when she looked at her second son, while her gaze turned ferocious toward Shinyu. She wanted nothing more than to strangle this despicable creature. Chapter 27. The Severance Letter. Shinyu looked at Grandma Shun with an aggrieved expression. Grandma, your words are unfair. Though there isn't much in my basket, it's all precious. He deliberately emphasized the last few words and then let out a cold snort while pointing at the animal traps on Xinyang and Song Qingyua's hands. If these supplies are so precious, wouldn't it be reasonable to set some traps to prevent theft? Shinyu kicked the basket to the ground, triggering the traps, which made over a dozen snapping sounds. Everyone was shocked. Inside the basket, apart from 4 roasted chickens and a bag of rice, everything else was filled with traps. Traps this big, if they caught someone on the arm, could result in a torrent of blood loss, even death. At the moment, Xinyang and Song Qinghua were suffering not only excruciating pain in their arms, but also dizziness and lethargy. They seemed as if they might pass out at any second. Chu Mohan couldn't help but admire Shinyu's ruthlessness. Traps this big would easily capture an ordinary-sized wild boar without breaking a sweat. Shinyu, I am still your uncle. Please unlock these traps for us. After that, we'll leave. We won't disturb your lives anymore. All right. Xinyang anxiously looked at Shinyu. He already felt his strength fading, and without prompt blood-stanching measures, his life would be in peril. Save your uncle quickly, leader. You must try and talk to your daughter. It was my fault before. Don't take all your resentment out on your younger brother. Grandma Shin kneeled down and pleaded, never expecting things to escalate this far. She regretted it bitterly. Thinking back just a few hours ago when she had acted imperiously, she wanted to slap herself twice. The village headman slowly approached, realizing as the village leader he should not meddle in family affairs, but could not sit idly by as 2 people died before him. Old Grandma Shun, if only you had thought about this earlier. Shinyu is not one to kill indiscriminately. Beg her well. She might still let you live. At this point, Shunin stepped forward, calmly presenting the severance letter he'd written using coal beforehand to Grandma Shun. Sign this, press your fingerprint on it. From now on, we have no connection whatsoever, and I will ensure you spares both of their lives. Shinyu's lips curled up into a faint smile, not expecting her stepfather to be so understanding, having prepared the severance document even without her reminder. Rest assured, since my father has already spoken up, I'll leave them alive. Grandma Shin nodded, dipping her finger into Xinyang's blood to leave a thumbprint before handing it over to Shinyu. After receiving it, Shinyu carefully unlocked the trap's mechanism, returned it to its original state, and put it back into the basket. The villagers watching nearby sighed deeply. Upon seeing those 4 roasted chickens, some had even been tempted to steal during the night, but managed to restrain themselves. Thinking about it now, they felt incredibly fortunate. Otherwise, their end would likely have been far worse. After helping bandage the two men, the first light appeared in the sky as the wind began to bring sand drifting along. Just as Grandma Shun was about to leave, Chu Mohan stopped them again at the door. Wait. Seeing Chu Mohan's playful smirk, Grandma Shun felt utterly defeated, wondering what else this son of the magistrate wanted to do. If she had known this was how the situation would turn out, she'd rather die than ever enter this courtyard. Don't rush off yet. Some things need to be clarified, or leaving behind such unresolved knots will be bad for everyone. Upon hearing this, Grandma Shun broke out in a cold sweat. Shun En's pale face, looking like he hadn't seen daylight for 3 days, suddenly flushed slightly red. Shun Shichong and Shun Zhaodi watched the unfriendly older brother in front of them fearfully. The old woman. Old Shun doesn't quite understand what Mr. Chu means. Chu Mohan massaged his temples, giving Grandma Shun a weary slap on the head. Is your mind clear now? Yes, please enlighten me, Master Chu. The old lady was thoroughly confused. What exactly did this young master mean? She didn't get it at all. Leaning against the wall, Chu Mohan stared fixedly at Grandma Shun with eyes sharp like a venomous scorpion. Yesterday, didn't you personally say that you raised Uncle Shin and therefore deserve credit for raising him? Wouldn't nurturing kindness serve as leverage for material goods? Why didn't you say so today? Explain yourself clearly. As he spoke, Chu Mohan pulled out a sharp dagger from his sleeve, stroking the edge and continued. If I detect even half a word of lies today, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. By this point, Chu Tianyi had heard and seen enough. When had his own son turned into such a ruffian? He closed his eyes, covered his ears, and didn't want to listen anymore. By contrast, Chu Tianjiao, standing nearby, thought her son radiated with masculinity. His character had improved quite a bit. He wouldn't be bullied in social situations anymore. As for Shinyu, Shinin, and the others, upon hearing Chu Mohan's words, they were quite shocked. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed as Chu Mohan had said. The old woman truly hadn't used her nurturing kindness to threaten them yesterday. Could it be that Shinin wasn't actually her biological son? Shin Laotai never imagined that Chu Mohan could think so deeply. He deduced a secret she had hidden for so many years from just one sentence. At this point, family ties have already been severed. I might as well tell you all. Shin Laotai turned her head slightly ashamedly as she looked at Shunin. Actually, you're not my biological son. One winter decades ago, when Goosefeather Snow fell, there was a short but forceful knock on the door. When I rushed out to check, I only saw a baby swaddled in blankets on the ground, and a woman who kept looking back while running away in the distance. I found 50 taels of silver inside the blanket. Alongside it was a white jade pendant and a letter. The letter read, Shun Clan Orphan. Back then, I had some health issues and couldn't bear children, so I raised you as if you were my own son. Who would have thought that a few years later, I became pregnant? Once I had my own son, I couldn't continue raising another person's child. It was entirely my fault. I shouldn't have done it. Now I deeply regret it. Please forgive me. Tears streamed down Shun En's face like a flood. He hadn't realized that after enduring so much unfair treatment over the years, it was because he wasn't her biological son. He alternated between crying and laughing, unsure whether he should feel happy or sad. Husband, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Bao Yu and Shi Yu cried as they held onto their father's arms tightly, fearing that he might suffer a sudden shock and mishap. Xin Yu sighed. Such matters were something one had to gradually process alone. No amount of external advice would change anything. Where is the jade pendant? Xin Yu asked. 10 years ago during the Great Drought, we had no money and no food, so I pawned it for silver long ago. Otherwise, do you think we could have survived until now? Seeing Shun Laotai speaking haughtily to Shun Yu, Chu Mohan kicked her out of the door in anger. Get out. Never let me see you again, otherwise I'll break both your legs. Shin Laotai glared furiously at Shun Yu before dragging her limping leg away as quickly as possible. Just wait. I'll surely take revenge for this. Chapter 28. Spendthrift Mother, Who Understands? After the Shin family's antics, everyone was fully awake. As dawn broke, they all set off again on their journey fleeing from famine. Shin Yu and the others quietly followed behind Chu Imohan's ox cart. Chu Tianjiao looked at Shun Yu's face, firm yet lively, and found herself utterly captivated. Son, what do you think of this girl Shin Yu? Seeing her mother staring like a love-struck fool at Shin Yu, Chu Imohan chuckled. She's a good person, but a bit ruthless. If she becomes our daughter-in-law, will you still have any peace, mother? Chu Tianjiao pinched her son's thigh playfully and said, You're getting braver, aren't you? Making fun of your own mother now. Ouch, ouch, mother, I won't dare anymore. Shin Yu is a fine girl. Very fine. She's not only pretty, but also skilled in combat. Are you satisfied now, mother? Chu Tianjiao saw her son's casual attitude and decided not to continue the conversation. Instead, she quietly thought about how to make Shin Yu her daughter-in-law. In fact, her thoughts were simple. Yu has many abilities. Even if her son was mischievous, he'd likely listen more once he married someone like her. Little Yu, are you tired? I see some sweat on your forehead. Why don't we sit together on the ox cart? Seeing Chu Tianjiao's sweet smile, Shin Yu didn't know how to refuse politely. But then it hit her. There seemed to be no extra space on that ox cart. At the same moment, Chu Tianjiao and Chu Imohan let out an icy snort, causing the steward to awkwardly twist his neck around, only to find everyone looking directly at him. Steward, haven't you been sitting for too long? Your butt must be sore. Why not get down and walk a while? Seeing her so amiable and kind-hearted and persuading, Chu Imohan felt a pang of irritation inside. Moreover, this old fellow had been glaring at him for quite some time, making Chu Imohan already very annoyed with him. Mother, why bother with him so much? With a loud clang, Chu Emohan gave the steward a kick and sent him tumbling down. Steward. Oh really, Chu Emohan. Once we reach the capital, we'll settle accounts. Chu Tianjiao adored Shen Yu wholeheartedly, giving her whatever remaining valuables she had in no time flat. You. This was given to me by Emohan's grandmother on the day we got married. Now Annie gives it to you. Please keep it safe. Shen Yu quickly refused upon seeing the intricately carved phoenix hairpin in her hand. No. You're too polite. Such precious things. I can't possibly accept them. Ignoring her words completely, Chu Tianjiao then pulled out a pair of silver bracelets and handed them over to Shen Yu. Oh come on, just take them. Annie stays at home most of the time, rarely meeting someone as compatible as you. Chu Emohan sighed inwardly. At this rate, even if there were mountains of gold on the ox cart, it wouldn't be enough for his spendthrift mother to waste. The next second, Chu Tianjiao took out a gold necklace and placed it in Shen Yu's hands. Take this too. Your skin is so white, it'll look great on you. Shen Yu was astonished. How peculiar was Chu Tianjiao's way of expressing affection. No wonder the county magistrate's household was so poor. Chu Emohan could only helplessly watch as his mother handed over the gold necklace to Shen Yu. It wasn't something he could easily ask back for. Mother, why are you giving away all your jewelry to Shen Yu when we're unrelated strangers? How are we supposed to survive on this road? Beads of sweat began dripping down his forehead anxiously. Chu Tianjiao pouted, showing a completely carefree expression. What's there to fear? Money lost can always be earned again, but losing a daughter-in-law would be irreplaceable. With a laugh, she handed her golden earrings over to Shen Yu. Also, what do you mean unrelated? Can't you be more proactive and create some relations? Little Yu is so beautiful. It's more than fitting for you two. If you're not convinced, why don't you just marry her? Then those jewels would remain ours anyway. Hearing her mother's crystal-clear reasoning so different from her usual naive self, Chu Emohan was astounded. Did his mother not worry about the possibility of him and Shen Yu failing to become a couple? And this one too. Take good care of it, Yuer. It was a gift from my second brother. He said it's an extraordinary pearl from the South Sea. Chu Emohan. What nonsense about uncle giving gifts? They were all the hard-earned money the son had saved for her. Every item she gave away was the fruit of her son's efforts, his dearest mother. Does she plan to give away that whole box of jewelry in just one morning? Chu Emohan almost cried without tears, having such a spendthrift mother. Who could understand his pain? Before long, Shen Yu already had a pile of jewelry in her hands, nearly filling her ears and hair completely. The women trailing behind the ox cart stared enviously. These treasures were exactly what they had dreamt of for so long, and yet Shen Yu received them so effortlessly. Ah, this Shen girl really has great fortune. This county magistrate's wife probably wants her as a daughter-in-law. A young woman said, filled with envy. Probably, but for someone we just met, who would give such expensive gifts? After finishing her sentence, Mrs. Jiang gave a slight sneer, feeling deeply bouffoo inside. Her own daughter was just as beautiful, even matching the top courtesan from the Yichuan courtyard. Why didn't they receive such treatment? It was infuriating. Keep in mind, the value of these pieces of jewelry exceeded 200 taels of silver. That's 200 full taels. Combined, their whole family wouldn't earn that much money in a lifetime. Mrs. Jiang pulled her daughter aside and whispered a few words to her. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Yu got off the ox cart. Shen shook his head with amusement. How did his daughter end up getting so much jewelry? What's this? All from the county magistrate's wife. I've put them all in the basket. When we reach the next town, these items can be exchanged for quite a lot of supplies. The crowd. Isn't it a bit excessive to accept so many things? That Master Chu doesn't seem like an easygoing person, Fan Yingxue muttered quietly into Shen Yu's ear. Mother, when money is handed over willingly, how can you refuse? If we don't take these pieces of jewelry, we might starve on our journey later. Hearing this, the family stopped talking further. After all, on such a fleeing famine path, face or dignity meant nothing. Staying alive was already the greatest skill. By this time, Li Jing and others had figured out clearly. The county magistrate's family favored Shen Yu immensely, intending to marry her off to their son. Therefore, they thought it best to properly curry favor with Shen's family daughter. A few hours later, the temperature soared, leaving everyone feeling dizzy from the heat. It was also lunchtime, and the county magistrate waved his hand signaling Qin Feng to stop the ox cart. Everyone, go take cover in the forest to cool down, have some dry rations, and let a few men come with me to find water. With such scorching weather, the water in everyone's flasks was almost gone. It was definitely time to find more water, otherwise, the rest of the journey would be hard going. County magistrate, I'll go too. Seeing Shen Yu about to follow along, Chu Tianjiao quickly kicked her son. Chu Emohan turned back with a face full of wry laughter. What was wrong with his mother recently? What are you looking at? Hurry up and go. Was all that jewelry your mother gave for free? You need to seize the opportunity, young man. Chu Emohan. Chapter 29. You wouldn't want those jewels back, would you? Do you want father to accompany you? Looking at Chu Emohan waiting nearby, Shen felt a bit uncomfortable. He had been taking care of this cabbage for so long, and now he had to watch it be taken by the piglet right in front of him? No need, father. Protect mother and she you well. I'll go with Bao Yu. Since his daughter had spoken, he, as her father, couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded and watched his precious daughter leave. Mr. Chu, are you following us because you want the jewels that county magistrate's wife gave me? Seeing Shen Yu eyeing him like a thief, Chu Emohan glanced at her. Wasn't he too petty to have given up his dignity just for a few hairpins, one gold necklace, a couple of beautiful pearl earrings, and some good quality jade bracelets? Yes, he was exactly like that. You guessed correctly. Could you give me half? After all, My mother gave them to you because of me. Giving me half is not unfair, right? My mother's jewelry box still has plenty of good things. Let's cooperate, and they'll all be ours. Shinyu? No wonder he's a real son. Deceiving even his own mother. Not giving. Besides, the county magistrate's wife thinks I'm gentle, clever, cute, and sensible. Don't flatter yourself. Chuemohan. This girl seems quite ruthless. Isn't it obvious that she wants to swallow everything alone? He rubbed his temples and restored his usual smile. Enough. Why should he bother arguing with a young girl over these things? Once he arrives at Tianshui County, there will be more silver than he can spend. Just the number of taverns and pawnshops under his name in Tianshui County alone adds up to no less than 10. As Shinyu walked on the mountain, she picked a lot of wild vegetables and medicinal herbs. Chuemohan snorted. Do you even know about herbal medicine? Aren't most of what you pluck just grass? Shinyu gave him a disdainful look. What does this noble youth know? He says he's looking for water, but dares nothing and instead mocks others. She quickly grasped Shun An's pulse and used her healing ability to sense his internal condition. She expected that someone who looked like a playboy might have slightly worn kidneys, but they were surprisingly strong. If his kidneys were sold, they'd fetch a decent price, wouldn't they? Chuemohan pushed Shinyu's hand away. What are you doing? Don't you know what modesty is, young lady? Looking at Chuemohan's pitiful expression, Shinyu almost burst out laughing. You've had too much anger recently, haven't you? Your liver fire is flourishing, making your mouth always feel dry and parched, right? And these kidneys don't seem so great either. I assume you have to wake up multiple times at night? Moreover, shut up. Stop talking. Your humble servant doesn't have those problems. Hurry up and find water. I'm dying of thirst. Though Chuemohan said this, deep inside he was greatly surprised. This Shinyu's medical skills were indeed extraordinary. Even though he had several clinics under his name, no traditional Chinese doctor with decades of experience came close to matching her skill. Every symptom she mentioned was spot on, almost perfectly accurate. Sister, if this Mr. Chu gets angry, would he treat us the same way he did Grandma? Shinyu smiled and shook her head. She understood Chuemohan fairly well by now. Seemingly cold and unruly on the surface, yet tender-hearted inside. But she wondered, what was such a man hiding? Why pretend to be a spoilt rich kid? I found water. Everyone, come quick. Wu's loud voice broke the quietness, and everyone rushed over. Surprisingly, on the barren mountain, there was a small concave pit oozing bubbling water. It's spring water. How sweet. Everyone, come fill your water skins. Shinyu was puzzled. Even if this phenomenon occurred naturally, it shouldn't be this miraculous. Moreover, this pit was too circular, with luxuriant moss growing around it. Moss. Shinyu examined it carefully. There were deep footprints on the moss. If someone accidentally stepped on it once, the footprint would disappear after 2 days. Did someone often come here to collect water? Or was this natural spring actually a trap? Around that time, Chuemohan also sensed something amiss. This water source appeared too conveniently. Everyone, pay attention. Don't drink this water first. After speaking, he turned to Shinyu. Aren't you skilled in detecting poison? Check if this water is safe. On a secluded large tree, 3 people stood with fierce looks, sturdy builds, wearing black silk robes with gold thread, which contrasted sharply with their weather-beaten faces. Big brother, why aren't those people drinking the water? I don't know. Wait and see. Unexpectedly, many people came to search for water. There are indeed a few cautious ones. The one-eyed man spat out the grass seed from his mouth and took out the bough from his back. Elder brother, be careful. There are only the 3 of us, and there are still 5 or 6 people who haven't drunk the water. We might not be able to defeat them. The somewhat thinner man beside the one-eyed elder brother frowned worriedly, his face full of concern, fearing an unexpected turn. Especially when his elder brother picked up the bow, whose accuracy with a bow was notoriously bad. Rarely hitting anyone, he liked shooting anyway. Others shoot by squinting one eye while closing the other, but his elder brother, blind in one eye, should have it easy. Yet, after aiming, he would also close the remaining good eye, shooting arrows with eyes closed. How could the accuracy possibly be high? Shut up, third brother. Don't interfere with my archery. The third brother and second brother both covered their faces, sighing simultaneously, feeling lamentation in their hearts that now they were likely to go hungry again. When elder brother's one eye saw Shinyu take a sip of the poisoned water, he closed his eyes and shot an arrow directly at Chuemohan. Upon seeing the arrow flying, second and third brothers leapt down from the tree, machetes in hand. Be careful. Chin Feng wanted to run forward, but felt his whole body weak, devoid of strength. Furthermore, roasted chickens seemed to be flying everywhere before his eyes. Everyone who had drunk the water started experiencing varying degrees of hallucinations, some hugging large trees, others lying on the ground sucking their fingers. As the arrow came straight toward him, Chuemohan instinctively drew the gem-encrusted dagger from his waist and placed it in front of his chest. Idiot! Shinyu shouted furiously. Originally wanting to pull out a steel shield from her dimension space, she reconsidered and instead grabbed a rock nearby to block in front of Chuemohan. Crouch down. Chuemohan immediately knelt upon hearing this, the arrow flying straight and sticking into his headband. It looked like an enormous hairpin. Such a fool. Doesn't even know how to dodge. Seeing Shunyu's flushed face, Chuemohan looked at her apologetically, in his eyes more than just regret, but also deep fear and tension. It had almost been a miss, and he would have met his end. In his past life, he endured severe torture and died a tragic death, assuming he wouldn't fear death anymore since he'd experienced it. But nearing death still felt so incredibly real, making it hard for him to breathe due to extreme anxiety. At this moment, only 4 people hadn't drank the water: Li Zheng, Chuemohan, Shinyu, and Shin Baoyu, an elderly man, a child, a woman, and a slightly mentally impaired fool. In Zhang Er and Zhang San's eyes, these four were completely like fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Chapter 30. Shu Emohan makes a move. Zhang Er looked at Shun Yu's handsome appearance and wiped his mouth with a lewd smile. Old 3, we haven't seen such a beautiful girl in so long. Today we 3 brothers are truly blessed. Yeah, big brother. The others will be bound and sold to the 9-Dragon Mountain. Then we can use the money to buy wine and have women around us. How wonderful would that be? Thud. The one-eyed Zhang De kicked old 3 away with a foot. He looked arrogantly at the 4 people in front of him. You 2 wimps. All you think about is stealing chickens and seducing women. With women like this here, why drink wine? Sell these fools, take the money, and let's build our own hideout. We'll gather refugees and become mountain lords. The 2 looked admiringly at their one-eyed elder brother, never expecting he had such a grand plan. Foul scholar, quickly throw away the knife in your hand, and I might beat you less severely. Oh, foul scholar? Are you talking about me? Shu Emohan looked at them with disdainful eyes, his expression quite arrogant. Who else could it be if not you? Keep talking nonsense, and I'll cut off your tongue. Lao Er, Lao San attack. Zhang Er and Zhang San raised their cleavers and rushed toward the group. Shin Yu quickly protected Li Zhang and Baoyu behind him and prepared for battle. Shu Emohan smiled faintly and held up a hand to block Shin Yu. You 3 stay right there and don't move. I'll show them the consequence of looking down on people like dogs. Shin Yu slightly arched her eyebrows and a smile appeared at the corner of her lips. So Chu Emohan was finally going to display his true strength? Chu Emohan raised the gem-encrusted dagger in his hand and threw it fiercely. Here you go, your welcome gift. A golden-handled dagger studded with red and blue gems. Zhang Er scoffed. It's just a broken dagger. How much can it be worth? Chu Emohan dodged a slash from Zhang San and sneered. Not expensive at all, just 500 taels. Zhang Er stopped and turned to pick up the dagger, giving Chu Emohan the opportunity to land a punch in his chest, seize the cleaver, and cut Zhang San's throat in one swift move. Old 3. Stupid head old 2. Don't pick up that dagger. Kill him now. With the cleaver in his hand, Zhang De roared with anger and charged toward Chu Emohan in an instant. Although Zhang De swung his sword without much skill, he had immense strength. Every time Chu Emohan parried his blows, the pain in his palms grew unbearable. Little you, isn't this Master Chu running out of strength? Could it be that these bandits are going to kill him? If he dies, do you think Chancellor will forgive us? Li Zheng looked worriedly at Shun Yu, fearing something terrible might happen to Chu Emohan. Don't rush, wait a bit more. After saying that, she took out a specially made steel crossbow from the basket behind Baoyu. Baoyu's face filled with puzzlement after seeing this. He deliberately grabbed an empty basket before they left and placed the bamboo cylinder inside. Was it another sign that the living Buddha had manifested himself? Thinking of being blessed by the living Buddha, Baoyu felt less afraid. Chu Emohan clearly began to struggle under the joint attack of Zhang Er and Zhang De. Shun Yu assumed he was faking it and paid no attention until Zhang Er's cleaver slashed through Chu Emohan's stomach. His sash was cut in half, and his shirt fell off his shoulders revealing full abs and well-toned pecs. Seeing this, Shun Yu swallowed hard. I thought he was just strong, but his physique is impressive. Seeing Shun Yu stare dreamily at Chu Emohan, Li Zheng stomped anxiously on the ground. Even with his poor eyesight, he could see blood streaming from Chu Emohan's wound. Why wouldn't Little Yu make a move? Little Yu, take a look at Chu Emohan. I feel like he can't keep up. Just wait. Although Shun Yu didn't want Chu Emohan to get hurt further, he was a work of art, as though sculpted by a master craftsman. She still wanted to know how high Chu Emohan's skills really were. As blood trickled from his abdomen, Chu Emohan's eyes turned blood red. Like a madman, his blade moves became fierce, slashing from side to side. Wave after wave of attacks left both Zhang De and Zhang Er overwhelmed. What's happening? Why has he suddenly become so powerful? Old 2, come up with a plan. Zhang Er helplessly tilted his head toward Zhang De. What kind of plan am I supposed to come up with? Scholar, I admit you're good, so let's make a deal. You can leave safely and take the girl with you if you like. Isn't that offer tempting enough? Chu Emohan swung his cleaver viciously. The ferocious look sent chills through Zhang De and Zhang Er. To hell with your deal. Who do you 2 think you are? Just lowly robbers unworthy to even discuss conditions with me. Saying this, he aimed the blade at Zhang De first, then swiftly at Zhang Er. Zhang Er wasn't fast enough to react, a large gash appearing on his chest as he fell to the ground staring incredulously at Chu Emohan. Big brother, be careful. As Zhang Er gasped out his last breath, he died. Killed my 2 younger brothers. Today, I must avenge them and not rest until you're dead. After killing you, I'll tear the others apart limb by limb, then sell them all to 9-Dragon Mountain. Upon hearing 9-Dragon Mountain, Shin Yu's heart was filled with doubt. 9-Dragon Mountain. So it was truly a den of savage bandits who killed and ate people. One day, she vowed to destroy it and kill every single mountain brigand inside. A fierce look also appeared on Zhang Da's face as he clenched his teeth, determined to fight Chu Emohan to the death. Blade against blade, neither side had the upper hand, but Chu Emohan seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. Shin Yu focused intently on Chu Emohan, astonishingly sensing his physical condition from where she stood. His blood flow was slowing down, and his meridians were gradually narrowing, indicating that his body was slowly recovering. Suddenly, Chu Emohan was kicked forcefully away by Zhang De, stumbling and looking somewhat exhausted. Stinking hairy thief. From now on, your opponent is me. Hearing these provocative words, Zhang De revealed a lecherous grin. Heh, Young girl, what a fiery temper. Master Zhang here likes your spunky character. Before his words faded, Chu Imohan charged toward Zhang De again with his cleaver in hand. Don't come near. I can handle him myself. Shin Yu smiled faintly. This seemingly dissolute young master had such tenacity. After only one strike, Chu Imohan fell to the ground, completely exhausted, without even the strength to stand up. What a waste. You actually dared to challenge me. Beauty, how about we enter a matrimonial chamber tonight? Ha ha. Zip. An arrow whistled through the air and pierced right past Zhang Da's ear. Zhang Da's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the steel crossbow in Shin Yu's hand. It's you. You're the one who killed the younger brother of the strategist from Nine Dragon Mountain. Now you dare injure my ear. Today, I'll have our union consummated in marriage. And then I'll send you to Nine Dragon Mountain for 100 taels of gold. Huh. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhang De lunged forward furiously, only to be struck through the shoulder blade by another arrow. Is that all you've got? Think again. Since you're so eager to kill me, I'll give you one last chance. Saying this, Shin Yu loosed another arrow. Both of Zhang Da's shoulder blades were now pierced. He collapsed on the ground, staring fearfully at Shin Yu as she slowly approached him. You? Don't come closer. What kind of person are you? With a friendly smile, Shin Yu fired 4 more arrows from her steel crossbow into Zhang Da's thighs, pinning him firmly to the ground. Chapter 31. Arable land appears in the space. Watching Shin Yu coldly load another crossbow bolt, Zhang Da's hair stood on end, his eyes bloodshot with terror. Could this girl really be planning to kill him? No, don't kill me. You've already made an enemy of Jiulong Mountain. They will definitely hunt you down. Instead, spare my life, and I'll lead you to Jiulong Mountain. Surely, for my sake, they would let you go. Shin Yu sneered, full of contempt. What nonsense was this Jiulong Mountain? If they dared to provoke her, she would wipe out their entire bandit gang. The explosives and modern weapons in her space were enough to take down even the capital of Qing Dynasty without much difficulty. Just some group from Jiulong Mountain. I don't even care about them. Today, since you've already had murderous intentions towards us, there's no way I can let you go. With that, a crossbow bolt nailed Zhang Da's hand to the ground, and his screams made the village head's scalp tingle. Who would have thought little Yu could be so cruel and ruthless? Apparently, the trap set by the Shenyang couple was actually a kind gesture by comparison. Shin Yu nailed Zhang De completely to the ground, then retrieved Chu Imohan's dagger and cut open the arteries in his leg and arm. It wasn't long before the ground was stained red with blood. Zhang De tried to cry for help, but he was too weak even to muster the strength to call out. Uncle Headman, stop dazing around. Quickly lead everyone back. The headman hurriedly nodded, grabbing the ropes Shin Yu had taken from Zhang De to bind everyone together, and quickly led them down the mountain. Shin Yu carried over a boulder to block the poisoned water, shouldered Chu Imohan, and patted Bao Yu on the shoulder. Let's go, Bao Yu. Seeing the hungry gazes of a few hyenas waiting to tear into prey nearby, Bao Yu paused momentarily. After they left, Zhang De would likely be savagely torn apart alive by the beasts. But it was his retribution. The harm he caused finally came back to him. I understand, elder sister. Back at the campsite, Shin Yu gave them all some diluted spirit spring water to drink. Even so, those who were hallucinating wouldn't wake up quickly. Taking advantage of this time, Shin Yu planned to check out the hideout of the 3 bandits. Maybe there might be something unexpected to discover. She came up with a random excuse and left the others behind. After teleporting several times, she finally found the place. A cave big enough for a few people, filled with junk. Inside, the air was rank and foul, stinking of spoiled food. With these skills, what kind of bandits are they? Pathetic, utterly uninspiring. Enraged, Shin Yu viciously kicked a rock outside the cave. After the rock flew, it became clear that the soil beneath it was newly buried. So it was hidden here? Upon digging it up, sure enough, there was an antique chest. Inside were approximately 15 taels of silver, as well as property deeds for several shops in Tianshui County. It seems these individuals bound plenty of merchants, committed numerous evil deeds. Dying like this is almost too good for them. Shin Yu stored the items into her space. The unrighteous wealth of 15 taels multiplied tenfold, turning into over 100 taels. Thinking of how dirty her body had become while handling Zhang De earlier, she decided to clean herself in the villa within her space. Upon entering the space, she discovered 3 acres of arable land, freshly cultivated, beside the spirit spring. Shin Yu was shocked. Previously, she wanted to grow crops and cultivate flowers and plants in her space, but nothing would grow except for the grass native to the space. She never imagined that after obtaining the spirit spring, arable land would appear. In the apocalypse, there was a saying, 1 acre of good farmland was worth more than 10,000 taels of gold. Shin Yu didn't waste any time. She drove the farming vehicle inside the space and planted corn seeds right away. Luckily, Shin Yu liked collecting various types of seeds during the apocalypse, and now they finally came in handy. Yet, she still had a question in mind. How did this arable land come to be? Was it triggered by completing some mission or mechanism? Shin Yu couldn't quite figure it out, so she went to the spirit spring and washed her face. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Remove evil, collect ill-gotten gains, assist innocent commoners, and the farmland will continue to expand. Shin Yu smiled contentedly, finding the conditions simpler than she'd imagined. Apparently, once in Tianshui County, she must not overlook any corrupt official or villainous merchant. They were all nutrients to enrich the fertile farmland of her space. Looking at the newly planted fields, Shin Yu felt something was still missing. That's right. Didn't we confiscate a set of sprinkler irrigation equipment before? There's also a diesel generator in the villa. Add the diluted spirit spring water, and this corn will grow like crazy. Just thinking about it excited Xinyu greatly. No matter how many supplies she had stocked in her space, nothing could compare to continuously growing fertile farmland. After all, these fields regenerate infinitely, and time flowed slowly in her space. She could probably harvest many times a year. It took approximately 5 or 6 hours, but Xinyu eventually set up the sprinkler system. As the device was activated, Xinyu's face lit up with a satisfied smile. She decided that tonight, she would certainly have to treat herself to something nice. She took out a defrosted sheep from her space, along with a few packages of instant noodles and a couple of unpeeled corn cobs, deciding to indulge in a sumptuous feast this evening. The instant noodles, which the villagers had never seen before, were easy to explain. She could just say they were found during her search of the bandits' hideout. Even if someone suspected her, it didn't matter much, as long as she possessed special abilities and sufficient resources. There was absolutely no need for her to panic. After exiting her space, only an hour had passed outside. Xinyu bowed deeply to the main deity who had bestowed upon her the spirit spring within her space. Returning to the temporary campsite, her parents were greatly surprised to see the sheep neatly prepared on Xinyu's back. They felt their daughter was indeed too generous. Being so blatant like this might one day expose her ability of being blessed by the living Buddha. When people became envious, there might be trouble brewing behind the scenes. Fanning Shua thought she should definitely have a talk with her daughter tonight, advising her not to act this way anymore. It was too shocking every time she brought back an entire mountain goat. Big sister, you've caught another mountain goat. It's so big. Xiyu happily approached and helped big sister lift the back leg of the goat. The rest of the women and children were also astounded. Wasn't Xinyu simply incredible? She could easily capture such large goats. Following Xinyu meant they wouldn't merely fill their bellies, but could even fatten up a bit. On the other hand, the headman wasn't at all curious. He believed that with Xinyu's skills and martial prowess, catching even a tiger would be considered a normal feat. By the tree in the corner, Chu Emohan had returned to his wealthy rogue-like demeanor, smirking arrogantly. Miss Shun is truly robust. After carrying this young lord back, you can still manage to bring back a mountain goat. Xinyu dropped the goat to the ground, sparing him a disdainful glance. Had it not been for all the jewelry the lady gave me, I would have left you in the mountains to feed wild dogs. Seeing the tension rise as the two were ready to fight, Chu Tianjiao quickly intervened, clamping a hand over her son's mouth. You rotten kid. Miss you went through great trouble to carry you back, yet you can't help but taunt her. Taking a look at the two remaining cabbages before her, Chu Tianjiao sighed heavily. Chapter 32. Mother, look what this is. Originally, we planned to reach the outskirts of Tianshui County today and enter Tianshui County tomorrow morning. But tonight we can only stay here for one night. Tomorrow morning, we will be hungry. The maid Xiaoxiang's stomach was already growling from hunger. From morning until now, she hadn't eaten much. Chu Emohan pointed at Xinyu who was roasting a lamb and said with a smile, Mother, look, isn't Xinyu roasting a lamb? Once it's done, he'll surely send some over to us. When we reach Tianshui County, we'll buy plenty of supplies. Enough to take us all the way to the capital city. Chu Emohan shook his forehead hair in pride. Chu Tianjiao, full of doubts, held his wrist. Wait, do you still have silver coins left to buy rice and flour? Chu Emohan shook his black robe and proudly waved the folding fan in his hand, pulling out several pieces of white paper from his chest. Mother, do you see what this is? Chu Tianjiao, completely baffled, slowly spoke up. What thing? Isn't that just a stack of white paper? The clerk sighed helplessly, truly admiring this young master. How could he always carry around such a large pile of white paper with him? Chu Emohan smiled as he swung his index finger. Mother, you know only half of it. What does that mean? You're keeping secrets from me. Hurry up and tell. What use are these white papers for? Can they even be spent like silver notes? He loudly declared. Mother, believe it or not, these white papers can indeed be spent like money. Chu Tianjiao immediately touched her son's head, fearing that his mind might have been affected. You fool. How come you're speaking nonsense in broad daylight? Seeing these two arguing, Xinyu's smile never faded. Chu Emohan sometimes could be pretty amusing, especially when it came to scheming against his uncle. He was quite skilled at that. Mother, right now, this may just be a piece of paper. But once we get to Tianshui, I'll write a promissory note to the shopkeeper and sign my uncle's name on it. It will then become an imperial edict. Who would dare not lend me anything? Chu Tianjiao quickly covered Chu Emohan's mouth. You little rascal. What has your uncle ever done to offend you? Are you trying to ruin him? Today I must beat you. With that, Chu Tianjiao snapped off a branch from a nearby tree and fiercely struck Chu Emohan twice. Just then, Chu Tian-yi also woke up. After hearing what the steward had recounted, Chu Emohan's ordeal turned from being beaten by one woman to being attacked by both genders. Xinyu couldn't stop laughing at the sight. If it weren't for Bao Yu's reminder, the lamb might have been scorched. After about half an hour, the two of them were too tired to continue hitting him. To say the least, Chu Emohan sure could withstand a beating. After enduring for so long, he barely made a sound. At that moment, Xinyu was still puzzled why Chu Emohan's body strength seemed to have suddenly enhanced before. Could it be that there was some extraordinary secret hidden within him? A burst of laughter interrupted Xinyu's thoughts. Chu Tian-yi approached with a happy demeanor and bowed respectfully to Xinyu. Miss Shun, you are truly a valiant heroine, an honorable warrior. Without you today, our situation might have turned for the worse. County Magistrate Chu, you're too polite. It's nothing more than a small effort. Besides, your wife gave me so many valuable pieces of jewelry. How could I possibly watch as she perished? After saying that, Xinyu handed another package of instant noodles to Chu Tian-yi. Miss Shun, what is this? Red braised beef noodles. Staring at the unfamiliar instant noodles, Chu Tian-yi was completely confused. Was this something edible? Why did it feel this way upon touch? And how exactly was it consumed? Shin Yu suppressed a laugh, realizing Chu Tian-yi had no idea how to eat this item. Could Master Chu bring over your bowl, please? All right. Without any hesitation, Chu Tian-yi walked over with the bowl. He loved Chu Tianjiao dearly. On normal days, he would deprive himself of food and clothes just to save his salary for buying jewelry for Chu Tianjiao. They didn't have much grain left now. He didn't want Chu Tianjiao to go hungry. Eating red braised beef noodles was certainly better than eating sweet potatoes. Shin Yu tore open the packaging. Both Bao Yu and Shi Yu leaned closer out of curiosity. They had never seen anything so unusual. Noodles usually appeared soft and lump-like. So why did this look like a flat noodle pancake? She placed the noodle cake into the bowl and added seasonings. Chu Tian-yi leaned close to sniff it. The aroma was indeed enticing, perhaps even better than the noodles sold at restaurants. Expecting Shin Yu to cook the noodles in a pot, instead, she simply poured some hot water directly into the bowl. She then gently covered it with a leaf. Although the wind-swept sand was now farther away, occasionally a gust carried over some yellow dust. So we just wait like this? Shin Yu nodded without offering further explanation, seemingly very well versed in the method of consuming this item. By this time, the lamb was almost done. Shin Yu sprinkled some cumin and chili on it, adding his secret seasoning mix. As it roasted over the charcoal fire, the aroma quickly filled the entire forest. It smells wonderful. This roast lamb smells better than the one from the other day, Lady Wu said as she inhaled deeply, imagining her plain black steamed bun to be a delicious piece of roast mutton. Brother, you're popular, go ask for some. Everyone is starving. With your influence, Xia Yu would at least give us half a leg, right? The one who spoke was Fan Yuan, the younger brother of the village headman. He bullied those weaker than him and relied on his elder brother's authority to terrorize the villagers. Second brother, do you have any manners? That lamb was caught by Yuer, did we help? If not for Yuer's intervention, we would have been sold to Jiulong Mountain. The village headman sighed and continued. Do you know what Jiulong Mountain is? Any person they capture, man, woman, or child, is eaten. Not only have we failed to thank them, but now we're asking for food. Do you think I can bring myself to beg like that? He slapped his cheeks twice in frustration. If his parents hadn't passed away so early, he wouldn't have had to deal with his disrespectful younger brother. Fan Yuan rolled his eyes and turned to leave, muttering as he walked. TCH, always flaunting your title as the headman. I'm your brother. What if I starve to death? Will you ever face our dead parents knowing that? Returning home empty-handed, Fan Yuan's wife, Lady Fan, immediately became enraged. Useless. You come back with nothing again. What are we supposed to eat tonight? Leaves. Fan Yuan tried to smile apologetically. Please bear with it for a while, my dear. Let brother figure something out. Maybe soon he'll send us some food. Lady Fan sneered sarcastically. Now you realize, don't you? Even if brother has food, will he remember us? Probably long forgotten us into oblivion. Upon hearing these words, Fan Yuan felt even angrier inside. If there weren't so many people around, he'd already confronted his elder brother in a fierce argument. Chapter 33, Moral Blackmail? Sorry, I have no morals. Half an incense stick's time passed, and Yunair gently picked up the leaf on the bowl, a strong aroma of noodles rushing towards her. So fragrant. Miss Shun, this noodle smells quite good. Chu Tianyi picked up the instant noodles in front of him with satisfaction on his face. The taste is indeed nice, but I can only give you one bag. There are so many people in my family. We can only split 3 packets of noodles. No problem at all. Miss Shun, just having noodles makes me very satisfied already. Thank you. Shin Yu politely smiled and cut off 3 ribs from the roasted lamb. Magistrate, take these back as well. With such a big lamb, we cannot possibly finish it all. This is truly too extravagant. In that case, Magistrate Chu will not be polite anymore. My sister-in-law is probably starving to the point where her chest is stuck against her spine by now. Seeing the concern for Chu Tianjiao in Magistrate Chu's eyes, Shin Yu gave an envious smile. Fan Yuan nearby sneered at Shin Yu's behavior. Our fellow villagers get nothing, yet she gives so much to a magistrate who has only been acquainted for a day. Isn't this just flattery? Did she actually believe the empty pleasantries and think she could become the daughter-in-law of the magistrate? He spat fiercely into the grass. She should piss on herself to see what she really looks like. Suddenly, something flew out of the grass and bit his lips. Fan Yuan immediately grabbed the thing that bit him. When he looked at it in his hand, it turned out to be a brown snake with a triangular head. What the hell? Isn't this a 5-paces snake? Big brother Fan, you're truly fearless, grabbing a snake like this. One bite could be fatal. An alarmed villager exclaimed next to him. What? Poisonous snake? Fatal. He nearly fainted in fright and started crying to his brother with all over his face. Big brother, I've been bitten by a poisonous snake. I'm dying, what should I do? The village head had already rushed over. Seeing the poisonous snake in his younger brother's hand, his brows furrowed tightly. Many farmers in the village had been bitten by this snake. Even if a doctor treated them, some still died. Let alone there being no doctors around in the middle of nowhere. What can we do? Why did you provoke this thing without any reason? The village head was drenched in sweat, not knowing what to do. Seeing how anxious his elder brother was, Zhao Yuan also became flustered. He realized that he had caused a serious trouble which might cost him his life. Brother, save me. You only have me as a younger brother. Quickly send me to Tianshui County. Surely the doctors there would have ways to treat it. On the side, Mistress Wu scoffed, showing some discontent as she glanced at Fan Yuan. It's still a long distance to Tianshui County. By the time we carry you there, Your grave will already have 3-foot-tall grass on it. What can we do then? Am I just supposed to wait for death? As Fan Yuan panicked, the poison spread faster, turning his lips bright red. Mistress Wu nudged the village head's arm and pointed to Shun Yu, who was cutting meat. Village head, isn't you skilled in medicine? Ask her to look at Fan Yuan. Perhaps she can cure him. Fan Yuan shook his head. His face was filled with distrust. Old woman Wu, are you intentionally harming me? Asking a girl who just came of age to treat me? Have you gone mad or have I? Fan Yuan's loud voice reached Shun Yu, making her very annoyed. All the good mood she had throughout the day vanished. Shun In and others looked at Fan Yuan with dissatisfaction, finding him exceedingly arrogant and conceited. Shut up. If you want to live now, you better try every possible way. Don't want to live? Then die now. The village head almost got mad to death. This lazy bum little brother knew nothing but causing him trouble all day long. How dare he even say ill words about Shun Yu? If he saw how Shun Yu dealt with the mountain bandit, he wouldn't even dare fart by now. With a face full of apology, the village head walked over. Before he could speak, Shun Yu stood up. Grandpa village head, don't bother saying more. I won't save him. If he doesn't trust my medical skills, why should I save him? Do I need the headache for myself? Moreover, what benefit would I gain from spending time and effort to save him? The onlooking villagers hearing this all pursed their lips, whispering among themselves about Shun Yu. Why is Shun En's daughter acting like this? We're all neighbors. Using her medical knowledge to help should be a simple task, right? What does this mean? Yes, exactly. Look at how she flatters the magistrate. She doesn't seem like a good person at all. Maybe she's even thinking of marrying the magistrate to become his concubine. Some slightly righteous people couldn't bear to hear this anymore. Will you gossiping ladies shut up already? Why must you talk about others wherever you go? Are you envious because they're better than you? Hearing Widow Lu defend Shun Yu, the crowd turned against her in outrage. TCH. Mistress Lu, you don't fancy Shun En, do you? Why are you even speaking for Shun Yu? Exactly. When you were tempting other men, I never saw you being this righteous. Mistress Lu was about to defend herself when a few women's barrage of words almost drowned her. Seeing that Mistress Lu had nothing more to say, they shifted their target back to Shun Yu. You little girl, how dare you put on airs just because you know a bit of medicine? Exactly. Since you know medicine, why don't you treat Fan Yuan quickly? If he really dies, will you be able to sleep at night? Shun En became furious. Normally, he preferred not dealing with these women, but today, how dare they insult his daughter? He wouldn't stand for it. You shut up right now? What qualifications do any of you have to criticize my daughter? Which one of you is better than my daughter? Bao Yu and Shi Yu also glared angrily at them, wishing they could rush over and give them a few punches on the head. Looking at those women spitting out accusations, Shun Yu found it amusing. Clearly, there were some ungrateful individuals among the villagers. She had intentionally brought back such a big lamb today to identify these people. She wanted to avoid having them come back to bother her later. Shun Yu silently noted their faces down and added them to her blacklist. Father, mother, let me handle this matter myself. After saying this, Shun Yu took out her specially made crossbow from the basket. You several foul-mouthed women don't need to morally blackmail me. I have no morality. If you're still not satisfied, keep cursing. Let's see whether my crossbow is harder or your mouths are harder. As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Yu suddenly pulled the trigger, and an arrow whizzed out, cleanly piercing through a tree as thick as an adult's lower leg, making it fall backward in a straight line. At this sight, all the women immediately clamped their mouths shut. If the crossbow arrow hit their bodies, they would die quicker than being bitten by the 5-paces snake. You ingrates. You're worse than stray dogs by the roadside. Didn't you eat the mountain goat we caught a few days ago? Shun Yu gave a cold snort and continued. On our way escaping famine, even sweet potatoes were extremely precious. I shared meat with you, not expecting your gratitude or respect, but at least you shouldn't talk ill of me behind my back. Now that I've caught another sheep, if I don't share it with you, it's considered my fault? And then you slander me? All the women hung their heads, full of shame, and Shun Yu felt too lazy to deal with them anymore. She turned her sharp gaze directly towards Fan Yuan. As for your wound, it's utterly deserved. Chapter 34. Is this how the venom of a 5-step snake is cured? After Shun Yu activated her healing ability, all aspects of her physical abilities improved significantly, especially her vision, sense of smell, and hearing, which became extraordinarily sensitive. She had heard every word Fan Yuan said just now. Fan Yuan frowned, curses already on the tip of his tongue, but upon seeing the crossbow in Shun Yu's hands, he swallowed them back down. Just now didn't you call me a little yellow-haired girl? Now you want me to cure you. Shun Yu's eyes carried a hint of authority, making Fan Yuan break out in a cold sweat, fearing she would let an arrow loose on him. Now, with his head feeling dizzy, it seemed as though the toxin had invaded his entire body, and he dared not delay any further. Miss Shin has great tolerance. It's all my fault, I'm wrong. Can you save me, please? I really don't want to die. I'll do whatever you say. Shun Yu gave a cold smile, her lips curving into a teasing grin. Are you telling the truth? Yes, truly true. Absolutely. Seeing Fan Yuan's desperate eyes, Shun Yu revealed a benevolent smile. Then we attack poison with poison. He bit you directly earlier, right? If he bites you again from the opposite side, that should solve it. Having said that, Shun Yu took 2 steps forward. She was curious to see whether Fan Yuan would follow her advice obediently. Everyone listening to Shun Yu's words were utterly shocked. No one had ever heard of curing the venom of a 5-step snake like this. Fan Yuan wore an expression as if he were educated enough to not fall for a trick. Even the elder village magistrate doubted whether her method would work. Beside him, Shu Mohan could not hold back his laughter, thinking Shun Yu was nothing short of a genius at causing mischief. This trip, If she were to accompany him the whole time, he feared boredom would never find him because of endless interesting scenes. What is Shinyu so amusing? Very amusing indeed, haha. Fan Yuan glared at Chu Mo Han with deeply reproachful eyes. Was this scoundrel actually laughing when he himself was nearly dead? What are you staring blankly for? Miss Shin has already told you how to cure the disease. Hurry up. And I'll tell you, the wound on my body was also treated by Miss Shan. Chu Mo Han made a comforting gesture, concern evident in his eyes. The venom was affecting Fan Yuan even more intensely, his mind clouding over. Adding to that, misled by Chu Mo Han's words, Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and then directly reversed the snake's head, fiercely biting down against his own chin. Initially, due to the short duration of the first bite, not much venom had entered. Now, however, venom from the five-step snake rushed into Fan Yuan's blood like a fountain. Seeing this, all the villagers sighed, never imagining Fan Yuan, usually such a clever person, would fall victim to deception like this. Wouldn't this mean certain death? Uncle Li Zhang, quickly dig a pit to think about where to bury Uncle Yuan later. He won't survive this. Look, his eyes are rolling back. Chu Mo Han couldn't help but laugh. What a fool, actually believing her. Attack poison with poison? That's simply hastening his meeting with Lord Yama. Upon hearing this, Elder Li's body went limp, sitting down immediately. He only had this one younger brother left. If he were to die before him, how would he face his parents and ancestors after death? Shinyu helplessly massaged her forehead. Originally, if Fan Yuan died, it wouldn't have been her problem. But things had changed now, because he had really bitten himself again with the five-step snake. If he were to truly die, she would have inadvertently become entangled in his karma. She grasped Fan Yuan's pulse, finding his breathing weak, the venom having already spread through his organs. Unless there was serum, he would undoubtedly die. Shinyu helplessly took out the holy spring water from the bamboo tube, feeding him malicyl tablets, then used her ability to clear the toxins. For Elder Li's sake, Shinyu decided to leave Fan Yuan alive. Seeing both his lips swollen like sausages, some of Shunyu's anger subsided. Grandpa Li, your younger brother should be fine now. But in the future, if you still wish to travel with us, you must separate from your brother. I must ensure absolute loyalty and trust from those who follow me. Shinyu paused for a moment and continued. On the road fleeing famine, anything can happen. I certainly don't want, next time danger strikes, they betray me or just stand by laughing as they wait to die. You should have understood today at the foot of the mountain how cruel the world is. Think carefully tonight, and give me your answer by tomorrow morning. After saying this, Shinyu returned to her parents' side, carefully deboning the remaining mutton and placing it in the wicker basket. Elder Li returned to his own group of people, sighing helplessly without even opening his mouth, yet when his son Fan Yi spoke up. Father, even I couldn't endure what Uncle said today. Miss Shun was already quite considerate in saving him. Uncle is an adult and should pay the proper price for his own decisions. Elder Li nodded, agreeing with his son's words. These years had truly seen him being too indulgent towards his younger brother. At this point, he could only forsake the group and take care of his own family. In this turbulent society filled with chaotic hunting and killings, Li Zheng knew that the only way to survival was by following Shinyu and her group. Not only did Shinyu have great martial arts skills and outstanding medical abilities, but she was also extremely good to them. She was a reliable leader. So it's decided. Tomorrow we'll continue to follow little you. As for your second uncle and that crazy second aunt of yours, let them fend for themselves. Earlier, Aunt Fan had hidden when she saw Shinyu take out the steel crossbow, but now that her husband's illness had been cured, she came out again. Treating us like this just because you think we have no support and no children. If I had kids, would you dare to treat us like this today? Just wait and see. No sooner had these words left her lips than an arrow whistled through the air, striking the tree behind Aunt Fan. The arrow passed so close to her face that it felt fiery hot, and her cheek began to ache painfully. If you've got the guts, stand up and show yourself. If you're not convinced, I'll break both your legs and an arm. Then we'll see if you can still fight me. Stop hiding in the corner, talking nonsense. Do you really think I can't hear you? Next time this happens, it won't be as simple as a cut on your face. With a cold snort, Shinyu lay down on the mattress that had already been prepared. The mattress was specially designed with a layer of leaves sewn on top, something most people wouldn't notice at all. Traveling long distances was exhausting, so every day they soaked their feet in the spiritual spring water, then slept on the comfortable mattress to relieve fatigue and gather strength for the next day. Child, did you see that? That's what a true female hero is like. You carries more masculinity than even you. Mother truly likes you more and more. Seeing the admiring and envious look in his mother's eyes, Chu Mo Han tossed his head disdainfully. Mother, don't worry, one day I will make you proud too. Chu Tianjiao grabbed the blade of grass from Chu Mo Han's mouth and threw it aside. Well, mother will be waiting. Keep acting like this, and when we reach the capital, do you really think your uncle will like you? Upon hearing the word uncle, Chu Mo Han's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and it felt like something was lodged in his throat. Chapter 35, The Swordsman Black and White. A full moon hung high in the sky, its clear light shining on a chessboard in an ancient courtyard. On each side of the chessboard sat two figures. One was an elder with his hair bound by a golden crown, carefully placing down his piece. On the other side was a young man with silver hair, clad in a black brocade robe embroidered with gold thread. An unusual aura radiated from him, emanating both inside and out. Black and white, your chess skills seem to have deteriorated significantly recently. The elder said kindly, preparing to end the game as he placed another piece. Prime Minister Chu, this game of chess is like politics, full of unpredictability. One must always be cautious. After finishing his words, the silver-haired youth dropped his chess piece. Chu Tianren immediately stood up in shock. Good move. Ingenious. Indeed, Master has lived up to your reputation. Huh. Prime Minister Chu, it's late. I won't disturb you any further. As Black and White rose, he was suddenly held back by Chu Tianren grabbing his arm. Prime Minister, is there something else? Shouldn't you know? I have a younger sister and a nephew. Black and White nodded. Now, Huanghua County is almost buried under the sandstorms. My informants reported that they escaped the city, but the road ahead is fraught with dangers, bandits everywhere, and their return will be perilous. Hence, I ask you to escort them safely back to the capital. This 18-year-old prodigy had already mastered the art of swordsmanship. Across the entire continent, no rival could match him, and he usually prided himself on being aloof. Even Chu Tianren wasn't sure if he could convince him to take on this task. Seeing his hesitation, Chu Tianren lightly clapped his hands. Servants promptly brought out 2 chests filled with imperial osmanthus, wine specially gifted by the emperor. So Prime Minister Chu actually cares about his nephew more than rumors suggest. Black and White smirked, casually opening a chest to take a jug of osmanthus wine. There were 2 things he cherished in life that should never be missed: a formidable opponent and rare fine wines. Not even someone who dislikes their nephew would wish for them to die at the hands of bandits. Fuan, please deliver the rest of the wine to Master Black and White's residence, along with 100 taels of gold. This is our gratitude to Master Hoarding for raising such an exceptionally skilled son. Yes, sir. Carrying a jug of osmanthus wine, Black and White strolled through the streets contentedly. The aftertaste of this palace-exclusive brew always carried a hint of sweetness. He remembered hearing from his father that the finest osmanthus tree in the world resided within the Daqing Imperial Palace. Once, a eunuch tried to smuggle out a sapling from that very tree but was caught and sentenced to dismemberment. Throughout his life, Black and White had tasted countless fine wines, yet none compared to this imperial osmanthus wine brewed within the palace walls. So far, he'd only managed to taste 1 flask, which he earned by defeating all the talented youths of the Qin dynasty single-handedly at the inter-dynasty martial arts tournament. Qin reforms their laws, promotes construction, shares the official iron smelting secrets with commoners, while we Daqing, we lock away even unique osmanthus trees deep within the palace walls. TCH. His words had barely faded when a cacophony of cries and wails reached Black and White's ears. Get lost. You dog. Today your daughter goes with us. Since you can't repay your debts, we're selling her to the brothel. The burly innkeeper wearing brown hemp clothes viciously kicked the man in the stomach before spitting on him in disdain. A frail girl who looked just past her 15th birthday was being carried over the shoulder of a muscular man. Her face was pale, her body skeletal thin, her lips devoid of any color. It seemed she hadn't eaten properly for days. I'll go with you. Don't hurt my father. The girl trembled but stood tall despite her frail frame. A pitiful daughter like yours is also your bad luck. Let's go. Hope you fetch a decent price enough to cover his gambling debts. My daughter. It's all my fault. I'll stop gambling. Please let my daughter go. The man collapsed to the ground, sobbing and clutching onto the men's legs desperately. Black and White observed this scene, arms crossed in front of his chest, face calm. The capital was a place where indulgence ruled supreme. Every day, countless gamblers pawned off their children. Scenes like these were not uncommon. He usually wouldn't bother intervening, but the resolute expression on the girl's face stirred a pang of sorrow within him. At such a tender age, what should have been her happiest time was ruined by her gambler father. Hold it right there. Startled by the sudden command, the group turned around with puzzled looks, staring at the scrawny figure addressing them. The innkeeper burst into laughter. Do you think a weakling like you can save her from us? Ridiculous. You'd better walk away if you know what's good for you. I'll pretend I didn't hear that earlier nonsense. Why invite trouble at this hour? Ignoring the warning, the innkeeper prepared to leave, only to feel a chilling sensation on his neck just as he turned around. Release the girl, or you'll lose your heads. Only upon close proximity did the gang realize how cold and authoritative his voice truly was. For him to appear so swiftly from such a distance, surely no ordinary person could do this. Excuse me, sir, are you the master of swordsmanship from the Black residence? With such incredible sword skills and speed, the innkeeper's assistant could only think of Black and White. It's me. I've decided to protect this girl today. Any objections? Seeing Black and White's calm and detached expression, the young woman felt overwhelmingly grateful. She had never dared to hope that anyone would come to save her, yet now she knew what it felt like to be protected. After pondering for a moment, the assistant finally spoke up. Master Black and White, you should know our Golden Jade gambling house has connections with an official from the Ministry of Revenue. If we can't collect on this gambling debt, we'll also find ourselves in trouble. The assistant was caught between a rock and a hard place. He might as well try to negotiate for some kind of solution. Without hesitation, Black and White swiftly drew his sword and cleanly severed the gambler's hand. The man screamed in excruciating pain before fainting dead away. The henchman and the assistant swallowed nervously. Such a swordsman was someone they definitely didn't want to cross. Take this hand back with you. It should be enough to settle your dues. It's plenty. Plenty. The assistant practically scrambled to grab the severed hand and ran off as fast as he could, not daring to look back even once. The girl bore no resentment toward Black and White. She tore a piece of hemp cloth from her clothing to bandage her father's wrist, then proceeded to kowtow deeply 3 times in gratitude. Get up. Your father probably won't stop gambling, so if you don't want to be sold again next time, it'd be best to leave early. With that, Black and White picked up the wine flask on the ground and prepared to leave. Sir, Chuanxiong is eternally grateful for saving my life and wishes to serve as your personal attendant. Although I have no special talents, my father loves drinking, and since childhood, my warmed wine always earned praise from him. Black and White smiled and tossed her a small ingot of silver. Confused, Chuanxiong asked, "What is this, sir?" "Give the money to your father. You're coming with me to my estate, but I'll be leaving on a long journey tomorrow, so I'll have to wait until I return to taste the wine you prepare." Chuanxiong grinned, tucked the money into her father's embrace, and followed Black and White back to his mansion. The next morning, Black and White departed Kyoto, setting out to search for Chu Emohan. Chapter 36, Tianshui County. At the gate of Tianshui County, a steady stream of refugees poured in. A young man dressed in a green robe stood to one side, a faint look of sorrow on his face. "Master Songqing, this city gate should have been closed last night. Now it's already the hour of Mao, and if the county magistrate finds out, I'm sure my behind will be beaten with dozens of strokes." The senior clerk earnestly advised Songqing, but still he refused to turn away the refugees. All were citizens of the Qing dynasty. All had the right to choose survival. Turning them away now was not something a true man would do. Song Jiang knew his son was too compassionate, so he specifically instructed the guards at the city gate that the gates must close after the hour of Mao. Creak. The sound of the closing gates mixed with the continuous cries of the refugees. Songqing quickly descended from the gate, only to find that the soldiers he originally assigned to guard the city had been replaced. "Master, please return. Don't make things difficult for the magistrate." Sitting beside the wall, Songqing couldn't comprehend why the provincial governor wouldn't accommodate such a small number of refugees. Just then, the wind and sandstorms in the distance suddenly intensified, spreading faster than anyone could have imagined. Xinyu and her group followed behind the ox cart, eyes almost unable to open as the sand stung their faces. "We need to hurry. If we're too slow, we'll be buried by the sandstorm." Xinyu looked back and already saw the black sand getting closer. Though they had lost Fan Yuan and yesterday's ungrateful villagers, their group still consisted of many women and children. Suddenly, two startled horses darted out from somewhere. One collided with the ox cart, the other charging toward Shiyu. "Shiyu!" The horse reared up to evade, but at this distance, it would surely trample Shiyu. Xinyu leapt into action, landing on the horse's back, gripping the reins tightly before yanking sharply to the right, pressing the horse to the ground. "Chu Emohan, hurry over. Tie this horse to your ox cart. Let everyone toward the city gate. The speed of the windstorm is increasing. If we're caught, we'll all die here." After hearing her words, Chu Emohan severed the ropes tying the ox and bound them around the panicked horse instead. "Everyone come on. Get onto the cart." Fortunately, with the departure of Fan Yuan and others, only 8 people remained in their group, just enough to cram into the ox cart. After half an hour of frantic galloping, Xinyu took off her eye patch and cursed under her breath upon seeing the firmly shut city gates. "We've gone through all this trouble just to find the gates closed. What rotten luck." Refusing to give up, Xinyu dragged Chu Emohan toward the closed gates. Refugees surrounded them by the hundreds. "Guard, please open the gate. We are merchants of Tianshui County. Here's our property deed. Can you let us inside?" Xinyu pushed the deed through the crack in the gate where a guard grabbed it and stuffed it into his own pocket. "The deed has been received, but the gate cannot open. There are too many refugees inside the city already. There's no space left to stand. You're bullshitting me. Open the damn gate immediately, or else I'll have my second uncle chop off your heads." The guard snorted in disdain. "Kid, don't think using some kind of reverse psychology on me will work. Even if the son of heaven came today, these gates wouldn't open. You can just wait outside and die." Enraged, Chu Emohan kicked the city gate hard. "I'm truly Chu Tiany's nephew. My name is Chu Emohan. Open the gate now or you'll truly regret it." Unmoved, the guard didn't budge. However, Songqing, who heard the mention of Chu Tiany, hurriedly approached. "Is it truly Chu Emohan outside?" "It's me. Who are you?" "Quickly open the gate. The sandstorm is growing stronger. How do I verify your identity?" Songqing wanted to help, but understood the need to follow procedures. Why not use the influence of the prime minister's nephew? Even if Chu Emohan dies outside, if he doesn't, even the provincial governor might show some respect, right? Furious, Chu Emohan cursed. "I'm about to die? How am I supposed to prove my identity?" He searched his entire body, finding nothing except for the token given by his uncle. The steward on the carriage was nearly panicking and even considered revealing the prime minister's personal letter to this fool. "Do you need this?" Xinyu handed him a black plaque. "Yes." Chu Emohan shoved the plaque through the crack in the gate and shouted, "It's my uncle's hand signet. Will this prove my identity?" Excited upon seeing the character Chu on the plaque, Songqing laughed. "Quickly open the gate and let Master Chu enter." The guards exchanged worried glances. None dared open the gate since it was directly against the provincial governor's orders. "Open the gate. When the prime minister issues an order, it's like he himself is present. What's your problem? Do you want to die?" Songqing pulled out a long sword from one of the guards and slashed it at a guard's shoulder. "Will you open the gate or not? If not, I'll kill you." The guard panicked and quickly removed the door bolt. "We'll open. Young Master Song, don't be angry. We'll open it right away." As the bolt loosened and the gate opened, a throng of refugees surged in, with several weak ones getting trampled underfoot, their fates unknown. Xinyu and her group finally rushed inside, everyone accounted for. Chu Emohan remained calm for a moment before drawing his sword from his waist and charging toward the guards. "Emohan, don't act rashly." Chu Tianjiao looked worriedly at her precious son. "Mother, please don't interfere. I have to settle this matter with them today. Seeing Chu Mohan's eyes like those of a wild wolf, the guards' faces turned pale with fear, their knuckles white from gripping their weapons too tightly. Who blocked the gate earlier? Step forward. Chu Mohan stood with his sword, radiating a chilling intent. After realizing he was the Prime Minister's nephew, the guards all cowered like worms, not daring to lift their heads. If you don't come forward now, I will kill all of you today. Without hesitation, he swung his cold blade toward the nearest guard. The guard barely managed to dodge by stepping back. Master Chu, please show mercy. The guards were just following orders. I already reprimanded them earlier. Upon hearing Song Qing's voice, Chu Mohan knew that it was him who had pressured the guards to open the gate. I might let them go if you tell me. Whose orders did they follow? How could they disregard the lives of so many innocent people? Song Qing naturally dared not speak up, fearing that Chu Mohan might offend the district governor and take out his anger on his father. Would that not be self-sabotage? In light of young Master Song's efforts in opening the city gate for us, can we set aside this matter? Come with me to the best tavern in Tianshui. I'll personally apologize to you. Chu Mohan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Provoking these guards would indeed risk them retaliating fatally. After all, being the Prime Minister's nephew didn't make him immune to death. Fine, let's go. I hope you prove your sincerity to me, young Master Song. Song Qing eagerly agreed, leading the group of over 10 people to a secluded, yet upscale tavern. Chapter 37. Use an IOU as money. Inside the private room of the wine house, there was a rosewood bed intricately carved with mandarin ducks playing in water. The bed was topped with a fine hemp mattress. Xinyu glanced at it, and almost couldn't resist storing it in her spatial ring. She absolutely adored this kind of exquisitely carved furniture that carried such a strong traditional Chinese aesthetic. What's wrong? Do you like it? Chu Mohan smiled and gestured toward the nearby rosewood bed. It's indeed to my liking, but before Xinyu could finish, Chu Mohan placed his finger on her tender, thin lips. Liking it is enough. After we leave, we'll just take it with us. Everyone, where would they put this? Is there something wrong with their young master's mind? Moreover, carrying a bed this large on the road, wouldn't that be inconvenient? All of them looked at Chu Mohan, confused about his state of mind. Chu Tianjiao, however, cupped her chin with her hands and gazed contentedly at her beloved son. Finally, this kid has come to his senses. He knows how to please you now. Although the method is somewhat inappropriate, he's heading in the right direction. Thinking of this, Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but smile joyfully. This guest. Our establishment is a wine house business, not a furniture shop. Besides, this rosewood bed is extremely valuable. It was bought by our master for a high price. The innkeeper looked embarrassingly at Chu Mohan, making it very clear that the bed was not for sale. How? Are you afraid I can't afford the price? Chu Mohan scoffed coldly and took out a piece of white paper from his bosom. Everyone. The innkeeper was utterly confused. What was the identity of the person accompanying Master Song? Was he some literary master who planned to write a poem and use it as payment? That would be absolutely unacceptable. This was considered an antique. During famine years, antiques were worth practically nothing. With a flourish of pen and ink, Chu Mohan scribbled wildly and then proudly stamped it with his seal. Here, take it. Surely this will do now. When the innkeeper took it and looked, he nearly fainted from shock. What the hell is this thing? An IOU. And it wasn't even written by him. You, Chu Mohan, guaranteeing the payment using your uncle Chu Tianrin's identity? This is simply a joke. Customer this. Our shop does legitimate business and only accepts cash. We cannot allow credit. Chu Mohan frowned and harshly slapped the table. Do you dare not give my uncle any face? He is the current prime minister. Song Qing, standing nearby, wanted to crawl into a hole from embarrassment. Although he had heard of Chu Mohan's notorious reputation, he didn't expect the guy to be this reckless. Merchants in Huangyue County were willing to extend credit because Chu Tianyi was the county magistrate, but here in Tianshui, no one cared for such things. Cough cough. The money I'll cover. Manager, go ahead and hurry up with serving the dishes. Song Qing had a good reputation in Tianshui County and frequently came to eat here, so the innkeeper nodded and left. To think the son of a respected county magistrate would actually carry no silver at all. Could it be that his clothes and jade belt were bought with IOUs as well? Thank you for your generosity, Brother Song. Here is the IOU. When we reach the capital, you can redeem it at the Chancellor's account office. Upon hearing this, Song Qing couldn't hold back anymore and sprayed water all over. For a measly few taels of silver, travel all the way to the capital just to personally seek out the Prime Minister? It seemed that Chu Mohan wasn't repaying his silver, but rather suggesting a novel method for committing suicide. No need, Brother Chu, you're too polite. I can afford a single bed myself. Shortly after, a table full of sumptuous dishes was served, and Chu Mohan quickly snatched a chicken leg. By the way, Brother Song, you haven't told me what happened at the city gate earlier. Who exactly ordered the closure of the gates? Truly outrageous. When I see my uncle, I'll definitely submit a complaint against him and have my uncle strip him of his post. Chu Tianjiao quickly shoved a chicken, but into Chu Mohan's mouth. You little fool. You're trying to ruin your own uncle. Cough cough, Master Song. Mohan has been through quite a bit of stress on the journey. His mind isn't fully clear yet. Don't mind him. Thanks to Master Song, we were able to enter the city smoothly today. Let's not mention this incident again. Let's just let it pass. Song Qing agreed heartily. Aunt says it well. However, aiding the people is my duty, especially given that County Magistrate Chu is renowned for caring for his people. Now that we're in Tianshui, it's only natural that I represent my father and receive you both properly. Xinyu, Shunin, Baoyu, and others weren't interested in these matters and only focused on eating. By the time Chu Tianjiao finished speaking, half the food on the table was already gone. And in front of Xinyu, the piles of bones stacked up like a small mountain. Being able to eat well is great. There will be many offspring in the future. Chu Tianjiao looked at Xinyu and smiled faintly. Mother, what did you say? Offspring? What offspring? Nothing. Nothing. I mean, I hope County Magistrate Song advances in rank and wealth. Oh, that's such a minor matter. Once we reach the capital, I'll mention it to my second uncle and have County Magistrate Song promoted directly to the 5th rank. Song Qing. Had he not just seen Chu Mohan willing to write an IOU even for buying a bed, Song Qing might have actually believed him. In that case, I thank Master Chu. You can stay here tonight. I've already arranged the rooms for you. Just request whatever you need and charge it to my account. The steward. Is it true that all sons of county magistrates love keeping accounts? Oh right. Who owns the deed to this shop? It's mine. Xinyu extended her greasy hand, and Song Qing was startled. He hadn't examined her carefully before, but how could this young lady look so clear and elegant? She truly was a rare beauty with willow-like eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, and a round face like a bun. Wonderful indeed. Xinyu, noticing Song Qing's surprised gaze, took the chicken leg in her left hand and wiped her right hand vigorously on her hemp cloth clothing. All done. Now it's clean. Song Qing shook his head helplessly with a faint smile as he placed the property deed into Xinyu's hand. As Xinyu's fingers brushed against Song Qing's, Chu Mohan suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his mind, as if he had been struck by electricity. Meanwhile, Chu Tianjiao also watched Song Qing warily, sensing the threat. After all, her daughter-in-law to be was not only beautiful but talented, and it was easy for someone to covet her. She had to keep an eye on things, or else she might later regret allowing her foolish son to lose his wife to be. Cough cough. If there is nothing else, Master Song, please return. We've been outside battling the sandstorm for quite some time, and would like to wash our hair while the sun is still up. Song Qing nodded with a polite smile. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Magistrate Chu. You stupid boy, don't just stand there acting foolish. At this rate, your future bride will be stolen away by someone else. Chu Mohan froze for a moment at this thought, suddenly realizing he and Xinyu weren't even married yet. Was it due to his mother constantly reminding him every day, or had he truly begun to develop feelings for Xinyu? Could the strange tingling in his mind earlier have been caused by jealousy? In a moment of frustration, Chu Mohan smacked his wrist hard with his fan, trying to regain clarity. But as he watched Xinyu standing by the bronze mirror gently wiping her hair, his heart fluttered once more. Chapter 38. Eating melon and ending up eating your own. When her hair was almost dry, Xinyu tied it up again with a wooden crown, looking just like a weak scholar. It's time to take care of some serious business. She changed into a brown-gray brocade outfit. It would be harder for people to notice this color when the sky became slightly darker. Father, mother, go back inside and rest. I'll go check if there's anything tasty in the city and bring some back for you. Be careful, will you? I know, mother. Don't worry about me. I'll be right back. After speaking, Xinyu darted out like a puff of smoke. Behind a corner pillar, Chu Mohan smiled as he waved his folding fan. Why are you dressed this way? Could it be that you made plans to meet Song Qing earlier? Chu Mohan shook his head, then hurried after her. Xinyu wasn't an ordinary woman. She moved like the wind beneath her feet. He had better not lose her again. Seeing their son leave, Chu Tianjiao shut the gap in the window with a full face of anti-smile. Thinking her son must have finally come to his senses. Sitting at the table, she poured herself a cup of hot tea, feeling extremely pleased. On the other hand, Chu Tianyi leaned against the chair worrying. Now they were staying at the inn for free, with Song Qing as the sucker paying everything. But what would happen after tomorrow? What would they eat or drink? Husband, what are you worrying about? Come and drink tea. Today is a good day. Seeing Chu Tianjiao's sweet smile, Chu Tianyi temporarily set aside his worries. After all, what could be more important than his wife's happiness? After Xinyu went out, she arrived at a crowded tea house nearby. To find out whether Magistrate Song was a corrupt official and learn about any unscrupulous rich merchants in the county, the best places were definitely the tea houses and theater buildings. Customer, which kind of tea would you like? Bring me a pot of high-quality white tea, plus some peanuts and sunflower seeds. All right, sir. One distinguished customer here. A pot of premium white tea coming up. The young apprentice's bright voice seemed to announce to the surrounding tea drinkers that this was a wealthy patron. As expected, everyone's eyes turned toward Xinyu. Which family does this young master come from? He looks so delicate, yet he came to our simple tea house. Rare indeed, said a man while cheerfully cracking melon seeds. No idea. Never seen him before. Probably the son of some wealthy merchant. Look at his clothes, top-grade silk. It must cost several dozen taels of silver per bolt. Everyone felt their tea suddenly lost flavor. With this outfit alone costing over 100 taels, isn't it practically made of gold? Xinyu helplessly touched her forehead. She hadn't realized how expensive Chu Mohan's clothes were. How could someone who couldn't even scrape together one tael of silver afford such luxurious clothing? No wonder the merchants in Huanghua County hated him so much. Now that all attention was on her, how could she possibly hear the information she wanted? Meanwhile, Chu Mohan quietly observed Xinyu from the second floor of the tavern across from the tea house. He was curious about what Xinyu was planning to do in this disguise. Wait, this set of clothes seems somewhat familiar. Haven't I seen it somewhere before? Sir, here's your dragon well tea. It's top-notch quality, please enjoy slowly. Chu Mohan was interrupted, thus forgetting what he was contemplating just now. That's fine, go down. He threw 2 taels of silver at the waiter. Thank you, sir. This money is for your bill, not a tip. Hurry up and go, don't obstruct my view. Chu Mohan was in a foul mood, unable to recall what he had been pondering just moments ago. At the tea house, everyone's attention finally shifted away from Shenyu. A man with a panda, I due to a punch under his eye, coldly snorted. That youngest son of Zhang Envoy truly knows no law. Just because I sold stinky tofu, he smashed my stall and splashed brine onto him. Not only did he blame me for the fault, but also ordered his servant to beat me. I see there is no justice left in Tianxue County. A thin man quickly covered his mouth. Mr. Fan, you can eat random crap, but don't say things without caution. If anyone hears you, you'll end up in jail. This thin man named Song and was a lawyer who often came here for tea, listening to interesting stories among commoners. Mr. Song, it has been known for quite a long time that Zhang Envoy and County Chief Song collude with each other. Do you think we aren't allowed to speak up? Now they're preparing to confiscate a few warehouses of that rich merchant privately. Who in the entire city doesn't know? Everyone was shocked. No one dared to reply. This topic was too bold. No one wanted to offend the magistrate. Mr. Fan, stop. Please stop. At least Master Song behaves decently and often helps us seek justice. Besides, the sandstorm is imminent. Wouldn't it be better to break into those warehouses to provide relief instead of letting them sit unused? Hearing such hypocritical consolation, some straightforward people couldn't hold themselves back anymore. What relief effort? It's still private appropriation, isn't it? Would they be willing to share the silver and grain inside with us? Officials and merchants are all bad. My younger brother just let out a loud fart while adjusting his pants on the street and got sentenced to 2 years in jail. Where am I supposed to file a complaint? Shenyu had finally figured out that Mr. Zhang wasn't a good person, and neither was the Song family of the county magistrate except for Song Qing, who saved them. As for what those several warehouses of the rich merchant meant, Shenyu wanted to listen more about that. On the second floor, Chu Mohan couldn't help but chuckle as he listened. This Tianxue County is lively indeed, but not as entertaining as our Huanyue County. Without the appearance of the wealthy merchant himself, they're actually forcing their way into someone else's warehouses. That's truly unprecedented. Wait. Chu Mohan suddenly stopped, his expression immediately turning serious. Rich merchant? Warehouse? Could they be talking about my warehouse? Chu Mohan had stored quite a bit of silver and grain in that warehouse, waiting to use them today. He didn't expect this dog of a county magistrate to dare touch his stuff. At this moment, Shenyu stepped forward to save time. Uncle, where exactly is the warehouse of the rich merchant you mentioned, and what's going on here? I'm new to this place, originally thinking about doing some small business here. But after hearing what you all said, it seems like the situation is very complicated. Shenyu's innocent and puzzled face evoked some sympathy from the man. Just take your money and run. The water in Tianxue County is too deep for someone like you, young man. The man sighed and continued. As for this rich merchant, he started doing business in Tianxue County many years ago. Half of the wine shops, pawn shops, and gambling dens in Tianxue County belong to him. He built 3 large warehouses on the south side of the city. It's rumored that they contain silver and grain. Shenyu smiled and nodded. Thank you for the advice, uncle. After speaking, Shenyu left smiling. However, Chu Mohan upstairs frowned tightly. The 3 warehouses in the south, weren't they his own warehouses? This county magistrate was really being shameless by trying to appropriate his property. Chu Mohan dared not waste any more time, quickly heading towards the warehouse. That was his capital for survival and relationship building after arriving in the capital. There must be no issues. Chapter 39. Could it be these things in the warehouse? On a dim and narrow street, a strange man wearing a mask knocked on an old wooden door. Knock, 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 knock. The person inside heard the signal and hurried over. Who is it? We're not receiving guests today. All the masters have gone up the mountain. I just want to stay for the night, with a bottle of osmanthus wine as payment. Creak. The man quickly opened the door and bowed deeply at the sight of the stranger. Come inside first. Tell me what's wrong with those 3 warehouses. The man removed his mask, revealing a nose as firm as a mountain peak, slightly furrowed eyebrows, and a black gaze tinged with sorrow. This man was none other than Chu Mohan. Master, County Magistrate Song and Mr. Zhang are colluding. Knowing you rarely come to Tianxue County, and seeing the approaching sandstorm, they decided to seize our warehouses under the pretense of distributing grain to help the people through this difficulty. After hearing this, Chu Mohan angrily struck the table. In those warehouses were all the wealth he had accumulated over the years in Tianxue County. Tianxue County is more than twice the size of Huanyue County. Because it's very close to Shuntian Prefecture, there are more wealthy merchants coming and going here, naturally making the economy far more developed than that of Huanyue County. This is truly lawless. I wasn't causing them trouble, and now they intend to break into my warehouses. Have we gotten any news about when they will make their move? The elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and shakily replied. Tonight. These 2 bastards. They've given me no time at all. Silver bills? Give them all to me. The elder hastily took out a worn-out box from under the table and pulled out a thick stack of silver bills. Sir, what about the other supplies? Are we just letting them fall into the hands of these despicable men? They dream if they think they can take everything. Chu Mohan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes sharp like daggers, glaring toward the direction of the warehouses. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Erdeo, gather everyone from the shop, convert all the cash into silver bills, and bring it to me tonight. Every helper should go door to door or shout in the streets that the magistrate wants everyone to head to the warehouse. Take whatever you see. Do you understand? Hearing this, the elder chuckled. No wonder their young master was such a cunning person when it came to scheming. And another thing. Find 30 strong helpers, give each 10 taels of silver, and have them torch the houses of the corrupt county magistrate, and Mr. Zhang. Since they dared to provoke me, neither will get away easily. Yes, sir. One more thing. Go investigate the details of Julong Mountain and send the information to me. They've harassed us so many times along the way. There must be an opportunity for retaliation. The elder nodded and immediately left the yard through the back door. Chu Mohan sat on a chair, helplessly rubbing his forehead. He had already experienced this windstorm once before. It would rage wildly one last night, and then end, followed by scorching weather. After several days of heat, there would come heavy snows, and who knows how many refugees would perish on the road. He originally stockpiled these goods purely for profit, but it seemed that human plans could never match the whims of nature. If this money could be smoothly collected, it would be enough to support 5,000 elite soldiers for 2 years. This also meant he'd have sufficient opportunity to uncover the masterminds behind his own murder and figure out who conspired with foreign powers to seize power during the chaos. At that moment, Mr. Zhang and Magistrate Song were having a joyous drink at the magistrate's office. Dancing girls poured wine beside them, and they were leading quite a luxurious life. Magistrate Song, when do we head to that rich merchant's warehouse? Let's do it the way you suggested. You 80%, me 20. Mr. Zhang grinned at the county magistrate, his eyes filled with greed. Over the years, all his businesses had been taken over by this merchant. The lavish life he used to enjoy had become nothing more than a dream, and every night he dreamed of getting back everything that belonged to him, especially the wealth in this warehouse. It should belong 80% to him. Don't rush, Mr. Zhang. Does your magistrate ever renege on promises? Come on, let's keep drinking. Just as the words fell, shouts of urgency came from outside the door. County magistrate, bad news. Things are going poorly. Song Jiang, who was just kissing a beautiful woman, felt greatly annoyed at being interrupted. What's the matter? Can't you see that I am discussing important matters with Mr. Zhang right now? Get out. The face of the county magistrate turned red with anger, and if it weren't for someone else present, the servant would surely receive severe punishment today. Lord, some unknown person spread the word, saying Lord Song and Mr. Zhang are feeling generous, inviting all the townsfolk to raid the 3 warehouses owned by that merchant. Whoever gets anything, keeps it. The magistrate flew into a rage, abruptly standing up and throwing his wine cup onto the floor. What? Which little scoundrel is so detestable, ruining my big plans? Hurry, gather all the bailiffs from the county office. Go suppress the situation immediately. The things in there are invaluable treasures. They absolutely cannot be taken by those stubborn villagers. Yes. Behind the screen, Song Qing watched the entire process unfold in detail, never imagining that her father, who always preached righteousness and placing the people first, would truly be like this. Greedy for wealth, lusting after women, and putting on a fake front, all while pretending to be a good father and an upright county magistrate in front of her. She was truly naive to have been deceived for so long. At this moment, no one realized that Shun Yu had already used her supernatural abilities to successfully enter the first warehouse. This warehouse was filled with nothing but rice and flour. Oh, and rats. So much rice and flour, just waiting to make a profit during national disasters. All gone, every last grain collected. Unrighteous wealth will not be tolerated. With a flick of her small hand, Shun Yu's lips curved into a satisfied smile as she watched the warehouse become instantly empty. A sense of fulfillment washed over her like never before. In the blink of an eye, Shin Yu appeared in the second warehouse. Upon seeing a room full of armor and weapons, Shin Yu was utterly bewildered. Was this wealthy merchant obsessed with collecting weapons or planning to raise an army to rebel? Surely this collection of weapons and armor was enough to equip at least 5,000 men, 5,000 elite soldiers. If they suddenly showed up in the capital, wouldn't the emperor be terrified out of his mind, too afraid to close his eyes while sleeping? Take it all. Maybe it'll come in handy later. If we're bullied when we get to the capital, I'll start my own army. Then I'll storm the imperial city and crown myself empress. Humph. After saying that, Shin Yu moved on to the third warehouse. At what she saw inside, Shin Yu was even more baffled. Where were the warehouses filled with silver and bolts of silk? What the hell was this nonsense? A glance revealed nothing but medicinal herbs, honeysuckle, forsythia, gardenia, indigo leaves, and more. And that wasn't all. Why were there so many cotton coats at the very end? This merchant really knew how to make money, didn't he? Stocking up on cotton coats in the sweltering summer showed he was savvy about hoarding goods. Chapter 40. Eat my rotten egg. Shin Yu sighed. Although these herbs didn't have the same visual impact as gold and silver, such a huge pile was certainly worth a lot of money. Moreover, these herbs were enough for her to open a pharmacy in the place she would settle down. Just as she was about to start, she heard footsteps coming from outside the door, one after another, like hundreds of horses crossing the border at once. Not daring to waste any time, and fearing something unexpected might happen, Shin Yu waved her hand, storing everything in the third warehouse into her space without leaving even a trace behind. Shin Yu had already planned where to hide after leaving, so she appeared at a secluded corner of a wall. On the other side of the wall, there was an endless stream of people. Hurry up. If we are any slower, we won't make it on time. The earlier we go, the more rice we can grab. What's gotten into the county magistrate this time? To let us open this warehouse together. Is he feeling guilty or something? The man laughed heartily, thinking since he came early, he could bring at least a sack of rice home. Who cares? Hurry up. If we are late, and he changes his mind, we will have come here for nothing. Upon hearing this, Shin Yu became somewhat interested. There's no way the county magistrate would do such a good thing for no reason, right? Could it be that the rich merchant decided not to put up with it quietly anymore and is about to make a move? Wouldn't that mean there's going to be some good drama? Watching plays or dramas. Xinyu loves them the most. Anyway, Mr. Zhang and the dog county magistrate would stay here for a long time, while moving out 2 residences would take less than the burning of an incense stick, so there's plenty of extra time to enjoy the show. She followed the crowd and arrived before the 3 warehouses. Some bold commoners and refugees were already smashing the iron locks on the doors with stones on the ground. It must be said that the rich merchant had quite strong anti-theft awareness. Each door was equipped with 4 or 5 huge copper locks. Breaking them with brute force would surely take much effort and time. They barely managed to break the first lock when they heard the voices of the county magistrate and the constables behind them. Step aside. All of you, step aside. County Magistrate Dunn is here. You rascals. Drop the stones in your hands. We're just taking things, not looting. Why are you all so anxious? Someone. Seize them. Yes, sir. A few constables drew their shiny knives, upon seeing which the villagers quickly scattered, making way for them. Xinyu snorted coldly, pretending. You just want to swallow all these things. How disgraceful. Upon hearing Xinyu's words of criticism, a man nearby pouted and nodded full of hatred. You're absolutely right, sir. This county magistrate is truly not a good one. He's far worse than my father. Hearing this familiar voice and arrogant tone, Xinyu slowly raised her head. Chu Mohan's face was still as handsome as ever, just like a male protagonist in a novel. A clearly defined face, bright and clear eyes, and a pair of sword-like eyebrows looking spirited. In short, he was extremely handsome, rare in the world. But seeing his characteristic roguish smile made Xinyu find it somewhat funny again. How could he always wear this kind of smile regardless of time and place? Noticing Xinyu staring at him intently, Chu Mohan took out his fan and gently tapped her forehead. Hey, stop staring. If you continue, I'll start charging. You, a man, have been staring at me for too long. I know you envy me, but watch your image. After speaking, Chu Mohan turned his head and took a look. Seeing Xinyu's almost devouring eyes, Chu Mohan hurriedly apologized. Oops, Miss Xun, I'm sorry, really sorry. What's with this disguise of yours? I thought you were planning to steal under the cover of darkness. Xinyu. You've guessed it pretty accurately. Just now you hit my head with the fan. Otherwise, I'd gouge out your eyeballs and throw them by the roadside to be a fortune teller. Don't get mad, don't get mad. Here, eat while watching. No problem. Then Chu Mohan smiled and handed over a handful of sunflower seeds, starting to crack them happily. I'll forgive you this time because of the sunflower seeds you gave me. Half an incense stick of time passed. The county magistrate finally managed to control the scene with his people. Don't panic, everyone. No looting allowed. We need order. Everyone will get their share. No one will miss out. Rest assured, due to the tyranny of the county magistrate, no one dared to say anything. But Xinyu didn't care about so many rules. Being someone who enjoys the chaos of drama, she pretended to tidy her boots, deliberately lowering her voice to mimic an elder's voice. Ho ho, you are not a good person, county magistrate. After opening the door, the police held knives to block the entrance and drove us away so that you and Mr. Zhang could divide all these things, isn't it? Everyone. The originally pacified hearts became restless and uneasy again. That's right. I think you're trying to take it all. I think so too. Don't look at your knives. Today, I've brought an iron rake with me. If I don't get a bag of rice, I'll fight you to the death. The county magistrate struck the copper gong in his hand hard. You are revolting. All of you, quiet down. This county magistrate said that if I was to give it to you, I wouldn't go back on my word. If anyone else starts rambling, this county magistrate won't be polite. The county magistrate's face turned red with anger. There were endless numbers of commoners around him. If each person took 1 or 2 taels of silver plus a bag of rice, how could he still make any money? After all this hard planning, would he gain nothing? At this moment, Chu Mohan felt extremely annoyed and squatted down to vent his grievances. You're nothing. Do you actually keep your promises? If I had listened to you today, I would have celebrated the new year wrong. Xinyu gave Chu Mohan a big thumb up with a smile. In terms of abusive language, Chu Mohan was still the best. Upon hearing this, the pent-up resentment of the crowd burst forth, making the county magistrate's face very difficult to see. Damn, rejecting my generosity. A bunch of smelly refugees. Truly asking for death. Head Constable Wu. Kill 2 of them. Shake them up. Yes. The head constable randomly dragged out a man who looked weak and afraid to resist, and beat him fiercely. Xinyu saw her chance, and wasn't about to let it slip by. Mr. Chu, please help me with something. Looking at Xinyu's mischievous grin, Chu Mohan knew there was nothing good coming. Before he could even agree, Xinyu pulled out a rotten egg from her sleeve and stuffed it into Chu Mohan's hands. Before Chu Mohan could react, Xinyu grabbed his hand and threw the rotten egg forcefully. Squish! The rotten egg landed precisely on Song Jiang's head. The egg liquid splattered everywhere, making everything stink horribly, almost causing Song Jiang to vomit. Brothers, attack. This dog of a county magistrate didn't treat us as human beings. Beat him to death. After saying this, thousands of refugees rushed forward instantly. They beat up the policeman and the county magistrate Zhang completely. Chu Mohan ran away with Xinyu. It must be said, Xinyu was indeed great at causing trouble. However, why didn't she throw the egg herself, just now? Chapter 41. The Unusual Estate of the Magistrate. You stop right there. You threw the rotten eggs with my hands. And you aren't worried about me getting beaten by that dog magistrate at all. Xinyu let out a cheeky laugh and waved his hand, a hint of apology on his face. Aren't you always saying that you're the nephew of the Prime Minister? That dog of a magistrate wouldn't dare offend you. I've saved your life before, so you can't possibly abandon chivalry now, right? Watching Xinyu smile in a sweet, adorable, yet shrewd manner, Chu Mohan's heart was pounding as if a little deer were running wild inside. but my mother told me clearly, whoever touches my hand must take responsibility for it. Looking at Chu Mo-han like a wronged young lady, Shinyu burst into hearty laughter. Take responsibility? With your status as the nephew of the magistrate, I couldn't even dream of associating with you. I won't joke around anymore. I need to buy things urgently. If I'm late, the shops will be closed. After finishing speaking, Shinyu disappeared into the crowd. He found a secluded, dilapidated house, and with a shift in his thoughts, he had already arrived at the magistrate's residence. The front yard looked unremarkable, but this backyard harbored great secrets. Almost every side door was locked, and there were people guarding them. Shinyu gave a cunning smile, clearly indicating a great many treasures. Today, I'll make you lose both your wife and your soldiers, and see if you'll still dare to oppress the common folk. In the first warehouse, various luxurious jewels and accessories were neatly arranged. The twilight streamed through the paper window, casting light onto the jewelry, creating an opulent and resplendent effect. This dog of a corrupt official. For so many years, how much have you squeezed from the masses? How truly devoid of conscience. Phew. The guard outside shivered slightly. Wasn't there someone talking in the room? Chong Goei, one guard asked sleepily. It's impossible. These double locks are here. Not even mosquitoes can get in or out. Perhaps it's just my imagination? Inside the room, Shinyu quickly covered his mouth upon hearing the commotion outside. With a flick of his small hand, he stuffed all the brimming gold and jewels into a storage space. Reaching the second warehouse, what met him head-on was a pile of gold as tall as a person. Shinyu excitedly approached, but accidentally bumped into the iron lock on the adjacent box. Clink! The iron lock swung back and forth, emitting a shrill sound. Shinyu slapped his forehead twice in quick succession. He was dazzled by the gold, and made such a foolish mistake. Hurry up and open the door. There's a real sound, the guard shouted outside. The key is here. Step aside. At the moment the door was pushed open, all the guards exchanged blank looks, not knowing what to say. What the hell? This room is so clean, without even a single wooden chest left. What is going on, Mr. Laosong? Where did all the stuff go? They were still here last night. The guard wiped sweat from his brow and his eyes widened. How could they explain themselves to the county magistrate when he returned? Even their collective lives wouldn't match the value of a single piece of gold. On the side, the leader struck the wooden window fiercely, causing a crack along its frame. What are you standing there for? Hurry and check whether the items in the other rooms are still there. If everything's gone, we're doomed. After opening all the warehouses, everyone was dumbfounded, mouths agape and eyes vacant, as if their brains had ceased functioning. In their minds, this was something utterly impossible. Squatting on the ground, the few of them felt completely at a loss, with no idea how to start explaining to the county magistrate. Just returned from praying to Buddha, the county magistrate's wife pushed the door open and curiously rubbed her eyes. Did she enter the wrong room? Why was the room completely empty? Not even a chair remained. She took 2 steps back and meticulously scanned the scenery in front of the door. This is indeed her room. Oh my goodness. Who moved all my stuff out in broad daylight? The woman placed her hands on her hips, looking like a shrew scolding in the street, deep creases forming at the corners of her eyes from her anger. Hearing this, a few guards quickly came over. Madam, your room is also emptied too. Yes indeed. It's absolutely despicable. Could it be that master has set his eyes on some flirtatious vixen again? How dare he move all my stuff out? The woman stomped her foot heavily, frowning deeply, quietly cursing under her breath, looking ready to fight tooth and nail once the county magistrate returns. Madam, please don't worry. Has our house offended any unsavory spirits? Not only your room, but also the warehouse where master stored items in the backyard are all spotlessly clean. Not even a hair remains. What? The woman got angry to the point that veins protruded from her forehead, momentarily becoming disoriented, almost fainting. Where's master? Where did he go? Replying to madam, he went to those 3 warehouses belonging to the rich merchants, said the servant timidly. Hurry up and bring him back. Our home has been stolen, and he's still thinking about robbing others. Yes, I'll go at once. At this moment, Shinyu, hiding behind the wall, heard their words and went to Mr. Zhang's house with satisfaction. Mr. Zhang's house was more luxurious than the magistrate's residence by at least twice. Inside the courtyard, there were artificial hills and streams, lotus ponds for fishing, and even a stage at the back of the yard for actors to perform. The eaves were all adorned with golden glazed tiles, and the carvings of the 5 spines and 6 beasts on the roof were vividly lifelike, just like in the imperial palace. With such extravagant decoration, the warehouse must be filled with treasures too, right? The security around Zhang's manor was not very tight, so Shinyu quickly found the location of the warehouse. After getting inside, she was greatly disappointed. The warehouse had only scattered boxes, and the things inside were far inferior compared to those in the magistrate's house. After checking 5 warehouses one after another, not even matching the scraps of what was found at the magistrate's place, Shinyu sneered. You're called an externist, wealthy merchant, yet you're nothing but a penniless ghost. After emptying all the other rooms, Shinyu prepared to leave, but through a blue brick wall, she heard a woman's laughter. Sorry ladies, I've been incredibly lucky today. Truly sorry sisters. Upon hearing this coquettish tone, Shinyu carefully inspected the blue brick wall beside her. It seemed recently built. Could it be that Mr. Zhang's estate had another secret section? With a flick of thought, she arrived at a secluded corner where she saw a huge courtyard. The building had 2 floors. Each floor had at least 10 rooms, making 20 rooms altogether. In front of these houses, there were exactly 5 mahjong tables. All the women playing mahjong were decked out in gold and silver, with exquisite jewelry piled one upon another. Seeing this, Xinyu finally understood where Mr. Zhang's money had gone. On closer inspection, the 20 faces looked almost identical, different features, but strikingly similar shapes, characterized by bold eyebrows, big eyes, and pointed chins, the standard internet celebrity face. No wonder Mr. Zhang appears frail and bony, as if his skin clings to his bones. It seems it's not due to poor eating habits, but rather excessive expenditure. Besides his official wife and 5 concubines, he is also keeping so many slender horses, young mistresses, in the backyard, a truly rare and extravagant life. Chapter 42. Mutual probing comes to an end. Xinyu did not hold back at all, moving everything from the 20 rooms into her space. She would take the opportunity to carefully search through the cabinets or under the pillows on the bedside tables later, which might give her some pleasant surprises. After leaving, Xinyu specially took out a lot of delicious food from her space. KFC buckets, Burger King Big Burgers, and cola plum juice, etc. Chu Emohan leaned against the balustrade on the second floor, having waited for Xinyu for a full hour. Qin Feng, standing beside him, was bored and kept yawning. Master, let's go back to our room. We've been waiting here for an hour already. All the guests going up and down think we're bandits. Chu Emohan didn't have such thoughts. He had to get it clarified. Was this something Xinyu did? Why were the 3 storage rooms empty when opened? The county magistrate and Mr. Zhang came back empty-handed. When they got home, their homes were also completely empty. Now, the whole street was full of people catching suspects. But could these suspects be caught easily? All the commoners said that the county magistrate had offended a wealthy merchant who spent a high price hiring ghosts and gods. Perhaps there would even be heavenly retribution on Tianshui County. Most of the commoners believed this and thought that it was no longer safe to stay in Tianshui County. They fled with their families. Thinking about the sudden firelight on the mountain earlier and those severed limbs of the bandits, Chu Emohan had suspicions back then. Now that such an event had occurred again, he had to find out. What exactly was Xun Yu's identity? Was she just pretending to summon gods and spirits, or did she truly possess ghost god powers? Before being reborn, Chu Emohan doubted ghostly matters and didn't believe in them at all. But once the matter of rebirth happened to him, he couldn't help but admit that this world had too many unknowns or things he didn't understand. As Chu Emohan was deeply lost in self-doubt, Xinyu slowly walked upstairs, carrying a large pile of items. Hey, what are you 2 big men doing blocking the stairs? Do you think you can be the divine beasts guarding the house? Upon hearing this, Chu Emohan quickly stood up and took the things in Xinyu's hands. Miss Xun is carrying so much by herself, it must be tiring. Let me help you. Then, Chu Emohan carried the things into Xun En's room, where Bao Yu, who was changing his pants, quickly pulled them up. Mr. Chu, how dare you enter without knocking? Ho ho, I haven't seen anything really. These are things little you bought. They smell great, they should be edible. Come eat. Fan Yingxue and Shun En, who were holding their sewing needles, frowned heavily as they looked at Chu Emohan. When did this Chu Emohan become so close to their jade girl that they went shopping together? The aroma of hamburgers and chicken chunks on the table captured the eyes of Shi Yu and Bao Yu, while Shun En and Fan Yingxue worriedly watched their beloved daughter, thinking she absolutely could not fraternize with such a playboy. Bullying people with power, constantly fighting and killing. How could she not be bullied daily by Chu Emohan after marrying into the Chu family? This marriage proposal, Shun En disagreed with first. After entering, Xinyu placed the rest of the things on the table, wiped the sweat off her forehead, turned around, and saw that Chu Emohan still hadn't left but was standing aside with a smirk on his face. Fan Yingxue felt it inappropriate to ask Chu Emohan to leave, so she politely invited him to stay. The things are bought now. How about, Mr. Chu, you have a taste of these? Chu Emohan smiled as he raised his hand and replied, since Annie mentioned it, I won't hesitate. I don't know where Miss you bought these things, but they are fragrant and look fresh. Such rare delicacies are indeed hard to come by. Seeing this, Xinyu could only take everything out of the bag. Father, Mother, Bao Yu and Shi Yu, come eat quickly. Sister went far to buy these. They're very tasty. After eating, let's sleep early. We'll leave Tianshui early tomorrow morning. At this point, Chu Emohan took a piece of chicken nugget and put it into his mouth. The instant he tasted it, the difference between the juicy interior and the crispy exterior pleased him greatly. Such exquisite culinary creations were truly uncommon. Absolutely masterful. Where did you buy these? They're so good that I want to buy more to stock up. Eating them on the road would be far better than sweet potatoes. Shun En and Fan Yingxue knew that these must definitely be foods granted by the living Buddha to you. Asking this, did Chu Emohan discover something? After experiencing a series of incidents, the insight of the 2 people had become extremely sharp. They began contemplating how to subtly escort this playboy out. Xinyu, however, was not in a rush. Since she had invited Chu Emohan in, naturally, she had ways to resolve the situation smoothly. Just to the right near the city gate, in the alley with the meat bun sign, it's the 5th house inside. But when I went to buy them, the boss was already preparing things to flee. You need to hurry. And remember, they're small merchants. Don't give them fake IOUs. I don't want to bear any cause and effect due to you. Seeing how fluently Xinyu spoke, Chu Emohan felt somewhat embarrassed and glanced at his own waistband. Since I can't issue an IOU, never mind then. When I left Huangyu County, my house had already been emptied by someone, leaving nothing behind. It was like they helped me clear many debts. Now, though I'm carefree, I don't have a single coin on me. Xinyu didn't believe a word of Chu Emohan's story. She thought that Chu Emohan had as many secrets as she did. A piece of clothing could cost nearly 100 taels. This guy might actually be filthy rich, just pretending to be poor. She had an even bolder guess. Perhaps these 3 storerooms belonged to Chu Mo Han. This guy had so many strange things in his storerooms. They must be for some purpose. Especially the huge pile of heat-relieving herbs and cotton clothes. There was no way they were really for business, right? Both had suspicions in their hearts, but stopped probing. After finishing a chicken cutlet, Chu Mo Han sucked his fingers clean, stood up, and prepared to leave. Delicious. And this drink. Truly unique. Never seen it before. Wonderful. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, for the treat. I won't bother you any longer. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to call you, and we'll set off together. The two chuckled happily as they saw Chu Mo Han out. After he left, they sighed with relief and whispered to each other as they sat back down at the table. Is this wastrel uncovering something? Why is he acting so abnormally today, testing us again and again? Xin Yu found it comforting to see her father advancing so quickly, and she handed him a cup of cola. Father, eat first. No matter what he knows or doesn't know, now we're all in the same boat. If he really knows too much, we can just leave him and go alone. But borrowing Chu Mo Han's name has been smooth sailing so far. Shun In and Fan Yingxue nodded in agreement, carefully reflecting that without Chu Mo Han, they would likely have been stranded outside the city walls long ago, and their fate uncertain. Let's stick with him. Though he behaves as a wastrel, he's been pretty good to us. At least he's willing to use the Prime Minister's name to issue IOUs and exchange them for food. The whole family laughed cheerfully after hearing this. Sometimes when they thought about it, Chu Mo Han was indeed quite peculiar, and it was unclear how his uncle would feel once he knew all this. Chapter 43. Zhang Degu must be the culprit. Inside the county magistrate's mansion, a beautifully dressed woman in an expensive light green silk shirt was sobbing into her hands, resembling a fallen winter plum blossom and evoking sympathy. Song Jiang. Look, carefully look. There's absolutely nothing left in this yard. Forget the goods from the storerooms. Even the chairs and beds in our rooms are gone. Next to her, the county magistrate Song Jiang, dressed in a dark green scholar's robe, was completely baffled. What on earth had happened? 3 painstakingly opened storerooms were empty. Returning home only to find the entire courtyard had been emptied. His head felt like there were hundreds of cicadas buzzing inside, ready to explode. The guards. Did the guards notice anything unusual? Seeing Song Jiang still trying to find comfort, the wife gave him a sharp pinch on his arm. You fool. This is clearly due to offending spirits. How else would all the items in the yard vanish without a trace, and no one noticing at home? Song Jiang shoved the woman away and spat towards a nearby flower bed. Go away. Are you crazy from burning incense? Absolutely someone's messing with me. Daring to shit on Song Jiang's head, they must think they can rule the world. Song Jiang carefully thought about people who might have a motive. The prime suspect was the wealthy merchant, yet this merchant had never shown his face. Throughout history, merchants always feared officials. Would he dare oppose Song Jiang directly? Absolutely not. Moreover, such large storerooms would surely leave traces if emptied at night, so there was no way no one noticed. Master, do you think someone deliberately led us to that empty storeroom and took the opportunity to transport all the rich merchant stuff while we weren't paying attention? Song Jiang was suddenly enlightened by the clerk's words. That's right. It could very well be Zhao Yewei, that shameless fellow. For years, although I've been greedy, I've treated him decently. We had some disputes over taxation lately, which cost him some extra silver, so he holds a grudge against me? Wants to get revenge? I said, why did this guy keep coming to me, wanting me to break into the rich merchant's storerooms with him? He's really clever, both trying to exonerate himself and tricking me around, thinking his plot is ingenious, huh? But little did he know it's been exposed. Song Jiang threw a punch at a wooden post. His already tiny eyes became slits due to anger. Looking at the sky, a sinister smile flashed across his lips. Clerk, bring along the bailiffs and the chief officer with weapons, and follow me to the Zhang Yewei residence. Let's see if this despicable fellow has a shred of conscience. The clerk. How do we get tangled up with Mr. Zhang? Half an hour later, a group of men furiously kicked open the gate of Mr. Zhang's residence. Mr. Zhang's steward was scared half to death. He had never seen the magistrate so angry before. His furrowed brows looked like they were on fire. Zhang Degu, you scum, get out here. Damn it. I was going to help you make a fortune, but you actually dare to stab me in the back. You dot. At that moment, Mr. Zhang was busy in the backyard, overwhelmed by the complaints and cries of 20 skinny concubines and 5 secondary wives. His head felt split into 25 pieces. Weren't things fine when he left? Why, upon returning, was all his stuff gone? Even the redwood furniture in his room where thousands of taels disappeared. It was as if fate itself conspired against him, chapter after chapter. Enough. Stop all the yelling. I'm already upset. Let's go to the magistrate's office now and find out what happened with the magistrate. Normally, these women were gentle and elegant, pampered by jewelry and gold. But now they were acting like hooligans, impossible to reason with. It really annoyed Zhang Degu, even making him consider kicking these slim beauties out of the house or selling them to the brothel. Just as he walked out of the back courtyard, a long spear suddenly jabbed straight toward Zhang Degu. Terrified, he fell on his butt. Magistrate, why are you doing this? Zhang Degu was completely puzzled. Earlier, the two were in high spirits, discussing ways to squeeze more money from the refugees before they left. How could this change so fast? How dare you ask me why? The magistrate gripped the spear tightly and hurled it fiercely at Zhang Degu again. I want to know why you tricked me into plundering the storehouse with you, then sent people to empty my estate. Tell me, which of my staff colluded with you? Mr. Zhang looked pitifully at the magistrate's wife, silently questioning how she let her husband act so recklessly. The magistrate glared at Mr. Zhang. almost mad enough to spear him right there. Spare my life, magistrate. My house is also empty. Look, every room in my place is devoid of anything. I am truly innocent. The magistrate wasn't listening to any nonsense at this point. If it wasn't him, then why did he look at my wife when I asked about who he colluded with? Song Jiang's mind was a mess, yet he didn't hold back his spear aimed directly at Zhang Dego. Lord, stop it. Right now, it's most important to find out who stole the goods. What good will killing him do? Can our money come back like this? Lady Song blocked her husband's arm, saving Zhang Dege's life in a crisis. After surviving the ordeal, Zhang Dege lay sweating heavily on the ground, panting. What's going on? There's not a single clue. Song Jiang noticed something off between his wife and Zhang Dege, but there were too many bystanders around. For the sake of appearance, he had to suppress his anger for now. It must be that wealthy merchant who got wind of the news and then found a wizard or Taoist priest. Yes, that's it. Zhang Dege wiped the sweat off his face, trying to bluff through this situation with such excuses. Shut your dog mouth. According to you, how can we retrieve our stuff by chasing some elusive Taoist priest? I see clearly that you deliberately moved your belongings to clear suspicion. Song Jiang's pupils widened, revealing a murderous intent flashing through his eyes, sending a chill down Zhang Dege's spine. I swear it wasn't me, magistrate. With so much stuff, surely someone would have seen along the way. It wasn't me. Song Jiang was unwilling to swallow this bitter pill silently and demanded that Zhang Dege compensate for all the losses. Then give me a solution to handle this matter. This issue cannot be settled just like that. For so many years working alongside Song Jiang, Zhang Dege knew what he meant. Wasn't he asking for Zhang Dege's contribution? Magistrate, I have over 1,000 acres of fertile land in Qingtian County, which I am willing to gift you. Moreover, Zhang family rice shop still has plenty of grain in stock. We can sell it tomorrow for 30 yuan per gene, and we should recover some of the loss. Song Jiang cleared his throat, feigning incomprehension. What? I didn't hear that clearly. All the silver from selling the rice and flour is yours, and the taxes on the farmland. Song Jiang smirked proudly, stroking his beard, feeling exceptionally pleased inside. Lady Song gave Zhang Dege an icy glare, muttering under her breath. She handed the deed in her arms over to Song Jiang. Everyone. Chapter 44. Can't stand it anymore. A desperate move when in trouble. Song Jiang had originally just been suspicious, but now the truth was set in stone. He had definitely been wearing a green hat. His face turned ashen gray, and he wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the pillar in front of the door. Song's wife seemed to realize she had spoken out of turn and hurriedly tried to make amends. Husband, you mustn't misunderstand. This is something Zhang Yuehu sent me yesterday. It was meant as a gift to pry open the merchant's storerooms. Song's wife remained calm and collected, showing no trace of suspicion, while the bailiffs nearby nodded their heads with looks that said, so that's how it is. Song Jiang had spent years mingling among officials and was adept at reading people's words and expressions. He was certain that his wife absolutely had something going on with Zhang Dege. With so many people around, it wasn't appropriate for him to investigate thoroughly, but he quietly resolved to kill these two despicable individuals. All right, since everything has been explained clearly, let's go back. Zhang Dege, tomorrow, don't try any tricks with me, or I'll kill you. The magistrate looked fiercely menacing, his face radiating cruelty, wishing he could cut Zhang Dege down right there. Back at the residence, in order not to alert anyone prematurely, Song endured the night, and then set out early the next morning to Zhang's rice shop. Sure enough, Zhang Dege was selling rice obediently, though the surrounding commoners were grumbling non-stop. The price of rice had skyrocketed fivefold, 30 coins per caddy. Who could afford it? Chu Moi and others happened to pass by at this moment. Noticing someone selling rice, Qin Feng gradually brought the carriage to a stop. Father, mother, let me buy some rice. We need some food along the way. Seeing Magistrate Song standing nearby, Chu Tianjiao originally intended to hold back Chu Moi, but was stopped by Chu Tianyi. Just let him go. We're down to our last resources. At least this boy is still filial, willing to swallow his pride to beg for some food. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao sighed helplessly, thinking what kind of reputation her younger brother would ruin all along this journey. By the time they reached the capital, wouldn't she have to flog him with bamboo rods? Sir, I believe this is County Magistrate Song? Looking at Chu Moi dressed in expensive silk, with a rebellious demeanor, Song Jiang thought he was likely the son of a wealthy merchant coming to buy rice. It is indeed this official. And who might you be? I am Chu Moi, the nephew of the Chancellor. Take note, I am his only nephew. Shinyu, as if afraid others wouldn't know, yet still insisted on stating it out loud. Song Jiang slightly furrowed his eyebrows, realizing Chu Moi did indeed bear some resemblance to Chu Tianren. Back when Chu Tianren ranked second in the imperial examination, Song Jiang had once met him and found him truly extraordinary, a peerless person. Oh, so it's Master Chu. What business do you have with this magistrate? Song Jiang smiled politely, but inwardly held contempt. On this long journey to the capital, I've run out of food. Could I perhaps exchange my maternal uncle's name for some rice and flour? Rest assured, when we reach the capital, I'll send money back. Furthermore, I'll put in a good word for the magistrate before my maternal uncle. The magistrate chuckled understandingly, but tensed up after a breath. No, if you want food, you must pay. There's no trade-off involving your uncle's name. Chu Moi was utterly shocked. Was this Tianshui County's people actually so audacious, refusing to respect even his uncle? Magistrate sir, 30 coins per caddy is simply too expensive. We can't afford it. Can't you intervene to lower the price a bit? Shinyu initially wanted to buy some more rice, but seeing the price left her stunned. 30 coins per caddy. Even with money, she was far from foolish. She didn't want to be swindled into such a bad deal. The county magistrate placed both hands on his chest, looking down haughtily at the distant commoners. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. In times of famine, this price is perfectly normal. Everyone, huh? How normal? Chu Moi spoke first. Magistrate, sir, surely you're colluding with this Mr. Zhang for mutual benefits. 30 coins per caddy isn't expensive? A regular rough rice should cost only 4 to 5 coins per caddy. What does that matter to you? Anyways, this is the only rice shop left in Tianshui County now. Buy it if you want. Otherwise, forget about it. Zhang Degu, raise the price to 40 coins per caddy. Yes, county magistrate, sir. Both men shared a wicked glance, smug in their collusion. Although Chu Moi was enraged inside, he didn't want to meddle too much. Their earlier boldness to shut him outside the door indicated that they weren't intimidated by his identity. A rash conflict might lead to unforeseen accidents. Shen Yu couldn't tolerate the insolent county magistrate anymore. Using diarrhea as an excuse, she instantaneously teleported to Zhang Dagu's grain warehouse in a secluded corner where no one could see her. Looking at the abundance of rice and flour, Shen Yu promptly stored it all away in the warehouse, not leaving them even a single grain. Since you're unwilling to reduce the price, then you shouldn't earn a penny either. Shen Yu had no intention of letting them off easily, deciding to teach them a harsh lesson. Before entering, she noticed the shop next door was closed and concluded that the boss must have fled from famine long ago. She instantly teleported inside and found it exactly as she expected. Only some tables and chairs remained. She tidied up the room slightly and took out some of the fine rice she had stored in her space pocket, piling it at the back. After handling all this, she smirked. Want to fight me? Let's see who can outplay whom. Clang. Shen Yu kicked open the wooden door of the shop and shouted into a megaphone. Fine rice. Free. Fine rice. Free. Everyone come quick. Seeing Shen Yu holding the rice bags, Chu Mohan burst into laughter. How adorable could she be? The commoners heard and hesitated for a moment. Free. It's impossible. They doubted but kept moving toward the entrance, fearing they'd fall behind. Is it really free, young lady? Shen Yu gave a sweet smile. Absolutely free. Father, mother, Shiyu, Baoyu, Uncle Lijing, Aunt Lu, Aunt Wu, come help me. I can't handle it all alone. Looking at Shen Yu's sweet smile, the magistrate felt like he was staring at a devil. What kind of background did this girl have? Was she insane? Offering free food would just add unnecessary trouble for herself. Chu Mohan already disliked Song Jiang immensely, and passing by him, he shrugged with a helpless grin. Sorry, magistrate. We're going for the free stuff. Seeing Chu Mohan's smug face, Song Jiang clenched his fists tightly. How could he possibly allow someone to give away rice for free near his own shop? Pretending to remain calm, he approached and pushed through the enthusiastic crowd standing behind the counter. Are you all mad? You dare eat something offered for free? Aren't you afraid they've poisoned it, trying to kill you for their profit? Song Jiang allowed the high-priced grain sales at 30 coins per caddy, naturally losing the people's trust. Now he couldn't afford to intervene with Shen Yu's free grain distribution, or else it would surely enrage everyone. Yesterday's warehouse incident was warning enough. Today he definitely wouldn't repeat such an elementary mistake. Onlookers shoved Song Jiang aside, showing no respect for his status as county magistrate. We'd rather be poisoned to death than starve. And even if we were to die of hunger, we won't buy your overpriced grain. Get out of the way. Don't block my turn. After hearing this, Song Jiang furrowed his brows and immediately pulled out a long blade from one of the bailiff's belts. You will all stop right now. No more buying her grain. Come here and buy mine. Shen Yu mocked. Oh, so you finally can't stand it anymore? A desperate move when in trouble. Chapter 45. Now they've all learned to work together? Song Jiang was furious. When had he ever been so insulted? Jumping like a dog at bay? This girl must not care about her life. Boldness. How dare you speak out against this official? Do you want to die? Upon hearing these words, Shen Yu quickly stopped what she was doing and pretended to be scared, squatting on the ground with her hands covering her head. Oops. The magistrate admitted to selling high-priced grain. Now we are giving away free grain and he doesn't like it. He's going to beat us. I'm so scared. Every word from Shen Yu was full of mockery. The surrounding villagers, waiting for their share of grain, saw Shen Yu stop and all their anger shifted towards Song Jiang. Magistrate, isn't that unfair? You sell expensive grain, but others cannot give grain away for free. And you even scold them. Do you look like a parent official? The man could no longer contain his frustration. Finally, it was his turn to receive the grain, but because of Song Jiang's obstruction, he felt deeply dissatisfied. Reckless rogue. I am investigating this case. How dare you talk nonsense? Officer Wu, take action, arrest them. The bailiffs sighed helplessly. How could they move? Their mothers, wives, and children were in the queue waiting for grain. Could they send their own parents into jail? This heartless magistrate made Bailiff Wu wish he could stab him right there. At that moment, an old woman behind the magistrate kicked Song Jiang's knee. Caught off guard, Song Jiang fell directly onto his knees. The burning rage within the surrounding citizens erupted instantly as they all jumped onto him, dozens of feet trampling his body. Rogues. Rogues. People. Stop them. Stop them now. Hearing the command, the constables circled around but ended up kicking the magistrate's buttocks several times themselves. How despicable, taking advantage of the peasants fleeing famine and trying to exploit them one last time. For half the time of an incense stick burning, they kicked him thoroughly until he lay motionless with bruises covering his face and body. Oh my, magistrate, he's gone. Everyone, hurry and continue receiving the grain and flour. Dust storm will reach here soon. Everyone run quick. Shen Yu finished speaking and glanced at the center of the sandstorm, noticing its speed had increased. Chu Mohan was slightly shocked. Why is the sandstorm still moving? It seems different from what I remember in my past life. Shinyu, we need to leave now. Something about this sandstorm feels off. Seeing Chu Emohan's worried expression, Shinyu knew something significant must have occurred. Ignoring it could lead to serious consequences. Let's go. Father, mother, get on the cart. Let these people divide the grain among themselves. They had already warned the parents, which Shinyu thought was sufficient enough. Just as they boarded the carriage and left the city gate, howling winds came rushing towards them, like the roar of demons tightening everyone's nerves. Suddenly, the wind turned wild and fierce. No one could keep their eyes open, and if they tried, sand immediately blew in. How did the sandstorm suddenly become so strong? Just as Shunen opened his mouth, wind and sand rushed violently inside. Cover your mouth first before speaking. Qinfeng, can you still see? Hearing Chu Emohan's voice, Qinfeng dared not tell the truth. In this situation, his eyes were completely closed, and the horses were acting freely. Master, I can barely see, and I'm not sure if the horses can see either. Their eyes aren't sand-resistant. Shinyu. Everyone. Just after Shinyu put on her protective mask, and before opening her eyes, the horse let out a loud cry. Suddenly, everyone started plummeting down straight. A sensation of weightlessness spread through their entire bodies. When Shinyu opened her eyes, she realized it was a tall cliff, certain death if they fell. Fortunately, driven by fear and tension, everyone held onto each other tightly. Shinyu didn't hesitate and teleported everyone to an area far from the windstorm. To avoid raising suspicions, Shinyu instantaneously appeared approximately 1 meter above the ground. Ow, it hurts. My old back is ruined. The local chief muttered while carefully opening his eyes. Now everyone was piled up on the ground like a stack of logs, with the local chief and Chu Emohan at the bottom bearing the weight of everyone, unable to breathe properly. Everyone wake up. The sandstorm appears to have stopped. Shinyu patted the jade beneath her. They lazily opened their eyes. Due to extreme vertigo, Chu Tianyi and a few others were still unconscious. Sister, where are we? Why are you sitting on me? Upon hearing the jade statement, Chu Emohan called out weakly. Hurry, get off. I'm about to be crushed to death. Can't breathe anymore. Chu Emohan's face was bluish-green, seemingly close to losing consciousness. Shinyu smiled and quickly jumped down, moving everyone from Chu Emohan's body and placing them on the flat ground. Qinfeng stood up and looked at the scenery around him, feeling very puzzled. Master, how did we end up here? Where are we? Chu Emohan asked weakly. The official road to Qingtian Prefecture. If I'm not mistaken, there is a tall mountain between Tianshui County and this official road. The headman said fearfully. That feeling just now was really like falling into an abyss. Did they really fall off a cliff? But their memories were hazy and unclear. What happened? Could we have fallen off a cliff and remained completely unharmed? Qinfeng furrowed his brows, looking very confused, thinking that they should have been smashed to pieces according to his assumptions. He couldn't understand it. You guys must have all hit your heads. We've been unconscious here for a whole day and night. To prevent everyone from uncovering any clues, Shinyu decided to take the initiative. A whole day and night of being unconscious? It felt like the blink of an eye to me. Qinfeng incredulously touched his forehead, feeling sure he hadn't remembered wrong. Shiyu and Baoyu naturally knew it must be due to the living Buddha's protection. They had landed safely, but now that their parents were still unconscious, they must protect their elder sister. I also feel dizzy, as if I bumped my head on something. Baoyu said while pinching the flesh on his body, pinching until it bruised. I also feel like I slept for a long time. Sister, why haven't father and mother woken up yet? Shiyu is scared. What? Shiyu pretended to cry while covering her face, and Shinyu also cast a worried glance at their parents. Seeing innocent Shiyu saying she felt dizzy and as if she'd slept for a whole day and night made Qinfeng's thoughts grow chaotic again. Had he really slept for a whole day? But he felt refreshed, with no discomfort in his body at all. At this moment, Chu Emohan gave a light cough and gently massaged his chest, acting as if in great pain. Qinfeng, hurry over here and rub my legs. You were lying on me for a day and night. My body is completely numb. Upon hearing this, all doubts disappeared from Qinfeng's mind. Shinyu smirked, giving Chu Emohan a satisfied smile. This guy was actually starting to know how to play along. Chapter 46, 10,000 Snakes Valley. Having gone through unspeakable torment in his past life, Chu Mohan's mental fortitude was unmatched. Although he kept his eyes closed, his consciousness remained clear all along. He had figured out by now that Shinyu definitely possessed some extraordinary abilities beyond the reach of ordinary people. Choosing to help her conceal these abilities was also a decision made with long-term considerations in mind. Shinyu's danger at this moment was comparable to that of bandits. Even a flick of her hand could send him back into the cycle of reincarnation. So what do we do now? We've lost our carriage, and we have no food left. What will we eat tonight? Qinfeng's words jolted everyone back to reality, making them suddenly realize they were hungry. There should be prey around here. The lush greenery indicates that the drought has not been too severe. After saying this, Shinyu took out a crossbow from her basket, alongside a bag of rice and 2 hamburgers, handing them over to Baoyu. Baoyu, stay right here. When I start the fire, you'll be responsible for cooking the kanji here. Got it. Shinyu gently stroked Baoyu's forehead before taking 2 cups of fine rice from her bag and putting them into the pot. Don't worry, big sister. I'm good at making kanji. Baoyu skillfully blew on the fire, picked up the ladle from the basket, and stood guard beside the iron pot. Naturally, Chu Mohan couldn't leave Baoyu alone. If some wild beast attacked, the situation could turn dangerous quickly. He kicked the stewards, but with 1 foot. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up now. The steward cried out in pain as he jumped up, rubbing his bottom while looking extremely aggrieved. Young master, that was brutal. Who told you to pretend to be dead? Next time you dare do that, I'll use you as bait. The steward was speechless. After so much time spent together, not an ounce of affection had developed. Young master, don't get upset. Haven't I risen already? You all go hunting. I'll take care of things here. At this, Chu Mohan handed the steward the dagger in his hand, then turned and followed Shin Yu into the forest. There were plenty of signs of animal activity nearby, yet they had walked far without encountering a single one. What's going on? There's not even a single wild rabbit. Calm down. As a qualified hunter, you need enough patience. Just as Shin Yu finished speaking, a wild rabbit darted out. There, over there. In an instant, an arrow from a crossbow and a slashing blade both flew toward the rabbit. The blade missed, but the arrow embedded itself firmly in the rabbit's back. Miss Shun, your archery is truly remarkable. To kill something so quick at once. Qin Feng is in awe. Qin Feng's look of admiration was genuine, as was the mixture of shame and loneliness he felt inside. Shin Yu's martial skills far surpassed his own. Staying close to Shin Yu, he frequently experienced a deep sense of inadequacy. One rabbit, plus the porridge, should be enough for us to eat. Let's head back. Under such circumstances, the two could only nod their heads in agreement, for whoever could catch prey would be considered the leader. Walking behind them, Qin Feng looked around carefully, trying to capture some prey to make up for his previous feelings of failure. A rustling sound from the bushes caught Qin Feng's attention. Carefully pulling apart the grass, he found two snakes, one black and one white, winding around each other closely. However, there was no time to admire the sight. With one swift slash, he cut off the heads of both snakes. The two snake bodies writhed violently, still tightly entangled like a pretzel. Both severed heads glared furiously at Qin Feng, their baleful gazes causing him to shiver. Seeing that Shin Yu and the young master were nearly back at camp, he hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the campsite, everyone was already awake, and the millet porridge gave off a fragrant aroma. Upon seeing the rabbit in Shin Yu's hands, everyone was delighted. The feeling of joy spread throughout them. On such a journey of fleeing famine, having someone dependable like this was truly a blessed thing. It wasn't long before Shin Yu deftly cleaned the rabbit and hung it above the fire. Soon after, sizzling sounds of oil dripping could be heard. The village magistrate licked his lips. Normally not one for eating meat, Shin Yu's roasted creations always tasted exceptionally flavorful. Every memory brought a flood of saliva to his mouth. Qin Feng, what are you cutting there? Why is it all whitish? The steward cautiously approached and nearly fell to the ground when he saw the snake in Qin Feng's hands. You? Why are you putting a snake in the porridge? Is it poisonous? Qin Feng frowned, looking down at the steward's timid face, feeling a hint of disdain creep into his eyes. Snake meat tastes delicious. If you don't like it, just don't eat any. It's just a snake. It scared you half to death. What will you do if you meet a tiger? Collapse in fear. Qin Feng's words sealed the steward's mouth tightly shut. You. Don't huff unless you have something important to say, steward. At that moment, Chu Tianyi slowly approached. Seeing the black and white snakes in Qin Feng's hands, he immediately broke out into a cold sweat. When he woke up, he had carefully examined the surroundings. This place strongly resembled Wanxi Valley, which was very close to Qingtian Prefecture. It was said that in Wanxi Valley, wild boars could be hunted, and tigers could be captured, but under no circumstances should the snakes be harmed. These snakes were extraordinarily united and mostly closely related. If they sensed danger, they might instantly attack. Qin Feng, did you kill these two snakes? Qin Feng proudly nodded and even waved his trophy at Chu Mohan. Where are the snake heads? Chu Tianyi's expression grew increasingly terrifying. If this really was Wanxi Valley, then it was unlikely they would see tonight's moon. The snake heads have been cut off. Seeing Qin Feng's proud demeanor, he gave him a fierce punch. I'm asking if you brought back the snake heads. No, I didn't. Looking at the magistrate's worried and nervous face, the village chief seemed to realize something was wrong. Taking a quick look around, the village head immediately felt an icy chill run down his spine. Look, what are those crawling all around us? They can't all be snakes, can they? Shin Yu scanned the surroundings and let out a sharp gasp. Heaven, they really are all snakes. And every single one of them is venomous. Five-step snakes, Mongshan pit vipers, king cobras, golden-ringed snakes, silver-ringed snakes, and other venomous snakes were slithering towards them in droves. This time we're dead for sure. Mrs. Wu murmured softly. Who would have thought that falling off a cliff hadn't killed her, and now she'd die from snake bites? Big sister, I'll charge forward. Follow behind me. Bao Yu gripped his machete with determination shining in his eyes. Don't act rashly. With so many snakes, we wouldn't make it far even if we ran. Shin Yu also felt the situation was getting tricky. What should they do? It couldn't be helped by revealing the existence of the space prematurely, right? Chapter 47. Could it really be that they admire my appearance and talent? As the venomous snake drew closer, everyone trembled with fear, gripping their wooden sticks and machetes. This 10,000 snake valley was no exaggeration. The sight of countless snakes made everyone's scalp tingle. What can we do? If only we had realgar wine or realgar. The steward tightly clutched his long staff. Once he returned to the capital, he could retire smoothly and earn 100 taels of silver as a reward, so he couldn't die here. Stop talking nonsense. With so many snakes, even 100 jars of realgar wine would be useless. Chu Mohan cautiously observed his surroundings. Although he harbored resentment in his heart, he did not blame Qin Feng since he didn't know this place was called 10,000 Snake Valley. Wine? That's a good idea. Let's give it a try. Shin Yu took out a jar of strong liquor from her basket and sprinkled it around everyone. Is this realgar wine, Miss Shin? Chu Tianyi's face was full of anticipation. Xinyu always managed to surprise them all at critical moments. The rest of the group also stared at Xinyu with wide eyes, like starving kittens gazing at their mother cat. No, everyone. Their spirits plummeted instantly. Even Xinyu was unable to come up with a solution. What should they do now? This was going to be the end. While everyone was scratching their heads, unsure of what to do next, Xinyu lit the strong liquor using a fire flint. Whoosh! A huge flame burst forth, forming a fiery circle. Sensing the temperature of the surrounding flames, many snakes stopped in their tracks, losing their targets for heat perception. It really works. You're truly amazing, little you. Why didn't any of us think of using fire? Wuxia excitedly grabbed the widow Lu. Were they about to be saved? Xinyu remained calm, carefully observing the situation. With so many snakes attacking in an orderly fashion, things wouldn't be this simple. Sure enough, after a moment, a giant white snake with a silvery body appeared from afar. It had faint horns protruding from its forehead. Its eyes were blood red, its forked tongue continuously flicking out, and there seemed to be a kind of oppressive power radiating from its pupils. Everyone's hearts raced upon seeing it. The village head believed deeply in ghosts and gods and recognized this python about to transform into a jiao, a mythical water dragon. They absolutely couldn't stand up to such a creature. Who would have thought this 10,000 snake valley actually concealed something like this? They were surely doomed to become food for the swarm of snakes today. Xinyu cursed quietly to herself. I didn't expect there'd be such a thing here. Even during the apocalypse, she had encountered plenty of dragons and powerful jiaos. Many great talents of that era wouldn't dare provoke them. However, this snake hadn't fully transformed into a jiao yet. If she could subdue it and put it under her control, it would certainly become a significant help later on. Suddenly, the massive silvery python opened its mouth widely, seemingly directing boundless hatred toward the crowd. As if receiving some sort of command, the smaller snakes no longer feared the blazing flames and crazily charged at the group like thousands of arrows flying at once, blocking the sky and covering the ground. Xinyu dared not delay any longer, and a mysterious smile curled at the corner of her lips, as if she had just thought of an excellent solution. She summoned the large spotlight from her space and shouted loudly, "What is that in the sky?" Thinking that a breakthrough might appear, everyone turned their heads and looked at the light floating in the sky. Patter! Xinyu pressed the button, releasing a dazzling beam of white light so bright that even the sun paled in comparison. This was the emergency lighting lamp used by apocalypse spaces, and staring directly at it at close range would immediately dilate one's pupils, causing temporary blindness. Seeing everyone cover their eyes, Xinyu didn't hesitate. She absorbed all the snakes into her space, including the silver python about to turn into a jiao. At this point, everyone kept shouting, terror reaching its peak inside their hearts. We're done, village head. Am I already dead? Why is everything around me black? I can't see anything. Lady Wu cried tearfully like a weak young girl. Don't say foolish things. I don't feel anything wrong with my body, but my vision is blurry. Are those snakes gone? I can't hear any slithering sounds anymore. The steward cheered greatly. Did this mean he wouldn't have to die? Chu Emohan knew for sure that Xinyu had taken action, and that brilliant light must have been caused by her. Could that intense light have saved us? Was it divine light? So radiant. Chu Emohan's tone was filled with utmost sincerity. Anyone unfamiliar would assume he was a devout Buddhist believer. It should be. We've been incredibly lucky along this journey. Clearly, we've been protected by Buddha. Heaven favors life. Thank you, infinite Buddha, for your protection. Even though the village head couldn't see, he knelt down to kowtow. He unexpectedly bumped into something soft when moving forward. Who's there? Grabbing my butt. Who is it? Widow Lu screamed furiously, wondering how someone could still have the audacity amidst such a life and death situation. The village head quickly moved aside and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Aunt Lu, maybe someone accidentally touched you. None of us can see right now. After hearing Xinyu's words, Widow Lu didn't say anything more. Perhaps it was really an accident. At this moment, Xinan tried to open his eyes. Although the scene before him was a little blurry, after a while, his vision returned to normal. My eyes are fine. The snakes are really gone. It must be the protection of the gods and Buddhas. Thank you, gods and Buddhas. After that, the sound of Shun and kneeling down and kowtowing could be heard. After getting up, he quickly pulled at the clothes of his wife and Bao Yu and Shi Yu. They were also quick on the uptake, shouting immediately. Thank you, living Buddha. We thank you for protecting us. Once we reach Qingtian Prefecture, we will surely buy a lot of incense to worship you. All these actions were observed by Chu Emohan, who became even more convinced of Shun Yu's extraordinary nature. It seems that everyone in their family knows about this. If they chose to flee alone, they would probably be much better off, wouldn't they? So why did they choose to come with us? Could they really admire my appearance and talent? Chu Emohan smiled smugly as he walked to the fire pit, picked up a bowl of rice porridge, and started drinking, looking completely at ease, forming a stark contrast to the others who had just survived certain death. Xinyu's curiosity about Chu Emohan had reached a new level. Is this guy so carefree? Or has he seen enough storms in life that he no longer cares about life and death? She decided to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Chu Emohan. Stop eating. You stupid boy. Hurry up and run. Those snakes might come back any time. After finishing, Chu Tian kicked Chu Emohan. He then pointed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, pay attention. Don't provoke those things anymore. This time, our luck was big, but if it happens again, I'll kill you first. With gratitude in his voice, Qin Feng replied as he bowed. Understood, sir. Qin Feng will always remember this lesson. On the road, The smell of the roasted rabbits in everyone's hands grew stronger, and the distant hunter couldn't believe what he saw when he looked at Xinyu and her group nearby. Big brother, am I seeing things? How are they still alive? That silver python, wasn't it surrounded by venomous snakes? Are we encountering ghosts? Though the man was scared inside, he licked his lips at the aroma of roasted rabbit. A middle-aged man with a gray cloth headband tied tightly around his head scrutinized them closely. His eyes twitched when he saw Chu Tiani. Is this the county magistrate fleeing disaster? Even though he's in shabby clothing, he's still wearing official attire. Chapter 48. Stop this nonsense. After the two hunters conferred briefly, they headed straight toward Xinyu and her companions. Who's there? Xinyu raised her steel crossbow, aiming it at the two men, who quickly raised their hands. Don't panic, little girl. We're hunters from near Qingtian Prefecture. We were just about to head back. This 10,000 Snakes Valley is fraught with danger. Why don't we travel together? None of the others spoke, waiting for Xinyu to say something. Fine, you may join us. Xinyu wasn't familiar with Qingtian Prefecture, so having two hunters guide them would be helpful to learn about the area, making things easier for her. Judging by your appearance, sir, are you the county magistrate of Tianshui? We heard that Tianshui has been buried under sandstorms, costing many lives. The court plans to execute the magistrate of Tianshui. Chu Tiani shook his head. I am Chu Tiani, the magistrate of Huanghua County. As for the magistrate of Tianshui, he must already be buried under the sand. Xinyu glanced in the direction of Tianshui County. If Song Jiang were truly dead, it would be too lenient for him. So you are Magistrate Chu. We've long heard about your noble character and incorruptible love for the people. Are you heading to Qingtian Prefecture? My family has an ox cart. We can give you a ride. Really? That is most kind. Chu Tiani excitedly gripped the hunter's hand, surprised that even the commoners of Qingtian Prefecture knew about his integrity and care for the people. But when you arrive in Qingtian Prefecture, do be cautious. The governor has been recruiting soldiers to combat the bandit stronghold of Nine Dragons Mountain. All the men on the streets have been forcibly drafted as laborers. The man's face was filled with fear, showing how troubled the governor was in dealing with these mountain bandits. Upon hearing Nine Dragons Mountain, Xinyu's face lit up with a cold and sharp smile. Finally, it was time to meet. This vile den of thieves has been entrenched for so long. Surely they've amassed plenty of gold and supplies. I wonder if they'll withstand my explosives. Do you know anything about Nine Dragons Mountain? I've heard rumors that the bandits there commit every evil imaginable. Could this be true? The hunter sighed deeply after hearing this question, his eyes losing some of their light. Not just every evil. They sell women into slavery, eat human flesh alive, and don't spare even children. The 9 chieftains in their lair are crueler than any beast imaginable. And with their numbers, they've stolen countless disaster relief grain shipments meant for the capital city. Not only that, but villages around Qingtian Prefecture are almost all gone, emptied because the bandits plundered them. Fortunately, our village is remote, with very few households, so we avoided being victimized. Xinyu was somewhat surprised. What kind of bandit group could dare steal relief grain and show no regard for the authority of a prefectural governor? How many people are in Nine Dragons Mountain? They're incredibly brazen. Roughly 3,000 well-equipped soldiers. And they have a military strategist who trains them daily, harder even than Qingtian Prefecture's garrison army. It's no wonder the local forces can't defeat these bandits. Actually, it's not entirely due to training. During the apocalypse, some people survived solely on human flesh, making them much stronger than ordinary people. Add regular military training to that, and the strength disparity grows significantly. There's also a rumor that the governor attacked Nine Dragons Mountain because the main leader kidnapped his favorite concubine. Everyone was speechless, realizing how audacious these bandits really were. At the hunter's home, the hunters did indeed use their ox cart to deliver Xinyu and the group near Qingtian Prefecture. Being a generous person, Xinyu left 100 jin of rice and 100 jin of flour for the hunter's family. Seeing only 2 guards remaining at the desolate city gate, Chu Tiani helplessly sighed. To think Qingtian Prefecture was once so prosperous. How did it come to this? Truly lamentable. His dissatisfaction with Li Yibing, the prefect of Qingtian, grew even more. To their surprise, entering Qingtian Prefecture went surprisingly smoothly. The 2 guards didn't even glance at them, which made Xinyu find it odd. As soon as they passed through the gate and hadn't walked 7 feet, armored soldiers suddenly rushed out from all sides, weapons in hand, surrounding them completely. At this moment, a tall, formidable man clad in a dark green-brown armor, with a helmet bearing a carving of a fierce tiger, approached the group. Since you've set foot inside the gates of Qingtian Prefecture, you are now Qingtian residents. Men, step forward. Zhao Yong disdainfully pointed at the headman. Chu Tiani, Chu Emohan, Shenan, Qin Feng, and others. Commander, I am the magistrate of Huanghua County, traveling with my household to visit relatives in the capital. Could you kindly let us pass? Humph. Zhao Yong coldly snorted, unsheathing the broadsword at his waist. A long scar stretched from his right eye to his mouth, making him look extremely intimidating. I don't care what kind of magistrate you are. If you're a citizen of Qingtian Prefecture, you must join the army. Otherwise, you'll be punished under military law and killed on the spot. After Zhao Yong finished speaking, the soldiers behind him all raised their spears, ready for battle. Are you really that self-important? What are you even worth? How dare you speak to me like this? Xinyu and Chu Emohan confronted Zhao Yong simultaneously, leaving him utterly baffled. Who were these people with such significant identities to speak to him like this? Seeing Xinyu's face turning red with anger, Chu Emohan took a small step back and gestured with his hand in a please-go-ahead manner. Recruitment is fine. But such an awful attitude is uncalled for, and threatening us with military law if we refuse. You're supposed to be city guards, not bandits. Your training isn't as rigorous as the mountain thieves of Nine Dragons Mountain, yet you excel at being cruel and despicable. No wonder you have to keep drafting people. Probably because deep down, you know you're weak. This infuriated Zhao Yong to no end. No one had ever dared speak to him like this. Not to mention some barely adult girl. Do you even deserve it? Onlookers, mostly women since the men had long been forced into cannon fodder, gathered around to see who this young lass was. Would she dare say such things without fearing Zhao Yong's wrath? You impudent little girl, blaspheming against an official of the court deserves death. Zhao Yong tightened the reins of his horse and prepared to charge forward with his saber, intent on disciplining Shen Yu. Bao Yu and Shun stood fiercely before Shen Yu with steel knives in hand, determined to die protecting her if need be. For after all, their daughter, elder sister, spoke the truth. Hold on. Chu Mohan kept his left hand behind his back while opening his folding fan with the bold inscription, the first prodigal son of the world. I suggest you kneel down and apologize immediately, or you won't even know how you die. Chu Mohan waved his long robe as he stood in front of Zhao Yong, a mysterious smile curling the corners of his lips. Chu Tianjiao, hiding behind Chu Tianyi, applauded silently for her son's manliness and audacity, worthy indeed of her eldest son. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yong reined in his steed, seething but also somewhat panicked. Could this woman truly be a member of the royal family? Her aura certainly seemed formidable. Don't try to deceive me. I can't believe any high-ranking official's daughter would wear something so plain. Move out of the way now. He whipped his horse again, intending to teach Shen Yu a harsh lesson, when suddenly a childish voice rang from behind him. Zhao Yong, stop this nonsense immediately. Shen Yu furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Was that him? Chapter 49, Li Xian. A boy dressed in a purple-red cloud goose embroidered brocade robe, with a dark purple spider-patterned gold thread waistband tied around his waist, black hair flowing like a waterfall, and eyes burning like flames stood in the middle of the road. He pointed at Zhao Yong in front of him with one finger, looking quite imposing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong quickly pulled on the reins and knelt on the ground, looking cautiously at him. Little master, it's so chaotic outside. How did you come out? Zhao Yong's eyes were full of worry. Since the death of the eldest son of the prefect, this little child had become the only hope for the Zhang family. Zhao Yong had been by the side of Li Yibing since he was young, and under his help, gradually became the general guarding the city. Zhao Yong was extremely respectful to this child before him and would protect him even at the cost of his own life. Shunin and Fanning Xue also thought that the boy in front looked familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere. But they doubted it. Having stayed in the village all their lives, how could they have met such a noble young master dressed so luxuriously? Shut up. If I hadn't come here, wouldn't you have harmed my savior? Do you know how I managed to escape from those man-eating bandits? Li Xian kicked Zhao Yong down with one foot, his nostrils flaring due to anger. Chu Mohan and others watched Li Xian walk slowly towards them, a trace of surprise flickering in their eyes. Shen Yu recognized him at first glance when she saw Li Xian, realizing that this was the small boy they had saved while fleeing initially. At that time, she thought the child had an extraordinary bearing, never imagining that he was actually the son of the prefect. Sister Shen Yu, my father's subordinates are ignorant. I apologize on his behalf. Please do not hold it against us. Since we've met today, that's a great bond. Servants, go book 2 excellent feasts at Haiyun Tower. The servants behind responded immediately and hurriedly left. The town elder and Lady Wu swallowed hard. What kind of day was this? Where did it feel like fleeing days anymore? Just a few days ago, they had a sumptuous meal in Tianshui County, and today, they would eat at a tavern again. Moreover, they'd never heard about Shun Yu leaving the village. How did she know such prominent people? Truly remarkable. If not for her, they might have found themselves conscripted into the army today. Everyone admired Shun Yu from the bottom of their hearts, considering her a person of good fortune, a pillar for everyone, and a spiritual support during the escape. It's really laughable. They are actually the saviors of Master. But where does this girl excel? Zhao Yong rubbed his shoulder, feeling humiliated in front of the little master today by Shen Yu. He vowed never to let Shen Yu off easily. In front of a large signboard, 2 elaborately carved stone lions stood vividly. Entering the Haiyun Tower, everywhere was brightly decorated, entirely different from the streets outside. On the first floor of the hall, birdsong echoed with dancing performers as diners drank and celebrated, completely indifferent to the current state of the Daqing dynasty outside. Seeing the complexity in Shun Yu's expression, Li Xian patted Duan Yu beside him, conveying his thoughts with just a glance. By the time Shen Yu arrived on the second floor, all the diners on the first floor were driven out, and the dancers had returned to the rear courtyard, instantly making the entire Haiyun Tower eerily quiet. Everyone is Sister Shen Yu's friend. Please seat yourselves freely. Today, you must enjoy the meal well. No need to be polite with me. Although Li Xian's age was similar to Shi Yu's, his thinking was much more mature, looking like a little adult. Chu Mohan, on the other hand, didn't hesitate at all, and sat directly beside Li Xian. What should I call you? Son of the prefect Li? Second young master? Or philanthropist? Seeing his son talking nonsense, Chu Tian wanted to kick him. Having received favors from others, eating quietly would suffice. Why did he still have to be sarcastic? Li Xian wore a clear, childish smile. Big brother, just call me Li Xian or Little Xian. You're friends of Sister Yu, which means you're my friends too. Hearing this, Chu Mohan smirked triumphantly, slapped Li Xian's shoulder, and grabbed a chicken leg nearby, biting into it without restraint. The guards behind thought Chu Mo Han lacked manners, but Li Xian found him sincere and unpretentious. Once they had already started fleeing, why bother about table etiquette? Thinking back to when they were locked in that pitch-dark cage, they had even eaten bark and hay. Many adults hit them, hungry and dizzy, caring about nothing when they were starving. Speaking of which, little Xian, today's matter can't just be left unresolved. That arrogant general dared to bully me, dared to bully Xinyu, and deserves punishment. Otherwise, how will you establish your authority as young master in Qingtian province? After saying this, Chu Mo Han gave Zhao Yong a mischievous look, as if daring him to fight. This made Zhao Yong explode with curses. Master, you're being too polite with him. Does he really think he's getting a favor? With those words still echoing, a low yet childish shout erupted from Li Xian. Shut up. Did I give you permission to speak? Bring your head closer. Zhao Yong was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing and pupils dilating as he froze in place. What's gotten into the young master today? Could it be that he's willing to embarrass me just for the sake of a lifesaver? Before Zhao Yong could finish his thoughts, two retainers by Li Xian's side each delivered a kick to Zhao Yong's knees. They were personal guards assigned by Li Yibing specifically to protect his son, making Zhao Yong nothing more than a wild dog kept by the Li family. What's wrong? Didn't you hear the young master's command? Even on his knees, Zhao Yong dared not show even a hint of displeasure on his face. Master, smack. A loud slap landed on Zhao Yong's face, followed by a second, and then a third. 10 wholehearted slaps left Zhao Yong's face swollen and his helmet feeling tighter. Nearby, Chu Mo Han took a big swig of wine, smacking his lips. Ah, comfortable, smooth, invigorating. The anger inside Zhao Yong peaked, vowing silently to kill Chu Mo Han to relieve his rage. Seeing that Xinyu had lightened up slightly, Li Xian waved his hand for the guards to toss Zhao Yong out. Let's continue eating. Don't let trivial matters disturb us. After we're done, I'll arrange hot water and comfortable beds for all of you to rest well tonight. Thank you, Xiao Xian. But earlier that general mentioned that Qingtian Prefecture is preparing to fight against the bandits of Jiulong Mountain. Xinyu asked tentatively, having already formed enmity with Jiulong Mountain. This vendetta must be avenged, and helping Li Xian could solidify his position in Qingtian Prefecture while she did her duty. At the mention of Jiulong Mountain, tears uncontrollably streamed down Li Xian's cheeks. They kidnapped my mother. In 3 days, I will join the army to raid their mountain stronghold and rescue her. Besides that, they imprisoned us in an old temple for so long. Every single one of these debts, I'll settle clearly with them. Xinyu was shocked. Wasn't the captured concubine actually Li Xian's mother? Chapter 50. I'll go with her. Seeing the concern in Shen Yu's eyes for Li Xian, Shen En and Fan Yinxue were both somewhat worried. Surely their daughter wasn't foolishly preparing to meddle in this matter, was she? If that bandit stronghold could challenge Qingtian Prefecture, they must be formidable foes indeed. That's enough, stop crying. Evil cannot triumph over good. A bunch of bandits can't amount to much anyway. Your mother will surely be fine. Xinyu gently patted Li Xian's shoulder, intending to promise to go with him to subdue the bandits, but noticing her parents' expressions, Xinyu refrained from saying more. Currently, they were all fleeing famine together. Making such major decisions required consulting everyone. Mutual respect and mutual trust are the foundation of a good escape relationship. Dinner lasted a full hour, with plenty of food left on the table. Seeing everyone grow tired, Li Xian tactfully stood up to bid farewell. Everyone, please continue eating. I'll head back to my residence to discuss the plans to subdue Jiulong Mountain with my father. Xinyu didn't want to miss this chance, and made an excuse to escort Li Xian out. The others did not suspect much. After all, as parents, how could they fail to notice their daughter's little scheme? Sister Xinyu, is there anything you wish to tell me? At the corner of the pathway on the first floor, Xinyu smiled while affectionately ruffling Li Xian's hair. You're smart, aren't you? This time when we attack Jiulong Mountain, I also wish to go with you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian almost jumped in panic, his delicate arms flailing. His young face grew creased with worry. No way. Sister Xinyu, going to Jiulong Mountain will be extremely dangerous. You've saved me once, and I couldn't possibly push you into danger. Besides, swords have no eyes during battle. Life and death are uncertain. No way. Absolutely not. Li Xian waved his hands repeatedly, refusing to let Xinyu take such a risk. Xinyu found herself amused by this little troublemaker despite his youth having quite some spirit. Relax. Didn't you see at the ruined temple? My skills are decent enough to protect myself. And since we parted ways, Jiulong Mountain has become an old grudge of mine. It's time to settle accounts. Xinyu wore a calm smile, showing no sign of taking Jiulong Mountain seriously. No way. Sister Xinyu, don't go. You've saved my life. This vendetta I will settle for you. Then I'll bring their chief's head to apologize to you. As a 90-kilogram future killer who weighs 89 kilograms in rebellion, Xinyu still insisted on getting involved. She had already planned how to convince her family. There's no point trying to dissuade me. If I don't get revenge, I won't even be able to sleep at night. Moreover, do you and your father really have the confidence to save your mother? After Xinyu spoke these words, Li Xian was rendered speechless. He was returning home just to consult his father about this very issue. After all, rescuing his mother was the top priority. Sister Xinyu, could it be you know a way to rescue my mother? Li Xian wiped the corners of his eyes. He admired Xinyu greatly, but the bandits of Jiulong Mountain were fierce. Saving someone without a scratch from heavily guarded quarters was like asking for a miracle. There's definitely a way. Go home first. Come find me at the inn tomorrow morning and introduce me to your father. As for going to Jiulong Mountain, I need to discuss it with my family too. Li Xian nodded and left, leaving behind a wooden token with the surname Li, to ensure nothing would offend his savior. When Xinyu returned, everyone had gone to bathe. Having wandered so long during the famine, they were all sticky and appreciated the rare opportunity to cleanse themselves. Father, mother, has everyone finished bathing? They nodded, looking at their daughter with an expression of complete understanding. Come over here quickly. Tell us what you're thinking. Are you really determined to go to Jiulong Mountain? Xinyu scratched her head awkwardly, not expecting her parents to understand her so well. Hee mother, father, let me go. Xinyu hugged Shinan's arm, cooing cutely. Looking at their daughter's adorable appearance, Shinan couldn't bear it and immediately prepared to persuade his wife to support Xinyu's wishes. You wavering man. What if our daughter gets hurt? Will regretting it help us then? If you insist on going, I will follow you. Our whole family, we either live or die together. Upon hearing these words, Xinyu felt her heart pierced by pain, realizing how significant she was in her parents' hearts. They were willing to sacrifice their own lives for her. Living long in the post-apocalypse world, she'd become indifferent to family ties. But being warmed by her parents and 2 younger brothers recently made her cherish the feeling of having a place to return, people who cared and worried about her, and those who asked about her well-being every day. Mom, you two don't go. This time I'm going because the living Buddha told me to. She said she has unfinished karma with Jiulong Mountain, and she's helped us so much along the way. I must help her this time. And the living Buddha said she'll keep me safe. Fan Yinxue and Shun En were half-believing, yet couldn't resist Xinyu's persistence and endless sweet words. They eventually allowed Xinyu to go to Jiulong Mountain. At that moment, outside the house, there was a sudden clanging sound, as if something had fallen on the ground. Who's there? Xinyu sprang up from the chair, opening the door just in time to see Chu Mohan getting up with a copper basin in his hands. Their faces were nearly touching, their lips almost brushing against each other. Xinyu's cheeks turned slightly red as she turned her head to ask, this late at night, shouldn't you be washing up? Are you eavesdropping by our door? Chu Mohan hurriedly waved his hands and walked into the house, sitting beside Shunen. Uncle Shun, I wasn't eavesdropping. It was quite hard for me to get this copper basin. I was just bringing it over to you guys. I didn't hear anything. Chu Mohan looked entirely innocent, but wouldn't dare to meet Xinyu's eyes. Look straight into my eyes. Let me see if you're lying or not. Xinyu came closer, putting Chu Mohan's face in her right hand, then widening her eyes as she moved in closely, practically nose to nose with him. Chu Mohan felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Up close, Xinyu truly seemed like a celestial fairy, her slender eyebrows looking like a little boat floating on green lake water. Her clear and bright eyes shimmered like captivating crystals, while her delicate mouth resembled a serene crescent moon, extremely alluring. Even the fingers holding her neck and wrist were as delicate as white jade, entrancing whoever dared to glance at them. Though Chu Mohan normally acted frivolous, with rumors of frequenting brothels, he was in fact pure as a blank sheet in matters of love. This was the first time he'd ever experienced true affection. Cough cough. Well, I did hear a bit, but it wasn't intentional. Besides, uncle and aunt, my martial skills are good too. I'm willing to go to Jiulong Mountain with Xinyu. I'll definitely look after her closely for your sake, and make sure she doesn't get hurt. Xinyu, Shunen and Fan Yinxue were overjoyed. This was indeed the best outcome. With Chu Mohan around, they could rest much easier. Chapter 51. Is this guy really drunk? Xinyu looked at Chu Mohan in confusion. What was this guy thinking? Why couldn't she figure him out? Jiulong Mountain was such a dangerous place. He, as a coward, would go there to be a burden to her? Then she'd have to spend time protecting him. At that moment, Xinyu left the room with a smiling face, pulling Chu Mohan along. Follow me. Seeing Xinyu had changed demeanor, her cold face like an icy beauty, Chu Mohan followed, while waving his folding fan. He wouldn't be threatening her not to allow him to follow her, would he? Does she have enemies, or even sweethearts on Jiulong Mountain? Thinking of this, Chu Mohan's usually calm expression turned a little displeased. What's going on? Did I really fall for Xinyu? My emotions were swayed by every move she made, and this feeling is definitely not good. On the roof of the 3rd floor, Xinyu took out a fine pot of wine, sat on the eaves, legs dangling in the air, relaxed, and patted the side blue glazed tile. Sit down for a bit, and let's chat. Chu Mohan obeyed without a word, silently sitting next to Xinyu. This wine is excellent, it's aged well. Xinyu smiled faintly. The wine in this pot wasn't ordinary. It was the most top-notch 53-degree Fatian aromatic liquor from her past life. She had also tasted the wine from Qing Dynasty. It wasn't strong, similar to sake. A few sips of this aromatic liquor would likely leave Chu Mohan confused about directions. Then whatever she wanted to ask, he'd probably end up confessing obediently. Don't just smell it, taste it. You've taken care of our family these days, so this can be considered my way of thanking you and offering you a toast of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chu Mohan drank a cup without hesitation. The strong liquor went down his throat, causing a burning sensation in both his throat and stomach. This wine is too strong. I've never had such a strong drink before. If I have 2 more cups, I might fall off from here upstairs. Xinyu laughed lightly and immediately refilled his cup. Afraid of what? Even if you get drunk, I'm still here. Have another cup. No. Gulping. Chu Mohan's firm refusal only excited Xinyu more, who then forced 2 cups into him one after another. Not bad. I didn't think I could take you down like this. Shouldn't you be drunk already? Looking back, Chu Mohan's face was only slightly red, looking perfectly normal. Xinyu, weren't you inviting me for a drink of thanks? Can't have only me drinking. You come on too. Let's both open up today and drink freely. Chu Mohan handed over the cup, leaving Xinyu no choice but to drink cup after cup. After 5 cups, Xinyu's head was already foggy. If she hadn't had a couple of sips of the spirit water, Chu Emohan might have stayed sober while she got drunk first. This kid, not supposed to handle drinks, right? How could he remain so clear-headed after all this? Come on, don't stop. One more cup. As Chu Emohan continued drinking heavily, Shinyu felt something was off. She dilated her pupils and carefully observed Chu Emohan's body organs, finding out this guy broke down alcohol exceptionally fast. No wonder he wasn't drunk after such a long time. Goodness gracious, you're trying to frame me. Want to get me drunk to extract words from me? For all the years Shinyu had survived through in the apocalypse, she hadn't been deceived once. Could she let some young bookish scholar fool her? Talk then, why do you want to go with me to Jilong Mountain? That's no nice place. Even though Chu Emohan's body broke down alcohol quickly, he couldn't withstand the power of the strong liquor, his mind now completely scrambled. It's certainly no good place. But capturing Jilong Mountain isn't easy. Li Xian and Li Yibing were killed by the bandits on Jilong Mountain. If I don't go with you, your life will be precarious too. Moreover, heavy snow will arrive in 5 days. Without winter clothes, we may all freeze to death. Saying this, Chu Emohan laid his head on Shunyu's lap and drowsily fell asleep. Shinyu stared at Chu Emohan, utterly astonished. Could it be, as she guessed, Chu Emohan is that rich merchant? Heavy snow will come in 5 days. This is exactly the reason for hoarding goods. No way. This Chu Emohan is actually someone who has been reborn. She covered her mouth tightly, accepting the truth despite being shocked as a Chajura, transmigrant. She carried Chu Emohan on her shoulder back to the room. Fortunately, they returned late enough that everyone had fallen asleep already, with sporadic snores heard outside the door. Shinyu searched around in Chu Emohan's room, yet found nothing. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange indeed. Could everything be hidden in his embrace? Just when she prepared to take off his coat, she heard mumbles coming from Chu Emohan's mouth. In my shoes, I've got good stuff inside my shoes. Hee hee hee. Shinyu? Shinyu pinched her nose and took off his shoes, but no foot odor as she had imagined came. When she took out the insoles, she found several 100-tael silver notes placed there. This guy? He actually hid silver notes inside his shoes, and pretended to be poor. How despicable. But upon further reflection, these things couldn't prove Chu Emohan's special identity either. What could tie him to the rich merchant hoarding goods in Tianshui County? Shinyu quickly removed Chu Emohan's coat, finding an aromatic sachet inside that smelled pleasant. The next moment, Shinyu felt a bit dizzy. Her healing abilities triggered instantly, removing all toxins from her body, restoring her mind to full clarity. Phew, looks like this guy really has some secrets. There's poison mist in the sachet. Her subsequent actions became much more cautious. Carefully extending her hand into Chu Emohan's shirt, she hadn't touched anything yet, when suddenly Chu Emohan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Shinyu, has this guy drunk too much? Why is he laughing so loudly? Don't attract Qinfeng over here. Knock knock knock. Master, is something wrong? Furious, Shinyu gave Chu Emohan's waist a hard pinch. Ah, Shinyu. Bang. Qinfeng kicked the door open and saw Chu Emohan lying quietly in bed. Master. Shinyu stepped forward, catching a strong smell of alcohol. Why does it smell so strongly of wine? How much did you drink, master? Just as he was about to help Chu Emohan recover from drunkenness, he noticed under the bed a green belt. So familiar. Isn't this Miss Shinyu's belt? This. As soon as he looked up, he caught the sharp gaze of Chu Emohan's eyes. Get out. Qinfeng read Chu Emohan's lips, wearing a wry smile as he laid him back down. Master, I have poured you some hot tea on the table. Remember to drink it when you wake up. I'll check on you tomorrow morning. With that, Qinfeng tiptoed to the door, a hidden smile still on his face. Chu Emohan, you just wait. Forcing me to crawl under the bed like this. Today, I must find something. No sooner had she said this than a letter fell from Chu Emohan's sleeve. Shinyu quickly picked it up. On the cover, it was written, for the great merchant only. Chapter 52, Chu Emohan's identity. Another letter addressed to a wealthy merchant? Seems like he really has a connection with that rich businessman. Shinyu forcefully tore open the envelope and was shocked by its contents. The writer claimed to be Jiang Ziyuan, a name familiar to Shinyu. Jiang Ziyuan. Isn't he a famous wealthy merchant? The respect shown for him in this letter even refers to him as master. Could it be that he is the person behind Jiang Ziyuan? That can't be possible. A renowned merchant should not be this kind of person. Shinyu spoke sarcastically, actually trying to test whether Chu Emohan was pretending to be drunk. Obviously a wealthy businessman, yet acting so poor. He must have some ulterior motive. After finishing his sentence, Shinyu pinched the soft meat around Chu Emohan's waist fiercely. His face turned red, and sweat beads appeared on his forehead. Shinyu truly had a heavy hand. It hurt so much. Chu Emohan felt wronged inside, but he couldn't let Shinyu know that he pretended to be drunk just to get her to carry him back. She definitely beat him up with 2 punches. Shinyu knew Chu Emohan was pretending to sleep, so she chuckled coldly. Well, anyway, you're just a sly merchant. So here, take this impotence pill I've been treasuring for years. No, Miss Shun, this cannot happen. I am still in my prime. I shouldn't suffer such a calamity. Chu Emohan laughed while pushing away Shinyu's hand and put on his outer garment, sitting upright beside the bed. Since you're awake, let's be more straightforward. Are you a reincarnated soul? Yes. Shinyu did not expect Chu Emohan to agree so easily, which somewhat relaxed her. Really? Then are those 3 warehouses goods all stored by you? I initially planned to distribute them to the displaced commoners when the severe cold arrives, but unexpectedly, they vanished without a trace. Chu Emohan wasn't foolish. He knew Xinyu had some special abilities. But he pretended to be unaware, maintaining a relative understanding with Xinyu. So, does that mean you're not exactly a villainous merchant? He is still somewhat of a scoundrel merchant. Without being cunning, how could one make money? Looking at Chu Emohan's amiable smile, Xinyu frowned seriously. I'm not joking around with you. What disasters will follow after the bitter cold? What do you know? Leaning against the edge of the bed, Chu Emohan stared at the moon on the horizon with a look of sorrow. I know the losses were heavy from this campaign against Qingtian Mansion on Jilong Mountain, and Li Yibing is dead too. Li Xian's mother didn't escape either. What about Li Xian? Xinyu asked cautiously. In the previous life, he probably wasn't saved by you, right? So he died early. In this lifetime, there have been too many unforeseen changes. Even the wind and sand feel different. I wonder if the freezing weather will arrive as scheduled. For so many years, Chu Emohan had never mentioned these things to anyone. But after spending some time with Xinyu, her unique charisma completely won him over. Perhaps all these incidents stemmed from Xinyu. Would Xinyu become his reliance and ace in this lifetime? Fighting alone against such dark forces made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. But whenever Xinyu was around, he felt secure. Is this maybe a bit like depending too much on her for help? 3 days later, go to Jilong Mountain and bring me along. I'll surely be able to lend a big helping hand. Xinyu was a little surprised and placed her hands on her chest. What? Have you been there before? Chu Emohan nodded. It felt like his days on Jilong Mountain in the previous life happened only yesterday. In his previous life, he mistakenly led his parents into Jilong Mountain. Luckily, having the identity of the nephew of the Prime Minister protected him. Not only did he avoid disaster, but he almost married the daughter of the major chieftain on Jilong Mountain. Thinking about that barrel-shaped fiancé still gave him a bit of a thrill. I've not only been there, but I'm also very familiar with the layout of their facilities. Rescuing the lady magistrate's concubine would definitely be something I could assist with. Xinyu suddenly laughed. She didn't expect Chu Emohan to have this level of knowledge. This was quite a pleasant surprise. So let's go together then. Chu Emohan breathed a sigh of relief. The night had finally passed. Oh right, don't you have anything you want to ask me? No curiosity about me at all. Seeing Xunyu's eyes glinting mysteriously, Chu Emohan quickly waved his hand. I'm not curious about you at all, but what about today, when you undressed me? Don't you owe me an explanation? Xinyu curled her lips into a smile, showing complete disdain. Forget it. I am the infamous heartbreaker in the martial arts world. You think I would take responsibility for you? Early tomorrow morning, follow me to Qingtian Manor. Let's go. As Xinyu finally left, Chu Emohan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He didn't expect Xinyu to still be testing him. Wasn't it clear enough that he was genuinely fond of her? Even after revealing such an important identity to her, couldn't she understand that he liked her? Clearly knowing it's a dangerous pit, I still choose to jump in again, hoping this time I'll turn defeat into victory. Lying down in bed, Chu Emohan thought about matters concerning Xinyu once more. It seemed that she really had taken all those things from the warehouse. But where could she possibly have put so much stuff? Could it be true, as Uncle Shunin said? Was there a living Buddha's protection, and were the items with the living Buddha? The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. But then again, if rebirth was possible, was there anything in this world that couldn't happen? Never mind. It's just 3 warehouses. If she likes them, I'd give her 30, and it still wouldn't bother me one bit. Right at that moment, Qin Feng's voice suddenly came from under the bed. Master, you sure are generous. And she's not even your official bride yet. You're already giving away 30 warehouses like they're nothing. Yet when it comes to my rewards, you're so stingy. Hey, ungrateful wretch. Your master is pretending to be a wastrel, not a fool. Why would I give you so much money? Besides, what does a big guy like you need so much silver for? You wouldn't be able to handle it anyway. Men, once they get rich, go bad. Qin Feng, this guy really doesn't hold back with me. My lord hasn't even asked me yet. How could you lose control and reveal your secret to Miss Xinyu? Aren't you afraid? Shut up. Impossible. Your master has never been wrong about judging people. After saying this, Chu Emohan lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, ignoring whatever Qin Feng said next. Early the next morning, Li Xian showed up as promised, taking Xinyu and Chu Emohan to Qingtian Mansion. In the rectangular courtyard stood a man dressed in a deep red official robe, looking troubled as he sat by the stone table. He didn't look older than 35 or 36, yet already had a fair amount of white hair. Father, Sister Xin Yu has arrived. Li Yibing heard this and walked over smiling, appearing very kind. Miss Shen, please take a seat. I haven't thanked you yet. Without your help, I would have ended without an heir, and I'll be forever grateful. As for the feud with Jilong Mountain that little Xian told me about, leave it to me. I'll make sure you get satisfaction. Chapter 53, Song Tantan. She politely bowed, her light green sash dancing in the wind, giving her an air of spirited elegance. There's no need, Governor. I will avenge myself. 3 days from now, I'll go with you to Nine Dragons Mountain. The bandits there are exceptionally ferocious, so please be cautious, Governor. Li Yibing was also worried about this issue. Although it seemed they had 2,000 more men than those on Nine Dragons Mountain, most were useless, elderly people or children who didn't even know how to use a spear. Each bandit from Nine Dragons Mountain was strong and unrelenting, killing without hesitation. If they truly fought, it would not end well for them. Thank you for your advice, Miss Shen. Since you have your own plan, I won't interfere further. Do ensure your own safety when the time comes. However, Xinyu came today not just to say these things. She shifted the conversation, pointing towards the direction of the distant military camp. Governor, I have a plan that might help resolve your predicament, but I ask that you release the old and young ones in the camp. They aren't good at fighting, and taking them along would only increase casualties unnecessarily. How could Li Yibing not want to set them free? But losing even this slight numerical advantage left him with little confidence in defeating the forces of Nine Dragons Mountain. Yet, seeing Shun Yu's confident demeanor, he decided to listen, as he had no other viable strategy anyway. Miss, please elaborate. The governor gestured lightly, and several maids promptly served a fine pot of tea. Governor, outside the city gates is a notice with my bounty issued by Nine Dragons Mountain. I need you to have someone bind me and deliver me to Nine Dragons Mountain. Don't worry, I have my ways of escaping. After reaching Nine Dragons Mountain, I will try to find out the location of Brother Li Xian's mother. Then we can coordinate inside and out, surprising them with a sudden attack. Upon hearing this, Li Yibing shook his head like a bell, not that he disagreed. But how could a young girl like Shin Yu have such bravado? How could one person possibly coordinate an inside-and-out strategy with them? Was she joking? Was she planning to single-handedly take on thousands of bandits? That wasn't a dream. It was utterly ridiculous. Not suitable, not suitable. Miss Shin Yu, this plan is too risky. Moreover, your brother Xian's savior. How can I put you in such peril? Shin Yu couldn't help but bitterly smile. She knew Li Yibing didn't trust her. Just moments ago, he said he wouldn't interfere further, yet now he suddenly remembered she was Brother Xian's benefactor? Governor, do you not trust me? Do you think a girl like me is incapable of causing any real disruption? With that, Shin Yu took out a package of pre-made explosives and ignited the fuse with a lighter. When the fuse was almost burned out, she threw it forcefully into the lake. Boom. The powerful explosion reverberated across heaven and earth. Li Yibing felt his brain nearly shaken to pieces. Looking around at the towering mist of water rising like houses all around, Li Yibing was fully convinced. If such an explosive device could be used twice within the mountain stronghold, it would surely intimidate those detestable bandits. Even as a civil official, he understood the importance of morale in battles between armies. What kind of miraculous thing is this? If Miss Shin can detonate such powerful weapons at Nine Dragons Mountain, reducing their morale, we will surely triumph. Li Yibing smiled uncontrollably, finding Miss Shin Yu increasingly angelic. He never imagined that in such dire straits, a benefactor like her would appear. Governor, don't worry. I have prepared far more than just one such device. You'll launch the offensive once you hear the explosion sound. The Nine Dragons Mountain bandits will be thoroughly defeated. Excellent, excellent. This is wonderful. I will immediately arrange for you to be sent to Nine Dragons Mountain. At that moment behind the rockery, Zhao Yong smirked cruelly. He had heard every word of Shen Yu's conversation and planned clearly. Let's see how you escape this. It's acceptable to lose a battle, but Shen Yu and Chu Mo Han, you must die. Li Bingyi was extremely elated, treating both guests lavishly with fine wine and rich food, even better than what they'd find in a restaurant. Shen Yu, if you're captured, what am I supposed to do? How will I face my uncles and aunts upon returning? No, I must go with you. Shen Yu? She'd seen people cause trouble for nothing. She'd seen people inviting rebuke, but this suicidal attitude? It was her first time encountering such behavior. Are you alright? You want to go somewhere so dangerous? If the nephew of the Prime Minister dies on Nine Dragons Mountain, won't I be wanted worldwide by your uncle? Shen Yu glanced at Chu Mo Han, sensing he was becoming increasingly clingy, resembling a small kitten. I don't care. Wherever you go, I go. I promised Uncle Shun and that I wouldn't break my word. Shen Yu, you decide. Just don't cry and beg me to save you later. Meanwhile, up on Nine Dragons Mountain, a motley group of hooligans sat drinking fiery liquor in the camp, completely disregarding Qingtian Prefecture. Drink. Keep drinking. Number 2, number 3. We will not rest until we're drunk today. Alright, big brother. Until we're drunk. On the side, a plump woman dressed in light blue silk brocade frowned unhappily. Her obese face had features nearly squished together. Daddy, stop drinking. Didn't you promise to find me a perfect husband? It's been 2 years already. You've killed all the scholars on the mountain. The great leader had killed countless people and committed endless evils, but he could never be cruel to his daughter. Instead, he adored her immensely, indulging her to such an extent that she grew into this plump figure. Forget it. Those men claim they love you, but they aren't sincere. I looked at their hearts. They were all black. A bunch of trash. My daughter can definitely find someone better. Song Tantan snorted lightly and angrily waved her handkerchief before leaving the room. The same excuses every time. Daddy just keeps fooling me. Oomph. When will I ever find my perfect husband? Seeing the young mistress so upset, a maid nearby smiled and handed over a portrait. Miss, how about this one? Distinguished appearance, exceptional talent, and comes from a good family too. Looking at the painting of the handsome man with sharp eyebrows, brilliant eyes, and flowing black hair, Song Tantan swallowed her saliva, wishing she could devour the portrait. Wonderful. Apricot Blossom, this gentleman is great. Where is he? Have my father abduct him for me. With a smile, Song Tantan's tiny eyes turned into slits, though admiration still gleamed in her gaze. Miss, this gentleman is named Chu Mo Han, currently residing in Qingtian Prefecture. Show this portrait to the great leader, and surely he will find a way to bring him here for you. Great. I'll go right away. Such a rare handsome youth in this world must belong to me, Song Tantan. Ha ha. As the tremors of the ground gradually subsided, Apricot Blossom also sighed in relief. The great leader was cunning and suspicious by nature, yet his daughter was simple-minded and completely naive. Nothing more than a foolish girl who craved beauty. Chapter 54, Ascending Nine Dragons Mountain. Xinghua tightly clutched her handkerchief, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly sobbed. Father, this time Xinghua finally has a chance to avenge you. These detestable bandits must receive their due punishment. 6 years ago, Xinghua and her father were fleeing towards the capital when they were captured by the bandits of Nine Dragons Mountain. Xinghua, being quick-witted and with a pleasant appearance, was kept to serve as Song Tantan's personal maid, while her father was killed on the spot by the bandits' swords. Li Yibing was a civil official, not skilled in warfare but adept at seizing opportunities. After much effort, he managed to contact Xinghua, and with just a few words convinced her to betray the bandits. By then, the wine party had ended, and Song Damao returned to his disordered room, lying on a tiger skin-covered bed eating grapes fed to him by one of his concubines. What comfort! Once we defeat that dog Li Yibing, I'll bring you to live in his courtyard. Sleep in his bed. Grandpa, what garbage! How dare he live in such a fine house? Song Damao spat out a grape skin from his mouth, which landed right at Song Tantan's feet. Father, why have you drunk so much again? The room is full of alcohol smell. It's unbearable. Upon hearing his daughter's complaints, Song Damao quickly sat up and patted his concubine's waist. Go open the door. Let some air in. Yes, great gang leader. Song Damao was still quite clear-headed and understood his daughter's implications, immediately sending people away. What's the matter, my sweet daughter? Do you have something to say? You've set your sights on another man again, haven't you? I'll have Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 abduct him for you. Hee. Song Damao indulged his daughter endlessly, fulfilling all her demands, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Father, you know me too well. Here's the portrait. I'll leave it to you. I'll be waiting for the delivery in my boudoir. Seeing her expectant face, it was clear she was extremely satisfied with the man in the portrait. All right, who knows how handsome this guy is, having bewitched my daughter like this. Fine, leave it to father. Song Tantan heard this and happily bounced around, making the wooden bed vibrate with each step. Phew, this daughter of mine, truly spoiled well, plump and healthy. Whoever marries her will be very fortunate indeed. When the portrait was opened, Song Damao froze. When the concubine returned and saw his sweat-drenched face, she was also shocked. What was wrong with the great gang leader? Normally, even news of the Imperial Army coming to fight didn't make him this nervous. Why was he so perplexed just looking at a portrait? Sigh, this is going to be quite troublesome. Song Damao scratched his chin anxiously, becoming increasingly uneasy. Leader, what's wrong with you? Did something bad happen? How unlucky. Of all people, Tannen had a fall for him. This guy's a real problem. Song Damao was no stranger to the high officials in the capital. Chu Mohan was clearly the prime minister's sore point. If they really abducted him, the well-trained soldiers from the capital would surely be beyond their resistance. This person is not ordinary. They're closely linked to the prime minister. If we forcibly bring him to our mountain stronghold, it could bring unforeseen disasters. Concubine Zhao Mei giggled while stuffing grapes into his mouth. What are you laughing about? Leader, you're usually clever, but occasionally confused. Since this man is deeply connected with the prime minister, why don't we just kidnap him straight to our lair? When he's married to Miss Tantan and consummates their relationship, how could the prime minister deny this union? By then, wouldn't our Nine Dragons Mountain secure an even more powerful backing? Song Damao smacked his shiny bald head hard. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? This backing of the prime ministers is far greater than merely holding the title of Minister of Revenue. Well said, beautiful lady. A reward is due. With a mischievous grin, he pulled the curtain closed, wrapping them under the blanket together and emitting joyous laughter. On that same night, Li Yibing received the message from Xinghua, stating that the bandits would descend the mountain to capture people the next day. Early the next morning, after tidying up slightly, the two headed outside the city, pretending to be refugees heading up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Their faces were deliberately smeared with soot, yet it couldn't hide their refined appearances. Do you think these bandits are truly so capable? Knowing we'd be here, Shun Yu casually picked up a mushroom. You, being such a wealthy merchant, don't you realize yet that they've managed to reside in Nine Dragons Mountain for so long? They must have their methods. Locating people shouldn't be difficult. Alas, if it weren't for Uncle Shunan's request, I truly wouldn't want to revisit this Nine Dragons Mountain. That large water vat could crush me with just a sit. Shin Yu burst into laughter. It's not too late to retreat if you want. You really are acting boldly, knowing fully well there's danger ahead. That's true. If we run, you'd better take me along. That water vat is terribly troublesome. Shin Yu couldn't stop laughing at Chu Mohan's comical expression. It was always more cheerful with him around. Someone's coming. Stop looking around and start pretending to pick mushrooms. With the enhancement of healing abilities, Shin Yu's 5 senses were extraordinarily sharp. If she concentrated, she could even feel each person's heartbeat. Chu Mohan became cautious, lowering his head just in time as over a dozen burly men jumped out from the bushes. Take out the portrait. See if it's this young fellow. The man had a scarred face, thick lips, and bulging eyes, the epitome of an evil figure who could make timid people jump on sight. Yes, second brother chief. Take him back. This girl looks somewhat familiar too. Have I seen her somewhere before? As he pondered carefully, there was a sudden shout from the followers behind him. It's her. Second brother chief. The woman who killed fifth brother chief's 3 nephews. The mountain bandit, his face full of crossed muscles and tiny slitted eyes, spoke with a trace of fear in his voice. The news that Shun Yu had killed fifth brother chief's 3 nephews had spread like wildfire across Nine Dragons Mountain. Almost everyone knew about it. The accounts were gruesome, and the ferocity unmatched by ordinary means. The crossbows abandoned on the ground weren't ordinary either. They were harder than even the bandits' swords. Hearing this, the second brother chief was startled. He took a step back, gripping his sword tightly. So it was you who killed fifth brother chief's 3 nephews. Do you realize that makes you our mortal enemy now? I didn't know that, sir. I only came up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Though I did accidentally kill a few bandits earlier, it was them who made the first move. Seeing the genuine fear in Shen Yu's eyes, the second brother chief felt there might be something odd going on here. A seemingly delicate woman killing several burly men? Impossible. Although uneducated, the second brother chief understood the lesson of rumor multiplication and relaxed his guard. Humph. No matter what you say now, it's useless. Tie these two up. We'll decide what to do with them back at the mountain fortress. Yes. Second brother chief. Their wrists were tied. Chu Mohan gave Shen Yu a thumbs up. Her acting earlier was impeccable. If they had seen Shen Yu's brutal side, they might have regretted tying her up and bringing her back. Chapter 55. Unexpected Events. The moment Shen Yu entered the Jiu Long Mountain bandit camp, he saw its horrifying nature, making him feel nauseous. Dried limbs hung everywhere, and both the elders and children had eyes with a bloodthirsty red hue. Isn't this the woman our camp is looking for? She doesn't look as ferocious as her portrait, and all our brothers have returned unharmed. A robust woman drying clothes nearby kept staring at Shen Yu. Her appearance truly is elegant. She's much more beautiful than in the painting, but she looks so fragile. How could she possibly have killed the 3 nephews of Elder 5? Everyone shook their heads, thinking it was impossible. Suddenly, behind them came a thunderous roar. A middle-aged man with a square face, hooked nose, and bald head wielding a heavy blade rushed toward Shen Yu. It's you. You dared to kill my 3 nephews. Today, you will surely die? Even a living Buddha couldn't save you. Naturally, none dared to interfere in Elder 5's revenge, but if they accidentally hurt Chu Mohan, they would incur the wrath of the young miss, which they couldn't bear. Elder 5, hold on. This person is directly named by the chief. We understand your feelings, but can we settle accounts with her after half an hour? Let us finish our duties first. Song Wu Mao was already furious, ignoring any protest from his subordinates. Get out of the way. I must take revenge now. No one can stop me. Go away. He swung his heavy blade in a circle, causing those around him to quickly retreat. They knew Elder 5 was not someone to mess with. It was better to endure a beating than die under his blade. Seeing the heavy blade descending from above, Shen Yu prepared to fight back. He couldn't just sit here waiting for death. If it had to come to that, it would be a massacre. With her skills, wiping out such an outdated bandit camp would be effortless. Uncle 5, stop. Do not harm my husband. This deep, bell-like voice shocked Song Wu Mao's mind blank, even momentarily forgetting why he initiated the attack. Tantan, what are you doing here? I'll only kill this girl. It has nothing to do with the boy. Move aside. Upon hearing this, Song Tantan revealed a relieved smile, content as long as her husband remained safe. The rest didn't matter anymore. Seeing Song Tantan preparing to leave, Shen Yu immediately hugged onto Chu Mohan's arm, tears streaming from the corner of her eyes as she crouched behind Chu Mohan. Brother, I don't want to die. Please save me. Shen Yu's grip wasn't ordinary. Chu Mohan immediately surged with chi and blocked her in front, protecting her. I only have one sister. If you dare touch her today, I'll die alongside her. No one can stop me. I'm the nephew of Chancellor Chu Tianren. If I die here, you should know the consequences. Chu Mohan then wore the arrogant grin typical of a rich, spoiled son, but Song Wu Mao paid no heed. To hell with your chancellor. Dared to kill my nephew. Even if the emperor were here today, I'd still cut him down with one swing. Seeing Uncle 5 about to strike, Song Tantan quickly ran over and stood before Chu Mohan. Uncle 5, don't lose your temper. Can't we discuss matters slowly? Don't frighten my husband. We will be family forever. Tantan, he's an official, and we are bandits. There's no future together. Step aside, let Uncle chop up this girl and cut out this boy's tongue, keeping him close to you for life. Just as Song Wu Mao was ready to shove Tantan aside and go for Chu Mohan, a thick authoritative voice rang out from within the house. Elder 5, stop fooling around. This woman appears too fragile, screaming in fear from being startled by you. She probably isn't the one who killed your nephew. Maybe she just looks similar. Get up. Don't delay Tantan's task. Song Wu Mao looked at his brother in disbelief. What did this mean? Not allowing him to seek revenge, and showing such eagerness for Tantan to bring back this handsome youth. Big brother, this feud unresolved leaves me with unbearable hatred. Hatred? What kind of hatred? I've agreed to your marriage with Flower Widow. After defeating Qing Tian army, I'll host your wedding in Qing Tian. 8 palanquins, grand bride attire. How does that sound? Song Wu Mao opened his jaw slightly, filled with confusion. What charm did this youth possess to make his brother give up his principles and bottom lines? Before, he was against his relationship with Flower Widow, but now because of this youth, he consented? What do you mean? Make your stance clear. Agree or deny. Agree. Thank you, big brother, for granting my wish. I also think this girl doesn't seem like a killer. Look how timid she is, perhaps less courageous than an 8-year-old from our camp. After saying that, Song Wu Mao carried his weapon and left. Song Tantan couldn't help but fall deeply in love with the scholarly demeanor of Chu Mohan, wishing to drag him into her room in the next second. Get someone. Carry this young master to my chamber. Chu Mohan shook his head. Did he hear it wrong? To be carried into her private room. Was he still able to escape then? Earlier when they climbed the mountain, Song Tantan wasn't this eager. What happened now? Had she gone mad? Seeing Song Tantan's features all wrinkled together, Shen Yu couldn't help but laugh. She seemed less attractive than a water barrel. Thinking about Chu Mohan's upcoming ordeal, Shen Yu also felt a little reluctant. Was such a handsome man going to be ruined by someone as unappealing as a water bucket? It was truly a pity. Hurry up and come up with an excuse. Usually, Aren't you full of resourcefulness? Where is your swaggering demeanor as a spoiled rich kid? Show it off now. After Shinyu reminded him like that, Chu Imo-han lightly coughed. Ahem. Why are you in such a rush? This young master got completely drenched being carried up the mountain. Quickly send someone to fetch warm water for me, or else I will order my uncle to dispatch troops to surround your bandit camp. Looking at Chu Imo-han flaunting his might, Song Tan went limp all over as if struck by love straight to the heart. My lord husband is so heroic. Hurry, prepare hot water for my lord husband. Go quickly, Chu Imo-han and Shinyu. So Song Tan like this kind of behavior? Not only do I need to bathe, but also bring me some fine wine and delicious food. I'm starving. Come on, prepare dishes for my lord husband. Just adore how mighty and valiant he looks. So handsome. Shinyu ugh. Just as the two thought they could spend the rest of these 2 days peacefully, a familiar figure slowly approached from afar. Shinyu hurriedly patted Chu Imo-han. Wasn't this Zhao Yong coming toward them? The very same city gate general who bullied them before. Shit. How did he come here too? What's going on? Chu Imo-han was startled and nervous inside. Game over. Is he here to expose us? That day at the prefect's residence, it seemed he was there too. Shinyu appeared tense, but smiled slightly at the corner of her lips. If this guy were really here to blow the whistle, it would mean his own plan had succeeded splendidly. Chapter 56. Zhao Yong burns himself by playing with fire. Seeing the two, Zhao Yong's mouth almost split into a wide grin all the way to his ears. You two little bastards. Do you remember how you treated me at the city gate? And publicly shamed me that day? Did you ever think you would end up in my hands today? The bandits could sense an exciting scene unfolding, and they all crowded over. Song Damao stood on the high platform, watching Zhao Yong and Shinyu with the expression of someone watching a play. He waved his hand, and the servants brought over a chair. Speak, General Zhao, what do you seek from me? Could it be related to these two young greenhorns? Song Damao was also a man who had weathered many storms. In the past, their mountain stronghold, with 2,000 people, was not breached by 10,000 soldiers from Qingtian Prefecture. Jiulong Mountain was easy to defend, but hard to attack, now with many strong warriors. They certainly didn't fear Qingtian Prefecture, so Song Damao naturally did not believe that two inexperienced youths could have any impact on their Jiulong Mountain. Looking at Song Damao's disdainful expression, Zhao Yong saw his former self reflected there. Leader Song, don't underestimate her. Don't be deceived by this girl's delicate and gentle appearance, making her seem easily subdued. She is actually ferocious like a bandit, and very cunning. The crowd of bandits. Are you insulting us or praising us? Song Damao laughed so hard tears were almost coming out, and he even asked the servants behind him, could such emaciated figures, looking like they can't even carry a corpse, cause any storm? The servant smiled and bowed obsequiously. Great leader, they must not stir up trouble anyway. With you, our great tiger present, even if it's a fierce beast, it has to lie down for me. Ha ha ha. Well said. Very well said. Zhao Yong was speechless. Was this chief really too arrogant? Moreover, why was Shinyu acting so pitifully small? Chief Song, don't fall for this girl's deceitful scheme. Our young master was rescued by him from a broken temple. The 3 nephews of the 5th leader were killed by her as well. It's all pretense. Every bit of it is fake. Upon seeing Zhao Yong's eagerness to sentence them, suspicions arose in Song Damao's mind. This guy couldn't possibly be sent by Li Yibing to create division between them, could he? Sure enough, hearing Zhao Yong's words, Song Wuma's stubborn nature flared up again. He raised his guandao, Chinese war saber, insisting on cutting Shinyu down. Song Tan blocked recklessly in front of Chu Imo-han, and the rest of the mountain stronghold populace had to forcibly restrain Song Wuma from causing trouble. After observing, Song Damao angrily summoned Zhao Yong and Shinyu inside. He promised to give Song Wuma a reasonable answer to placate him. Now, Song Damao's impression of Zhao Yong worsened, believing there was a 50% chance he had come here to create chaos. Once inside, Shinyu took the initiative, kneeling before Song Damao, looking tearful. Speaking softly, she gave Song Damao even the impulse to take another concubine. Chief Song, please make the right judgment. As a weak woman, how could I threaten your stronghold? Just some friction at the city gate cost Zhao General face before everyone else, and he thus falsely accuses me. Truly, I deeply regret this. Zhao Yong's head was about to burst. Wasn't she full of vitality and majestic like a living god of war back then, when facing Chung? Why was she performing now? Fine then, I'll expose you. Chief Song, don't listen to her nonsense. She's pretending. Her heart is like that of a poisonous scorpion, ruthlessly cruel. Song Damao was already exhausted. He was drowsy after drinking wine and intended to use this opportunity to potentially give Song Tan another brother. Now all excitement had disappeared. General Zhao, if you have evidence, bring it forth. Don't waste time quarreling with a young girl. Even if I kill her, what good does it do you? At that moment, Shinyu secretly glanced at Zhao Yong and slightly pulled at her sleeve, seemingly hiding something. Humph. So you've slipped up now, haven't you? I knew you'd eventually show your true colors. Zhao Yong roared with laughter, advancing 2 steps. He pointed seriously at Shinyu's sleeve and declared, Chief Song, this woman is extraordinary, with a touch of dark magic. I once witnessed it in the official's mansion. She held something resembling a medicinal bag, and upon contact with a fire stick, she threw it into the water. Suddenly, the whole mansion shook violently. Fish in the water were stunned unconscious. Water splashes rose up a full 10 feet high. It was truly terrifying. Song Damao pursed his lips. Now he was 70% sure that Zhao Yong was lying. How could such a powerful weapon be developed by a mere young girl? Moreover, he never believed in ghosts or gods. If there were such things, with all the people he himself had killed, wouldn't he have suffered consequences long ago? Just talking won't do. Evidence. Let me see that thing with my own eyes. If I believe what you say, I will have this woman executed immediately. Song Dumao no longer wanted to continue wrangling endlessly. He went straight to the point with Zhao Yong. It's in her sleeve. I saw it just now. She was trying to hide it. She even said it at the prefect's residence. She plans to scatter these things in the corners of the bandit stronghold, then coordinate with the prefect from the inside out, and catch you all off guard. Song Dumao sighed, and personally walked over to Xinyu. With great strength, he ripped her sleeve off in one swift motion, waving the fabric around, and sure enough, something fell out. He carefully examined the contents that had spilled into his hand. What on earth was this? So many little black balls, round and slippery, sticky and stinky. Wait, stinky? Isn't this just sheep droppings? Damn you Zhao Yong for playing me like a fool. Zhao Yong, do you truly think I wouldn't dare kill you? How dare you mock me like this? He slammed the table hard, veins bulging on his forehead as he advanced toward Zhao Yong with the machete in his hand. It's not my fault. This witch must have used sorcery. You must believe me. As soon as the words left Zhao Yong's lips, Song Dumao mercilessly swung his blade, blood splattering everywhere, while nearby servants smelled the metallic scent and showed expressions of excitement. Carry him away. Hang him on the crooked neck tree outside Qingtian Prefecture city gate. Who dare send spies to insult me? In 2 days, I'll wash Qingtian Prefecture in blood to settle my heart's grudge. The leader is wise. The leader is mighty. Xinyu secretly rejoiced. Removing such a threat before the battle started was indeed an unexpected gain. But this fool had actually helped clear her suspicion too. Her actions would be much more convenient in the next few days. Dad, is everything okay now? I want to take Henin to bathe and change clothes. Though the water bucket looked ugly, its voice was exceptionally sweet and enchanting. Closing one's eyes made it hard to imagine such a voice coming from that face. Song Dumao waved his hand to signal that Tan Tan should leave. He also needed to get some good rest. Just as they entered a small room, Chu Imohan shouted, "There's a rat. Such a big rat." Thinking back to how Lao Tan would usually panic and retreat to her room in another life, he expected the same reaction here. But to his surprise, she stood calmly without worry, still smiling. "Husband, are you afraid of rats? Don't worry, your wife will crush them all with her feet in no time. And compared to venomous snakes, rats are far cuter." Chapter 57, This is my vice. Upon hearing the words, Chu Mojing seemed to have come up with a plan. His eyes gleamed as he looked around for any signs of venomous snakes in the corners. This place wasn't too far from 10,000 Snake Island. There should be snakes here too, right? Before Chu Mojing could finish inspecting every corner, Song Tantan extended her arm, which was as thick as a man's thigh, and hoisted Chu Mojing over like a little chick, placing him beside the water bucket. "Little Henin, let me help you bathe and change clothes. Dismiss all these servants. You belong to me alone forever." Song Tantan curled into a ball, her facial features wrinkling together like a deflated ball, looking so ghastly that Li Ruhong almost retched. How has this guy become even more disgusting after being reborn? And those cheesy words. Could his sesame-sized brain actually evolve? Don't. You all leave. Everyone leave. I don't like having people around when I bathe. Song Tantan looked at Chu Mojing with a pouting face, trying hard to open her eyes so Chu Mojing wouldn't miss the aggrieved look in her eyes. "Little Henin, they are outsiders, but am I not part of your family? As your wife, it's my duty to take care of you bathing and dressing." Seeing how Chu Mojing struggled to restrain himself, Xinyu suddenly burst out laughing. With eyebrows furrowed and her tiny bean-sized eyes narrowed, Song Tantan put a hand on her hip. "Humph. What's so funny? Are you envious that I have such a handsome, charming, and sophisticated husband? Yes. You're beautiful, slim-figured, and with skin as white as congealed fat. You deserve an imperial mausoleum. Will that do?" The surrounding servants gaped in shock at Xinyu. Was he crazy? Didn't he fear dying crushed under the water bucket? Especially Xinghua. She already regretted agreeing to Li Yibing's request. How did such a fool get sent over? She just came here asking for death. The next second, everyone's ears were pierced by laughter loud as clanging dumbbells. "Ha! Never thought your mouth could be so sweet. Such skillful flattery. Xinghua, escort her downstairs to rest somewhere while I enjoy intimacy with my husband." Just as Song Tantan was about to close the door, Li Ruhong kicked her out with a single blow of his foot. That kick felt like striking soft cotton, nearly bouncing back onto himself. He hastily slammed the door shut, bolted it, and leaned against it tightly. "Don't knock. I've said it. I prefer to be alone when I bathe. All of you go away. This is my habit. If you can't accept it, then kill me or let me return to the mountain below." Upon hearing Chu Mojing's threat of suicide, Song Tantan froze as if struck by lightning, sitting heavily on the floor. Xinyu and Xinghua thought the ground might be shaking. "I'll leave, all right. I'll wait for you inside the room. When you're done bathing, you must find me. Missing you for one moment makes me lose 5 caddies of weight. Father won't be happy." Xinyu sighed inwardly. Was Song Tantan immune to all insults? Chu Mojing's obvious aversion towards her couldn't be missed, could it? After Song Tantan left, Xinyu planned to explore the bandit stronghold, but seeing Chu Mojing about to be bullied by Song Tantan, she waved her small hand, causing a mildly venomous tiger-spotted pit viper to appear in the corner. At the sound of rustling, Chu Mojing turned and saw the colorful snake. "It seems she still cares for me after all, leaving behind a snake." Chu Mojing didn't waste time, quickly capturing the snake in a bag to surprise Song Tantan later. Xinyu took a stroll around the stronghold. Everyone here had work to do and food to eat. Their roles were clearly defined. Most faces wore smiles, and they weren't worrying about sustenance. The children were plump and sturdy, contrasting sharply with those starving along their escape route whose bodies were reduced to skin and bones. If those children and commoners had the choice, perhaps they would also choose to come to Nine Dragon Mountain. At least they wouldn't have to pay heavy taxes, break heads over daily necessities, or watch their children starve to death. What are you looking at? Could you really be the spy sent by that bastardly Yibing? A young man dressed in simple hemp clothes, wearing a red headband, stared intently at Shunyu with both hands clasped tightly in front of his waist. Spy? Have you ever seen a spy like me? So weak I can barely lift a chicken, hungry to the point of skeletal. Even if I were a spy, I wouldn't make much of a difference. In this battle, Qingtian Prefecture will surely lose. Impressed by Shunyu's clear-headedness and witty remarks, Song Changqiang smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. It seems you understand our strength at Nine Dragon Mountain. Why don't you join us? Men hunt and farm, women raise silkworms and weave silk. Each household receives food based on the number of people, though not abundant, enough to survive without starvation. Good idea. I was thinking exactly the same thing. Staying here seems quite pleasant, hundreds of times better than fleeing. Thank you, sir. May I inquire about your name? Seeing Shunyu speak in such a manner, a servant quickly rushed over. Audacity. Why don't you kneel when speaking to the second young master? No need for such elaborate formalities. Where else would Miss Shun like to stroll? I shall accompany you. They wandered for a full hour, during which Shunyu gained much insight. These chieftains had indeed managed Nine Dragon Mountain with clear order and efficiency, far surpassing Li Yibing. However, this did not alter the fact that they were still murderers and marauders who claimed the mountain as their kingdom, stealing from others. This battle, she would still assist Li Yibing. However, she could select some capable individuals to serve as future support for her own planned power base. Of course, she had her methods to ensure their loyalty. After a thorough look around, Shunyu had already chosen the perfect spots to place explosives. Yet tonight, she had another crucial task, subduing the mother snake. With the aid of tens of thousands of venomous snakes, she alone could effortlessly destroy Nine Dragon Mountain. Don't just stand there staring, Miss Shun. Try our unique tea from Nine Dragon Mountain. It's certainly no worse than teas from other places, right? Song Changqiang smiled and gestured, drinking first from the pot to show there was no poison. Just as Shunyu was about to pour herself a cup, a servant behind her suddenly drew his long sword and swung it toward her. Die! Shunyu had already sensed the danger, but feigned fright, awkwardly falling to the ground. Great! There's no poison in the tea, so the killing move was here. Is this your Nine Dragon Mountain way of treating guests? Seeing Shunyu crawl away in apparent panic, Song Changqiang dismissed his last suspicion. Even at the brink of death, she remained so pitiful. Shunyu truly lacked extraordinary skills. He casually picked up his spear and threw it, piercing straight into a pillar. Enough! Since you're here on behalf of Uncle Wu, I'll spare your life. Leave now. If you dare linger in my house again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Changqiang's expression was cold, an icy chill in his eyes showing a bloodthirsty ruthlessness that even Shunyu found slightly surprising. A natural-born warrior, a promising talent. She curled her lips and devised an ingenious plan. Chapter 58. Aren't you my little hen-in? After driving away the hitmen arranged by Song Wumao, Song Changqiang, seeing that Shunyu was still so cautious, sent all the servants away. Only the two of them remained in the room. Sunlight passed through the window paper and fell on Shunyu. Her face and eyes, flickering between light and shadow, sparked a flicker of infatuation in Song Changqiang's heart. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in the mountain stronghold. Even though her face was covered in dust, her features were as exquisite as jewelry carefully polished by masters. Cough cough. Shunyu felt an inexplicable fiery intensity in Song Changqiang's gaze and lightly cleared her throat. Second young master Song, among the younger generation of Julong Mountain, shouldn't you be considered one of the best? Your martial arts are incredible. If it weren't for you just now, I might have met my end. Thank you, second young master Song, for saving me. Shunyu gently bowed, her clothing fluttering, her black hair like strands of silk falling beside her ears. Song Changqiang swallowed hard and hesitantly said, Not really among the best. My elder brother excels in strategy. Li Yibing's moves are all predicted by him. However, he spends his days holed up in his room studying chess tactics, playing against himself and rarely leaving the house, so outsiders don't know much about him. He paused, looked at Shunyu's handsome beauty, and continued. My third younger brother excels in horseback riding and archery. Upon reflection, he should be the best in Qingtian Prefecture when it comes to riding and shooting. When it comes to archery, he dares to call himself second, and no one dares to claim first. As for my fourth younger brother, he's a drunkard, but his drinking capacity is astonishing. During every celebration in the stronghold, he drinks the most and can single-handedly knock out the entire gang with his drinking prowess. There aren't any other particularly notable people. Suddenly, he lightly pressed his forehead. Beads of cold sweat appeared, and his mouth twitched harshly twice. He looked extremely uncomfortable. Shunyu opened her eyes wide and used her abilities to see through Song Changqiang thoroughly. His heart rhythm was regular and neat, his kidneys active, and his breathing pattern steady. Only his stomach appeared fragile, clearly someone who could only eat soft foods. She pretended to take his pulse, lightly placing her hand on Song Changqiang's wrist. In a brief moment, she feigned seriousness. Second young master Song, this stomach ailment must have persisted for quite some time, right? Song Changqiang was surprised, his jaw slightly dropping, revealing neatly aligned white teeth. How do you know? And diagnosing it so quickly? Our senior doctor in the stronghold needs half the time of a joss stick burning to confirm the root cause through palpation. Shinyu gave a small, awkward cough. She then frowned and scolded sternly. I'm asking you questions. Your stomach ailment has become serious. If left untreated, it could endanger your life. As for me, I've studied medical arts for 10 years already. Though I may be inexperienced, I have my own methods for diagnosis. Of course, that's not something you need to worry about. At that moment, Song Changxiang clicked his lips again, his right hand covering his stomach while his left struck his head twice. His complexion turned significantly paler, making him appear more than 10 years older instantly. Shinyu sighed and handed over a glycine pill. Eat it. It's a medicine I've researched myself. It's highly effective for treating stomach ailments and non-toxic. Without any hesitation, Song Changxiang ate it directly. Shinyu used her healing ability to slowly reduce his pain, then proceeded to repair the stomach lining that had developed perforations. A perforated stomach is already a severe condition. Shinyu wasn't exaggerating. Without adjusting his diet and sleep schedule, he might not live long. Phew. He exhaled deeply, the sweat on his forehead dissipating, his complexion gradually becoming rosy again. This medicine is truly miraculous. It took effect so quickly. Thank you for your great kindness, Miss Shun. Song Changxiang had suffered from gastritis for a long time. At his worst moments, the pain was unbearable, and he often wished someone would stab him to death. The senior doctor in the stronghold said that gastritis could only be treated gradually, emphasizing a light diet and early sleep. But as the son of the second chieftain of the stronghold, he almost had daily social engagements, drinking a substantial amount every day. A light diet was simply unattainable. Is being the son of the stronghold leader really so easy? Shinyu also wanted to help him and pulled out a bottle of 666 gastric capsules from her bosom, handing them to Song Changxiang. You must take this medicine on time. 1 capsule after meals each time. After taking it, your stomach condition will improve somewhat. But remember, stop eating spicy food and stop drinking alcohol, or you'll really die. Looking at Shinyu's cold countenance, Song Changxiang grinned happily, deciding to live like a normal person from then on. No more excessive drinking, no more mingling with the unruly members of the stronghold. If he lost his life, everything else would be meaningless. He gazed at Shinyu affectionately and placed the capsules into his bosom. By the way, haven't I finished asking yet? Isn't there a crack troop in our Julong mountain? Understanding that Shinyu's curiosity was unintentional and perhaps merely pure, but knowing that this involved the stronghold's secrets, Song Changxiang calmly waved his hand. No, everyone in the stronghold knows how to fight, so we don't need any special crack troops. Shinyu's ability wasn't just for show. As Song Changxiang spoke, Shinyu could feel his heart beating rapidly, blood flowing at double speed, indicating that he was clearly lying. It's getting late, I should leave now. I still don't know how my elder brother and Tantan are doing. Upon hearing the 3 words Song Tantan, Song Changxiang's eye twitched, but he remained silent. At that moment, in a dimly lit room, a woman as stout as a water barrel suddenly sneezed, and Chu Majian felt like a storm was rushing towards him as he tightly gripped the table beside him. Little Henin, just give in to me. No matter what happens today, it won't affect our wedding night. Hee hee. Seeing Song Tantan wearing a red wedding robe that fit poorly, Chu Majian felt his eyes were about to go blind. He regretted coming here with Shinyu so much. What a self-inflicted torment. It was as if he willingly plunged into this nightmare again. Now, all he wanted was to slap himself hard and realize it was just a dream. But the tremors caused by Song Tantan swaying left and right felt heartbreakingly real. Little Henin, don't run away. I'm coming. Whoosh. Chu Majian threw the venomous snake lightly and shouted. Snake. Venomous snake. There's a venomous snake. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Song Tantan crush the snake's head with 1 foot. Then, Song Tantan smiled broadly as she hugged Chu Majian tightly in her arms. Chu Majian felt that even a little more pressure would make her squish him flat. Chu Majian was stunned. Wasn't she supposed to be afraid of snakes? How could she crush the snake like that? With no hope left, he opened his mouth. Weren't you scared of snakes? Why didn't you let me step on it? Husband, how can such things be left for you to do? You are my little Henin, and I must spoil you thoroughly. With those words, she forcefully pushed Chu Majian onto the bed. He realized he was completely powerless against her control, like a chick caught helplessly in her grip. Heaven, is there anyone who can save me? Could my lifetime honor really be lost again to this water barrel-shaped person? Watching Song Tantan wobbling toward him, Chu Majian felt his heart turn to ashes, and all the light in his eyes vanished. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind them, and swiftly delivered a palm strike directly towards Song Tantan. Chapter 59, Subduing the White Snake. Song Tantan let out a muffled groan and fell backward, nearly pinning Shinyu under her, before Chu Mohan quickly pulled her aside. Whoa, you'd better be more careful. If she crushes you, your insides might just come spilling out of your mouth. Looking at Chu Mohan with furrowed brows as if trying to keep his distance, Shinyu couldn't help but smirk. Good thing I was here in time. Otherwise, your purity would have been compromised. Yes, Song Tantan is pretty interesting. She says she's scared of venomous snakes, yet when I threw one out, not only was she unafraid, but she also stomped the snake to death. Recalling the earlier incident, Chu Mohan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. If it weren't for Shinyu, the outcome could have been unimaginable. What now? We can't just leave her lying on the ground, can we? Shinyu glanced at Song Tantan on the floor and regretted letting her block Chu Mohan while he intervened. Just like this, later, I'll cover her with a blanket. Between us two, it seems we can't even lift one of her thighs. He wiped sweat from his forehead and handed Shinyu a cup of tea. By the way, how's everything going? It's taken care of, though tomorrow, you still need to distract Song Tantan so you can give me some time. Sure, that's not an issue. In her eyes, I'm like a sweet cake. She doesn't want to be away from me for even a second. I've also learned where the governor's concubine is being held. It's in the back courtyard of the Grandmaster's place. Lao Damao plans to marry her after killing Li Yibing and hasn't posted any guards. It will be simple to rescue her then. Knock knock knock. The maids outside, hearing no sound from their mistress, hurriedly knocked on the door, fearing that something had gone wrong. Mistress, is everything all right? Chu Mohan coughed lightly, responding in a voice slightly tinged with fatigue. Nothing's wrong. Your mistress has fallen asleep. Just guard the door. The servants thought no more of it and stopped knocking. If they woke their mistress, they'd surely get reprimanded. Taking advantage of the quiet, Xinyu slipped out of the room and returned to his own quarters. With a flicker of intent, he found himself inside the space. At that moment, the good farmland had already expanded to 10 mu, approximately 0.67 acres. After some effort, he planted corn in the field. After all, as someone from the end times, who wouldn't want more supplies? Having dealt with these trifling matters, she turned her focus inward and released the snake mother. A huge white snake appeared before her, its immense power instantly enveloping Xinyu. But she wasn't an ordinary kind either, ruthless and cunning even in the end times. She feared no imminent danger posed by the soon-to-be transformed white snake. If it cannot be controlled, perhaps it's better to kill it outright. Better than having another secret enemy lurking in the shadows. The white snake's eyes burned with fury but also carried a trace of curiosity. The spiritual energy within this space was unusually abundant. Her cultivation speed increased tenfold compared to before, and strangely, although she was about to transform into a dragon, she sensed no heavenly calamity inside this space. If she could remain here until there was a 10,000% certainty of successfully transforming, only then leaving to face the celestial trial, wouldn't that be wonderful? On the path of cultivation, sometimes it wasn't about luck, it was about simply surviving long enough. Even enduring endlessly could yield success eventually. Seeing the complicated look in the white snake's eyes, constantly flicking her tongue, Xinyu took a step forward and gently touched its forehead. You are about to transform into a dragon. You should be wise enough to realize my space isn't ordinary, yes? Over there is a spirit spring. If you submit to me for 500 years, I will allow you eternal cultivation within this space. Hearing this, the white snake's eyes twinkled with delight. There was a spirit spring too. What a wondrous gift indeed. This would increase her chances of successfully becoming a dragon greatly. Trading 500 years for such fortune was a win. Absolutely blood worth. The white snake knew her place. Gently nudging Xinyu's palm with her head, she indicated her consent. I agree. However, I cannot taint myself with too much human karma, as it will affect my cultivation, a loss outweighing the gain. Don't worry. While I may not be a virtuous person, I do treat my allies well. Since you've agreed to follow me, I'll provide you with some gifts too. The white snake stared at Xinyu in astonishment. This young girl, barely at the coming-of-age mark, exuded no spiritual energy, yet she spoke grandly. Other than the spirit spring, what else could she possibly offer? A faint green glow condensed at Xinyu's fingertips, which she placed lightly on the white snake's brow. The internal structure of the white snake became clear and apparent to Xinyu. The healing ability not only cured wounds invisibly, but also enhanced organs, bones, and even skin. As Xinyu felt the soft, flexible scales of the white snake, each one seemingly fragile, she pondered, they might not withstand even a single thunderbolt. With her eyes tightly closed and eyebrows knitted, she focused all her concentration on the scales of the white snake. After a moment, the white snake felt an unbearable itch throughout its body, just like the feeling when its forehead was about to sprout antennae. Extremely difficult to endure. The white snake panicked. In mere moments, it realized that its scales were neatly aligned, tighter and more compact, with improved luster and hardness. Never had the little girl before her shown such earth-shattering abilities. Truly, this was a celestial blessing arranged by fate itself for her. Thank you, master. From now on, White Snake will serve you wholeheartedly. I am willing to do anything for you. The White Snake was greatly moved, as today's master had brought surprise after surprise. It's not easy for wandering snake cultivators like them to have reached their current level. And for snakes, turning into dragons, breaking against the will of heaven brought about much stronger celestial calamities than other beasts. As Xinyu retracted her hand, she found herself drained of energy due to the enormous size of the snake. However, in order to subdue it completely, Xinyu considered her effort worthwhile. All right, you may go back first. In 2 days' time, I'll need your descendants' help. Don't let me down. The white snake vigorously nodded, creating residual images as she did so. Rest assured, master. I'll absolutely make you satisfied. After the white snake left, Xinyu quickly walked to the spirit spring and drank a large gulp to restore some strength. Phew, everything is ready. Lying down on the soft grass, Xinyu indulged in fried chicken with one hand and soda with the other, relishing the pleasure. The recent days of fleeing had exhausted her, and she hadn't had time to enjoy the simple joy of eating fried chicken and drinking soda. In the blink of an eye, it was already morning the next day. Xinyu was still asleep when a loud knocking came from outside the door. Miss Shun, are you awake yet? Xinyu furrowed her brows. The voice sounded like Song Changqiang. Why was he knocking so early? Did he discover something? Yes, I'm up. What's the matter? Why are you looking for me, second master Song? Didn't you express interest in the young talents of our Jiolong mountain yesterday? After talking to my elder brother, he specially instructed me to invite you over for a visit. Xinyu felt somewhat puzzled. Could this elder brother be some hidden significant figure within the stronghold? I understand. Let me get dressed, and I'll head out immediately. Whoever he was, meeting him would provide insight, perhaps even a chance to gain someone valuable as an advisor for her own use. Shen Yu smirked faintly, following him to the room of Song Yibai. Chapter 60, The Shattered White Stone. Upon arriving at the house, Shen Yu immediately sensed Song Yibai's individuality. The walls and windows were painted a dazzling white. The sunlight reflecting off them during the day was almost blinding. Looking inside, there sat a man dressed in a long white robe with a white headband holding back his long hair secured by a white jade pin. His deep eyes like those of a shadowy forest, and his elegant demeanor stood out starkly from the bandits on Jiulong Mountain. Shen Yu couldn't help but wonder how anyone could have such strength of character to stay unaffected despite living among these mountain bandits for so long. Brother, Miss Shun has arrived. Song Yibai nodded with a smile, looking slightly more gentle than before as he gestured and poured Shen Yu a cup of hot tea. Miss Shun, since you've joined Jiulong Mountain, we're all one family now, so there's no need to be so formal. That's right. After a few days, Master Chu and elder sister will get married, making us even closer than blood. When it came to Song Tantan, Song Yibai's eyes showed nothing but helplessness. He really had no idea how to describe this sister of his. Where are third brother and fourth brother? Haven't they come yet? Asked Song Yibai. Perhaps they won't come. Tomorrow, we go to war against Qingtian Prefecture, and they must be making their final preparations now. Song Yibai cast a quick glance at Shen Yu, sensing that she was no ordinary woman. At her age, most girls kidnapped into a bandit hideout would be trembling with fear instead of sitting here calmly drinking tea with him. Does Miss Shen Yu know how to play Go? He asked with a warm smile as he held a white Go stone in his hand and extended it toward Shen Yu. No. I am from a rural village and an unrefined person who struggles to even make ends meet. Learning Go is too luxurious for me. Shen Yu replied modestly. Song Changxiang also felt that this question from his elder brother was a bit abrupt. Wasn't it exposing her shortcomings unnecessarily? His elder brother wasn't usually like this. But that doesn't matter. Come to my room tomorrow morning and I'll teach you, Song Yibai said gently. Shen Yu understood that Song Yibai still doubted her, but this gave her an opportunity to use his suspicions to her advantage. Great. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you, sir, Shen Yu answered gratefully. Watching the harmonious interaction between the two, Song Changxiang felt a wave of sadness. How could his elder brother not see his own feelings for Shen Yu? Elder brother, will you not join the battlefield tomorrow and stay in the house? Song Yibai smirked faintly, aware of his second brother's hidden affections for Shen Yu. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. There's no need for me to appear. As for you, focus on fighting well tomorrow because the position of chief will eventually fall to you. You must gain everyone's respect within the camp. Song Changxiang looked dejected, his disappointment evident on his face. Song Yibai sighed helplessly, then placed a black stone onto the Go board. However, upon contact, the stone shattered instantly into two pieces. Startled, both Song Changxiang and Song Yibai exchanged concerned looks. Could this be a bad omen? What did it mean just before a major battle? A good sign. Shattered piece. It signifies fortune. Shen Yu exclaimed quickly, showing unexpected wit. Seeing how clever Shen Yu was, Song Changxiang grew even fonder of her, echoing softly. Yes, elder brother, shattered piece. This indeed seems like a good omen. With a sharp gesture, Song Yibai slammed another white stone onto the Go board, cracking the wooden board itself, while leaving the white stone completely unscathed. He clenched the white stone tightly in his fist, so hard that his knuckles turned deathly pale, and sweat began dripping down his forehead. Song Changxiang looked around confusedly. Since childhood, he had never seen his usually composed elder brother act so anxious and agitated. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? Wiping the sweat from his brother's brow with a handkerchief, Song Yibai still held onto the Go piece firmly. Only Song Yibai himself knew the truth. He was using Go as a way to simulate tomorrow's war situation. The black stones represented the gang, and the white stones represented Qingtian Prefecture. Yet, for some unknown reason, this reversal was leading to a disastrous scenario, and he could not figure out where the turning point lay. As his elder brother lost himself once again in thought, Song Changxiang quietly led Shen Yu out of the room. Did it scare you? Not at all. But is your elder brother alright? Why did he suddenly act like that? Our elder brother has practiced the art of divination for many years. Many of our successful decisions rely heavily on his predictions. This is the first time I've ever seen him behave so anxiously, Song Changxiang explained. Inside, Shen Yu secretly smiled to herself. Unknowingly, she had stumbled upon such a valuable resource, one capable of divination. Not bad at all. By the way, tomorrow when the armies clash, don't you plan to assign someone to protect your elder brother? Aren't you worried Qingtian Prefecture might employ underhanded tactics? This question struck a chord with Song Changxiang, and he slapped his thigh. You're right. How did I overlook that? Miss Shen Yu, please explore on your own for a while. I'll go find father to discuss this immediately. Shen Yu smirked, hoping that tomorrow some elite soldiers would be assigned to guard Song Yibai. It would save her the trouble. Inside the Qingtian Prefecture residence, Li Yibing sent all of his trusted men out of the door and then called for the steward to come to the back courtyard. How's it going? Is Chu Emohan alive or dead? Li Yibing tightly gripped his official robes, nervousness adding more wrinkles around his eyes. He's doing fine. If we can break into the bandit stronghold tomorrow, should we kill Chu Emohan or spare him? Kill. He must die? What an idiot Song Jiang is, allowing him to make it here alive. He definitely knows about our scheme against him. If this gets to the Prime Minister's ears, we'll be in deep trouble. Li Yibing's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists. It was hard enough for him to secure this position as the magistrate, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone jeopardizing his post. In that case, I will arrange for the Julong Mountain Gang to take care of him. Go ahead. After the deed is done, your younger brother will step into Zhao Yang's place. The steward rejoiced greatly, quickly kneeling down on the ground. Thank you, magistrate sir. Li Xian, who had just come out from the privy, heard everything they said, and was utterly shocked. His father didn't send Xinyu and brother Chu into the mountain hideout to negotiate peace. This was all part of his conspiracy. Magistrate sir, what about that woman? Should we let her live? She seems quite troublesome. Li Yibing gave a cold laugh, smugly stroking his beard. Kill her as well. No matter how tough she is, am I, the magistrate of Qingtian, afraid of some young miss? Yes, the magistrate is truly wise. Li Xian's mind was struck as if by a thunderbolt, never expecting his father would harm his saviors in secret. He wandered dazedly into his room, unsure of what to do. Sister Xinyu kindly helped him resolve the crisis of Qingtian, but now faces betrayal set up by his own father. He decided that tomorrow he would bring his guards to scale the rear mountain and rescue Xinyu and Chu Emohan from behind, or else he'd never have peace in his life. Jiang Feng, I'm here. Master, what are your orders? Bring your best troops with me tonight and head for the back mountain. The servant dared not ask any questions, simply responding and stepping outside to prepare. Chapter 61. The cold tide comes early. At dusk, after returning to his place, Xinyu noticed quite a few burly men had gathered around the house, obviously here to keep an eye on him. This Song Yi Bai is indeed capable, but you fellows will not stop me. Xinyu went to sleep early and waited for the arrival of the hour of high. At that moment, Chu Emohan was cornered by Song Tan Tan near the foot of the bed, looking like a helpless little chick. Little Han Han, stop playing those games with me. We are husband and wife. Come and let me give you a kiss. Song Tan Tan suddenly grabbed Chu Emohan's ankle and pulled him to her in one swift motion. Wait, it can't be today. Why? Today the moon is full. It's the perfect time to welcome our child. Husband, you must seize this opportunity. Song Tan Tan didn't care about much else. Her small bean-sized eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly, tears filled the corners of Chu Emohan's eyes as he began to cry uncontrollably. What's wrong, husband? Do you despise Tan Tan? Her voice carried a hint of threat, completely lacking the gentleness she had shown just moments before. After all, as the miss of Julong Mountain, there was a streak of cruelty in her nature. It's not that I don't want to or despise you. It's just that my body simply can't handle it anymore. Chu Emohan pinched his thigh hard, causing large tears to flow down from the corners of his eyes. What do you mean, husband? Song Tan Tan was somewhat confused. She remembered nothing of what happened yesterday. Could it be that she was asking too much? And why did she remember none of it? She pouted slightly, her face bearing an expression of doubt. She felt that Chu Emohan might be deceiving her, but also thought his crying was heart-wrenching. It's not your fault, it's mine. Back when I was in Huanghua County, I was obsessed with women, draining myself dry. The doctor said if I don't restrain myself, I might not even live past 30 years old. Then, he sobbed loudly again, covering his eyes as he continued to cry. Although I lack talent, I am at least the personal nephew of the Prime Minister. There are still so many wishes in life unfulfilled. I'm not ready to die. Hearing what Chu Emohan said, Song Tan Tan helplessly sighed. She should have inquired more earlier. She never imagined such an attractive exterior could hide a body as wasted as a wasteland. Fine then, let's rest. What a buzzkill. Song Tan Tan showed no restraint in displaying her annoyance. If it weren't for Chu Emohan's status, she would have already disposed of him long ago. Seeing her lie down, Chu Emohan exhaled deeply. If not for his excellent acting skills, he wouldn't have been able to fool her. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the window, releasing a cold wave both internally and externally. Even Liao Tantan's fatty body couldn't withstand the cold. How has it become so cold out of nowhere? It was fine during the day. This chill, penetrating the bones, surely means snow is coming. As icy winds pierced their bodies and Song Tan Tan speculated aloud, Li Ruhan felt something was off. Would winter really come now? It wasn't even August yet. Could these calamities really happen ahead of schedule? His face tight with anxiety, he walked to the window where clouds gathered thick overhead, almost identical to the scenes from his previous life. He quietly closed the window, attempting to calm his complex emotions. What's wrong with you, looking half dead? Is your body so weak that you need days of rest after catching just a little cold wind? Song Tan Tan's words were full of mockery. Knowing that Chu Emohan was merely a weakling, she no longer spared a second glance for him. It seems tomorrow's weather will change. With such sharp winds, could we possibly get snow? TCH. It's summer right now. Snow? Are you crazy? Luckily, I haven't conceived yet. Otherwise giving birth to a fool would surely invite ridicule. Leave by yourself in a few days. Don't mess up my future happiness. Upon saying that, Song Tan Tan threw Chu Emohan's quilt onto the floor without showing him the slightest bit of respect. This Song Tan Tan was pretty straightforward with love and hate. However, that was good. Tomorrow, when they started their battle, he wouldn't hesitate a single bit. Inside the room, Xinyu was woken up by the sudden cold wind. The abrupt drop in temperature surprised Xinyu. Could it be that the cold disaster has arrived? It's so cold. This wind hurts the face so badly. Could it be that snow is coming? Don't talk nonsense. It was scorching hot at noon. Eating a meal made me sweat profusely. Turn around, and suddenly snow? Dreaming, isn't it? The four burly men chattered amongst themselves, and one man could no longer bear the cold shivering as he opened his mouth. I can't stand it any longer, it's too cold. I'll change into warmer clothes and return. Otherwise, I'll freeze to death like this. I'm heading back too. Let's not come back anymore. That girl looks frail, unable to stir up any real trouble. The others nodded in agreement. Everyone tightened their necks like turtles, frozen stiff. Shinyu brought out his cotton clothes and put them on, feeling much warmer immediately. This young man uses good cotton. It seems these cotton clothes have been made with great care. The cold wind howled like sharp knives cutting across everyone's faces. The soldiers guarding the city shivered violently. Their armor that once protected them now became freezing. They focused and tried their best to keep themselves away from the cold steel. It's so cold, Commander. Tonight is just bizarre. Won't the people of Jiulong Mountain launch a surprise attack? A man with sharp eyes tightly gripped his sword handle, as icy chill pierced deep into his bones. Light a bonfire to warm ourselves. You all have worked hard tonight. Take turns resting and fetch thick clothing. If it rains tomorrow, we are in for a fierce battle. The commander sighed deeply, worry gathering on his brow. There were already too few soldiers in the city, and now the weak ones were removed, making him feel even more insecure. Alas, this magistrate is utterly unreliable. Isn't this just sending our brothers to die? With no suspense in such a fight, who would be motivated? On the cliffside, a small squad of hundreds was climbing the rock strenuously. Li Xian, though still young, struggled but pushed forward without hesitation. Xunyu was not only his savior, but also a symbol of justice he cherished. Knowing what kind of person his father was, Li Xian felt extremely disappointed. After rescuing his mother, he decided to head north with Xunyu. Staying with such a father would only swallow up his sense of justice sooner or later. Young master, with this biting cold, if we spend the night on this mountain, we might freeze to death. Several soldiers had swollen red hands and were losing feeling gradually. Search around for somewhere to stay. We must survive the night. No matter what, we have to rescue Sister Xunyu and Brother Chu. Yes. Half an hour later, after a thorough search by hundreds of men, they finally found a cave. The interior was pitch black, seemingly very deep. Li Xian took a torch and cautiously walked inside. The deeper he went, the more uneasy he became. Was there a giant beast in here? Suddenly, a strange sound came from above, making everyone look up tensely, but there was nothing there. Young master, let's go back. Something doesn't feel right here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the strange sound rang out again from above. Snore. Chapter 62, The Secret Passage. Shoo. Li Xian made a gesture to silence, then called a few guards over. Following Li Xian's instructions, they formed a human ladder. He quietly climbed up and pressed his ear against the stone wall above. What on earth is this? This sound, how does it resemble snoring? Could it be that above this rock wall is the Nine Dragons fort? He took out the map given to him by the craftsman and carefully compared it by the light of a torch. Sure enough, their current position was below the Nine Dragon Mountain. But where does this cave lead? The group, holding torches, followed Li Xian as they continued walking cautiously, without the slightest relaxation. After walking for about half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was a glimmer of light at the end. It seemed like firelight. Li Xian left everyone at the spot and carefully felt his way forward. Before reaching the source of the light, he heard the labored breathing of a man. Don't rush. After we kill Li Yibing and annihilate the army of Qingtian Prefecture, I will naturally marry you. Don't worry. Song Wumao stroked the woman's black hair, the burning passion in his eyes able to withstand the cold around them. Old Five, let's go back first. Aren't you supposed to deploy your troops tomorrow? It's too cold here in the ancestral hall. I can hardly bear the freezing temperature. The woman pulled her clothes tighter after saying that, and couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. That's it. I'll come to your room when I return tomorrow. So many days have passed since I've seen you. I do miss you. The woman nodded repeatedly. Now she wished to change into thick winter quilts to wrap herself in. She felt like standing in the ancestral hall had almost turned her into a statue. Ancestral hall. The ancestral hall of the Nine Dragon Mountain. Li Xian seemed to have obtained some important information, feeling very excited inside. While retreating, he accidentally stepped on a piece of broken stone and fell with a clang. Who? What sound was that? Song Wumao's loud roar frightened the woman. Where's the sound coming from? You scared me for no reason. The woman lightly patted her chest, finding Song Wumao acting strange. He walked carefully into the ancestral hall. It concerns tomorrow's great battle with Qingtian Prefecture. No detail can be overlooked. Li Xian focused, tightly gripping the long knife, ready to charge forward. Meow. A black cat suddenly leaped out, knocking over a nearby jar and scaring Song Wumao. Look, just a mangy cat. You are being paranoid. Go back and rest. After saying this, the woman wrapped her clothes tightly and left the ancestral hall. Stupid cat. One day I'll slaughter you. Always stealing offerings from the ancestral hall. Let's see if you can enjoy them. After Song Wumao cursed and left, Xinyu slid down from the roof beam, a faint smile on her lips. She was originally planting explosives in the ancestral hall, but didn't expect Song Wumao to bring a widow to the hall late at night for their love affair. After a while, she sensed hundreds of people approaching her. Using her healing ability to investigate, she discovered it was actually Li Xian. How did he find his way here? How did he discover the secret passage? Isn't this an unplanned event? Why didn't Li Yibing tell them during the planning session? Could something unexpected have happened? Xinyu quietly approached beneath the sacrificial altar and indeed found a hidden secret cave beneath the mat. Li Xian, isn't that Xinyu's voice? It's me. Xinyu lightly jumped down and led Li Xian to a distance. How did you end up here? Seeing the confusion on Xinyu's face, Li Xian hesitated but decided to reveal the truth. Sister Xinyu, my father plans to use you as a sacrificial pawn. He even risks sacrificing the entire Qingtian prefecture just to let the bandits kill Brother Chu. Feeling guilty and worried about any mishap befalling you, I came along with trustworthy soldiers climbing from the back mountain. Xinyu patted him comfortingly on the shoulder, sensing the resolve in Li Xian's determined eyes. Well done. I never expected your father to be just like that magistrate of Tianshui County. For tonight, you stay here. Once you hear the explosion early morning, come find me near a white house. Okay. At this point, the soldiers were shivering from the cold, especially after a mountain breeze swept through, making it unbearably freezing. Spending the night here might freeze them to death. Upon seeing this, Xinyu spoke up. You wait here. I know where their bandits' warehouse is. Now they're all asleep. I'll steal some warm cotton clothes for you. It's far too cold today. Sister Xinyu, are you going alone? Isn't that too dangerous? Otherwise, I'll accompany you. Li Xian looked anxiously at Xinyu, fearing something would happen to his benefactor. She smiled gently, shook her head, and whispered, It's fine, I'm confident. You all wait here, and remember not to make a sound. Do not expose us. All right, Sister Xinyu, please be careful. Back at the ancestral hall, after waiting for half an hour, Xinyu took out dozens of cotton coats and firewood from her spatial storage for everyone. Although it wasn't enough for them, it was sufficient to get through the night. If tomorrow they see the bandits still wearing autumn clothes, they might start to suspect something. Sister Xinyu, you've really helped us greatly. The temperature is dropping. The soldiers can't take the cold anymore. We almost finished burning the last stick. Li Xian wiped his eyes, tears involuntarily streaming down. Why are you crying? Hurry up and put on the clothes. Tomorrow, win or lose, I'll take you away from Qingtian Prefecture. Even if your father could tolerate you, he wouldn't tolerate these soldiers. All right, I'll go with you, Sister Xinyu. The determination in Li Xian's eyes made Xinyu feel reassured, just like the total trust she saw in Baoyu and Xiaoyu's eyes. At that moment, inside the inn, the Shen family along with Chu Tianyi and Chu Tianjiao sat at the table sighing deeply. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard. They huddled around the stove for warmth inside the inn, but still felt the biting chill. How much worse must it be for Xinyu and Chu Mohan outside? It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop Mohan back then? Now we don't know if they're alive or dead. It's freezing weather like this. I don't know if our son has been frozen. And you, such a smart girl, I wonder how she's doing now. Chu Tianjiao had tears in her eyes, though she scolded Chu Tianyi. Deep down she hated herself even more for not being firm about keeping the two children by their sides at that time. Xiaoyu and Baoyu tugged on their mother's clothing corners, their clear eyes gazing far out towards the moon outside. The living Buddha will definitely protect sister. Sister will definitely be fine. Otherwise, I'll follow the magistrate to Nine Dragon Mountain tomorrow. Their leader should give me some face and let Mohan go, right? Chu Tianjiao almost laughed out loud at her husband's absurdity as she lightly hit Chu Tianyi's chest with her palm. The magistrate doesn't have any influence over the mountain bandits. What makes you think you do? Just stay here patiently. If you and Han come back and can't find us, things will be more complicated. Everyone knew what needed to be done but lacked the strength to carry it out, so they could only nod their heads and continue sitting listlessly at the table. Chapter 63, The Battle Begins. After setting the explosives, Xinyu instantly teleported back to the house. Indeed, those bandits didn't return, clearly having been severely affected by the cold. How strange that Chu Mohan has stockpiled so many winter coats. It's so freezing. This cold wave will surely freeze countless civilians to death. Xinyu realized his worry was futile. With so many people in the world, he could neither save them all even if he had the heart to do so. He could only protect the people around him to the best of his ability. After spending a day exploring Mount Jiulong, Xinyu also felt somewhat tired and soon fell into a deep sleep after closing his eyes. The next morning, a loud rooster crow seemed to pierce through the eardrums. Getting up from bed, it was found that drizzling rain was falling outside, accompanied by wisps of white fog. Xinyu opened the window, only for the biting cold wind to feel like it was trying to rip his face apart. Phew, this weather. There might be hailstones coming any moment. Right after his words, the sound of pattering began to ring in his ears. When Xinyu was puzzled, small ice pellets resembling sesame seeds hit his face. Although these hailstones were tiny, they were very dense and made his skin feel extremely cold upon impact. In no time, a thick layer of ice accumulated along the windowsill. With such harsh weather, it's no longer just about testing the fighting abilities of both armies. Whoever can withstand this terrible weather will ultimately win. Inside Mount Jiulong, all the bandits had gathered already. Most of them lacked proper winter clothing, trembling from the cold as a result of the light rain soaking their clothes and making them prone to hypothermia. Song Damao, adorned in tiger fur and carrying a gleaming broadsword on his shoulder, his beady eyes like mung beans glinted with sharpness. Brothers, today is a great day for us in Mount Jiulong. Overthrowing Qingtian Prefecture will allow us to take charge. All the womenfolk in the city and the merchants' riches will belong to us. Though of course, these words held immense appeal to the bandits of Mount Jiulong. They were like wolves that hadn't eaten for ages, tightly bound by their desires for what lay in the city below. I won't waste much breath today, brothers, Song Damao declared. Despite the bad weather, we have every reason to believe in our victory. Just with Qingtian Prefecture's bunch of old and weak soldiers, we'll crush them effortlessly. Jiulong Mountain Fort, unbreakable. Jiulong Mountain Fort, unbreakable. The bandits shouted their slogans in chorus, while Li Yibing had already led over 2,000 soldiers to the gate of the Jiulong Mountain stronghold. Song Damao, you rat, quickly send my son and my concubine back to the city. I may yet grant you an intact corpse. Listening to Li Yibing's blustered words, Song Damao gave a cold snort. Unsure how Li dared utter such words? With his measly force of more than 2,000 men, how did he dare challenge Jiulong Mountain? It would be akin to trying to stop a charging chariot with one's arms or smashing stone against eggs. A futile effort. Li Yibing, spare me your chatter. Today's battle shall end with your complete annihilation, and saving your concubine. Tomorrow she'll become my 12th wife. Ha ha ha. Song Damao's laughter lashed at Li Yibing's face like a leather whip dipped in water. If this battle were lost, his reputation would be utterly ruined. At that moment, the armored soldiers stood prepared for combat, but their long spears were frozen stiff, nearly breaking their hands. This icy rain dampened their garments and drove the chill to its peak. Many of the soldiers turned pale-faced, walking tirelessly, their sweat now leaving them disoriented. They couldn't muster the strength to even grip their spears tightly. Soldiers, today's battle is not just for ourselves, but also for the citizens of Qingtian Prefecture. Charge forward. Li Yibing gave the order, and all the soldiers began attacking Jiulong Mountain with their siege equipment and spears. Seeing the vast number of soldiers, Song Damao showed no sign of tension, merely gesturing his hand. Archers, stone throwers, fire. Dark clouds filled the sky, obscuring exact enemy positions, but the barrage of arrows continued incessantly. Shen Yu had tidied himself and was standing in front of Song Yibai's house, looking toward the direction of the city gate. You seem pretty concerned about this big battle. In your opinion, who will win this time? Song Yibai, dressed in white, with a sickly pallor on his face, exuded charm with every movement. Whoever wins isn't the ultimate winner. The celestial phenomena are abnormal, suggesting some strange events might occur soon. Now isn't really a good time to fight. He rose after a long absence, leaning by the window, hooking a finger toward the distance. Moments later, Song Changqiang, Song Xian, and Song Chang'an appeared from the corner. They? Song Yibai smirked, seeing Shen Yu's look of confusion as he combed his hair with his fingers. Let's go. Follow us to the backyard. I've prepared a surprise for whoever tries to rescue the concubine. His eyes suddenly grew cold, like a demon hidden within the biting wind. Shen Yu never expected that Song Yibai would have such a trick up his sleeve. However, she was even more excited. This Song Yibai was indeed smarter than she had imagined. A young man walking toward them had strong limbs, and his carefree expression drew Shen Yu's interest. This should be the third brother, Song Xian, that Song Changqiang mentioned, right? Brother, are we really taking this woman with us? You're probably thinking too highly of her. Seeing Shen Yu's frail look, almost appearing somewhat dull, Song Xian sneered disdainfully, lifting his proud head high. Don't babble. Just do what brother says. Song Changqiang gave his younger brother a hard slap on the head, causing Song Xian to stand there rubbing the spot in pain for quite a while. Outside the window, the cold wind was blowing chaotically, scattering straw everywhere. The small hailstones mixed in the rain were also getting larger, producing a loud sound as they struck the Qingtian army's armor. How is the rain getting heavier and heavier? If this continues, our soldiers will freeze to death before they can die in battle. The military advisor looked sorrowfully at the current situation. They hadn't achieved any breakthrough in their siege yet, and already many troops had been wounded by arrows and stones. If this went on, they would certainly lose. Don't worry. Wait for Shen Yu. She might give us some pleasant surprises. Li Yibing clenched his teeth tightly. The current situation wasn't optimistic. He could only place all his hopes on Shen Yu now, though her fate was still unknown. What he said was nothing but an empty promise to placate everyone else. As the situation turned increasingly favorable to them, half an hour passed already. Countless defenders had been killed or injured, yet the city gate was still intact. A cruel smirk hung on Song Damao's lips. Li Yibing, Li Yibing. No wonder your concubine didn't fancy you. You useless piece of trash. Why not just give up your position as prefect early? Today, if you surrender and kneel down to call me grandpa, I may let you live. Ha ha ha. Song Damao's mad laughter reverberated like an endless echo, making Li Yibing clench his fists so tightly that he wanted to fight him to the death. Before the laughter died down, explosions began to ring out one after another around them, accompanied by flashes of fire. Looking at the walls of the mountain stronghold blasted apart, Li Yibing roared. Charge! There's a gap over there. Today, 10 silver coins for each bandit killed. 100 silver coins for killing a gang leader. Charge! Chapter 64, Egg-Sized Hailstones. The sudden explosion caused countless casualties among the bandits of Jiulong Mountain. Everyone fell into a state of panic. Song Damao's heart was tossed like the raging waves of an ocean. Such an explosive force that could even shatter the thick green brick walls and kill so many of his brothers. As Qingtian Prefecture's morale soared, giving them an overwhelming advantage, Song Damao realized he had been deceived by Shen Yu, the young girl. Damn it, who would have thought I'd be outwitted by a chick like her? If only I'd known, I should have killed her back then. Regret at this point was useless. Song Damao personally picked up his sword and led the remaining bandits into a fierce battle. Brothers, hold your ground. After this battle, happiness will be ours, food and drink to our heart's content. Brother Song Damao will never let you down. Thank you, great leader. We're willing to fight and die for Jiulong Mountain. The two armies began their fierce struggle, Li Yibing's face beaming with joy, unable to hide his laughter. He had not expected Shen Yu to surprise him with such a massive success. Their morale surged after the explosion, putting them clearly in the lead. The strategist couldn't have foreseen this either. Little did we know this Shen Yu harbored such great talent. If only she were to join us. In this chaotic era, wouldn't we stand a chance to reach higher goals? Li Yibing made no attempt to hide his greed, grinning from ear to ear. That is indeed possible. Sir Fuin, it seems certain that we are bound to win this battle today. Just as these words were spoken, the clerk grabbed his forehead tightly. It hurts. What thing just hit me? Rubbing his pained forehead, the clerk picked up what was on the ground, nearly fainting from fright at what he saw next. Is this really hail? The size of an egg. What strange phenomena are happening today? Sir Fuin, let's retreat for now. If this continues, we'll all be crushed by these hailstones. Ah! A soldier screamed in agony as an egg-sized hail struck his head, causing him to collapse instantly, dazed and moaning helplessly, having lost his ability to fight. Quick run. Upon seeing this, Li Yibing abandoned any concern about honor in battle or for concubines and children, jumping into his carriage and speeding towards the nearest dilapidated temple. These hailstones rained onto the carriage so fiercely they punched several holes through its roof. Still shocked by the earlier explosions, Song Tantan hadn't fully recovered when she suddenly heard drumming sounds coming from the rooftop, tiles collapsing everywhere, making her scream in terror. This hail has come. It appears the natural disaster is truly ahead of schedule. There's no place to go in the next few days. Alas, my parents aren't by my side. I wonder how they fare now. Chu Mohan wanted to check on Xinyu, but his strength was no match for his determination. In his past life, he almost died under these very hailstones. Based on his previous experience, only hiding in a corner would offer safety. The sound of collapsing tiles resembled death knells, piercing Chu Mohan's soul over and over again. Xinyu had sacrificed everything for justice, a lone girl confronting the ferocious bandits of Jiulong Mountain. But what of him? Promising to protect her, yet here he lay hidden away, like a frightened turtle? He couldn't bear it. The hail became denser, accompanied by cutting winds, making it extremely difficult for Chu Mohan, who was carrying a heavy table. Maybe living this life again shouldn't be like this, but how can I stop worrying about her? Though battered by freezing winds, Chu Mohan's resolve to rescue Xinyu burned bright, like an unfailing torch that warmed his heart. Miss, look over there. Is that someone? Could it be Big Chief coming to save us? Song Tantan looked in the direction Xiuhua was pointing. Even though her eyesight wasn't much better than Bean's, she had sharp vision. Moreover, her father was leading the resistance against Qingtian Prefecture and wouldn't possibly spare time to care about her. Based on the outfit and figure, could it be Chu Mohan? Before she could finish speaking, the pale face of Chu Mohan appeared before her. It's him indeed. Didn't he claim to be weak? And yet he's running around carrying a table. Xiuhua's dark eyes glinted maliciously, a tinge of cruelty flickering within. Miss, isn't this Chu fellow deliberately deceiving you? Does he perhaps dislike your looks and figure? Isn't his younger sister actually his lover? Without giving Xiuhua any chance to react, Song Tantan slapped her. This slap was strong and resounding, blinding Xiuhua momentarily with spots before her eyes. How dare you? Criticizing my appearance too, huh? How is my beauty? Rivaling Shishir, surpassing Diaochan. What about Xinyu? Can she compare with me? My fortune is good. I can give birth to sons. Can she? My figure is plump, which brings luck to my husband. Can she? My father is the great chief of Jiulong Mountain. What is she compared to me? Can she compete with me? After finishing her speech, Song Tantan let out a satisfied breath, her confident and proud demeanor making Xinghua somewhat doubt her own existence. When did Song Tantan learn to console herself? She could actually say such things. Her face was thicker than the green brick walls of the stronghold. That, miss, what about Master Chu? Ignore him. I'll see how long his broken table can last. I'll rescue him when he lies on the ground motionless. Then he will definitely be grateful and indebted to me. She tightened the sable fur around her body even more. The weather seemed colder now. The hailstones had grown larger, even creating some craters in the ground. In the backyard, all the ladies had fled to the first floor. The second floor had already been wrecked beyond recognition and was uninhabitable. How terrifying. The sky should have cleared up by now, but it is still pitch black. Have we angered the mountain god? Is he punishing us? A delicate woman with her hair styled in Chow Yun buns and adorned with jade pins pressed her lips tightly together, appearing as tender as a wind-shaken Yulon flower. Enough. Stop your crying here. You look like you're about to die. Who do you think is watching your overly dramatic act every day? Hearing the squabbling of a few women made Song Yibai twitch several times. Ladies, stop arguing. That explosion just now was very strange. Aren't you scared? Do you really have the time to argue? The reputation of Song Yibai was well known among these women. They would rather anger Song Dumao than risk provoking Song Yibai. He usually appeared as a refined gentleman, but once enraged, he was cruel and merciless, leaving no room for negotiation. Yibai, why did that explosion happen just now? And now there's hail everywhere. We are truly terrified inside. Song Yibai turned around and raised his eyebrows as he stared at Xinyu. Wasn't that explosion set off by you? Seeing his calm tone, Xinyu didn't hide it anymore. Her sharp gaze was completely different from before. It was my arrangement. There have been quite a few grievances between you Jiulong Mountain bandits and me. This time, I came here to take revenge. Sounds straightforward enough, doesn't it? Good. Very good. You're quite honest. He clapped his hands while smiling, and then many armed mountain bandits with crossbows and machetes appeared around the house. I admire your courage, but today you must die. Dozens of crossbow arrows were aimed squarely at Xinyu. With a wave of Song Yibai's arm, the arrows flew through the air in unison. Chapter 65, Xinyu's Plan. Big Brother. Song Changqiang anxiously gripped his elder brother's wrist, something he would never have dared to do in the past. But how could Big Brother actually plan to harm the woman he liked? Second brother, don't be foolish. Haven't you heard clearly? She came to our mountain stronghold for revenge. Look at the explosion. It injured so many of our brothers. Do you know the situation in our stronghold is far from optimistic? Song Yibai grunted and flung Song Changqiang's hand away, waiting silently for Xinyu to be turned into a hedgehog by arrows. The next second, Xinyu rolled repeatedly and hid inside a barrel, dodging all the arrows. Good. I knew you were concealing your true strength. Your skills are impressive. It seems we can't let you go today. Otherwise, you'd definitely become a future worry for us on Jiulong Mountain. Third brother. Here. Song Xian held his spear like a fierce tiger, leaping toward Xinyu. Xinyu wasn't one to back down easily. She drew the curved blade hidden in her sleeve and met him head on. Just right. Let's see what kind of skills you really possess. Let's find out if you're as brave as Song Changqiang said. The edge of the curved blade grazed over the spear shaft, and Xinyu took the opportunity to swing it at Song Xian's thigh. What a sinister move. You're a woman, but you've learned such despicable tricks. Song Xian planted the spear on the ground, leapt up high, and kicked violently toward Xinyu. Xinyu used her curved blade to block the kick with her arm. Both retreated 3 steps afterward, but anyone with eyes could tell that Xinyu was deliberately testing him. In this exchange of blows, Xinyu had gained the upper hand. At this moment, Song Xian's shock was no less than Song Yibai's. After all, among those who solely relied on brute force, few people in the stronghold could match him equally, let alone a woman. Who would have thought that she could withstand my full-powered kick and fight me evenly? Truly rare to see. Upon encountering an equally strong opponent, Song Xian visibly became more serious, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Xinyu was startled too as she looked at the bent blade. This was a hardened Damascus steel curved blade forged during the end times in the post-apocalypse. It survived hundreds of cuts through zombie heads without damage in the apocalypse, yet this man managed to bend it with just a single kick. Incredible strength. Fascinating. Try this again. As Song Xian became more spirited, Xinyu didn't want to waste too much time fighting with him. Her purpose was simple: rescue Li Xian's mother, then bring Song Yibai and his gang into her dimensional space. During the end times, Xinyu had once stumbled upon a great encounter. After a powerful boss fought a hermit expert to mutual destruction, she discovered a mysterious ancient text among the drops called 3 Bonds and 5 Constants. This ancient text was brief yet profound and came with a special ability: unconditional subjugation of others. That's why Xinyu had always wanted to build her own power base. People bound by this contract would turn to dust if they ever betrayed her due to the counterforce embedded within the text. Still, Xinyu hadn't tested the text herself. She planned to first bring them to the dimensional space. If binding them failed, she would simply eliminate them all. She certainly wasn't going to act as someone who prioritized the well-being of others all the time. You still dare to fight me? Look at your current predicament. Song Yibai cautiously observed the surroundings. His brows furrowed tightly, sensing ominous foreboding rising in his heart. Hasty footsteps echoed around, chaotic noises appearing seemingly everywhere. Had they been surrounded? The next moment, combat erupted outside the yard as Li Xian led hundreds of elite guards storming into the stronghold, completely reversing the situation. Shock filled Song Yibai as he tightly clutched his sandalwood folding fan. Where did these people come from? Did you already arrange for them to infiltrate the stronghold? So many people. How could there be no traces left behind? Staggering backward 2 steps in astonishment, he nearly fell but was caught by Song Chang'an. Isn't life full of unexpected twists, just like the shattered white piece on the chessboard? Song Yibai felt as though there was some hidden secret about this woman standing before him, particularly her chilling and intimidating gaze that made him feel he might be killed at any moment. Now, he felt like a pawn on the chessboard, subject to manipulation. For all this time, believing himself the master strategist, today he'd unknowingly become the pawn himself. Li Xian, lock them all in that room. Your mother is inside that locked room over there. Li Xian charged forward with his bodyguards and hacked the copper lock off the door. Inside, a gaunt but still beautiful and dignified woman stared unbelievably at the child before her. Xianer, how did you come here? Where's your father? Did he arrive? Li Xian ignored the latter part of his mother's question, gently supporting her arm as he guided her out of the door. Haven't they mistreated you much during this time? The woman shook her head, startled when she saw hailstones as big as fists falling outside the door. Such huge hail. Are our soldiers still fighting these mountain bandits? Li Xian helplessly nodded with regret in his eyes. This war had no victors. Under the force of nature, everyone seemed so insignificant. On the battlefield, a soldier who had just killed a bandit was knocked unconscious by a hailstone from above in the next moment and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Though leaderless, the soldiers knew they could not leave the 9-Dragon Mountain alive and fought desperately against the bandits. Even as comrades fell around them struck by hailstones, none chose to retreat. Soldiers, today we may perish here, but we must eliminate all the bandits. Never let them harm Qingtian Prefecture again. A general clad in armor hacked and bled, continuing to fight despite large welts on his arms and forehead. If you want death, we'll grant it. Dozens of bandits charged at him. Though stabbed several times, he gritted through and hugged onto the blade embedded in him, using his last strength to kill 3 bandits. Before dying, I've pulled down a few for company. It's worth it to die this way. The sky echoed with his contented laughter. As if moved by his righteousness, a fissure appeared in the dimming heavens, like the sky opening its eyes. Moments later, the dark clouds began to disperse and the hail vanished, turning into heavy snow instead. The temperature finally rose slightly. The heavens are clear-eyed. We have salvation. Soldiers, charge. Kill the bandits. Then return to camp for meat and drink. Good. Back in the courtyard room, Song Yibai and others were bound at the wrists and placed in a corner. Seeing Xunyu, everyone's expressions grew serious. Is she about to make her move? Do you think I'm going to kill you? Xunyu lightly laughed, patting Song Yibai's shoulder before disappearing along with the group. Chapter 66. Ancient Text Contract Established. When they opened their eyes again, the scenery had suddenly changed. The originally dim sky became bright and clear, and the buildings and landscapes around them were things they had never seen before. What is this? All of them slightly opened their jaws, their pupils uneasily dilated. It was their first time encountering something like this in all their years. The place changed instantly? Isn't this the kind of plot only found in stories? Song Yibai cautiously looked at Xunyu in front of him, not expecting her to possess such extraordinary powers. What did you bring us here for? What's your real intention? Xunyu carelessly flicked her palm upward, and a chair suddenly appeared in front of her. Wow, what black magic is this? That explosion was her doing too, wasn't it? We just met today. There's no reason or enmity between us that she would attack us. Tong Chang'an gulped, deliberately hiding behind Song Yibai. He only knew how to drink alcohol and was entirely clueless about warfare or strategies. Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask if you're willing to become my subordinates and help me establish a new fortress. You people from Nine Dragon Mountain are filled with evil and shouldn't even exist in this world. Although some of them still harbored feelings towards the Nine Dragon Mountain group, Song Xian replied unhappily. The quality of our Nine Dragon Mountain isn't up to you to judge. It shouldn't exist? I think your witchcraft is the one that shouldn't exist. Song Yibai feared that Xunyu might kill them out of anger, so he quickly grabbed his third brother's arm. Song Xian, you're being disrespectful. Just listen to what Miss Xunyu has to say. Xunyu chuckled lightly, never imagining that Song Yibai was such an intelligent individual, a rare find. My request is actually quite simple. If you serve me, I'll naturally treat you sincerely. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard Song Xian's derisive laughter once more. Without fear, showing absolutely no respect for Xunyu. I'm telling you, it's simply impossible. Even if I die, I will not align myself with you. Oh, so you refuse my kindness, do you? She picked up the Nanma chair behind her and rushed to Song Xian, violently smashing it on his back. So capable, so talkative. Every word she said came with another blow to Song Xian until the chair shattered, and blood started seeping from his nose and mouth. Only then did she pause for a while. Since you want to die, I'll oblige you. Truly thinking yourself as something important. A three-legged frog is hard to find, but there are plenty of two-legged people. Seeing the cruel look on Xunyu's face and the sternness in her eyes, Song Yibai shouted loudly. Miss Xunyu, please hold on. We agree to align ourselves with you. You're right. Even if it's not because of you, the authorities will also send forces to annihilate Nine Dragon Mountain. As for my third brother, could you spare his life? He's just struggling to accept this reality. Let me try and persuade him. Xunyu was waiting for exactly these words. Song Xian's martial skills weren't bad, and in the future, he'd make a good general to guard the city. Since you've asked, I'll give you some face, but I'll only give you the duration of a burning incense stick to consider. If you choose not to submit to me, I won't hesitate to send you all to the Western Paradise. After finishing her sentence, Xunyu lit an incense stick and stuck it into the ground, wearing an expressionless look on her face. There was no way Song Yibai could read her intentions. Second brother, fourth brother, come over here. Yes. Song Changxiang clearly didn't expect Xunyu's methods to be so effective. He was still stunned. Brother, what do we do now? She looks so gentle and sweet, yet her means are so ruthless. Our third brother is almost dead. Shut up with your negativity. Now we can only pledge allegiance to her. There's no other way. Since she possesses these secrets, she probably won't mistreat us in the future either. In the long run, this is better than staying on Nine Dragon Mountain. In their eyes, Xunyu was now like a witch. They dared not resist, and could only submit now. All right, big brother, we'll follow you. Song Changxiang sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Perhaps being able to stay by her side in this way could also be considered a form of happiness. How's your consideration going? The incense is almost burned down. Xunyu had a cola in her left hand and fried chicken in her right. Seeing her eat so joyfully, the rest of them could only enviously swallow their saliva. We've made our decision. We're willing to align with you. And what about that one? Xunyu pointed at Song Xian lying on the ground, barely breathing. Our third brother agrees too. Can we leave now? Song Chang'an timidly asked. Leave? Xunyu waved her hand dismissively and took another bite of fried chicken. You are bandits of Nine Dragon Mountain, criminals. Why should I let you go? Is suicide your goal? Do you think you can escape the government forces' pursuit? The four of them silently lowered their heads. Then, what's your suggestion, Miss Xin? Song Yibai carefully inquired. You will stay here for now? There is plenty of food and drink, and when the time is right, I will let you out. Song Changxiang was puzzled and furrowed his brow to ask, where is this place? Song Yibai wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. He thought his second brother must have a hole in his brain. How could he ask such a question? This was her secret. It doesn't matter if I tell you. This is an independent world, and now I am going to establish a contract with all of you. If you betray me in the future, you will turn into a puff of dust. Xunyu's expression remained calm, and Song Yibai and the others still couldn't detect any flaw. They could only silently accept the establishment of the contract. After all, staying alive was most important now. She took out an ancient blue-covered book from her bosom, and when she flipped it open, a row of black words appeared on the first page. Please write your name with your own blood, contractor. Xunyu didn't hesitate, pricking her finger to write down her name, and then the ancient text slowly absorbed her blood, transforming it into black ink. The contracted party, Please drop your blood onto the paper to complete the contract. If you are ready, this is your last chance. If you don't regret anything, drop your blood on the paper and the contract will be completed. Xinyu placed the ancient text before the four of them, and they quickly dripped their blood onto the paper. In just the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by the ancient text. And thus, Xinyu and the four men gained a faint connection in their minds. They could feel each other's presence. Song Changqiang was surprised. He could feel Xinyu's existence deep in his heart, amazed by the power of the contract. He even felt somewhat happy. Changqiang, go get some water from that spring to give to Song Xian. His wound should heal in a few days. Song Yibai twitched his eyes slightly, looking at Xinyu incredulously. Do you think that spring is full of magical medicine? Could Song Xian's severe injuries really recover from drinking water from there? Is that even possible? Suddenly, Song Yibai spat a mouthful of blood onto Song Chang'an, his face turning pale as he was greatly shocked. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you spitting blood all of a sudden? Chapter 67. The space supplies stunned everyone. Song Yibai quickly wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, fearful that Xinyu might detect something amiss. No, nothing. It might be due to too much tension causing a blockage of vital energy and blood. No problem. You hurry up and fetch some spring water for the third brother. Xinyu covered her lips with her hand. For Song Yibai's flimsy excuse, she was almost on the verge of laughter. Since you are already my subordinates, naturally, I also have gifts to give you. She lightly clapped her hands, and the cloth covering the supplies disappeared. Mountains of rice, flour, oil, and all kinds of frozen quick-to-eat meats appeared in front of the four people. If it wasn't for the injuries preventing Song Xian from standing up, he would have wanted to give Xinyu a thumbs up. So much food. The group was so amazed they couldn't find words. Was this Xinyu truly an immortal descended from heaven to save the imperiled Daqing dynasty? Food is nothing. Take a look over here. As Xinyu pressed the switch in her hand, the door of a warehouse slowly opened, revealing various cold weapons and firearms inside. Even if they didn't understand the value of hot weapons, they had seen the power of bombs. They were simply not to be underestimated. So many weapons. Xinyu smirked with satisfaction, took a grenade, and threw it far away. Boom. The sound of the explosion and the firelight made everyone's scalps tighten in fear. Isn't this the culprit who blasted the mountain stronghold this morning? There are actually so many in there. What does Xinyu intend to do? Is she going to bomb all the way to the capital? Even if the capital has 300,000 iron cavalry, they wouldn't be able to withstand these weapons. Xinyu patted the nearby soft armor, pulling the four out of their astonishment. You can each choose a set of armor here. Look at this one. Even a sword can't cut through it. After finishing, Xinyu picked up the nearby iron sword and slashed hard against the soft armor. With a loud crackling, many sparks were emitted, but there was no damage visible on the soft armor. This soft armor is actually so tough. If I wear it, won't I be immune to any arrows? I want it too. I fear death most. Excitedly, Song Chang'an took 2 steps forward, wishing to put the soft armor on right away. Not so fast. I have plenty more good stuff here. Do you think this is over? Look here. The four followed Xinyu's gaze, seeing her take out a dazzling longsword that seemed like a world-renowned treasure blade. This sword cuts iron like it's mud. Song Xian, after you recover, you can take this sword. If this sword slashes onto the soft armor from before, will it break the armor? Song Chang'an wore an expression as if watching a play. I haven't tried it either. Now that you mention it, I'm curious. Yes. I'm also curious. Song Chang'an chuckled joyfully. In that case, you should wear it. And let me try slashing you with the sword. Song Chang'an, there's really no need. I don't need it. Suddenly, I don't want to see anymore. Xinyu softly laughed again and moved towards the martial arts manual area. These are all kung fu manuals. When you're free and have nothing to do, you can browse through them. Perhaps you will gain some enlightenment. Song Yibai nodded. But among the four, only he could read. Xinyu saw the four scratching their ears and rubbing their heads in embarrassment, knowing well what they worried about. Don't worry, there are books full of pictures inside, not all text-based instructions. This reassured the other three. So many ancient texts. This time, I should be able to learn the art of the spear, shouldn't I? I've heard of a black young master in the capital. Eccentric and unique. White hair, black clothes, with a silver sword hanging at his waist. His swordsmanship is said to be the best in Qin country. In the martial competition between young geniuses of our country and Qin, he single-handedly defeated an entire team from Qin. Talking about this person made Song Changqiang's emotions surge. Deep down, he had already regarded him as his idol. I've heard there is supposedly a book of sword techniques in his family. It's thanks to studying the moves described within that the white and black young master improved his sword skills to their current level. Suddenly, Xinyu seemed to recall something. Oh no, Chu Emohan. With a wave of her hand, she instantly left the space. How could she have forgotten him? She wasn't sure how he was doing now. Xinyu felt somewhat guilty, not because she wanted to use Chu Emohan to find out about the calamity situation, but rather when reflecting upon it. Since encountering Chu Emohan, he indeed hadn't been wrong with her. Besides her parents and 2 younger brothers, he treated her the best. He insisted on following her even when she went to Jilong Mountain. That was obviously a thankless task, which could possibly cost his life. Li Xian. Hearing the voice outside the door, Li Xian hurriedly came out. What is it, Sister Xinyu? What happened? Hurry up and send your people to find Chu Emohan. I don't know how he is right now. Li Xian hesitated for a moment. Brother Chu isn't in the house. Hurry up and look for him. Outside the room, it was snowing heavily, with the thickness already enough to cover the boots. And there was no sign of the heavy snow letting up. Chu Emohan. Chuemohan, where are you? Shen Yu shouted anxiously, chilled to the bone by the biting wind. Could Chuemohan really have frozen to death? A group of soldiers scattered around searching, but after the time it took to burn an incense stick, they still found nothing. At that moment, a snowman covered in snow and carrying a wooden table on his head wobbled into a courtyard. Shen Yu? Shen Yu, where are you? The man's voice was low, his eyes blurred, his body turned bright red from the cold, and if not for the belief in his heart, he would have collapsed long ago. Not here either. Where could you be? With great difficulty, the man turned around, tripped over his own feet, lost his balance, and with a thud, fell face first into the snow. His consciousness grew hazy, all white before him, yet his heart was filled with boundless regret. He hadn't found Shen Yu, hadn't uncovered the root cause of the disaster that befell him and his father. How could he just collapse here? In a daze, he was embraced by a familiar woman. Her eyes sparkled with tears as she gently patted his cheeks. Little Jade, finally I've found you. With those words, Chuemohan closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Shen Yu brushed off all the snow from his body, seeing how red he was, as if one hard pat would turn him into shards of ice. What a fool, searching for me so long in this endless snow. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew away the snow on the table, revealing the tabletop shattered by hailstones, causing Shen Yu's tears to finally overflow from her eyes. How could he worry about me so much? And I only remember him now. Shen Yu hoisted him onto her shoulder, wrapped him in her warm cotton coat, and gave him a sip of lukewarm spiritual spring water from her space. Some color returned to his pale face. You'll be fine. Just hold on a little longer. Chapter 68. Supplies of Ju Long Mountain. Outside the rear courtyard of the great leader of Ju Long Mountain, a young man paced back and forth, allowing the cold wind to repeatedly whisk away his internal warmth, yet he had no intention of stepping inside. Master, you must go back inside. If you keep enduring this cold, your body will not be able to withstand it. Despite the earnest advice of his loyal subordinates, Li Xian remained unmoved. Enough chatter. Bring out the torches. I'm going to look for them personally. If anything happens to Sister Shen Yu or elder brother Chu, I'll never forgive myself. As soon as those words were spoken, a flickering light appeared in the distance. Master, look over there. Someone seems to be approaching with a lit torch. Could it be Miss Shen Yu? Feathers like snowflakes fell heavily from the sky, one after another, making it hard to make out the figure in the distance. Why are you standing around doing nothing? Go quickly. How could Sister Shen Yu possibly carry brother Chu on her own? Li Xian didn't think twice. He sprinted with great speed toward where the light was coming from. In the distance, Shen Yu held the torch, using her special ability to restore Chuemohan's body temperature. Emohan, hold on just a little longer. We're almost safe. Chuemohan had endured freezing temperatures for a long time in the snow, wearing only thin clothes. The cold had invaded his body, so despite Shen Yu's efforts, he wasn't waking up anytime soon. It really is Sister Shen Yu. Let's go help her. Excitedly, Li Xian ran over and placed his own torch near Shen Yu. Seeing she had already given her down coat to Chuemohan, Li Xian quickly removed his own coat. Sister Shen Yu, put it on. It's too cold outside. Master, absolutely not. You're still young. You cannot withstand the cold. Allow me to offer my clothes to Miss Shun. Fan Yiming swiftly removed his padded jacket and gave it to Shen Yu, who didn't hesitate, knowing the rear courtyard wasn't far now. We should head back first. This snowfall might last for an unpredictable duration. Did any of you find food nearby? No. The guard answered, scratching his head sheepishly. How dare these bandits hide all the supplies? Li Xian angrily slapped his hands together, wondering how they would fare if the snow kept falling for days, since hunger would be their next major concern. Let's return, then we can plan further. Worried about Shen Yu's pale face, Li Xian nodded in agreement to go back inside. Once indoors, Li Xian placed both heating basins before Shen Yu, brewed her hot tea, and made sure Chuemohan lay quietly under two coats on a small bed nearby. Sister Shen Yu, are you feeling any better? She set down her teacup and cast a concerned glance at Chuemohan, unsure when he would regain consciousness. I'm fine. By the way, how is the battle between the two armies going? No one has come here. All the bandits are dead, and there are merely 400 soldiers remaining in the city defense force. They left the mountain at the start of the snowstorm and should probably be better off than us. Shen Yu paused briefly to compose herself. Well then, you may leave now. I have a headache and need some rest. Noticing Shen Yu's distressed face rubbing her temples, Li Xian silently exited the room. Yiming, go search for any medicine that treats colds or headaches in the rear courtyard. Yes. Shen Yu carefully examined Chuemohan's injuries again. Luckily, no critical damage had been done, but they would need proper rest. Likely, they would remain within the rear courtyard for the next couple of days. How could such a large stronghold lack supplies? Were they perhaps all hoarded by these few leaders? With that thought, Shen Yu teleported to the great leader's quarters. On the bed lay tiger furs, which Shen Yu promptly stored in her dimensional space. To drink tea with golden cups, truly extravagant. To say this mountain fort has no money, I simply do not believe it. She crushed the cup into pieces and absorbed its value into her space. Judging by the weight, it was worth quite a bit. After further searching through the room, but finding nothing else, Shen Yu waved her hand and summoned hundreds of venomous snakes, thoroughly inspecting every crack in the walls. While the snakes continued their search, Shen Yu positioned more serpents around possible storage areas. A short while passed, and Shen Yu suddenly heard Bai Shi's voice. There's a secret passage beneath the great leader's bed. It seems there are many treasures inside. Her lips curved into a cold smile, then instantly reappeared in the great leader's quarters. With a single kick, The stone blocking the secret stairs beneath the bed flew aside, revealing the staircase leading to the hidden chamber. The craftsmanship on this chamber looks elaborate. Surely there are numerous precious items within. Shinyu couldn't contain her excitement as she hurried down the steps. Once inside the hidden room, Shinyu was astonished. Truly fitting of mountain bandits. They've looted countless things. Seeing the official government boxes all around, sealed with strips of paper, made it clear just how many unjust deeds Jiulong Mountain had committed. Funds that were supposed to have been allocated for disaster relief in various regions had all been plundered by them. After opening a few of the boxes, inside indeed were boxes upon boxes of silver taels. With this amount of money, establishing her own town would be effortless. Further ahead, in a large wooden box, were nothing but scrolls of paintings. Who would have thought Song Damao had such refined tastes amidst his coarseness? He actually collects artwork. Shinyu smiled as she opened one. The moment she saw the erotic art on the scroll, her smile froze. Vulgar. Truly vulgar beyond measure. A flush of pink quickly graced her pristine face, and she threw the scroll back into the box, thinking these were valuable works of famous artists. Who would have guessed they would be of this sort? The hidden chamber was small. Apart from the silver and the scrolls, there wasn't much else. She absorbed all the silver into her dimensional space, a total of 20,000 taels of silver. With the tenfold multiplication, it now amounted to 200,000 taels of silver. Keep in mind, 200,000 taels of silver was an enormous sum, enough for Shinyu to purchase an entire town and still have plenty left over. This was the secret chamber of the Grand Bandit leader. Shinyu couldn't even begin to imagine how much more wealth Jiulong Mountain hid that she hadn't discovered yet. Master, in Song Tantan's room, behind the dressing mirror, is a mechanism. When pressed, another secret chamber appears. Shinyu rubbed her little hands together excitedly. This is going to make us rich for real. Before leaving, she took all the lamp oil tiles from the dark room into her space. They would surely come in handy when constructing her fort later. The next moment, Shinyu appeared in Song Tantan's hidden chamber. Looking at the abundance of cheongsams and wedding dresses in the chamber, Shinyu sighed silently, never imagining Song Tantan had such a peculiar collecting habit. Each piece was meticulously designed with great originality. Burning them all would truly be wasteful. Clearly, Song Tantan hadn't worn them. They must all be new. Absorb them all. Rewarding her servants with them later wouldn't be bad either. Chapter 69. The swordsman arrives. An hour later, Shinyu returned to the house in the rear courtyard. Almost all the supplies from the bandit stronghold had been taken into her spatial ring. Every piece of furniture from each room, every pot and pan from the kitchen, along with the remaining vegetables and grains. She left nothing behind. As for the other hidden rooms, they were indescribably bizarre. Everyone had different hobbies. Some loved collecting fine wines, others various kinds of weapons, some even shoes, and most surprisingly, someone actually collected worn-out foot bags. The moment she entered one such room, she almost lost her life. In general, Song Damao was relatively normal compared to the rest. Still, Shinyu took every single brick from Jiulong Mountain and stored it in her space. She also transplanted several large trees, intending to plant them in her own fortress someday. There was a secret chamber in the rear courtyard as well, but it was completely empty. Seeing no sign of the snow stopping, Shinyu took out some grain from her space and placed it inside the chamber, just in case of an emergency. This is strange. Such a huge bandit stronghold and not a scrap of food to be found. Moreover, many rooms don't even have their blue bricks for flooring anymore. One guard complained while patting his forehead, suspecting he might have frozen his brain. Alas, without food, how are we going to survive this period? Clang! A crisp sound of shattered porcelain echoed through the room, startling both men into sudden alertness. Who's there? Come out right now, or I'll make you come out. The two kicked open the door and rushed inside, only to find nobody there. Come out. I saw you. The soldier waved his sword threateningly, but there was still no response. Don't shout. What is this? It's dark and black, and there's a staircase. Could it be a secret chamber? I don't know. Let's check it out. With torches in hand, they descended the stairs and were surprised to find the entire room filled with grains. They were so excited they nearly jumped up and down. We won't starve to death. We won't starve to death. Quickly informed the young master. We've found food. Inside a tavern in Qingtian City, several people exchanged worried glances as the wind howled fiercely outside the window, sighing continuously. Father, mother, all the soldiers guarding the city have returned, but why hasn't elder sister come back yet? I want to go look for her. Shiyu said this and attempted to rush out the door, but her mother firmly pulled her back. No, you can't go now. Look at how heavy the snowfall is, making it impossible to see anything. How can we search for your sister like this? What? I don't care. I need to find my sister. What if she's lying injured in the snow right now waiting for us to save her? Upon hearing these words, everyone sighed again. They weren't any less concerned about Chu Mohan and Shenyu, but they simply felt powerless to help. Suddenly, the tavern door opened, revealing a strange man pushing through. The man had silvery white hair, wearing a black cloak that looked incredibly mysterious. Where's Chu Mohan? Is he here? Is he looking for his son? Chu Tiany's heart skipped a beat. Has the little rascal been fooling around again? Could this be a vengeful enemy coming to settle scores? Excuse me, sir, may I ask what you're looking for Chu Mohan regarding? Chu Tiany asked with a polite smile. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, who bore some resemblance to the portrait of Chu Mohan, he inquired. Are you Chu Tiany? Do you know him? Where has Chu Mohan gone? I am a swordsman sent by the chancellor to escort you to the capital. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao hurriedly spoke up. He went to Jiulong Mountain. His current fate is unknown. With such heavy snow, to Jiulong Mountain? Isn't that like courting death? After finishing his sentence, Heibai casually sat down at a table and ordered a bowl of clear spring noodles, showing no intention of heading up the mountain to look for Chu Moan. Don't look at me. I'm here to escort you, not to throw my life away. After a brief pause, he added, if he doesn't return in 3 days, then you will accompany me to the capital. No, my son hasn't returned. I absolutely refuse to leave. Chu Tianjiao's face displayed unyielding refusal as she stared toward Jiulong Mountain, wishing she could rush over and look for Chu Mohan immediately. Just when everyone's mood was sinking low, the tavern door opened once again, revealing soldiers evidently just returning from Jiulong Mountain. Heibai handed over a bowl of hot water and kicked the fire pot next to him. Thank you, sir. After drinking the hot water, the man felt much better, as if reborn. Did you just come down from Jiulong Mountain? The battle was extremely fierce. By the time we descended, there were only a few hundred of us left. The bodies piled up endlessly at the bandit stronghold's gate. By now, they must already be buried under the deep snow. And what about that Chu young master, the nephew of the chancellor? Even though Heibai didn't think Chu Mohan's survival mattered to him, since the chancellor had instructed him to bring Chu Mohan back alive, he was willing to lend a hand if there was any hope of saving him. I don't know. At the time, everyone was berserk with killing, and only when there was no one left to kill did we all leave Jiulong Mountain. The governor himself fled, who had time to care about anything else. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao felt dizzy and collapsed onto the table. Madam, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Heibai hurried over to check Chu Tianjiao's breathing. No problem, she's just overcome with grief. Take her to rest. I'll handle Chu Mohan's situation. If the snow is less severe tomorrow, I'll go up the mountain to take a look. Big brother, can you take me along? My sister is up there too. I know martial arts and can protect myself. Seeing Bao Yu's pleading eyes, Heibai was reminded of his own childhood. He too had a sister, but they were children of a maid, so they suffered plenty of cold stares and ridicule from others. His older sister had been beaten to death by the mistress of the house for protecting him. From then on, he devoted himself to studying swordsmanship and became the youngest and most accomplished swordsman in Qing state, shining brightly during a sword competition with the Qin dynasty. Afterward, no one in the family dared to bully him anymore, and he never forgot the vengeance for his elder sister. Using the emperor's influence, he became the most influential person in the family. His first action was to drive out all those who had bullied him to the outer gates, sending them away from the capital, and he also killed the main mistress with a single sword strike. Since the death of his elder sister, he had no one else to rely on. Those who killed his sister must pay with their lives. You're quite young to already understand the need to protect your sister. That shows rare maturity. Stay at home for now. If the storm eases tomorrow morning, I will personally go to Jiulong Mountain to search for your sister. Seeing Bao Yu's stubborn demeanor, Heibai liked her a great deal. She reminded him so much of himself as a child. Fan Yingshui quickly hugged Bao Yu and repeatedly thanked Heibai. Thank you, master. We'll wait here for you to return. Our family escaped here as refugees, so we don't have much valuable stuff. Here are 2 taels of silver. Please keep it well. Heibai wanted to refuse, but Fan Yingshui's gaze was resolute. He could only smile and accept it. Rest upstairs. No matter what, 3 days from now I will take you to the capital and protect you along the way. Heibai's clothing was thin, but his eyes radiated an exclusive aura of authority, and everyone felt immense reassurance. Chapter 70. You stepped on my foot. On the morning of the next day, Heibai opened the window in front of the door, and snowflakes drifted into the room. The entire Qingtian mansion was as if dressed in a plain white coat. The snow is getting lighter. Today we can go up the mountain for a look. Heibai had just stepped out when he was blocked by Shiyu and Bao Yu at the doorway. The 2 children's faces were tender, and they tightly held onto something in their hands. Big brother, this is the peace talisman our mother made for us. Take it. It will bless you with safety on your journey. With determined tones, Heibai couldn't refuse, so he tucked it into his sleeve. You 2 stay here and wait. They both leaned over the window, watching Heibai's figure grow distant, softly murmuring. Please bring my sister back, big brother. We will keep waiting here. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there came a knock on the door outside. Chu Tianyi opened the door and saw that the visitor was the innkeeper. With a smile, he asked, Innkeeper, what is it you wish to say? The innkeeper nodded and bluntly said, The sudden heavy snow has caused prices for rice, noodles, and vegetables to increase. Please understand. However, everyone rest assured, the room rate remains the same as before. Only, you haven't paid for 2 days now. Chu Tianyi showed an embarrassed expression on his face, realizing that he didn't have a single penny left. Where could he possibly find money to pay the room fee? Innkeeper, could you grant us another 2 days? Once my son returns, he will surely give you the money. Trust me. However, Chu Moi's fame reached far and wide, and the innkeeper shook his head repeatedly. The rooms are very much in demand. If you cannot settle the payment by today, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. Chu Tianyi was startled. Outside it was freezing cold, and the bitter winds blew harshly. There were also 2 children traveling with them. If they were forced out of the inn, could they endure even 1 night? After some careful consideration, Chu Tianyi pulled out a cloth bag from his chest, and with eyes filled with reluctance, took out a jade hairpin. Innkeeper, take a look at this hairpin. Can it cover several days' worth of room fees? The innkeeper carefully examined the jade hairpin in his hand. The plum blossoms carved into it were vivid and lifelike. The jade quality was translucent and top-notch. It would fetch quite a sum if sold at a pawnshop. This hairpin is indeed fine, but I can only allow you 2 more days. Won't do. Husband, wasn't this hairpin a keepsake left by mother for you? It can't be used for settling debts. Chu Tianjiao hurriedly ran over. She knew that this jade hairpin was always the most treasured possession of her husband, which he kept in his bosom like a treasure. Now, selling it must feel like being cut open by a knife. It's fine, my love. Once we make money later, we can redeem it again. After all, it's my fault for being useless. Chu Tianjiao gently lifted her husband's arm and stroked the stray hairs at his temples. You've already done well. Being able to marry you is my good fortune in life. The innkeeper, unable to listen to their loving exchanges any longer, quietly slipped away holding the hairpin. Meanwhile, on Julong Mountain, the snow still fell heavily like goose feathers. The accumulated snow outside the house had already reached the height of a lower leg. How long will this heavy snow last? Yes, when will this snow end? How long must we be trapped here? The soldiers stayed indoors all day, their hearts extremely restless. Judging by this trend, it will take at least 2 more days. 2 days? That's so long. If it continues for 2 more days, the snow will probably reach a man's height. My old mother is still at home. If no one takes care of her, she may not be able to last this long. The man worriedly gazed out of the window. Everyone stop talking. Let's see if the snow lessens at noon. If it does, we will descend the mountain. Mainly because the mountain path is treacherous, and snowy weather easily causes danger. Li Xian earnestly consoled the surrounding soldiers, fearing they might insist on leaving. At this time, a man wearing a black robe embroidered with cloud patterns and gold threads stood at the foot of Jiulong Mountain, looking at the heavy snow inside the bandit camp with disbelief. Truly strange. The snow outside the bandit lair is so light while it is so heavy inside, and there seems to be no sign of it weakening. No wonder they haven't come out from Jiulong Mountain yet. Heibai originally intended to return via the original route, but the peace talisman in the sleeve suddenly dropped to the ground. Thinking about how Bao Yu and Shi were still waiting for their elder sister to return, Heibai tightened his clothes and moved forward. The snow had already covered past the knees, and every step made a creaking sound. I wonder where Shen Girl and Chu Moi really are. This Jiulong Mountain is so vast. How should we search? Shen Yu, where are you? Inside a small room, a bulky figure abruptly quivered. There's someone outside. Song Tantan slightly adjusted a crack in the window, and snowflakes rushed in. The hard-earned warmth disappeared instantly, and Xinghua glared at Song Tantan angrily, wishing to shove her straight out. Xinghua, come take a look. Who's calling outside? It sounds like they're calling Shen Yu. Xinghua was crouched by the window, just about to open her eyes when she saw a handsome face appear right outside the window. Ghost! Xinghua jumped up in fright, grabbing Song Tantan's neck so tightly that she almost choked her to death. Let go. You're trying to strangle me. Heibai pushed the door open and walked in, but it seemed as though the entire room was dominated by Song Tantan. There wasn't even a spot for him to put his foot down. Do you two know Chu Mohan and Shen Yu? Who are you? Song Tantan scrutinized the man before her carefully. He had eyebrows as long and sharp as swords, and his ink-black pupils were like midnight, captivating and mesmerizing. His features were as delicate as Chu Mohan's, yet this man had a more rugged charm. I am a swordsman. Do you two know their whereabouts? Heibai didn't want to waste time on idle talk. The most important thing now was to save them and get off the mountain. They're in the backyard. I'll take you there. Excitedly rising to her feet, Song Tantan walked toward the door and deliberately pretended to trip, shouting loudly. Master, save me. Heibai effortlessly steadied Song Tantan, and her smile became even wider. Thank you, master. You really live up to being a swordsman with such great skills. Heibai ignored her flirtatious glances and glared coldly at her. Be careful. You stepped on my foot. Sorry, master. Staying in horse stance for 2 hours wouldn't make Heibai break a sweat. Yet after Song Tantan stepped on his foot, beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. In no time, the three reached the backyard. From afar, a man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That isn't Tantan. How did she get to the backyard? Aren't the soldiers in there? Scared, Song Wumao hurried back into the secret passage inside the ancestral hall. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Tantan is alive, but she's been taken to the backyard by some guy. What should we do now? Should we rescue her or not? Song Ermao stroked his beard and sighed meaningfully. It might be that Chu Mohan is unhappy about the forced marriage and is going to harm Tantan. I'll chop him if he dares. Song Damao lifted his big cleaver to rush out from the shrine, but was stopped by someone. Big brother. Wait, we only have 5 people left. How can we fight them? Isn't that like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely overestimating ourselves? Then what do you suggest we do? Tantan is my daughter. Chapter 71, Ho Ran. In my opinion, we can only lie low now. If we go out now, we will surely be wiped out. And then there won't even be anyone left to avenge Tantan. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Song Sanmao continued. Not only that, think about it. The bodies of Lao Lu and Lao Chi are still buried in the snow. We can't possibly leave without taking care of their final arrangements, right? Song Damao looked at the few brothers around him and sighed helplessly. Well, this Chu Mohan and Shen Yu. One day, I'll make them pay. Song Damao's eyes were tightly closed, but the killing intent he emitted made his brothers feel chills. Shen Yu, come out. You offended the swordsman by my side. Today you're doomed. Black and white. He quickly covered Song Tantan's mouth with his hand. How could this guy talk nonsense like that? Whoosh. An arrow came flying towards Black and White, piercing through the sky. He didn't expect the arrow to be so fast. If he hadn't drawn his sword slightly quicker, he would have met his doom. Could there be such an accomplished bowman inside this room? He's among the top archers in the entire Qing dynasty. Could it be that Chancellor also invited others here to protect Chu Mohan? As he pondered, 2 more arrows shot towards his chest. Learning from the first attempt, he dealt with these 2 arrows smoothly, without the earlier panic. Xiaoyu, this swordsman's skill is quite something. He adapted to the speed of your arrows so quickly. Chu Mohan couldn't help but marvel. This was truly a tricky individual. People inside, don't attack anymore. I've been sent by Prime Minister Grun to protect Master Chu Mohan. We're on the same side. Chu Mohan. Shinyu put away her crossbow, casting an incredulous glance at Chu Mohan. I didn't think your maternal uncle cared about you so much, actually sending such a capable person to protect you. Chu Mohan was somewhat surprised too. In the previous life, he hadn't received such treatment. What was going on? Could it be because of some slight deviations that the course of events has already changed? Upon seeing that the crossbow bearer was actually a woman, black and white, arched an eyebrow, black eyes shimmering with a hint of disbelief. Did you shoot those arrows? Are you Shinyu? It's me. How do you know me? Shinyu was still skeptical about Black and White's identity. She didn't believe that the man before her, dressed in fine clothes, would brave the heavy snow just for a command to save Chu Mohan. I've been to the tavern already. Shouldn't this peace charm look familiar to you? Seeing the peace charm in Black and White's palm, Shinyu clenched her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. What have you done to my parents and younger brother? Black and White. They're all fine. Originally, I had no intention of saving you, but your 2 younger brothers pleaded with me, so I came up the mountain to find you. Once we descend the mountain, everything will be clear. Looking at the finely featured man before her, wearing grand and dignified clothing, Shinyu thought he probably wasn't an evil villain, so she relaxed slightly. Right now, her parents and younger brother meant everything to her. She would not allow anyone to harm them. Master Chu, please follow me down the mountain. After resting for 2 days, we'll set off to return to the capital. Chu Mohan had just woken up, his body still weak. Moreover, how could they walk in such heavy snow? Don't worry, the snow is heavy on the mountain, but once we leave Jiulong Mountain, it becomes much lighter. If we stay here for another couple of days, even if you want to leave, it will likely be extremely difficult. By now, most of the footprints behind Black and White had been covered by fresh snowfall, showing just how heavy the snowfall had been. Chu Mohan and the others had no other choice but to grit their teeth and slowly follow Black and White out of Jiulong Mountain. The snow outside the mountain is indeed much lighter. It's really strange. Why does the snow fall so heavily only over our heads? Now, looking back, the situation was horrifying. Had Black and White not come, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the residence of the Prime Minister in the Imperial City, an old man sat attentively examining a chessboard. Ho, young master, who would have thought someone as young as you would possess such great skill in chess? The person before him wore a black fitted suit, seeming out of place against the surroundings of the room. Prime Minister, a small miscalculation. This Chu young master survived after all. Your grasp on that swordsman proved to be problematic. Oh, if so, then a little punishment is due. Servants. Chu Tianren's expression turned stern, emanating a powerful aura all around him. No wonder he was the chief official among all the ministers. The surrounding servants dared not lift their heads to look at him. Minister, what orders do you have for us? I hear that the Black House has gained quite a reputation recently. Someone reported that there were people in the Black House associating with envoys from enemy countries. Investigate thoroughly, and then exile them all to the border. Yes, Prime Minister. Watching Chu Tianren calmly deal with the Black family, the man in black gave a satisfied nod. Great achievers don't judge about trifles. Prime Minister's decisive action. I admire it. Ho Ran adjusted his sleeves, the watch on his wrist pointing precisely at 6 o'clock. He smiled as he looked out the window into the space. I wonder if anyone is like me who has traveled to this continent. That damn woman stole my healing abilities back then. If not for him, how could I have been jointly slaughtered by a group of so-called righteous masters? A trace of hatred flashed in the man's eyes before he returned to a smile. Right now, he must rely on Chu Tianren's power. In time, helping Chu Tianren become the new king of Daqing would make him the puppeteer controlling Chu Tianren, thus becoming the center of power on this continent. It's your move, Ho young master. Do concentrate while playing chess with this old man. The changes on this chessboard are unpredictable. You'd better be cautious. Ho Ran feigned admiration and clasped his hands. Prime Minister, you're far more intelligent than any military strategist, and my chess skills are incomparable to yours. I was just startled by your divine hand that made me lose focus. I've never seen someone whose chess skill can reach such an extraordinary level. Ho Ran's flattery obviously gratified Chu Tianren, who smiled, rose from his seat, and left. You, indeed, are a talent worth cultivating. Move to the rear courtyard tomorrow. Talents like you shouldn't be overlooked. Thank you, Prime Minister. After Chu Tianren left, Ho Ran disdainfully tossed the chessboard aside. With his skills, killing Chu Tianren would be as easy as flipping his hand, but grasping his power would be exceedingly difficult. Rather than deal with this trouble himself, it might as well be left to Chu Tianren, allowing Ho Ran to stay peaceful. Have you thoroughly investigated his background? Chu Tianren sipped his hot tea, leaning back exhaustively against the chair. We haven't found anything yet. This man's background seems clean for now, though his demeanor and speech do appear genuine. Keep investigating. I want none of this probably or seems. I demand concrete results. Accurate results. Do you understand? Sensing Chu Tianren's piercing, blade-like gaze, the servant nodded repeatedly and quickly backed out. What a bunch of incompetence. Must I personally handle everything? How much energy can I spare each day to deal with these trivial matters? Chapter 72. Sister is back. How dare he claim Mo Han is the luck-bearing son of Qing dynasty, and that he is the wealthiest merchant in 3 countries, Qing, Qi, and Qin. I can't see a single bit of evidence for his so-called talents. Chu Tianren bitterly smiled as he pulled out years of confidential letters from the estate manager and scholar. In these letters, all it mentioned was how Mo Han frequented brothels, bullied village women, insulted beggars, and used his name to write IOUs for swindling and deceiving people. Even 2 local casinos were forced out of business by him. Prime Minister, do you think this man Ho Ran is merely a fraudster who fabricates stories? A strategist beside him, Sun Yuan, whispered softly. Who knows? Either way, one of them must be a liar. If Chu Mo Han truly is the concealed wealthy merchant as described, then I am indeed quite astonished. Chu Tianren stroked his beard with a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Could Chu Mo Han be playing so many tricks right under his nose? If so, what could be his purpose? Chu Tianren became more curious now. Should we send people to assassinate Master Chu? Send people, but only to test him. Under no circumstances should they truly injure him. After all, he's the sole heir of our Chu family, and eventually, if there's no successor, he will still ascend the throne. A servant nodded and retreated. Chu Tianren carefully scrutinized the account books of the shops in the capital city. Every ledger was meticulously perfect, showing not a trace or clue of any irregularity. This young man actually does have some talent. Chu Tianren chuckled. It was one of those things worth a laugh recently. When the group arrived at the city gate, it was already Mao hour, 5 to 7 a.m. Shen Yu noticed Song Tantan and others following behind the procession and halted in place. Do you really want to follow us into the city? So many died in the battle between Jiulong Mountain and Qingtian Prefecture, and the townspeople bear such hatred for you all. Do you want to enter the city where you might be beheaded and your heads hung on the wall, as an example? Xinghua was frightened enough to take a few steps back, while Song Tantan remained nonchalant and casually pointed at Hei Bai beside her. I'm not scared because Hei Bai will definitely protect me. She batted her eyelashes seductively at Hei Bai and whispered, right? My concern has nothing to do with whether you live or die. My responsibility is solely to ensure Chu Mo Han's safety. Hei Bai crossed his arms in front of his chest and never once looked at Song Tantan, cold and unyielding like a sculpture made of ice. Song Tantan, was my gaze not charming enough? Miss, this gentleman has spoken clearly. Let's leave. Continuing further is impolite. Xinghua feared for her life and had no intention of sacrificing herself here. Finally escaping from Jiulong Mountain, she intended to live as long as possible. Going anywhere would be a grand path forward. But what about the orders given by the magistrate? He told me to seize the opportunity to kill Chu Mo Han. Where do I get such capability? But I don't want to leave. The citizens weren't killed by me. I am also innocent. Can I kneel down and apologize to them? Staying close to Hei Bai made everything else seem insignificant to her. Seeing everyone's guard slightly lowered due to Song Tantan's entreaty, Xinghua cautiously gripped the dagger hidden in her sleeve. Taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly knelt down. Yes, indeed. Our miss here is also a victim. Now we're homeless too. How can we return to Jiulong Mountain? Xinghua pretended to cry with her hands covering her face, which induced sighs of pity from the crowd. Swish. Suddenly, Xinghua sprang up and lunged towards Chu Mo Han with the dagger in hand. Just as the dagger was nearing his chest, a streak of cold light flashed across. Blood splattered everywhere, painting the white snow along the road like blooming plum blossoms. I told you before, I will protect his safety. Did you truly believe you are faster than my sword? Saying this, Hei Bai slid his long sword back into its scabbard and tightly clutched Xinghua's neck, without a trace of sympathy on his face. Xinghua choked and contracted her neck, feeling as though she'd leave this world any moment. Wait, who sent you to assassinate me? If you truthfully confess, I'll spare your life. Hei Bai sneered disdainfully and slightly loosened his grip, allowing Xinghua to breathe deeply of fresh air. Is what you say true? Her arm, cut off by Hei Bai's sword stroke, left her as pale as a peeled yam. It's true. You can inquire widely about my reputation as Chu Mo Han. Shen Yu almost burst out laughing. If anyone really tried to find out, she'd ensure no word would escape her lips. Xinghua hesitated for a moment. As soon as the icy blade touched her throat, she hastily screamed. It's the magistrate. The magistrate ordered me to assassinate you. The specific reason I do not know. Good. So, you are actually a spy sent by Li Yibing. Oh dear Xinghua. How could you betray our Jiulong Mountain this way? What treachery? Song Tantan spat violently. Turns out the mastermind behind the tragedy costing thousands of lives from Jiulong Mountain was standing right there. You consider me as your sister? I'm nothing more than the servant you deem worse than pigs and dogs. How many maids have you killed right in front of me? Don't you dare pretend to care about me. You're well aware of that, aren't you? And how often have I been whipped by you? Hei Bai couldn't be bothered with their bickering any longer, drawing his sword. The blade slid across their necks, leaving both clutching their throats in disbelief as they stared at Hei Bai. He said he would let you go, but I never agreed. If you don't pull the weeds out by the root, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. Seeing Hei Bai's cold expression, Shen Yu was filled with respect for such a ruthless person who would surely survive long, even in the apocalypse. Inside the inn, the group on the first floor waited anxiously. Mother, there's footsteps. Could it be that elder brother has returned with sister and brother Mo Han? Bao Yu excitedly opened the door and ran out. Sure enough, he saw his sister's figure. Sister, it really is you, sister? Father, mother, Shiyu, hurry up and come out. Everyone's disappointed expressions instantly turned into joy. Seeing Shun Yu returning unharmed with a smile, her parents wept tears of happiness as they rushed over to embrace her. Are you alright? You look thinner. Mother, you are as fine. It's cold outside, let's go back inside. I'll get you some warm clothing. Seeing her parents wearing thin clothes, Xunyu's heart ached deeply. They must not have eaten well these past few days, looking slightly pale, and within a short time, their lips had already started to turn purple from the cold. Mohan, are you alright? Why is there blood on you? Where are you injured? Chu Tianjiao spun around Chu Mohan anxiously. Mother, I'm fine. Fortunately, the swordsman uncle sent came to protect me. Otherwise, I might have been dead by now. Chu Mohan stuck out his tongue and made a funny face, which earned him a couple of hard pinches from Chu Tianjiao. You can't say one proper thing. I'm just glad you're safe. What would your father and I do if anything happened to you? With my uncle still around, wielding power and influence, taking care of the two of you should be no problem at all. Chu Mohan didn't let down his guard, wondering if Bai had been sent by Scholar Sun to keep an eye on him. Having played the charade for so long, he couldn't afford to expose himself now during this crucial moment. Chapter 73. Let me suffer in silence. Bai raised his eyebrows and walked into the house, his cold face seeming indifferent to everything in this world. He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, pondering which route to take to reach the capital city as quickly as possible. There was also a little girl at home waiting for him to protect her. Here, you should put this on too. Even though your martial arts are good, you must be cold, right? Looking at the clothes handed over by Xunyu, Bai momentarily lost focus, vaguely feeling that Xunyu's smile reminded him somewhat of his mother. What are you staring at? Take it already. Xunyu tossed the clothes into Bai's arms without hesitation, causing Chu Mohan nearby to furrow his brows. Why is she so concerned about this guy? Could it be admiration for his martial skills? Chu Mohan felt uneasy inside, with a constant wave of agitation bubbling up from his heart. Could it be that I'm jealous? After not seeing the young master for a few days, Qin Feng missed him intensely, and he gave him a big hug as he stepped forward. Chu Mohan, what are you doing? Qin Feng chuckled stupidly and looked up at Chu Mohan's astonished face. Master, I thought you were dead. Chu Mohan, are you asking for a beating? Master, that's not what I meant. Chu Mohan picked up the teacup from the table and threw it at Qin Feng. Qin Feng dodged quickly, and the teacup ended up in front of Bai. Bai then flicked his sword hilt lightly around the teacup twice before gently setting it down on his scabbard. The innkeeper watched nervously. This was a famous local porcelain teacup, each one very expensive. My lord, please don't throw these cups anymore. They are very valuable. Master, the youth's skills are quite impressive. Qin Feng whispered in admiration. Nonsense. From the capital. With real skills. And with that, another teacup was thrown. The sound of shattering teacups caused the innkeeper immense pain, with his features nearly bunching together. Please stop breaking things. Please stop. My lord, how can our small one survive if you keep doing this? Qin Feng coldly snorted and pretended to trip over a leg of the table, flipping a chair in the process. Master, don't hold back. Yesterday, this innkeeper was rude to Lord Qin. He said we couldn't afford the room rent and told us to move out. Our lord even gave him the jade hairpin left by his mother. But the innkeeper still demanded more, saying it would only cover a few days' worth of fees. How dare such a thing happen? Chu Mohan was enraged. In his past life, he was pure and benevolent, always willing to help others, but many took advantage of his kindness. In this life, although he lacked morality and ignored righteousness and behaved like a spoiled playboy, there were still those who wanted to bully him. So you unscrupulous person, can't even scrape together a few days' rent? Making my parents lose face like this. If I don't beat you to death today, then I'm not the nephew of the Prime Minister. And with that, Chu Mohan flipped the table in front of him, creating loud sounds akin to a punch striking the innkeeper's heart. Please stop breaking things. Please stop. My lord, can I not ask for the room rent? Oh, what kind of tone is this? Do you think my family owes you for the room rent? Chu Mohan's eyes cut like knives, making the innkeeper feel difficulty breathing. He had met high-ranking officials before, but Chu Mohan was the first to make him feel such fear. Other noble young lords might have been charming, refined, or generous, or even despicable behind closed doors, but none would act out so wildly like him. Even though Chu Mohan outwardly behaved like a spoiled playboy, he still managed several pawnshops and auction houses. He knew exactly the price of every item in the room, casually picking up a porcelain vase, yet its value amounted to more than a dozen taels of silver. It was the most expensive porcelain vase in the entire room. My lord, please show some mercy. That's a one-of-a-kind piece. One of a kind. Clang. The porcelain vase shattered all over the floor. So did the innkeeper's heart. Over. More than 10 taels of silver. How long will it take me to earn that back? The innkeeper fell to his knees, seemingly about to die. Landlord, look quick. The second in command was horrified upon seeing what Chu Mohan had lifted. That was the landlord's prized possession. My lord, please show mercy. That's a 30-tael potted plant. The landlord tried to rush forward to snatch it back, but was stopped by a silver sword. If you take one more step, don't blame me for being impolite. Bai's calm tone sent chills through the landlord's spine. Clang. The potted plant broke into pieces, shattering the landlord's heart once again. Huff. This anger has dissipated slightly. Calculate the total cost, and I'll compensate you. Seeing Chu Mohan's generosity, everyone was shocked. Fanning Shue shook her daughter's arm softly and asked, Did you find plenty of money on Jiulong Mountain? They did indeed find it, but not a single coin was given to Chu Mohan. No, there were only bandits on Jiulong Mountain. Not even a single tael of silver was seen. Just as Chu Mohan finished speaking, the innkeeper immediately interjected with a smile. A total of 70 taels, sir. Would that be in cash or silver notes? Speaking of silver, you've stopped crying. Return my father's jade hairpin to me first. Along with the silver, I'll give it all to you. You name the price. Chu Imohan lightly flicked a strand of loose hair from his temple, looking every bit the elegant young master straight out of a painting. So how about we make it 100 taels of silver in total? The innkeeper walked over to Chu Imohan with a beaming smile, as though he'd seen a god of wealth. Shin Yu stifled a laugh, hoping he'd still be smiling by the end. After retrieving the hairpin, Chu Imohan handed it to his father without delay. Upon seeing the lost hairpin returned, Chu Tianyi also broke into a warm smile, realizing how considerate his son could sometimes be. Master, what about the silver? The innkeeper couldn't help but rub his palms together eagerly, lest the bird in hand escape at the last moment. What? Afraid I'll run away? How absurd. Do you think I owe you 100 taels of silver? What is my status? The Prime Minister's own nephew. As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Feng brought over ink and brush paper. Master, please. It was indeed the same old routine. The innkeeper was utterly baffled as he watched Chu Imohan pin something grandly on the paper. Could he really write out a silver note on the spot? But this didn't seem like the right size for official money paper. All right. After all, the Prime Minister's nephew surely has methods beyond what commoners can see. Those who had seen Chu Imohan use this trick before were already laughing uncontrollably, knowing what the innkeeper was about to receive, while the innkeeper himself grinned widely, thinking everyone around was congratulating him. Hee hee. Today is truly the day I strike gold. All the losses from the first half of the year will be made up. This young sir is so generous. Eager to find out, the innkeeper tiptoed behind Chu Imohan and peeked at the paper in front of him. Haha, such good handwriting. These two IOU words are especially vivid. Amazing. Truly amazing. Hold on. An IOU. The innkeeper's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. So polite sounding and willing to agree so easily, just to write an IOU. With the final stroke done, he signed his name proudly and handed the promissory note to the innkeeper. Young sir, our wine shop is a small business. It cannot afford such a huge debt. The innkeeper's legs nearly gave way beneath him, sitting on the floor, but Shun Yu's smile grew wider. Being a mere bystander wasn't so bad sometimes. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me or my uncle? Huh. Heibai stood on one side wielding the sword, while Qin Feng hoisted his blade on the other side. A formidable sight. But how could the innkeeper swallow this bitter loss? Someone. Chapter 74. Do you think this is the imperial throne? Can it still be inherited? A group of waiters and thugs from the backyard walked in, each holding an iron rake or a long knife. Their ferocious appearance was even scarier than that of bandits. You'd better not disrespect our generosity. Once we take action, your pleading for mercy will be in vain. The leading man wore coarse cloth, exposing the green dragon tattoo on his chest, shaking his head and looking difficult to deal with. Pleading for mercy. How ridiculous. Let me plead for mercy. Just because of you guys. Hearing the words of the young master's boasting, Qin Feng felt uneasy inside. There were more than 10 people in front of them. Here, they only had 2 who could fight. After Li Xian returned to the city, he directly brought people back to the mansion. He didn't expect such a situation to happen in the tavern. I see that you're just pretending to be important. Brothers, attack. Seeing the crowd rushing forward, Chu Imohan quickly hid behind Heibai. On one side, Shin Yu carefully observed Heibai. She always thought there was something unusual about Heibai. Maybe some secrets were hidden within him. Kid, I've been uncomfortable with you for a long time. Taste my blade. Seeing the blade approaching, Heibai did not panic. Gripping the handle of his knife, he struck it at the man's chest, causing him to crash heavily onto the table. Good kid. All of you attack. I don't believe he can beat all of us. Before the words had finished, Heibai suddenly swung out a sword chi. The clothing of over 10 men tore apart completely. They fell down on the ground coughing up blood, clearly injured. Shin Yu was greatly shocked. This Heibai's martial arts were so formidable. No wonder he could withstand her arrows. You? Who on earth are you? Who he is has nothing to do with you. You just need to know that if you don't leave now, today all of you will die here. Seeing Heibai's strength, Chu Imohan proudly lifted his chin. Leave. Leave fast. Heibai walked to the corner, picked up the shopkeeper, and threw him to Chu Imohan's feet. Shopkeeper, how is it now? Will you give face or not? Chu Imohan took off his boots and slapped it a few times on the shopkeeper's face. With a smiling look in his eyes, harboring a hint of killing intent, the shopkeeper continuously nodded. Being able to save his own life was already very good. At least you have common sense. Go away quickly. If you dare to chatter nonsense in front of me again, I'll set fire to your broken inn. Although the steward had gotten used to Chu Imohan's manner, he still thought that Chu Imohan became increasingly outrageous. Yes. I'm leaving. What the master says is perfectly correct. In a blink of an eye, the shopkeeper disappeared. Although Chu Tianjiao didn't like her son's appearance as a rich and spoiled young master, she still found it quite relieving to see the shopkeeper returning the jade pendant and kneeling down begging for mercy. Little Yua, don't let this naughty boy scare you. His behavior is all an act. He's afraid we'll be bullied, but actually he is obedient in daily life. Chu Tianjiao feared that Xin Yu wouldn't approve of her son's behavior, so she hurriedly tried to explain for her son. Auntie, it's fine for Imohan to be like this. Though it seems unreasonable, protecting oneself ensures no silent losses. Why should we care about others' opinions and evaluations? Be the truest self. Want me to scold? Go ahead. Want to hit? Fine. Living again isn't easy. Shouldn't life bring some happiness? Why live just to please others? That would indeed be living a joke. By evening, Chu Imohan used his uncle's name to borrow 2 big tables full of food. Chicken, duck, fish, meat. Nothing was missed, looking very sumptuous. The kitchen staff initially didn't want to prepare it, but upon seeing Heibai ready to draw his sword, they instantly agreed. You are truly a well-behaved nephew. I heard in the capital that you commit every possible evil act under your uncle's banner, frequently impersonating him to swindle others. Seeing you today proves that's true. However, I don't understand why the Prime Minister asked me to escort you back, only adding trouble for himself. Heibai helplessly shrugged. He really couldn't understand the Prime Minister's thoughts. If he had such a nephew, he would certainly keep a distance from him. Do you think my uncle, knowing I am dissolute, still insisted on bringing me to the capital? Heibai smiled faintly with a touch of surprise, unexpectedly finding Chu Imo-han with this level of understanding. In fact, if you use a little bit of imagination, it should be clear. Does my uncle have any offspring? Heibai shook his head. There you go. I am his beloved nephew. After he passes away, all these millions of wealth will belong to me. Chu Imo-han proudly ate a bite of sweet potato and continued. If I don't help him spend that money, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Perhaps he also hopes to pass the position of Prime Minister to me. Heibai was completely speechless, not knowing how to communicate with Chu Imo-han. For a country, a dynasty, the role of the Prime Minister is immensely significant. They are the capable people selected through multiple layers of screening. Do you think this is the imperial throne? Can it still be inherited? Yes. You should dream a little bigger. Your uncle isn't going to pass on the position of Prime Minister to you, but the imperial throne, right? Upon hearing Heibai's words, Chu Imo-han's mind suddenly became clear. That's right. Thinking this way, everything makes sense. Before Chu Imo-han had finished muttering something inaudible, he excitedly ran upstairs as if he had discovered something incredible. Is this guy really out of his mind? Does he actually believe there's an imperial throne waiting for him to inherit? Heibai helplessly shook his head and went upstairs to sleep. In the Qingtian manor, seeing his long-lost son and concubine, Li Yibing couldn't be happier. Servants, quickly fetch the best silk and goose feathers to make some new cotton clothes for the young master and his mother. And hurry up. The kitchen must prepare the dishes the young master loves the most immediately. Yes, master. I'll go urge the kitchen once more. There's no need to trouble yourself. Xinyu and I will leave for the capital. There's no way I can stay in this house anymore with my face intact. Seeing how tightly his son clenched his fists, he must have been very angry. Li Yibing had only this one heir, so naturally he cherished him like a gem. Moreover, since they had succeeded in surrounding Jiulong Mountain, perhaps Li Yibing would even receive a promotion soon. His future seemed brighter than ever now. Of course, all this presupposes that Chu Imo-han has died. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly become the biggest obstacle to Li Yibing's advancement. Shinner, why do you harbor resentment towards your father? That day it was too cold. How could I have stayed there and frozen to death? Besides, didn't your mother return safe and sound? We've also successfully wiped out all the bandits from Jiulong Mountain. Our family will have good days ahead. Li Yibing stroked his beard smugly, lost in his own world, utterly unaware of the disdain and contempt in his son's eyes. Sure, you're happy, contented. But did you know that the soldiers continued to fight fiercely against the bandits without any command? Did you know that despite being so frozen, they could barely grip their sword handles, they still fought hard against the bandits? They had faith. They had people they wanted to protect in their hearts. But what about you? You fled the battlefield? Even thought about seeking promotion from the court? Do you deserve these fallen soldiers? Chapter 75. How did they survive to get here? Li Yibing's face turned red. Although his son was speaking the truth, he didn't feel that way at all. This boy, has he been frozen out of his mind? To criticize me in front of so many people? Is this my real son? Li Yibing felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger as he angrily waved his sleeve and stormed off. Being in my position, one naturally has to be a little selfish. It's those soldiers' honor to die for Qingtian Prefecture. What about these civilians if I were dead? Li Yibing left behind a hypocritical excuse and dared not look directly into his son's fiery gaze. This boy is really going to kill me with anger. Ever since he returned, he seems like a different person. What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't this openly opposing me? Hack. He coughed violently from anger. The scribe quickly handed him a cup of cool tea while carefully comforting him. Master, don't bother getting angry right now, but I've heard that Chu Mohan has already returned to the inn. If we let him reach the capital alive, there will be no hope for our survival. The scribe squatted in front of Li Yibing, sweating nervously. Li Yibing slammed the table hard and stood up. What an impressive fellow Chu Mohan is. Truly blessed with good fortune. He still lives. This can't stand. We must keep him in Qingtian Prefecture. Otherwise, how would Lord Chu the Chancellor forgive us? With just the people we have on hand, how can we take action? I've heard there's now a swordsman by his side, proficient in swordsmanship. Even sending 100 or 80 men wouldn't be enough to match him. It's quite a dilemma then. The only troops under our command number around 100 or so. The scribe quietly pointed at the guards outside the door and whispered low in Li Yibing's ear. Master, these guards outside are all personal confidants trained by young master. They came down together with him from Jiulong Mountain. Why don't we borrow them? Now Master Li Xian already harbors dissatisfaction towards him. If they killed Chu Mohan, how would their father-son relationship endure? If they didn't act, surely the whole family would die? Li Yibing clenched his teeth, nodded, and called out. Fan Yiming, come over here. Master, what are your orders? Fan Yiming showed utmost respect, bending low like a submissive puppy. On the streets of Qingtian Prefecture, 3 beggars dragged 2 little beggars along, wobbling slowly. The biting cold wind mercilessly battered their bodies. Their ragged clothes exposed skin that had turned red and swollen from frostbite, and it seemed they could collapse at any moment. In the streets of Qingtian Prefecture, Many beggars and refugees in tattered clothing huddled in corners, trembling from the cold. Among them, there were also stiff corpses who'd long frozen to death. What has gone wrong with our great Daqing Empire? We just escaped the sandstorms and now snow? Isn't it supposed to be the summer heat season now? Heaven, do you even have eyes? Listening to her husband's complaints, Song Qinghua sighed helplessly. How blind she was when she chose such a waste of a man. Her stomach was starving uncontrollably. She was dizzy, famished, yet he wasted his energy complaining instead. Even worse than the two children. Don't talk. Second brother, it's all the fault of that strange girl. She must have brought these calamities with her. I now regret not throwing her straight onto the back mountain to feed the wolves. Song Qingyue's expression changed dramatically. How dare anyone insult Xinyu? By now, she realized that Xinyu carried boundless good fortune. Whenever they opposed Xinyu, misfortune followed. Looking back at previous encounters with Xinyu, she ate roasted lamb, drank fish soup, carried countless meat buns and roast chickens in her basket, whereas they struggled to afford even a sweet potato. Soon, starvation awaited them. Mother, stop cursing. Blame ourselves for being incapable instead. About to starve to death. How does putting blame on someone else help fill our stomachs? Just after her words ended, Shun Zhaodi collapsed headfirst into the snow due to hunger-induced dizziness. Look at your clumsiness. Falling even while walking. Get up quickly. Old Mother Shen frowned disapprovingly. Huh, what smell is this? So fragrant. Shin Zhaodi smelled the scent of meat and struggled to open her tired eyes. A corner in the snowy ground revealed oil paper emanating the smell of roasted chicken. Hastily pulling at the oiled paper, there it was. Inside was a roasted chicken indeed, and beside it were stiff fingers clutching it tightly. Mother, look, roasted chicken. Seeing this, Shun Laotai immediately covered her granddaughter's mouth and vigilantly looked around. Of course, all the surrounding refugees' eyes turned blood red upon spotting the roasted chicken, and they rushed recklessly toward the Shun family. No way, this roasted chicken is ours. Why should we share with you? Chen Yang was pressed beneath the frenzied refugees, but managed to greedily take a few bites of the chicken. He felt as if dying would be worth it after eating this. Fortunately, Song Qinghua and Shin Zhaodi were a bit smarter. Each of them grabbed a chicken leg and pulled Shin Laotai and Shun Shitsong into a corner to savor this rare delicacy. Truly fragrant, truly fragrant. As Shun Laotai ate, she sucked on her fingers, completely ignoring the others huddled nearby. You little girl, such precious food. Don't shout. Look at your father. He hasn't even crawled out yet. Who knows what shape he's been beaten into. After saying that, she snatched the last piece of chicken from Shun Zhaodi's hand. Leave some for your father. You with those thin arms and legs. Eating so much is just a waste. Hearing this, Song Qinghua frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. She almost rolled up her sleeves to argue with the old woman. Mother, what are you talking about? Zhaodi is still young. Why are you yelling at her? At least the children let us eat meat. Have you and Xinyang ever given the kids a full meal? If we keep going like this, we'll end up buried in the snow like everyone else, all frozen to death. Fine. Now you dare talk back to me. Haven't you eaten a single full meal yet? Have I eaten any? Do we have money? Aren't we all dragged down by this little wretch? What has she dragged us into? In my opinion, the person who drags us down is you. If it weren't for your bad idea to steal Xin Yu's things at night, would Xin Yang be the limping cripple he is now? She let out a cold laugh and shielded her daughter protectively, clearly favoring her. Are you blaming me now? If we had stayed with Xin Yu, we'd probably already be frozen to death. Do you think they could have survived long enough to reach Qingtian Prefecture? Be grateful that I've brought you good luck. Her words were barely finished when the distance carried cheerful laughter from Shen Yu and Shunen. Dad, Mom, are the meat buns delicious? Yeah, they're delicious. She took a big bite out of the warm bun in her hand. Big sister, this bun is so tasty. I want to eat more tomorrow. Shen Yu gently patted Shi Yu's little head with affection. All right, I'll buy some for you. The sound struck Shin Laotai hard. Her face slapped metaphorically, and watching the meat buns in Shen Yu's hand, her saliva almost dripped onto the ground. Chapter 76. It's really you. Unlike Grandma Shin's greed, Xinyang was deeply afraid when he heard Shin Yu's voice. The last time, he had almost lost his life being caught by that animal trap. All the way, the children and wife had begged countless people and endured endless scolding just to get some medicine, which barely saved his life. Mom, let's go quickly. If that crazy girl sees us, she will definitely punish us in who knows what way. Xinyang tugged at the wrists of the two children and tried to leave, but Grandma Shin sneered and said with a smile, her mouth smacking incessantly, as if tasting Shin Yu's meat bun from afar. You can go, but I won't. I'd rather be beaten to death than starve to death. Enraged, Xinyang shivered. He pulled his wife and hid in a small alley. What is Mother thinking? She's not valuing her own life at all. When she saw Shin Yu holding the buns, she could no longer move. Song Qinghua sighed helplessly and gently patted her husband's shoulder. Her hungry eyes suddenly revealed a cruel gleam. Husband, why don't we leave Mother here and walk away? In dire straits, if Shin Yu attacks us again this time, your life might truly be gone. Xinyang wasn't stupid either. He naturally understood the wisdom of seeking benefit and avoiding harm. Shin Yu was ruthless, after all. The fellow villagers he left behind in Tianshui County were already buried under the wind and sand. Trying to take a meat bun from her hand is like climbing a sky-high mountain. Xinyang didn't want to die because of his mother. Along the way, she hadn't given him much peace either. With clenched teeth, he pulled his family away from their current location. Mother, don't blame me for being heartless. I've already become a cripple because of you. I don't want to die in Qingtian Prefecture. The four quietly slipped away, leaving the nearby area unnoticed. Grandma Shun remained unaware, her eyes greedily staring at the meat bun in Shen Yu's hands. She let down her hair to cover her face, knowing well that if Shun En or the others saw her face, they wouldn't give her anything as charity. Sister, are we going to leave Qingtian Prefecture tomorrow? Shi Yu, holding a meat bun, looked up at her elder sister with watery eyes. The day after tomorrow. We still have some matters to finish. Shen Yu had already discussed it with Chu and Mohan. They planned to distribute the winter coats stored in her dimensional space to the commoners and beggars in Qingtian Prefecture. As for Li Yibing harming them, there must be a consequence. Shen Yu would never bear this humiliation silently. Just as Shun En entered the tavern's door, a beggar fell directly in front of Bao Yu. Sis, a woman has fainted over here. Bao Yu was slightly panicked. Though he had witnessed many killings, he had never seen someone dying from cold or hunger. Seeing the thin and worn-out clothing revealing blackened and red skin, it was clear she had been severely frozen. Shen Yu took out a winter coat from her bamboo basket to cover the woman, but immediately felt an unsettling wave of repulsion. This feeling was so familiar. Where had she seen this before? Furrowing her brows, Shen Yu used her ESP ability to examine the old woman's condition. Her heart rate was normal, blood flow steady, and the kidneys particularly active, indicating excitement. A sly smile curled up on Shen Yu's lips. What a performance. She was just pretending, hoping to swindle food or clothes. How pitiful, sis. Let me handle this. Seeing Bao Yu about to take over the coat, Shen Yu gently pushed away his wrist and signaled him to keep quiet. This person must have fainted from hunger. There doesn't seem to be any major issue with her body. Why don't we take out her heart to replenish our vitality? Her kidney seems good too, perfect for making porridge to withstand the cold. The two younger brothers looked surprisingly at their sister, but didn't say anything. Since sister said so, there must be a reason behind it. All right, sister, let dad and me carry her inside. Grandma Shun felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her whole body freezing. What kind of venomous heart does Shen Yu have? To gouge out her kidney and make porridge. Numerous people had frozen to death on the road, and cases of cannibalism weren't rare either. Had this family gone insane and started eating human flesh? Her heart trembled anxiously, like hanging on a spit, uneasy and anxious. That's good. Then let's flip her over first, so it will be more convenient to kill her. Shun En's cold tone carried a trace of excitement, causing Grandma Shun to break out in goosebumps all over. Shun En wasn't a good person anyway. Not being her biological child really showed that no good fruit comes from bad seed. But why wasn't her son coming to save her yet? Did he not hear them talking? The moment Shun En touched Grandma Shun, she suddenly jumped up like she'd been resurrected from the dead. Shen En and Bao Yu were startled and both stepped back one pace. Seizing the chance, she darted toward a gap. Do you think fooling others is that easy? Pretending to faint just to trick people, and now you're scared and want to run. She tripped the old woman with her foot, and Grandma Shun directly plunged her head into the snow, dizzy and disoriented, cursing Shun Yu's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. Turns out it was an act. How despicable. Do I have easily deceived written on my face, or what? Her parents laughed and nodded. It was fortunate that Shen Yu was there. Otherwise, they would have been tricked again. People like her are truly malicious. They just take advantage of children for fraud. She's exactly like Grandma Shun over there. She once even scammed our baked flatbreads. The mention by Widow Lu made Grandma Shun more nervous inside, and beside her, Shen Yu seemed to remember something as well. That familiar scent. Wasn't it the smell of stone plum blossoms? Though Grandma Shun usually looked unkempt, she always carried a sachet of stone plum flowers on her, thinking it smelled especially good. Upon looking at the figure of this old woman, it was strikingly similar to Grandma Shun. Shen Yu found it even more interesting now. It was really fate that brought them here again so soon. Hadn't she learned her lesson from the last punishment? If you want the coat or the meat bun, why not say so? Lying on the ground pretending to be dead, what kind of skill is that? Do you agree with me or not? Huang Xiuyan. Huang Xiuyan. Wasn't that Grandma Shun's real name? It's all over. That wicked girl has figured it out. She tried to run, but her way had already been blocked by the whole Shen family. Grandma Shun met Shun En's gaze, filled with hatred. It was as if he wished to devour her alive. How did this old woman keep showing up no matter what? Knowing it was their family, she deliberately came close, taking advantage of them again, didn't she? All those years tormenting our family were bad enough. And now you dare to come and scam us again. This is utterly intolerable. Father, take her inside. I want to see if she fears death or not. Shun En let out a cold snort and bound Grandma Shun's arms from behind. He certainly hadn't been idle recently, staying at the tavern. He had thoroughly studied the martial arts manual Shen Yu gave him. Surprisingly, with her arms tied, Grandma Shun couldn't move an inch. When did this eldest son become so skilled? Chapter 77. Rest assured, none of it belongs to you. Old Lady Shun was so terrified her brain felt as if it had exploded through her crown. She began shouting with all her might. Son, save me. They're going to gouge out my heart. Shenyang, come and save me. She screamed with the last ounce of strength left in her body, but there was no response from anyone around her. The snow-covered streets only added to her panic. Seeing that shouting for her son was useless, she screamed hoarsely for the soldiers, but still no one appeared. Stop shouting. The soldiers are all dead, and it's pointless to shout. Since you deceived me today, I have to teach you a lesson. Looking at Shun Yu's amused expression, Old Lady Shun felt her heart turn to ashes. Would this little wretch really gouge out her heart? What an ungrateful second son. He actually abandoned me and fled with his wife. Why didn't I realize earlier what kind of person he was? He can't even be relied upon like Shun En. Can you let me go? I'm just an old woman who wants to eat a meat bun. Besides, I'm so evil. My heart is black. What use would it be to you? Xinyu hid her joy behind her back, happy that this old woman had finally admitted to being a black-hearted person. Even so, I can't forgive her so easily. Shunin was very smart. He bound old lady Shun to a pillar the moment he entered the room. Shunin, big brother, considering how I raised you with hardship, could you ask your daughter to let me go? I'm old. I can't endure this torture. I promise I won't bother you anymore. What do you say? After all these years of dealing with each other, Shunin understood old lady Shin perfectly well. She was the snake in The Farmer and the Snake, seemingly pitiful at first glance, but ready to bite you later. Before cutting ties, every time old lady Shun played the victim or acted pitiful in front of him, she turned around and gave the money to Shin Yang. Do you have the nerve to use the words, raised you with hardship? From childhood to now, what concern did you ever show me? And yet you have the audacity to ask me to let you go? It's already lenient that I don't personally gouge out your black heart. How could things come to this? Before, Shunin used to have soft ears. Why has he changed like this now? But since Shunin said it, no one in the house dared to speak up for her anymore. Old lady Shun silently closed her mouth, blaming herself for being too selfish at the beginning. Knowing Shunin was not her biological child, she never spared a thought for him. If Shunin were to go to the capital and find his birth parents, good days lay ahead for him. She cursed her short-sightedness at the time, but it was too late to regret now. Xinyu placed the basket aside, carefully feeling around, thinking that Xinyu was about to gouge out her heart. Old lady Shin closed her eyes in despair. Gouge it if you must. Anyway, I don't have much time left. I only hope you'll be quick and merciful. Xinyu shook her head and smiled. She hadn't expected this old lady to take it seriously. To kill her? Dream on. Could killing her possibly make up for all the psychological scars she caused to her father and 2 younger brothers? Then Xinyu took out 2 roasted chickens, 2 blood sausages, some self-heating rice packages, and 2 alcohol stoves with braised pork and sliced tofu hot pots, along with a bottle of good wine, which spread its fragrance throughout the room once opened. It smells so good, little you. This wine is fragrant and refined. It must be a rare treasure. Smiling, Xinyu poured a cup for the village headman and her father. This wine was a valuable item, worth 1 liang of gold per liang of Maotai in the apocalypse world, showing its high value. So many delicious foods. It feels like a dream recently. Following Xiaoyu, we've eaten more meat in this life than the last. The village headman sincerely praised Xinyu. After all, when the weather suddenly dropped, it was Xinyu who provided them with cotton coats. Staying in such a nice inn without freezing outside was all because of Xinyu. He was over 50, his old bones wouldn't survive if he had followed the big group. Who knows where he'd have died by now. Brother Li Xing, let's stop talking so much. Cheers. Yes, cheers. Brother Shunin. Old lady Shun was confused. Wasn't she supposed to have her heart gouged out? After enduring this fear for so long, and just as she had finally accepted it, it was called off. Are you playing with me, Granny? You? How dare you start eating? The table was close to old lady Shun, so she could clearly smell every dish on it. Her hungry stomach betrayed her with a symphony of growls. Seeing Shun and devouring chicken legs, and even Lu Widow, who was usually most disliked, feasting on braised pork, she deeply regretted it. Unconsciously, her saliva soaked her clothes. This was Xinyu's punishment. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying, isn't it? You're so hungry you're feeling dizzy and seeing stars, yet you're tied up and forced to watch others eat meat. Xinyu, kill me if you must. Are you setting this table just to torment me? I'm telling you, I won't fall for it. How long can you enjoy this feast anyway? After it's all gone, let's see what you'll do. Madame Shun stubbornly bluffed, but deep down, she actually hoped Xinyu would give her a piece of meat. Oh, who told you we only have this much? With a thud, a bundle of sausages landed on the table, roughly 30 sticks in total. Thud, a basket of fried pork ribs appeared next. And then 5 roasted chickens, dozens of chicken fillets followed. Madame Shun's jaw dropped wider and wider. She'd never seen so much meat in her entire life. Where on earth was Shun Yu getting all these supplies? She had thought Xinyu and the others had perished in the yellow sandstorm. Yet not only had they survived, but they also had all this food. It truly made one envious. Tisk, what's so great about it? It's just some food. She swallowed her saliva and adjusted her expression, continuing. Anyway, with all this heavy snow, a few more cotton coats would be far more useful than this food. Watching Madame Shun acting like someone sour grapes, Xinyu chewed on a chicken leg as she walked toward the door of a private room on the first floor. Then take a good look, don't let it blind you. Xinyu pushed the door open, revealing piles upon piles of warm-looking cotton coats inside. If one could sleep there at night, it would surely be heavenly. This. Madame Shun struggled to contain her astonishment. So many cotton coats. I want one too. Xinyu smiled joyfully, walking over to Madame Shun. Don't worry, among all these cotton coats, none belong to you. Tomorrow morning, I'll give them all to the refugees and travelers passing through the city. You? I'm still your grandmother, am I not? Would you rather give them to strangers than to me? Madame Shun felt completely let down. What was the point of living this whole life? At this age, she found herself without even a single person around to care for her warmth or well-being. That little girl who was once willing to risk her life to gather medicine for her now hated her after merely a month. Bang! Suddenly, the tavern door was kicked open, and everyone turned their gaze sharply toward the entrance. Chapter 78, A Scheme Within a Scheme. A group of soldiers clad in armor and wielding long knives charged in, instantly, surrounding the wine shop. Put your hands up and stand to the side. Whoever moves will not be treated kindly. Fan Yiming had a fierce look on his face as he held his head high, glaring at Xinyu and his group. Sir, what is going on? Our family is spotless. We haven't done anything wrong. You must investigate clearly. The crowd was momentarily confused about the situation. What exactly was happening? Hearing the commotion, Chu Mohan also rushed down from upstairs. Seeing everyone poised for battle, he shouted, "Are you all planning a rebellion? Put your weapons away." Fan Yiming's lips curled into a cruel smile as he gestured with his hand and yelled, "Attack! Chu Mohan must die today. Anyone who kills him gets 100 taels of silver reward and is named a commander." Suddenly, the soldiers rushed towards Chu Mohan like madmen, while the others were restrained and unable to move or help. "Big brother Chu, run. These soldiers definitely want to kill us." Bao Yu shouted anxiously, having been practicing his skills diligently, but still finding it hard to break free from two soldiers. "Sister, think of something quickly. Big brother Chu is about to be killed." Intermittent cries of agony from Chu Mohan echoed throughout the area. Chu Tianjiao and Chu Tianyi continuously screamed, "Stop! My younger brother won't let you get away with this. Release my son. If you do, I'll persuade my younger brother to bestow you with titles of nobility. Won't that suffice?" Their words fell on deaf ears. After a dull thud of a blade piercing flesh, Chu Mohan ceased making any sound. "Lord, he's dead. Ha ha ha. That finally solves my greatest concern. Chu Mohan, you can finally rest in peace." Li Yibing walked into the wine shop, dressed in a dark red silk robe embroidered with gold patterns of Tao dye. Seeing that Chu Mohan truly lay lifeless on the ground, his mood significantly improved. "Magistrate Li, why are you doing this? The two of us went through great lengths to help you defeat the bandits from Jiulong Mountain. Yet not only do you refuse to show gratitude, you also murder Chu Mohan." Spreading his arms wide, Li Yibing laughed maniacally, the flab on his cheeks quivering as he looked invincible. This made Xin Yu feel somewhat amused. "It's not just him, it's also you. All of you will die here today. Even if the Prime Minister sends someone to investigate, so what? Ha ha ha. Dead men tell no tales. You're truly arrogant. Are you not afraid of retribution?" Fan Yingshui remarked coldly. "What fear indeed? In this lifetime, I've already committed endless evil deeds. What does a little more matter? Huh, your lives mean nothing to me but mere grasses. Bring them to justice immediately." Li Yibing proudly clapped his hands, prompting Fan Yiming behind him to pour rapeseed oil all over the floor. Old Lady Shun, bound to a pillar, assumed that reinforcements had arrived and called out to Li Yibing with a smile. "Magistrate Li, I'm innocent. They are my enemies. Could you release me?" Old Lady Shun looked at Li Yibing hopefully, praying for a miracle. "Do you think you'll escape so easily? Die, old woman. Once you're dead, we'll set this place ablaze. Even the most skilled forensic examiner from the capital wouldn't find any traces of foul play. Ha ha ha. And by the way, since Prime Minister Chu Tianren took office, has he even come to see you once? It's time to stop clinging to hope. Perhaps in his eyes, you're just dispensable individuals." Li Yibing's words stuck like a parasite, making Chu Tianjiao feel nauseous, but oddly there was some truth to them. "You're full of nonsense. Chu Tianren serves our nation and people faithfully as Prime Minister of Qinghua, with myriad daily responsibilities. How could he spend his time eating, drinking, and playing with corrupt officials like you? Harmless commoners shouldn't be victimized." Chu Tianyi spat angrily, wishing nothing more than to drag this scoundrel before a court of law and have his head chopped off with an executioner's blade. "Ha ha ha. You're just spouting empty threats. Either way, you'll soon join the dead. I'm too lazy to debate further with you. Fan Yiming, proceed." "Hold on." Xin Yu suddenly interjected, capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, Xin Yu appeared like a savior, embodying everyone's hopes for survival. Even old lady Xin wished she could come up with a plan against Li Yibing, but surrounded by no fewer than 200 soldiers, how could one young woman possibly make a difference? "Do you really believe your plan is foolproof? Do you truly think we're destined to become your victims?" As Xin Yu smirked cunningly, Li Yibing inexplicably felt a twinge of anxiety, as if countless ants were crawling atop his head. Trying to trick me again? Without inside information, how could you prepare such an intricate trap of heavenly thunder? Besides, haven't you run out of explosives by now?" 3 beads of cold sweat appeared on Li Yibing's forehead. If anything were to explode randomly, wouldn't the rapeseed oil ignite the whole room? No. He was now uncertain if Shun Yu had any other tricks up her sleeve, so he could only stand there feigning calmness while plotting to leave this dangerous place immediately. His panic didn't escape Shun Yu's sharp eyes. The speed of his heartbeat already revealed everything. She held a pitch-black bomb in her hand, and Li Yibing's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets in shock. This crazy woman. Surely she wasn't planning to die with him? How could his life of luxury end by accompanying these lowly people to death? "You, calm down. Let's talk sensibly." While trying to soothe Xin Yu, he nudged Fan Yiming, gesturing for him to restrain Xin Yu. "Stop giving signals. Today you must die. There's no way for you to escape." Xin Yu's face turned ice cold as the guards lowered their weapons and stepped aside to clear a path for her. Old Lady Xin stared wide-eyed at Xin Yu, full of confusion. Could Xin Yu have another plan? But how could she possibly fight off so many soldiers? "What are you two doing? Hold her down. Do you want to die? Once the fire starts, we will all perish." Li Yibing's eyes were brimming with fear. In his view, Xin Yu was nothing more than a demon straight from the abyss come to claim lives. Meanwhile, the others were also released, causing Li Yibing to slump onto the floor in frustration. "You? Are you rebelling? Who allowed you to do this?" A short man dressed in black slowly appeared at the corridor on the first floor. His lips parted slightly, revealing a youthful yet forceful voice. "It's me, Xianer. How did you get here? Weren't you locked inside your room?" Before coming, Li Yibing had specially checked Xian's room. making sure it was securely locked. Could it be that all of this was planned by his son and Xinyu together? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was his own flesh and blood. Xian'er, tell them to kill Xinyu. She's an evil witch. Witch? You're quite skilled at slandering, aren't you? Magistrately, seeing Chu Mohan rise, wiping the blood off his face, Li Yibing frantically bolted toward the door. So they all conspired against him from the beginning. Chapter 79. The fire spreads. Do you really think you can walk through this door and get out alive? You're dreaming. No sooner had Xinyu finished speaking than Fan Yiming delivered a flying kick, knocking Li Yibing to the ground. A cold blade was immediately placed against his neck. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent around him, Li Yibing quickly pleaded for mercy. Yiming, let me go? I'll make you the general of Weihu. All military affairs in Qingtian Manor will be under your command. What do you say? Then Fan Yiming clenched his teeth and kicked Li Yibing hard on the backside. Shut up. Today is your day of reckoning. You betrayed so many of our brothers. Today, I must send you to see King Yama. Trash like you deserves to be sent to the 18th level of hell and fried dozens of times in an oil pot. Son, beg your father to have mercy. If I die, what will happen to you and your mother? Who will take care of you? Li Xian was his last hope. He tried his best to look pitiful, tears welling in his eyes, his lips trembling, but Li Xian showed no reaction. Father, you are completely delusional. You not only betrayed us, but also the soldiers who died at Jiulong Mountain. Each of them has a family, children, and wives. How could you abandon them all on the mountain and run away by yourself? And sister Xinyu, brother Emohan. They willingly infiltrated the enemy camp for the people of Qingtian Manor. Without them, would we have won this war? You not only lack gratitude, but now you want to kill everyone. You disappoint me greatly. Li Xian was reluctant too. After all, it was his own father. Unfortunately, he squandered his last chance. When they returned from Jiulong Mountain, Xinyu had already told Li Xian about his father's actions. As long as he was willing to apologize to the fallen soldiers and repair their graves, she and Chu Emohan were willing to let bygones be bygones. Ironically, just after returning home and finishing his bath, Li Xian learned from Fan Yiming that Li Yibing was preparing to attack Xinyu and others. Now, there was no turning back for him. Xian'er, isn't this all for you and your mother to live a better life in the future? Let Chu Emohan go. He'll tell everything to Chu Tianren. Then, all of us will have our heads cut off. Seeing that his father still refused to repent, Li Xian said nothing more. Sister, you go ahead. Li Xian turned, wiped the tears from his eyes, and left the wine shop without saying a word. Li Yibing, your sins are countless. Killing you today can be considered doing good for the world. Before you die, let me tell you one thing. Those who harm others will eventually bring ruin upon themselves. Li Yibing suddenly threw back his head and laughed. When Xinyu was ready to fire her crossbow, he suddenly lunged towards the table, sending the candlestick flying, making everyone tense. Li Yibing, you dog. An arrow flew with great force, pinning him tightly to the pillar. Even as he lay dying, a satisfied smile lingered on Li Yibing's face. A sword wielder hiding in the dark struck and cut down the candle holder, relieving everyone's anxiety. But when the lantern hit the ground, it burst into flames again. Fiery dragons swept across the entire room. The temperature soared, as if trying to burn everything inside to ashes. The fire spread rapidly, igniting tables and wooden boards. Many people's clothes caught on fire. Chaos reigned like a bustling morning market. Don't panic. Break open the windows and doors. Don't trample each other. Whoever gets stepped on might as well be dead. Hearing Xinyu's words, everyone felt reassured and followed her instructions, smashing the surroundings and creating several exits. Though there were more than 200 people inside, most of them managed to escape within moments. The fire spread extremely fast inside. Large wooden beams the size of arms began falling from the ceiling, narrowly missing Shun and others multiple times. Father, protect you. Take Xiyu and the others away first. Xinyu worriedly looked back at Chu Emohan behind her. This foolish young man refused to leave even though she had advised him earlier. Now, with the flames getting stronger, it was becoming increasingly dangerous. What about you then? Father, you go ahead. Buddha will protect me, I'll be fine. Although the few of them didn't want to leave, the current situation was too perilous. They couldn't risk everyone's lives by staying. Watching people leave one by one, Shun Lao Tai cried out. Somebody untie me. Kill me if you have to, but I don't want to be burned alive. Everyone rushed anxiously out, and no one cared whether old Shin lived or died. After dispersing everyone, Xinyu took the opportunity to use the remaining time to put the cotton coats in the room into her spatial pocket. There were also a lot of valuables left by the innkeeper and other supplies, all of which she planned to keep. With the rest safely gone, she wouldn't waste any time. Suddenly, a wooden post fell from the floor above. It was about to crush Chu Tianjiao's forehead when Chu Emohan quickly rushed over. Mother, watch out. Bang. The wooden post weighed several dozen jin, smashing into Chu Emohan's back. A salty itch rose in his throat, and the metallic tang of blood surged toward his brain. Emohan, are you all right? Chu Tianjiao looked worriedly at Chu Emohan, but the thick smoke swirling around them made it impossible to see her son's face clearly. Mother, I'm fine. You and father go outside quickly. Qin Feng, I'm here, young master. Qin Feng wasted no time, supporting the two people toward the door. Several more wooden beams fell during this period, and Qin Feng sustained some injuries as well. Emohan, you should come out too. It's too dangerous in here. Just before leaving, Chu Tianyi still remembered to give a reminder. Understood. Father, looking back for a moment, Chu Emohan found that Shun Yu was nowhere to be seen. Where did little Yu go? Qin Feng, did you see Shin Yu? No, young master. Perhaps Sister Shin Yu went somewhere else. Not possible. Chu Mo Han searched carefully again, but still didn't see any sign of Shin Yu. At that moment, Shin Yu had collected the tea sets and furniture from the second floor that hadn't been burned yet, along with the food and silver coins others hadn't managed to take, all storing them away in her spatial pocket. Shin Yu, where are you? Chu Mo Han shouted anxiously, knowing how dangerous the smoke might be if Shin Yu had collapsed somewhere inside. Outside, Chu Tianjiao and the others saw that the fire inside was growing larger and larger. They couldn't even see their son's figure anymore. My son, come back quickly. The house is about to collapse. If you're crushed in there, how will your father and mother survive? Tears the size of peas streamed down from Chu Tianjiao's eyes like tiny pearls falling. While Chu Mo Han could feel the rising heat almost melting him, he knew he couldn't stay much longer. Master Chu, please help me. This old woman is about to burn alive. Saving a life is worth building a 7-level pagoda. Shin Yu hadn't intended to kill Mrs. Shun, so Chu Mo Han cut the ropes binding her. Mrs. Shun showed some gratitude. Without further ado, she grabbed Chu Mo Han and dragged him out of the tavern desperately. Hey, don't pull me. Go now? That girl's got supernatural luck. She'll definitely be fine. If you stay any longer, you'll die for sure. Seeing Chu Mo Han, the crowd quickly gathered around. Chapter 80, Sister Emerges. Mo Han, you finally come out. You nearly worried mother to death. Chu Tianjiao clung tightly to Chu Mo Han's arm, refusing to let go. Shun En, Fanning Shue, and others didn't see Shin Yusin's frantic despair as they gathered by the fire and shouted, Yusin, where are you? Fanning Shue's eyes were brimming with tears, but all she could see were raging flames that obscured everything. Sister, please come out. Shiyu is scared. Sister. Little Shiyu knelt in front of the tavern door and pulled out a burning wooden post. Bao Yu steeled herself, doused her body with water, and prepared to rush inside regardless of the danger. Hey, Bao Yu, what are you doing? Don't be foolish. Chu Mo Han grabbed Bao Yu firmly. The little one had surprising strength, almost pulling him off balance. Bao Yu, are you crazy? With this huge fire, rushing inside is suicide. There's too much smoke. It's certain death in there. Aren't you afraid? Chu Tianyi took Bao Yu from Chu Mo Han's hands, holding her tightly in his arms, fearing she might impulsively charge back inside again. Let me go? That's my sister. I only have one sister. If she's gone, then I won't live either. These words pierced Shun En and Fanning Shue like needles, their hearts breaking because this daughter was everything to them too. Ing Shue, these children are entrusted to your care in the future. I must find Yusin. Shun En, don't go. The fire here is too fierce. Inside, it's completely dark. The village head firmly held on to Shun En. He had witnessed many fires before. If anyone was going to come out, they would have done so already. Now the beams were on the verge of collapsing. It was practically certain death to go inside. Uncle Lijing, let me go? Our family only has this one daughter. She absolutely cannot be lost. No matter how Shun En struggled, the village head gripped him tightly. Lu Guifu and Wu Shi also held on to Shun En firmly, determined not to let go. That's enough. Don't make things worse. If you die, what about your children and wife? Yusin has great fortune. She'll be fine. Although deeply concerned, the village head still believed Shen Yusin couldn't perish easily in such a fire. Meanwhile, Chu Mohan's pitch-black eyes burned with unrelenting flames amidst his conflict between hatred and love. Yusin, could something truly happen to you? With a crash, another wooden beam fell from the roof, and it seemed like the whole house would collapse any moment. Everyone quickly stepped back. Taking advantage of his mother's slightly weakened grip, Chu Mohan suddenly darted forward without warning. Hey, kid, do you want to die? Come back right now. At the doorway, despite feeling the searing heat, which painfully burned his skin, Chu Mohan had no regrets. He decided he must save Shin Yusin. Without her, he would have died long ago in the snowfields of Jiulong Mountain. He repeatedly questioned himself. Could he bear losing Shin Yusin? The answer was a resounding no. Yusin, where are you? Get out quick. The house is about to collapse. Hearing Chu Mohan's voice inside, Shin Yusin rushed from the kitchen angrily. Are you stupid? I'm here. Go out immediately. Through the leaping flames and dense smoke, Chu Mohan could vaguely see Shin Yusin's face, and joy spread across his own. Compared to revenge, Shin Yusin occupied an even more significant place in his heart. Yusin, come out. I'll wait for you. The house is about to collapse. It can't last much longer. Shin Yusin sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. Her body was coated with a layer of heat-resistant water, and she wore fireproof cloth over it. This fool. He only had a tattered, burnt-out piece of clothing on him. Really? Don't you know fire is merciless? You don't fear heat or death. Shin Yusin ran toward him quickly, unaware of the beam above about to break. A large chunk of wood fell. Watch out. Chu Mohan disregarded the nearby fire, crouched down, and lunged forward through the thick smoke. Before Shin Yusin could react, Chu Mohan had directly thrown her aside. The heavy beam landed heavily on his back. You're the real fool. Could that beam really hurt me? By then, Chu Mohan had already passed out. Concern and pain flashed in Shin Yusin's eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She moved the timber off his unconscious form. Before she could use her abilities to check his condition, another section of the roof collapsed. Shin Yusin teleported instantly to the farthest window and managed to escape with Chu Mohan just before the entire structure crumbled. Sister has come out. Shiyu excitedly cried out, her teary eyes tinged with sweetness. The look of disappointment on Shun En and Fan Yingshue's faces vanished, shifting instead to Chu Tianjiao, and Chu Tiany's expressions. They both tensely approached Shen Yusin and immediately began crying at the sight of Chu Mo Han lying on the ground. I told you not to go, didn't I? You just don't listen, kid. Woe is me. If you die, how will your mother and father go on living? Though Chu Tiany was also full of sorrow, he still managed to maintain his rationality and pulled Chu Tianjiao towards himself. Stop crying. Get up quickly and let Shen Yu check Mo Han. He might have just been choked unconscious. There shouldn't be anything serious. Chu Tianjiao cried like a broken doll, her delicate, jade-like fingers lightly placed on Shen Yu's arm as she pleaded with a sobbing voice. Little Yu, please save Mo Han. This boy doesn't harbor ill intentions. Though a bit unruly in daily life, his heart is pure and kind. Just relax, auntie. I will definitely save Mo Han. After all, he was hurt trying to rescue me. Shen Yu knelt down halfway and carefully used her abilities to examine Chu Mo Han's injuries. His blood flowed rapidly, his internal organs seemed stronger than before, his skin glowing red, and below his dantian, a small red flower had bloomed. This was strange. She'd never seen this phenomenon in anyone else's body. Could it be that his last dramatic increase in power was due to this? After thoroughly examining, there were only minor bruises on his neck, no other serious issues. No major problem here. Uncle and aunt needn't worry. He should drink some water, rest for a night, and he'll be fine. Hearing Shen Yu's words, everyone's worries eased significantly. I've said it before, Shen Yu has an unusual aura, surely nothing will harm him. This young child wouldn't believe me, and look what happened. Almost put himself in the grave. Grandma Shen gave Shen Yu an unhappy glance. Her daughter was truly cruel. If Chu Mo Han hadn't untied the ropes around her wrist, Shen old lady might have died long ago. While Shen Yu dealt with Chu Mo Han's external wounds, Grandma Shen prepared to sneak away quietly. Where did her useless son run off to? Stop. One more step forward, and I won't hold back. Hearing Shen Yu's cold tone, Shen old lady retracted her left foot that was already moving. The voice wasn't loud, but to her ears, it sounded much like the tolling of death bells. Does this girl have eyes at the back of her head? Shen old lady was completely behind her, yet Shen Yu knew exactly when she tried to slip away. Grandma Shen was brimming with resentment. Would this wild little girl throw her back into the fire? Chapter 81. Distribution of supplies. Father, mother, keep an eye on her. Let her stand guard for us tonight. Although Fan Ingsnow showed some reluctance, she still responded with a word. Letting this black-hearted old woman stand guard would probably result in her selling them under the cover of darkness. Sister Shen Yu, it's getting late now. I fear there aren't any taverns open anymore. Why don't you and your group stay at our residence tonight? We have enough guest rooms. After you finish your matters, I'll leave Qingtian Manor with my mother and you. As Shen Yu was about to say something more, but upon seeing Li Xian's resolute expression, she could only smile and nod her head in agreement. Upon arriving at Qingtian Manor, everyone marveled, as if Grandma Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. This courtyard had rock formations, gardens, and even a small lake. Just the corridors were longer than their entire home. The glazed tiles and roof ornaments made both Shiyu and Baoyu feel exhilarated. This courtyard is too big. I already feel like I might get lost. Shiyu, looking at the identical houses everywhere, suddenly felt dazed. It's fine. Elder brother Yiming will be guarding outside your room tonight. If you want to go anywhere, they can guide you. Entering the room, everyone acted like country bumpkins who had never seen anything before, their mouths agape as they gazed at the magnificent furnishings. Shiyu and Baoyu's shrewd eyes darted around, realizing that one single guest room here was bigger than the 3 rooms they originally had back home. And this was just a guest room. How large must the magistrate's quarters be? Sister Shen Yu, you all settle down first. I still have some family matters to handle and won't be able to accompany you further. With the death of Li Yibing, the entire magistrate's house had officially been dissolved. Relatives and servants who should be dismissed had been sent away. What mattered most was the lack of guards. He couldn't expect them all to follow him into exile. Shen Yu also understood Li Xian's predicament. A mere child of 8 or 9 years old faced with so many pressing issues. He surely must be troubled. Inside the room, Chu Mo Han was still unconscious in bed. Shen Yu fed him another sip of spring water. While probing with her abilities, she distinctly sensed the red flower inside his dantian had grown somewhat larger. Truly knows how to enjoy himself. After laughing, Shen Yu massaged Chu Mo Han's neck again. They needed to distribute supplies early tomorrow morning. She wondered if he'd wake up in time. You, being so reckless without fearing the flames. I know you like me, but you shouldn't do such foolish things. If you really died in there, wouldn't you make me feel guilty forever? Though Shen Yu's words seemed reproachful, they also expressed some affection. In her heart, she liked Chu Mo Han deeply. After having lived together for so long, she could sense that Chu Mo Han genuinely cared for her. In the adjacent room, Chu Tianjiao lay on a wooden plank with a grin that couldn't be contained. Oh, how wonderful. Little Yu finally realizes that Mo Han likes her. Now these two have a real chance. Our son endured such hardship, and it wasn't wasted. Seeing his wife laughing until her face bloomed like a flower, Chu Tiany quickly pulled her aside. That's enough. Stop worrying about your son's affairs. And don't listen through the wall either. Do you want Miss Yu to laugh at you? But isn't it natural for a mother to worry about her son's marriage? Today scared me so much. Our Mo Han may seem like a playboy, but I think most of that is an act. When he rushed into the fire, did you see any hesitation in his eyes? Chu Tiany shook his head. He thought there might be secrets hidden within his son. A few years ago, Chu Mo Han had been a kind-hearted, caring young man. It was hard to imagine him becoming what he was today. Don't think too much. We must help you distribute clothes and food early tomorrow. This girl has a good heart. She exchanged her own shop for silver to buy so much for the refugees. Seeing the additional happy wrinkles around Chu Tianyi's eyes, Chu Tianjiao said nothing more. Losing wealth was a small price to pay. She hoped everything would go smoothly on their journey after tomorrow. At that moment, by the door, Granny Shen leaned against a pillar and dozed off. Beside her, Fan Yiming kicked her sharply. Damn wretch, who told you to sleep? Weren't you supposed to keep watch properly tonight? At this hour, you're already giving up. Useless. Granny Shun was jolted awake, unsure what to say. With grievances in her heart, she could only bear them silently. If the dark-faced man before her became unhappy, he might chop her down with his sword. Barely had she escaped with her life. An old woman like me hasn't pulled an all-nighter like this, and my stomach isn't full. Sigh. Your empty stomach is your fault. Quickly straighten up. If I catch you falling asleep once more, I'll place my blade against your throat. Fan Yiming's fierce appearance almost scared Grandma Shen to death, and she trembled all night long, not daring to doze off again. Early the next morning, Shinyu placed all the cotton-padded clothes and flour in the Li family's warehouse. More than 200 soldiers carried everything to the market and began distributing them uniformly. Though the cotton-padded clothes and flour seemed abundant, they were nowhere near enough when it came to actual distribution. Even though many refugees had frozen to death in recent days, there were still plenty left. Shin Yang and Song Qinghua covered their faces and picked up 2 sets of cotton-padded clothes and 2 caddies of flour. Husband, look how capable sister you has become. I heard that all these clothes and food are from her. How did she suddenly get so rich? With reluctance on her face, Song Qinghua left. If the relationship between their families remained as before, they could have stayed home without lifting a finger and still had endless wealth. You don't know anything. Do you know that Shinyu wiped out Jilong Mountain? And she even overthrew the magistrate of Tianshui County. She must have accumulated a great deal of wealth. I heard there are dozens of shop deeds in Qingtian alone. Imagine, could she possibly be poor with all that? In his words, Shin Yang expressed envy and regret, lamenting how his mother failed to recognize Shun Yu's potential for success. As they were about to leave, Shin Yang took another glance at Shun Yu's direction. Why did that old woman behind her look so familiar? Isn't that our mother? Wife. Take a look. Following his finger, Song Qinghua gasped in astonishment. Oh my, it really is. Why did mother go there? Could it be that yesterday, when she said she would go cheat for buns was a lie, and actually went secretly to join Shinyu? Mother plays a very clever game. Song Qingyue's eyes turned cold, as if frost hung on her eyebrows. Not possible. Shinyu isn't the kind-hearted type either. There must be something fishy going on. What fishiness? Didn't you see our mother already wore an overcoat? You're such a stubborn fool. Shin Yang shook his head firmly in disbelief. The image of the animal trap in the bamboo basket last time was still vivid in his mind. Sister Yu, we've almost finished distributing the goods. Shouldn't we set off soon? I've bought 3 horse carriages and 1 ox cart, which should suffice. Chu Mohan said thoughtfully. Don't rush. I still have one more thing to do. After saying this, she turned her gaze toward the prefectural magistrate's office. Chapter 82. Emptying the prefect's storehouse. Don't rush. More winter clothes and grain will be sent over shortly. You send these out first. I need to check out nearby shops to buy more food. With so many of us, we'll have to buy a lot. Chu Mohan didn't dare stop him, but he was somewhat frightened. His storehouses were spread across the entire continent, and naturally, this Qingtian prefecture wouldn't be lacking either, including the tavern that burned down last night, which also belonged to his underlings' assets. Watching Shinyu disappear into the crowd in no time, Chu Mohan's right eyelid started twitching uncontrollably. I can't sit still. I'm not at ease. We can't let family fight against family. Qinfeng, you come with me for a look. Master, should I go along as well? The steward got up to ask. He scrutinized the steward, furrowing his brows with dissatisfaction. With your old arms and legs, all you'll do is delay things. Stay here and help my father distribute supplies. Seeing Hei Bai tightly following behind him, the steward felt somewhat reassured. He also believed Hei Bai and Bai Hei were dispatched by the prime minister to monitor Chu Mohan, so he obediently stayed put waiting for Chu Mohan's return. They chased after the direction Shinyu left in for quite some time, but none of the 3 saw Shinyu's figure. This Miss Shinyu truly comes without a trace and leaves without a sound. We've been running fast for so long, and still haven't caught up. I don't even know where she went. Qin Feng leaned against a nearby pillar, panting heavily, surprised inwardly at Shun Yu's stamina. Let's go. Follow me. Maybe we can wait for her. Looking at the mysterious expression on their young master's face, Qin Feng had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep moving forward. At the Li prefect's residence, it was already chaotic like a pot of boiling porridge. The stewards, servants, and slaves scattered one after another. Upon hearing that Li Yibing had died, they secretly took some dry rations and a few decorative porcelain vases before leaving. Just as Shinyu arrived, the main house was shouting loudly, demanding to break open all the storehouses to sell off their assets and then live in the capital with their family. However, the family she referred to definitely did not include Li Xian and his mother. Main house, what is wrong? Has what I say become ineffective now? After Lord Li passed, am I not the one in charge? Why can't I manage the storehouses? What? Eyeing how Li Xian was about to distribute supplies soon. If she didn't grab something now, her plan to go to the capital would fail. Fan Yiming's subordinates didn't care much about that and blocked the main house outside the door, refusing to let her enter no matter what. Shinyu smiled faintly and, in the next moment, appeared inside the warehouse. Looking at the various packaging boxes large and small lying on the ground and the gold ingots, golden peach-shaped coins, Shinyu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wow, every year they must steal quite a bit. This one warehouse has so many gold and jewels. No wonder they were reluctant to die. If these funds were distributed among the people, would there even be any poor people left in Qingtian Prefecture? Would everyone really end up fleeing famine? To such an abundance of riches, Xinyu wasn't overly amazed, and she packed these items away along with the floor tiles into her storage space. These bricks are pretty good too. Later, when decorating the house, I won't have to spend money buying them again. It's mainly about saving money. Such rooms, in total, there were 8 of them. Having seen so many items, Xinyu's eyes were spinning. There were ginseng, deer antlers, jade bracelets, jade pendants, gold ingots, countless. Thinking about it, it's normal. A petty county magistrate could steal so much, let alone someone in such a high position. Xinyu shook her head helplessly and gathered all the goods before leaving a note on the ground with a large writing brush. There, I haven't taken your stuff for free. My calligraphy isn't bad, right? It's your first time receiving it, so it's not excessive to take some things from you. Admiring her flowing handwriting for a moment, Xinyu shifted her consciousness and disappeared. Why are you stopping me? Haven't you heard? At the wealthy family's residence and the magistrate's house in Tianshui County, someone inexplicably emptied the warehouses. Not a single feather remained. Aren't you worried? Today I must go in for a look. Though the guards had also heard about this incident, they considered it just a legend. How could it be true? So many items, disappearing without a trace quietly? Deceiving ghosts, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Madam, please don't make it difficult for us. Little Master hasn't returned yet. Once he returns, please discuss directly with him. Little Master is kind-hearted and will certainly leave plenty for you. The guard patiently explained with reason, attempting to dissuade the madam logically, but unexpectedly, the madam grabbed his arm and bit him hard. Shaoli, hurry up. Smash the door open. If the items really disappeared, our whole household would end up eating the northwestern wind. This maid was clever, didn't waste any time, grabbing a brick and rushing forward. Madam, this absolutely cannot be done. After we return, young master will surely break our legs. Although the guard said this, he was also somewhat worried inside. He didn't know why, but his right eyelid kept twitching. Could it be that these things would really disappear? The guard nearby hesitated, not sure whether to stop her or let her go. Finally, he leaned close to the elder brother's ear and asked quietly, Brother, should we stop this maid or not? Calm down. Once she breaks the lock, hold her back. You guys check if the items are still inside. If they're there, everything's fine. Just slap her a couple of times. But if they're really gone, we're in deep trouble. All of them watched anxiously as the maid worked, fearing something unexpected might happen. After all, the recent talk in the martial arts world had been rampant with rumors about some mysterious female knight-errant, punishing the evil and eradicating corruption among the officials and merchants who exploited the people. Their storerooms had been emptied without any trace left behind. Whatever they took from the commoners was returned in full. Liar grabbed the brick tightly and struck it against the lock fiercely, taking 5 hard hits before finally breaking open the copper lock. She hesitantly pushed the door open, only to glance at the room once and then faint dead away on the ground. What does this mean? Why did she faint? Go take a look. He kicked the man next to him cautiously and followed closely behind. Brother, will I faint too when I go in? Stop blabbering. Hurry up and check. The stuff might have been stolen. Didn't we have a golden Buddha statue here at the entrance? It's gone now. The man swallowed nervously, carefully looking around. It's gone. Brother, come quick. The whole room is empty. Not even a single feather remains. Upon hearing those words, the madam kicked the man aside, took out the key hidden in her sleeve, and opened the door to the second storeroom. This room is empty too. We're doomed. There's even a note left behind. This person is nothing short of a bandit. What shall we do without silver money? The man then opened the locks of the other storerooms one by one, and they were all undeniably empty. I told you earlier. Let us open and check. You refused, and now look what happened. How do you plan to compensate for this? Speak up. The group of guards stood silently in the corner, not daring to utter a word. The items in the storerooms were countless, impossible to count, let alone repay. Even if their lives were forfeited, it wouldn't make up for the loss. Chapter 83. 2 more warehouses. You come inside and look at these words. Isn't this an insult to our master? Taking away money is one thing. Now they are defaming him too. Whoa, it's absolutely intolerable. The lady lowered her eyebrows and gently flicked a tear from the corner of her eye onto the floor, appearing quite aggrieved. A group gathered in front of the room and frowned in surprise at the large characters on the ground. Despicable corrupt official. All money has been reclaimed. Behave yourself. Everyone pondered that these words were not wrong. The warehouses had so much gold, silver, treasures, and wondrous elixirs. Wasn't it greedy enough? This is terrible. How will we explain this to the young master? The man helplessly rubbed his forehead, completely ignoring the nearby lady. You dog. Young master. Your heart and eyes are all on your young master. Where do you place me, this lady? Lady, can't you see the situation clearly yet? Everyone in this mansion, up and down, now follows the young master entirely. If you don't want to lose face, better leave early. Once the young master returns and you two conflict, no one here will help you. This was indeed true. Since Li Yibing's death, her already shaky position in the Li estate had worsened even more. The servants around her had all left, though she had accumulated quite a lot of jewelry over her lifetime. It wasn't nearly enough for her extravagance. She had originally intended to raid the warehouse for another big haul to ensure her later years, but she didn't expect such a situation. After Xinyu left the Li residence, she wandered through the streets purchasing supplies and investigating whether there were any opportunistic merchants taking advantage of the chaos to inflate prices. Boss, I'll take all these roast chickens. Please pack them. Looking at the sweet, gentle girl before her, the shop owner specifically added 2 chicken wings as a gift. By the way, boss, are there any rich merchants around here who are unkind? Shinyu nonchalantly asked while eating chicken wings. There really are some. But those rich merchants all moved away a few days ago. Recently, everyone in the city has been saying that an unnamed judge is coming. That judge emptied many warehouses in Tianshui County, scaring those merchants almost to the point of wetting their pants. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and a trace of a bitter smile hung on her lips. Who would have thought? Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. I don't know who spread this news. It's ruining my game. This has surely cost me plenty of resources. These merchants' information is pretty reliable. The assistant snorted disdainfully. Some people have been profiting by selling news about the judge's movements. Now, these merchants are willing to pay top prices for information on where the judge will act next. Shinyu frowned. There were actually people making a living out of leaking her location? However, in the southwestern part of the city, there are 2 massive warehouses. It's rumored to be built by a hidden wealthy merchant. People say there are many treasures stored inside. There are still fish to catch. Thank you, boss. Hope we meet again. Shoving all the purchased goods into her storage space, Shinyu set off toward those largest warehouses in the southwest after gathering some leads. At the time, the roast chicken shop owner helplessly smiled. I don't understand why they would think this way. Aren't those warehouses filled with resources stockpiled by higher-ups? Why would every buyer be told about them? In a grass pile opposite the southwest urban area warehouses, 3 people crouched deep within the grass, staring intently at the warehouse. Master, we've been squatting here for an hour already. What exactly are you waiting for? Qin Feng was shaking all over due to the cold, unable to comprehend why his master would linger here. What's your rush, boy? Wait patiently. This is the largest warehouse around. Don't you think the refugees surrounding the area might be interested in it? I don't know, isn't it guarded? Chu Emohan smacked Qin Feng hard on the head. Don't babble nonsense. These guards are just useless waste. They won't stand a chance guarding this warehouse properly. Heibai waited restlessly, gripping his sword hilt tightly. If we're planning to seize this warehouse, I'll help you. These guards are truly a bunch of incompetent fools. It will only take a glance to solve them. Chu Emohan, big brother, could you at least spare us some face? Could you call them waste? Qin Feng was also speechless. He certainly couldn't tell them, because it's actually our young master's warehouse. Ahem. Chu Emohan cleared his throat nervously. It's unnecessary. Such trivial matters shouldn't require your hand. Just then, the 3 saw a familiar figure appear in the blind spot of the warehouse guard. Heibai furrowed his brow. Why is she here? Has she really come here? Qin Feng silently gave his master a thumbs up, impressed he'd guessed correctly. Shinyu had indeed arrived. Hee. Get rich. Get rich. You can already sense the treasures inside from the outside. But why does it smell so foul? Shinyu didn't hesitate and used the laser from her storage space to cut a human-sized hole in the blue brick wall. As she was about to step inside, she saw a dark object flying toward her. Even before the object arrived, Shinyu caught a whiff of an awful stench. She quickly retreated behind the wall, and with a splash, the smell became unbearable. Upon closer inspection, it turned out not to be a warehouse at all. On the left side were cattle, on the right sheep. The entire house reeked of animals. So many cows and sheep. Has she bought all the livestock in Qingtian Prefecture? Shinyu didn't have time to marvel, immediately moving the entire enclosures into her space along with the animals. Sir, what kind of technique does Miss Shinyu use? Not a sound was made while cutting through that blue brick wall. Both Heibai and Bai Hei showed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Not even they could handle sword energy with such skill. Maintaining continuous sword energy attached to a blade would be impossible for them. This Shinyu's skills were clearly far beyond their own. Entering the second warehouse, it turned out to be full of nothing but white cloth. What is this stockpiling of so much white cloth supposed to mean? It's completely baffling. Could this also belong to Chu Emohan? Though confused, Shinyu still collected all the white cloth into her storage without hesitation. Whatever the case, these materials would surely come in handy. If worst came to worst, upon reaching a stable county town, she could open a funeral goods shop. Sir, what should we do? The items in this warehouse are worth a fortune. Should we just let Lady Shinyu take everything away? Qin Feng was heartbroken, knowing well that Qing State and Qin State were waging fierce border wars. Negotiations between the 2 countries would soon require massive amounts of white cloth. The price of this fabric could soar several times over. Now they wouldn't just fail to profit, they'd suffer significant losses. Truly devastating. That's enough. Can you try to hold back your emotions? Tears are almost spilling down your cheeks. Qin Feng pinched his philtrum hard, trying desperately not to cry. Let's go. I assume the cotton clothing distribution at the city gate should be finished by now. Qin Feng looked at his master in utter confusion. When had his master become so generous? Adding the contents of the previous 2 warehouses, the accumulated losses were already incalculable. Yet there wasn't even a trace of pain on his master's face. It seemed like he might actually be enjoying it. Chapter 84, Retaining Soldiers. Master, what are you thinking? So many supplies, and we're just handing them over like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng regretted it. Chu Emohan's sharp gaze immediately fell on him. Everything cannot only be viewed in the short term. We need to think long term. Do you understand? Although everything in our warehouse ended up in Shunyu's hands, what about the final result? Isn't it the same as we predicted? That's true, but we didn't get any cash in return. How are we going to recruit soldiers and buy horses later on? Qin Feng frowned deeply, feeling that his master had really been brainwashed. Chua Mohan turned around, gave Qin Feng a punch after glancing at Hei Bai in the distance. Enough. Shut up for now. Stop meddling with this matter. When they returned to their stall, the sky had become dark. The group placed all the remaining luggage on the ox cart. Hey, you little scamp. It's about time you came back. Do you know everyone has been waiting for you? Chu Tianjiao, feigning pique, quickly pulled her son onto the horse carriage. So, where are we heading now? Are we leaving Qingtian Prefecture already? Chua Mohan looked around, puzzled. We'll go to Mr. Li's residence first to pick up my mother, then we will leave. Li Xian felt somewhat irritated in his heart. There were still over 200 guards in the residence. How should he handle them? If they followed him, he could not guarantee anything for them. Even having meals daily would be an issue. But if he left them in Qingtian Prefecture, who knew how the next magistrate would treat them? Most of those magistrates despised these old subordinates anyway. They assigned dirty and exhausting tasks, and some ruthless ones even dismissed them directly without anything, leaving them with nothing in the end. Seeing Li Xian's worried face, Shen Yu roughly guessed what was on his mind. How about your subordinates? Have you arranged for them? Shen Yu suddenly spoke, surprising Li Xian, who wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. I don't know how to arrange them. Bringing them along together means I don't have enough money to feed them. They've accompanied me through life and death, rejecting the conditions promised by my father. By principle, I should take them with me. Alas, upon hearing this, excitement flashed across both Shen Yu and Chu Emohan's hearts. These over 200 people were all righteous individuals. If they could take them along, it would serve as a great foundation for establishing a fortress. Chu Emohan thought these over 200 men, if trained well, would become an unexpected and lethal weapon. As for food, he was not lacking in it, but he couldn't expose his identity too easily. This indeed posed a slight problem. Shen Yu did not say much, saying more might raise suspicions. He decided to see the situation when they reached the Li residence. Hearing the sound of the horse carriage approaching, Fan Yiming brought people forward to greet them. Master, you've returned. A big event has occurred at the residence. Seeing Fan Yiming's anxious expression, Li Xian's veins popped out on his forehead and his right hand clenched into a fist. What happened? Did something happen to my mother? No. The mistress is fine. However, several warehouses left by the master were raided empty by mysterious bandits from the Jianghu. There wasn't a single strand left inside the warehouses. Upon hearing this, Li Xian sighed in relief. He originally did not intend to use these items for other purposes anyway. If they wanted to take them away, let them take it. There's no problem. Let them take it. I've heard that man is a chivalrous thief, taking from the rich to give to the poor. It's akin to returning things to their rightful owners. I never planned to take the items he left behind. The surrounding guards sighed in relief. If it were Li Yibing, their heads would probably all be forfeit. This young master was truly benevolent. One Ming brother. This young master is so compassionate. Why don't we follow him? A subordinate nearby rubbed his brows softly muttering. Fan Yiming himself also wanted to follow the young master. With the disappearance of silver in the warehouse, they had no money to buy grain, unless they lived like mountain bandits, surviving on robbing others. Hold on. The master is still young. Though compassionate, we still need to eat. We can't let all our brothers starve to death on the road. Xin Yu overheard the two discussing, confirming they were indeed lacking food. But she had plenty of it. In her space, there was an abundant supply of food. Moreover, today she gave away many cotton clothes and food to the passing refugees, and she could feel changes happening within the space again. After resolving these matters, she must enter her space to check if there are any surprises awaiting. Geez, these thieving bandits truly infuriate me. All our money has been stolen completely. Not just the money, but they moved everything in my house. Didn't even leave me a decent piece of clothing. In the corridor, a woman wearing a brocade peony silk robe sat on the ground with disheveled hair, crying as if she had encountered some tricky problems. Auntie, why are you sitting here? Stand up quickly. Although Li Xian did not have any particular good feelings for her, he could not deny that her current state was largely his doing. You scumbag. You teamed up with outsiders to kill your own father. Why don't you just kill me as well? Now there's nothing left in the house. How are we supposed to flee this famine? My father's matter needs no further discussion. I have some silver here. You can take it and leave with the maidservants overnight. There's still a carriage at the mansion. I'll have the coachman send you to the capital. After speaking, he patted Fan Yiming's arm, asking him to arrange the carriage. You despicable boy. Are you planning to send someone to kill me? I won't ride in your carriage. I'll walk to the capital myself and sue you before the emperor. The woman flung her hair, gritted her teeth, and glared at Li Xian with hostility. Go away quickly, auntie. Once the next magistrate arrives, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Since you refuse my help, then you may walk to the capital yourself. There had never been much affection between them, so Li Xian didn't waste time on her anymore. When he reached the warehouse, upon seeing the words written on the ground, Li Xian burst out laughing. The handwriting is elegant, quite impressive. The description fits perfectly. I hope you can use these things for the right purposes. Seeing how calm Master was, Fan Yiming's mouth slightly opened, looking somewhat surprised. Master, aren't you mad? Not mad at all. I feel great. It feels like a weight off my shoulders. By the way, where's Mother? He pointed towards the distant pavilion, feeling uneasy about how to tell Master what happened. Mother, are all the belongings packed? The woman nodded and handed over a cloth bag to Fan Yiming. Do we leave now? Li Xian responded with a firm yes. The woman remained silent after his resolute look. Master, we also wish to follow you. Fan Yiming had never begged anyone before, and now opening his mouth made him incredibly nervous. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Feeling troubled, he scratched his nose. Where would he find food for 200 people if he agreed? Fan Yiming also noticed Master's discomfort and quickly smiled while stepping forward. Master, I'm only joking. Let's go and escort you out of the city. At that moment, Xin Yu rushed over, blocking Fan Yiming and pulling Li Xian closer. Chapter 85, A Ghost. Both of them looked at Xin Yu with expressions of confusion. What did she mean? Xin Yu sister, you stop that. Hurry up and explain to Brother Fan. She pretended to reprimand Li Xian severely, then leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. Don't let the soldiers' hearts grow cold. I still have quite a bit of grain. It will be enough for them to eat for a while. You can let them travel separately from us, but under no circumstances should they be abandoned. Understand? A trace of severity could be seen in Xin Yu's eyes as Li Xian stood there like a child who had made a mistake, his face filled with guilt. Brother Yiming, gather everyone together. Soon, we will set out with you. If we leave you here, this new governor might not accommodate all of you. Fan Yiming's eyes glistened with tears as he bowed his head repeatedly. He had finally waited for those words. Brothers, pack your things. We are preparing to set off. We will go with the young master. The surrounding soldiers all gathered around in disbelief, asking, Really, Brother Yiming? The young master is willing to take all of us with him. Is the food he has enough? Why worry so much? As long as the young master is willing to bring us along, even if we starve, so what? On the way, there are wild vegetables and wild grasses, and can't we hunt rabbits or wild boars with such a big group of people? We'll survive somehow. Hearing Fan Yiming's words, everyone thought it made sense. All right, let's follow Brother Fan. As long as young master still wants us, that's fine. Otherwise, who knows what will happen to us if we stay in Qingtian province. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately went back inside to pack their belongings. In less than half an hour, everyone gathered back at the original location. There were too many people. Walking on the road would easily attract attention, so Li Xian instructed them to separate from him and regroup when they arrived at Qingqing County. Xin Yu had already prepared the grain. Each soldier was given one bag, making it easy to carry and not drawing any unnecessary attention. Huff. Hopefully, things will go smoothly from now on. Chu Mohan, looking utterly exhausted, leaned against the carriage, gazing into the distant evening glow, feeling somewhat melancholy inside. Xin Yu turned her head slowly and glanced at Chu Mohan. What did he mean by that? Wasn't he supposed to know what happens next because he was reincarnated? That's enough, my son. Stop praying for nothing. If worshipping gods actually worked, your mother would have borne you a younger sister after all these years. Everyone turned to hold back their laughter. It seemed that Mrs. Chu wasn't particularly satisfied with this son of hers. Mother, it's not too late to have one now. Both you and father are still strong. If we really get a younger sister, I'll raise her. Raise her yourself? Chu Tianjiao cast a significant glance at Chu Mohan. The disdainful look in her eyes needed no further explanation. You have enough trouble managing yourself. Mother, you don't trust me. I'm actually very rich. Despite Chu Mohan's numerous explanations, everyone dismissed his words as mere chatter. Enough. Mohan, stop talking. Everyone is tired. Let them rest a bit. Do you think people don't know what you're like? Chu Tianjiao didn't give Mohan any face, closing her weary eyes right afterward. This period of time had been too stressful and mentally exhausting for her. She could feel the increased wrinkles on her face. Xin Yu touched her nose slightly, finding Chu Mohan rather amusing. At least he played the role of a dissolute person convincingly, deeply rooted in his demeanor. He claimed to be rich, a wealthy merchant, yet no one believed him, not even his biological parents. Believe me, all right. Once we arrive at Qingqing County, I'll give you 10 shops. Chu Mohan, sulking adorably, pouted and crossed his arms angrily. Qin Feng, who was driving the carriage, gave the horse another painful whip, visibly troubled. My lord, with this going on, our painstakingly accumulated wealth will soon be squandered entirely by you. You said you wanted to pretend to be a profligate youth, and now you've truly become one. Xin Yu rummaged through her sleeve and took out a pile of deeds. Did you see that? I've got more than enough shops. No need for you to offer me anything. If I accepted your favor, I wouldn't know when I'd ever be able to repay you. Shi Yu and Bao Yu saw the stack of deeds in the elder sister's hands and opened their small eyes wide. Sister, how come you have so many shop deeds? Does this mean we're about to make it big? Shi Yu excitedly rubbed the elder sister's arm. Dreaming of owning shops in the county was unimaginable for them. The elder sister held a whole stack of deeds. How much must that cost? Hundreds of taels of silver? Bao Yu couldn't believe it either, rubbing his eyes, his two front teeth nearly sticking out beyond the clouds. Sister, this looks like at least dozens of shop deeds, right? Yes, nearly 20 shops altogether. All of them taken from the bandits of Nine Dragon Mountain. After handling such a major matter, keeping so many shops is justified. Xin Yu adjusted the deeds and handed them to Bao Yu. You must hold on to these well for your elder sister. Once we arrive at Qingqing County without any incidents, we'll stay there for a while. Bao Yu slapped his cheeks hard upon receiving the deeds. Sister, this is real. Up until now, I still can't believe it. Are these deeds really ours? That's right. They most certainly are. Xin Yu gently rubbed Bao Yu's head with affection. In fact, these were only part of the land deeds taken from Nine Dragon Mountain and the prefect's residence, which even included numerous shops in the capital city. Young master, there's an inn up ahead. Shall we spend the night here? We definitely should stay? Or would you rather sleep in the wild fields? Stop the carriage. Whoa! Qin Feng immediately tightened the reins, causing Chu Mohan and Xin Yu to nearly fly out. Qin Feng, do you want to kill us? Chu Mohan's chest was tightly pressed against Xin Yu's back, catching whiffs of her faint lily fragrance that soothed his mood. The closer he got to Xin Yu, the more relaxed his tense nerves became. Despite scolding Qin Feng, he was enjoying this rare moment of happiness. Shinyu did not push Chu Mohan away. Instead, his warm chest gave her a sense of security. My apologies, young master. A wild rabbit suddenly darted out from ahead. Everyone, please get off the carriage quickly and go inside to rest. It's too cold at night. Spending the night outside could be fatal. Hearing the noise outside, the inn's assistant opened the door just a crack, coincidentally as Qin Feng peeked through the opening, their eyes meeting briefly in surprise. A ghost. Frightened, the assistant fell to the ground screaming like a banshee. Qin Feng opened the main door, and everyone rushed inside together. Stop yelling. What ghost? Don't bring bad luck so late at night. Book 5 rooms. We're staying here. Seeing shadows on the ground, the assistant calmed down slightly. Guests, next time you want to book a room, just knock and call out. Qingcheng County has been experiencing some ghostly activity recently. You nearly scared me to death. A ghost? Everyone frowned and sighed helplessly in their hearts. How come they barely survived the calamity in Qingtian province, and now they were already encountering another ghost? Chapter 86. Testing the results. What's this about a ghost? Can you give us more details? Seeing Shower's troubled look, Shinyu took out 10 coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. I'm not letting you talk for free. Go get us 2 jugs of good wine and 2 tables of good food. If your story is good, there will be a tip. Although the inn usually had many guests, few were as generous as Shinyu. He tightened the door latch a little and stood carefully in front of everyone. The ghostly happenings in Qingqing County have been going on for over a month. It's said that a red-dressed female ghost wanders around at night, targeting young women specifically. Brutal methods. She gouges out their nasal bones and cuts off their ears, scaring the surrounding people to not dare go outside at night. As Shower was talking, he glanced outside and just happened to see an eerie shadow by the window, startling him into shouting. There's a ghost by the window. Everyone turned back to look and was also startled. Whatever it was hung limply by the window, swaying like a wandering ghost. That's the blanket I hung outside. Don't scare yourself. Come over here and keep telling the story. Has anyone really seen this ghost? Is she beautiful? And how old is she? Shower crawled out from under the table with fear still trembling in his body. Master, why did you leave the blanket outside tonight? It nearly scared me to death. Most of those who saw the female ghost are dead. This ghost only has one preference. It only kills young women. As for her age, I'm not quite sure, but if you see her, you can ask her personally. Seeing Chu Mohan looking fierce, Shower grabbed the 10 coins on the table and went back to the counter, no longer paying attention to Shinyu and his group. As for ghosts and spirits, Shinyu didn't believe in them at all. We're a group, and we're not the type the female ghost targets, so we should be fine. Let's finish eating and rest. We'll visit Qingqing County tomorrow morning. Seeing Shower bringing them so much food, Chu Tianyi started regretting it a bit. So much on the table seemed like too much, and it would cost quite a bit of money. Given the silver they had, they might face a beating tonight. Little Jade, isn't this too much food? Shower, can this still be returned? It can't be returned now. Sir, these dishes can't be sold to other customers once they've been cooked. Do you actually not have money to pay? Shower's eyes became somewhat cruel. Their inn was on the edge of Qingqing County, where many passers-by tried to eat for free, so the boss had specially hired several toughs. But it's just a meal. What does it mean by not being able to afford? Don't worry, we'll definitely pay. By then, Shinyu also regretted a bit. He could feel that all the diners around them were looking at them. The others simply ordered a couple of cold dishes with a bowl of noodles, but Shinyu and his group ate like wealthy tycoons, obviously marked as rich. This is truly annoying. We've even attracted unwanted attention. There's a lot of work to do tonight. Shinyu shook his head helplessly, quickly finishing the meal, then took his parents to rest. After tidying up the room and seeing Shinyu still sitting beside the table, Shunin walked worriedly next to him, suspecting if there was any trouble. What's wrong, Jade? Why haven't you gone back to sleep yet? She pointed outside and crossed her fingers to signal something secretly. There's someone watching us outside. They may try to make a move soon. Bao Yu and Shiyu came closer and tightened their fists. Sister, don't you fight this time. Recently, Daddy and I learned some martial arts. Now's a great chance for you to see our progress. Looking at Bao Yu's expectant face, Shinyu smiled lightly and nodded. Through everything they had been through, Shinin and Bao Yu always stayed behind Shinyu, feeling guilty about needing protection instead of protecting their family. Sister, you trust me. In the future, I can help you too. Even when you're not around, I can protect Mother and Shiyu. Seeing Bao Yu's mature attitude, Shinyu felt comforted. Bao Yu indeed showed talent in martial arts. Once life became stable, Shinyu planned to find him a master to guide him carefully. Sister believes in you, but you're still young. Don't overexert yourself. Don't worry, sister. I know my limits. Just as these words were spoken, soft footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shinyu had already put out the oil lamp and waited quietly for these people to make their move. Brother, that girl lives in this room, right? A man with a black mask wearing a deep red robe embroidered with gold threads pointed at the room in front. Yes, it's this one. Make your move. Seeing the pipe poking through the paper window, Shiyu immediately blew directly into the pipe. The man wasn't expecting this, and all the smoke went straight into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. In an instant, the stupefying smoke was blowing out from his ears and mouth, all over. Waste. You're truly a waste. Not even knowing how to blow out some stupefying smoke. It's a good thing we wore face masks. Otherwise, you would have killed us all. The man kicked open the door only to be caught by surprise as a stool flew directly towards him, slamming him straight down to the floor below. Ouch. I'm dying of pain. Attack them. 3 or 5 burly men charged into the room wielding chopping knives. Shin Baoyu wasn't panicked at all as their attacks were easily dodged. With his right hand gripping a fist, Shannon sidestepped to avoid a slash, then delivered a punch to the hulking man's stomach. The man looked incredulously at his abdomen with disbelief before being struck on the neck again, rendering him unconscious as he fell onto the wooden floor. Your father's martial arts practice sure is fast. 3 punches and 2 kicks, and he has already brought this person down. Fan Yingxue held Shiyu with her eyes filled with amazement. Yeah, my dad does indeed have this talent. He must have practiced a lot in his free time. Now fighting against 3 or 4 common people shouldn't be a problem. All this benefited greatly from the spirit spring water Shinyu provided daily for dad and brother. With nearly every meal involving meat for proper nourishment, combined with regular training, it resulted in such rapid improvement. Bao wasn't tall enough to reach much above his opponent's chest level, but his movements were nimble. When this man swung his sword downward, Bao sidestepped and delivered a swift kick to the man's knee. Before the cry of pain faded, Bao threw another punch at his head. In just a moment, several men had been defeated soundly by Shun Un and Bao. By the time Chu Mohan and his group emerged, the fight was already over. Qin Feng, tie them all up. Send them to the magistrate's office tomorrow. How dare they commit robbery in broad daylight without any law and order? Are you hurt? Chu Mohan, full of worry, approached Shinyu and carefully examined her around. No worries, these petty bandits can't harm me. By the way, follow me for a moment. Shinyu pulled Chu Mohan's wrist toward her own room, where Chu Tianjiao, standing aside, could barely contain her giggles. Could it be that these 2 young ones had really started dating? Chapter 87. Shall I leave then? What's wrong, Chu Mohan was smiling as he poured a cup of tea for Shinyu. Seeing Shinyu close the door tightly, he knew she was about to ask about the 2 warehouses from earlier today. Today when I went out, I found 2 very large warehouses. One contained cattle and sheep while the other was full of white cloth. Are those things you've stored? If they are, I can leave them for you. If not, I'll take them all for myself. Besides probing with her words, she also used her ability to observe Chu Mohan's heartbeat to see if he was lying. Don't joke around like that. With my resources, building those 2 warehouses already cost me almost everything I have. I was planning on making a fortune, but it's also fine if you take them and use them to benefit the common people. I really don't know who left the cattle, sheep, and white cloth there. You truly don't know? Seeing his heartbeat didn't accelerate at all, Shinyu became somewhat doubtful and leaned forward slightly, staring seriously at him. Thump 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 thump. As soon as she finished speaking, an ear-splitting sound of a heartbeat thundered in her ears. This guy, he definitely tricked me again. Wait. Shinyu looked into Chu Mohan's eyes and felt something wasn't right. She then glanced down at herself. What are you looking at? Shinyu fastened her collar button and punched Chu Mohan. Cough cough. No intention, no intention. Don't be mad. I'm serious. I don't know anything about the warehouses you mentioned. Take everything you need. That way, I might get to eat your roasted lamb more often on the road. He wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth, thinking of Shun Yu's roast mutton, which made him forget everything else. Shin Yu looked at Chu Mohan with doubt. His heartbeat had stabilized again. Could it be that these warehouses really aren't his? She didn't know that in the previous life, Chu Mohan had been imprisoned and tortured in a cell for so long that he had cultivated the skill of keeping his heart as still as water. Even if someone thrust a sharp sword through his body now, he would still sit calmly and exchange pleasantries with Shin Yu. Seeing the doubts fading from Shun Yu's expression, Chu Mohan brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm leaving. It's getting late tonight. Rest well. Wait. Shin Yu bit her lips, her face, white and tender like egg white, tinged with a blush. If Qincheng County remains peaceful, I might bring my parents to live here, she said, glancing meaningfully at Chu Mohan. Chu Mohan's mind became slightly disordered. He died in the capital city back then. If he didn't go to the capital city, how would this conspiracy be unveiled? However, compared to Shin Yu, is this conspiracy even important? Maybe if I stayed far away from the capital city, this disaster wouldn't befall upon me. I must think this through carefully. Knowing that Chu Mohan might harbor some secrets unwilling to be revealed to others, Shin Yu didn't continue asking, but gently grabbed his collar next to him instead. Do you like me? Shin Yu suddenly spoke, stunning Chu Mohan as if struck by a heavy punch. His mind was filled with confusion, wavering as he struggled to find the words to answer. Is this something to hesitate over? Like is like, dislike is dislike. Like, Chu Mohan blurted out, gazing at Shun Yu's delicate pink lips under the dim light, along with her smile resembling peach blossoms, feeling unreal as though dreaming. Regarding the incident at Jiulong Mountain, I apologize to you. It was wrong of me to leave you with Song Tantan. Luckily, you weren't frozen or I would have regretted it my entire life. At that moment, Shin Yu's cheeks were flushed red, unlike her usual demeanor. In other words, she appeared somewhat charming. Chu Mohan was caught off guard for a moment. Why do I feel somewhat unaccustomed with you acting this way? What's unaccustomed about it? She yanked Chu Mohan's collar, pulling him into her embrace. A hint of anger surfaced beneath her normally sweet and innocent smile. I've adapted now, Shin Yu. Where has your usual unruly manner gone? When we first met, you weren't like this at all. Shin Yu placed her hand on his chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat. Cough cough. The first time we met, wasn't that just an act? How can this guy be so stubborn? Everything is so obvious. Doesn't she realize I like her too? Why does she have to force me to say it first? Before Chu Mohan could rise, Shin Yu firmly pinned him down. His thoughts were jumbled like porridge, unclear about what Shin Yu truly intended to do. Suddenly asking such strange questions and hugging him. Did she want to hear him declare his intention to stay in Qincheng County personally? I'll stay in Qincheng County. Hearing Chu Mohan's reply, Xinyu was almost ready to spit blood in frustration. Isn't it commonly known that when a woman pursues a man, it's just a thin layer of silk between them? Is this silk layer so thick? It's not like it's unbreakable steel. What I want to hear is not that. Try another sentence. My goodness. What does she mean? What she wants to hear isn't this. Then I'll leave. Xinyu's eyes twitched slightly, and her right hand formed into a fist. The crackling sound of bones made Chu Mohan feel like he would ascend to heaven in the next second. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to be with me? Chu Mohan froze in place. What's this? Of course I do. It's all I dream about. He stood up, excitement filling him as he gripped Xinyu's hands tightly. So you like me too? Xinyu's lips curved upward, revealing her pearly white teeth. Though you seem a bit disorganized normally, you're actually very devoted to my well-being. Rest assured. From now on, I will be even more devoted. Chu Mohan lightly pinched his thigh. There was pain, so it wasn't a dream. Don't pinch yourself. Are you afraid of me? How could I be? Xinyu took 2 new cotton coats and 2 roasted chickens from a basket beside the bed and placed them in Chu Mohan's hands. Take these home. Rest well, and tomorrow we'll go into the city and see if Qingqing County is suitable for settling down. All right, this matter is mine to handle. Looking at the roasted chicken in his hands, Chu Mohan felt a surge of joy. This was Yuer's way of caring for him. Take the roasted chicken and eat it. I have plenty here. Also, here is a 1,000-tael silver ticket. Take it just in case. Holding the silver ticket in his hand, Chu Mohan couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Xinyu looked at him curiously. I feel like I'm living off you. That can't be. I must also give you a present. Chu Mohan's lips curved into a mysterious smile. What kind of present? Before Xinyu could fully react, Chu Mohan leaned in and kissed her. The moonlight streamed gently through the window paper into the room, scattering light over the dark blue long shirt lying scattered on the floor, casting an unusual brilliance. After a long while, the sound of the door closing broke the silence, ending a tiring day. Chu Mohan returned to his room, still smiling. You can trust me. In the future, I will always be sincere to you and protect you from worry forever. Chapter 88, A Sneeze's Bond. This night, everyone slept particularly soundly. The surrounding snow slowly melted, and the quilt they had covered themselves with last night felt thicker this morning. All the snow has melted. The weather changes so quickly. Qin Feng was crouched by the window looking around, and there wasn't a trace of snow left in the entire forest. Upon hearing this, Chu Mohan, who had been sleeping soundly, immediately jumped out of bed. Get out of the way. Pushed rudely aside by Chu Mohan, Qin Feng stared at his young master in disbelief. The young master would never have acted this way toward me, no matter how angry he got. Alas, it seems I've become wearisome to him since Miss Xinyu came along. Even my words seem like an extra burden to him. Qin Feng leaned against the edge of the chair with tears shining in his eyes, resembling a neglected little bride. Quickly, get out of my sight. Great heat is coming soon. Pack our things. We're preparing to go to Qingqing County. Qin Feng paused for a moment, then said, Understood, young master. Downstairs, everyone had already packed their belongings and shed their thick cotton coats. This heavy snow comes and goes just as quickly. Don't think it won't be too hot. Beware of unbuttoning your clothes and catching a chill. In these chaotic times, medicinal herbs are as valuable as gold. We can't afford them. Chu Tianyi, like an old father, gave some warnings to everyone. Chu Mohan frowned deeply and pulled Xinyu's hand into a corner. What's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Is something big about to happen? Xinyu wore a white gown embroidered with apricot flowers today and carried a pale green fu-lu embroidered cloud shoulder, making her appear pure yet elegant, much like the first flower blooming in spring. A new heat disaster will come soon. These calamities have sped up quite a bit, and this one will be more severe than those from the previous lifetime. Worried, Chu Mohan looked out the window where the frozen and curled leaves now unfolded lush green, a sign of fleeting warmth before the upcoming heat disaster. Xinyu was born during hard times and had grown accustomed to such disasters, especially having some cooling traditional Chinese medicine in her space ring. Don't worry, face the soldiers with generals and block water with soil. Everything will turn out fine. Looking at Xinyu's warm and sweet smile, Chu Mohan's emotions also stabilized. At the entrance, Chu Tianjiao grinned widely, watching her son develop a close relationship with Xinyu. She was thrilled inside. Husband, look, you and our Mohan finally have some progress. They've gone to the corner to whisper privately. My heart feels so relieved. Chu Tianyi's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, the warming weather was certainly a reason to be happy. Let's go? We should set off. Isn't there supposed to be a ghost haunting Qingqing County? We'd better leave as soon as possible. Moments later, the carriage disappeared quickly. Shadowy black figures flitted through the nearby woods. Send the signal. That annoying guy is heading towards Qingqing County. Yes. A plume of black smoke rose on the spot, resembling a black dragon ascending into the sky. Inside the magistrate's office in Qingqing County, a group of people walked back and forth nervously. How about it, master? Will that girl definitely pass through our Qingqing County? The man speaking was none other than the county magistrate Bai Luo. Sweat drenched his forehead as he anxiously stared at the Taoist in front of him, who wore a religious robe. It appears inevitable. She's already on her way. She should reach the city gate within an hour. County magistrate Bai, you'd better make your plans early. Terrified, the magistrate turned pale. If not for the support of his secretary behind him, he might have fallen straight onto the ground. There's truly no escape. Why does this person have to cross through our Qingqing County? Aren't all the silver taels I've saved going to end up in her hands? Despair filled the county magistrate, prompting an urgent inquiry. Master, how can we avoid this calamity? These are my lifelines. I've sacrificed so much for the common folk of Qingqing County. It's all mine by right. Gripping the Taoist's sleeve tightly, the county magistrate seemed ready to kneel down before him. There was a hint of joy in the Taoist's narrowed eyes. This was already the third victim he successfully conned. What great business. So profitable with minimal investment. The previous two rich merchants had given him 50 taels of silver without hesitation. This was far easier and faster money-making compared to his daily swindling. And without worrying about being beaten up, he flexed his fingers, twirled his mustache, and arrogantly glanced at the distant black smoke. There is a method, but it depends on the sincerity of county magistrate. Hurry, bring out the payment. Hearing this, the servant stepped forward carrying a small dish covered with red cloth. At the sight of it, the Taoist's expression instantly turned cold. So small? Could it be only 10 taels of silver? For such a big county magistrate to act so stingy. Disdainfully lifting the red cloth, the sight of 2 finger-length ingots of gold almost blinded him. Gold ingots. They're gold ingots. The Taoist struggled to contain his joy and forced a calm expression despite having seen many grand occasions. However, he'd never come across gold like this. In chaotic times, gold and silver are the hard currency, and this gold is several times more precious than silver. Master, how about this display of sincerity? County magistrate indeed deserves praise for being so generous and caring for the people. Truly noble. Since you've shown such trust, I will no longer withhold my methods. With that, he lightly waved the Bodhi branch in his hand, mumbling incomprehensible incantations before taking out a talisman and lighting it on the oil lamp. County magistrate, I have ignited this evil-repelling talisman for you. All you need to do next is move the things in your original warehouse to a more hidden place. As long as you don't speak up, there's no way she can find them. Bai Luo tightly gripped the Taoist's arm, looking deeply relieved. Thank you, master. Your great kindness cannot be repaid. If any difficulties arise in the mortal world, please feel free to reach out to me. The magistrate speaks too highly. Time is limited, so you should act immediately. I must rush off to help the next person. I cannot stay longer here. Everyone, even the disciples wearing Taoist robes behind him were shocked. You blurted that at just the right moment. Cough, cough. I must hurry to the next family. The journey is far, so I won't linger further. The Taoist swallowed hard, ready to bolt at any moment. There's no problem. I probably misheard earlier. How could master deceive me when he knows their route? Moreover, Han Yuan has been my friend for years and would not recommend anyone untrustworthy. Indeed, the county magistrate truly possesses keen insight. This old man admires you deeply. The clerk was speechless, finding these Taoists mere swindlers who came to eat and drink freely, but the county magistrate actually went ahead and covered for them. Truly a remarkable individual. Clerk, don't waste time. Take some people to the warehouse and move everything now. We absolutely cannot let that troublesome woman empty everything out. Yes. Inside the carriage, Shun Yu sneezed loudly. Who's thinking about me? Such a big sneeze. As she spoke, a faint white light flashed around her, and she faintly sensed someone in Qingcheng County muttering her name. Chapter 89, Enhancement of Abilities. What's going on? Is there someone familiar in this county that I know? Why can I feel someone calling out to me deep inside? Shin Yu suddenly realized something. During the apocalypse, the abilities of a select few might enhance. Not only would their abilities grow stronger, but they might also gain new ones. For instance, summoning ability. Originally requiring incantations to summon large snakes or fierce tigers. After enhancement, the ability completely transforms, allowing instantaneous summons with much stronger creatures compared to before. Could my healing abilities have evolved? Shin Yu found it hard to believe as she checked her internal organs. By concentrating her thoughts, she unexpectedly added a golden barrier around her heart. This barrier appeared very resilient, perhaps even impervious to her specially made crossbow arrows. Too incredible. How did my abilities spontaneously advance without any reason? Didn't they say during the apocalypse that advancement required both strength and good fortune? Was it last night? Recalling the intimate conversation she had last night with Chu Moan, it seemed there was a certain mysterious sensation at the time. Could it really be because of that? Shin Yu blushed, pinching her delicate cheeks, her earlobes turning red. What's wrong with you, Air? Why is her face so red all of a sudden? Did she catch a chill? Shin Yu? Chu Mohan didn't speak, yet why was his voice in her mind? Before Shin Yu could understand, Chu Mohan's worried gaze fell on her. You, Air, what's wrong? Did you catch a chill? Shin Yu? No, nothing. Perhaps today's clothing is a bit too thick. It's warm now, so I'm feeling a bit hot. Could I have developed telepathy? Shin Yu couldn't believe it, glancing back at Qin Feng driving the carriage outside. I wonder how the young master's business in Qingqing County is doing. After we arrive, I must check it personally. The responsible person for Qingqing County is still under observation, so nothing untoward must happen. At this point, Shin Yu confirmed it. She really could read minds. And when Chu Mohan showed concern earlier, she felt someone nearby missing her. Careful observation revealed a thumb-sized glowing orb hovering above Chu Mohan's crown. Young master, we're about to arrive at Qingqing County. Let me find a suitable inn soon. Inquire discreetly about that female ghost too. Yes. Upon reaching Qingqing County, Shin Yu felt a few pairs of eyes watching her from afar. Could it be that I have an enemy here in Qingqing County? Nah, it can't be. She carefully scanned the area but didn't recognize anyone. Listen, Cloud Tower. This restaurant looks great. Let's stay here. As Chu Tiany's son was about to step inside, his father yanked him back out. Son, with a location this good and such fine decoration inside, this place must cost a fortune. We're broke right now and need to save up, do you understand? In the next moment, Chu Tianyi dragged Chu Mohan over to the neighboring inn. Its entrance could only fit 2 people side by side, and the interior looked extremely dim. The innkeeper saw customers and hurriedly approached them. Sir, would you like to dine or stay for the night? To stay for the night. All right then, this way please. We have excellent rooms upstairs, which are just enough for all of you. The innkeeper greeted them with a broad smile. This inn hadn't seen any guests for a long time, and there were clearly visible spider webs all around the room. Dad, this inn is too rundown. We should have stayed at Listen Cloud Pavilion. Chu Tianyi immediately gave his son a flick on the forehead. That restaurant is so expensive, and we've been eating and staying at the Shun family's expense these past days. Don't you feel ashamed? You brat. With no other choice, Chu Mohan agreed to stay at the Tongfu Inn in order not to expose their identity. The early risers outside noticed the group enter the Tongfu Inn and whispered amongst themselves. Phew, looks like outsiders don't know any better. Who dare stay at the Tongfu Inn? It's basically signing your death warrant, a man said before stuffing a wonton into his mouth. Exactly. 3 young women have already died there. Yet these folks go ahead anyway, and they're even dragging such a beautiful girl along. What a pity. At that very moment, Qin Feng happened to finish tying up the carriage nearby, and hearing their conversation, he sat down next to them. Hey brother, what did you just say? When they realized Qin Feng was eavesdropping, they hastily shoved the last of their soup noodles into their mouths and fled. We didn't say anything. Stay away from us, or we'll report you to the authorities. Qin Feng could only let out a helpless chuckle. What did those guys mean? Was he really that terrifying? His face wasn't exactly handsome, but he certainly didn't deserve being treated like dirt. Not wanting to dwell on it, he bypassed a few narrow, dark alleys and arrived at a courtyard. Back at the restaurant, Chu Mohan was in his room looking out onto the street below. Crowds passed by on the bustling road. People queued up at every vendor's stall except outside the Tongfu Inn where not a soul lingered. How strange. Why does nobody want to come near the Tongfu Inn? Is there something sinister about it? Xinyu finished organizing her room when she caught a faint smell of blood. This was blood that had been cleaned up. Its scent was extremely faint, nearly imperceptible to normal people, but Xinyu wasn't one of them. In this room, someone had died. Perhaps more than one person. Knock, 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 came an urgent tapping at the door. Are you inside? Yes. Why don't we take a walk downtown and look for some nice food around here? Seeing Xinyu nod, Chu Mohan took her delicate hand and walked to the market street. Over there's Yanchun noodles. I'd love to try some. Sure. Chu Mohan ordered 2 bowls of Yanchun noodles and also bought 2 chicken legs from a nearby stall. But upon returning, everyone around the stall had left, leaving the bowls of noodles untouched on the table. Big brother, maybe you and your wife should leave. Our little stall can't handle such trouble. The vendor looked worried, as if ready to kneel down before them. Upon seeing this, Chu Mohan felt confused and began to lose his temper. What do you mean? We came to support your business, but instead you drive us away before the meal is ready? That's not how business is done. The vendor also felt aggrieved. He admitted fault, blaming himself for failing to recognize that the two were foolish enough to check into the infamous Tongfu Inn. Sir, forgive me, but it's because you stayed at an inn you shouldn't have. Tongfu is far from ordinary. There's a female ghost who killed 3 blossoming young ladies there. Everyone is scared. Chu Mohan. So the inn does have problems. Now it makes sense why everyone avoids it. Come on let's switch to another inn. I told you I got chills down my spine the moment we entered. What bad luck. Don't bother switching. We've already paid. Might as well stay here for now. Seeing that Shunyu wasn't joking, Chu Mohan swallowed his words. Chapter 90. The Origins of the Female Ghost. Shunyu also knew that living in this house might not be a good idea. However, if she wanted to settle down in Qingqing County, she had to resolve this most pressing trouble first. That female ghost had killed 3 young girls in this inn. There was definitely some intention behind it. And this place was also closest to the truth. If that female ghost truly didn't have the sense to avoid her and found her instead, then let her unravel this mystery. After finishing their noodles, the two wandered around Qingqing County for a bit. Most people looked at them as if they were ghosts. Some young women even screamed in fright when they saw Xinyu and ran hastily into an alley. These people are truly ridiculous. Do they know that the #1 wastrel of the Qing dynasty has arrived? To think they would be scared like this. Chu Mohan pressed his lips together and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xinyu tightly gripped his hand. That's enough. Stop trying to comfort me. I know they're afraid of me. It doesn't matter. People are all like this. Knowing how to seek advantage and avoid harm means their brains haven't rotted yet. Where could Qin Feng have gone? He was supposed to buy some food. Why is he so slow? Chu Mohan anxiously wanted to know what exactly had happened at the Tongfu and that made the surrounding citizens hate them so much. Master. Qin Feng rushed over holding a bag of buns in a fluster. You're finally here. How did you handle the task I gave you? Chu Mohan's gaze was sharp and piercing, used to others' disdainful gazes, but unwilling for Xinyu to also endure such silent discrimination. I've investigated thoroughly. In an ancient and tranquil tea house, the three huddled together. Xinyu was casually cracking sunflower seeds and appreciating the opera performance on stage. Stop drinking tea. Speak quickly. What exactly happened? Qin Feng set down his teacup, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and whispered, Master, there's something you don't know. In the room where Miss Xinyu stays, 3 young girls were killed by the female ghost. They died terribly. He paused for a moment before taking another sip of tea, apparently calming himself. All 3 women were killed the same way. Their limbs were bound, and their veins were cut open, blood everywhere. Even their eyes were gouged out. It was cruel. Chu Mohan also felt incredulous. This was undoubtedly done by someone. Who knows who would resort to such cruelty and harm so many innocent young women? Have you managed to figure out the origins of this female ghost? Qin Feng awkwardly rubbed his brows. I've only found a little, questioned quite a few people. Either they said they don't know or they refused to talk. The female ghost supposedly appeared suddenly one day in Qingqing County, wearing a red robe, searching everywhere, saying her husband was in Qingqing County. She stayed at the Tongfu Inn at the time. She searched for about 10 days and still couldn't find her husband's whereabouts. Everyone said her husband had abandoned her. The next morning, after the sun had risen high, this woman still hadn't left her room, so the innkeeper came up to knock on the door. After knocking for half an incense stick's worth of time with no response, the innkeeper opened the door. The final conclusion was that she had poisoned herself. Chu Mohan stood up, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and paced back and forth. It's absolutely impossible. If this woman died because of this, then she should have been killing men. Why harm young women? They say she saw her husband marry another young concubine. So in anger, she died because of it. Xin Yu calmly addressed Qin Feng. Who said that? Did he witness it personally? And where is the husband now? Qin Feng shook his head. I don't know, we've only uncovered this much. At a nearby table, a man dressed in brown linen clothing glanced lightly at Shun Yu's group and quickly turned away. Tomorrow, continue your investigation. Find out all the details. Yes, master. With the matter unresolved, the three lost interest in the opera, finished eating the buns, and returned to the Tongfu Inn. Inside the county office, a group of constables and servants from the county estate finally managed to move the county magistrate's precious items to a new hiding spot. Today, everyone worked hard. Constable Wong, here's 10 taels of silver. Take everyone for a good meal. Having resolved the headache of his heart's desire, Bai Luo took a rare, deep breath and became more generous. Thank you, sir. Your generosity is remarkable. Hee. Back in his room, Bai Luo hurriedly lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner. Watching the slowly ascending white smoke, his heart eased a bit. Sir, I heard today that several refugees came from afar and checked into the Tongfu Inn. They're asking around about the female ghost. Should we? The advisor gestured as though cutting his neck, but Bai Luo furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. Not necessary. The body's already burned. Let them investigate, it doesn't matter. Solving this case will do us all a favor. Exactly who's playing these tricks and making such nonsense? Since this matter surfaced, the constables have been patrolling every day, but they haven't even caught a glimpse of a ghost. By the way, did that Taoist leave? Indeed, master, he left. A flicker of smile appeared on Bai Luo's face as he prepared to go back to his room to sleep. When he reached the threshold, he thought of something again. Master, please remind everyone to guard the inside and outside of the county office well during this period. No one is allowed to report anything to the authorities. We'll deal with it after this ghostly judge leaves. Yes, master. Creak. Bai Luo gently pushed open the door to the concubine's room. As soon as he entered, he took off his outer robe and smirked mischievously. My little beauty, I'm worn out today. Come out and let me spoil you a bit. Dad. At the sight of his daughter walking out of the room, Bai Luo hurriedly put his outer robe back on. His brows furrowed high, and he looked quite troubled. Jinger, why are you in this room? He sighed and sat awkwardly on a chair, looking embarrassed. What's wrong? After taking another concubine, am I no longer your daughter now? Did I bother you by being here? Do you hate me? If so, then I'll leave. Words poured out from Bai Jing like a machine gun, each word hitting deeply in Bai Luo's heart. Stop. Bai Jing was overjoyed, but she still pretended to be upset and turned around. Daddy doesn't love me anymore. You think I'm extra baggage, so why call me back? Just let me leave. Let me bash my head against the pillar outside until I die. As she spoke, large tears started falling from her eyes, plopping down one after another. All right already. Stop crying and just tell me what you want quickly. How could Bai Luo not know his daughter's tricks? All this performance meant that she must have encountered something she wanted. Otherwise, she wouldn't open her mouth easily. She quickly switched from sadness to joy and softly leaned forward onto Bai Luo, lightly pounding his thigh. Dad, have you heard about it yet? The Prime Minister's nephew. That Chu Mohan has arrived in our Qingqing County. Her big eyes blinked innocently. It was clear as day that she had set her sights on this Chu Mohan. So what? What does that have to do with you? Don't even think about it. This guy is more womanizer than even your father. Besides, how can our family possibly match up with someone of his status? Though Bai Luo said these words, the upward curl at the corner of his lips betrayed his true thoughts. Chapter 91, Bai Jing. Bai Luo naturally wanted to build a relationship with the Prime Minister. But at this moment, the judge was about to arrive. He did not want to get into any trouble at such a critical time. Seeing her father's lips curl up slightly before returning to normal, Bai Jing tightly gripped her father's hand. Father, you only have me as your daughter. Don't you want me to marry into a good family? He is the nephew of the Prime Minister. His future is limitless. If I can marry him, won't your latter days of achieving higher rank just depend on a single word from me? Bai Jing often associated with some courtesans and rich young ladies who liked to play. So naturally, she could masterfully display an alluring tone and manner. Father, how could you not understand this principle? This is a rare and wonderful opportunity. She gently swung her father's arm. Bai Luo had precisely the same thought in mind. After some pulling and pushing, he finally decided to boldly give it a try. All right. Speak up. How do you want me to help you? Seeing her father agree, she quickly served a cup of hot tea, squatting on the ground, and continued to massage Bai Luo's legs. Father, actually it's quite simple. You just need to send someone to bring him back. I will figure out a way to make the done deed irreversible. By then, even if they want to back out, there will be no way for them. Bai Jing lowered her eyebrows and laughed softly. Bai Luo then sprayed out a mouthful of tea. What nonsense are you talking? Do you not know that Chu Mohan is a reckless rogue? Can he be bound by a mere child? You are completely absurd. No, your poor strategy will ruin our entire Bai family. Bai Luo fiercely slapped the table. This daughter of his, truly pitifully foolish, she ignited his desire for power within his heart, then doused it with cold water herself. Bai Jing sat aside worried. Her little mouth pouted like a duck. Actually, she didn't really like Chu Mohan. It was when a few sisters gathered together, one of them took out Chu Mohan's portrait. At first sight, Bai Jing was captivated by his heavenly appearance, and upon hearing that he was the nephew of the prime minister, her heart raced even more. Having played around in Qingqing County for so many years, she actually felt a bit tired. It was time to find someone to marry, enjoy the pleasure of being a housewife, and, at the same time, let her former sisters admire her one last time. Just as Bai Jing was about to speak and give up, Bai Luo waved his hand with a face full of helplessness. Well, since I am your father, I'll help you one last time. Have the secretary devise a plan that satisfies both sides. Go back to your room first. Don't show yourself publicly recently. Really, father, you're really willing to help me. Upon receiving a definite answer, Bai Jing jumped up and dashed out, just like a child who hasn't fully grown up yet. This daughter seems pretty cunning, but she's actually stupid. How did I end up with such a daughter? Though Bai Luo complained outwardly, deep inside he was rather gratified. At least his daughter still thought of him regarding her marriage. As evening fell, the streets were brightly lit with flickering lights occasionally hitting an old, shabby attic. A pair of eerie eyes inside the attic were fixated on Tung Fu Inn. Buns, wontons, noodles. Don't miss out as you pass by. The waiters downstairs shouted vigorously, but the passers-by rushed along without anyone stopping to eat a hot meal at the shop. Zhang Fan, aren't you closing your stall? Look, the moon is almost setting. Aren't you afraid the female ghost will come after you? A nearby hawker selling candied fruit teased while closing his stall. Fear what? She doesn't prefer men anyway. If she comes for me, that would be great. Maybe I can score myself a free bride. Huh. TSK. Looks like you've got a strong destiny line. Who dares to say things like this? The vendor turned around and saw that it was the same two people from earlier in the morning, and he immediately wanted to close his stall. Just as Chu Mohan and Xinyu prepared to sit down, the vendor quickly ran over and picked up the chairs. Not this again, gentlemen. Please don't ruin my life. Since the two of you arrived this morning, I haven't had any business all day. The waiter moaned with despair, almost kneeling down to the two. Chu Mohan sighed, clapped his hand fan, and then took out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve. Since that's the case, I'll go bother someone else. I originally thought since you're having a tough time, I'd buy a dozen bowls of noodles to support your business, but now I see there's no point. The two turned to leave, and the vendor hurriedly walked forward to apologize. Don't misunderstand, sir. You look like a generous man with great bearing. Please don't argue with a petty person like me. I'll cook the noodles right away. Wait for us, please. This vendor's name was Wang Er. He had lived a bitter life since childhood. Only after his mother started this noodle stand did their life improve slightly, but not by much. Since his mother passed away 2 years ago, Wang Er realized how hard life was. All the money he had saved up wasn't even enough to buy a few doses of medicine for her. Only then did he understand what living truly meant. This kind of life belonged to the rich. People like them could only silently work and make money, never daring to stop even for a day, or else they couldn't even afford medical care. Not a single decent doctor existed in this county either, charging well over 100 coins per dose of medicine. Who could afford that? All right then, hurry up and get it done. Coming right up. Happy, Wang Er started kneading the dough as Chu Mohan strolled over and placed the silver on the table. Take this silver and make me 15 bowls of noodles and add a bowl of wontons. But sir, that's too much money. Wang Er was perplexed. The 2 taels of silver would be impossible for him to exchange. All yours. Consider it compensation for today's disrupted business. How about that? Isn't your lordship generous? Chu Mohan leaned against the table, smugly fanning himself with the fan. Just as the vendor was about to mix water with the white flour, the wind from Chu Mohan's fan scattered the flour everywhere. Cough, cough. Master, go wait somewhere else. The noodles will be ready soon. I'll find someone to exchange the money for you later. No need, keep the money. I actually have a few more questions for you. The stall was closer to the Lai Fu Inn, so Chu Mohan assumed the vendor might know something useful. With an expression full of resignation, the vendor raised his head. He just knew Chu Mohan didn't come here for any good reason. Big brother, you're not asking about the female ghost, are you? Honestly, I don't know anything at all. Huh, just moments ago who said if the female ghost came, he'd take her home as a wife. Now suddenly he claims he doesn't know anything. Seeing Wang Er shaking with fear, Xinyu walked over with a bitter smile. Never mind, don't bother him anymore. He probably really doesn't know anything. The vendor held on to the 2 taels of silver, feeling a bit guilty for not offering any information. Gentlemen, this incident happened at Lai Fu Inn. If you have questions, why not ask their staff or the innkeeper instead of us outsiders? They'd surely know better than we do. Both nodded, finding it reasonable. Once the Yangchun noodles were ready, they returned upstairs to their room. In a dilapidated old attic, a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently on Xinyu. What's going on? I always feel weird, like someone is staring at me. Xinyu glanced around behind him, but saw nothing. Chapter 92. The abnormal behavior of the innkeeper. Yuer, are you too nervous? Who would be staring at you in the middle of the night? He had barely finished speaking when Chu Mohan's nerves became taut. After all, Yue wasn't an ordinary person. If she could feel someone watching her, the Tongfu Inn, a young woman, could it be that this person is about to make a move on Yue? Looking for death, Chu Emohan emitted an unprecedented aura of a king, even scaring Shenyu. How could he? Shenyu quickly used her abilities to check the red flowers inside him, and indeed, they were shining fiercely. She grabbed Chu Emohan and pulled him into the inn, with a look of deep affection tinged with a bit of loss. You don't act so fierce. If the female ghost gets scared and doesn't come, we'd have wasted our time. Shenyu wasn't really blaming Chu Emohan. She knew he was worried about her, fearing that the ghost might target her. Yue, do you have a plan? Chu Emohan forced himself to suppress his anger and handed over the Yanchun noodles to Qin Feng. Not yet, but as long as she shows up, I'll definitely catch her. It wasn't that Shenyu was arrogant, but she did have the capability. There were still many doses of anesthesia in her storage space. Even if a few tigers suddenly appeared in front of her now, she could handle them with ease. The Yanchun noodles were placed on a dimly lit table, and everyone knew that 3 people had died in this tavern. Their faces turned somewhat somber, especially Chu Tian-yi, who felt guilty toward everyone. Emohan, come here. Seeing his father's embarrassed expression, Chu Emohan walked over with interest and struck his shoulder lightly with a folding fan. What's wrong, father? Why such an expression? Just say what you have to say. Alas, Chu Tian-yi's previously upright back instantly bent, making him appear much older. It's my fault for being too stubborn. I should have listened to you. We should have gone to that what pavilion. After saying this, he took out some silver coins and placed them in Chu Emohan's hands. Though reluctant, he acted decisively. This money was meant for buying rice and flour by Chu Tianjiao. Now he had to take it out to pay for his own mistake, feeling somewhat ashamed. Father, why put yourself through this? This inn is fine. At least it provides shelter from wind and rain. We've stayed in forests and grasslands before. Surely we won't complain about this place. Hearing this, the innkeeper nodded in agreement and approached. This gentleman makes a good point. Moreover, our inn has reasonable and fair prices. If you go elsewhere, you'd probably spend several times more. With that, he pulled out 2 dishes of peanut seeds from behind and handed them to Chu Emohan. Master, thank you for understanding our situation. Business is tough. These are my gifts to you. Please accept them kindly. Just as the innkeeper prepared to leave, Chu Emohan pulled his hand and made him sit opposite Shenyu. Innkeeper, don't rush off just yet. Let's chat a bit. We went around the county today, and no one wanted anything to do with us. Could it be related to the issue with the female ghost? Chu Emohan's opening remark was like a bombshell, nearly taking the innkeeper's breath away. Cough, cough. Master, you're asking for my life here. I want nothing to do with that female ghost. She's nearly killed me. My inn is almost closing down. Don't torment me. As the innkeeper spoke, big tears rolled down his cheeks, looking as though he had suffered great injustice. Innkeeper, stop crying. Any issue must be resolved eventually, right? Don't you wish your inn could come back to life? Don't you want to know why this female ghost is fixated on those young girls? Seeing the innkeeper dare not lift his head, Shenyu's voice darkened and her eyes turned sharp. The innkeeper was definitely hiding something. Could there be some hidden truth regarding the ghost? If you truly know something, why not tell us? This man next to you is the nephew of the Prime Minister. And this gentleman, he's the magistrate of Huangyue County, who cares deeply for his people and performs good deeds. If you don't believe us, feel free to ask around. The innkeeper scrutinized everyone carefully. Chu Tian-yi was still wearing official robes, which greatly increased credibility. Looking at Shenyu, Chu Emohan, and Chu Tianjiao's luxurious clothes and appearance, they seemed quite authentic. Besides, he had heard rumors that the Prime Minister's nephew would soon arrive in Qingqing County. Could this person in front of him be that very individual? Auntie, please don't torment me. I truly know nothing. Matters of eating and lodging, I understand well enough. But if you're investigating a case, you should inquire with the authorities. Those constables and magistrates know far better than I do. With that, the innkeeper scurried into the backyard, leaving behind a melancholy silhouette. To comfort their elder sister's disappointment, Bao Yu and Shiyu approached her. One massaged her back, and the other brought her tea. Sister, since this innkeeper doesn't want to talk, we do have plan B. Oh, you have a plan B. Shinyu smiled in surprise. What tricks did these 2 little rascals have up their sleeves? Hee, here's the plan for tomorrow. We'll slip out early, wearing those rags we had when we left home, and head to the theaters and tea houses to inquire. Surely, someone will know something. Yes, elder sister, they all recognize you, but not necessarily us. Shiyu pouted her lips, looking quite mischievous and adorable. Shinyu smiled and pinched both of their cheeks. Sister has an even more important task for you too. What is it? The 2 opened their big, watery eyes in excitement as they looked at their elder sister. Didn't sister give you a stack of deeds yesterday? There are specific addresses on them. After you investigate tomorrow, go collect the rent. Be smart and don't get tricked. Shinyu pinched their noses affectionately. She was very fond of these 2 younger brothers and hoped they would learn some skills so that when they start their own families, they could be relied upon. Sister, should we really go collect the deeds? What if we get kicked out? Bao Yu joked. How could that happen? At this moment, Grandmother Shun, who had been eavesdropping, finally caught some of the conversation. Seeing that Bao Yu and Shiyu seemed somewhat timid, she approached with a kind smile. You 2 won't manage alone, so Grandma will help you collect the rent. Boys must be brave. And since we have the deeds to the estate, there's nothing to fear. Grandma Shun acted as though she were one of the family. However, after Bao Yu and Shiyu coldly huffed and moved far away from her. Back then, how much she had looked down on their family. Now that they had the deeds, she wanted to jump on board. Oh, why are you acting so distant now? Grandma admits she was wrong before. Now I've come to my senses. Seeing Grandma Shen shamelessly admitting her mistake, Xinyu lost her patience first. Madam Shun, do you still have any sense of shame? We already signed that severance letter, and now you dare call yourself Grandma. Exactly. When you drove us out of the house with 3 sweet potatoes, you didn't say such things. Everyone's words rained down on Madam Shun like droplets, rapid and frequent, but they caused little harm. Madam Shen followed a single principle. A person without shame is unbeatable in the world. How could she? The innkeeper's behavior suddenly struck everyone as strange. Chapter 93, Secrets Behind the Scenes. No matter how much everyone cursed, Old Lady Shun remained unperturbed. 1,000 words, and I cannot hear them. Let winds come from all directions. You've forgotten her completely. Innkeeper, we're not paying for her lodging. Let her work to pay off her debt. After that, Xinyu took his parents upstairs, leaving Old Lady Shen standing dumbfounded on the first floor. What does this mean? I just wanted to help them collect their debts, but instead I've brought about a calamity. How could they not even pay for my room? All right, stop standing there dazed. Take it. The inn boy irritably handed her a handkerchief, then shut the door, blew out the oil lamp, and went to sleep. You want me to clean the tables, but you don't even leave the light on. You people are going to be punished by heaven. Do you know that? In the dim little room, came the voice of the inn boy, heavy with drowsiness. Stop talking nonsense, and start cleaning. There are still plenty of bowls, chopsticks, and plates in the kitchen. If you don't finish today, you won't have breakfast tomorrow. Old Lady Shen angrily kicked the chair hard, which bumped into the table nearby, injuring her nose. I'm so unfortunate. Am I, the smartest old woman in the world, really being taught a lesson by you people? Humph. Just wait and see what happens tomorrow. Ouch. Without noticing, she tripped again, but this didn't dampen her spirit at all. In the middle of the night, a dark cloud covered the sky, moonlight vanished, and the entire yard plunged into darkness like an abyss. A figure silently slipped out of the Lai Fu Inn, looking around before entering a dilapidated house. Swoosh. A sharp knife swished through the air, indicating that the person was an expert with knives. It's me. The man could feel the icy thread against his neck vanish. The clouds in the sky parted, and slivers of moonlight filtered through the broken cracks in the room. 2 men dressed in black sat at the table. For now, we cannot move against that woman. Why? Don't you want to avenge Yunyan? The man's voice was deep, but anger could clearly be heard within his words. Avenge? We certainly will. Yunyan is not only your fiancé, but also the only family member I have left in this world. As he spoke, tears rolled down from the corner of his eyes, dropping onto the table surface. Yang Qing sighed softly. Go ahead. Tell me your new plan. Today, the nephew of the Prime Minister is staying at the inn. I believe they have intentions of investigating this matter. They might really help us clear our wrongful charges. Yang Qing tightly clenched the peach blossom handkerchief in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead as he whispered harshly. Do you still trust these corrupt officials? Officials protect each other. We wouldn't win no matter what you do. Do you understand? I think these children are different from the menfolk. I can sense righteousness in them. Also, the magistrate of Huangyue County, after checking into him, he's indeed a very honest official. During his term, he has never once mishandled a wrongful conviction case. Yang Qing was still unconvinced. He had no positive feelings toward any official. Well, fine. Tomorrow, I'll sneak into the magistrate's residence and kill that dog of an official. His eyes were bloodshot, his speech colder than a blade of steel. Don't act rashly. Didn't you promise me that you would live well for Yunyan? We have plenty of time. We can endure and wear them down. The man pressed Yang Qing back onto the stool as the moonlight shone on his face, revealing a resolute look that made Yang Qing choose to trust him once more. All right, I'll trust you one more time. If this doesn't work, I will die trying and take that dog official with me. The man stopped trying to dissuade him, understanding the bond between Yang Qing and Yunyan in his heart, feeling the pain deeply himself. He and Yunyan grew up together as childhood sweethearts, but ultimately ended up separated by fate. Yang Qing also hailed from an ordinary family, but since he trained in martial arts from a young age, he developed great skills. Yunyan's father was a gambling addict who lost everything sellable in the house at the gambling den, including her. Her mother had been driven to an early death by this useless husband. At 13 years old, the gambling den people came to the house, intending to sell her to a brothel. This girl has a good build. Her skin is fair, and her looks exquisite, truly a rare find. Selling her to the brothel should fetch quite a sum of money. The gambling den boss scrutinized her carefully and gave a very high evaluation, but received only one answer from her father. If she can fetch a big price, can't you give me some extra silver? Tonight, I'm sure I can win it all back. Watching her father's deeply sunken, almost crazy eyes, Yunyan shed tears for the first time. At the brothel, she fortuitously encountered Yang Qing. That day, Yang Qing, with neatly tied hair, was set for a bright future, but seeing Yunyan, something inside him felt like a haze enveloped his heart. Without hesitation, he took her away from the gambling den folks. This led to 5 years living together. Yang Qing became a hired escort in the Green City County, while Yunyan wove cloth and raised silkworms in the village every day. Life turned out to be fulfilling enough. Not long ago, the two agreed on their matrimonial arrangement. Yunyan, wait for me to return from Wudo Prefecture in 3 days, and then I'll take you to buy a wedding dress and jewelry. We'll get married. Yunyan had been waiting for this day for a very long time. She tightly hugged Yang Qing from behind, their bodies pressed close together, their souls finding salvation in each other. She waited at home for 5 days, but when Yang Qing didn't return, she went to Qingqing County to wait for him. The innkeeper Zhao Yan was Yunyan's childhood sweetheart. Out of kindness, he let her stay at his inn, not expecting Yun Yan to be spotted by Bai Luo, that beast, while she was waiting on the street. That day, Zhao Yin had gone out to buy supplies for the inn, and Bai Luo used the pretext of chasing a thief to burst into the inn, binding the helpless Yun Yan in a room. When he returned, there was blood everywhere. The scene was so cruel that Zhao Yin would never forget it in his life. 3 days later, on a rainy night, Yang Qing dragged his battered body back to the escort agency, only to be knocked unconscious with one heavy blow and thrown into a mass grave. He had no idea what happened. He could only investigate secretly. Upon hearing the news of Yun Yan's death, Yang Qing was heartbroken. By coincidence, the two met and decided to seek revenge for Yun Yan together. The 3 women who died, 2 were bodies pulled from the mass grave, killed by wealthy families, and the third was a cunning woman who pretended to be innocent just to swindle money. Yet none of their deaths caused any public upheaval. In Qingqing County, Bai Luo was almost untouchable, like a local emperor. To kill him in Qingqing County would take a great deal of effort. Once again, dark clouds covered the sky. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yin returned to the inn. He looked around carefully and only entered his room after making sure no one had followed him. At that time, Xinyu was lying on the bed, sorting through her thoughts. The information she gleaned from the conversation between the 2 men was limited, but she had gained a general understanding of the ghostly woman's story. Well, never mind this for now. Starting tomorrow, everyone needs to be assigned some work. If we want to survive in Qingqing County, every single person must have a skill to rely on. Changing her train of thought, she entered the space. After last experiencing her ability evolution and the upgrading of the space, she hadn't yet had time to take a proper look. Chapter 94, 20 mu of good farmland. Upon entering the space, Xinyu hadn't even had time to check for any changes when she heard wailing coming from her villa. Xinyu, come out here. If you want to kill us, then do it already. Why must you torment us like this? The speaker was Song Xian. Upon seeing his ashen face, Xinyu quickly rushed over. What's wrong? What do you mean? Xinyu looked perplexed at the group inside the villa. This place had TV, food, and drink. She would have gladly stayed there forever. Yet these people were starting to complain. You're asking what we mean? Look around. The place is full of venomous snakes. We don't even dare to step outside. And that so-called spiritual spring? It's completely occupied by a giant snake coiled there. Who dares get close to that thing? Xinyu turned back, and indeed, it was true. A white snake was perched on a big tree next to the spiritual spring, with its body intertwined with green vines, almost blending perfectly with the surroundings. Xinyu sheepishly smiled. She had forgotten to tell the white snake to treat her 4 friends better. Well, it's not a big deal. I'll go talk to the white snake. Don't be afraid. All these snakes are actually gentle. Everyone, gentle. They knew full well about the toxicity of cobras, vipers, golden-banded krites, and silver-banded krites. They'd been in Jiulong Mountain long enough. Every year, many people died from snake bites there. She even has the gall to say don't be afraid. Master, you should judge this. When they came to this space, they dared not provoke the venomous snakes. But as for my other non-venomous insects, they've eaten quite a few. Blocking them inside the house was something I intentionally did. The white snake wriggled its body, and the sound of its scales scraping together was like popping firecrackers, scaring everyone into hiding behind the sofa. If it weren't because you might be useful to the master, I'd have devoured you all by now. Xinyu felt rather helpless. She was at fault for not clarifying things earlier between both sides. All right, you 4, apologize to the white snake. How can it not be angry after you ate its children? Once you apologize, this matter is resolved. The white snake's icy gaze emitted a chilling aura. Just one glance sent shivers down their spines. I'm sorry, white snake. It's our mistake first. We apologize to you. Song Yibai held the 3 younger brothers as all 4 knelt before the white snake with a thud. This is your only chance. Next time, I will definitely let you taste the agony of being chewed on by 10,000 snakes. The white snake flicked its tongue, but soon afterward, all the snakes around the house vanished, allowing everyone to finally sigh in relief. You're really looking for trouble, didn't I tell you? There's plenty of food over there. You didn't need to eat the snakes. See if you dare next time. Xinyu also sighed helplessly. These bandits' habits wouldn't be easy to break. It would take some time. Rest assured, Miss Xinyu, it won't happen again. Song Yibai was still trustworthy, and Xinyu gave him a pat on the shoulder, adding a comforting smile. Did you all finish reading those ancient texts? Hearing about the ancient texts got everyone excited. Their heads nodded furiously like bobbleheads. Yes, we read them. It was incredibly enlightening. We realize how insignificant we were before. That's good. In a few days, I'll release you. Be sure to follow the rules and remember the contract we signed, okay? They nodded, a sense of fear growing within them. All right, rest a bit. From now on, the snakes won't bother you anymore. Focus more on reading books. Rest assured, I won't treat you poorly in the future. Yes. The 4 stared intently at Xinyu, feeling that she could offer them a brighter future. From her, they saw hope. Not like in Jiulong Mountain where life was stagnant like stagnant water, without any ripples. After giving her instructions, Xinyu left. As she moved away, she noticed that the farmland had grown larger, expanding to a total of 20 mu. It's true. As long as I do good deeds, the fertile fields keep growing. That's amazing. Now, I no longer need to worry about the food supply here. With her mind, she planted all 20 mu of land with corn. The yield from such a large cornfield would last quite a while. As she prepared to leave, Xinyu took another look around. It seemed like something had changed, but perhaps nothing significant. This mountain wasn't this tall before, was it? Last time when I entered the space, it was just a small hill. Why is it so high now? Xinyu wasn't sure about her thoughts, so she approached the white snake to ask, White snake, is this mountain taller than before? Since you've been drinking the spiritual spring water, surely you know something. The white snake innocently flicked its tongue, with an expression of pure ignorance in its eyes. I've recently felt that the spiritual energy within my body has become much more abundant, and I should be able to withstand the celestial calamity. So, I was focused on absorbing the spiritual spring water, not noticing. The white snake looked a bit nervous, thinking Xinyu would erupt in anger, but unexpectedly, she just casually waved her little hand with disdain and said, If you didn't see it, forget about it. It's no big deal. A small mountain isn't worth caring about. It's not as if it's a gold mine. After speaking, she left the space. In the villa, Song Yibai suddenly remembered something and stepped out of the house door, only to find that Xinyu had vanished. White Snake Master, where did Miss Xinyu go? Gone. Song Yibai sighed helplessly, shaking his head, and picked up the heavy golden rock in his hand before returning indoors. Big brother, what's the situation? Did you figure it out? Is this really gold? Asked Song Chang'an with excitement as he stared at his elder brother. Miss Xinyu is gone. We completely forgot such an important matter. Song Yibai hit his forehead with the golden stone in frustration. Thud. Big brother, are you insane? Even if it's not gold, it's still a rock. How can you smash your head with it? Song Changqiang helped his older brother up, thinking he had lost his mind from reading too many books. This must be gold. We're about to get rich. Hee hee hee. Song Yibai laughed stupidly while gazing out the window, lost in sweet dreams. Brother, wake up. Does Miss Xinyu even need this gold? Didn't you see how the piles of gold and silver have already formed mountains over there? There are official seals from the government treasury. The amount of silver might even exceed what's in the national treasury. Song Xian's words struck like lightning during clear skies, instantly waking Song Yibai up. That's right. Where did all this silver come from? Could Xinyu truly be some divine person? Big brother, stop having wild thoughts. Those chests holding the silver coins, I saw them. Quite a few were ones we once plundered. Song Chang'an seemed disbelieving. The big leader said the mansion was out of money, right? And told us to rob from Qingtian Prefecture. But looks like it wasn't out of money. It was just hidden by everyone for their personal gain. All three exchanged glances silently. Comparatively, Xinyu seemed more trustworthy. She simply let the gold and silver sit around, without so many petty intentions. Don't waste time thinking. Just focus on the books. Don't we have some tasks coming up soon? Let's do our best when that time comes. If we upset Miss Xinyu, whether we live or die will be up to her flick of her finger. Understanding the weight of these words, the three quietly opened the ancient texts beside them and started studying. Chapter 95. Until when do you want to lie in my arms? In the early morning, the cries of orioles outside the window were clear and pleasant, like a child eating candy skewers, with a hint of sweetness in their calls. Looks like today will bring double happiness. Could something good happen? Chu Mohan, after getting dressed, walked down to the first floor of the inn and saw Xinyu already dressed up and having breakfast. Master Chu, here is your breakfast. Please enjoy it slowly. The innkeeper's face showed respectful smiles, served the breakfast, and then retreated to the side. Where shall we go after breakfast? Don't know. Let's just wander around and see if there's any good business. We need an economic source if we're going to put down roots in Qingxun County. At another table, the two young children Bao Yu and Shi Yu had quickly finished breakfast and slipped out in their tattered clothes. Old Lady Shun was hiding in a nearby alleyway and sneaked behind them in a stealthy manner. In the private room of the adjacent wine tower, Bai Luo was lying in a rocking chair listening to the music played by performers and feeling in high spirits, as if fortune would soon befall him. Master, they are coming out. A nearby steward cautiously closed the window and urgently called out. Why so flustered? Just continue according to my instructions. I can't believe he could escape from my palm. Bai Luo picked up the purple clay teapot next to him, contentedly sipping some tea. Yes, master. On the street, a delicate and fragile-looking woman ran down the street with disheveled clothes and a panicked expression. Help! Who can save me? Behind her, 4 or 5 scruffy middle-aged men chased her, wielding wooden sticks. Brothers, chase her. How dare this girl scold me? Today, she must learn a lesson. Ha ha. After saying that, one man threw his long stick forcefully. There was a bang as it hit the woman's shoulder. Seeing Chu Mohan ahead of her, she bit into the red dye in her mouth and lunged straight toward Chu Mohan. Looking at her weak but hopeful eyes, Xinyu stepped forward in front of Chu Mohan and embraced Bai Jing in his own arms. Xinyu today had changed her appearance to investigate ghostly matters, wearing black tight-fitting clothing decorated with carp patterns. A slender silver hairpin tied up her hair. If you didn't look carefully, she would have appeared to be a handsome young man. Bai Jing was notorious in Qingcheng for being fickle, loving whoever she saw and more than one person at a time. On the upper floors of the wine building, all her dissolute friends noticed the amorous gleam in Bai Jing's eyes and understood that she had identified another target for her pursuit. Over. This body, seeing the little handsome guy made her almost unable to walk. Truly lives up to her reputation. It's only natural. Even I find this young master very handsome. He looks so masculine. I envy him greatly. Xinyu sighed lightly. Still not get up? Have you seen enough? Until when do you want to lie in my arms? Bai Jing wiped the drool at the corner of her mouth and hurriedly stood up. I'm sorry, master. It's just because master looks too handsome. Like a celestial being descending to earth. I momentarily lost track of time without being able to hold myself back. Ordinary men might easily fall for Bai Jing's act, possibly sympathizing with her pitiful appearance and enjoying her flattery immensely. But Xinyu knew that Bai Jing's intentions weren't simple. When a group of people chased her to the brink of death, she still couldn't help but stare at him. Furthermore, looking at the rouge on her lips, which not only lacked bloodstains but also dried up, it wasn't done with much effort. Upon Xunyu shaking herself, Bai Jing seemed to remember her purpose. The tear drops at the corner of her eyes came promptly, squeezing one drop to lean towards Chu Moan. Master, please rescue me. My father passed away, my mother remarried. I have no family left. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo almost choked on his tea. This brat was indeed his daughter. She dared to say anything. Miss, please maintain decorum. Chu Mohan looked cold-faced, waving his wide sleeves to push Bai Jing onto Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng felt something was off with this woman, so he tightly held her hands and pressed her before him. Hey, what's wrong with your guard? Let me go? If you don't want to save me, fine, but why are you detaining me? By the end, Bai Jing was becoming hysterical. Nothing matched the plan devised by her and her father. Xinyu picked up a bamboo stick nearby. A few strong men sneered and charged over, full of contempt. Umph, you ignorant young man, surely you don't know our reputations. You actually dared to fight us. Suicide, taste my staff. This is still running? Soon they'll beat these two men flat. Nearby pedestrians shook their heads helplessly, sure that Xinyu was bound to lose. Some onlookers, mostly women, covered their children's faces, fearful they might witness a bloody scene. But in Xinyu's hands, this bamboo stick was like Sun Wukong's golden hoop bar, playing with it as if putting on a dazzling performance. In the blink of an eye, a tall man was struck and fell to the ground. You dare to hit my big brother. I will fight you. Xinyu swung the stick again, yanking him by his waistband and tossing him away. The onlooking crowd burst into laughter. Ruffian, lowlife, how dare you use such despicable tactics? Clutching his leg, the man panicked and ran into the alley, disappearing from sight. The other three were so frightened they turned around and tried to run away, but Xinyu wouldn't let them go. She ensured that each face got several whacks with her stick, leaving symmetrical red marks at their mouths resembling cat whiskers. Quite cute in a bizarre way. No more, no more. We didn't mean real fighting at first. Ouch, fifth brother, fourth brother, let's flee. The group disappeared like smoke, leaving Bai Jing standing alone in a daze. These fellows are unreliable. They deserted me after just a few blows. Now spill it. What's going on here? Xinyu pointed her stick directly at Bai Jing's forehead, as if the next second it would strike her face. Upstairs, Bai Jing's dissolute friends laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. She had become the laughingstock of their jokes. Bai Jing, who could have imagined the eagle would get its eyes pecked one day? Ha ha, leave this Master Chu for me. You can't handle him. Hey young hero, mercy. I'm the magistrate of Qingxin County. If there is any problem, I'll resolve it for you, but please don't resort to violence. Bai Luo quickly signaled to his clerk, trying to make him take Bai Jing away. Qin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with either. The clerk hadn't even spoken before Qin Feng kicked him down to the ground. Get out of my sight. Your pinched face makes you look like no good fellow. Today you mess with my master. What's your aim? If you don't tell me clearly, I'll rip off your official cap. Seeing Qin Feng so imposing, everyone assumed he must be some important official. May I inquire, what rank do you hold? Bai Luo chuckled softly, his voice courteous like a little white rabbit. I hold no rank. I'm only my master's guard. Bai Luo, guards, capture him. A shadow flashed past, and in the blink of an eye, a blade was pressed against Bai Luo's neck. Chapter 96. Collecting Rent. A gentle breeze blew, causing clothes to sway. Bai Luo's stray strands of hair were blown onto the blade and instantly severed, falling to the ground in strands. Master. The nearby guards were shocked. They hadn't seen the silver-haired man at all. How had he suddenly appeared? Don't move, or I'll chop your head off. Heibai's voice was slightly hoarse, but carried an air of authority that could not be refused. Bai Luo's sweat dripped down his face and onto his clothes, his body trembling like a sieve. Brother, let's talk this out peacefully. I was just too quick with my words earlier. I was originally thinking about taking young Master Chu to try our Qinsheng County's special cuisine. Bai Luo awkwardly laughed as he turned around to see Heibai. His heart sank immediately. With black clothes and silver hair, holding a white sword on his waist, wasn't this the youngest first-class swordsman of Qin Kingdom? Could it be that the Prime Minister had invited him here to protect Chu Imohan? Didn't the world say that the Prime Minister didn't particularly favor this nephew of his? Why then would he assign such a capable swordsman as his retainer? County Magistrate Bai. Chu Imohan took 2 steps forward, scratching his ear with his finger. Weren't you saying something quite different earlier? Calling himself a spoiled rich kid, this magistrate had walked right into his trap. Don't blame him if he made fun of him. Seeing Bai Luo just laughing nervously without replying, Chu Imohan chuckled sinisterly, then slapped him hard across the face. Bai Luo looked at Chu Imohan with surprise. His face was struck so forcefully that it flew to the right side, and it seemed that something fell out of his mouth and landed near Bai Jing's feet. Father, isn't that your golden tooth? Thinking Chu Imohan was a little mouse that anyone could control, who knew he had such a bad temper. This was really touching the tail of a tiger. Just as the words left his lips, Chu Imohan slapped Bai Luo again. 2 red handprints appeared on his face. The surrounding commoners were stunned. Isn't this the pair who stayed at Tongfuin yesterday? They have quite a powerful background. They even dare to hit the county magistrate. I don't know. Who is this guy? Doesn't he know how strong this soil emperor is? Watching him beat someone feels so satisfying. I wish I could punch him too. A woman nearby quickly covered her son's mouth after hearing his words. Shut up. People with status and power don't tolerate impudence. What has your mother taught you at home? The child begrudgingly scratched his fingers. Mom, I may not have other skills, but I'm definitely thick-skinned. Very resistant to beatings. The woman. Young Master Chu. Lord Chu, stop hitting me. Your subordinate knows he was wrong. It's because your subordinate has eyes, but sees nothing. I will never do this again. Seeing Chu Imo-han seem to be enjoying himself, Bai Luo felt 100 regrets in his heart. Why did he provoke such a gentleman? Now they were finished. Their Bai family would become a laughingstock in Chinching County forever. Do you know what's wrong now? Chu Imo-han kicked him far away. The oppressed commoners watching were so moved by this spectacle that they couldn't help wanting to applaud. What a great young man. As soon as he arrived in our Chinching County, he punished corrupt officials. What a good person. I wonder if there's a virtuous lady by his side yet. I want to give my daughter to him. Your daughter? She has already been divorced twice. She also brought 2 children along. Do you think someone would take her? Who knows? Maybe this handsome young man prefers older women. A wife 3 years older holds gold ingots in her arms. Do you understand? Moreover, marrying my daughter comes with 2 sons. How practical. The crowd. Don't talk nonsense. Open your eyes. Look at that woman over there. She is elegant, with regular features and clean skin. Her bearing is not vulgar either. You can't find another one like her in the entire Chinching County. The elder had sharp eyes, noticing Shun Yu was dressed as a man at first glance. Cousin, are you joking? Isn't that a boy? He does look spirited though. You're still inexperienced. Take a closer look. Does she have facial hair? Does she have an Adam's apple? Those fingers are slender like willow branches, and her skin is as delicate as sheep fat. Is that a boy? Hearing the elder's analysis, Bai Jing unbelievably glanced at Shun Yu. She really didn't. No Adam's apple. She's a girl. Feeling a bit disheartened, Bai Jing no longer cared about what shape her father was being beaten into by Chu Imo-han. Just wait, Chu Imo-han. Today if you don't kill me, I will make sure you can't leave Chinching County alive. After spending an hour at the theater and tea house, Bao Yu and Shi Yu managed to gather plenty of information regarding the female ghost. But their most pressing task at the moment was collecting rent from the shops. With Shun Yu's shop added to Chu Imo-han's contribution, they almost had an entire street worth of shops. With limited time and a heavy responsibility ahead, these 2 young ones had their work cut out for them. Big brother, let's start with this one. Shop number 1 on Chang'an Street. Alright, let's go to shop number 1. The merchant who can own the first shop must be rich and easy to negotiate with. With a shared smile, they approached shop number 1. Upon seeing the sign that read, Wu Family Gambling Den, both of them felt a bit uneasy. Hey, you 2 little beggars, get lost. Don't disturb our business, or we'll throw you into the charnel field. Bao Yu was not pleased. She clearly held the title deed in her hand. How could she still be disrespected? We're not leaving. We're here to collect rent. Ha 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 ha. The 2 attendants laughed until they bent over, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Everyone, come take a look. 2 little beggars actually want to collect rent from our Wu Family Gambling Den. Ha ha ha. Passers-by stopped one by one, curious about this rare spectacle. What are you laughing at? Do your dog eyes only see lowly people? Call out your boss. Bao Yu wasn't intimidated, but some onlookers began to hesitate. Could it be that this shop really belonged to these 2 young ones? Go back where you came from. Is our boss someone you can just see? Look at yourself. You're nothing but a miserable beggar. If you don't leave now, I won't be polite anymore. Saying this, the man rolled up his sleeves, his clenched teeth showing an ominous threat. Hearing the noise outside, the overseer inside strolled out lazily. Upon seeing the 2 children at the door, he immediately wore a disdainful expression. I've been feeding you long enough, and yet you can't even deal with 2 little beggars. If I see them still at the shop in translator, you 2 better pack up your stuff and get lost. The man's gaze was cold, radiating sinister intentions. After escorting him away respectfully, the 2 attendants glared viciously at Bao Yu and Shi Yu. You're asking for death. Did you hear me telling you to leave? As the man swung his fist toward her, Bao Yu snorted coldly without dodging. These days of training had made her see all the flaws in the man's attack. It was riddled with weaknesses. Chapter 97. I'm your grandma. How could I not care about you? You little brat. Why are you laughing? You cursed us as dogs just now. Did you really think I didn't hear it? Take my punch. The man swung his fist with great force, gritting his teeth as if he wanted to send Bao Yu flying. The bystanders nearby sighed helplessly. These 2 kids should have avoided trouble, but they had to pick a fight with Wu's gambling den. They're no good people. Things look bleak for these 2 kids. An elderly man living nearby said this. This Wu's gambling den was practically notorious for their countless misdeeds over the years. The boss was named Wu Sanggu, and his sister was the favorite concubine of Bai Luo. Relying on this relationship, they bullied men and women indiscriminately in Chinching County, behaving like someone else's watchdog. Don't you even know your own worth? Bao Yu easily dodged the punch as it came toward his face, and then delivered a punch to the man's abdomen. The immense force spread pain throughout his body, making the man open his mouth wide and spit out bile. This kid is so short. How could he have such strength? The onlookers were also startled by what they saw. Had their eyes deceived them? This little guy actually dodged the man's punch and knocked him down with just one blow. Shen Laodai, hiding nearby, also swallowed nervously. In the future, she wouldn't dare mess with these 2 boys anymore. Her position within the Shen family would be even more diminished. Good boy. Your move was quite fierce. Weren't you asking for death? Another person didn't fully understand the current situation until Shun Bao Yu's seemingly innocent-looking punch knocked out 3 of his teeth, when he finally realized how formidable this kid was. This child's skills are impressive. Looks like he's been trained. The spectators smiled and began to suspect that this young boy might truly be the owner of the shop. Seeing the 2 gate boys lying defeated, Shun Laodai grabbed a branch nearby and rushed over. Who dares harm my 2 grandsons? Today, Old lady me will give them a reason to regret this. Bao Yu and Shiyu furrowed their brows when they saw her. How had she come? Why did you come here? We already have no relation. Bao Yu shielded Shiyu behind him, knowing that Shen Laodai was probably after their land deed. You child, stop saying foolish things. I am your grandma. How could I not care about you? Let's go. Grab the land deed, and we'll go in to claim our dues. Unexpectedly, Shen Laodai was kicked out the moment she entered. You smelly old woman. Dare bring 2 grandsons to disrupt our business. Do you even know who supports our casino? The overseer held a teapot in his left hand and a long stick in his right, looking arrogantly above everyone else. Shen Laodai lay helplessly on the ground. How unlucky can she be? She was trying to show off in front of the 2 kids, only to get 2 big kicks instead. I don't care whose backing you have. We need to act reasonably. Show the deed. The property deed of this shop is in our hands. Isn't it normal that we ask you to pay rent? Bao Yu defended logically while holding the deed in his hands. Even from afar, the bright red seal of the official government office was evident, as if shining with a golden light. He'd seen this kind of official seal many times before. At first glance, it was clear that the deed was genuine. It had top-quality paper and handwriting unmistakably from Bai Luo. Isn't it true that the operating rights for this shop were supposed to be in the hands of the county magistrate of Qingtian? How did it suddenly end up in a small kid's hands? Considering his age, he seemed quite similar to Li Yibing's son, Li Xian. Are you Li Xian? No. The overseer dared not be careless. The news said that Li Yibing had died heroically while eliminating the 9-dragon gang. For certain, the court would reward Li Xian. Even Bai county magistrate showed respect for him. How much more so for them lowlifes? Master Li Xian, please don't joke around. If you admit openly, I won't say anything. Just name the rent. We won't argue about it. As they watched the overseer smile obsequiously at the child before them, the crowd grew even more confused. What sort of identity does this child hold? This overseer usually feared nothing. I've said it. I'm not Li Xian, my name is Shun Baoyu. If you give me the silver for the shop, everything will be fine. The overseer was utterly flabbergasted. Who exactly was this guy? So bold, didn't he fear that the thugs under his command would kill him? If you're not Li Xian, then leave. I don't want to waste any more words on you. I'll pretend I never heard about all this nonsense. Having spoken, the overseer prepared to leave. He harbored caution, worried that this child might have some ties with Li Xian. If you don't give me the silver today, I won't be able to report back to my sister. Over half of the shops on this street belong to my elder sister. If the first shop doesn't comply and pays, how am I going to collect from the rest? Bao Yu stared intently at the man, ready to strike at any moment. Boy, can't you understand simple warnings? Fine. If you're seeking death, I'll oblige. 7 or 8 burly men emerged from the gambling den, each wielding a cleaver. Shen Laodai gasped in fear at the sight. Is collecting a debt this dangerous? These people are truly ruffians. Shen Laodai was terrified inside and tried to drag Shiyu and Bao Yu away by their arms, only to find that no matter how hard she pulled, Bao Yu stood rooted to the spot. In the past, she could lift him effortlessly. You take Shiyu over there. I'll handle these guys. Bao Yu felt uncertain facing so many big men on his own, but he remembered his elder sister who had never backed down while protecting them. Now it was his turn to protect Shiyu. Attack him. Seeing the large man rushing with knives, the surrounding villagers were filled with anxiety for Bao Yu. Go fetch the authorities. This might end up with another fatality. All right, I'll go right now. Fighting several big men alone, Bao Yu was clearly struggling, slowly becoming overwhelmed by their combined assault. To hell with you, brat. Taking advantage of Bao Yu's occupied hands, one man delivered a sneaky kick from behind, sending Bao Yu sprawling. At this sight, the other men pounced together, pinning Bao Yu down firmly. Bao Yu had tremendous strength, and even during the fight, the others were surprised. Thus, they didn't dare let up. You little brat, don't get cocky. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson for causing chaos in our Wu family gambling den. Are you looking to die? The overseer slapped Bao Yu hard, blood trickling from Bao Yu's mouth as he glared fiercely back at the overseer. It's all my fault I'm still too weak. I can't even collect the first installment of the debt. How else am I supposed to help big sister? Brat, still not submissive, huh? Chop him. 2 beggars wanting to run amok. As the words faded, a tall man dressed in plain blue clothing contemptuously swung his knife toward Bao Yu's forehead. Clang. The blade struck something hard, and the man's weapon shattered into 2 pieces. His tiger bones shook violently, as if they were splitting apart. Before he could figure out who was opposite him, an arrow pierced straight through his head. Chapter 98. A tree won't grow straight without pruning. The blood splattered like bursting fireworks, scattering everywhere. The surrounding civilians wiped the blood off their faces and stared in disbelief at the thugs lying on the ground, who dared to openly challenge Wu's gambling den and even killed their thugs in the street. Isn't this just asking for death? There was a commotion in the street. The timid ones all ran back home in panic, while others squatted in the corners nearby, waiting to watch the show. Who? Are you tired of living? How dare you touch our people? The manager could no longer tolerate it after being arrogant for so long in Qingqing County. This was the first time they encountered any resistance. He was extremely annoyed, and all the anger inside him gathered in his fists. Do you know where you are? Do you really think you're superior? Dare to harm my younger brother? Today I'll let you know there's always someone better out there. In the distance, a man with an eye-catching headband flapping like a flying silver dragon approached. His eyes gleamed coldly, and he suddenly charged at them with incomparable momentum. This person was Shen Yu. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of them. She delivered a punch to one person's throat, another punch to the chest, leaped up and swept 2 others' heads, knocking them down instantly. The situation on the scene reversed instantly, leaving both the manager and the surrounding civilians wide-eyed in astonishment. Even after living for many years, they had never seen someone so skilled. Xinyu used full force when attacking, not only using physical strength, but also her special abilities. Those who appeared to be hit by a punch or kick were actually feeling immense bone pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing on their flesh, making life unbearable. Moreover, Xinyu had crushed their vocal cords, rendering them unable to scream despite their pain. Sister, Bao Yu, seeing Xinyu smile again, excitedly ran over. Seeing the slap marks on Bao Yu's face, Xinyu felt heartbroken. She regretted coming late, but this could also serve as encouragement for Bao Yu. People, the more setbacks they experience, the stronger their desire to become stronger becomes. The harder they try, the faster they progress. Are you alright, Bao Yu? She gently caressed Bao Yu's cheeks and restored the damaged cells on his face using her ability, immediately relieving the burning pain. I'm fine. Sister, it's because I'm useless. I didn't even manage to collect rent from this first shop. Bao Yu, feeling guilty, lowered his head, thinking he hadn't met his sister's expectations. Not only that, he almost caused Xiyu to get beaten too. Don't feel guilty. What's the problem? Isn't your sister here? Xinyu smiled as she gently stroked Bao Yu's forehead. This little guy would definitely have a great future ahead. Xinyu didn't expect these two young ones to pick the hardest shop right from the start. Gambling dens were generally gathering places for local bullies. Collecting rent from them required firm action. You, who exactly are you? The manager trembled, pointing at Xinyu, filled with wariness. In the blink of an eye, Xinyu stood in front of the manager, gripping his finger and twisting hard. Snap. The manager never expected this person in front of him to act like a lunatic, breaking his fingers. How dare you point at me? You don't deserve it. Tell your boss to come out and talk to me, otherwise I'll set fire to your gambling den. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Emohan picked up the torch from the corner and walked over with a smirk. The crowd? There's a helper? The manager was thoroughly stunned. Xinyu was like a madman, and the person next to her looked familiar, though judging by his grin, he wasn't much better either. Should I just throw this torch and burn this place down? Anyway, the deed is ours, and we're burning our own building. Chu Emohan's expression was as gentle as water, looking at Xinyu with love and indulgence in his eyes. With just a nod from her, he tossed the torch mercilessly. Just a shop, nothing serious. Not to mention this dog, who dared to beat his little brother-in-law. It was time for a good lesson. A tree won't grow straight without pruning. People need fixing, or they stay twisted. Hearing this, Wu Sangyu inside could no longer sit still. He kicked the chair away, frowned, and walked out. Little girl, don't make enemies unnecessarily. Think carefully before acting. If you persist, there will be no way back. Wu Sangu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Xinyu had crossed his bottom line. Burning the shop means cutting off his source of wealth, embarrassing him publicly. How could he continue in Qingqing County? Way back. Think if you have a way out yourself. Upon hearing this, Wu Sangyu angrily picked up the cleaver on the ground. Over the years, he had killed many people and carried a cruel streak. This sudden slash was as if it aimed to split Xinyu into two halves before he would stop. How dare you still make a move? Chu Emohan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning blood red. His upright figure stood like a towering tree protecting Xinyu in front. Truly a devoted lover. Heibai couldn't help but comment sarcastically. He stamped on the ground and leaped into the air, with his silver hair fluttering wildly in the wind. His exquisite features and sharp gaze made him seem like a heavenly god descending to earth. The surrounding commoners were, as if they saw an unprecedented spectacle, and all looked up to watch. Bai Jing and the rich young ladies in the tavern were completely awestruck by Heibai's overwhelming presence. This young master is so handsome, even more attractive than Chu Emohan. His sword-drawing movement seems capable of splitting the heavens into two halves. I won't let anyone else have him. This young master belongs to me. Only someone of such extraordinary brilliance, both talented and handsome, is worthy of me. A woman swooned while hugging a nearby pillar, imagining herself embracing Heibai instead. Heibai drew out his long sword, unleashing a domineering sword chi towards Wu Sangyu. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. Wu Sangyu's blade shook violently in his hands. Despite using all his strength, he could not hold on to it. In the end, it clattered to the ground. Wu Sangyu's expression turned grave, and the saggy skin on his face crinkled due to intense nervousness. Who is this youth? With just one swing, how could I lose my grip on the handle? The moment the handle hit the ground, Wu Sangyu's shirt burst open. Moreover, the gambling den behind him collapsed. A perfect sword mark cut through several roof beams. The onlookers slapped their own faces hard, feeling as though it was all a dream. You, what kind of people are you? Why come to create trouble in this small place? Wu Sangyu's courage was shattered. Talented warriors like these, even his brother-in-law coming wouldn't matter. The incompetent county office officials couldn't capture them anyway. You're allowed to do evil deeds, dominate women, and set up casinos, but we can't punish wrongdoers and seek justice for the people. Today, I'll show you exactly what this young master is capable of. Chu Emohan tossed the burning torch over, and Wu Sangyu immediately shouted. No, my brother-in-law is the magistrate of Qingqing County. I advise you to stop now. It's still possible to back off. I will pay the rent. Double the amount. There was a trace of pleading in Wu Sangyu's eyes, but the people brought by Qin Feng at his back dashed any last hope. Chapter 99. It wasn't me who started it. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Wu Sangyu tightly bit his lips in disbelief as he looked at Bai Luo and Bai Jing being held by Qin Feng. This Qingqing County was remote from the capital, basically under Bai Luo's absolute control. He only needed to send some silver to Qingtian Prefecture every year for grease money. There would be no issues at all. But what was the deal with these people in front of him? Even his brother-in-law was completely at their mercy. Could the peace of this Qingqing county end just like that? Wu Sanggu didn't dare to imagine. Over the years, he had gotten used to wielding power. If this life were to undergo a drastic change, he truly wouldn't be able to handle it. What the hell are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to young Master Chu. Pay this year's rent to this young lady. This Wu Sanggu could also be considered by Luo's cash cow. He had given him quite a lot of silver over the years. Seeing that the gambling den was already destroyed, if Wu Sanggu were to die as well, the concubine would definitely go crazy upon his return. Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it right away. In a panic, Wu Sanggu took out several hundred taels of silver notes, directly handed them to Shen Yu. Bao Yu, go take it. All right, he counted the amount, 500 taels. The value of this rent alone was already worth more than the shop itself. In earlier years, the rent for this shop was nearly 10,000 taels per year, which served as a legitimate way to bribe Li Yibing. Although the rent has been paid, how should we compensate for the damage to the shop? At this point, Wu Sanggu already deeply admired Shen Yu and bore none of the arrogance from before. I will send someone to repair this shop and pay you another 1,000 taels. How about that? Although Wu Sanggu sounded generous, this could not satisfy Shen Yu's appetite. Shen Yu gave a cold snort, having already calculated the use of this house. Opening a gambling den here was absolutely impossible. Gambling. How many people and families have been harmed because of it? How many children have been sold to brothels due to gambling? And how many ordinary families have disintegrated into ruins because the men became addicted to gambling? The compensation is definite. This shop will not be rented to you again in the future. Not renting it to me. That's practically cutting off my income. She surely can't expect me to open another gambling den myself, can she? How greedy can she get? Wu Sanggu clenched his fists tightly. Though dissatisfied, he had no choice. All right, since you've said that, tomorrow I'll send people to move the things in the gambling den away. With gritted teeth, he made the final compromise. Seeing this, Bai Luo relaxed a bit. This boy had a rash temperament, but thankfully remained sensible at this moment. Chu Mohan was the top wastrel of Qing dynasty. How could this matter simply be let go like that? You want to take my things out of my shop? Are you tired of living? He stepped forward 2 steps, harshly stepping on Wu Sanggu's palm and repeatedly crushing it. Wu Sanggu let out a series of miserable screams. The sound annoyed him greatly, so he casually grabbed a handkerchief and stuffed it into his mouth. In the future, this shop must not allow you to approach it even a single step, understand? The nearby commoners felt a shiver seeing Chu Mohan's arrogant demeanor. This guy looks decent on the surface, yet uses such brutal means. Isn't he a more cruel master than Wu Sanggu? A middle-aged man in his 30s, around 30 or 40, covered his mouth and muttered softly. You really are just like the frog at the bottom of the well. This is Chu Mohan, the nephew of the Prime Minister, purely a great wastrel. Judging by the looks of it, our little county probably won't have any peaceful days from now on. This young master is actually not bad. At least today he disciplined Bai Luo and Wu Sanggu. Moreover, this young master exudes an air of righteousness between his eyebrows. His eyes look melancholic yet profound, and his rosy lips seem painted with a faint layer of cinnabar. Truly a rare handsome young master in this world. Everyone. You brat. This concerns the suffering of our Qingqing County's commoners. Not your time to critique this young master's appearance. Chu Mohan felt that teaching him a lesson was sufficient. There was no need to kill Wu Sanggu on the street, as doing so might make people afraid and hence, everyone would avoid him whenever they saw him in the future. Well then, from now on, this gambling den will have nothing to do with you. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Sanggu, who had just been nodding obediently, suddenly had bloodshot eyes. He pulled out the knife from behind him and charged straight towards Chu Mohan. You damn kid. You'll die? Humiliating me like that. Before he could finish speaking, a crossbow bolt and a long sword simultaneously came toward him. The immense force instantly nailed Wu Sanggu to the pillar. Looking for death, Shin Yu retrieved the crossbow bolt and walked to Chu Mohan's side. Are you alright? Yeah. To be honest, Chu Mohan was indeed startled by Wu Sanggu. This kid's brain clearly had problems. To lose his life over a bit of income was unacceptable. Shin Yu gave him no chance for survival, as the crossbow bolt pierced through his forehead. In the apocalypse, Shin Yu had shot countless zombies, and it took her less than a second to aim at someone's head and pull the trigger. Truly an idiot. A complete idiot. It's just a gambling den. Why go to such lengths? You're going to get me in serious trouble. Bai Luo wanted to rub his swollen forehead, but found that Qin Feng was holding his arm tightly. By county magistrate, did you see? Your brother-in-law started it by trying to kill me first. I didn't even plan on killing him. Chu Mohan said while shrugging helplessly. Yes, of course it's not Mr. Chu's fault. He deserved to die? This has nothing to do with our Bai family. Please, Mr. Chu, understand clearly. Chu Mohan shook his head. The icy gaze in his eyes made Bai Luo tremble, as if falling into an endless abyss. It's not up to you to decide whether it's related or not. Qin Feng, take him to Lai Fu Inn. Yes, master. Upon hearing Lai Fu Inn, Bai Luo was shocked. Could these people be the ones investigating the female ghost mentioned by the clerk yesterday? If so, this could be a big problem, and he might lose his head. Mr. Chu, the environment of Lai Fu Inn is too dirty and messy. Why don't we find another place to talk? I will prepare some fine wine for you. Chu Mohan looked coldly at him, while Qin Feng picked up the handkerchief from the ground and shoved it directly into Bai Luo's mouth. On the side, Bao Yu saw the group getting ready to leave and mustered up the courage to approach Xin Yu. Big sister, I still want to collect rent. Xin Yu understood Bao Yu's thoughts. She should encourage him and respect his wishes. Since they had killed Wu Sangyu, the local bully, news had spread through the county. No one would dare to avoid paying their rent. With a smile, Xin Yu nodded. Go ahead, and if you encounter difficulties, you can give them a few days' grace. Remember to come back for dinner at the tavern on time. Don't worry your parents. All right, Bao Yu excitedly nodded. Then I'll go, sister. Watching Bao Yu's retreating figure, Xin Yu couldn't help but reflect. This boy has really grown up over this time. Arriving at the tavern, upon seeing Bai Luo, the innkeeper pursed his lips. How did this guy end up here? Boss, bring us 2 pots of hot tea. I want to have a little chat with Magistrate Bai. Yes, please wait upstairs. After turning around, the innkeeper gritted his teeth as if making a very difficult decision. Sorry, Miss Shun, Mr. Chu. Chapter 100. Do you all take me for a sucker? Someone is calling me. Xin Yu could feel that the person calling him was nearby. He looked around and noticed that the innkeeper was emitting a red glow. Why is the innkeeper calling me in my heart? Red represents danger. Could it be that the innkeeper is warning me that County Magistrate Chu Mohan is dangerous? As County Magistrate Chu Mohan had already reached the 2nd floor, Xin Yu didn't hesitate and followed him up. Under the innkeeper's reminder, Xin Yu examined County Magistrate Chu Mohan's physical condition and found his heartbeat had increased significantly. This female ghost case indeed has hidden secrets. The County Magistrate's adrenaline surge caused a rapid heartbeat, accelerated blood flow, and considerable fluctuations in kidney movement, clearly indicating he was either shocked or harboring guilt. Upon entering the room, seeing the County Magistrate feigning calmness, Xin Yu became even more convinced of the tight connection between this official and the matter at hand. Master Chu, your room looks shabby and run down, unworthy of your esteemed status. Sir, may I suggest relocating to another tavern? Didn't I say I would stay here? What's the meaning behind constantly suggesting a change of taverns? You are overseeing this female ghost case. Isn't there some mischief involved? Chu Mohan's lips curved into an icy smile as the county magistrate clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, fearing exposure of anything amiss. How could it possibly be otherwise? Although I have minor faults, I genuinely care about the people's affairs. This female ghost case was a suicide, and the verdict is long established. Oh, if it was indeed a suicide, then why does it generate so much resentment? Just in the Lai Fu Inn alone, 3 young women have died consecutively? Do you truly take me for a fool? Clang. Chu Mohan slammed the teacup violently, releasing an overwhelming aura that left Bai Luo breathless. Even Bai Luo, who had seen grand occasions, felt constricted breathing, his chi surging uncontrollably, almost as if facing an incredibly powerful presence. But the fact remains so, no matter how much Master Chu interrogates me, the truth stands unaltered and I cannot twist it. If Master Chu doesn't believe me, he can investigate himself. Bai Luo's heartbeat remained rapid, making Xin Yu unable to determine whether it was due to lying or fear. Bai Luo wasn't foolish. He understood that acknowledging the crime would mean certain death. Currently, with his official position intact, Chu Mohan wouldn't dare to act against him before matters were officially settled. County Magistrate Bai needn't panic thusly. I was just casually asking. Regarding this matter, I shall naturally investigate it. Failing to restore justice to the female ghost will surely disturb the peace of the entire Qingxin County. You, being the parents' officer, appear quite detached despite the many civilian deaths, yet still have the time to scheme against me. This single sentence from Chu Mohan dug several traps for Bai Luo, leaving Bai Luo drenched in sweat, unsure of how to respond. This rumor claims Chu Mohan to be a top-level wastrel akin to a nincompoop. How could his words be so sharp? It's truly deadly. Master Chu, sir, I am investigating the affair of this female ghost today. No clues have emerged despite recent investigations, and I'm also deeply troubled by this. As for what happened today, it was purely coincidental. I had no idea my daughter would commit such outrageous acts. Indeed, Master Chu appears exceptionally handsome, which rendered my daughter incapable of resisting. Chu Mohan. Clever you, Bai Luo. Don't make me sick. Such clumsy tricks. Do you truly think I cannot see through them? County Magistrate Bai, are you really taking me for a fool? Or perhaps bring everyone who chased your daughter over and interrogate them. I don't believe not one of them lacks backbone. Seeing Chu Mohan's preoccupation with this issue, Bai Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why won't he let go of this? What exactly is Chu Mohan plotting? Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eye of Master Chu. I shouldn't have indulged my daughter to behave so wildly, and should never have agreed to her absurd request. Nevertheless, considering her sincerity, I hope Master Chu can show leniency. Bai Jing was indeed astute. A glance at her father allowed her to discern his thoughts, forcing out a couple of teardrops while covering her face with her white silk handkerchief and pretending to cry. Master, I have long admired you greatly, thus I resorted to such a desperate tactic. Please forgive me, and if you're willing, I'd be delighted to give you a child, considering it a blessing for me. Bai Jing tossed a seductive glance, seemingly attempting to lure the soul right out of someone. Chu Mohan didn't exhibit even a trace of masculine excitement, but rather found it extremely repulsive. He grabbed the nearby teacup and poured the entire contents onto Bai Jing's face. This tea is pure water, hoping it can wash away the lewdness on your body. Otherwise, one might mistake you for a fox spirit. Once these words left, regardless of how fond Bai Jing was of Chu Mohan, she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly in anger, itching to confront Chu Mohan. Since her coming-of-age ceremony, which man has dared to reject her? And now he's embarrassed her in public. making it impossible for her to save face. Shinyu suddenly chuckled, never expecting Chu Mohan to show no mercy towards such a woman. Knock knock knock. Who's there? It's me, young Master Chu, come to deliver some hot tea. Come in. The innkeeper glanced at everyone present, replaced the tea, and lit a new sachet of incense. Shinyu had been observing him all along. There was nothing unusual from start to finish, until Shinyu noticed a familiar red glow flash across his body when he closed the door. That's strange. Could the danger actually be coming from the innkeeper? Shinyu felt something wasn't right, and hurriedly picked up the teacup to examine it, but found nothing abnormal. Just as he prepared to check the incense, he suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, losing consciousness almost immediately. Clang, clang. Hearing the sound inside the room, the innkeeper entered with a cold sneer on his face. Come in. They're all unconscious now. Today we'll finally avenge Yunyan. With a whoosh of wind, a red-clad, masked man leapt into the room through the window. This corrupt official. He's finally fallen into our hands. Today I'm going to tear him limb from limb and dedicate it to Yunyan's spirit in heaven. Hold your horses. The innkeeper pointed to Bai Jing nearby, his smile turning sinister. Since they're already in our grasp, let's make him taste the pain of losing family. This corrupt official only has one daughter, doesn't he? We'll wake him up and kill his daughter right in front of him. The innkeeper's expression turned grotesque, fueled by vengeance. His eyes turned crimson. All according to your plan. If I can kill this corrupt official, I'm willing to take responsibility for these lives. Just send me to the authorities later, take the reward, and then you can leave here. None of this is your fault. It's been dragging you down recently. The man's eyes brimmed with tears, his tone tinged with regret. Don't talk like that. We can leave together. Over the years, I've made enough money running this in. As for this corrupt official's life, let's leave it to young Master Chu. His status is high, nobody will dare challenge him. No need to put your life on the line. At that moment, Chu Mohan grimaced. So what? All of you are planning to saddle me with the dirty work, huh? Chapter 101. How does he even know this? In the instant Shinyu fell to the ground, she used her abilities to rid herself and Chu Mohan of the poisonous smoke in their bodies, while simultaneously forming a filtering membrane inside her nasal cavity. When Shinyu checked the condition of Heibai's body, she realized that he wasn't poisoned at all. She never imagined that there could be such a cautious person in this world. Could it be that he had long discovered something was off with the innkeeper? By the time this incident happened, the innkeeper and Yang Qing had already securely bound Bai Luo and Bai Jing. The innkeeper took out a paste-like substance and smeared it on both their noses. Within moments, their dazed eyes opened. Upon seeing Yang Qing standing before him, Bai Luo's heart raced wildly, as if it were about to explode. You, how are you still alive? Weren't you dead? Bai Luo pointed incredulously at Yang Qing, knowing fully well that it was the secretary who had personally supervised throwing Yang Qing onto the mass grave grounds. You've done too much wrong. I bet you didn't expect me to crawl back alive from a pile of corpses. You killed my fiancée. Today, I'll slaughter your daughter. Let you taste the pain of losing a loved one. With that, Yang Qing grabbed Bai Jing by the collar and lifted her up. Wah. Father, save me. I don't want to die yet. My beautiful youth has not been spent marrying the man I love. Bai Luo sighed helplessly. At this critical moment, his daughter was still speaking nonsense. I take responsibility for my actions. Since you know everything, vent your anger on me. Don't kill my daughter. She knows nothing and is innocent. The innkeeper walked over with a sharp knife, slicing through Bai Jing's clothing to reveal her snow-white skin. You pervert. If we've fallen into your hands today, we will absolutely not let you off easily. We must torture you to death. Although Bai Jing was rather open-minded, upon realizing her imminent death, she couldn't help but cry loudly. Cry? When Yunyan pleaded with you, did you show any mercy? Yang Qing then sliced at Bai Jing's snow-white neck, the red blood looking extremely jarring. Stop it. Kill me instead. Can you stop torturing my daughter? Bai Luo struggled desperately, his flesh cut raw by the ropes, yet Yang Qing showed no sign of stopping. There's no point struggling anymore. Both of you must pay with your lives for Yunyan today. Do it. After saying this, Yang Qing and the innkeeper lunged at Bai Luo and Bai Jing with their knives, faces filled with content smiles, as if they'd finally put aside their grudge. Clang. Almost simultaneously, two muffled sounds rang out as both Yang Qing's and the innkeeper's knives dropped to the ground. Their eyes were full of shock. Shouldn't you have been poisoned unconscious? How do you still have strength to stand? The innkeeper inspected the poisoned smoke carefully. Without an antidote, it should have been impossible for them to withstand it so long. Don't bother looking. I am proficient in medicine. Your poison means nothing to me. You have grievances you can speak about, but private punishments will result in your own punishment. Attempting to place blame on us. Forget it. Shinyu's deep voice sent chills down the innkeeper's spine. He hadn't expected this young girl to possess such high medical skills. The martial arts of Heibai beside him, he had witnessed firsthand. Even together, they wouldn't last beyond a single breath against Shunyu and Chu Moan. Looks like we underestimated you. Nevertheless, Bai Luo must die today regardless. The innkeeper suddenly hurled the knife in his hand. The magistrate flinched, shut his eyes in fright. Shinyu raised her hand and smashed the teacup, deflecting the blade away, then vanished in a flash to deliver a flying kick, pinning the innkeeper down tightly on the ground and tying him up. No more extreme actions. Considering your sufferings, I have tolerated you. Should you continue, I won't hold back any longer. Seeing Shunyu's cold gaze, Yang Qing felt as though facing a fierce venomous snake. Suddenly feeling some fear, his knife slipped unconsciously to the ground. This could also be attributed to Shunyu's healing abilities. enhancing her presence while adding cowardly emotions in the enemy. Once both were under control, Chu Mohan opened the window and spoke. Speak up. What exactly is going on here? I shall make my judgment. If you truly have suffered unjust treatment, I will not ignore it. Though Chu Mohan said this outwardly, internally he felt somewhat inadequate due to his lack of official position, actually having no real power to handle by Luo. The innkeeper harbored some goodwill towards Shunyu and Chu Mohan since they came to Qingxin County and indeed accomplished some good deeds. These matters have a long story. Please listen patiently as we explain them, Mr. Chu. No problem. Go ahead and speak. As long as we can unravel this wrongful case, even if it takes 3 days and 3 nights, I'll listen attentively. The innkeeper then recounted the entire sequence of events. At several points, Chu Mohan and Hei Bai were so enraged that they almost couldn't resist cutting down this corrupt official. Not only had Bai Luo disgraced Yang Qing's fiancée, he had gouged out her eyes and severed her tongue. Who could possibly commit such atrocities? Upon realizing Yang Qing was still alive, Bai Luo exploited his authority to secretly plot against him. Had it not been for Yang Qing's good fortune, this foul magistrate would have escaped justice once again. This case, however, was not an isolated incident. Over the years, there had been countless victims under Bai Jing, Bai Luo, and Wu Senga's hands, truly deserving death multiple times over. Bai Luo, do you have any defense? Do you admit to Yang Qing's accusations? Chu Mohan slammed the table furiously as he questioned. What if I admit? You, Chu Mohan, are merely the Prime Minister's nephew. Do you even hold an official position? On what grounds do you judge my fate? Can you command life and death for a court official? Do you think yourself someone special? Bai Luo knew that Li Yibing was dead, and the current situation inside and outside the imperial court was in chaos. It would take some time for a new prefect to be appointed. Taking some time, eh? Looks like you really see yourself as something important. Do you think I don't dare kill you? Go ahead and try me. Chu Mohan unsheathed the long sword from Hei Bai's waist and plunged straight at Bai Luo. Bai Luo's eyes widened in horror as his pants got soaked with urine. The blade narrowly missed his neck, piercing through the wooden board instead. You're right. I indeed don't dare kill you. I have no official title. Yang Qing and the innkeeper furrowed their brows tightly, clenching their fists. If so, we won't bother Chu young master anymore. We never planned to survive anyway. After we kill this dog official, we'll accept the law's punishment. Xinyu sighed helplessly as she also bound Yang Qing's wrists. What are you doing? You cannot let this official die. I want to kill him. Why bind me? Calm down. Whether his death comes sooner or later is just a matter of time. Why throw away your own lives unnecessarily? Especially you, Yang Qing. Don't you owe Yun Yan the promise to live on properly? At the mention of Yun Yan's name, both men couldn't hold back the tears streaming down their cheeks. Stop crying. Although I cannot kill him, someone can. Chu Mohan rubbed his forehead helplessly. In 3 days' time, Inspector Feng Yuan will pass through Qingxin County. Then you can submit a petition detailing your grievances, ensuring this injustice will finally be resolved. Hei Bai and Bai Luo both turned their gaze toward Chu Mohan, surprise clearly etched in their eyes. This inspector was visiting incognito. Even Bai Luo didn't know about it. How did this guy know his movements? Chapter 102. Rich now. Who exactly are you? Even if you're the nephew of the Prime Minister, it's impossible for you to know the whereabouts of the governor. Moreover, how can you call out the governor's name so casually? Bai Luo's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, his whole body trembling as though struck by lightning, disbelievingly staring at Chu Mohan, who stood calmly before him. This guy? There's absolutely no way he's as simple as Bai Luo originally thought. Qin Feng behind them sighed helplessly, shutting all the windows around them. He feared that someone might overhear something they shouldn't. What's wrong with this young master? Weren't we supposed to hide our identity? How could you reveal such an important matter? The identity of Hei Bai is still unclear. Isn't this equivalent to delivering the news directly to the Prime Minister? The steward in the adjacent guest room, hearing the shocking news released by Chu Mohan, accidentally scalded himself with hot tea. Where did young master get this information from? If it wasn't for the secret letter from the Prime Minister, I wouldn't have known. The steward's astonishment was no less than a poor man finding a gold coin. You don't need to know where I got the information. All you need to know is, your death is approaching. Chu Mohan gagged Bai Luo and tied him up inside the inn. You two tell me, what's the deal with those women who died in this county? Did you really kill them? Yang Qing sighed, his eyes showing a hint of turbidity. We didn't. They're all corpses of women picked up from the Lingquan, unmarked graves. That's good then. From now on, you don't have to keep hiding. This case is almost over. We should also change to another tavern to stay. Lately, these wooden planks have made my whole body stiff. I simply can't bear this hardship anymore. Chu Mohan shrugged, rubbing his neck irritably, clearly hating this small shabby inn. Qin Feng glanced bitterly at the young master. Do you realize what you've just said? Pretending in front of Miss Xinyu, I understand, but trying to portray the image of a spoiled rich boy again. Isn't it too late? You've really messed things up. When will we be able to finish investigating this matter? Naturally, Chu Mohan noticed Qin Feng's emotional fluctuations and decided to have a serious chat with him later tonight. The innkeeper and Yang Qing stood dazed, feeling that seeking revenge was too easy. Why do I always feel things won't be so simple? Yang Qing, what do you think? Yang Qing stumbled down the stairs in a haze, unable to calm down until Bai Luo's head was cut off. To hell with it. If Bai Luo doesn't die within the next 2 days, I'll kill him myself even if it costs my life. After the group left, Bai Luo leaned against the pillar, attempting to untie the ropes binding his hands while Bai Jing pulled the rag from his mouth. How dare they tie me so tightly? It's truly despicable. Bai Jing's face revealed a bitter smile. He looked 10 years older. Dad, aren't we really done for? If the governor really comes, everything about us from all these years will definitely be uncovered. Fear flickered in her eyes. Used to living freely for so many years, she never imagined there would come a day like this. Enough, shut up. Isn't it because of your foolishness that we ended up in this situation? Insisting on provoking Chu Mohan. That man's sharp and calculating. Far from being a wastrel, he's nothing more than a cunning merchant. Bai Luo stared out the door, his eyes full of unwillingness. Chu Mohan, you'd better wait. I absolutely won't give up so easily. On the other side, Bao Yu and Shi Yu successfully collected their rent, silver packed in burlap bags. The two men struggled to carry them back to the inn, with old lady Shin wanting to help, but being sternly refused by the pair. Bao Yu wasn't the naive lad he used to be. He knew old lady Shin only wanted to get close for profit and tried to trick them out of their silver. From now on, they wouldn't hesitate a bit, not allowing her to cheat any money from their hands. They're back. Seeing Bao Yu and Shi Yu coming through the door, Fanning Shue quickly rushed forward. After Shin Yu's healing abilities dealt with Bao Yu's wounds, the marks had vanished completely. Mother, please help Shi Yu. Shi Yu's face was flushed red, the bangs on his forehead soaked with sweat. Fanning Shue promptly took the bag out of his hand. Clang. The bag fell heavily to the ground, catching Fanning Shue by surprise as she hadn't expected it to be so heavy, causing her to lose her balance and topple forward. Mother, careful. Shin Yu swiftly intervened, grabbing her mother by the shoulders and stabilizing her. What's in this bag that it's so heavy? After speaking, Fanning Shue realized she'd let slip too much. Fortunately, there weren't any outsiders nearby, or it would have attracted envious bandits once again. The bag contains rent money, right? Don't worry, count away here. With me around, no one dares to cause trouble. Chu Mohan smugly flicked the folding fan in his hand, and everyone knew he was putting on airs. However, it still gave them a sense of reassurance, likely because Hei Bai was by his side. It's not exactly like that. This Qingqing County has quite a few of Chu Mohan's businesses. Though he appears carefree on the surface, if he truly got angry, even if Bai Luo were released from Laifuin, he wouldn't be a match for Chu Mohan. Since Mohan has spoken, let's count a little bit. Let's gather together to see if these silver taels are enough for us to escape to the capital. Excitedly, everyone gathered around the table as they watched the shiny silver being poured out from the bags, all gulping down their saliva. They'd lived for so many years, but had never seen so much silver before. My goodness, the whole table is covered with silver. How much could this be? Lu Guafu pinched her cheeks hard. The intense pain made her feel certain she wasn't dreaming. Hem. Lu Guafu, quickly wipe away your drool. Don't let it drip onto the silver. The headman grimaced at her, silently estimating the amount of silver. There must be about 500 taels just by eyeballing it. It was truly alarming. The headman couldn't fathom how collecting rent could yield so much silver. 532 taels. That's a lot. Shunan furrowed his brow at the silver on the table, feeling a sudden nervousness over possessing such a large sum. Before the excitement fully wore off, Bao Yu rummaged through his robe and tossed some more items onto the table. There's still more. Not just this much. Everyone. Not just this much. There was more, and they were silver notes. Was this rent collection or robbery? Shunan counted them, and these silver notes amounted to 800 taels. That meant a total of 1,332 taels. With this much silver, it's enough for us to get to the capital. Everyone grinned at the silver on the table, feeling that sticking with the Shun family was the best decision they'd ever made. Since we're all here, I want to discuss something with everyone. Looking at Shun Yu's serious expression, everyone realized this matter must be significant. Go ahead. We support you. If not for your protection, we might have already died on the road. After the headman spoke, everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with trust in Shun Yu. We think it would be better not to head directly to the capital. The environment here in Qingqing County isn't bad. Let's settle down here for a while, and then reconsider going to the capital later. Chapter 103, Governor Feng Yuan. Though everyone was puzzled in their hearts, Shin Yu must have her reasons for saying this. Alright, then let's do as you say. We'll stay in Qingqing County for now. The Li family elder spoke first, and the others followed by nodding, thinking it wasn't bad to stay in Qingqing County. It was much better than Wei Village. But we can't live in the inn forever. It costs a lot of money day by day. Mrs. Wu really thought of Shun Yu as one of their own, which is why she would say such a thing. Shin Yu naturally had her own considerations. During the past 2 days wandering around the county, she had already chosen an excellent residence for them. They would be more than comfortable living there. Aunt Wu is right. I've given this matter careful thought. I've already picked out a house. After taking care of the female ghost problem, we'll move in. After finishing her sentence, Shin Yu looked towards the southeast corner, mentally planning how to reasonably acquire the house. This house was bought at a high price by the local wealthy merchant Tao Jiang, originally intended as a gift for Bai Luo. But before it could be given, news spread that Bai Luo had been captured by Chua Mohan. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong information? Was County Magistrate Bai really imprisoned by that young man at the Laifu Inn? A robust man slumped onto a chair, his face full of exhaustion. Isn't that guy just a reckless rich kid? And he actually dared to imprison County Magistrate Bai. Where does he get off having that kind of authority? Master, this Chu Mohan's uncle is the current Prime Minister of the court. Even if he had killed County Magistrate Bai with his hands, perhaps no one would dare tell the truth. Upon hearing the steward say this, Tao Jiang furrowed his eyebrows. Is that so? Could this young man really be that reckless? Would he dare kill an official of the court? Isn't this complete lawlessness? The steward silently cursed inside. This dog magistrate has done countless evils and deserves death even if it happens. Master, Chu Mo Han is like a ferocious dragon, fearful enough to stir up chaos in our Qingqing County. We must prepare early. We shouldn't rely on county magistrate by anymore. As for the gambling den shop, don't think about it anymore. Steward Jiang Zhou was a rare talent in Qingqing County who had provided numerous suggestions to Tao Jiang over the years. He not only helped him avoid calamities, but also made him a great deal of money, so his advice this time was certainly worth listening to. Then all the silver we've spent before will have gone down the drain? Tao Jiang frowned deeply while looking at the county official's residence, knowing each brick and tile soaked with his sweat and blood. Jiang Zhou chuckled softly and unfolded the fan in his hand. For some reason, after the heavy snowfall recently passed, the weather had grown unusually hot. What are you laughing at? What new trickery have you concocted? Master, isn't it true that Bai Luo hid all the silver from the treasury? At the sight of Jiang Zhou's subtle smile, Tao Jiang immediately grasped his meaning. Reveal the location of the treasury to the newly arrived county magistrate. Pretend it's a grand gift for the new county magistrate. Not exactly. Jiang Zhou shook his head and leaned close to Tao Jiang's ear. Instead, let's present this gift to Mr. Chu. Even when Mr. Chu eventually leaves, once the succeeding magistrates know we've cultivated a relationship with the Prime Minister, they will treat us respectfully without needing us to bribe them constantly. That way, you won't need to waste so much silver to appease them anymore. Tao Jiang was greatly delighted. It did make perfect sense. Yes, in that case, we could save quite a bit of silver every year. You go to the accounting room and fetch 10 taels of silver. Consider it your reward from me. Ha ha. Laughing heartily, he stepped into the carriage. Go. Yichuan Courtyard. I'm in a good mood today here. The coachman couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the handful of loose silver coins in his hand. Having driven carriages for Tao Estate for so long, this was the first time he had received so much tip. At midnight, under the bright stars with sparse clouds, surrounded by dense woods, gusts of scorching wind blew into the carriage. A man wearing an official hat, dressed in peacock green official robes, had his eyes tightly closed and leaned against the cushion. Suyu, where are we now? The man's voice was rough, but his skin was white and tender. Around 35 or so years old, he bore a refined demeanor typical of scholarly gentlemen. The white jade belt at his waist signified his noble status. Replying to your excellency, if we continue riding without stopping, we should reach Qingcheng County tomorrow morning. A servant bowed respectfully. Then let's press on then. We'll rest well when we arrive in Qingcheng County. The servant pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, then spoke quietly. Governor, I've heard that less than half a day ago, Prime Minister Chu Mo Han detained county magistrate Bai. The reason is unknown. Is that so? This Chu Mo Han, I have heard of him slightly, never expecting him to be this unruly. Feng Yuan stroked his beard, his brows knitted together tightly. His position as governor had not come easily, and this visit to Qingtian Prefecture was mainly to investigate the cause of Li Yibing's death. Rumors were rampant in the court, especially since the Li family held significant influence in the capital. Under pressure, the emperor had no choice but to send him to get to the bottom of things. As for Bai Luo, he could be considered an acquaintance. Even before entering the capital to serve as an official, Feng Yuan had benefited from Bai Luo's kindness. Back then, if Bai Luo hadn't added his seal to his clearance papers and given him travel expenses, Feng Yuan wouldn't have achieved his current status. Things have gotten a bit tricky now. You must continue investigating why Chu Mo Han imprisoned Bai Luo. Even as the prime minister's nephew, he has to follow the laws of Daqing dynasty. Without any official position, how dare he detain an official of the court? Seeing the anger practically blazing in the eyes of the governor, the subordinate quickly responded, "All right, I'll look into it immediately." After leaving the carriage, Suyu couldn't help but rub his forehead, wondering why Governor Feng had to meddle in such a messy situation. Everyone knew that the prime minister had no offspring. Among relatives, this was the only nephew. No matter how much he disliked him, it was still his own nephew. No one else should interfere. The next morning, Xinyu left the inn and observed the surrounding shops, confirming that she would be able to free Song Yi Bai and his companions within the day to assist her. This Qingqing County must become her foundation. To survive in this chaotic world, having money was absolutely necessary. Though small, Qingqing County was densely populated. Despite Bai Luo not being a good official, when it came to winning people's favor and attracting wealthy merchants, she admitted that Bai Luo did a great job. There were more pedestrians on these streets than in any other county she had passed through. It was lively here. Doing business in this place would surely yield big profits. What is most important in doing business? People. After observing for a whole day, Xinyu confirmed her thoughts once again. There were a few empty shops available for business, so she didn't need to worry about finding a storefront. With sunset approaching, there was no sign of cooling weather. Instead, it was getting hotter. Xinyu knew that the great heat was imminent. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage hurriedly entered the city gates in the distance. The carriage wheels had rivet embellishments, and the wooden columns bore intricate carvings, clearly indicating the high status of the passenger inside. Wasn't it said the governor would arrive tomorrow? Could something have happened? Grasping the bun she had just bought, Xinyu rushed over and noticed that this man in official robes was staying at the same inn as her. "Sir, are you looking to stay or dine?" "To stay." Before the words were even finished, Feng Yuan noticed a man wearing simple brown clothes smiling beside him. "Who are you?" "Chu Mo Han." Chapter 104, Meeting with Feng Yuan. As soon as the two exchanged glances, the surrounding diners felt that the hot air seemed to turn icy. Looking at Feng Yuan's attire and the guards outside the door, Everyone knew he was either wealthy or noble, and none dared to continue enjoying their delicious meals. They left quietly. Brother Zhao, we haven't even eaten yet. Is it not too wasteful? The man hadn't eaten a full meal for several days, and seeing the table full of food made him wince with regret. What are you eating for? Can't you see those two, facing off like needles against each other? One is Chu Mohan, who has recently become famous in our Qingxin County, and the other obviously is a high-ranking official. You wouldn't understand the principle that if a city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. A moment later, only Chu Mohan and Feng Yuan remained in the room, sitting across from each other with cold expressions. Mr. Chu, the Prime Minister should be waiting for you in the capital. Shouldn't you hurry back? Staying here in Qingxin County must be quite a waste for someone like you. Being the Prime Minister's nephew, Feng Yuan had some concerns in his heart and did not initially behave too aggressively, but rather like an understanding elder brother. Mr. Feng, your trip to Qingxin County surely wasn't just to persuade me to return to the capital, right? Chu Mohan tossed a peanut into the air and leaned back, perfectly catching it in his mouth. Feng Yuan slightly frowned and cursed under his breath. It's fate running into you, Mr. Chu. I heard that you've done quite a few earth-shaking things here in Qingxin County. He looked meaningfully at Chu Mohan. His words were gentle, but Chu Mohan understood them clearly. What kind of person was Chu Mohan? He had arranged the densest intelligence network in this Qingxin County. As early as last night, Chu Mohan had received news that Feng Yuan actually had some ties with Bai Luo. Bai Luo could wreak havoc in Qingxin County partly due to Feng Yuan's support. Without Feng Yuan, he wouldn't have been able to reach Li Yibing at all. It's not a big deal, just getting rid of harm for the people. I didn't want to bother with their petty affairs, but this guy put me on his target list. How could I just sit there and do nothing? Is Director Feng here to plead for Bai Luo? By the end of his speech, Chu Mohan's expression turned grim, like a hungry wolf ready to avenge, his eyes filled with killing intent, making Feng Yuan feel troubled. Mr. Chu, Bai Luo isn't really a bad person, and besides, you hold no office in Qing Dynasty. Keeping him detained like this isn't appropriate, is it? Feng Yuan laughed sheepishly, looking somewhat awkward. This matter was more complicated than previously anticipated. Judging by Chu Mohan's demeanor, it seemed he didn't intend to let Bai Luo go. Oh, if he can harm me, why can't I detain him? What kind of logic is that? I don't understand. Once I reach the capital, I'll naturally bring up this issue with Uncle when we visit Director Feng. Bang! Chu Mohan heavily slapped the table, his imposing presence stronger even than the official title he held. This brat. Such a temper. Could they not just discuss rationally instead of having to sentence Bai Luo to death? After all, Bai Luo was once his benefactor, and he must try his best to save him. Mr. Chu, please don't get angry. It's not that you can't imprison him, but a mere young county magistrate. Why should you trouble yourself so much? I'll handle his case tomorrow for you. You'll be completely satisfied. Chu Mohan snorted coldly and took out a stack of complaint papers from his chest pocket. Bai Luo's fingerprints were clearly marked on them. What is this? After reading through the content of these papers, Feng Yuan was extremely infuriated. After so many years, Bai Luo had become this cruel? You've seen the complaint paper now? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation tomorrow. Otherwise, both of you won't finish this lightly. Chu Mohan not only knew about Feng Yuan's hidden relationship with Bai Luo, but also realized that if Feng Yuan failed to complete his secret investigation this time, then upon returning to the capital, his position would definitely be replaced by someone else. Between his career and his benefactor from many years ago, he should know how to make a choice. By the time Xin Yu pushed the door open, Feng Yuan had already reached the upstairs. How did it go? Did he cause you any trouble? Do we need to set fire to this in tonight and burn him alive? Seeing Xin Yu's earnest face, Chu Mohan was momentarily taken aback. No need. I have my own ways to deal with him. Let's just wait for the trial tomorrow. Looking at Chu Mohan's confident appearance, Xin Yu stopped questioning further. She was still very reassured about Chu Mohan. By the way, where have you been for so long? Xin Yu placed the steamed bun in her hand on the table and casually told Chu Mohan about her idea of starting a business. Qin Feng, silently eavesdropping nearby, was feeling utterly helpless. Master, just indulge her. Keep indulging her, and our family fortune will all be wasted. Miss Xin certainly has sharp insight. In just a few days, she has figured out all the most profitable businesses in Qingxin County. Good job, These businesses, confectionery, grilled skewers, cold drink shops, and braised meat stalls, all sound promising. However, selecting materials and personnel can be a bit troublesome. Do you need help from me? Qin Feng was on the verge of tears. They already owned the pastry shop and the braised meat stall, and everyone had witnessed Xin Yu's cooking skills along the way. She was truly outstanding. Would their two businesses have to shut down now? And this young master actually wanted to help Miss Xin find ingredients? Master, didn't we agree to save money for revenge in the capital? How could you forget everything? No need. Xin Yu responded, feeling puzzled by Qin Feng's orange aura glowing brightly beside her. She hadn't mistreated him at all during the journey, so why did he get angry whenever business was mentioned? I've set aside a steamed bun for you. Remember to give it to Uncle Tian Yi and Aunt Tian Jiao. With that, Xin Yu darted into her parents' room with the remaining buns. You're back. How about the place you looked at? Fan Yingshui approached Xin Yu, beaming with excitement. Women always hoped for a stable life, so she cared deeply about the house. Having a home meant they were rooted in Qingxin County. The house is ready, but it might take a few more days to finalize everything. As for the business shops, I found them already. Mama, do you want to learn how to make pastries? Fan Yingshui usually only knew how to make steamed buns or pinch some dumplings. Pastry making was so delicate, and she had barely seen it done, let alone learn to create them. Nervously gripping her sleeves, she said, Mama has clumsy hands. I'm afraid I can't manage such delicate work. She wanted to help her daughter, but was scared of hindering instead. Shannon noticed his wife's concerns and walked up behind her, gently patting her shoulder. Don't worry. Nothing happens overnight. It takes time. And besides, your dumplings are always beautifully made, aren't they? Shannon raised his eyebrows, while Bao Yu and Shi Yu hurriedly cheered on. Yes, Mama. You can absolutely do it, no doubt about it. In just 3 days, those pastries will turn out perfectly. Fan Ningxue had always wanted to learn pastry making, not only because she liked it, but also because it could earn money. However, their past life was too hard, and there was never any spare money to spend on learning such skills. All right, I'll give it a try. That's right. Mama, don't worry. I'll definitely teach you. Xin Yu happily took out molds, flour, and eggs from her basket. Before long, the rich aroma filled the room. Chapter 105, Trial begins. Shi Yu looked excitedly at the steamed pastries in the mold. They seemed well done, and Shi Yu happily smacked her lips. Mother, elder sister, they look great. I can't wait to try them. Shi Yu rubbed her little hands together as Bao Yu took a sweet potato cake without noticing her. Big brother, how dare you not respect the elders and care for the young? Shi Yu jumped to snatch the pastry back, but she was too short. Seeing how fine the pastries made from the molds were, Fan Ningxue felt more confident. She took one and tasted it. It was indeed quite good. Delicious. Mother, so sweet, and the sweet potato flavor feels so familiar. Sweet potatoes have high yields, are easy to preserve, and are one of the simplest means for us poor people to survive. When Xin Yu opened another mold, an even stronger fragrance appeared. Shi Yu and Bao Yu wiped their drooling mouths, as if the pastry before them was incredibly delicious. Elder sister, what is this? It smells so good, and its shape is like nothing we've ever seen before. Xin Yu handed a few pieces out to everyone. The soft texture and sweet, delicate taste made them feel like these pastries were even better than osmanthus cakes. Sister, these are so delicious. This must be the best pastry I've ever eaten in my life. Seeing how delighted Shi Yu looked, Xin Yu tapped her forehead. Who taught you that? You're only a few years old, talking like an adult about your whole life. Finish up these remaining pastries quickly. Sister has also bought big meat buns for you all. Upon seeing the meat buns Xin Yu pulled out, the two boys became excited and started jumping around. What is this called? I've never seen such a pastry before. It's truly curious. Fan Ningxue struggled to suppress her excitement, but could hardly hide her joy. This is called an egg cake, and the method to make it is very simple. I'll teach you tomorrow at the shop. Good. After Xin Yu left, Fan Ningxue smiled contentedly as she gazed at the moon outside the window. Suddenly, she thought the moon was beautiful, big, and round, just like a sweet and fragrant pastry. Back in the village, every day was exhausting with chores, cooking, and constant fatigue, leaving no time to admire the moon. Now, though they were fleeing famine, their lives had improved qualitatively. Under Yuer's leadership, the family was becoming increasingly affluent. Not only did they have much silver now, but they could also open a shop according to their preference, a fulfilling life indeed. The two children fell asleep soon after, while Shunan wiped the sweat off his brow and sat beside his wife. What are you looking at so intently? Just watching the moon. Before, I didn't realize how beautiful the moon could be, and now I can't tear my eyes away. Shunan chuckled and refilled his wife's cup with tea. It's not that you think the moon is beautiful, it's always been this way. You think it's beautiful because you're in a good mood, don't you? Isn't the current life we live pretty satisfying? There's hope. Fan Ningxue nodded repeatedly. My lord, don't you feel the same? All of this is thanks to our Yuer. Without him, we wouldn't have such fortune. Looking at his wife's satisfied expression, Shunan envied her. Why couldn't he feel happiness? Every time he saw Yuer getting too close to Chu Mo Han, his heart would ache. He felt like the flower he had carefully nurtured ended up being planted in a pile of dung. No, wait, on a pile of good-looking dung. Our Yuer is indeed capable, leading us into the life we yearned for. However, haven't you noticed? Lately, Yuer seems to be getting a bit too close to Chu Mo Han. After waiting a long time for a response from his wife, Shunan glanced down. Fan Ningxue had fallen asleep face down on the table. Shunan frowned and stared sorrowfully at the moon outside the window. They say the moon symbolizes longing and reunion, but why does it make me feel so sad? Will Yuer be happy and safe in the future, following Chu Mo Han? The next morning, a strong rooster's crow sounded like a copper gong, startling Feng Yuan awake. He glanced at the red sun rising outside the window, hurriedly put on his official robe, and stepped outside the door. Suyu, do you remember the task I assigned to you? Suyu bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Good. Let's bring Chu Mo Han to the government office for questioning by Luo. Suyu awkwardly rubbed his eyebrows and gave a wry smile. Master, Mr. Chu woke up early and has already been waiting downstairs for half an hour. Oh, so early. This kid really takes this matter seriously. Be careful when you act, understand? Don't let him notice anything unusual. Yes. Suyu had followed Feng Yuan for over 10 years, remaining utterly loyal. Feng Yuan had long since regarded Suyu as his own younger brother. Let's go, Magistrate Feng. Xinyu led the way forward and soon arrived at the downstairs area of La Fuan. Suyu, you go and bring Bai Luo here. Chu Mo Han wasn't a fool. He knew Feng Yuan must have some trick up his sleeve, so he waved his folding fan to block Suyu's path. Wait, Qin Feng, you come along too. Bai Luo isn't someone trustworthy. Don't let him harm the attendants around Magistrate Feng by mistake. Yes. Upstairs, Bai Luo's face was pale due to hunger. Seeing this unfamiliar face beside Qin Feng, Bai Luo's eyes sparkled with joy for a moment. Could it be that Feng Yuan had arrived? Bai Jing saw her father like this and felt increasingly distressed in her heart. Wasn't this a desperate situation? How could her father still laugh with such ease at such a time? Let's go. The magistrate has arrived, and he is about to question you. Su Yu's expression was serious. Seeing Bai Luo moving slowly, he kicked him down without hesitation. Can you hurry up a bit? Do you know how busy the magistrate is? Bai Luo's head hit the floor tiles, blood streaming down from his forehead. What a waste of life. You can get knocked down so easily with just a small force. You're truly useless. Su Yu handed over a handkerchief, but Qin Feng snatched it away immediately. What do you think you're doing? Trying to pull something funny right under my nose. Qin Feng carefully examined the handkerchief, finding nothing unusual before passing it back to Bai Luo. You young man, don't be so cautious, let's go. Taking advantage of the moment when Qin Feng was checking the handkerchief, Su Yu slipped a note into Bai Jing's hands. Bai Jing was stunned for a second, then clenched the note in her hand. Could this man be enchanted by her beauty and planning to play the role of a knight rescuing the damsel? Half an hour later, in front of the county chief's office hall, Feng Yuan personally questioned Bai Luo while people gathered outside in a thick crowd. Today, we will finally bring this corrupt official down. After so many years of oppression, we'll finally get a break. Today I must see his head chopped off. Otherwise, my grievances won't subside. Back then, my son was killed by a wealthy merchant, but he declared that man innocent. Absolutely disgraceful. Everybody quiet. Court session starts immediately. Bang. With the sound of the gavel, Chu Mohan and Shun Yu both smiled satisfactorily. They were finally able to give the citizens of Qingqing County their justice. Chapter 106. How did the two of you come here? Bring someone in. Feng Yuan's corner of his mouth carried a look of dignity. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of difficulty in his eyes. Bring the defendant, Magistrate Bai Luo of Qingqing County, up. Yes. Several former subordinates brought Bai Luo to the main hall, and the people outside threw all the rotten vegetables and eggs they had in their hands. That's enough. Silence. Stop this right now or it will be considered as obstruction of justice and attacking an imperial official. Feng Yuan's expression turned cold, but the commoners wisely stuffed the eggs back into their pockets. Defendant Bai Luo, are you clear on the contents of this complaint? Did you place the fingerprint yourself? Chu Mohan slightly furrowed his brows and gave a meaningful glance at Feng Yuan. Interesting, this guy is still trying to exonerate Bai Luo. Does he really think I'm just sitting here eating for free? Bai Luo's eyes darted about, clearly thinking rapidly about something. Shin Yu could also feel the intense emotional fluctuations from Bai Luo. This guy, is he going to deny everything? Wanting to make a last stand? I know what the content is, but I didn't voluntarily press my fingerprint. It was Chu Mohan forcing me. He subjected me to private punishment. Please investigate this thoroughly. Shin Yu jumped to her feet suddenly, almost wanting to kick Bai Luo out. That day, it was him who said he would willingly press the fingerprint himself, and now he regrets it? And even dared to accuse Chu Mohan? Seeing this, Chu Mohan quickly grabbed Shin Yu. The two of them don't want to make a rash move that would spoil their position. You error, don't rush. Don't fall for their tricks. This Bai Luo and Feng Yuan are old friends, and today they are colluding, protecting each other. Shin Yu clenched her fists, originally thinking that Feng Yuan was still a good official, but judging by this, he's no different than Bai Luo. Chu Mohan, where are you? I am here. Feng Yuan smoothed his beard and his gaze became sharp immediately. Chu Mohan, is what Bai Luo said true? A commoner like you dares to use private punishment on an official of the court? Do you know what crimes you have committed? What crime have I committed? Ha ha. Chu Mohan burst into laughter, looking very much like a dissolute rich man. Wow, this Master Chu is so handsome. His every smile deeply imprints on my heart. I love his playboy attitude. A merchant's daughter stared at Chu Mohan incessantly batting her eyelashes, wishing to drag him home immediately. Suddenly, I think this rogue Chu Mohan isn't bad. At least he seems more comfortable than these two dogs of officials. What kind of dog fart prefect? Turns out another corrupted official. Clang. The sound of the gavel was like a thunderclap in spring, but it couldn't stop the grumbling voices of the people. You should all be quiet. Officer Chu, I'm asking you a question. Why are you laughing? Looking at Feng Yuan's serious face, Chu Mohan found it even funnier. Haha, Commissioner Feng, when the evidence is so clear, you insist on asking again to give Bai Luo a chance to evade his sin. As for me, can he simply pin my crime on one mere statement from him? Do you really think I am easy to bully? Does he have any evidence to claim I used private punishments? Chu Mohan spread his hands indifferently, which surprised Feng Yuan. Finished. This time I've completely offended this guy. Bai Luo shouted. Of course, I have evidence. My daughter saw it all. She can testify for me. Moreover, these wounds on my body, they're all evidences of him torturing me. After saying this, Bai Luo began unbuttoning his clothes and swiftly took them off. What are you doing? In front of everyone. Can you behave yourself at least a little? Shin Yu's voice carried disdain. Bai Luo's excessive body fat made it awkward for others to appreciate. Dad. Bai Jing looked incredulously at Bai Luo's smooth and bright skin. Not only were there no wounds, not even a bruise could be found. This. Feng Yuan sighed with disappointment. Someone, get me the measuring stick. Even if Feng Yuan wants to help Bai Luo evade his crimes, he's not stupid enough to ruin his own future. And Feng Yuan has some understanding of Chu Tianren. Even though there's now a misunderstanding between him and Chu Mohan, apologizing sincerely in the capital should be sufficient to mend this relationship. Bai Luo was beaten with 5 sticks, sweat already covered his forehead. The weather was already scorchingly hot, and his clothes were already soaked in sweat. As for your daughter, Due to familial relations, she cannot be used as a witness. Now do you have any other witnesses? Upon seeing the disappointment in Feng Yuan's eyes, Bai Luo hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Commissioner, please conduct a thorough investigation. On that day, I met Chu Emohan on the street, and he ordered his followers to tie me up. The bystanders can testify. If the sudden disappearance of the wounds was a heavy punch, then the commoners outside shouting that they didn't see anything was like a mountain pressing down on Feng Yuan and Bai Luo. Feng Yuan was also caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. For a county magistrate to achieve this level of denial was truly unprecedented. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had a backup plan. To prevent emergencies, he had arranged a few helpers last night. An old man fought his way through the crowd to the front, shouting loudly. I saw it. Inspector Duran, I saw it. It's old Deng. How shameless. For a little money, you would help this corrupt official. The surrounding commoners tightly held onto his clothes, and several women used all their strength to pinch several large welts onto him. Come in. Carefully recount what happened that day. Before this person could speak, Qin Feng stepped in front of him. Master, this man is just a gambler who will do anything for money. Can his words be trusted? How can they not be trusted? The truth will be judged by me. There's no need for you to interfere. Oh, what if I have evidence that he was bribed? Everyone was shocked. This was impossible. How could Qin Feng know? Last night, the matter was done very secretly. And who would waste time staring at a poor wretch? If you have evidence, bring it out. Don't be so mysterious. Feng Yuan became somewhat flustered. Even his beard twitched twice. What was this guy's background? He managed to uncover such a secret matter. It seemed that there were quite a number of capable people around Chu Emohan. What a useless wastrel. These terms really did him a great disservice. Bring the witness up. A young server dressed in brown cotton linen and a bearded, unkempt, burly man were escorted up by constables. Upon seeing them, old Deng's eyes suddenly lost their light. You? Why are the two of you here? Chapter 107. Today Bai Luo must die. Why can't we come? Wang Sen scratched his ear and disdainfully looked at old Deng, the underlying dissatisfaction and anger making him tense. You too tell us. Why can't Deng Youwei's words be used as evidence in court? Feng Yuan's expression was calm, seemingly unsurprised by their arrival. Chu Emohan was somewhat surprised. Did he have any other tricks up his sleeve? In just half a day, Feng Yuan had done an excellent job with all these preparations. Yesterday, old Deng suddenly found me and said he would take me to Jingfeng Tower for a drink. What is Jingfeng Tower? A meal there costs at least 3 taels of silver. He's a gambler, owes a mountain of gambling debts. Can he afford such an expensive place? The crowd nodded, thinking it made sense. Why not? Can't he win at gambling? It's quite normal for him to invite his buddies over happily after winning big, isn't it? The scribe countered beside them, which sounded reasonable too. Not true. Not true. Your argument might hold for ordinary gamblers, but when it comes to Deng Youwei, it's absolutely impossible. The scribe, hands crossed in front of his chest, looked down at Wang Sen disdainfully. Speak if you have something to say. Stop beating around the bush. Anyone who doesn't know you would think you're something special. Seeing how haughty the scribe looked, Wang Sen became more determined to expose their secrets. This corrupt official thinks he's so smart with his limited knowledge, acting like he's high and mighty. Deng Youwei told us his secret after drinking a few cups of wine. Someone gave him 30 taels to buy him lying in court today. The innkeeper, and I can testify. We heard him say it with our own ears. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the scribe's forehead. He didn't expect this drunkard to be so unreliable, revealing such a secret to others. Words spoken while drinking heavily, can they be trusted? If he says while drunk that he committed murder, would you believe him? The scribe's eyes pierced like knives. If they weren't holding a trial, he would surely have chopped off the head of the naive fellow in front of him. Oh, if it doesn't count, then what Deng Youwei is saying now could be admitted as testimony in court, right? Isn't your statement contradictory? Chu Emohan sneered, her sharp gaze meeting the scribe's. The scribe felt immense pressure. Why? Why shouldn't it count? Why shouldn't it? He hasn't drunk enough now to make his words invalid. Xinyu smiled lightly, tapping her fingers gently. Wang Sen suddenly felt a familiar smell in his mouth. This smell? It's... Before Wang Sen realized what was going on, Chu Emohan smiled faintly and pointed to his mouth, saying he hasn't been drinking? Why don't you take a whiff? A flicker of suspicion flashed in the scribe's eyes. When Wang Sen arrived earlier, he personally smelled him and confirmed no alcohol. His mind was also clear. Smell if you dare. Seeing the scribe coming over, Wang Sen quickly covered his mouth. When did the smell of alcohol emanate from his mouth? This was truly frightening. Could it really be the work of a ghost? Wasn't it the female ghost messing with things, creating the smell of alcohol in his mouth? He loved gambling and naturally believed in fate. Also believed in gods and spirits. Finished. He couldn't continue being a false witness. Even if he got the money, what use was it? It would still ruin his luck in gambling. Before reaching Wang Er's side, the scribe already smelled a strong odor of alcohol. What's going on? When did you start drinking? You old fool. You're looking for death. Xinyu intercepted the scribe with a victorious smile at the corner of her lips. Who cares when you started drinking? Isn't this person someone you arranged for? Feeling upset because the evidence won't stand up. Seeing Xinyu mocking smirk at the corner of her lips, the scribe suddenly snapped back to his senses. Of course not. I merely thought it a waste of the governor's time if he were testifying while drunk. Angry, the scribe flapped his sleeves and returned to Feng Yuan's side. Feng Yuan's face turning red with anger. How could the scribe handle things so unreliably? No wonder Suyu was more meticulous. Guards, since they dared to commit perjury, drag them out and beat them with 10 heavy boards. Yes. Chu Imo-han tilted her head, watching Feng Yuan expectantly. Let's see what tricks you have left. Go ahead and show them. Since things have reached this point, do you have any other evidence? Present it now. Otherwise, without sufficient clues and evidence, we cannot determine guilt. The commoners aren't blind either, and they could feel that Feng Yuan clearly came this time favoring Bai Luo. What's the rush, Governor? Wanting to close the case quickly to exonerate Bai Luo. How dare you? Feng Yuan angrily slammed the gavel, unable to tolerate Chu Imo-han's provocation during the hearing. Don't think because of your special status that I will let you off easily. Speak disrespectfully again, and I'll let you taste the killing stick. Oh, beat me? Make me try the killing stick's flavor? Let's see what this is. He got up and placed a pile of complaint papers in front of Feng Yuan, whispering secretly in his ear. Let me tell you, I have prepared an infallible strategy. Today Bai Luo must die. My tolerance for you ends right here. From now on, I won't give you any face at all. Chu Imo-han stared intently at Feng Yuan, as if there stood before her a ferocious wild beast. You, bang bang. Chu Imo-han lightly clapped her hands, and the innkeeper and Yang Qing came out from behind the screen. What's this? Inform the magistrate. We too personally saw Bai Luo murder Yun Yan. Yun Yan is my fiancé. How can I not take revenge for this hatred? Please, magistrate, be my judge. Clang, Yang Qing knelt on the ground and slammed 3 resounding blows to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan never expected Chu Imo-han to have such a trick up her sleeve. The criminal charges on the table along with the testimonies of the two would make it impossible for him to protect Bai Luo. His brain continued working, yet he could think of no effective method. Don't waste time thinking. With all eyes watching today, let's see how you will save Bai Luo. Chu Imo-han stood facing Feng Yuan. Bai Luo sat beside, trembling in her legs, even wanting to admit her crimes herself. I need more time to investigate these two people's identities and these charges. Let's end it here for today. I'm tired. Feng Yuan rubbed his forehead, feigning dizziness, seeking an excuse to leave. Chu Imo-han didn't stop him. Inside, she only laughed harder. Feng Yuan had walked step by step into her trap. Not good. You're faking it, aren't you? Why are you suddenly getting a headache just now? Hurry up and settle the case. Bai Luo must die today. Some commoners took out the rotten eggs from their trouser pockets and hurled them all at once. What a dog of a magistrate who deserves to die. Feng Yuan paid no attention to these, fleeing away as fast as he could. If he stayed any longer, the mob might have beaten him to death. Truly bad luck. What should I do now? Chu Imo-han is so difficult to deal with. Master, perhaps it's time to resort to the backup plan. Su Yu bowed humbly, his eyes full of helplessness. Fine, do it then. This is our last option. Feng Yuan heavily struck a chair with hate-filled eyes looking toward the direction of the dungeon. Chapter 108. Am I jealous? In the dimly lit room, a man changed into a black outfit, hung a dagger at his waist, and after checking everything around, he ran towards Bai Luo's dungeon. At that time, Bai Luo was voraciously eating roasted chicken inside the jail. Having not eaten any meat for the last couple of days, he was famished. You, bring me 2 more flasks of good wine. Once the magistrate releases me from this cell, I will certainly not mistreat you. The jailer's information was well connected, and naturally, he knew about Thinger's bias toward him during the trial, so he handed over the freshly fetched alcohol to Bai Luo. As soon as Bai Luo swallowed the first mouthful of liquor, he began to feel drowsy. He barely opened his mouth before seeing a man in black holding a torch approach him. Lantern oil was spilled, and the fire quickly spread, engulfing the entire building where Bai Luo was imprisoned in flames. Instead of putting out the fire, the jailer poured the remaining jar of alcohol onto it, fearing that the flames would become too small. Fire! Quick! Someone put out the fire. The guards just shouted loudly, showing no intention of extinguishing the fire. Burn! The bigger the better. Chu Mohan and Shun Yu were crouching by the fence, watching all this happen clearly. This corrupt official, who would have thought he'd resort to such a despicable method? Shun Yu glared angrily at Bai Luo's cell, thinking that letting him die like this would be too lenient. Don't get angry, follow me. A faint smile curled up on his lips. The tranquil smile made Shun Yu feel that perhaps there was still hope. The two detoured through many narrow streets until they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard where 2 familiar figures stood waiting. Boss, Yang Qing, are you 2 here as well? Shun Yu looked up, her delicate eyebrows showing a hint of confusion. At this moment, a man clad in black slowly approached. From his attire and figure, wasn't he the same black-clad individual who had sneaked into the prison? Shun Yu took out her crossbow, scaring the black-clothed man into removing his mask immediately. Sister Shun Yu, please spare me. It's one of our own people. It's actually you. She stared incredulously at Su Yu in front of her. Wasn't he Feng Yuan's most trusted man? How did he switch sides? Looking again at Chu Mohan's calm expression, did he foresee this? Or had he somehow coerced Su Yu? Master, Bai Luo is inside the dry well over there. My task is already completed. The rest is left to you as you see fit. Go back quickly, lest that old guy starts suspecting you. Chu Mohan waved his hand, and Su Yu left the yard, disappearing without a trace shortly thereafter. Mr. Chu, that's the Governor Feng's most trusted subordinate. What method did you use to subdue him? If not for his assistance, we would have never discovered Bai Luo's location today. That corrupt official would have gotten away with it. Yang Qing clenched his fists tightly, anger surging in his eyes. Don't worry. Since I, Chu Mohan, have set my sights on him, I won't let him escape easily. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I will chase him down. Approaching the well's edge, they saw Bai Luo's familiar figure at the bottom of it. Let me take care of it. Today I must kill him. Otherwise, who knows what other incidents might occur. Yang Qing took out a dagger ready to jump into the well, but was abruptly stopped by Xinyu. Why use a cannon to kill a chicken? I told you, dealing with his miserable life doesn't need us to get our hands dirty. He looked puzzled at Xinyu, wondering if she intended to prevent his revenge. This time, if Bai Luo escaped again, when would they get another chance like this? Splash. A bucket of cold water was poured over Bai Luo, startling him awake as he nervously stood up. The sudden change in surroundings terrified him. What place is this? Don't look around. This will be your graveyard today. Upon hearing Xinyu's familiar yet icy voice, Bai Luo looked up to meet her venomous snake-like gaze, which sent chills down his spine. He felt as if countless snakes were wrapping themselves around him. You're insane, daring to break into a prison. Lord Censor will never forgive you. Oh really? Chu Mohan smirked lightly as he sat at the well's mouth. His hair fluttered with the gentle breeze, seeming confident of their plan. Even if the King of Heaven showed up today, no one can save you. After speaking, Xinyu's eyes gleamed faintly with silver light, followed instantly by hissing sounds from the well, incessantly echoing. Bai Luo, enjoy it thoroughly. This will be your final moment of pleasure in life. Swoosh, swoosh. Down below, hundreds of snakes surged forward like wild wolves. Their chilling touch and the tensing sensation of being wrapped tightly by the serpents made Bai Luo realize how close death truly was. Even the boss and Yang Qing were frightened speechless. So many venomous snakes. Clearly, they had invested heavily in this operation. No, please help me out of here. I'll give you anything you want. I'll even tell you the location of my treasury, okay? At this point, Bai Luo's body was almost completely wrapped by snakes, making it hard for him to even speak properly, because a cobra had already slithered into his mouth. Your treasury? I could find it if I wanted to. Do you really think changing its location would stop me? How naive. He looked incredulously at Xinyu, suddenly remembering something. Girl? Skilled in combat. Could this Xinyu be the legendary judge in disguise? Sensing Bai Luo emitting a yellowish aura of doubt, Xinyu snapped her fingers lightly. The crisp sound resonated through the space, and hundreds of venomous snakes simultaneously bit down, injecting their poison. Before he could even let out a single mournful cry, Bai Luo's life was already claimed. His body twitched violently like a possessed figure, foaming at the mouth as he fell to the ground, looking utterly miserable. Let's go? Even if a great deity were to come, they wouldn't be able to save him. This is truly ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Wait. Chu Mohan's lips curved into a confident smile. No need to thank me. This was effortless. Could the two of you help us find Bai Luo's treasury? We questioned the forensic examiner, and that beast Bai Luo actually burned Yunyan's body, ground her bones into powder, and placed them under a talisman by high monks inside his own treasury. Yang Qing dropped to his knees with a thud, looking hopefully at Xinyu. In his eyes, only Xinyu could accomplish this task. I can help, but there must be conditions. She crossed her arms over her chest, appraising him. Whatever it is, Lady Shun, just say the word. Yang Qing will do whatever it takes. From now on, become my subordinate, follow my commands, and never betray me, or else you'll end up like Bai Luo. Xinyu had carefully considered all of this. Chu Mohan bore a great vengeance, so naturally, he needed many people to help achieve his goal. This shopkeeper and Yang Qing were both talented individuals, sharp-witted and capable. Having them under command would definitely strengthen their forces. Without hesitation, Yang Qing responded firmly, I agree. Off to the side, Chu Mohan felt something odd, a peculiar discomfort stirring within him. Why did it feel so twisted? As he watched Xinyu helping Yang Qing up, the uncomfortable sensation worsened. What was this feeling? Was he jealous? Chapter 109. I'll stay with you. As Yang Qing was expressing his loyalty, Xinyu suddenly felt that someone near her was muttering under their breath. And this presence wasn't weak either. When she turned around, Chu Mohan looked like a rejected child. A purple light flashed around him. Purple? Are you jealous? Ha ha ha. Xinyu almost burst out laughing. She didn't expect that this man, who usually acted carefree, could be secretly jealous. All right, the two of you return to the tavern. The people in the city must have gone to the dungeon by now, and we should head over there too. Yes. After the two left, Xinyu turned back with a smile, looking at Chu Mohan whose hands were crossed behind his back. His lips were puckered as if pouting. What's wrong? Did someone upset our Master Chu? Let me go teach them a lesson. Chu Mohan turned his face away and arrogantly raised his head. No one offended me. I'm just hungry because I didn't eat lunch. Xinyu chuckled instantly. Ha ha. Keep pretending. Continue acting. Chu Mohan. Do I look so obvious? Am I so easy for you to see through? Xinyu lightly tapped his nose and nearly pressed her face against his chest. Looking at Xinyu's lively appearance with an honest smile on her lips, it seemed as if all of Chu Mohan's jealousy dissipated. Yeah, super obvious. I can almost smell the sourness in the air. Chu Mohan coughed tactically and pulled Xinyu to walk away, wanting to steer clear of this topic. Don't go yet. What's your rush? It doesn't matter if we don't go to the dungeon anyway. Admit it, are you jealous? He awkwardly touched his nose, sighed helplessly. I thought I would dedicate my life to finding the person responsible for everything that happened years ago. But when I saw you, I lost focus. Over this long period of interaction, I've realized I can't live without you. Chu Mohan tightly hugged Xinyu, holding her so close that she could barely breathe. I know. Qingxun County is only where we're amassing power. When we're ready, I'll go to the capital with you and help you find the mastermind. Yuer leaning closely against Chu Mohan could feel his rapid heartbeat, his warm palms touching hers. Yuer, there are too many unknown dangers in the capital. He sighed softly while caressing her glossy black hair. I'm afraid something might happen to you, and if it does, I wouldn't forgive myself forever. afraid something happens to me. Shin Yu put her hands on his shoulders, confident glints shining in her eyes. Think about it. Along the way, we encountered countless dangers, and each time we handled them perfectly. I'll help you. Seeing Chu Imo-han still somewhat hesitant, Shin Yu leaned back on his chest again. I will never be an obstacle in your path to revenge. If you want, I'll always stay by your side. Hiring Yang Qing and the innkeeper also lays the foundation for entering the capital. As Chu Imo-han gazed into the distance at the golden sunset, he was deeply moved, not expecting Yuer to have recruited Yang Qing precisely to prepare for his quest for vengeance in the capital. Gurgle gurgle. Just as they embraced tightly, Chu Imo-han's stomach growled inappropriately. Let's go find somewhere to eat first. Later, let's figure out where Bai Luo has relocated those things in the warehouse. If we can find them, we'll be closer to achieving our goal of revenge. Seeing Shin Yu always considering his well-being, Chu Imo-han shed a tear. What did he do in his previous life to deserve Shin Yu in this one? For her sake, he had to win in this life no matter what. At that moment, inside the tavern, Feng Yuan laughed out loud as he read the letter in his hand. Wonderful. With this amount of silver, I can definitely keep my position as magistrate. Ha ha. Feng Yuan roared with laughter, completely ignoring the dangerous glint in Su Yu's eyes. Great job handling this matter. Once we return to the capital, I will heavily reward you. Thank you, Magistrate Feng. He burned the paper until it turned to ash and smiled at Su Yu. In a bit, send some capable people with me who understand business. Yes, rest assured, master. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from outside the door, causing Feng Yuan to frown deeply. How is it him? Feng Magistrate, what important matters have you such urgency for? Can you share them with someone like me? Chu Imo-han casually rested his elbow on Feng Yuan's shoulder, appearing like an old friend who hadn't seen each other for a long time. What are you doing here? Now is not the time to investigate cases. Be reasonable and leave quickly, or I'll force you out. Seeing Chu Imo-han's frivolous attitude, Feng Yuan inexplicably felt uneasy. He instinctively knew this guy wasn't up to anything good. With a wave of his hand, Shin Yu immediately closed the door. There were only the three of them left in the room. Feng Yuan jumped far away from the two of them. This Chu Imo-han must have gone crazy. Was he planning to stab him to death? Even if he died here, Chu Tianren definitely had ways to clear his name. Would this kid really do it? The hair in his official hat was already soaked with sweat as he cautiously eyed Chu Imo-han in front of him. You don't need to be scared, Inspector Feng. I won't harm you. He said this while pulling out a small knife and an apple from his chest. Take a look at my knife skills, aren't they great? Before the words were even finished, he slashed through the apple peel cleanly, scaring Feng Yuan so much that he almost jumped on the spot. What are you doing? We can talk things over properly. You're supposed to be smart too. The matter of Bai Luo, I can overlook it. I already know that the one who got burned to death in the prison wasn't actually him. Feng Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead, but looking at Chu Imo-han in front of him, he suddenly felt like he couldn't read him anymore. You shouldn't just talk nonsense. You'd better produce evidence. Naturally, he wouldn't admit it. What if this thing really gets leaked, and Shun's family catches hold of his weak points? That would be the end of his career as an inspector. I have both witnesses and solid proof. Did you truly think your scheme was flawless? I've sent people to watch your residence and the jail all the time. If you cooperate, I'll suppress this for you. If you continue to resist, I've already prepared a memorial letter ready to send swiftly to my uncle's hands. At this point, Feng Yuan was driven into a corner, even entertaining thoughts of killing Chu Imo-han. He gripped the teacup tightly in his hand, preparing to throw it, signaling the soldiers outside the door to burst in. By the way, don't dream about getting rid of me to solve everything. I've given the letter to my guard. If he doesn't see me within an incense-burning hour, he'll personally send the letter to my uncle. Besides, there's Heibai outside. You won't stand a chance against us. He lifted his head and fixed Feng Yuan with a steely gaze. You can't honestly believe the drunkards and loafers you hired could defeat our first sword master in Qing dynasty, right? Chu Imo-han's derisive laugh became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Feng Yuan collapsed onto the ground listlessly, gazing at the green bricks below. Alright, what exactly do you want from me? Chapter 110, My Secret. It's simple. Chu Imo-han spread out his hands and gave a sly look at the county magistrate's residence. As far as I know, your relationship with Bai Luo isn't that great. Not enough for you to go through so much trouble just to save him, right? Feng Yuan felt his heart skip a beat. It seemed like the air around them had frozen. What kind of brain did this kid have to be so smart? Even a drop of water's kindness must be repaid with a gushing spring. Back then, Bai Luo was instrumental in my success. Without him, there wouldn't be the me of today. Saving him is merely to repay his favor. It has no other purpose. He smoothed his robes and said lightly, if Mr. Chu's information network is so good, shouldn't you already know that I am quite a straightforward person? Chu Imo-han pursed his lips and looked at Feng Yuan, who appeared calm before him in astonishment. Are you relying on your age to shamelessly spout lies like that? How could you even utter such insincere words? Chu Imo-han sniffed coldly and continued. And you're simple? What about yesterday? Weren't we talking just fine? Then why are you doing something different today? If I hadn't been prepared so thoroughly, wouldn't you have run away by now with the silver from Bai Luo's warehouse? Feng Yuan. What was going on? How did he know that his real aim was Bai Luo's treasury? Where had this guy gotten such information from? Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking through his clothes. It felt like he had no secrets left before Chu Imo-han. You stop making things up. How can someone as high-ranking as myself covet his treasury? If you keep talking nonsense, our discussion will come to an end. Feng Yuan's expression turned cold, but his heart raced wildly. The stark contrast in behavior only made it clearer how nervous he was, trying hard to conceal his unease and panic. Xinyu smiled softly and pointed at Feng Yuan's chest. Director, if you really don't want it, why is your heart beating so fast? Touch it yourself. It seems like it's almost leaping out of your throat. Feng Yuan glanced incredulously at Xinyu. What kind of background did this young girl have? She could sense from such a distance that his heartbeat had accelerated. Don't lie to me. If you truly don't need Bai Luo's treasury, then give us its location. This matter can be considered settled. Xinyu's low voice echoed in Feng Yuan's mind like a haunting mantra. Feng Yuan felt utterly powerless against these two youngsters. You can refuse to tell us too, though it'll just take more time for us to find it. But by not seizing this chance, think about the consequences you might face. After saying this, Xinyu pulled Chu Mohan and was about to leave. To her, finding Bai Luo's hidden treasury wasn't a big deal. After all, she'd just need to ask around more. No matter where those things were moved, there would always be people who saw them. It wasn't possible for someone to store items as effortlessly as she could into a space. Their footsteps were light and unwavering, perfectly gauging Feng Yuan's psyche. 3-2. Wait. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his body suddenly felt weak. I'll tell you, but I still have a question. Chu Mohan smirked faintly. Ask. How did you know my target was Bai Luo's treasury? Even now, Feng Yuan couldn't believe it. How acute Chu Mohan's observations were. Wasn't it rumored across the lands that he was a top-class rich brat? Could all those tales be false? It's too easy. Your current position as prefect hasn't even stabilized yet. The Shin family has long been ready to set obstacles for you all along the way. Although you managed to cautiously evade those issues, once you return to the capital, numerous officials are still prepared to impeach you, aren't they? He paused briefly before continuing. Even though the Shun family's tactics may not be particularly sophisticated, the officials who received their bribes definitely benefited. Moreover, these officials aren't willing to offend the Shin family just for you, a man with no backing. Your only method is obviously to present more money, right? You've been rather honest as an official and have indeed done some good for the common folk. But you shouldn't endanger everything just for Bai Luo's wealth and attempt to save such a beast. We intend to retrieve this treasury and return it to the commoners of Qingqing County. As for you, I'll do my best to help you. Feng Yuan felt a sudden heat surge through his mind upon hearing Chu Mohan's rational and logical analysis. His capacity to gather so much information certainly showed he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps he truly could secure his standing? Without further hesitation, Feng Yuan disclosed the location of Bai Luo's treasury, which lifted a heavy burden off his chest. Let's go, Yuer. There's work to be done. In a brief moment, they reached the destination. Surprisingly, this place seemed so familiar. Wasn't it the same spot where Suyu had hidden Bai Luo? This is fate, I guess. Guarding one's fortune for a lifetime only to die inside the very well you used to stash your riches. Bai Luo. Bai Luo? This is destiny. This desolate area had once suffered from a plague. It was also the house where Bai Luo lived before becoming the county magistrate. Since the outbreak of the plague, everyone nearby fled, leaving the yard abandoned and forlorn. Back during the chaotic times of war, Bai Luo was indeed resourceful. He dug an empty well in the yard and created an underground storage room beneath it, preparing to hide there if needed. But little did he know, it would become his final resting place. When they lifted the rotted wooden cover of the well, a musty smell wafted out. Xinyu lit her fire flint, and it didn't go out, proving that there was still air circulation inside. The two of them explored with their torches and discovered this underground space was surprisingly vast. There were not only plenty of gold, silver, and treasures stored here, but also large amounts of grain. Upon examining the tomb bricks laid on the ground, Xinyu roughly guessed that Bai Luo had not only intended this place as a survival hideout, but had even planned to be buried here after death. With all these high-quality bricks and materials, it'd be a waste not to make use of them. Upon hearing this, Chu Mohan felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? We're not going to spend the night here, are we? Xinyu giggled and pinched Chu Mohan. What are you thinking about? Haha, just joking. Let's keep looking. This Bai Luo really has stashed away quite a bit of good stuff. After searching for about half an incense stick's worth of time, they had roughly figured out the contents of the cave. Chu Mohan then cleared his throat lightly. I suddenly feel a bit unwell in my stomach. Let me head up for a moment. As he prepared to leave while rubbing his stomach, Xinyu immediately stopped him. Stop pretending, your body is perfectly fine. Since we've agreed to walk this path together, I don't need to hide anything from you anymore. Xinyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she tightly held Chu Mohan's warm hand. Once, by chance while gathering medicine in the mountains, I learned the true teachings of a living Buddha, giving me some abilities that differ from ordinary people. She waved her hand, and all the items within the cave vanished instantly. Even though Chu Mohan had guessed she might have such abilities, seeing it with his own eyes still left him a bit startled. What's wrong? Are you scared? Xinyu smiled, stepping close to Chu Mohan, placing her hand on his chest. Their eyes locked, the throbbing heartbeats sounding like magical notes connecting their spirits. What's there to be afraid of? I'm more excited than anything. Their gazes intertwined, and they both threw their torches to the ground. Chapter 111. Distribution of heatstroke medicine. Black and White stood listlessly outside the door, waiting for 2 whole hours before the two slowly climbed up from the well. Let's go back to the tavern. After climbing out of the well, Chu Mohan clearly felt that the temperature outside had risen even higher. Even wearing just a thin shirt, he felt drenched in sweat. Many beggars and refugees lay on the cool stone slabs by the road, their faces flushed and sweating profusely. Fortunately, Xinyu could control the temperature with his special abilities. The surface temperature was now nearing 60 degrees Celsius. It was beyond what ordinary people could endure. The bustling streets of a few days ago were now almost deserted, with only some vendors still selling goods. Seeing this situation, Xinyu decided immediately to distribute the heat-relieving herbs among the common folk. After deliberating at the tavern, they assigned tasks accordingly. Liling would take Widow Lu, Mrs. Wu, Qin Feng, and Li Xian to distribute medicine in the west side of the city, while Chu Tian, it would bring his parents and Chu Emohan to distribute it at the city gate, allowing them to alleviate the suffering more effectively. At the same time, Xinyu returned to the room and released Song Yibai, Song Changchong, and the others from the spatial realm. During their stay there, they had already thoroughly understood everything Xinyu had given them, especially Song Yibai, who had meticulously studied the intricate machinery inside the space, mastering all kinds of devices such as ice machines, generators, ovens, etc., with ease. The location of the shops has been told to you, and everything is prepared. You should know more about how to manage than I do. Handle the errands yourselves. Here's the startup capital. Use it freely. Xinyu threw 4 bags of silver and left the room. Downstairs, Chu Tian couldn't wait any longer to distribute supplies to the refugees. The sun was scorching hot at the city gate. Many refugees collapsed from the heat, dizzy and disoriented, and some elderly people had even lost their lives. Dong dong dong. A handsome man appeared, dressed in white, holding a copper gong, kindly smiling with sword-like eyebrows. He banged the gong and called out, "Everyone, come quickly to claim your free heatstroke relief herbs. Don't sleep anymore, wake up." In a daze, everyone lifted their heavy heads hesitantly. What? There's free heatstroke medicine? Impossible. Elders typically only saw bailiffs or hooligans knocking on their doors asking for money. Receiving free things like this was unheard of. Huang uncle, get up quickly and check it out. At your age, what kind of scam is there to fool you? What does he have to gain from you? You're right. Before long, a crowd gathered around the stall. Don't rush, everyone. All these herbs are free. Each person gets 1 bag, and absolutely no fighting over them. If you're really overwhelmed by the heat, we also have pre-cooked herbal decoctions available. Take some if you need. Chu Tian had done plenty of good deeds when he was in Huangyu County, so despite there being many refugees here, he handled the situation smoothly. Thank you so much, kind strangers. After drinking this heatstroke medicine, I feel much better. My head isn't spinning as badly. An old man with white hair wiped his eyes after speaking. I heard these herbs have skyrocketed in price already. The pharmacies are long out of stock, and yet you're willing to give them to us for free. Truly, you are Bodhisattva's incarnate. Thank you so much. Having said that, the refugee knelt down with a thud, and the rest of the refugees followed suit upon seeing this. Both Chu Emohan and Xinyu felt deeply touched, a sense of pride swelling within them, feeling that helping so many people was worth the financial sacrifice. Everyone, please rise. We are all citizens of Qinghua, so naturally, we must help each other. Furthermore, these herbs were graciously donated by an anonymous benefactor, so don't thank us. Chu Tianyi's words were vague, but implied the true identity behind it. Everyone knew that it must be none other than the legendary female judge. Is she the female judge? I've heard she steals from the rich and gives to the poor. A lot of corrupt officials and greedy merchants have suffered her justice. Bai Luo even transferred all the treasures from his warehouse. A child clenched his fists tightly, looking at Chu Tianyi with hopeful eyes. Chu Tianyi smiled and patted his head affectionately, crouching down in front of him kindly. You know about the female judge too? Yes. The child's eye showed an unexpected firmness for his young age. When I grow up, I want to become someone just like the female judge. I'll also protect the people. Seeing the thoughtful child made Chu Tianyi's heart warm. How considerate. You're still young, and as long as you take care of yourself, the female judge will definitely be proud of you. Moved by Chu Tianyi's kindness, the surrounding civilians began shedding tears. In the past under Bai Luo's regime, all they did was pay taxes without end and received no such care. County Magistrate Chu is truly a benevolent official who cares for the people. Who would have thought you'd still think about us poor folks even after arriving at Qingqing County? What? This is County Magistrate Chu from Huangyu County? No wonder he's so compassionate. Compared to that dog official Bai Luo, Chu Tianyi is truly a world apart. How wonderful it would be if we had such a benevolent parent official like him. Many of the commoners sighed with regret, criticizing Bai Luo for his incompetence and longing for Chu Tianyi to become their parent official. Feng Yuan, who knew he would never have access to the warehouse's resources, was preparing to leave early. But with Bai Luo absent, who should take charge in Qingqing County? This time, as the censor, Feng Yuan possessed an unusual privilege, the power of appointment and removal, which no other official ever had. Although only temporary, it highlighted the emperor's emphasis on this undercover mission by Feng Yuan. Inner troubles and external threats. Any poorly managed detail could become an ant-hole that caused the collapse of the Daqing Empire. What's going on? Why aren't we moving? Why is everything so chaotic around here? Feng Yuan glanced out the window and recognized that person. Wasn't that Chu Tianyi? What was he doing here? Master, Mr. Chu and his group seemed to be distributing heat-relieving herbs for free. Should we also go and get some? Suyu was already parched, feeling dehydrated. Leave them for the people. Let's buy some at the pharmacy. The clerk urgently tugged on Feng Yuan's sleeve, spraying saliva all over his face. Master, don't panic. It won't hurt to hear me out. Feng Yuan clenched his fist but forced himself to pause midair. The heat-relieving herbs in the pharmacies were bought out entirely by a wealthy woman days ago, and the remaining stock has been jacked up to sky-high prices. We simply can't afford them. What? Who bought out all the herbs? Feng Yuan cursed inwardly at the thought of humbling himself to ask Chu Imohan for help. It was unbearable just thinking about it. Xin Yu felt someone calling out to him and turned to look in Feng Yuan's direction. Forget it. Clear the way and take me there. Yes. A group of soldiers forcibly made space through the crowd. Upon seeing Feng Yuan alight from the carriage, Chu Imohan greeted him with a smile. Are you leaving since or doing? Yes, but I've brought you a surprise. Chu Imohan leaned back slightly, smiling in surprise. Suddenly, Feng Yuan pulled out the imperial decree from the box. All the commoners and Chu Imohan's group fell to their knees instantly. What's this? Chu Imohan looked at Feng Yuan in confusion. What was he planning to do? Chapter 112. The temporary county magistrate of Qingqing County. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 upon 10,000 years. Upon seeing the imperial decree, it was as if they were in the presence of His Majesty himself. Everyone knelt down waiting for Feng Yuan to speak, and Chu Mohan's confusion had reached its peak. If he has the emperor's personal decree, why didn't he reveal it during the court session? What could be the reason he is presenting it now? Shen Yu used his special ability to check the condition of Feng Yuan's organs and found that his heartbeat was stable and his adrenaline levels normal. There was no trace of vengeful emotion at all. Instead, when he looked toward Chu Tianyi, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Impossible, right? This Sensor Fang's taste seems a bit unusual. Everyone, please rise. Feng Yuan approached Chu Tianyi, patted his shoulder, revealing an expression of satisfaction in his eyes. Magistrate Chu, I never expected that even after coming to Qingqing County, you would still care so much about the people. It's truly commendable. After praising Chu Tianyi, Feng Yuan felt the heat in his body dissipate, making him feel refreshed overall. Mr. Feng, you flatter me. Since the common folk are suffering so much, we officials naturally must do our utmost. Feng Yuan nodded, then turned to face the townsfolk. Are all the good people of this land satisfied with Magistrate Chu's governance? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Magistrate Chu is exceptional. 100 times better than Bai Luo. Governor Feng, don't punish Magistrate Chu. We don't need these herbs anymore. We'll leave right away. Hearing these words, Feng Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. It seemed that his previous defense of Bai Luo had caused the people to misjudge him entirely. Don't jump to conclusions, everyone. Magistrate Chu is an excellent official. There is no ill intent on my part. Starting today, Magistrate Chu will be the temporary magistrate of Qingqing County until the capital appoints a new one. All local matters in Qingqiang will be fully entrusted to Magistrate Chu. Everyone, Chu Mohan and Shun Yu looked surprised at Feng Yuan. They never realized the imperial decree could have such implications. It appears that Feng Yuan does have some talent after all. For the emperor to trust him so deeply, even granting him the power of temporary appointments among the ranks. This has been unheard of throughout the dynasties. Dad, what's gotten into you? Hurry up and express gratitude. Chu Tianyi was still somewhat dazed. How did he become the county magistrate so suddenly? Weren't they supposed to head to the capital? Thanks to the boundless grace of our ruler. Feng Yuan stroked his beard contentedly. All right, from here on out, Qingqing County will be your responsibility. I must proceed with what I have to do. With that, Feng Yuan entered the carriage. As he was about to leave, Chu Mohan called out to him again. Feng Governor, wait just a moment. Feng Yuan turned around and chuckled lightly. Is something the matter, Master Chu? Could you possibly have more questions for me? But I really don't know anything. Feng Governor is jesting. We understand that you've come to investigate the death of Li Yibing. Our group stayed in Qingtian Prefecture for quite some time and have learned some information about his passing. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps you can enlighten this official. I've been investigating for so long and haven't made any progress whatsoever. Feng Yuan also found it peculiar. Even if Li Yibing had been killed by bandits, surely someone should have known the details. But despite sending investigators for so long, not a single person who understood the circumstances could be found in Qingtian Prefecture. This left Feng Yuan quite troubled over how he would submit his report back in the capital. Li Yibing was a wicked villain, disregarding the lives of his soldiers for his selfish desires, causing the deaths of thousands of men at Jiulong Mountain. Truly, a beast in human form. However, his child is innocent. If you need to submit your report, I can provide you with a witness. But personally, I hope the truth remains buried forever. This could also be seen as Chu Mohan's surprise present for Feng Yuan. Being able to find a person to testify mattered little to him regarding the reasons or outcomes. Rest assured, I shall judge appropriately. You may return now. Time waits for no man, and this official must take his leave. Wait just a moment. Swish swish. 3 packets of summer relief medicine were instantly thrown into the carriage, prompting Su Yu nearby to grin. Take it along for the journey. The weather has been acting up lately. Please take care of yourself, Governor. Shin Yu waved his medicinal pack and resumed distributing herbs. All right, go home already. We humbly accept your kindness. We'll meet again in the capital if destiny permits. Good. The townsfolk saw the carriage moving and all knelt beside the road. May you have a safe journey, oh Governor. Townsfolk cried softly, but were moved greatly. They hadn't expected that before leaving, Feng Yuan would perform such a significant good deed. Su Yu, I'm touched but also feel a little strange. Why exactly should everything be alright? Feng Yuan couldn't help but chuckle amidst his conflicting feelings, casting a pleased gaze toward the 3 packs of herbs lying in the corner. On the other side, Qin Feng and the others were frantically busy. Originally abundant reserves were now nearly depleted. However, seeing many flushed young faces and old-timers smiling contentedly after drinking the medicine, Qin Feng also felt that dispensing these remedies was worthwhile. Everyone, please drink more. If it's not enough, there's still some over here. Good people. You are truly good people. This old man will kneel to you all. If it weren't for you today, my entire family would have struggled to survive. With that, the elder fell to his knees, which startled Qin Feng, Shunin, and the others. Young rascal, kneel too. These are the saviors of our family. Uncle, there's no need for this. We're all citizens of Qing Nation. Helping each other is normal. And with our country in peril, we must unite and face difficulties together. Despite Qin Feng and Shun An's repeated attempts to dissuade them, the villagers continued kneeling on the ground, many quietly sobbing, leaving Qin Feng and the others unsure of what to do. Please rise, everyone. Your bodies are weak, and staying down for too long could harm your health. That won't be something as simple as drinking herbal medicine can cure. Hearing Shun An's words, the villagers hastily stood up, fearing they might cause further trouble. Thank you all so much. We really don't know how to repay you. A single packet of these herbs is worth dozens of taels of silver. We'd exhaust ourselves working our whole lives and still couldn't afford it. Tears flowed along the creases by the old man's eyes, and his deeply lined face made observers imagine all the hardships he had endured in life. And those words struck another sharp pang in Qin Feng's heart. The medicinal supplies behind him indeed held immense value. Though the medicines were indeed costly, how did they compare to human lives? Now Qin Feng understood why Master risked being exposed just to save these commoners. Hold on to your lives for now. We'll distribute these remedies here every day from now on. Don't hesitate to come, everyone. There will surely be a chance to repay us later. Good. Thank you, young sir. From the corner, a few pairs of wolfish eyes stared greedily at Qin Feng, who wore a warm smile as he handed out supplies to the villagers. It seems Prime Minister was correct. This Chu Mohan is no ordinary man. So many herbs. Even wealthy merchants in the capital couldn't assemble such a stockpile instantly, and they're giving it away free to the people? Intriguing. In the shadows, the black-haired youth scrutinized the nearby herbs, feeling a flicker of respect rising within him toward Chu Mohan. Chapter 113, Chu Tianren's Test. Inside the capital city, an elder smiled as he read the secret letter in his hand. The room was faintly filled with incense around him, making him appear gentle and scholarly. This kid has quite some skills. He managed to do so many big things without me even knowing. It seems he has a strong sense of vigilance against me, his uncle. The elder burned the secret letter and touched the ice bag beside him, as the sultry weather made him somewhat annoyed. Does this letter say that Mohan prepared all these summer relief medicines? The Prime Minister wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and asked casually. I don't know, sir. An elderly figure beside him suddenly knelt down on the ground. What are you afraid of? I wouldn't kill you even though I've seen it. You've been with me for so many years. Would I have the heart to kill you? Chu Tianren still wore a kind smile, but the servant felt a tightness in his throat, as if a sharp blade would pierce through it at any moment. Master, I was wrong. The servant trembled on the ground, showing instinctive fear when faced with death. Chu Tianren roared towards the sky. What did you do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. For so many years, I kept you by my side because I thought you were pitiful, but after so long, you still don't understand me. He clung to Chu Tianren's legs tightly, constantly pleading for mercy. Master, I was wrong. I really was wrong, and I won't ever dare again. With a sound, a sharp blade pierced his heart. Chu Tianren used a handkerchief to clean the blood off his face, and the servants quickly dragged the corpse away. Hot-headed and clumsy, not even as smart as Mohan. I've raised you for so many years, and your mind is still so dull. Truly unworthy of being by my side. Someone, go call Ho Yen over. Just as he finished speaking, laughter similar to barbells resounded outside the door. Ha, how thoughtful of you, Prime Minister, to summon me. By chance, I brought a tin of tea from my hometown intending to offer you a taste. Would you like to try it? You're indeed somewhat clever, but a mountain cat staying by the tiger must obey regardless of your skills. Understand. Chu Tianren's eyes like knives landed on Ho Yan's neck, who instantly felt that his fate seemed to be held in someone else's hands. This was the first time he had ever felt such intense killing intent. He could feel it. There must have been more than just dozens of lives taken under Chu Tianren's command. The Prime Minister jests. I am merely a guest scholar, naturally willing to give my utmost effort for the Prime Minister. If the Master wishes to take my life due to dissatisfaction, I would willingly offer myself. Oh, is that so? He picked up the dagger and stood up. Blood dripped onto the floor drop by drop, and the ticking sound was like an incessant tolling of funeral bells. The cold blade, along with the still warm blood, pressed against Ho Yan's neck, causing goosebumps to crawl all over his skin. After rebirth, this was the first time he experienced such extreme threat to his life. It appeared that before, he had been overly proud, mistakenly believing that intelligence alone would suffice to avoid calamity. Don't think you're smart. This is Daching. Whatever you do, you must follow the rules. Do you understand? The knife cut into his neck's skin, and the warmth of the fresh wound shocked Ho Yin back to clarity. Yes, Prime Minister, I will look only to your lead. My life belongs to you. You can take it any time. Chu Tianren burst out laughing, gently patting his shoulder. You're teachable, young man. I hope you don't make the same mistake as him. People sometimes find wisdom in ignorance. Being too smart isn't always a good thing. Seeing him wipe the blade clean and put it back in its sheath, Ho Yin relaxed slightly. Now speak, apart from these matters, what do you know about Mohan, and what is this business about the fortune child? Tell me in detail. Chu Tianren's expression remained calm, but there was no room for refusal. Chu Mohan is a deep thinker. Just as he could develop such a vast commercial scale under your surveillance, he should not be underestimated. As for the reasons behind his actions, they are unclear to me for now. As for the fortune child matter, you will understand soon. He is tied to the fate of Daqing Empire. Without any unforeseen incidents, he might become the king of Daqing. The royal dragon aura on his body is even denser than that of the current emperor. What? Chu Tianren suddenly stood up, surprised at this result. How could Chu Mo Han carry the fortune of Daqing? How could this be possible when he has no blood relationship with the imperial family? This conversation is known only between us. Absolutely no third person can learn of this. Otherwise, it will bring a catastrophic disaster to our Chu family. Looking at the stern appearance of the prime minister in front of him, if Ho Yin hadn't known his plan, he would have believed it to be real. Yes, Prime Minister, starting today, I will be your dog, to be commanded as you wish, with absolutely no complaints. He needed time to digest what Ho Yin had said. He waved his hand and dismissed Ho Yin, who left wisely. Chu Tianren leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as he pondered over all the clues. Based on the contents of the letter, it seemed that this person had prepared cotton clothes for the heavy snow and even herbs for the scorching summer well in advance. Could he also possess special abilities? Similar to Ho Yan's, did he know things about the future? Chu Tianren clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with sharpness as he gazed at the distant sky. This young man truly exceeded his expectations. Master, it's not good. A man in a blue embroidered brocade robe rushed over anxiously. At the sight of him, Chu Tianren threw a cup of hot tea toward him. The man nimbly jumped, catching the teacup with ease, not spilling a single drop of tea inside. What's the panic about? Speak slowly. It's not good, Prime Minister. The Qin state is bullying us, and His Majesty has agreed to seek peace under humiliation. Now we must prepare a large quantity of silk tribute. But I've questioned the wealthy merchants around the capital city, and there's barely any silk available. Not a single shop can provide so much fabric. Chu Tianren slammed the table hard, so angry that his beard stood on end. Do I have to deal with such trivial matters too? If one merchant can't supply enough, then gather supplies from multiple ones. Don't tell me you don't have a brain. Chu Yin looked wronged. How could he not think of something as simple as this? Master, I've gathered all the merchants together. 6 months ago, a group of people bought nearly 70% of the white cloth in the capital. What? Chu Tianren was shocked and couldn't help but connect this incident to Chu Mo Han once again. Is this kid truly that intelligent? You go send people to spread this news throughout Qinghua. Be cautious. Don't make it too obvious. Chu Yin. Yes, master. You can rest assured. Mo Han. Let your uncle see what exactly you've been hiding from me all these years. If you're really this smart, then helping you ascend to the throne would leave no regrets in my heart. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed quickly, and the news of Qinghua's defeat and the need for silk tribute spread across the entire country. Xin Yu looked at the piles of white cloth stored in his space, laughing joyfully late into the night. What was freely obtained could now be sold for so much silver. It was almost like hitting the jackpot. Chapter 114. A free house delivered to the doorstep. Lying in the cold drink shop, Xin Yu pondered how to contact the merchants who buy suabu, a type of fabric. Otherwise, she'd still have to discuss with Chu Mohan tonight. After all, with such a large quantity of suabu involved, and so much money at stake, it wasn't a small amount. Take a look. Handcrafted fresh fruit tea by muscly young men. Guaranteed, after 1 cup, you'll want another. Song Changxiang's unique smoky voice carried an amiable tone, while Song Xian wore a short-sleeved shirt with holes in it. He forcefully struck lemons and oranges with a chisel, revealing his full and solid muscles. Wow, this young man is really something. Fair-skinned, well-featured, and has such a great figure. If I had met him a few years earlier, I would have pursued him no matter what. The woman wore a scarf on her head, inside which were a few stones soaked in well water for cooling. But now that she had been standing in front of the shop for so long, the stones had become warm too. Watching Song Xian's taut muscles on his arms, and seeing orange and lemon juices squeezed out drop by drop, it was as if she herself was that lemon. She would willingly be pounded upon a few times. Ladies and gentlemen, this crushed ice and fruit tea isn't easy to make. There are only 5 cups available now. Anyone who wants more will have to wait half an incense stick's time. Song Xian's long lashes fluttered ever so slightly, yet nearby young girls could not resist their urge to buy, pulling out their silver coins immediately. Give me a cup. I've waited in line for so long. The woman handed over her broken silver coin and looked at Song Xian with affection, hoping he could understand her feelings. Get lost, you. I'll take all 5 cups. Hot weather requires cold drinks. Here are your 5 taels of silver. Keep the extra as a tip since this gentleman is already sweating from effort. Tao Bilo took out her handkerchief to wipe Song Changxiang's sweat, but he sidestepped, though he couldn't evade her wandering hands. Not bad at all. Genuine stuff. This ice porridge tastes good too. Bring me 2 more cups later. Tao Bilo, Tao Zhang's only daughter, had been indulged since childhood and had a reputation for being tyrannical in Qingxing County, much like Bai Jing. Ordinary women behind her knew Tao Bilo's strength and thus didn't dare compete with her, silently cursing her in their hearts. Passers-by, upon hearing that the ice porridge sold for 100 won per cup, were shocked. So expensive. Isn't it just some crushed ice? It's not much colder than well water. And they charge this much, purely scamming these fools. The man finished speaking and turned away, unaware that Tao Bilo had heard and was fuming, her head practically ready to explode. These little brothers worked so hard making them fresh fruit iced tea on such a scorching day, yet someone dared criticize them. She couldn't stand it. Tao Bilo lifted her head slightly, and the guards beside her instantly understood, grabbing the man and dragging him over. What the hell? What are you doing? Is there no law left in Qingqing County? Startled, the man shouted, wondering why opening a business didn't allow criticism. Isn't 101 per cup of iced tea expensive? After observing the man carefully, she noticed his cheap hemp clothes, his unshaven face, messy appearance, boots worn through, and dark skin. Clearly, a man who shirks responsibility and refuses to work hard. Repeat what you just said. Tao Bilo's eyes locked fiercely onto the man, her gentle facade vanishing, replaced by a piercing gaze. How? Why can't we say anything about the price? The man asked in a low voice, fearing a slip-up might cause the guards to beat him. This ice is precious, mixed with lots of fresh fruits, honey, and white sugar. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary ice by several times. Besides, have you ever seen these kinds of fruits? The man shook his head, not daring to make eye contact with Tao Bilo. You can't afford it, or even taste it. What qualifies you, with such limited knowledge, to comment on this bowl of ice porridge? That's right. Miss Tao truly lives up to being a lady of high birth. That was said impeccably well. Young man, don't feel down. Keep working. Your ice porridge tastes great. If no one else wants it, I'll take all of it. I, miss, have plenty of money. Ashamed, the man hung his head. Indeed, Tao Bilo had made sense. How could he criticize something he hadn't even tasted? Seeing this situation, Xinyu felt reassured. Evidently, her idea of using handsome men was highly effective. This ice porridge stall was never intended for common folk. Xinyu would absolutely not deceive the people. However, when it came to the rich, well, that was uncertain. Moments later, Xinyu returned to the inn. It was stifling hot, like a steamer oven. At this moment, Xinyu suddenly thought about the house issue. That's right. How could I forget this matter? Ever since Chu Tianyi became the county magistrate, the Chu family had moved to the magistrate's residence. Thinking about it now, it was about time for a house change. Tao Bilo Tao Jiang? Could that young girl from the ice porridge stall earlier be Tao Jiang's daughter? Just as Xinyu was contemplating how to purchase the house, the door of the wine shop creaked open. A middle-aged man of around 40 walked in, accompanied by numerous servants. Some fanned him with bamboo fans while others held oiled paper umbrellas. Clearly, he was wealthy. May I ask if you are Miss Xinyu? I'm far from being a lady. I am but a commoner. Uncle, you're too kind. What business do you have with me? Xinyu wasted no time beating around the bush. She was eager to find Tao Jiang to buy the house. If she stayed any longer in the inn, her family would surely suffer from heat stroke. Miss Shun is truly forthright. My name is Tao Jiang, and I am just an ordinary merchant from Qingqing County. A few days ago, I heard that you opened several shops in Qingqing County. At the time, I was lying on my bed suffering from heat stroke, and today, I specially came to present a fine gift, hoping you will kindly accept it. Tao Jiang clapped his hands, and dozens of servants appeared one after another. In their hands were all sorts of exquisite treasures. Decades-old ginseng, aged tangerine peel, deer antlers, and even a pure gold Buddha statue. It seemed Tao Jiang had spared no expense in trying to please her. This is too extravagant. Uncle Tao, please take these things back. I can't possibly accept them. Being an experienced hand in the world, Tao Jiang gave a glance, dismissing all the servants with just one look. Since you've already called me uncle, it shows we share a connection. These items mean nothing to me. Here, take this too. Make sure you hold on to it well. Upon seeing the land deed Tao Jiang handed over, Xinyu was shocked. Wasn't this the exact property she intended to buy? How did Tao Jiang know she needed a house? No, the reasons behind this must not be so simple. No way, it's too extravagant, I cannot accept it. Please take it back, Uncle Tao. With a wave of his hand, Tao Jiang shoved the deed back into Xunyu's possession. Don't be so formal. For the sake of the people of Qingqing County, you have provided so many medicinal herbs. Just for that gesture, us merchants should consider you our second parents. Such a small token of appreciation means nothing. Chapter 115, Chu Mohan's Worry. When it came to these herbs, Xinyu indeed felt a bit heartbroken. After all, if they were sold, they would likely fetch an astronomical price. Yet, these herbs had saved the people of Qingqing County. Business, naturally, requires people, and preserving lives through this calamity meant business would slowly recover. But if people were gone, or had perished from the heat, who would buy the merchant's goods? Uncle Tao must have brought so many precious gifts today for more than just flattery. Whatever it is, please speak up because otherwise, I really can't accept these things with a clear conscience. Tao Jiang rubbed his hands together with a troubled smile on his face. Miss Xin, you're truly wise. I do indeed have a favor to ask. I simply need you to arrange a meal between Mr. Chu and myself. Xinyu lightly laughed, wondering what sort of grave matter it was. Such an easy task requires such a fuss. Asking me to arrange a meeting with him? Miss Xin may not understand. Tao Jiang continued. For my business to continue running smoothly, I was forced to stay by Luo's side for years. Now that County Magistrate Chu has become our benevolent official in Qingqing County, I'm genuinely happy. After much investigation, I've learned that this county magistrate is a rare, upright official. I didn't dare meet him outright. As for Mr. Chu, I cannot guarantee he'd agree to dine with me. But if it's your request, it makes all the difference. Only then did Xinyu fully comprehend. It seemed Uncle Tao treated her merely as a tool. But considering the substantial compensation, Xinyu agreed anyway. I can help arrange the dinner for you. But whether it results successfully is out of my control. Tao Jiang gave a relieved laugh. That goes without saying. Miss Shun, don't worry. This humble Tao understands the principle perfectly well. In that case, I'll accept the gifts. Xinyu accepted them graciously. They were rightfully hers. Naturally. Miss Shen should feel no hesitation. Just as Tao Jiang prepared to leave, Shenyu remembered something about annual tribute fabrics. Uncle Tao, wait a moment. Regarding the business of these tribute fabrics, how much do you know? Do you have contacts in this area? Tao Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow, finding the weather quite unbearable. If it weren't for some ice blocks he carried with him, his internal organs might already be stewed by now. To be honest, there is indeed opportunity. But conducting business with the imperial court may bring substantial profit, yet payment often takes a very long time. Besides, there are areas in the capital where even salaries can't be paid. Clearly, the national treasury lacks sufficient funds. At this point, venturing into the tribute fabric business will likely end in receiving a check impossible to cash. Moreover, news of this spread throughout Qingwu Kingdom, causing white cloth prices to skyrocket. Even exhausting all efforts to procure it doesn't yield much profit, hardly worth the effort. Indeed, Tao Jiang quickly analyzed various pitfalls after years in trade. Shenyu felt she should wait a while longer. Seeing Shenyu's relief, Tao Jiang decided not to disturb further and bid farewell before returning home. From across the street, a young man stared intently at Shenyu and Shun and who wore broad smiles. Truly two of the same caliber. No wonder they get along so well. They accepted everything under the sun during broad daylight. A sudden sensation akin to being called upon abruptly occurred and vanished. Shenyu found it odd but paid little attention since the priority now was moving into their new house. On the streets, despite having consumed medicine for heat stroke, some beggars still looked flushed and panted laboriously. Shenyu handed out additional ice blocks to cool them down, hoping they could survive this calamity. Arriving at the estate's entrance, Shinnen couldn't believe his eyes at the imposing lions, the coveted green brick houses, and tiled roofs. Master, Miss, you've come. Cool tea and icy plum soup have already been prepared inside. Not yet accustomed to their new identities, when the steward waved a few maids over holding oil paper umbrellas hurriedly approaching. Under the assistance of their abilities, the couple barely noticed the heat, but enjoyed the comfort of the shade immensely. So this was what it felt like to be waited upon. Both father and daughter exchanged glances, feeling immense satisfaction. Inwardly, Shenyu praised Tao Jiang. The man certainly knew how to handle affairs, even arranging for stewards and maids on her behalf. Back at the county offices, examining each death report delivered by the coroner, Chu Tiany's heart sank. Within just 5 days, almost 100 people had died. These were only those that had been discovered. Many more remained unreported due to being lost at home or in remote corners. Official, all these individuals died from extreme heat exposure. Their skin was bright red and peeled, lips parched, and internal organs completely cooked. Should the temperature rise further over the next few days, deaths might triple, or even more. The coroner wasn't exaggerating either. Regular citizens without proper protection had reached a critical tipping point. Any rise in temperature, and they wouldn't last. Outside the magistrate's office, there was a pond, an ice house underground, and the building itself had good heat insulation as a stilt house. Yet despite these advantages, County Magistrate Chu Tiany found himself drenched in sweat after just a few words. What can we do? Where can we get some ice blocks? Or even better, a rain shower to cool things down. The clerk beside him didn't dare to speak up, wondering why Master Shenyu wasn't sought out for help, given her cold drink shop that seemed like it had an inexhaustible supply of ice. Just then, Chu Mohan happened to pass by, noticed his father's worried expression, and walked inside. What's going on? What are you discussing? Chu Mohan picked up the papers on the desk with a smile, but quickly lost it when he saw their contents. Already this many deaths. Apparently, the cooling herbs haven't helped much, and the peak high temperatures haven't arrived yet. What shall we do now? Afraid to stay too long, Chu Mohan turned and left the room, leaving the others to exchange puzzled glances without understanding what the young master meant. As soon as he rushed outside, he collided full force with Shenyu. Ouch! Shenyu massaged her forehead, only to look up and see none other than Chu Mohan. Are you alright, Yua? Chu Mohan guided Shenyu aside, checking her forehead carefully. I'm fine, but you seem so restless. What's the matter that has you in such a hurry? Seeing the furrowed brows and worried face of Chu Mohan, Shenyu felt concerned. She rarely saw him so gloomy. Typically, he was rather carefree. The great summer heat hasn't even come yet. Over 100 refugees and commoners have already perished from the sun, their bodies overheated until their internal organs cooked. We don't know if Qingqing County citizens will survive another few days. Originally, Shenyu hadn't planned to intervene further. Natural disasters had their reasons for occurring. She'd already distributed medicine that saved many refugees, making an impact on the world. If she saved more now, would the course of this world truly change because of her? Chapter 116, Making Ice. As if seeing through Shun Yu's inner worries, Chu Mohan also set aside the troubles on his brows, and then a reluctant smile appeared on his face again. Let's not talk about these things for now. My father should have a way. By the way, how is your shop doing? The two walked and talked, and before long they arrived at the pavilion within the estate. The noon sun shone directly into the pavilion, yet as they sat on the stone slabs, they didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. If I don't save these commoners, would you think me heartless? Shenyu tightened her lips and looked at Chu Mohan without averting her eyes, wanting to hear his advice. After all, both of them were variables in the fate of Qing Kingdom and had surely thought about this question. No, everyone has their own destiny. If we can save them, we should try our best to save them. If we cannot, there's nothing we can do. You've already done well. If the herbs hadn't been distributed, the number of deaths in Qingqing County wouldn't just be a few hundred. Chu Emohan gently stroked Shen Yu's hands, tightly gripping the edges of her skirt, his warm and substantial palms seemingly already telling Shen Yu the answer. Well, since I've come here through time travel, it's the will of heaven. With this ability, I'll save these innocent lives. To hell with destiny. No matter what. Come on, I'll teach you how to make ice. Although the ice isn't much, saving one is still saving one. He looked at Shen Yu incredulously, his eyes wide open. This ice isn't easy to make. Most rich merchants store ice in cellars during winter. I haven't heard of anyone being able to make ice in summer. Don't just stand there stunned. Quickly gather all the constables and detectives from the estate. Collect all nearby wooden barrels, water jars, and hemp ropes. Find a few wells while you're at it. I'll go over to Bao Yu's place and gather some villagers. We'll need to collect more things. Looking at Shen Yu's confident expression, Chu Emohan knew that making ice was pretty much a sure thing. Jade really gave him surprises at every moment. The wild grass by the road drooped its head, stray dogs kept panting and sticking out their tongues. A few days ago, nearly half of the shops were still open, but now only a few remained. The desolation brought by the heat disaster was evident. Even fewer people begged for cooling herbs outside the shops. Bao Yu and Shi Yu were so exhausted their little faces turned bright red, their sweat soaking their clothes. Big sister, why did you come? When Shi Yu and Bao Yu saw Shen Yu, they quickly gathered around her, their sweat evaporating instantly, and their body temperature dropping significantly. I came to check on you all and teach everyone how to make ice. Upon hearing these words, the muddled-headed refugees nearby seemed to have found a life-saving remedy. Was there a method to make ice? The cool water from the deep wells nearby was already selling for 20 coins per bowl. Blocks of ice were virtually impossible to buy. Rich people certainly weren't short of money, nor would they sell the ice blocks stored in their homes. Father, don't go. It looks like a scam. If such a method existed, the county magistrate would have already taught us. How could a young girl know how to make ice? Stop kidding around. She's probably trying to trick us out of our money. After saying this, the man started coughing violently, his throat so dry it felt like smoke was coming out. His whole body felt like it was on fire, ready to be cooked through any second. Hearing his words, many commoners who were prepared to follow backtracked. If they were really cheated, it'd be better to use the money to buy some cool well water. You guys truly deserve to be roasted to death. This lady has already freely given us these expensive cooling medicines. Why would she care about our paltry silver? Judging a noble person's actions with a small person's mindset. Having said that, the man took his wife and children and walked to Shen Yu's side. Young miss, speak. How do we make ice? Even if we need to climb up a blade mountain or dive into boiling oil, I won't be afraid. Seeing the man clenched his fists full of fighting spirit, Shen Yu smiled. It's not that terrifying. It's just a bit of work, but not very tiring either. Upon hearing this, a group of refugees gathered too. Even drinking free icy water would be good. Their internal organs felt unbearably hot, as if flames were spewing out of their mouths at any moment. In no time, the news that Shen Yu would lead the refugees in making ice spread. Refugees hiding away from the heat rushed over. In no time, several hundred people had gathered. Seeing the crowd was about right, Shen Yu spoke. Everyone, listen to me. I can't promise each of you a block of ice, but definitely a bowl of icy water is possible. Good. Miss Shen, we'll all listen to you. Do what you say, and we'll follow. That's right. It's far too hot. If I don't cool down soon, I'll be grilled alive. The refugees were at the brink of survival and couldn't care less about other issues. TCH. Now she starts exaggerating. Can she ensure everyone gets a bowl of icy water when even the county magistrate dares not guarantee it? What makes this young girl so sure? I bet she's after our money. The man ridiculed Shen Yu without any courtesy, and the old father standing nearby also wanted to go take a look. However, his son forbade him from doing so. Father, you mustn't go. This is no scam we should fall for. Who knows? Maybe this high temperature will end tomorrow. Looking at the sun blazing in the sky, the elder felt as though the scorching heat was far from over. Do you all see the white powder in my hand? Shen Yu held up the niter high, and everyone stared at it intently, feeling somewhat familiar with it, but unable to recall where they'd seen it before. Miss Shin, I've come across this powder, but I can't remember what it is, said an emaciated refugee, awkwardly scratching his forehead. Shen Yu pointed towards the nearby stable, and upon glancing over, the crowd saw plenty of white niter. Oh, now I know where I've seen it before, around the stables. The latrines and pig pens have lots of this white powder too. Not just that. A while back, when I stayed in a dilapidated temple outside the city, there was plenty of it there too. In the fields, it seems like there's quite a bit of this stuff as well. A few days ago, driven by hunger, I tried stealing some grain to cook, but all the crops were scorched dead, leaving a whitish layer on the surface exactly like this. After hearing this, Shen Yu nodded reassuredly, glad that people had observed these things closely in their daily lives. This time, they should be able to find plenty of niter. Those who know where to find niter, lead the other villagers and gather them. Once you've collected it, return to the original spot. In the evening, we'll distribute icy water or ice blocks to everyone. Yes, let's go now. Standing nearby, the same man sneered disdainfully again, thinking that Shen Yu was merely fooling everyone. How could that white substance found in latrines make ice? What a joke. Only fools would believe her. Within the official residence, Chu Tianyi heard that Shen Yu asked Chu Imohan to prepare water jars and other items, and immediately organized people to move everything useful from the mansion near the well. Previously, he had heard some elderly folks talking about making ice with crystals, but he hadn't paid much attention then. He never imagined it would actually come in handy now. Imohan, let's split up and persuade these wealthy merchants. Borrow their wells and water jars. Tell them they'll get tax reductions next year. They will surely agree. After finalizing their plan, the two set off right away. Every moment of delay might result in someone's death. Chapter 117. She makes ice. I'll forego my salary for a year. In a secluded private room of a tavern, Qin Yi stroked his chin as he watched refugees and commoners collecting saltpeter everywhere. His doubts were endless, like the continuous flow of a mighty river. Just with this lousy powder, they expect to make ice. If it actually works, wouldn't all those wealthy merchants who went through so much trouble building ice cellars just be throwing away their money? He absently caressed an ice block the size of a fist next to him, barely able to withstand the oppressive heat around him. The persistent high temperatures had already baked the house inside out. The wooden beams outside were scorched black, and if you cracked an egg on them, it would cook in no time. This damn weather is truly going to kill us. Go grab some more ice over here. Why does my chest feel like it's on fire? Qin Yi coughed lightly but spit out blood, shocking him to the point that his hair stood on end. Was he about to die? Without wasting any time, he placed the ice block against his chest, easing the burning sensation somewhat. Master, there's no ice to buy anymore. No matter how much money we offer, nobody is selling. What? No ice. Hurry up and find some. Otherwise, we'll all be roasted before we even finish the task. Yes, we'll go right away. What could they possibly do? If they could buy ice, would they risk their lives telling Qin Yi there was no ice available? It's really annoying. Normally, you act like some kind of grandmaster, using ice without any restraint, even placing 2 blocks at your bedside every night. Now look, no more ice, and you're making things difficult for us. That's enough. Stop complaining, brother. Let's quickly find some ice. If this continues, Qin Yi will surely chop our heads off. The disgruntled man kicked the broken pot beside him, the shards flying onto the wall, scattering white powder onto his face. Is this Shen Yu's niter? Let's go. Follow Shen Yu to search for niter. It's our only option. At that moment, after arranging everything for everyone, Shen Yu quickly went to the place she agreed upon with Chua Mohan. You've come. Shen Yu, wearing an elegant apricot-colored brocade robe embroidered with good fortune patterns, looked smart and efficient. The moment he saw her, Chu Tianyi felt like he'd found a reliable support, believing firmly that with Shen Yu around, nothing unusual would happen subsequently. She seemed like a blazing campfire, illuminating her friends and family around her. Are all the preparations ready? Chua Mohan gestured toward the water vat, ropes, and other tools nearby. All prepared. Just waiting for your orders. Hee. Shen Yu smiled slightly, not having any time to joke with Chua Mohan, as she immediately instructed people to boil a large pot of hot water. Even the scorching weather was hard to bear, let alone the extra heat from burning wood, causing everyone's brows to furrow as they doubted Shen Yu's plan deeply. Fan Xiong, what do you think of this young lady? We need to make ice, yet she asks us to burn hot water? Isn't she messing with us? The man grimaced in pain, shaking his head before bending down to throw more firewood into the fire. You should stop complaining. Listen to the magistrate. Among the group of officials, there were definitely those who weren't shy about questioning authority. They walked directly to Shen Yu and confronted her without any regard for Chu Tianyi's dignity. Miss, not that we don't trust you, but all this cutting wood and boiling water has almost roasted us alive. If you're just amusing yourself, please stop. We can't endure this nonsense anymore. The man stared sharply at Shen Yu with eyes resembling a poised mountain leopard. Han Jin, what nonsense are you spouting? Show some respect. You was specially invited by my father. Complain if you want. If you can't handle the work, get lost. Chua Mohan stepped forward and gave Han Jin a swift kick, knocking him to the ground. Looking around, he noticed everyone looking down with visible signs of dissatisfaction toward Shen Yu. All right, I understand that you lack confidence in me and think I'm fooling around, and I apologize. It was wrong of me not to convince you first. Shen Yu remained calm. Had she been in Han Jin's shoes, she might have doubted her too deeply. Making ice using hot water indeed sounded unbelievable. You 3, come over here. Shen Yu chose 3 burly-looking constables with dark complexions who appeared honest, and stationed them by the well. You 3 stand in the buckets, one by one descending into the well. Hide yourselves in the crevices created by protruding bricks, and check whether the temperature in the well changes shortly. All right. The rest of the crowd observed Shen Yu's actions with confusion, unsure what trick she was pulling. Only Chu Tianyi and Chu Mohan kept smiling at her throughout, clearly holding immense faith in her abilities. Shen Yu bound the rope around the big vat, sprinkling a little fine salt along with boiling hot water inside, sealing it tightly with cotton cloth. With the help of leverage provided by dozens of people, the vat was gently lowered into the well. In no time, the 3 men in the well began to feel a significant drop in temperature around them. What's happening? Are there any changes in the well? Shen Yu leaned over the well opening, looking down at the 3 who instinctively gave her a thumbs up in unison. Miss Shen Yu, you're truly amazing. It feels much cooler down here than before. We don't even want to come out. The 3 laughed heartily, feeling relief for their internal organs as the atmosphere inside the well was far too comfortable. Can that be possible? Maybe because they were so overheated when the hot water passed by. Now that it's not hot anymore, they just feel cooler. Han Jin's words once again won the agreement of everyone nearby. Shen Yu helplessly smiled on the side. I feel the same way. I'd never believe it unless I see the ice with my own eyes. How could hot water possibly make the water cooler? That's right. I don't believe it either. Risking being sunburned to death on such a scorching day, just to make ice only to be fooled by a little girl. They couldn't accept Shen Yu trying to pull one over on them. Shen Yu didn't bother arguing with them. She knew the results would speak for themselves when the time came. Judging that enough time had passed, Xinyu used her special ability to intensify the reaction and then ordered the vat to be pulled up. The moment the vat was placed nearby, the people surrounding it saw droplets of water forming from the frozen white vapor condensed at the mouth of the vat. It really does look like ice has formed. I can see the frost. And this is so cool and refreshing. Hearing this, many gathered around the vat, feeling how long it had been since they'd experienced such coolness. Han Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully, a crooked smile appearing on his face as he expressed doubt. Could this young lady actually surprise us after all? That thought flitted across his mind as he lightly slapped his cheeks. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If she makes ice, I'll forgo my salary for an entire year. Do you mean that? Chu Mo-han appeared silently behind Han Jin, giving him quite a fright. Master Chu, just wait. I have a feeling you're going to lose your salary for the whole year. Han Jin arrogantly smirked, thinking his master was clueless, a complete idiot who clearly knew nothing about anything. Chapter 118. Space Upgrade. New powers appear. The jar was slowly lifted up and steadily placed on the ground. Han Jin pushed his way to the front row with a smirk, eagerly waiting to see his young master and Shun Yu's embarrassment. But as he approached this jar, how come it feels so chillingly cold? Could there really be ice in this jar? Sweat beads trickled from Han Jin's forehead all the way down to his chin, while Chu Mo-han burst into laughter. What? You're scared? There's still time to regret. This sentence was like a fishhook, and Han Jin was a frenzied fish that firmly bit onto the hook. I have no regrets at all. Han Jin was somewhat uneasy, sensing something wasn't right. Brother Han, you're truly impressive. Have you heard of Miss Shin's skills? Dare to challenge her. The surrounding bailiffs suppressed their grins, sympathy evident in their gazes toward Han Jin. After the rope was untied, Xinyu delicately lifted the cloth off with her slender fingers, prompting Han Jin to gulp loudly as he watched her actions. Could there really be ice inside? Originally retaining a sliver of hope, after hearing others' words, Han Jin felt hollow inside. What the heck? That reflection at the mouth of the jar isn't ice. There really is ice. It's true. Young Miss Shun is truly talented. She can actually make ice. Xinyu hammered the ice to pieces, splashing cool, icy shards on Han Jin's face. His body seemed frozen stiff. A year's salary. An entire year. Just gone like that. He stood dejectedly in place, never expecting that hot water could actually produce ice. You good-for-nothing boy. How did I tell you? You insisted on betting against Master Chu. Now what? What will we eat or drink from now on? His father was so angry he almost couldn't catch his breath, wishing he could kick his son into the well. Dad, before Han Jin could complain, Chu Mo-han gathered everyone around him. Don't get too excited, everyone. Han Jin said he would take out a year's salary tonight to improve our meals. Han Jin. Really? Brother Han is indeed righteous. Even when struggling to survive, he still treats us to food. Truly a great man. I've said it before, Brother Han is no ordinary person. Selfless for others, he's an outstanding figure among the bailiffs of Qingchun County. All the praises were like unrelenting cold winds driving him to shiver in the corner, the smug smile on his lips disappearing. The look he cast toward Shun Yu was now full of respect. In fact, this method really can create ice, but it's slow and not very effective. It only managed to produce so much because the powers enhanced it. This was merely one way to make ice. To obtain enough ice to help everyone get through this crisis, they most importantly had to check if there were saltpeter deposits nearby mountains. Using saltpeter to create ice is the safest and fastest method. Mohan, what is it you? Seeing Shun Yu's urgency, Chu Mohan guessed the gist. I need to leave now. Everyone probably already knows the method for making ice. Although it's slow, it wasn't all wasted effort. So many wells can produce quite a lot of ice. Where are you going? Do you need me to go with you? Seeing Shun Yu's eagerness, Chu Mohan became concerned. No, you stay here and keep an eye on them. Saving the people of Qingchun County isn't just a small project. Chu Mohan nodded. Understanding Xinyu's Yu's perspective must surely be more comprehensive than his own. Go ahead then. We'll meet at Uncle Shun's place later tonight. All right. After finishing her statement, Xinyu Yu walked out of the house and found a secluded corner where she instantly teleported herself to the surrounding mountain. Not long ago, she had distributed cooling medicines and grains from her spatial ring to the people of Qingchun County, causing her space to upgrade once again. Not only did the fertile land expand to 50 acres, but she also gained a special new power. She could sense mineral resources within a few li radius. Thanks to this ability, she discovered that the ever-growing black mountain in her space was, in fact, a rich mine filled with various minerals. Based on her analysis, the mine contained iron, ore, saltpeter, and precious gold and silver ores. It was as if the houses gifted to the commoners turned back into another form of resource, repaying her. Her space was, indeed, incredibly generous. Upon arriving near the mountain, her power gave no reaction at all, suggesting that finding saltpeter wasn't as simple as expected. But simply relying on saltpeter powder mixed with hot water to produce ice certainly wouldn't solve the urgent needs. Even changing locations across several distant peaks revealed no trace of saltpeter, yet by chance, she stumbled upon a hidden cache of treasures belonging to some bandits. Free stuff was definitely not something to be missed, so Xinyu collected it all into her space. 3,000 taels of silver. In her space, they automatically multiplied tenfold, neatly stacked 300,000 taels of silver inside her space's warehouse. With the sky gradually growing darker, Xinyu found a cave and directly entered her space. Hee, big brother. The silver we hid back then is probably around here, right? A scar-faced man dressed in tattered clothes laughed boisterously. After such a long walk, they had finally found the place where they had buried their silver long ago. It's by that cave over there. I wonder if the melting snow has washed out the boxes. The one speaking was Song Damao. After so much time away from Julong Mountain, they couldn't stop thinking about avenging their brother Song Tantan and everyone else in the bandit camp. With this money, we can hire an assassination group to kill that crazy woman Xinyu, right? Song Wumao harbored deep hatred for Xinyu and also harbored fear, knowing full well that Xinyu was highly skilled in martial arts and practiced dark sorcery, definitely beyond their capability to eliminate. As they approached the area, Song Wumao saw a pile of mud and sand seemingly blocking the entrance to the cave. Big brother, second brother, look at this. What's going on over there? Why is the cave blocked by mud and sand? Upon seeing this, Song Damao's heart sank to its lowest point. Wasn't that exactly where they had buried their silver? Had someone discovered it? Dragging their weary bodies forward, they ran up to see clear traces left behind in the deep pit, showing that the boxes had been pulled out. Each of them felt like jumping into the hole themselves just to be buried once again. Misfortunes never come singly, and troubles are always targeted at the unfortunate ones. What should we do now, big brother? This looks like it was just dug up recently. Is the person still nearby? Should we search around? Search? For what good? Do you think anyone capable of taking all that silver would have come alone? And even if we find him, how are we supposed to take it back? Not only will we lose our silver, but we'll end up losing our lives as well. Feeling utterly helpless, the group slumped dejectedly on the ground with no light left in their eyes. Their hopes for revenge were dashed. Where could they possibly go next? Xinyu, who was inside her space extracting niter using her abilities, sensed the calls from outside and immediately sped up. Alright, this amount should be enough. Alright, this amount should be enough. She estimated it was about sunset, and Xinyu returned to the abandoned courtyard whereby Luo was buried. After filling the house completely with niter, she made her way to the place where her father was distributing heat-relieving medicine. Chapter 119. Character has nothing to do with grade or gender. Without Xinyu by their side, the effect of making ice by putting hot water into the well was extremely poor, causing changes in everyone's mindset to varying degrees. They felt that Xinyu must not have taught them the complete method of making ice. Some even believed that Xinyu definitely had some unknown secret. Han Jin's attitude towards Xinyu made a 180-degree turn. He considered her as a fairy sent by heaven to save them. Although he lost a year's salary, regaining his life was still an excellent outcome. Even though the effect of making ice wasn't great, the group managed to store a fair amount of ice and collected plenty of cool water. Everyone drank their fill, which relaxed their bodily organs. At that moment, the commoners and refugees who went out to look for niter gradually returned. Before long, the entire street was filled with people. Looking at the sea of heads, Chu Mo-han scratched his head anxiously, wondering how much ice would need to be made to serve all these people. Sister, you're back. Seeing Xinyu walking from afar, Bao Yu and Shi Yu cheerfully approached their sister. Miss Xinyu, this is the niter we collected. Behind Qin Feng were 4 hemp sacks of niter, which was far too little compared to the densely packed population. Everyone, please follow me. No matter how much ice we can make today, I promise everyone will get a taste. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Chu Mo-han quickly came over. Don't push yourself. It's all my fault in this situation, and I apologize to everyone. Chu Mo-han was full of guilt in his eyes, having been reborn once, and still finding himself unprepared for certain aspects. It's fine, I'll solve these problems. Xinyu's weary eyes carried a warmth exclusive to Chu Mo-han. When her gentle hand touched Chu Mo-han's wrist, a strange confidence surged from the bottom of his heart to his brain. Following Xinyu for quite a while, the group arrived back at that familiar courtyard. Looking around at the setup, Chu Mo-han helplessly smiled. How could they possibly have such a deep connection with this yard? Everyone, bring over any water jars and wooden basins you can find. These surrounding houses are abandoned. Search if there are suitable containers. Yes. Shinan quietly stood by her daughter's side, having just heard Chu Mo-han explain about Xinyu making ice. So many people, each needing a block of ice. It would take an enormous amount. Plus, no one knew how long this unusual weather would last. Qin Feng, bring over the niter. Alright, Xinyu placed a large basin on the ground, filling it with water. Then she took a smaller basin, filled it with water as well, and placed it in the middle of the larger one. She poured the niter into the small basin and continuously stirred it with a branch. Frost began to form beside the wooden bucket, and the edges of the smaller basin were clearly encased in ice. As more niter was added, the water in the large basin diminished significantly. Even the surrounding spectators tugged at their clothes due to the intense cold. This was obviously colder than when they used well water to make ice in the afternoon. There really is ice, Miss Shun. You're incredibly talented. How could someone like Miss Shin discover such a method? Truly, your keen observations leave us awestruck and humbled. Looking at the fact that so much niter produced only a small amount of ice, most people felt disappointed. By this reckoning, let alone giving one person one mouthful of ice, even allowing one touch might be difficult. Alas, everyone disperse. The effort we've spent gathering niter didn't even produce enough ice for one taste. Fine, we wasted our day for nothing. Many of the refugees vented their dissatisfaction. To gather this niter, they wandered throughout the whole Qingqing County, sweating all afternoon, and ultimately realizing their efforts had merely paved the way for others left them feeling uneasy. You should have known that all county magistrates are the same, promising to teach us how to make ice, just tricks to deceive us. A full day's hard work yields such little result? We'd rather rest at home. If you think I deceived you, feel free to leave now. I'll still give 20 coins as wages per person. Xinyu knew there would surely be complaints, but she wasn't going to indulge them. One less person sharing the ice meant conserving more niter for future use. Keeping it herself, wouldn't that be better? Moreover, she wasn't some kind of saint, obligated to bear responsibility for every single life safety. Miss Shun, are you serious about offering 20 coins? Of course, come collect it now if you want. Shinyu smiled calmly, exchanging 20 coins for leisure time. Plus, helping the storage space grow. Worth it. I'll take it. Me too. A smile crept onto Shunyu's lips as her initial intent to save lives cooled by half. Indeed, once they thought you brought them no benefit, they wouldn't even give you a chance. Shinyu unshouldered her basket and handed it to Qin Feng, feeling no ounce of compassion inside. The copper coins in here should be enough to distribute to them. Every time you give one person their coins, remember to dip the brush in this dye and mark their foreheads to prevent any bastards who've already taken money from also coming to take ice. But why should we give them money? Wasn't this originally about voluntarily searching for niter? Shinyu lightly patted his shoulder with an expression of ease. It doesn't matter. If it's worth separating these troublemakers and rats hiding among the crowd, then spending some silver is a worthy cause. Although Qin Feng felt pain in his heart, he had no choice but to follow her instructions. The queue for distribution had already formed into a long line, with many onlooker refugees joining in. Shinyu was in no hurry, slowly stirring the tree branch and leisurely making the ice blocks. What can we do? Why are they all taking the money? Isn't it too unkind? After all, Miss Shen is doing this all for us. Aren't we repaying kindness with resentment? You should stop whining. 20 coins. A bowl of icy water could save your father's life at a critical moment. Come over quickly. The wife pulled her child into the queue for the money. However, the child struggled and ran out again. I won't take it. Even if I starve to death or get overheated to death, I will not break trust. We were initially doing this for ourselves. I'm ashamed to take Miss Shinyu's money. You've all forgotten when she gave us those heat relief medicines before. What obligation does she have to always look after us? This comment was like a pebble thrown into the sea. It didn't stir up a single ripple. Li Xian looked at the boy from afar as though seeing his own past self. He slowly walked toward him, saying, "What you said and did was excellent. There's no need to criticize them. Their lives are destined to remain this way. You are different. You still have a bright future ahead of you. There's no point forcing them to understand you either. Your real parents might not fully comprehend either." Zhou Yi seemed to have found a long-lost confidant and showed a rare smile. At that point, the number of people queuing to collect ice had dwindled to less than 200, including poor women with sickly yellow complexions and physically disabled elderly individuals. In such a case, character seemed to have nothing to do with age or gender. You fools, don't you come to exchange for the money. In just a little while, the money will run out. Chill, don't say anything more. The money will soon be insufficient. The behavior of these two people made Shinyu feel nauseous. With most people basically said, she stopped pretending. Emohan, send someone to open all the doors in the courtyard. Chapter 120, An Endless Supply of Niter. Chu Mohan did not hesitate, knowing that Shinyu must be hiding some shocking secret in this room. Qin Feng, take them in and open the door on that side. Yes. The troublemaker who had received his payment sat nearby leisurely playing with copper coins, feeling inexplicably refreshed at the thought of soon being able to drink a bowl of chilled water. How long has no one lived in this house? Why bother opening the door to air it out if we're not staying here tonight? Huh. After the man finished speaking, those around him laughed as well, including many sarcastic and caustic remarks. Shinyu didn't pay much attention. Soon enough, they would all shut their mouths. Ventilating? I fear it might be troublesome because there are quite a few things inside. We probably won't use them all up anytime soon. She sighed helplessly, her delicate fingers lightly rubbing her forehead, looking troubled by something weighing heavily on her mind. There are things inside. What kind of things are stored in such a rundown place? Just let her be. Anyway, we've already received 20 coins as wages, so we haven't lost anything. Hehehe. At the moment the door was opened, everyone dropped their jaws in shock. Inside the room, niter was piled up from wall to wall, so much that some even spilled out when the door was opened. This? The man was too astonished to speak, unable to express his feelings at that moment. So much niter. This could produce enough ice blocks for us to eat until the peak summer heat passes. A woman nearby gently patted the shoulder of another female. Hey, what kind of dream are you having? You've already collected your 20 coins. How are you going to ask for ice again? Do you have any sense of shame? Che, sense of shame? Can sense of shame keep you alive? Hurry up and get up. Afterward, I'll go collect the ice. Since it's free anyway, why wouldn't I take it? Fu Han smoothed the stray hairs on her forehead and carefully wiped away the red mark on her forehead. As long as this red mark was gone, no one would know she had received the money. There's so much niter here. Truly careless of me. Miss Shin managed to store so much here in this decrepit place. No wonder she confidently said from the beginning that she would let us all enjoy ice daily. Now it seems she wasn't joking at all. Even Chu Yi's subordinates were shocked upon seeing this situation. They suspected that this was what Chu Mohan had been preparing all along, just like cotton clothes and heat-relieving medicine. With this wise young master, no wonder the adults take him so seriously. Luckily, we don't lack money, or we'd definitely be just like those opportunistic turncoats rushing to collect the coins. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their own clear self-assessment. All right, no one forced you into the decision made earlier. It was your own choice. Those who have taken the coins, leave now. From now on, your life and death have nothing to do with me. If you think you can hide among the crowd thinking I won't find you, you're sorely mistaken. Don't believe me? You can try. After finishing, Xinyu took a crossbow from her basket, showing absolutely no sympathy for such people. They were like a cancerous growth. If you weren't tough enough, they would become increasingly aggressive. Shunin and Chu Tianyi saw this, but did not stop Xinyu, tacitly approving her actions since these people had initially abandoned their chances of survival for profit. Qing Feng directed everyone to put the niter into water, stirring it, causing it to freeze and solidify, and then store the ice. Every step of the process was seamless, basically beyond reproach. But the number of people queuing up for ice blocks had already reached 100, and the line still stretched endlessly ahead, almost 200 more people remaining. That meant half of these people only wanted to test whether Xinyu could really tell who had taken the coins. Xinyu held the steel crossbow in her hand and sighed helplessly. I've warned you already. It's too late to leave now. I told you I wouldn't let you off easily. Mohan, surround the queue with people. Not a single person in this line is leaving today. Looking at Xunyu's cold and frosty eyes, those who had taken the coins began to feel somewhat fearful. Can she really tell? Mother, let's go? I'm so scared. Her gaze is terrifying. The woman quickly covered the child's mouth, fearing that the nearby official would hear and cut them down first. What are you running for? We're all surrounded now. Where will you run to? Right now, it's just a game of strategy. If you move, you lose. An elderly man nervously pulled on his sleeve, his knuckles turning white from gripping it tightly. Next was him. He was the first person to infiltrate the queue. Seeing Xinyu looking at him with a faint smirk, he felt itchy all over. Despite the high temperature around him, he felt like he was plunged into an icy abyss. Am I really found out? Can my luck be this bad? Will she let me go because of my age? Next, Qin Feng furrowed his brow as he looked at the gray-robed elder before him. Although the man had exchanged clothes with someone else, Qin Feng still recognized his face clearly. This old man had definitely collected the 20 coins. The man possessed no extraordinary skills other than an excellent memory, which was essential for frequently handling commercial affairs on Chu Mohan's behalf. He had encountered countless strangers, but once he saw someone, he would never forget them. What's your name? Fong Tian. The elder happily rubbed his hands together, feeling that the ice blocks were already his. Others who had also collected the 20 coins stared intently at the old man, hoping that if he succeeded in claiming the ice, it would prove that Xinyu had no way of distinguishing who had already received the coins. Old sir, didn't you collect the 20 coins just now? Qin Feng was the first to pose the question, and the guards beside him drew their swords, ready to apprehend the old man at any moment. No, I haven't. At my age, money is useless. My little granddaughter is waiting for me at home. She can't bear the heat anymore. Please, noble sir, take a good look. There's no red mark on my forehead. Humph. Xinyu snorted coldly, making the old man feel as if a venomous snake was glaring at him, ready to strike. It was such a peculiar sensation. Could Xinyu really tell? Xinyu pulled out a black cylindrical object from her sleeve, lightly pressing a button. A beam of purple light shot out, landing directly on the old man's forehead, where a glowing mark appeared between his eyebrows. Xinyu had mixed fluorescent powder into the paint used earlier. Even if they washed or wiped their faces, the marks wouldn't fade. This fluorescent residue should last until the end of the heat disaster. You think you're so smart, old man, but you're only fooling yourself. With a swoosh, an arrow shot straight through the old man's shoulder, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground, screaming loudly. Everyone around panicked instantly. Don't think this is over yet. Qin Feng, drag him away. Give him 10 hard lashes. Let's see if you dare cheat again after this. Do you truly think I'm easy to fool? Shannon gently patted Chu Mohan's shoulder and gave Xinyu a thumbs up. My daughter is ruthless enough, but life in these times is cruel. If one isn't ruthless, they won't survive long. Chu Mohan nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly with his father-in-law. You're absolutely right. Uncle Shannon, I have many questions about life ahead, and I need your guidance. Seeing the reluctance on his father-in-law's face, Chu Mohan whispered softly in his ear. There's fine wine. Then we'll meet later at the tavern. Chapter 121, Shun An's Worry. Seeing Shun use ruthless actions, even not sparing an old man, let alone the young men like them. They rushed forward to escape, but were blocked by all the constables. Bang! The explosive sound rang in their ears, shattered roof tiles hit the people and their feet. The originally restless crowd suddenly became quiet. All of you give me some respect. Don't think I can be pushed around or bullied. Not one of you is leaving today. Line up in order. 10 boards for each person. If any of you dare to cause trouble, Xinyu said word by word. Consequences. On your own. This sentence was like a freezing spell. No one dared to move from where they stood, fearing that Xinyu would kill them out of anger. Seeing that the gazes directed at him were filled with fear, Xinyu contentedly moved aside. These people have no firm beliefs. Typical wallflowers, not worth using. One reason for his settling in Qingqing County was to accumulate strength, and another was to find suitable candidates to later establish a harmonious fortress together. Although these people needn't possess any special skills, their conduct must definitely be upright. Otherwise, it will bring unexpected calamities. People who received the ice showed a happy smile, from the elderly to children thanking Xinyu deeply, and Xinyu also felt a green kind of gratitude and intimacy towards them. These people will become the backbone force of constructing the future fortress. People who know gratitude and repay kindness are easier to resist temptations in long years to come and less likely to get corrupted. When the crowd dispersed nearly entirely, Xinyu searched around but still couldn't find his father or Chu Mohan. Where did those two go? Sis, let's go back. It's not early anymore. Mom might be waiting for us. Baoyu finished speaking and pointed at Shiyu, who was sleeping standing nearby. Xinyu also smiled upon seeing her younger brother, knowing these days had indeed exhausted them. Whether distributing medicine or making ice, they helped without hesitation, and now the ice production matter was settled, they needed rest indeed. Let's go home. Sister will cook something delicious for you. What? Delicious food? Shiyu woke up immediately from his drowsy state. Your brain contains nothing but eating. Shinyu slightly pinched Shiyu's chubby cheeks, which were pretty bouncy. Shiyu's eyes turned into slits when he laughed, looking adorable to the extreme. Sis, I want to eat that burger and cola again. Alright, since all of you have been working hard recently, big sis will satisfy this little glutton. Back home sister will cook it. Good yes. Can eat burgers then. Shiyu and Baoyu jumped around happily, which gave Shinyu a new idea simultaneously. Opening a chain burger chicken shop and recruiting delivery boys, openly delivering food while covertly gathering intelligence. Wouldn't this achieve two goals at once and be hard to detect? Shinyu patted his wrist and thought himself a genius. Inside the tavern, Chu Mohan carefully opened a bottle of fine wine. The pattern and phoenix carved on the wine bottle indicated the wine was no ordinary item. This wine smells rich, has a strong osmanthus fragrance. The aroma spread across the whole room within a moment after opening the bottle. This wine is truly rare and excellent. Shinnon could say nothing good about it. He basically expressed all imaginable adjectives. Before the family split, it was already very difficult for him to taste a sip of wine. For him, enjoying a small drink before sleep every night was the best thing. Uncle Shinnon, you really know your wines. This one is extraordinary. It's the imperial osmanthus wine granted by the palace. He respectfully poured Shun in a glass. Flattery towards the prospective father-in-law was indeed necessary. I bought this wine at the auction for 80 taels of silver. What do you think? Worth it, right? Happy Shun and drinking the wine, hearing the price, directly sprayed the wine out of his mouth. 80 taels. Shinnon found this too extravagant. 80 taels. Enough for their entire village's expenses for 3 years. So expensive. Shinnon regretted it somewhat. Spitting it out just now wasted several taels of silver. Uncle Shunin, don't be so formal, just drink. There will be more when this runs out. Shun is straightforward too, knowing that his daughter has been getting closer to Chu Mohan recently and sensing mutual affection between them. However, Chu Mohan's character and personality truly puzzled him as a father. He believed if his daughter married such a person, she certainly wouldn't be happy. In the capital city, navigating political affairs in the official circles, they certainly couldn't handle it. It appears glossy on the surface, but in reality, life feels like walking on thin ice. Mohan, actually, we can just drink some ordinary wine. This pot of wine costs 80 taels. It's truly too extravagant. Have you forgotten our hard times when we fled from famine? We couldn't even have a bowl of congee and met so many bandits. These days are indeed tough. Chu Mohan naturally understood Shun An's meaning, but last night his intelligence team suddenly found that the Prime Minister had sent many people to Qingqing County. No need to guess, the target was definitely him. He also knew he had done a lot of things inconsistent with the persona he pretended to be recently, but for Shinyu, he would go all out. This ridiculous behavior of buying expensive wine was just for those people to see. Now he has some power, but no real authority in his hands. To investigate the truth behind everything, he must gain his uncle's trust after reaching the capital. As for the suspicion that his uncle plotted rebellion, he sent people to check recently, but found nothing. It was still just his baseless conjecture up to now. Drink it, Uncle Shunin. This wine is really rare. Let's celebrate saving so many refugees. Seeing Chu Mohan saying this, Shunin didn't insist anymore. He could only dissuade his daughter from getting closer to Chu Mohan. In the next room, Chu Yi heard their whole conversation clearly, but didn't get any useful information. Inside the palace, on the grand hall stage, dozens of women dressed in white were dancing sensually, while an 18-year-old man in yellow robes laughed holding a wine cup among them. Ha ha ha, let's drink again. Another serving of wine went down her throat. Her face flushed red, but she still smiled and kept dancing with the others. The elder nearby looked like a vulture, sharp and menacing. This little emperor indulges himself in song and dance daily, making it easy to control him. A few days ago, the previous emperor passed away, leaving the throne to his eldest grandson. Song Xianzong currently draped in imperial robes in the grand hall. Song Xianzong saves Chu Tianren a lot of worries, being completely a puppet without a mind of his own. Currently, basically everything was handed over to him. Even Chu Tianren, who originally intended to rebel, held back his impulsiveness. With both internal unrest and external threats right now, since the power is already in his hands, it's time to purge political enemies and pave the way for himself. Chapter 122. Apprehension towards Xinyu. By the way, has Chu Yi sent any messages? Ever since Zhang Xianzong ascended the throne, Chu Tianren's power had reached an unprecedented level. He was truly second to none. Clearing out political enemies occupied most of his time, so he didn't have much chance to inquire about Chu Mohan. They have come, Prime Minister. Quite a few letters have arrived in recent times. He carefully opened and read each one, a satisfied smile appearing on the corner of his lips. The letters detailed Chu Mohan's actions in Qingqing County. Chu Tianren had thus confirmed that Chu Mohan had been pretending all these years. Has Chu Yi made a move? His lips curled slightly, and his eyes grew complicated. Not yet, sir. They're waiting for the right opportunity. They feel the young lady by Chu Xiao's side is someone not to be trifled with. Her skills are extraordinary, perhaps not even inferior to that black family's gifted youth. He turned around and pursed his lips. It was hard for him to believe that another top-tier talent had appeared in Qing State. How could this be? Where did she come from? Sir, this woman seems to be a witch, and her martial arts are superb. People say that with a wave of her hand, she can make a house explode violently and turn it into ruins in the blink of an eye. The servant wiped sweat from his forehead, then glanced at Chu Tianyi. A trace of surprise flickered in Chu Tianyi's piercing gaze. So she's actually a witch. A witch who can summon explosions. Interesting. Have you investigated her background? Whose disciple is she? Chu Yan shook his head, feeling somewhat vexed. We figured out her origins. She's from a small rural farming family, far removed from the witch clans. There's no possible way she could have inherited the teachings of a witch. Chu Tianren let out a cold laugh, his eyes revealing a glint of mischief. Could it be that this young lady also has an unusual identity? Perhaps similar to Horan? Maybe her body carries the inheritance of some strange soul. He became more and more curious about this nephew of his, able to recruit such talented individuals. Truly, he hadn't disappointed him. Keep watching over what Emohan does. Remember to keep an eye on that young lady. Investigate thoroughly. Yes, sir. After saying that, Chu Yan suddenly clapped his hands, and two attendants slowly approached, carrying trays. What's wrong? Is there something else? Having worked tirelessly for days, Chu Tianren felt utterly exhausted in mind and body. He needed a good night's rest. Prime Minister, the weather is getting cold. Why not put on a yellow robe to keep warm? The attendant spread out the yellow robe. Embroidered on it was a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon. Chu Yan took it and helped Chu Tianren change into it. Ha, this robe is well made. Go ahead and tell me, what reward do you want? Chu Tianren stood in front of the bronze mirror, carefully observing himself. This dragon robe was simply as if tailor-made just for him. Nowadays, only he could become the king of Daqing. Only he could lead the people to a good life. Only he could break the nobles' hold on power. You jest, Prime Minister. The yellow robe is rightfully yours. I merely added a touch of elegance. Being able to meet your expectations makes me very content. Chu Tianren erupted into wild laughter. Wearing this yellow robe stirred up an indescribable excitement within him. This imperial throne will eventually be mine. So why rush things? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature soared again, and the refugees complained endlessly. The land split apart, and wherever the naked eye could see, it was unbearably hot. Even fewer among 10,000 dared to stand under the sun. Why is it still so hot today? At this rate, we won't have enough niter left. The ice we produced hasn't even been used, and has melted already. Chu Tianyi sought shelter in the shade, looking at the desolate streets. As a magistrate, he felt completely powerless now, which filled him with guilt. That's enough. Father, stop worrying. We're doing pretty well just to survive ourselves. This is a natural disaster. How can common criminals like us fight against a natural disaster? Can our words summon rain? Absolutely impossible. The atmosphere at home had been quite gloomy these last few days. Father had been deeply troubled by the commoner's situation, and Mother too was constantly fretful, always dispirited. Xinyu did have a way to induce artificial rain, but the humidity simply wasn't enough to meet the standard for rainfall. How about we set up an altar? Sacrifice pigs and sheep, praying to the Dragon King for rain? Upon hearing Chu Tianyi's words out of sheer helplessness, Xinyu and Chu Emohan burst out laughing. Praying to the Dragon King for rain? Truly, a great method indeed. Xinyu suddenly thought of something and patted Chu Emohan on the shoulder. Go set up the altar. Later, I'll pray for rain together with you. Chu Emohan tilted his head curiously. How come you also wanted to join Father in fooling around? With the altar set up, could it truly summon rain? As a staunch believer in neither religion nor ghosts and spirits, Chu Emohan thought all of this was merely psychological comfort. But since Xinyu had mentioned it, perhaps she really had come up with some good plan. What are you going to do? Buy pigs and sheep, of course. How can we set up an altar without offerings? That would just be deceiving the spirits, wouldn't it? Chu Tianyi nodded and immediately instructed his servants to begin setting up the altar in the courtyard. Whether it would work or not was uncertain, but at least it was a method. Nearby, the refugees sighed heavily upon seeing the preparations. The county magistrate is really going to conduct a ritual offering? It's utterly useless. I guess even the county magistrate has reached a dead end. The magistrate probably doesn't have any other options. Even if the emperor came here, he might not know what to do. Let's just die then. Anyway, we have no regrets left. The refugees lay on the ground, closed their eyes, their thoughts drifting about as if their very souls were about to be dried out by the heat. Xinyu returned to her room and with a flicker of thought, entered the space. White, the snake spirit, still coiled around the spirit spring like before, but her body appeared significantly larger than before. The coldness in her eyes was now softened by a hint of warmth. Master, White greeted Xinyu respectfully. After all, Xinyu had given her a new lease on life. I need your help with something. Seeing Xunyu's anxious expression, White knew that something serious must have happened. Speak, Master. During your celestial tribulation, does it bring strong winds, lightning, thunder, and torrential rain? White nodded and continued. For those with powerful spiritual energy, there may also be hailstones from the sky, and even dense fog fills the air. Upon hearing White's words, Xunyu's smile broadened. Her radiant grin resembled a blooming rose. So, can you guarantee that you will succeed in overcoming your celestial tribulation? I can. White was brimming with confidence. To resist the heavenly tribulation, she had strengthened her scales using the spirit spring water and still retained some of the water within her stomach. Even if the celestial tribulation was fierce, she could rely on the spirit spring water to preserve her life. Then prepare yourself. I'll take you to a wilderness area to undergo the tribulation shortly. Chapter 123, Passing the Calamity. Xinyu frowned deeply and decisively left the white snake in the wilderness. White snake, it's all up to you now. You must persevere. If you can endure this calamity, it will be your opportunity. After Xinyu left, the white snake found a cliff far from human habitation. She coiled herself steadily around a tree, raising her body at a 90-degree angle and assuming an attack posture similar to that of a cobra. Ordinary snakes rarely have the ability to stand upright like cobras, but facing heavenly calamity is a challenge to the heavens themselves. Naturally, she had to raise her head high and resist it. Come on, I must succeed today. By the time Xinyu returned to the residence, Chu Mohan had already prepared the sacrificial items. You've come. Let's begin the preparations. Seeing the resolute look on Xunyu's face, Chu Mohan felt reassured. He lowered his eyebrows and smiled, lighting the Buddhist incense in his hand. Dragon King, please take a look. The people of Qingqing County work hard and never do anything to offend heaven. We beseech you to accept these offerings and take away this heat calamity. As soon as the words were spoken, a sudden fierce wind arose from nowhere. What's happening? Such a strong wind. Quick, protect the altar. Chu Tiany's shouts were lost in the howling wind. The servants couldn't hear a thing. Father, don't shout. Come inside first. Once the wind comes, it won't go away. Chu Mohan knew this wind was surely summoned by Xinyu. Wind brings rain, and today these people would truly be saved. Father, stop shouting. Come inside. With the wind here, it's not going anywhere. Chu Mohan and Xinyu struggled mightily to pull Chu Tiany into the house, but before their sweat was even wiped off, he wanted to run out again. Hey, father, stay still. He grabbed hold of his father's arm and pulled him back. Mohan, if we don't protect the altar and offend the gods, what if they take back the wind? Looking at Chu Tiany's worried and stubborn face, Xinyu thought he looked rather cute. With her right hand shaped like a blade, she delivered a precise strike to his neck, and instantly Chu Tiany stopped moving. Chu Mohan, watch over Uncle Chu. I need to go out for a moment. This wind has come so easily, and this time the common folk should be able to overcome this calamity. Having said that, Xinyu walked out the door. The wild winds blew furiously, and many commoners celebrated joyfully in the streets, welcoming this long-awaited cool breeze. They finally waited for it. Truly worthy of Master Chu. Just a single word, and this mighty wind arrived. Isn't it amazing? How refreshing this wind is. Look at those dark clouds over there. There's definitely going to be a heavy downpour tonight. Ha ha ha. Excitedly, they shouted in the streets, awaiting the cleansing rain. Xinyu stood on the city wall, gazing towards the direction of the white snake, unable to help feeling somewhat concerned. I didn't expect such great anomalies in nature. I wonder if the white snake can withstand it. In just a moment, dark clouds completely obscured the sky above, and the entire Qingqing County became pitch black, so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. On the mountain path, Song Damao and his group tightened their brows and braced themselves against a nearby sapling. They originally intended to become assassins in a killer organization, but halfway through their journey, the sky suddenly grew dark. Song Damao and Song Wuma were nearly nose to nose, yet could barely discern each other's features. This is too eerie. Wasn't it scorching hot just moments ago? Why is it windy and pitch black now? Big brother, could we be encountering a ghost? Although Song Wuma usually brags fearlessly about everything under the sun, he is afraid of ghosts because of the numerous people he has killed. He dreads karmic retribution arriving too quickly. Bullcrap. Don't speak nonsense like that. Get lost. Go far away. Suddenly, a streak of lightning tore across the sky, followed by deafening thunder. The thunderous sound reverberated as though shattering eardrums, making many civilians tremble with fright as they hid in corners. How is this thunder so bizarre? In all my life, I've never heard thunder so loud. I agree. So scared. Won't it start snowing again? As they spoke, another bolt of lightning struck. The tough scales on the white snake instantly exploded, exposing charred flesh underneath, which gave off waves of roasted meat aroma. How could the power of the celestial thunder be so immense? The scales I soaked in spiritual spring water only managed to withstand one lightning strike. That shouldn't happen. It doesn't align with the descriptions given by my seniors. The white snake dared not let down her guard. This celestial thunder was more ferocious than she had imagined. Moreover, this heavenly lightning appeared to be gathering even more strength. Could she bear the next blow? No point thinking about it. Full commitment then. The white snake gathered all her spiritual essence to resist. When the third divine lightning descended, all the protective energy fields she had conjured dissipated. Even her precious scales burst into pieces, leaving hardly any intact. In the shadows, a cold snake, I watched closely at the white snake, muttering. This little white snake has received extraordinary fortune indeed. What level of holy spring water did she manage to find? To use it like this is sheer extravagance. From this, it seems her days are numbered today. A black snake continuously flicked its tongue, its eyes seeming to carry threads of laughter. Whenever beasts attempt to pass through a calamity, they always attract other beasts. They come with ill intentions, some to observe the heavenly calamity and devise strategies in response. Others wait for failure in order to seize the physical body. Eating this flesh not only enhances one's cultivation, but also produces antibodies against the heavenly calamity, making it easier to withstand their own tribulations. Still others are extremely devious. As their counterparts approach success or when there seems no hope, they suddenly leap out, steal the inner pellet, and swallow it, then reap the rewards themselves, becoming a divine dragon. This black snake belonged to the last category, and was also the senior the white snake had mentioned. That year, he was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon, but his closest woman stole his inner pellet. Fortunately, he managed to survive. This opportunity he had waited for decades. This time, he must seize the white snake's inner pellet. As the thunder grew larger on the horizon, Xinyu was truly worried about some unexpected incident and prepared to go check from afar. Just as she stepped off the city tower, she saw a familiar figure galloping towards her on a horse, holding a torch. Where are you going? Let me accompany you. Chu Mohan smiled, his roguish grin exuding sincerity. The wind-blown flames were as precarious as the life of the white snake. Without hesitation, Xinyu leaped onto the horse, grabbed the reins, and rode madly with Chu Mohan toward the distance. Don't rush. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side. Xinyu felt a warm current flowing through her blood, warming her entire body. With Chu Mohan around, she indeed felt more at ease. Rumble! An enraged thunder filled with divine might descended, illuminating the entire sky. Upon closer inspection, the surroundings were full of wild beasts. Chu Mohan frowned, amazed. Were these animals not afraid of thunder? What were they waiting for? Only when Xinyu stopped the horse did he see the white giant snake coiled around a dead tree on the cliff. He covered his mouth in shock. Could it really be true that snakes underwent calamities like this in this world? Chapter 124, The Roaming Dragon Tribulation. A silver lightning bolt, interwoven with the might of heaven and earth, struck down. The entire forest lit up like daylight, and it seemed as if all the fierce beasts were somewhat shocked. This was by far the strongest thunder tribulation they had ever seen. The white snake dared not let her guard down, knowing well that during her time cultivating in spatial seclusion, she had been absolutely detected by the heavenly Tao, which led to such a terrifying thunder tribulation being laid down. She gathered all her spiritual power with full effort to fend off the lightning strike. But before the relentless downpour like thunderbolts, her spiritual energy barrier only held for a fleeting moment. The white snake's scales exploded outward, even scattering near Chu Mohan's feet. This thunderous explosion completely shattered Chu Mohan's worldview. Xinyu seemed to sense the astonishment in Chu Mohan's eyes and gently patted his shoulder. Pretty exciting, huh? Her tone was light-hearted and humorous, and Chu Mohan quickly regained his composure, tightly gripping Xinyu's delicate hand. Indeed exciting. I never thought I'd witness something like this in my lifetime. It's as if rebirth wasn't in vain. Xinyu lightly smiled. It's going to get more exciting. Did you see those fierce beasts? We've got to drive them all away. Chu Mohan. Around them, the types of ferocious beasts were abundant, each of their gazes revealing an intelligence as if they possessed awakened consciousness, making dealing with them even harder than confronting humans. At this point, the lightning disappeared, but all the ferocious beasts grew restless. Strangely, the heavenly thunder, originally on the verge of dissipating, regathered in the sky. The roar of thunder deafened the ears, its might appearing even more formidable than before. Xinyu did not dare slack for a moment. There was nothing she could do to take the thunder strikes in place of Bai Shi. All she could manage was to clear obstacles nearby for her. Chu Mohan took hold of the steel blade passed to him by Xinyu and readied himself for battle while Xinyu retrieved from her space a AK-47 rifle along with a megaphone. Hey. The sudden sound of human voice caught the attention of the ferocious beasts. During a beast tribulation period, having others present is the most taboo thing. Upon seeing Xinyu and Chu Mohan, the beast's eyes turned blood red. Originally fixated on Bai Shi, the ferocious creatures now focused their energy entirely on Xinyu. In perfect unity, all the fierce beasts harbored one shared intention. They would absolutely not allow mankind to share in the divine opportunities meant for the ferocious beasts alone. Caught in constant human oppression, life for these beasts was already difficult enough. Today, even at the cost of everything, they would not allow Xinyu to succeed. Don't just look, attack. I don't have all day. Xinyu's arrogant gaze sent ripples of anger through the distant group of beasts. One mountain leopard, muscular as a tiger, darted toward Xinyu, its claws exuding sharp gusts of wind as though they could easily tear through iron plates. Xinyu raised her gun to shoulder level, then fired a stream of fire from the muzzle. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 bloody holes appeared on the forehead of the leopard, its pupils dilating as if disbelieving that a mere woman could slay him. You need to be careful. These animals are no joke. You focus on protecting yourself. Don't worry about me. Having said that, Xinyu opened fire recklessly with her AK-47. Realizing Xinyu's combat prowess was formidable, all the animals rushed toward her without hesitation. Black Snake found Xinyu too insignificant to waste time on. His target remained Bai Shi lying almost motionless. You insolent girl. How dare you seize our ferocious beast's fortune? You seek death. An enraged vulture shot its feathers toward Xinyu, and several boars behind it charged at them both as if they had lost their minds. Under the combined assault of many ferocious beasts, Xinyu was nearly overwhelmed and risked getting injured. Watch out! Chu Mohan slashed with his blade, cutting the incoming long thorn apart. Xinyu turned to see it was a monkey who had yanked a thorn from a porcupine and hurled it towards her with great force. These animals certainly unite when it counts. Xinyu glanced around, noticing more and more creatures converging. It seemed every one of them wanted a piece of this action. Her lips curled into a smile. Then she pulled Chu Mohan close. Clang! A moderately sized circular bunker fell over the two of them, with twin heavy machine guns positioned before them. Do you see this button? Press and hold it. Xinyu coiled the golden bullet belt, shaking her black hair aside. Upon pressing it, the noise shook the heavens and earth, bullets flying forth and grazing or injuring numerous animals to varying degrees. How bothersome. If we're hurt, how will we grab Bai Shi's fortune afterward? What Xinyu pulled from her dimensional pocket was specifically designed to withstand the end-of-the-world zombies. A titanium alloy bunker, unyieldingly solid, surely sufficient to help by she endure the final stroke of heavenly thunder. Suddenly, the ground started to shake violently, and a long pointed head emerged, encased in thick armor plating. This little creature dug through the earth incredibly fast, punching a single blow that sent the titanium alloy bunker flying. Immediately, Xunyu's expression darkened. "You've left me no choice." As her words trailed off, a pitch-black longsword appeared, seeming to devour the faint remaining light surrounding it. Before the pangolin could react, it was pierced through and lost all fighting capabilities. "I originally didn't want to take your lives, knowing how hard cultivation is for you. But now, don't blame me for what comes next." One after another bomb was thrown from her hand, instantly turning the surroundings into an ocean of fire. Even as heavy rain poured down, it couldn't extinguish the fiery blaze. The citizens within the city celebrated wildly, completely unaware of the dire predicament Xinyu and Chu Mohan faced outside the city walls. Seeing Xunyu's prowess, the ferocious beasts slowed their attacks slightly. What a wretched girl, to have so many ways of protecting herself. Truly despicable. In the sky, thunder roared like an angry silver dragon weaving through the dark clouds. Black Snake was thoroughly stunned. This was none other than the rare Millennium Roaming Dragon Tribulation. It seemed certain that White Snake would not survive this time. Even if he had protective means, they would be useless against such heavenly might, leaving his soul shattered. White Snake also realized that this lightning tribulation was extraordinary and absorbed all the spiritual spring water she had stored in her body with full force. Her cracked scales regrew. The celestial power clinging to her body also fused with the spiritual spring water, becoming one with her essence. She felt her strength surge instantly, giving her newfound confidence. "Once I pass this tribulation, I will severely punish every last one of you little pests." A deafening roar filled the air as a bolt of thunder the size of a pillar struck down with unrelenting force on the White Snake. She experienced a pressure never before felt. It was as though an immense, invisible hand was pinning her forcefully to the ground. "I must overcome this tribulation. No one can stop me." The light of the thunder illuminated the entire forest once again, drawing everyone's attention solely onto White Snake. Xinyu knew the decisive moment had come. She pulled Chu Mohan forward to offer White Snake their final protection. Suddenly, a wooden spear flew directly at her heart. "Be careful, you are..." Preoccupied with aiding the White Snake, Xinyu hadn't anticipated the tree spirit lurking and targeting her for so long. At the crucial moment, Chu Mohan slashed open his wrist, dousing his blade with blood and hacking it toward the tree branch. Though the blood still had some distance to reach the tree, the branch reacted as if sensing danger and attempted to retreat. However, Chu Mohan wouldn't let this chance slip. He swung the blade and cut right through it, causing the entire tree to burst into flames. Chapter 125, The Heaven-Chosen Son. Boy, what devilry is this? Engulfed in fierce flames, no matter what spell the tree spirit used, he couldn't extinguish the fire. Moreover, he could feel his source of life gradually vanishing. The Black Snake sensed something amiss, glanced at the tree spirit, and then a sharp light flashed in its eyes. Truly, one finds what one seeks without effort when one stops looking. I never expected such a person to exist in such a small place. With you here today, my good deed is sure to be accomplished. Ha ha. The Black Snake stared intently at the White Snake before him, unwilling to let go of even the slightest chance. And the heavenly thunder, having gathered the strength of a dragon, relentlessly ravaged the body of the White Snake again and again. With all her might, the White Snake raised her head with an expression of pride akin to that of the Dragon Clan. At that moment, Xinyu and the others had temporarily driven away the wild beasts, creating time for the White Snake to endure the celestial tribulation. My fate is mine. Today, I must surely become a celestial dragon, and I cannot disappoint my master. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from the White Snake. The might of the heavenly thunder weakened slightly, even transforming into numerous thunder snakes that drilled into her body, as if subdued by her overwhelming aura. Sensing something amiss, the Black Snake summoned his helper. What's going on? Why has her spiritual energy suddenly become so concentrated? If this continues, she'll surely succeed in enduring the tribulation. The Black Snake's eyes brimmed with frustration. After plotting for so long, he absolutely could not return empty-handed. Black Bear, this isn't over yet. You, go quickly and stop those two kids. This White Snake is about to successfully endure her tribulation. I will now use secret techniques to slay her. Afterwards, I will share some of the White Snake's flesh with you. Humph. As the Black Bear ran toward Xinyu and the others, the Black Snake's eyes gleamed with cunning. You're still thinking of eating snake meat. Once I seize the White Snake's fortune, you mean nothing to me. When the time comes, I'll eat you all too. He transformed into a wisp of black smoke and darted towards the distant White Snake. Ignoring the protective barrier emitted by the heavenly tribulation, the White Snake was fully concentrating on gathering her spirit and absorbing the power bestowed by the celestial tribulation, naturally failing to notice the approaching danger. Hee hee, little White Snake. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? By using you, I achieve my divine path. And that's your destiny. Xinyu was tangled up by the sudden attack of the Black Bear and other ferocious beasts, unaware of the unexpected change occurring near the White Snake. The Black Snake opened its large mouth and spewed out a dose of venom. The venom landed on the White Snake's scales but disappeared without leaving any trace, nor did the White Snake sense any abnormality. Hee hee, success. How effortless. Little white snake, how foolish you are. Someone like you has no qualifications to become a celestial dragon. The black snake walked arrogantly before the white snake, utilizing its spiritual energy to absorb the inner pearl of the white snake. The white snake was trying hard to absorb the remaining power of the celestial tribulation, but felt as though her soul was being drawn out. What happened? What's going on? Her head felt heavy, and her bodily energies were being stripped away. Opening her eyes, she was shocked to see the black snake. How can it be you, elder predecessor? What are you doing? Ha, young fool, don't call me elder predecessor. Today, I take your fortune. Someone like you simply can't handle it properly. Seeing the glowing inner pearl in the white snake's body moving towards his mouth, the black snake's eyes lit up with triumph. Why do you take my fortune? We are of the same kind. How could you be crueler than the other ferocious beasts? I always regarded you as my predecessor. Fortune or no fortune, don't talk to me about such useless principles. In the past, I was like you. Yet, my fortune was also taken by someone of my kind. Today, I will reclaim everything I have lost. Greed filled the black snake's eyes. With this inner pearl, he could transform into a celestial dragon. On the other side, Shenyu was tangled up with the black bear spirit, engaged in a fiercely contested battle. This black bear spirit, not only huge in size, was extremely agile. After gaining intelligence, it even knew how to use wooden stakes and stones to block bullets. It was difficult to deal with. White snake, hang in there. Everything depends on you now. Shenyu didn't dare to let her mind wander. Chu Emohan and her own lives were hanging by a thread. There was no time left to save the white snake. Do you really think you can take my inner pearl? Humph, dreaming nonsense. The white snake sprouted horns on her forehead. Her scales turned snow white. Her originally prostrate body suddenly rose into the air, for claws unexpectedly growing beneath her belly. What's happening? Stop this right now. You're unworthy to absorb this force of heavenly retribution. The black snake spat out another puff of smoke, and the white snake felt as though countless insects were gnawing at her insides, her spiritual power being slowly consumed. How treacherous. Just to seize someone else's immortal destiny. To use such a vile method. The technique used by the black snake was a curse cultivated with his own life essence. If the victim's spiritual power was weaker than the user's, they would be completely devoured. The black snake had carefully calculated that after the white snake's tribulation, she would be in a weakened state with spiritual power absolutely lower than his own, giving him full confidence to use this curse. Did you really think you had me cornered? Deep within the white snake's gaze lay thick black mist, indicating the rapid spread of the worms emitted by the curse. What else? He smirked, revealing his poisonous fangs triumphantly. Humph. The white snake let out a cold snort, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power from her body. Instead of being alarmed, the black snake burst into laughter. He could feel the white snake's spiritual energy continuously flowing into his own body, granting him unmatched strength. What are you doing? Did I not satisfy your hunger before? Continue feeding me then. Then so be it. The white snake's spiritual energy poured endlessly into the black snake. Gradually, he began to realize something was wrong. Her spiritual energy should have been exhausted by now. At this rate, I'll be overwhelmed and die. The black snake grew anxious, unsure what to do, when the white snake spat out a mouthful of blood. Exhausted from overusing her spiritual power and under the assault of the curse, she could hold on no longer. Cursed fate. I'm just one step away. Ha! The black snake threw his head back in ecstatic laughter, standing arrogantly before the white snake. See that? Today, even the heavens conspired to help me take your inner pearl. This is destiny. He flicked his tongue, turning his gaze toward Chu Emohan in the distance. That boy, a millennium-rare heaven-chosen son, a congregation of grand fortune. Once I consume your inner pearl, and then him, I will become the next true dragon. His eyes gleamed with greed as he gathered his spiritual energy and lunged toward Chu Emohan. You dare attack me, little black snake? How utterly overconfident of you. Chu Emohan unwrapped the bandage from his hand, gripping his injured fist tightly. Blood surged anew from the wound that had earlier stopped bleeding. With a forceful swing, the blood scattered into the air, causing the black snake to sense impending danger and hastily retreat. As a heaven-chosen son, Chu Emohan carried unparalleled good fortune, which naturally served as a natural countermeasure against such malevolent beasts. Yet, when the blood splattered onto the white snake, she felt as if bathed in warm spring breeze. Her spiritual energy gradually restored. Meanwhile, the red flower residing in Chu Emohan's dantian suddenly emitted an astonishing brilliance. Chapter 126. It's over. The head of the white snake, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly rose up. The anger in her eyes seemed like it would tear the black snake apart. Since you want my spiritual power so much, then go ahead and take it. A surging and overwhelming spiritual force was released from within the white snake, forming a storm around her. The surrounding leaves rustled. Thick trees like arms were all broken by the fierce wind, and even the black snake felt an unprecedented pressure. The bear demon continued to Ju-chan with Shenyu, but was extremely afraid of Chu Emohan. It looked as though saving Yuer and the white snake could only be done this way. He clenched his fists, and the wounds on his hands worsened. Knowing the power of Chu Emohan's blood, ferocious beasts didn't dare to approach, not even the black snake, who feared it immensely. In addition, the explosive spiritual energy from within the white snake was continuously being injected into him, making him feel like his body was about to burst. You stop it, fool. If we keep going like this, both of us will die. How about this? I'll just take your spirit pill. I won't take your life, alright. You still have a chance to cultivate back. The eyes of the black snake appeared devout, but there was hidden malice in their depths. I won't be deceived by the same person twice. Today, it's either your death or mine. The head of the white snake suddenly became dizzy, feeling as if all her strength was being drained away. When she glanced at the blood on her scales, it was no longer visible. The black snake sighed in relief, knowing that the white snake had reached her limit. Finding the right moment, he spat out 3 drops of poison, then opened his huge mouth and bit toward the neck of the white snake. You're finished. Let's see how you can still act haughty. I gave you a chance earlier, and you didn't cherish it. There's no more opportunity now. Just as the black snake's mouth was about to touch the white snake's neck, he suddenly sensed a dangerous presence beside him. Chuemohan kept swinging his open palms, splashing blood all over the black snake, without mercy. The black snake was truly terrified, circling around the white snake's body several times, but couldn't find a good opportunity to bite down. This fool. Such precious blood used this way. In despair, the black snake crawled toward the tail of the white snake. Suddenly, an indescribable force pinned him tightly to the ground, making it extremely difficult for even his scales to contract. It's over. This guy has absorbed that boy's blood. His body is likely to recover. Ha! As you guessed correctly, though I suspect the current situation is beyond what you anticipated. The white snake lightly shook her tail, sending a pulse of spiritual energy into the black snake's body. The black snake, who was already unable to withstand it, his entire body swelled up like a balloon filled with air. You? What are you doing? I admit I'm wrong. I'm willing to be your servant. Can you let me go? The voice of the black snake trembled, full of pleading in his tone, and his gaze turned respectful, as if sensing death. You're not acknowledging you've made a mistake. You simply know that you're about to die. An endless flow of spiritual energy erupted from the white snake, causing chaos among the surrounding ferocious beasts. Even the most powerful tiger demon in the entire mountain was greatly shocked upon seeing this. Quickly leave. This white snake isn't just a simple python anymore. If we don't leave soon, we will all die here. But what about destiny? A tiger cub nearby hesitated, still looking at the white snake with longing, feeling like they were about to lose a great blessing. Are you crazy? Hurry up and leave. Do you really think you have the ability to claim this blessing? Even if all the ferocious beasts come together, we wouldn't be able to withstand her attack. After saying that, the tiger demon carried his cub and quickly left. Upon returning, he decided to carefully ponder over who should inherit the position of the next tiger king. This little one, too impulsive. The bear demon felt the dragon clan's oppressive aura emanating from the white snake, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking about how to get rid of Xunyu, this troublesome person. The black bear uprooted a tree as thick as a thigh and kept swinging it toward Xunyu. Xunyu chuckled lightly, relaxing a bit. This fellow knows fear now. Wanting to run, huh? Seems like it's time to show some real skill. Previously, Xunyu hadn't moved against the bear demon because the white snake's calamity must be overcome herself. If Xunyu helped, it might hinder her future cultivation path. She leaped back fiercely to escape the black bear's attack range, then took out from space a giant steel crossbow, taller than a person. Black bear, try this. The bear fiercely hurled the tree and prepared to flee, but a massive steel arrow pierced through the tree, heading straight toward the bear's back. Damn, she actually had something hidden up her sleeve. This girl doesn't seem simple at all. The black bear gathered his spiritual force to resist the crossbow bolt. After gripping it in his hand, he found Xunyu had disappeared. Looking for me? The black bear was shocked. Before he could evade, a sharp sword pierced through his throat, pinning him to the tree. Next life, learn from your mistakes. Xunyu gently patted the black bear's eyes, covering the terror and unease in them. On the other side, the white snake continued to slowly inject spiritual energy into the black snake. The black snake was so bloated he couldn't even speak, and the fear of being exploded by the spiritual energy overwhelmed him deeply. Accompanied by the white snake's contemptuous gaze, the black snake with a sound bang shattered into pieces, his blood splashing all over the ground. Even in death, he still bore an incredulous expression. The rest of the ferocious beasts that were still observing quickly left upon seeing this. Once the white snake recovers her strength, she would definitely not let them go either. Torrential rain began to fall heavily, eradicating the summer heat from the air completely. After the black snake's death, his spiritual power also gathered around the white snake. She could feel her strength clearly increasing by more than one level. It's over, right? Chuemohan felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Xunyu quickly came forward to support him, worry clouding her eyes as they bent slightly. Are you alright, Emohan? I'm fine, just that I lost too much blood. I'm feeling a little dizzy. Xunyu immediately used her powers to increase Chuemohan's red blood cells, which made his complexion look rosier. While Chuemohan wasn't paying attention, Xunyu waved her hand and brought the white snake back into the space. At that time, the white snake's body was quietly undergoing subtle changes. This is crazy. Never thought such supernatural things really existed in the world. Earlier, I didn't believe what the old Taoist said, but now it turns out my blood truly can drive away evil spirits. Chuemohan looked proudly at the wound on his palm, amazed to discover that it no longer hurt, and instead, there was an itchy sensation. Yes, your blood is indeed special. It's worth more than gold, and yet you waste it like that. Truly fits your spoilt attitude. Both their bodies were already drenched through. Xunyu stood amidst the heavy rain, resembling a resilient and beautiful lotus flower. The two locked eyes, and Chuemohan gently embraced Xunyu's shoulders. The heavy rain lasted all night, leaving a fresh earthy fragrance permeating the mountain. The two lay on the grass watching the sun slowly emerge. The great heat has ended, hasn't it? Chu Mohan nodded, a pleased smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let's go back and take a look. This heavy rain must have been what the people were eagerly anticipating for long. At that moment in the county town, lanterns were lit up, and every household had pasted red joyous characters. After this calamity of heat, it seemed they had ushered in a new life. Chapter 127, We Meet Again. This rain really came at the perfect time. I don't think I could have made it through tonight. I thought I was really going to die. A dark-faced man's expression radiated with joy. Although they had been given ice during this period, it only provided temporary relief, and each night was the hardest time to endure. Even the bricks on the ground were hot to the touch. Lying down felt like being in a steam room. The body burned with heat, making breathing extremely difficult. Who would have thought that the county magistrate would be so skilled? They say as soon as the altar was set up and the rain ritual began, the heavy rain poured down immediately. Yes, Magistrate Chu is truly sent by heaven to bring good fortune to our Qingqing County. Asking for rain is a trivial matter for him. Chu Tianyi stood dazedly in the street. Though the townsfolk rejoiced, he knew that this rain definitely wasn't due to his own request. Where had his son and Xinyu gone? What had happened? At that moment, familiar figures appeared in the distance. Chu Tianyi focused his eyes, realizing it was Shun Un and others. Their faces looked somewhat anxious. Magistrate Chu, is you at your residence? Last night Xinyu did not return home. Shun Un and Fanning Xue waited anxiously all night. Previously, Xinyu never spent a night away from home without informing them first. This was very unusual. Not at our place. Did Xinyu not come back last night? Shun Un nodded, his eyebrows furrowed deeply, showing the concern etched on his face. Our Mohan didn't come back either. Fan Yingxue sighed in disappointment. What's wrong with these two kids? They've never acted like this before. Could something have happened to them? Should we go look for them? Xinyu was the apple of the family's eye. Though they knew she possessed great abilities due to the living Buddha's protection, they still worried about any mishaps that might have occurred. With such a heavy rainstorm last night, every thunderclap made her uneasy. Search. I'll send people out first to ask if anyone saw where they went last night. It'll give us some direction for looking. Just as he finished speaking, a fast horse trot approached from afar. Master. It's Master Mohan and Miss Shun. Halt. Father. Mother. Why are you both here? Isn't today rather cool? The summer disaster should be over now. Xinyu held her mother's arm, her red-cheeked face making it impossible for Fanning Xue to be upset. You? Not coming back at night, and not telling us ahead of time. We thought something had happened to you. Seeing her mother's concerned gaze, Xinyu happily pulled out a piece of wood from her chest. The wood's front part was charred black, while its rear appeared alive. Everyone looked perplexed. Wasn't this just a firewood stick? What was so interesting about it? Mother, don't underestimate this piece of wood. This is thunderstruck wood. Last night, we went out specifically to find it. This jujube tree, struck by lightning but not killed, is an excellent tool against evil spirits. Bao Yu, who seemed delighted, looked curiously at the piece of wood in her elder sister's hand. Elder sister, could you carve 2 small wooden swords for us? Me and eldest brother also want to slay demons. Shiyu picked up the stick and started waving it around, her lively antics making everyone laugh. This rain was indeed timely. No telling how many lives it has saved. And the previously cracked land must be moist again. Just as autumn begins, it's time for the busy farming season. Qingcheng County can finally stabilize for a bit. Chu Tianyi wiped the sweat off his forehead. Though he said that, he was still worried about Qingcheng County's future. Because previously, everyone had eaten their seeds out of hunger. How would they plant now? Well then, we won't disturb you more, Magistrate Chu. Carry on with your duties. Having said that, Fanning Xue pulled Xinyu back. She sincerely didn't want Chu Mohan associating with her daughter. After arriving at the tavern, Fanning Xue served her daughter a bowl of hot porridge and placed several side dishes in front of her, once again regaining her usual kind smile. Mother, what's wrong with you? Pulling me back. Did you want to talk to me about something? I was thinking, since the weather has finally returned to normal, should we continue running the pastry shop? Of course. It will definitely continue. Didn't I already teach you the method? You take charge with the help of the staff. I'll inform the other shops to start business too. I'm heading out. Before Xinyu disappeared in a flash, Fanning Xue thought of rushing downstairs to chase after her, but Shen immediately blocked her way. Hey, my dear, let's stop meddling in matters involving you. Don't underestimate her. Even though she's young, she has good judgment. Let's focus on doing our own things. Come on, let's make pastries together. She smiled lightly. Your big clumsy hands will just make a mess. If the pastries sell poorly, that would truly be wasting food. Fanning Xue hurriedly left the tavern, fearing that Shun En would follow her. This family truly can't do without me. He smiled, shook his head, and returned to the room to continue practicing the martial arts manual given to him by Xinyu. He felt that his martial arts skills had improved again, and now he should be able to take on 3 or 5 strong men with no problem. At the city gate, several men, drenched from head to toe, covered their faces and wept as they finally entered Qingqing County after waiting in a long queue. Brother, we've finally made it to Qingqing County. Now let's go work as hired muscle at something called Smoky Rain Tower. Once we've saved up enough silver, we'll take revenge for our 9 Dragon Mountain brothers. Yes, a real man takes his revenge. 10 years is not too long. In no time, the group walked into the main hall of Smoky Rain Tower. The reception boy looked at them with a somewhat complicated expression. What brings you gentlemen to our Smoky Rain Tower? We want to join the Smoky Rain Tower and become hired hands. Recently, the Smoky Rain Tower didn't lack people, and they rarely recruited such obscure killers. Just as he was about to refuse, a sudden cough came from upstairs. Let them come up. Yes. The boy was startled. It was the mysterious big boss who never showed up. Could there be something special about these guys? Daring not to delay, the boy led them to the second floor. The moment the door opened, dozens of different weapons were pointed at their necks. What do you think you're doing? How can you not recognize me? I can't believe you're still alive and made it here. The man removed his mask, causing goosebumps to cover Song Damao's body. It's you. Song Damao couldn't believe it. This person turned out to be Chu Mo Han. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine Chu Mo Han being the owner of Smoky Rain Tower. How could it not be me? Do you really think I'm just some little lamb? Chu Mo Han's smile chilled Song Damao to the bone. What secrets did this guy have hidden? Since you won't talk, let me ask. You want to become Smoky Rain Tower's hired muscle to kill me and Shin Yu, and seek revenge for your 9 Dragon Mountain brothers? So what if we do? Since we've met again today, I'm not afraid to speak plainly. Chapter 128. Even if the knife swings until it smokes, you can't get anything back. You may have dared to act with courage, but at that time, wiping out your 9 Dragon Mountain was truly a helpless measure. Today, since you've developed murderous intentions toward Yuer, I can no longer let you live. Chu Mohan's face showed no emotion as he flipped through the account books of Yenyu Tower from this period. Wait, if you kill us, why do you leave Song Yibai and the others alive? And even let them help you with business? Song Damao had long ago heard some rumors, and today, while passing by, he saw Song Yibai and the others, which really confirmed the authenticity of this message. What? They aren't dead either? And they're helping you with business? What kind of joke is this? Pretend all you want. Today, I passed by and saw them standing in front of some Shinji cold meat shop, packaging things for people. Isn't that helping you with business? Song Damao was somewhat troubled. He had spent so much money cultivating such a smart military advisor, and now they had turned into cold meat sellers. Chu Mohan hadn't been paying attention lately to what new shops had appeared on the street, but this Shinji cold meat shop was indeed opened by Shinyu. Could it be that these people were brought by Shinyu? Could they be trusted to do business? After handing over Song Damao and the others to Qin Feng, Chu Mohan quickly made his way to the cold meat shop. Seeing the familiar faces of Song Yibai and Song Changchong, Chu Mohan massaged his temples. Indeed, and they were even chatting warmly with Shinyu. How is the meat shop's business today? Song Yibai handed over a bowl of icy kanji with a smile and said, not bad. As per your instructions, we didn't make much every day, so it sold out quickly. The people who came late one day would come very early the next day. Shinyu nodded, looking at the meager profit margin in the account book, realizing the business wasn't sustainable like this. A new approach must be taken. To make big money, Shinyu needed to establish the reputation of Shinji Cold Meat and reveal its true value to everyone. Step 1. Elevate the status of the cold meat shop among the wealthy merchants of Qingqing County. Shinyu spent 3 days arranging various merchants and vendors to praise the taste and profitability of the cold meat shop at different occasions or when rich merchants passed by. Step 2. Let local wealthy merchants sense the business opportunity. Get Chu Mohan to bring in several foreign merchants to investigate Shinji Cold Meat and spread the news to the merchants of Qingqing County. Make the major rich merchants, led by Tao Jiang, feel the impending crisis. Step 3. Sit and wait. At home, waiting for Tao Jiang and others to show up. Even if they were clever, they wouldn't suspect that there were so many decoys involved. Moreover, the taste of their cold meat was good, and it would definitely sell well in crowded places. 5 days have passed. No one has shown up yet. Could our plan fail? Fan Yingshui looked worriedly at the door. Outside, it was so quiet that the sound of leaves falling seemed audible, yet no footsteps could be heard. Mama, don't worry. Just wait quietly. There might even be unexpected rewards. Shinyu wasn't at all anxious. After all, it was just an experiment, though she was nearly 80% confident. She felt no one could escape the carefully laid trap she prepared. Chu Mohan smiled softly as he looked down, knowing anyone encountering Shun Yu would definitely be deceived. Thinking he was already cunning enough, he never expected Shin Yu to be even more devious. Master, what should we do? I've heard the rich merchants from other places are almost wearing out the threshold at Miss Shen's house. Shouldn't we go too? Such a good business will be preempted by others. The steward clenched his fists tightly, staring at his master. The wrinkles on his face spoke volumes about their impending loss of a money-making opportunity. Tao Jiang felt he should go, but for some unknown reason, something still felt off. Urged on repeatedly by the steward, Tao Jiang couldn't care less anymore. Even if this shop incurred a loss, at least it would improve his relationship with Shin Yu. In the future, any requests made to Chu Tianyi would be easier to articulate. Saddle the horse. Let's go. Another half hour passed. Shin Yu looked at the sky outside the window, preparing to leave the room, when suddenly urgent hoofbeats were heard outside the door. Everyone swiftly hid behind the screen, watching the door tensely. Hey, Miss Shin Yu, how wonderful an opportunity to make a fortune. It should belong to the wealthy merchants of Qingqing County. Why give the juicy part to outsiders? Tao Jiang, an old hand, liked to be straightforward, but Shin Yu had her tricks ready to entertain this unwelcome guest. Tao Senior, since you've mentioned it, naturally, I will give you some face. However, since you're here today, you must try the wine brewed by our household. It's quite nice. Shin Yu wiggled her finger, and Song Yibai and Song Chang'an pulled Tao Jiang into the house. Yes, philanthropist Tao. This wine is brewed personally by our young miss. You must take a good taste. It's very fragrant. Tao Jiang found himself in a difficult position to refuse the hospitality. As soon as the wine jar was opened, he caught a whiff of an intense aroma. The smell alone was sharp and potent. This wine seemed extraordinary. Shin Yu had already done her research, Most of the wine brewed in the Qing dynasty were rice wines with low alcohol content, peaking at around 30% at most, while what most households consumed had only about 10% alcohol. In contrast, the aromatic white spirit from her realm contained over 50% alcohol. Even for someone with a high tolerance, drinking it for the first time, 3 cups would be enough to make them drunk. Xinyu had also used her powers to examine Song Chang'an's constitution and discovered that his body produced enzymes capable of breaking down alcohol far more actively than those of an average person, several times over. Moreover, during his time in the realm, he had consumed this spirit almost daily, drinking up to 10 cups without feeling a trace of intoxication. This wine is fragrant indeed. Excellent quality. Tao Jiang was a connoisseur of wine, and upon encountering such a superior drink, his curiosity was piqued. After taking a mouthful, he felt an unprecedented burning sensation, stimulating yet richly sweet aftertaste, far surpassing the flavor of the usual clear wine. Fine wine. So spicy. There's an incomparable satisfaction in drinking this. Miss Xinyu, about our shop. Tao boss, let's keep drinking. Since you're the one who doesn't get drunk easily, we should enjoy ourselves thoroughly before discussing the matters of the shop. Song Chang'an said this and gulped down the cup of wine in one go. Helplessly, Tao Jiang could only follow suit, cup by cup. Indeed, just as Xinyu had anticipated, after downing only 3 cups, Tao Jiang's eyes became dazed, a foolish smile creeping onto his face. Drink. Hee. Fine wine must be savored. Clank clank, drink. By the second cup, Tao Jiang's lips and tongue had gone numb, and he was leaning against the chair, smiling foolishly. Tao boss, now that you're fully satisfied, we should discuss the matter of our shop. Hee. Good. Let's drink some more. Xinyu cleared her throat and pulled out an agreement. Boss Tao, the franchise fee for this braised meat shop will be 2,000 taels of silver. Consider carefully. Good. Drink. Keep drinking. Since Tao boss is so straightforward, let's settle it like this then. With the handprint stamped, even the steward was dumbfounded. Hadn't they previously heard that the franchise fee was 1,000 taels? In the moment of stunned silence, Tao Jiang signed not only the contract for the cold drink shop, but also for the bakery and the barbecue stand. At this point, the steward felt as though he wanted to die. 8,000 taels for franchise fees. Not even if you worked yourself to death could you earn that back. Chapter 129, 8,000 taels. The few people hiding behind the screen were all beaming with joy. In one fell swoop, they had earned 8,000 taels. The 4 shops combined wouldn't earn this much in a whole year. Chu Emohan was also utterly impressed by Shen Yu's acumen. Such a business approach was indeed unheard of. If he could expand his own shops according to Shen Yu's thinking, he would have surely already secured the position of wealthiest man in Qing dynasty. After seeing off Tao Jiang and his group, the entire family quickly came out and started incessantly praising Shen Yu. Your scheme is truly brilliant. But when Tao Jiang wakes up tomorrow morning, won't he come to ask for his money back? Shen Yu's words were not without reason. After all, it was 8,000 taels of silver. Even if Tao Jiang was wealthy, he would certainly not just let his money go like that without any understanding. It's fine, father. Tomorrow we will just wait for Tao Jiang to obediently bring us the money. Shen Yu's smile carried a hint of mystery. Shen Yin and Fanning Xue felt completely confused, wondering what trick their daughter was brewing. Chu Emohan was also curious about what Shen Yu planned to do next. After all, Tao Jiang hadn't sent over the banknotes yet, and it was still not time to celebrate. She didn't bother explaining more, instead turning and leaving the Shun residence, gathering all the actors she had hired at a private room in a tavern. You have done very well. Here are 20 taels for drinking tonight. But it's not over yet. When you drink tonight, you must spread this news so that even the servants in the Tao residence receive it. Do you understand? Rest assured, Miss Shun, you can trust us. We will definitely accomplish the task. After making these arrangements, came the crucial part. Shen Yu called Song Xian to her side, ordering him to get close to Tao Biluo. Let her also feel that her father's purchase of these shop franchises was worth it. So this was Yuer's killing move. Tao Biluo was Tao Jiang's precious jewel. Whether or not to pay the franchise fee wasn't entirely up to Tao Jiang, but largely determined by Tao Biluo's say. Song Xian effortlessly manipulated Tao Biluo with a few clever words. Seeing the subtle muscles exposed while Song Xian violently beat up on lemon tea, she nodded to everything she heard, prompting Chu Emohan to endlessly admire Shen Yu's strategy of using handsome men. Oh right, Yuer, how did you manage to bring all the people from Julong Mountain down? Are these people trustworthy? Will they seek revenge for previous matters? Shen Yu tightened her grip on Chu Emohan's hand with a determined look in her eyes. No, strictly speaking, they were also abducted to Julong Mountain, having no blood relations with those bandits. That's good. Chu Emohan paused briefly and remembered something else. I actually know some merchants from other places. Why don't we invite them too? Then we'll use a little wine to make them tipsy. Hee. Qin Feng stood silently in the corner, thinking these two really made a perfect pair when they schemed together, akin to a dynamic where one steals and the other sets fire. Sure, let's call them over. We will certainly entertain them with great food and drinks. Shen Yu couldn't hide her joy as this method of signing, although somewhat rough, saved many processes and time. The taste of these shops' products was good enough that with proper management, there was definite confidence they could break even within 2 years. Especially cold beverage stores, with high unit prices and an endless stream of customers. A franchise fee of 2,000 taels would be rather easy for these rich merchants. Master, should we really spend our own money to buy into Miss Shin's businesses? What do we gain from this? Except for the cold drink store, don't we already have the others? When will we recover these 2,000 taels? Moreover, there are so many prefectures and counties in Qing State. How much silver will we have to spend? Qin Feng's eyebrows knitted into a caterpillar as he kept calculating approximately how much it would cost. Though they had money, it should not be spent so casually. Isn't this equivalent to directly giving the money to Miss Shun? Enough. Stop complaining. This money is for you. After we marry, this money will still be mine. I am simply temporarily moving the money to another place for safekeeping while also gaining the operating rights of these shops. Can you calculate the benefits clearly? Chu Mo Han's explanation left Qin Feng bewildered. He suddenly couldn't wrap his head around it. It sounded logical, but something seemed slightly off. Hurry up and arrange it. Call the responsible persons from each district here within the next 2 days. I must support yours affairs. Yes. Qin Feng felt a pang of pain, but considering the master's future happiness, he thought generosity was necessary. After all, wasn't the purpose of earning money to spend it? Early the next morning, the chirping birds outside disturbed Tao Jiang greatly. Hold on, didn't I go to Shun's residence to buy the franchise rights? Why am I lying in my own bed? Tao Jiang patted his forehead, recalling the events prior to his blackout. My goodness, so embarrassing. Yesterday I got drunk. I'm not sure whether I said anything improper, and I don't even know if I bought the franchise rights or not. Master, the sudden voice of the steward startled Tao Jiang. Oh my goodness, how did you end up here? You're trying to scare me to death. Master, take a look at this. Upon seeing the contract handed over by the steward, Tao Jiang's already unclear mind became even more confused. Didn't he only buy the cured meat shop? Why did he also purchase the franchise rights of the other shops? 8,000 taels. That's 8,000 taels. Although he was wealthy, taking out so many silver notes at once still pained him. Moreover, with his years of business experience, making a profit seemed incredibly hard. Just these 8,000 taels would keep him working fruitlessly for 2 whole years. After calculating carefully, expanding his current business might be a better idea. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. What should I do now? Surely, I can't tell them I got drunk yesterday. Having finished speaking, Tao Jiang glared fiercely at the steward. Why didn't you stop me yesterday? Didn't you know signing this would be like throwing money away? Master, the steward trembled as he knelt on the ground. I wanted to remind you, but when you drunk too much, there was nothing I could do. And Mr. Chu was also present. Enraged, Tao Jiang threw the teacup to the ground. What else could be done now? He had to swallow the pain and move forward. Father? What happened? Who made you angry enough to throw cups? With graceful steps, Tao Biluo approached her father, gently wrapping her delicate arms around his arm, and speaking softly like a lark chirping sweetly in his ear. This daughter was his heart's delight. Just one glance at her wiped away all his troubles. Biluo, how did you come here? Father accidentally threw the teacup just now. Did it scare you? Tao Jiang instantly turned into a doting father, and Tao Biluo suppressed a light giggle. Father, I heard that the Shun family shops are offering their franchise rights for sale. I think it's great, especially the cold drink shop. It's definitely profitable. Hearing his daughter speak, Tao Jiang felt somewhat consoled. Go on. Let your old man hear why this cold drink shop is such a good deal. With a face full of smiles, Tao Jiang gazed at his daughter as if admiring a fine piece of art. Chapter 130, Brewing Plan. I've spent a lot of time at their cold drink shop recently. Their daily profit is not bad, and making cold drinks is relatively simple. The most important thing is that people who come to buy the cold drinks have some money. If we place it beside our jewelry shop, it will definitely increase our sales volume. Tao Jiang nodded in agreement, thinking what his daughter said made sense. He didn't expect his beloved daughter to understand these principles. Father, let's just buy this shop. We won't lose out. If we run it well, perhaps we'll make back the investment very soon. Though Tao Biluo's words were reasonable, they still couldn't make Tao Jiang decide to pay Shin family. Father understands. You should go back and rest. The weather has cooled down lately. Don't eat too much cold drink either. Take care of yourself. After responding, Tao Biluo left the room. Feeling oppressed in his chest, Tao Jiang decided to take a walk in the yard. Do you know or not? Yesterday, Master bought the franchise rights for the Shun family shop. All the merchants in the city are now envying our master. They say quite a few rich businessmen from other places also offered this price, but Miss Shin still gave the franchise rights to our master. That's natural. After all, our master gave her such a large mansion as a gift. Cough, cough. I told you to clean the yard. How come you're talking so much nonsense? Go brush the latrine in the backyard. The housekeeper scolded the 2 servants with impatience, then turned around to see some changes had happened on Tao Jiang's face. Housekeeper, if this shop opens in Jiangcheng, a lively county in Qing State, where population density is high, can we really make money? Tao Jiang had seen those 4 shops and tasted the items before. The flavor was indeed good, and the taste of dishes was comparable to many large restaurants. To get the money back, there was only one way to do so. Take 8,000 taels worth of silver bills from the account room, and come with me. This money we'll spend. At that moment, Shunan Fan Yingxue and the others in charge were all slightly nervous because it was already almost noon and Tao Jiang hadn't arrived yet, which probably meant he regretted it after sobering up. Hey, yesterday, we shouldn't have been so greedy. 2,000 taels are gone like that. Shunan looked depressed. These 2,000 taels were what the whole village would earn in their entire lifetime combined. Seeing Shun Yu casually sitting on a recliner eating the cakes her mother made by hand, everyone was awed by her calmness. If it was them, forget about eating cakes. They wouldn't even be able to drink a drop of water. This girl, Yu, seems too calm. Does she not care at all about these 8,000 taels? Mrs. Wu watched Shin Yu with a shocked expression. Similarly surprised was Mrs. Lu beside her, though whenever they thought an event might fail, Shin Yu always succeeded somehow. Maybe there would be a surprise this time. Alright, stop worrying about it. Yu knows what she's doing. Let's focus on our own tasks. Come on, it's time to wake the dough now. Fanning Shue pulled the two women to leave when suddenly a loud rumble of carriage wheels came from outside. Oh, upon seeing the familiar carriage, everyone wore a relieved smile. Wow, Miss Shin is going out. Yes, to clear my mind. Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Liu tightly held Fanning Shue's wrists when the 8,000 taels was brought over willingly. They sincerely felt joy for Shun Yu deep inside, without any envy or jealousy. Miss Shun, here's the silver bill of 8,000 taels. Count it, please. I was drunk yesterday. I'm truly sorry. Looking at Tao Zhang's respectful smile, Shin Yu knew that the person she sent absolutely played an important role. No worries, Mr. Tao. We don't need to be so formal with each other. Rest assured, I'll make sure it's worth your purchase. Shin Yu smiled and led Tao Zhang back into the main hall, where a sumptuous lunch was already prepared. Seeing 6 bottles of fragrant baijiu placed neatly on the table corner, Tao Zhang felt dizzy. This wine was too strong. He dared not drink anymore. However, during winter, this kind of liquor sold very well, and whether by appearance or flavor, it counted as top-notch quality. In his life, Tao Zhang had tasted countless wines, but the ones deemed as premium quality could be counted on one hand. Miss Shun, this wine is indeed excellent. Could you sell me the franchise rights to it? Tao Zhang had friends who brewed wine and knew how profitable it was. With 50 coins in capital, it could sell for 10 taels. If he could get the franchise rights to this fiery liquor, he had confidence to quickly recover the franchise fee. I do have the method to brew this wine, but currently, there's no grain available. Buying grains at a high price would increase the cost too much. How about this? Shin Yu cupped her chin with both hands, a sincere smile on her face. We cooperate and invest in farming. Then use seasonal grain to make alcohol. What do you think? Anyway, the weather has stabilized recently. Next year might bring a good harvest. Tao Zhang already owned a lot of good farmland. When he thought about becoming a business partner with Shin Yu, that was really a great profit. Great. Then I, Tao, won't be stingy either. I'll put all 3,000 mu of fertile land in my hands to grow sorghum. We'll have a bountiful harvest next year. No, planting only sorghum won't do. I also have other grain seeds, and tomorrow I'll send them over to your house. Ha ha ha, good. Miss Shun will provide the seeds, and I'll contribute the fields. It's reasonable. Seeing how happy Tao Zhang was, Shin Yu opened a bottle of baijiu. With such a happy occasion, shall we drink a bit? Tao Zhang's eyes instantly widened. No, let's not drink yet. I came today mainly to deliver the money. Here is the silver bill. Miss Shin, please keep it well. We'll set another date to meet. As he ran out of the Shun household in a flash, Shin Yu couldn't help but smile lightly. She hadn't expected that the white wine she had stockpiled in the supermarket during the end times would actually come in handy. Silver bills were really delivered. 8,000 taels. Fanning Shue walked into the room and saw the silver bills on the table, her heart full of joy. My goodness, isn't this earning money too fast? Little Yu is truly capable. You two will be living in endless ease from now on. Widow Lu smiled brightly as she looked at Mr. and Mrs. Shunin. At that moment, she even had the idea of finding a husband again and having another child. Aunt Lu, it's not just my mother and father, including you, village chief, Aunt Wu, Li Xian, I will take good care of all of you. As long as I have one bun to eat, you'll have one too. Hearing those words, Shun En and Fanning Shue felt a certain inexplicable sense of comfort in their hearts, and everyone else felt a warm current in their chests. Having followed Shin Yu for so long, she had always been trying her best to take care of them. Since fleeing from disaster, they had gone through countless tribulations, and she had led them through every single one. Rest assured, we will stay by your side all the time. If there's anything you need us for, just ask without hesitation. We're not afraid of hardship or fatigue. That's fine then. Start by helping me eat all the dishes on this table. I absolutely can't stand wasting food. The few of them laughed and sat down at the table, knowing that Shun Yu was rewarding them. This girl really had a kind heart. Chu Yi outside the door watched Tao Zhang leave, his heart filled with confusion. Was the Chu family not planning to leave? Were they going to stay in Qingqing County with this Miss Shin? Would their assassination plan still proceed? Chapter 131, Luo Yu. At the Prime Minister's residence in the capital city, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Wisps of blue smoke drifted out from the window, while Chu Tianren, looking at a secret letter in his hand, felt a sense of caution welling up inside him. Mo Han actually stayed in Qingqing County for an acquaintance he had with a woman, and now he is helping her set up a business locally? Truly disappointing. Looking at the distant dragon robe, Chu Tianren helplessly shook his head. His nephew had actually delayed coming to the capital because of a woman. My lord might not know. This girl is no ordinary person. Whether it be beauty, martial arts, or intelligence, she is of the highest caliber. It can even be said that by her own strength, she helped all the common folk of Qingqing County survive the drought. Now she collaborates with local wealthy merchants to extensively cultivate the land, and the local people speak highly of her. The steward paused, seeing that Chu Tianren still seemed interested in hearing more, and continued. The position Chu Tianyi holds in the hearts of the people is even less significant than this woman. According to my understanding, she is likely the infamous female magistrate who has struck fear into the hearts of many officials and rich merchants. Chu Tianren frowned. The name, female magistrate, was indeed familiar to him. Recently, news about her had reached the capital city, causing quite a few corrupt officials and wealthy merchants to scramble to transfer their assets, fearing that years of accumulation would suddenly become nothing. Oh, how do you determine this? Tell me in detail. The steward did not dare to conceal anything, and explained his insights. Someone once saw the rumored wealthy merchant stockpile large quantities of cooling medicine in a warehouse. When the major heat wave came, cooling medicines were sold out everywhere and prices skyrocketed. Yet in Qingsheng County, the Shun family distributed them for free to fleeing refugees. And since the drugstores in Qingsheng County already ran out of cooling medicine at that time, the source of this batch became quite obvious. The steward knew this was speculation on his part, and so bowed deeply. Lord Chancellor, these are merely guesses made boldly by a humble servant. The detailed circumstances require further investigation by you, my Lord Chancellor. Chu Tianren naturally had his own calculations. He thought his nephew was extremely intelligent and wouldn't give up his future prospects just for an ordinary person. Summon Chu Yan. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, Chancellor. Nowadays, Daqing is beset by storms and incessant warfare. The state is perilously unstable, and in this chaotic world, so many capable and extraordinary individuals have emerged. Ho Ran, who knows events of the future, his secretly knowledgeable nephew, plus this female magistrate who can empty warehouses and trigger explosions at a moment's notice. Can these individuals be brought under control for Chu Tianren's use? Should they be killed as soon as possible, or waited on a little longer? All these are conundrums. What's the matter? Why has the Chancellor summoned me? Chu Yan seriously looked at the Chancellor, seemingly discerning that the Chancellor had some worries. Do you know anything about this female magistrate? He pinched his wrist, carefully recalling all the information in his mind about the female magistrate. I only know some superficial details. After raiding the storehouse of the county magistrate of Qingxing County, she disappeared. Lately, there hasn't been any news of any wealthy merchant or official storehouses being raided. Chu Tianren nodded slightly, having guessed about 7/10 in his heart. It was evident that this female magistrate had close ties to Shun Yu. Go write a secret letter to Chu Yi. Tell him not to act rashly, but to thoroughly investigate this woman named Shun Yu. Yes. Early the next morning, Shun Yu arrived at Tao's mansion along with her 2 younger brothers and a group of household servants, bringing wheat seeds. Looking at the pale yellow wheat seeds in his hand, Tao Jiang was somewhat curious, never having seen this type of seed before. Could it really produce such strong liquor? Citizen Shun has worked hard. Why don't you stay and have some breakfast? No need, Citizen Tao. You should sow these seeds early. Our plan for brewing wine shall be executed soon. Shun Yu had no extra time for this matter. Hearing from Chua Mohan that in a few days a wealthy businessman would come asking about partnership issues, she naturally wanted to optimize her plan again. Inside a secluded private room, several businessmen gathered red-faced, apparently having just argued what to do. Since Shun Yu arrived, our citizens in Qingxing County prefer to spend money at her shop. Have you carefully calculated how much? The number of customers visiting our store has decreased by half. Do you know what this means? Profits have almost halved. The man sighed, originally planning to open another in this year, but now things look grim. At this rate, this in may also be a loss. Our cake shop is worse off, right? Their Shinji cake shop is brutal. From opening day until now, it's always crowded. Every morning when the shop opens, the street gets so packed. So many young ladies who used to eat our cakes every day haven't come for 4 or 5 days. Our braised meat shop is in the same boat. The Shin family's braised meat tastes too good. I had a bite, and I almost wanted to close my shop. But what can I do after closing? How can I support my family? At that moment, a man dressed in a deep red peony embroidered long robe stroked his beard as he walked out. Everyone, don't panic. With all of us here, we will surely come up with a way to deal with this girl. Do you think she can overturn the sky in our Qingxing County? Mr. Luo, knowing that you're here reassures me. All of us are counting on you for help. You must help us, Mr. Luo. The Shin family shop has caused us so much suffering. A group of merchants slumped onto their chairs. Some were even wiping tears from their eyes. That's enough. A bunch of big men crying like babies. How disgraceful. If you want better business, it's simple, lower your prices. If others offer tastier dishes at lower prices, wouldn't any sane person choose them? The merchants bickered noisily, all agreeing that lowering prices wasn't a good choice since their original profit margins were already slim. If you don't want to lower prices, then cause trouble. Blackie, you've always been capable. Take a few brothers and smash their cake shop. Song, go bribe the head constable to investigate their tax records. As long as they're overwhelmed and retreat due to difficulties, that'll be fine. Luo Yu smugly closed his eyes and smiled. I'm curious how long this little girl can last. But Miss Shun has done a favor for the people of Qingxing County. My family ate those cooling medicines, and this still feels somewhat unfair. Luo Yu slammed his teacup at the person's feet, glaring angrily. So you have such a soft heart, huh? Are you happy when she snatches our business and drives us into a dead end? Didn't all of us get beaten that day? In the sweltering heat, we nearly died of pain. And you're still considering her feelings? What's wrong with your mind? His eyes gleamed venomously like those of a snake, full of hatred, wishing Shun Yu would leave Qingxing County immediately. Chapter 132. This is you asking for it. Everyone, we are gathered here today not for any individual, but for our common interests. I hope you will not be too merciful. The merchants looked at each other, and their resolve to collectively oppose Shun Yu solidified in their hearts. Good. If that's the case, let's all work together. This young girl definitely won't last long. After a round of discussions, everyone decided that starting from tomorrow, they would spare no effort to attack Shin Yu's shop and business. They must not let Shin Yu live too comfortably. Shin Yu, huh? Just wait and see the wrath of us merchants. At that moment, Shin Yu was still contemplating opening a few more shops. After all, with just franchise fees alone, there was enough money coming in. What other kinds of shops should I open? It's already autumn, the weather is getting colder, and people prefer eating warm food. Mentioning warmth, spicy soup, and hot pot immediately came to Xinyu's mind. Imagine the scene of a snowy night with falling snowflakes, and a family sitting around a hot pot enjoying the food. It's almost too blissful. Talk is cheap. Start acting now. Find a shop tomorrow. It's way too late today. Lying down on the bed, Xinyu shifted her thoughts and instantly teleported to her space. Whitesnake had been waiting for a long time. The moment Xinyu appeared, she affectionately rubbed against Xinyu's body. Wow, this appearance. You've become a dragon. Definitely much more majestic. Looking at the enormous silver dragon by her side, Xinyu was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected Whitesnake to encounter such a great opportunity during her tribulation. Master, thank you. This time, I've received an immense opportunity. In a short while, when I successfully transform into human form, I'll be able to stay by your side to protect you. The white dragon's eyes were filled with deep gratitude, and her feelings towards Xinyu had subtly changed. All this is your luck, and has little to do with me. Transforming into a human will allow you to experience the yen-awa of life. Xinyu finished speaking and then dived into the warehouse. Sure enough, she found the recipe she had previously thrown into the corner. It meticulously recorded the process of making spicy soup, and the required beef could easily be provided by her own space. She sat cross-legged on the ground, the occasional reflection of light from the glass cup next to her flickering before her eyes, which made her smile mischievously. In the apocalypse era, these worthless glass cups, what if they were brought back to ancient times? Would they be considered extremely valuable? And these instant noodles, spicy sticks, hamburgers, chicken cutlets, they are simply secrets to getting rich. With this in mind, Xinyu took out a set of unused glass tea sets from her space and decided to check the price tomorrow. A rooster's crow woke up Xinyu, who had no intention of sleeping. After finishing breakfast, she picked up the teacup and prepared to leave, but accidentally bumped into Bao Yu and Shi Yu. The two children were bored staying at home. Fanning Xue and Wu were busy running the pastry shop, and Shen Onli Zhengxian were managing the skewer aroma shop, always busy and out of sight. Naturally, no one had time to play with them. Xinyu couldn't resist their persistence, so she brought them along to the auction house. When they arrived at the auction house, the shopkeeper recognized Xinyu immediately. Miss Shen, distinguished guest, please go upstairs. The shopkeeper was very obsequious, believing Xinyu must have brought some excellent items this time. Miss Shen, try our new tea. It tastes good. By the way, what brings you to our humble store today? You seem like a straightforward person, sir. So let me be direct. Have you seen something like this before? Xinyu took a glass cup out from her sleeve and placed it lightly on the table. Bao Yu and Shi Yu were somewhat stunned. They had used this cup countless times on their escape route. Why was their sister bringing this water cup out? Could it sell for money? To avoid affecting their elder sister's deal, both of them tried hard to suppress their emotions, ensuring that the shopkeeper wouldn't notice even a trace of their suspicion. Xinyu also worried about her two younger brothers. Using her superpower, she checked their heartbeats and was shocked. Good grief, their hearts were practically jumping out of their throats. If they stayed beside her any longer, there was no way to avoid ruining the deal. Sir, do you have a treasure room upstairs? These two brothers of mine love playing with swords since childhood, and I'm thinking of buying them some suitable weapons soon. The shopkeeper understood her intentions, yet he still had some worries. The rumors about Xinyu being the female judge of the underworld were widespread. Could these two brothers be spies? He shouldn't lead them to the treasure room only to find things missing afterward, or else his life would be in peril. If you don't mind, please come take a look in this room. Though the weapons are few, they are all high-quality pieces. The shopkeeper opened a hidden compartment behind him. Behind the screen, a small room appeared, holding dozens of long swords inside. In a private room nearby, Chu Mohan and Qin Feng were discussing the news from the capital earlier today. Upon hearing Xinyu's voice, they stopped and pressed their ears against the wooden door. Master, let's keep examining this cup. What do you think? Through the paper window, Qin Feng saw the cup and swallowed a large amount of saliva. He had also used such a cup before, initially finding it curious and rare, but there seemed to be plenty at Xinyu's place. It was as if they were mass-produced. The master surely didn't make a mistake in appraisal, right? Please don't buy it. Don't give an arbitrary price. Qin Feng kept begging in his heart, his little face pitifully glued to the paper window. This cup is exquisitely crafted with top-quality jade. It can be called first-rate. The clarity is so pristine that there isn't even a trace of impurity. It's truly an excellent piece. The shopkeeper's face revealed delight. Cups like these were rarely seen. If put up for auction, it would start bidding no less than 5,000 taels of silver. Seeing the smile on the shopkeeper's face, Qin Feng knew it was over. Tonight, he would definitely be ripped off by Xinyu again. The hard-earned silver they made would fly into Xinyu's pocket once more. Since it's a top-notch item, why don't you name a price? If it's within my expectations, I'll leave this fine piece for you. Shi Yu appeared to be appreciating the swords in the room, but in reality, he was carefully listening to the shopkeeper's quote. It's still better for you to offer a price. For something as good as this, we're quite flexible on the price. Laughter deepened the wrinkles at the corners of the shopkeeper's eyes. In that case, for 1,000 taels. You know about the quality of this cup. I didn't ask for more because I got this through a friend from a wealthy merchant in the western regions for a hefty sum. Xinyu's lips carried a faint smile. She hadn't shown even a single slip-up throughout. The shopkeeper felt it was indeed a rare masterpiece and was ready to agree without hesitation. Clang. Shi Yu was startled by his sister's price and stumbled, not noticing the stool by his feet. At that moment, the shopkeeper caught sight of Qin Feng behind the paper window. Qin Feng waved his hands frantically, frowning as if trying to convey some information to the shopkeeper. Don't buy it. Please don't buy it. After pondering for a while, the The shopkeeper seemed to have grasped Qin Feng's meaning. Miss Shen, shouldn't there be more than one cup? Aren't they a set of 5? Qin Feng, Chu Moan, Xin Yu. This is you asking for it. Don't blame me for being too harsh. Chapter 133, Sending 2 people to study. Elder brother, is the shopkeeper's brain okay? 4,000 taels for a single cup. Isn't he just spending money recklessly? Shiyu's heart trembled. He could not comprehend what the shopkeeper was thinking. Chill. If it can be sold, that's because of elder sister's ability. You should look at these weapons and see if there's anything you like. Don't mess things up. And stop talking. Bao Yu stayed by Shiyu's side, fearing that his speaking would disrupt elder sister's deal. Xin Yu saw that the shopkeeper was so interested, and the last trace of guilt vanished from her heart. Since he was buying, it definitely meant profit. The shopkeeper truly has sharp eyesight, having spotted there are 4 more cups like this one right away. Since that's the case, I won't hide them from you anymore. Xin Yu slowly took out the other 4 cups from her sleeve and placed them on the table. The shopkeeper looked at them lovingly. It wasn't only because the quality of jade in these cups was flawless and transparent, but also because these 5 cups seemed as though they were carved from the same mold. Even the most skilled master would find it hard to refine their craftsmanship to such precision. To make 5 identical crystal cups is simply unparalleled before and after. The shopkeeper tried hard to suppress his rising smile. Once these cups are put on auction, they will surely fetch an astronomical price. No, please no. Listen to me, you can't handle this. Qin Feng was drenched in sweat, wanting to shout loudly, yet afraid of exposing the target. His appearance looked quite comical. Miss Shun, since all 5 cups are intact, I'll add another 1,000 taels for you. How does that sound? These 5 cups altogether amount to 21,000 taels of silver. After much deliberation, the shopkeeper decided to raise the bid and acquire the entire set of cups. They are, after all, extremely rare treasures. Upon hearing the shopkeeper say that, Qin Feng almost fell on his bottom. 21,000 gleaming taels of silver. Chu Mo Han, on the other hand, curled a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, satisfied with Xun Yu's performance. Although some silver was lost, it all went into his wife's pocket, which means he got everything for free, didn't he? Alright, don't look so gloomy. Something you think isn't good might be seen otherwise by others. Before you took them out for us to drink water from, have you ever seen them? The rarer the item, the more valuable it is. Perhaps this deal will even earn a large profit. Upon thinking about it, this did make some sense. But still, Qin Feng felt a twinge of pain, especially remembering how many cups were broken on the journey when everyone didn't know. When leaving, Chu Mo Han grinned halfway at the shopkeeper, making the shopkeeper even more confident that these cups were top-notch items. But sir, these are indeed rare and wonderful cups. How come I feel like I'm slightly losing out? Xin Yu smiled faintly while playing with the cup in her hand. The shopkeeper knew she wanted to raise the price, but 21,000 taels was already quite high. Miss Shun, this is the highest price I can offer. If we increase further, the goods must be sent to the capital for approval from the main head, and that will be troublesome and time-consuming. How could Xin Yu not understand what the shopkeeper had in mind, buying back the cups at the lowest possible price? However, selling them for so much silver was already unexpectedly profitable. That will do then. Let each of my 2 younger brothers take 1 weapon from that room. Does the shopkeeper have any objections? Not at all, not at all. Please allow the young gentleman to select freely. Satisfied, the shopkeeper saw the 2 off and kept playing with the glass cup, clearly very fond of it. Sister, this cup can sell for 4,000 taels each. So how much silver have we wasted by breaking so many cups on the way? Shiyu scratched his head apologetically, his face red, as if he had committed some unforgivable offense. My foolish little brother, things are valued because they're rare. The cups we broke might have been worth only 100 taels of silver each originally. But now, with only these 5 cups left in the whole Qing dynasty, don't you think their value has multiplied several times? If those cups hadn't broken, could these cups have sold for such a high price? Shiyu understood dimly, but whatever elder sister said must surely be right. Thinking they should check if there were suitable shops on the street, Xinyu heard tender child voices around the corner instead. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, only alas it heralds dusk. Green Cloud Academy? Xinyu became interested at first glance, having been solely focused on teaching her younger brothers martial arts, but forgetting about the important matter of reading and studying. Shiyu, Baoyu, would you like to go to school and study? Xinyu squatted in front of the 2 boys. The sunlight shone on her delicate, jade-like face, and both younger brothers nodded excitedly with big smiles. Yes, elder sister, we dream about it every night. These 2 children had been in the mountains since they were little, and they most envied their fellow villagers who could walk or take an ox cart to school every day. In their eyes, the school held knowledge and countless treasures. And the thoughts of the 2 were very simple. They would work hard in school to be able to better help their elder sister in the future. They wanted to stand in front of their elder sister in times of need and become her support. That's it. Let's go. Elder sister will take you to sign up. Just as they stepped into the gate of the school, they caught the attention of a horse-faced man. The man scowled, his hands crossed in front of him, resembling nothing so much as an angry scoldus about to hurl insults. How did this family come? Do they want to study here? Humph, dream on. This horse-faced man was the supervisor of the school, responsible for admissions. Hey, you 3 stop. Upon hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but frown. Was there a problem with entering the school? Judging by the sarcastic demeanor of the horse-faced man behind her, she already knew he wasn't a good person. What's wrong? I'm here to enroll my 2 younger brothers. Who are you? Xinyu glanced at him disdainfully, showing clearly that she didn't respect him. As the saying goes, those who respect others will always be respected by them. But with his high and mighty attitude, why should she cater to him? Young girl, what kind of tone is that? What kind of look are you giving me? I am the supervisor of this academy, and I'm in charge of admissions. Now I tell you, all the student spots are filled. Leave immediately, or don't blame me if I'm not polite. Seeing this, Shinyu became interested. If students who were knocking on their door weren't accepted, did this mean she had offended this man before? You're just a petty supervisor. Call your dean out. Let's see what he has to say. There's no reason to chase people seeking education away from the academy. Their argument grew loud and soon attracted a crowd of spectators. What's wrong with Wenli? Did he get too full of himself? Miss Shin once saved all of us. Besides, she's willing to pay tuition. That's true. What's this horseface plotting? He's got no conscience. From the side, several wealthy young ladies mockingly swish their fans. Isn't Wenli bitter because Miss Shin's servants gave him a beating when they divided the ice back then? That must be why he still hates her like this. Shinyu laughed coldly, realizing exactly what was going on. Truly, this man had a very small heart. Chapter 134. She is my fiancée. Even someone as slippery as you can become a supervisor of the academy. It's truly laughable. If today you don't give me a reasonable explanation for why my two younger brothers cannot attend the school, I'll show you what the majesty of dating law is. Seeing Shun Yu's serious face, Wenli broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. However, he didn't buy her act. He thought that County Magistrate Chu listened to Shun Yu because she could make ice, aiding and healing people and increasing his achievements. Now she had nothing. So what gave her the audacity to be arrogant before him? This academy was opened by his brother-in-law after all. Whether or not to admit students was entirely up to him. And you think you have authority with the dating law? Absolutely absurd. Do you even have an official position? Have you ever glanced into a water pit by the roadside and realized? Suddenly, the man's wrist was grabbed, causing him excruciating pain. Hey, show some mercy. Wenli's face was one of mourning, revealing an expression of suffering. The strength behind this man was immense and almost crushed his bones. He felt that if the person behind him wanted to, the next moment he would die right there. What are you qualified to talk to Miss Shinyu like that? The man's voice was icy with an air of seriousness, scaring him enough to shrink back, almost dropping directly onto his knees. Brother Imohan, you're here. Bao Yu and Shiyu looked at the imposing Chu Imohan as though they'd seen their savior. No one will dare bully you today. Chu Imohan kicked the man right on the knee with a sound of snap, leaving the man red-faced, beads of perspiration falling from his forehead. Wenli squatted down on the ground with his right leg twisted grotesquely. It was clearly broken. What do you intend to do? Turning his head, Wenli's eyes flared red with anger. Never in his life had he suffered such harm. With a cold snort, Chu Imohan dismissed his plea while the servants quickly fetched a stool. Qin Feng, without uttering a word, kicked Wenli's right knee once more. The bone-breaking sound was like a sharp cymbal strike. Those around gulped and closed their mouths tightly, fearing they'd be caught in Chu Imohan's wrath. Hearing the noise outside, the dean hurriedly ran out. Seeing Wenli kneeling on the ground, his face like someone who had just eaten dung, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. What happened? How did this fellow offend this living Yama again? Bai Shu approached with a forced smile. How could a small academy principal like her provoke the son of the county magistrate? Mr. Chu, what mistake has Wenli made to anger you so much? Chu Imohan gave a cold laugh, refusing even a glance at Bai Shu. He underestimates others and disrupts our country's law. Today, allowing him not to be dragged to the government office is already leniency. Wenli, with both legs broken, trembled with sheer terror, too afraid to speak a word, only able to cast pleading glances at his brother-in-law. Mr. Chu, please enlighten us. If he has made a mistake, I won't cover for him. Chu Imohan pulled Shiyu and Bao Yu in front of him. Do you see these two? They're Miss Shun's younger brothers. Today, Miss Shin brought them to enroll in the school, yet your younger brother claimed that the school does not accept new students anymore because it is already full. As far as I know, according to dating law, even hiring an additional teacher means we should accommodate them both. He shot Bai Shu a hateful look, a chilling coldness rising from within him. What Mr. Chu said is very correct. Our dynasty indeed has such a law. Shin Yu smiled faintly at the corner of her lips. It seemed Chu Imohan always brought her pleasant surprises. He actually knew this law. From the expressions of the crowd on the street, if even 1 in 10 knew about it, it would be commendable. Wenli saw his brother-in-law's posture bent like overripe sorghum, realizing just how offensively wrong he had been. He also never imagined Shin Yu would have such a good relationship with Chu Imohan. Being originally just a cowherd from the countryside, where would he understand any law? This dignified job was obtained thanks to a great deal of effort from his brother-in-law. It's not just that. Dean, you should also know that Bao Yu and Shiyu come from poor farming families. Refusing admission to farmers seeking education isn't a disregard for all the farmers across the land? Is he suggesting farmers do not deserve to study? Chu Imohan's impassioned speech resonated with the local commoners nearby. Tracing back a couple of generations, all were farmers. They survived through hardships, knowing the significance of studying for a child. Naturally, they cursed more fiercely as well. This damn supervisor, I've long found him disagreeable. Look down on us farmers, huh? What exactly are you qualified to be? The man quickly took off his cloth shoes and threw them at Wenli. Coincidentally, the shoes hit Wenli's face and fell in front of Qin Feng, the intense foot odor almost making him tear up. You fool. These cloth shoes are so expensive. Throwing them at him is just giving him a deal. What if he picks them up? A nearby woman looked worriedly at the patched-up shoes, pained immensely. Who cares? If not now, when will we throw it? He might even be executed tomorrow, right? Execute him. Execute him. Wenli. He began to feel increasingly panicked from deep within. For such a trivial matter, am I really going to get executed? That can't be right. Twisting his head around, he found his brother-in-law who wouldn't even dare raise his eyes, acting like a scared chick before Chu Imo-han. Since everyone says so, then execution it is. Since the summer disaster didn't take away you, this scoundrel, today Chu Imo-han will execute heavenly justice and send you to hell. The crowd. Shin Yu watched Chu Imo-han with curiosity written all over her face. What game was he playing? Chu Imo-han picked up the sword of his guard and slowly approached Wen Li, the sword touching the blue bricks on the ground, sparking even as it scraped. With that icy glare, his black hair dancing wildly, he looked like a cold-blooded murderer, causing Wen Li's mental defenses to completely collapse. Don't kill me. I truly won't dare anymore. Master Chu, spare me please. Seeing a puddle mysteriously appear on the ground, Qin Feng kicked him contemptuously. The guy had peed himself out of sheer fear. Master Chu, please be merciful and let him go. In the future, I'll keep a good eye on him, definitely not letting him cause trouble outside. Absolutely not causing any more trouble for you. Chu Imo-han closed his eyes and swung his blade forcefully. Wen Li fainted out of pure terror, and the crowd also burst into laughter one after another. This guy? Cowardly as a mouse. Even peed his pants, haha. Not too proud back then, huh? Why don't you stand up? Chu Imo-han automatically filtered out these voices, walking to Shen Yu's side and gently taking her delicate hand. Ladies and gentlemen, starting from today, Shen Yu is my fiancé. Anyone wishing to bully her first ask if Chu Imo-han agrees. Today, I don't want bloodshed and have spared him a dog's life. But if you want to test my mood with your lives, I will accompany you until the end. A warm current flowed from his fingers into Shen Yu's body. She never thought Chu Imo-han would confess his feelings in front of so many people. Chapter 135, Luo Lin. The crowd had already developed a deep admiration for Shen Yu. After she confirmed her relationship with Chu Majian, everyone silently approved in their hearts. Some even thought that Chu Majian, this wealthy and spoiled man, might not be worthy of Shen Yu. Bao Yu and Shi Yu stood to the side with complex expressions. How did elder sister suddenly become big brother Chu's fiancé? Did that mean that the elder sister would leave them after some time? The two little ones, pouting angrily, found it hard to accept this sudden situation. At this moment, the principal quickly took Wen Li away and personally arranged enrollment for the two children. Chu Majian then brought Shen Yu to a tavern. These past few days they met very rarely, which made him miss her intensely. Yu, are you getting used to living in the new house? Chu Majian sat beside Shen Yu, lightly patted her hand, and then slowly hugged her. The scent of soap on his body combined with the light smell of sandalwood incense from the burner made Shen Yu feel very at ease. Not bad, the house is quite good. But recently I've been thinking about opening some new shops. However, I haven't found any suitable stores despite my search. Shen Yu sighed while leaning against Chu Majian's chest. Seeing Yuer's smile fade, Chu Majian felt as if someone had clenched his heart. Yuer, there's nothing to worry about. Let me accompany you shortly to have a look. With me around, let the shop matter be mine to handle. You should eat first. The food here has a nice flavor, although still a bit lacking compared to your cooking. There was praise for Shen Yu in Chu Majian's words, and Qin Feng standing nearby almost rolled his eyes skyward. Their young master was usually so aloof and composed, but how did he turn into someone entirely different when he saw Yuer? After eating, wouldn't he again take their store and give it to Miss Shen Yu as a stepping stone? The matter of the shop I will handle myself. You focus on your own business. By the way, Yuer, tomorrow evening is the annual Lantern Festival. Common people celebrate the harvest and pray for a prosperous next year by releasing lanterns. Later I'll come to borrow you. We'll go for a walk together. All right. Shen Yu looked forward to such a scene as well. Sitting by the riverside with her beloved one, looking at the round moon hanging in the sky, and writing her wishes on a lantern. It sounded so pleasant. The sun hung high above like a blazing fireball. Bai Luo reclined on a rocking chair with a zisha teapot dangling from his mouth, feeling utterly leisurely and carefree. Master, something's amiss. The steward rushed up furiously and slapped the servant across the face. The red palm print was painfully visible. You're rushing about all panicked. What kind of decorum is that? Don't you see Master is practicing cultivation? You're shouting. Are you trying to die? The servant, filled with endless frustration, hurriedly replied. Steward, today, the supervisor at the academy. He got both his legs broken by Chu Majian. It was truly pitiful. Hearing this, Luo Yu immediately became alert. Didn't this supervisor discuss plans to deal with Shen Yu just a few days ago? Could Chu Majian's beating of him be related to this? What happened? Tell me in detail. This supervisor is normally quite reasonable. Why would he randomly pick a fight with Chu Majian, the demon of chaos? Master, you don't know yet. This young lady Shen went to register the two younger brothers in school, but was driven out by the supervisor. They were quarreling, and suddenly Chu Majian rushed over and beat the supervisor half to death. Word is that both legs are ruined. No idea if they can even be mended properly. Luo Yu swallowed hard, a trace of fear creeping into his heart. He only knew Shen Yu had ties to the Shen family. Who would have thought that for her sake, Chu Majian would dare to publicly assault a common citizen? It was hard to believe indeed. This isn't over yet, Master. Chu Majian also announced to the onlookers that this young lady Shen is his fiancée, and anyone daring to cause trouble for her would meet dire consequences. Luo Yu, that's it. This is really it. Perhaps quite a few bootlickers have already told Chu Majian about his plan to punish Shen Yu. This time, he has truly stirred up a major calamity. Steward, so this was the intelligence you investigated? You didn't even know Chu Majian favored Shen Yu? Making me fall into such a huge pitfall. How can I survive in this Qingqing County afterward? Sweat beads dripped profusely from the steward's forehead. He didn't expect it to end up like this. Master, don't panic. There's still room for negotiation in this matter. I've heard that Chu Majin is lecherous and fond of beauties. Our young miss, whether in appearance or figure, surpasses Xinyu by far. Why does a master go propose marriage? Once you're tied with the county magistrate, won't handling a small fry like Xinyu be a breeze for us? Seeing how the master seriously pondered, the steward knew that the master had definitely approved of this idea. Luo Yu indeed thought this plan was feasible, but he knew his own daughter all too well. She had inherited his disposition and was famous in Qingcheng County for being proficient in all sorts of pleasures. She frequently indulged in flirtations with various people, and she wasn't someone who enjoyed being constrained. If she went to the Chu household and was discovered by Chu Majin, wouldn't that be even worse? But after a moment's thought, this seemed like the best solution for now. So Luo Yu could only order the steward to call his daughter back. At that very moment inside the tavern, Xinyu had just put down her chopsticks and hadn't yet opened her mouth when a sound erupted from the private room next door. Following the noise, the sound of chairs shaking mixed with the cries of a female cat frantically grabbed at their ears. Occasionally, it was accompanied by a woman's laughter, causing Qin Feng's face to turn ashen, while even Chu Majin's cheeks reddened slightly. Bang bang bang. Wang Sansai, get out here right now. Sneaking around behind my back, huh? Let me see how much courage you really have. Eating our food, living under our roof, and you still have the nerve. The stout woman outside, her face full of moles, pounded fiercely on the door with a booming voice that reverberated through the room, leaving the man and woman inside feeling utterly stunned. Who is it? The woman draped her thin shirt over her shoulder and lightly pressed her fingers against Wang Sansai's Adam's apple, refusing to let him get up. It's my wife. That damned old hag. How did she find out I'm here? Truly curse it. The man began panicking. This mahjong game wasn't going anywhere now. If he didn't leave soon, getting caught red-handed by his wife would definitely result in a loss outweighing any gain. Luo Lin slightly curled her lips in amusement, grabbed a handkerchief, wrapped it around the man's arm, and pulled him back again. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? If that crazy woman comes in, she'll slit both of us open. Her upward slanting eyes made her look exactly like a seductive fox spirit in human form. Leaning against the railing beside her, she wore an excited smile. Afraid of what? At worst, we separate, and I'll take care of you from now on. Wang Sansai didn't believe her nonsense. This person pursued thrills recklessly, and he wasn't willing to ruin his long-term plans for this temporary pleasure either. His wife came from a well-known wealthy merchant family nearby, and once the old man passed away, wouldn't all those riches end up being his? Stop fooling around. Get up. I have to leave immediately. The man struggled to push Luo Lin away and ran toward the window. Clang. The woman kicked the door open with a single kick, and Wang Sansai had no choice but to close his eyes and jump down. Chapter 136. I am more than qualified to be with him. Wang Santai, you little dog, come out. Today if I don't break your dog legs. The woman stood hands on her hips. The excess fat around her waist was about to burst her clothes, which drew continuous rolling of eyes from Luo Lin. Looking like this and still not paying attention to figure maintenance. No wonder Wang Santai prefers staying at Ichuan brothel every day instead of going home. Luo Lin tightly wrapped her clothes as she stood by the bed, her whole person looking like an enchanting scenery line, watching the servants behind her gulp repeatedly. She had heard a lot about Luo Lin's reputation, never imagining how good her figure was. No wonder she could win so many people's favor. Even if they die, they are willing to stay by Luo Lin's side. This woman was even more charming than the songstresses in the Ichuan brothel, always rewarding some silver after their pleasures. Why not do that happily? What is a woman like you doing suddenly rushing into my room? Do you think our Luo family is easy to mess with because you brought so many servants? Luo Lin's tone became angry as white veins appeared on her pale palms, her aura in no way inferior to the plump woman opposite. For a moment, everyone forgot that Luo Lin was someone who engaged in adultery. Even from afar, I can smell that stench of a fox spirit coming off you. Stop wasting my time and tell me, where's Wang Santai? Hand him over. The woman angrily overturned cabinets, but found nothing. At that time downstairs, however, there were already crowds surrounding, occasionally hearing a few cries of alarm. Who is this guy? Why is he lying on the ground? Hey, there's blood on the floor. A dark and thin woman screamed loudly, and her shrill cry attracted the upstairs woman's attention. She quickly walked to the bed and saw that the shadow on the ground resembled Wang Santai very much. Good. How good of you, Wang Santai, to jump off the second floor just for that vixen. When I asked you to stay close normally, you were too scared, but now you've got the guts. The woman angrily ran downstairs while Shunyu and Chu Mohan helplessly rubbed their foreheads, wondering what kind of situation they'd gotten into. Xinyu wasn't usually one to enjoy spectacles, but such a scene was indeed rare, causing him to feel curious. Should we go check it out? Chu Mohan slightly smiled and held Xinyu's hand as they went downstairs. In a nearby room, Luo Lin unhappily put on her outer robe. She had thought today would be spent in fun, but unexpectedly, this fat girl showed up halfway through. Such bad luck. Miss, let's go back to the residence. The master has been waiting anxiously. Seeing the manager's hurried appearance, Luo Lin calmly sat in front of the dressing table to wipe her rouge, showing disinterest in everything. What's wrong? Why does the old man remember me today? I have appointments later. If it's not important, just say I'm drunk. After finishing, Luo Lin took out a piece of broken silver and threw it to the steward casually. Miss, don't fool around with me. Don't you know master's temper? If it wasn't urgent, he definitely wouldn't call you. Come back with me. And soon, that woman from the Pei family will return. We won't be able to handle her. As the steward spoke, he stuffed the silver into his pocket. Luo Lin helplessly stood up and left the tavern with the steward. Outside the main door of the inn, Wang Santai lay on the ground, quietly whimpering. He hadn't expected that such a short drop would cause such severe injury. His head felt numb, and his whole body couldn't exert any strength. When Wang Santai jumped down, his feet slipped and hit a wooden stick, but luckily, the angle was slightly wrong, or else he might have ended up a corpse by now. Hey, it really is you, Wang Santai. You're shameless enough. I spent so much money for you to marry into our family. You eat and drink at my expense in the Pei family, and yet you secretly cheat on me outside. The woman's fury made her whole body tremble. She paid no heed to Wang Santai's nearly dead state. Miss, shouldn't we take master back first? This is so public. The servant blushed with embarrassment, hesitating for a while. Moreover, master's head is injured. If not treated in time, there might be a danger to life. No rescue. Let him die here. You disgusting thing. Jumping off the building just for that woman. What profound love indeed. Chu Mohan genuinely found this behavior indecent and shouted, "If you don't want to take him back, then let others bring him back to the court. Such a person deserves to be drowned." Hearing this, the woman glared in dissatisfaction towards the source of the voice. She saw a handsome man dressed in silver diamond-patterned brocade clothing, with sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, standing among the crowd. Just one glance caused the woman's heart to race. Was this person Chu Mohan? Originally Chu Young Master. There's no need for your trouble. Forgive my clumsiness earlier today. I'll have my people take him away. The servant pulled out a blanket and wrapped Wang Santai tightly before directly carrying him away. A fierce gleam appeared in the woman's eyes, as though this matter was far from over. Who was the woman in that room just now? I seem to recognize her somehow. I think I've seen her somewhere. The servant awkwardly scratched his forehead, looking somewhat troubled. Speak up. What's there to be afraid of? Can she eat me or something? She is Luo Lin, the only daughter of the Luo family. The woman sharply inhaled a breath of air, her whole body inflating with anger. It's actually the Luo family. Great. Since they rely on my father's care for business, they still dare let their daughter toy with Wang Santai. Fine, just wait and see what's coming next. Seeing this, the servants quickly stepped forward to stop her. Miss, please don't act rashly. The Luo family also has its status and influence in Qingqing County. We can't afford to have an open conflict with them. However, the servants' words were like the wind passing through one ear and out the other. After returning home, Pei Qian rallied a group of goons and headed straight to the Luo residence. The commoners who had gathered hadn't seen such excitement in a long time and followed behind, eagerly anticipating a grand spectacle. Chu Mohan stroked his chin and quietly said in Shen Yu's ear, we should take a look too. Such a big show doesn't come around every few years, and maybe some interesting things might happen if these two rich merchants clash. Looking at Chu Mohan's smug face full of schadenfreude, Shen Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. Besides, since they were idle anyway, watching wouldn't hurt. Inside the main hall of the Luo residence, Luo Yu walked back and forth helplessly, feeling powerless. He couldn't beat or scold his daughter. One day, she was going to give him a heart attack. You have nothing better to do than this. Frequenting places like Yihong brothel normally is tolerable. I thought you're still a kid who hasn't grown up yet. But you mustn't cross paths with the Pei family. So what? It's mutual consent, no provocation here. And Pei Qian's level of looks? Honestly, quite disgusting. Luo Lin idly picked at her nails, already knowing returning home wouldn't bring good news. I originally planned to introduce you to the son of Magistrate Chu's family. Well done. Now that you've caused scandal throughout the city, how am I supposed to have the nerve to arrange the engagement? Luo Lin's eyes flickered with a hint of hatred. As expected, her father still regarded her as a mere tool in his business deals. For climbing up to the magistrate, he'd push her into hell without a second thought. So what? Is Chu Mohan's reputation spotless then? I hear he's also a rake who frequents such pleasure quarters frequently. Being together with him would make me more than qualified. Bang bang bang. Right after her words ended, a heavy knock on the door echoed. Luo Lin, come out right now. I will not let this go today. If you don't kneel down and apologize, I'll burn your house down. Chapter 137. Let Luo Lin come out. Upon hearing the noisy shouts from outside, Luo Yu furrowed his brow. Never did he expect the Pei family would come knocking on their door. He was still planning to push Luo Lin closer to Chu Mohan. If this matter became a scandal known to everyone in the city, how would he achieve this goal? This Pei family is truly disrespectful. How dare they cause such a scandalous commotion at our door? They've disgraced both of our families. Luo Yu placed the antique walnuts in his hands on the table, then stood up and changed into another set of clothes. Manager, go first. Stop that little girl. If you can buy her off with money, resolve it quietly, no matter the cost. Don't mess up our big plan. The manager nodded and walked to the door. At this time, Pei Qian's mental state seemed somewhat unstable, even attempting several times to ignite a torch and throw it at the Luo residence entrance. That title, Pei Madwoman, isn't given for no reason. She's indeed fierce. And Wang Sankai is certainly formidable too. This time he'll likely be beaten half to death. The show is quite enjoyable. I haven't seen such an exciting spectacle in ages. I wonder how the Luo family will deal with this situation. The commoners cared little about the other matters. Life was already tough enough. Having some amusement like this as gossip during leisure time was quite pleasant. If you keep pretending not to be here, I'll really set fire. Pei Qian's face had an unhealthy red hue, with her eyelids twitching incessantly, indicating her internal rage had reached its peak. The surrounding men, reveling in the drama, began teasing her. Oh, Pei Madwoman, Pei madwoman, how has your courage dwindled so much? Where's the audacity you once had? Show it. How could you let Luo Lin treat you so shamelessly? Exactly. What are you afraid of? Your Pei family is wealthy and protected by ancestral blessings. How can Luo Lin sit atop you and act so disgracefully? If I were you, I would have already taken care of her. Even the women nearby couldn't contain their frustration. Their own family lives were unhappy, so they hated women who destroyed others' families more than anything else. Luo Lin clearly lacks self-discipline. She knows Wang Sankai already has a wife, yet she continues to flirt with him anyway. People like her deserve punishment. Drowning her in a pig trough is fitting. After hearing these words, Pei Qian's blood pressure surged uncontrollably. Without regard for any consequences, today her anger must be vented. With perfect aim, the ignited torch flew toward the gate. Just then, the steward had just opened the door to step out, landing precisely beneath his feet. In a flash, the silk clothing caught fire, causing the steward to rush around wildly, screaming loudly. Someone, quickly put out the fire on me. Pei Qian, have you gone mad? To actually attempt to set fire to our Luo residence. The steward never expected such chaos as soon as he stepped out the door, which angered him intensely. He wanted to rush down and severely punish Pei Qian. What now? Since your missus lacks decency, am I not entitled to demand justice from your door? You kept delaying opening the door. Aren't you ashamed of what you've done secretly inside? Let me tell you, if she doesn't come out immediately and give me an explanation, it won't be as simple as throwing one torch next time. Pei Qian gave a cold snort, looking extremely serious, showing that she wasn't joking around. As the servants struggled unsuccessfully to extinguish the flames, they kicked the steward hard to the ground and trampled heavily on him. After a while, the fire was finally put out. You brats, do you intend to kill me? Can't you go easier? During the quarreling pause, Pei Qian had already ordered her followers to light all the torches, fully intending to burn them alive. Not coming out? Fine, let you witness what kind of rage I, Pei Qian, can unleash. On the side, Chu Mo-han watched with ease, unconcerned about the worsening situation. Shin Yu felt a headache coming on. Because of one good-for-nothing man, two families were going to clash severely? If it weren't for Chu Mo-han saying they'd gained something advantageous here, she definitely wouldn't have bothered coming. Prepare. Hold on. Put down those torches. Luo Yu stood behind clasping his hands, head held high, appearing rather stern. You young one, leading so many servants to my house and making such a ruckus. What for? If you have issues, summon your father over. We can discuss things privately. Having dabbled in business for many years in Jianghu, Luo Yu spoke with an authoritative manner, naturally imbued with severity. Young man, realizing now that you should call my father here? Now worried about losing face? When you indulged your daughter in gallivanting around and seducing my husband, why didn't you think of disciplining your daughter back then? Pei Qian's sharp words gave no face-saving grace to the Luo family. It was akin to slapping Luo Yu across the face in front of the commoners. How dare you, a young girl, spout such filthy language and slander others? As for how we discipline our Luo Lin, it's none of your business, little one. You should go home if you know what's good for you. For the sake of your father, I will not hold this against you. Let's just assume you're drunk. Although Luo Yu was angry, he did not want to escalate the matter. First, he wanted to keep things quiet and limit the issue to the smallest possible circle. Ideally, Chu Mo-han shouldn't find out. Secondly, their family lacked strong foundations in Qingqing County. Upon reflection, most of their businesses at the start had heavily relied on the Pei family. Though the Pei family has fallen somewhat now, as the saying goes, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If things escalated, they would still have no chance of winning. Luo Yu, don't try to pressure me with the elder generation stuff. We from the Pei family don't play by those rules. You're nothing but a dog who worked hard for the Pei family. Now, you dare to show arrogance before us? Hand over your daughter today, or your house is going down in flames. Seeing Pei Qian's serious demeanor, Luo Yu broke into a cold sweat. This girl must be confident to talk so boldly. Who knows what treasures her ancestors left behind for the Pei clan? Yet, Pei Qian's rude words were truly grating on Luo Yu's pride. You are so disrespectful, young one. Must something so trivial be brought up in front of so many people? Come inside with me, let's talk sensibly. No need to make relations between our families so tense. Our Luo family isn't someone to be trifled with either. Luo Yu chose to remain yielding, since his own daughter was indeed in the wrong. To hell with that. Today, an apology before all the people of Qingqing County is necessary. I want to see whether Luo Lin dares to seduce other men in the future. He could barely contain his frustration, his brows standing on end. How could she be so despicable, not listening to reason? Since you show such rudeness, then I see no reason to be polite with you either. Do whatever you must today. A man like you certainly deserves having your spouse cheat behind your back. Shin Yu couldn't help but be astonished. This was going to be quite a spectacle indeed. Chapter 138. Two birds with one stone. Damn you, old man. Are you daring to speak like that? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll no longer be of the Pei family. Pei Qian was furious at this moment, vigorously rolling up her sleeves, looking just like a burly tough guy. Attack. Whatever happens today, I'll take responsibility. Yes. The servants of the Pei residence were usually low-key, so they had been bullied quite a bit by those from the Luo residence. But after hearing Miss Pei's words today, they started fighting without reservation. The servants of the two families were hitting each other fiercely. Chu Mo-han came walking by laughing heartily. Excellent. What a wonderful display between the Pei and Luo families. Truly brings glory to the county magistrate of Qingqing. Everyone turned their attention to Chu Mo-han. Who on earth was this guy who dared to talk to both families in such a way? Chu. Master Chu. Seeing Chu Mohan, Luo Yu sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that his scheme would be discovered by Chu Mohan so soon, meaning it might fail even before it began. Naturally, Pei Qian also recognized Chu Mohan and quickly instructed her servants to stop, retreating to one side. Hey, why stop? Continue. I'm enjoying this immensely. Luo Yu cleared his throat and stepped forward, bowing slightly as a sign of respect. Master Chu, what a jest. It was merely a joke between our two families, just a trivial matter. How could we have disturbed you? Trivial matter? This has already caused an uproar known throughout the city, and you're calling it a joke? There's almost been bloodshed from the fight between your two families. Chu Mohan waved his sleeve, a domineering aura suppressing all resentment in the two men's hearts. Right now, they needed to come up with a good excuse. If they were reported to the official court by Chu Mohan, that would truly cause major trouble for their elders. Pei Qian wouldn't know how to explain herself to her father when she got back either. Qin Feng and the two black and white men stood holding knives, adding immense pressure to the two families unconsciously. Master Chu, this is all misunderstanding. Our two families have already discussed things through. It was just these servants not following rules. We apologize for troubling you. Luo Yu gave his housekeeper a kick, and the housekeeper understood immediately, taking the fall as a scapegoat. That's right, young Master Chu. It's the fault of the servants. They are always looking down on others here in our household, causing troubles. That's entirely my fault. I didn't mean to deliberately stir up strife. After saying this, he slapped himself several times hard across the face, but Chu Mohan did not buy it. Master Chu, it is also my fault for not strictly disciplining the servants. I originally intended to visit Uncle Luo today, but didn't expect such a misunderstanding to arise, troubling you. Pei Qian bowed in apology. Before Chu Mohan, they were merely insignificant figures. Don't think I am a fool. I have ears and eyes, knowing full well what happened here. Today, your two families have gathered to fight, creating a serious disturbance. Please accompany me to the jailhouse. Chu Mohan turned around and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Go summon the head constable and the patrolman from the county office. Take them all back, interrogate thoroughly. Yes. Upon hearing these words, both Luo Yu and Pei Qian were panic-stricken. What manner of person was this? Showing absolutely no consideration, was he insane? Luo Yu quickly ran over, but was stopped by two long swords in front of him. Master Chu, let's discuss this rationally. Our Luo family and the Pei family are also respectable merchants in Qingqing County. Please, Master Chu, do us the favor. Chu Mohan turned around and smirked coldly, instantly plunging Luo Yu into despair. Luo Yu, remember a few days ago when you rallied many merchants against Yua? Did you really think I wouldn't know about that? And now you're caught, still expecting to slip away from my hands. Looking at the playful glint in Chu Mohan's handsome and cold eyes, Luo Yu felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar, the sound of Chu Mohan's voice endlessly echoing in his mind. How did he find out? I made sure the plan was perfectly concealed. There was absolutely no way it should have leaked. No, Master Chu, please listen to me. None of that was my intention. I had no idea Miss Shin had any connection to you. Had I known, I would rather die than offend you. Luo Yu pleaded cautiously, hoping Chu Mohan would spare him a chance for survival. If he was arrested tonight, there was no doubt he'd die in the prison. From the gleam in Chu Mohan's eyes just then, Luo Yu knew clearly that Chu Mohan was definitely not someone to mess with. Today, it looked like he was in for a lot of trouble. I could give you a chance, but only this once. Chu Mohan's expression remained calm, the sharp edges of his eyebrows proclaiming his authority. Luo Yu didn't even dare to breathe heavily, simply nodding repeatedly. Master Chu, say whatever you will, as long as I can comply. Luo Yu felt as though he had grasped onto a lifeline, his anxiety somewhat relieved. However, Chu Mohan's next words plunged him back into despair again, making him feel as if he was dead already. To ensure you pose no threat to Yuer, you must leave Qingqing County by tonight. I'll only give you 2 carriages. You choose what you want to take with you. All land deeds in Qingqing County must remain. If you agree to these conditions, we can talk smoothly. A sly smile crept onto Chu Mohan's lips, and Luo Yu realized this was his last chance. If he didn't agree, who knew what would happen? All right, it's settled then. Mr. Luo is truly a businessman who understands give and take. Go ahead. The rest will be handled by me. Luo Yu cursed inwardly, calling all sorts of names under his breath. This guy had made such a big profit, but acted as if Luo Yu was the one gaining something. In the rear courtyard's warehouse lay all the territory Luo Yu had conquered over the years. He was extremely reluctant to leave it all behind, but there was nothing he could do about it. As Luo Yu walked into the courtyard looking helpless, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Where had that guy gone off to? Had he been bribing Chu Mohan, perhaps? Pei Qian felt uneasy. After all, the Luo family was richer than their Pei residents. Chu Mohan, with a smiling face, walked over to Pei Qian, causing her to feel an icy chill running down her spine, sensing some kind of conspiracy in him. Miss Pei, let's have a word over here. His sudden change in attitude caused Pei Qian even more anxiety. This wasn't like when a weasel wished to chicken a happy new year without ill intent. Was it? Master Chu, please come to the point. I, Pei Qian, am not someone who acts unreasonably either. My ancestors saved the emperor in distress. Should anything unfortunate happen to me, my father would definitely file a direct complaint against you. Pei Qian turned her head away, unwilling to look directly into Chu Mohan's eyes, feeling as though just one glance might make her fall into his trap. Is Miss Pei too nervous? I mean no harm. Those from the Luo family were indeed out of line. I've investigated everything thoroughly. I've already driven the Luo family out of Qingxin County, which counts as giving you a satisfactory response. Really? Pei Qian was surprised. She hadn't thought Chu Mohan was so well-versed in human affairs. It's absolutely true, but today's conflict between your two families has caused quite a commotion. If I were to put in a good word for you before my father, it would involve taking on certain risks, Miss Pei. You understand, right? Of course, she knew he wasn't that kind-hearted. But it was fine. As long as Luo Lin was kicked out of Qingxin County, she was willing to pay any price. Tell me, what do you want? I heard the Luo Shan little restaurant on 2nd Street belongs to your Pei family. Would you consider relinquishing it and giving it to me? Chapter 139, Hoa Spicy Soup. Luo Mountain Little Restaurant was the favorite diner of Pei Qian, especially when she was young. She loved the food here the most, and it was also where she met Wang Sansai. Back in the days, Luo Mountain Little Restaurant was about to go bankrupt, but it was Pei Qian who saved it with her money, helping the owner overcome a tough period. Now it's even considered a 100-year-old establishment, so giving it up to Chu Mohan was indeed a hard decision. This location was extremely good, perfect for any other business venture, definitely making its owner rich. However, compared to the Ru family's fate, losing this shop didn't seem like such a big deal. After much deliberation, Pei Qian finally agreed to Chu Mohan's request. Alright, I am willing to transfer this shop to you. I know you want to use it for business, but you'll have to wait a few days. Give me some time to move things. Pei Qian's request wasn't excessive, and without hesitation, Chu Mohan accepted it. Sorting out the Luo family's house would take some time anyway. Oh no, if you were to do it, it might take less than an incense stick burns time. That settles it then, 3 days from now. Fine. Pei Qian left the Luo residence with a group of servants, realizing she hadn't gained much advantage over the Luo family in this battle. Yet the biggest beneficiary turned out to be Chu Mohan. Chu Mohan's discussion was clearly heard by Xinyu. She couldn't believe how astute his mind truly was. As from the start, he had been planning on dividing the assets of both families. The issue of the shop is resolved. 3 days later, I will help you tidy up together. By the way, what kind of shop do you want to open? He looked at Xinyu tenderly, causing Qin Feng to frown involuntarily, as his master had never been this gentle with him before. Let's go. Follow me home, and I'll personally cook something for you. It will surely make your body feel warm after eating it. A mischievous grin appeared on Chu Mohan's face. Warm, huh? Qin Feng wisely moved aside, fearing that he might delay something important to Chu Mohan, which might mean more training later in the evening. You can't behave properly for even 3 minutes, right? Xinyu abruptly twisted his waist with her arm. Hey, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Between their bickering, they arrived at Shun's residence. Upon entering, Xinyu dragged Chu Mohan straight to the kitchen and tossed an axe to him. To make this delicacy requires a great deal of firewood. Chop. The more you chop, the better. After Xinyu chuckled lightly and went into the kitchen, Chu Mohan regretted his words upon seeing the pile of wood stacked like a small mountain beside him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng entered the kitchen to assist Xinyu in washing vegetables and fetching water. Although he disapproved of his master handing all the money over to Xinyu, he still held admiration for her. Without Xinyu's help along the way, they wouldn't have come this far. They might have already perished in the Black Sands long ago. What's wrong, Qin Feng? Do you have something on your mind? Are you infatuated with some girl? Let me give you some advice. Qin Feng waved his hands frantically and quickly rejected Xinyu's well-meaning offer. Not only did he not have anyone in mind currently, but even if he did, he wouldn't dare tell Xinyu. Xinyu and his master belonged to the same category of people whose thoughts were far from normal. When they offered help, they likely ended up creating more trouble instead. Xinyu leaned forward slightly, sensing something peculiar about Qin Feng. It seemed as though there was something he wanted to say. What's the look on your face about? Did someone bully you? It's nothing. I just think the fire's too hot. That's all. How could Qin Feng dare to reveal his true thoughts? In that case, Chu Mohan and Xinyu would undoubtedly arrange a mixed-gender doubles fight for him. Xinyu used her supernatural ability to check Qin Feng's surface temperature, finding it lower than even Chu Mohan's. So the boy was definitely hiding something. If you don't want to say it, fine. But tonight, you won't get a single sip of my Hoa spicy soup. Qin Feng was shocked. He never thought Xinyu would resort to such a low-level method to threaten him. Yet strangely enough, this seemingly low-level method worked incredibly well on him. Ever since fleeing the famine, he had fallen in love with the meals made by Xinyu, different from everyday dishes. Xinyu's cuisine carried a unique flavor, and every meal she prepared was unheard of by him, but always delectable. Remember the lamb ribs cooked in the forest last time? They were the best he'd ever tasted. One could say that Xinyu's culinary skills were exceptional, and he longed to taste this Hoa spicy soup. The name itself promised it would be delicious. Before Xinyu even reached the stove, Qin Feng's capitulation echoed behind her. I'll talk, Xinyu. She anticipated Qin Feng relenting, but not this fast. This guy really failed under pressure. Xinyu naturally didn't know that everyone admired her cooking immensely. Even if Qin Feng decided to stay single forever, he wouldn't let a day pass without tasting Xinyu's meals. Speak up. What exactly are you hiding from me? Qin Feng closed the window and cautiously approached Xinyu. In fact, the matters between the Pei family and the Luo family were planned by the young master long ago, including Wang Sansai and Luo Lin's meeting, and Pei Qian knowing about their affair locations. It was all arranged by the young master. The time the young master spent driving away the Luo family and scheming against the Pei family was all for Miss Xinyu. Xinyu was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect that both families had been manipulated so easily by him. As for what Qin Feng said about all this being done for her, could it be that Mohan chased them off entirely for her sake? Miss Shun, actually, Luo, you gathered quite a few merchants a few days ago to boycott you and intended to drive you out of Qingqing County. That supervisor from the academy was among them. The young master originally thought he could scare them off with threats, but since they showed no remorse, he had no choice but to expel the Luo family from Qingqing County. As for the Pei family, the young master has long wished to give that shop to you as a gift. This time it was killing two birds with one stone. Xinyu nodded, her eyes slightly moistening. She didn't realize Chu Emohan had taken such care in thinking about her and quietly resolved such a problem for her. It makes sense now. I wondered why recently the business at the shop kept getting worse. All these merchants colluded and lowered prices deliberately. How hateful. Xinyu stirred the pot of Hua spicy soup forcefully. Even though not all the seasonings had been added yet, it already looked incredibly tempting. Miss Xinyu, take your time making it. I've revealed all these secrets to you. Don't tell the young master, or else I'll be doomed tonight. Qin Feng gazed at the beef inside the pot with a sorrowful expression. There were so many cattle and sheep in the warehouse. Not a single one was left. Alas. At that moment, an eye peeked through the crack at the door, staring fixedly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, come out here once. Hearing Chu Emohan's calm voice, Qin Feng trembled violently. Did he hear everything? Why, young master, let me explain. I don't want to listen. In your eyes, I'm even less important than a bowl of Hua spicy soup, am I? Stand there. Don't run if you have any decency. Chu Emohan cheerfully pursued him with the axe, while Xinyu helplessly smiled upon seeing this. These two lively treasures are indeed quite amusing. Chapter 140, handed over to Mrs. Wu. Before they knew it, the moon had quietly climbed into the night sky, and members of the Shin family who had been busy all day gradually returned home. As soon as they arrived at the residence, they smelled an unusual aroma. The originally tired bodies of everyone immediately became more energetic. Father, has elder sister made something delicious again? Xiyu rubbed her little hands and was eager to run to the kitchen. You? All you can think about is eating. What knowledge did you learn in school today? Are you getting along well with your classmates? Fanning Xue quickly walked over and pulled Xiyu aside when she saw the situation. Earlier that day in the shop, a few ruffians had really angered Shinan, and she was worried that Shunan would vent his anger on Xiyu. On the side, old lady Shin hesitated. She wanted to protect Xiyu to make a good impression, but was afraid of being reprimanded by Xinyu. All right. Bao Yu, take your father to wash his hands. It must be the food made by your sister that smells so sweet. I will take Xiyu inside and have a look. Before reaching the kitchen, Fanning Xue heard a series of thump-thump sounds. A sense of foreboding rose in her heart, and her steps quickened. She thought there might be thieves in the house, but unexpectedly, Chu Mohan was wielding an axe and continuously chopping wood. Hey, young Master Chu, stop fast. These tasks can be left to Bao Yu and Xiyu. You've worked up such a sweat. That's hard work indeed. Fanning Xue was a bit confused. Why was Chu Mohan splitting wood out of the blue? Mother, you're back. Come help me serve the meal. Today I made some spicy mutton soup. Try if it tastes good. Little Xiyu rushed forward, looking at the vibrant color of the spicy mutton soup in the pot, swallowing saliva continuously. Not only did the school require learning characters and reciting books, but there were also writing and martial arts classes arranged from time to time. He often felt hungry before school let out. Elder sister, this spicy mutton soup smells so good. It must taste even better. Seeing how sweet Shiyu's mouth sounded, Xinyu scooped up a spoonful and placed it near his lips. Try it and see if it's as delicious as you imagine. He tilted his head and drank all the spicy mutton soup from the spoon in one go. A hot and fiery energy surged through his body. From the inside out, he felt boiling hot. After drinking, I feel so warm. I almost start sweating. Xinyu smiled lightly. That was exactly the effect she wanted. It was autumn already, and the weather was slowly turning colder, just the right time for the spicy mutton soup to be popular. Come on, let's take the food over. At the dining table, everyone looked curiously at the spicy mutton soup in their bowls. After all, it was made by Xinyu, and everyone had high expectations. This thing, how is it different from dumpling soup? Old lady Shin squatted in the corner, looking at the red and bloody-looking spicy mutton soup in her bowl. It was quite scary. If you don't want to eat, put it back. What? Did someone beg you to eat it? Xinyu didn't mince words when she spoke. Her pleasant mood was instantly ruined by old lady Shin's comment. She realized she had spoken out of turn, yet she thought she had said it very quietly. Everyone stopped staring. Try it out. Yuera has never disappointed anyone with her cooking. This spicy mutton soup should also be quite tasty. As soon as it hit their throats, a spicy sensation swept directly into their bodies. The smooth texture combined with peanuts, kelp, and tofu skin created a rich flavor experience that was truly indescribable. Delicious. Not bad at all. Moreover, after eating it, I feel so warm. Just now, I felt chilly standing in the yard, but now I almost want to take off my outer clothes. Chu Mohan also kept bowing his head in approval after tasting it. Such food would definitely become extremely popular. Especially now as the weather got colder, people always wished for something warm to eat in the morning. There's so much beef inside too. The taste is really nice. Sister, you're amazing. Xiyu winked at Xinyu, fully supporting her sister. Father, mother, what do you think if we open a shop selling this spicy mutton soup? Great. Definitely great. This spicy mutton soup feels numb and hot when eaten, with a fantastic flavor. The texture is also abundant. Surely it will sell well. Although Fanning Xue didn't know how to do business, she trusted her daughter. Anything her daughter made would absolutely sell well. Your father also thinks it's a good idea. Perhaps it will even surpass the popularity of our skewer shop. Bao Yu tugged lightly at Xiyu and then whispered softly. Elder sister, shall we offer some help? With so many shops, you must be overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Xinyu, Shenin, and Fan Yingxue all responded in unison. No, you two focus on studying in the academy with the master teacher. If there's any chance in the future, pursue a career in the imperial examinations. You don't need to involve yourselves in the family business. You two should concentrate on your studies. In the future, earn our mother a rank, so no one will dare to bully us anymore. Xinyu's words planted a seed in the hearts of her two younger brothers. They decided that they must study diligently. They would not disappoint their parents and elder sister. Your sister is right. You two focus on your studies. Being able to study in the academy amidst this chaotic world is something many can only dream of. The more effort you put in now, the easier your future will be. Shunin and Fan Yingxue never expected Chu Mohan to say something so full of wisdom, which was quite unlike his usual demeanor. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Bao Yu and Shi Yu are both smart. They can understand our well-meaning intentions. Let's concentrate on discussing the matter of the mutton soup shop. Xinyu's words brought everyone back to the present. All the shops on the street were doing good business these days, so where could they possibly find a place for rent? There's no need to worry about the shop. Leave it to me. In 3 days, we'll have the Luo Shan small restaurant. When Chu Mohan spoke, Shinin and Fan Yingxue were both surprised. Wasn't Luo Shan small restaurant the favorite eatery of the Pei family? But since Chu Mohan had spoken, it must be true. That's great. Since we're both in the food business, the layout shouldn't require much change, and it won't take too much time to adjust. But I need someone trustworthy to cook the mutton soup. This secret recipe must absolutely not be leaked. Old Lady Shin quickly stepped forward with a smile as she looked at Xinyu. How about me? I'll definitely keep this secret. Xinyu gave her a sidelong glance, wondering why she always stuck her nose into everything. Aunt Wu, tomorrow you don't need to go to the pastry shop. Go to the mutton soup shop instead. A bit later, I'll give you this recipe. You must keep it safe. Wu clearly looked surprised. She didn't expect Xinyu to entrust her with managing a whole shop and even share the secret recipe with her. Grandma Shun frowned unhappily. This foolish daughter. Rather than give the secret recipe to an outsider, she won't give it to me. Isn't this too precious? Xinyu gently held Wu's wrist, smiling with trust. Aunt Wu, believe in yourself. You're actually quite talented in cooking, and running a shop should be easy for you. Yes, Sister Wu. Yu has such sharp eyesight. She certainly won't misjudge people. Widow Lu also rejoiced for Wu. Alright then, I'll give it a try. Wu made up her mind. She would manage the shop well. She wouldn't let Xinyu down. Chapter 141, Grandma Shin's Plan. As night fell, everyone had their own business to attend to the next day. After tasting the spicy pepper soup, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Xinyu held Wu behind and spoke privately with her for a while, then handed her a note. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you go back and rest? The village chief woke up at midnight and saw Grandma Shun lurking suspiciously by the window, so he came over. Village chief, I'm just taking advantage of the bright moonlight to wipe off some dust from the house. She took out her handkerchief and gently wiped a few times. The village chief did not suspect anything. Grandma Shun had been quite honest lately. She swept the yard and cleaned the toilet every day, which was quite diligent and much better than before. Go back and rest. Your face full of wrinkles and messy hair in the middle of the night will surely scare others. Grandma Shun took a deep breath. In her heart, she cursed the village chief 800 times. When I was young, I was at least a famous beauty in several villages, the village flower. Even though I am old now, I still have charm left. Don't you know how to speak? After the village chief left, Grandma Shun quietly returned to the dormitory. She did not have the same treatment as the village chief and others, so she ate and stayed together with the servants of the mansion. Such a good secret recipe, yet she gave it to Wu instead of giving it to me, her grandmother. How can you be such an ungrateful girl? Grandma Shin thought about this matter under the covers, unable to fall asleep. No way. This recipe cannot fall into other people's hands. How could that be possible? Isn't all the money we earn supposed to go to them? Seeing that everyone around her had fallen asleep, Grandma Shin put on her clothes and crawled out through the dog hole in the backyard. Taking advantage of the darkness, she sneaked around furtively to a dilapidated earthen house. Dad, Mom, it's freezing in this house with leaks everywhere. Why does Grandma live in such a large, fine green brick and glazed tile house while we live here? Shun Shichong frowned, full of dissatisfaction, complaining loudly. Coincidentally, Grandma Shin outside the door heard this and looked helplessly too. Right now, she herself was living under someone else's roof, barely getting enough food to eat, occasionally able to bring them things, but there was no way she could bring them into the Shun household. Zia, Grandma Shun pushed the door and entered, upon which Shun Shichong quickly got up and ran toward the elder woman, showing an eager look of longing for food. Grandma, you've finally come. What tasty treat did you bring this time? Grandma Shin pulled out a steamed pancake from her bosom and passed it to her grandson. Her face bore an expression of helplessness. With her position in the Shun household, being able to take out one steamed pancake was already her limit. The little grandson was not satisfied, looking at the shriveled pancake disdainfully. But when he saw some beef tucked inside the pancake, his expression changed rapidly, matching even the speed of the quick change acts on the theater stage. Grandma, there's beef. You're the best. The small grandson excitedly shook her arm. These pieces of beef were selected by Grandma Shun from the spicy pepper soup. She had not eaten the meat after sipping the broth, stealthily hiding it inside her sleeve. Mother, why did you come at this time? Were you driven out by the Shuns? There was anger in Shenyang's eyes. They had no money, hiding in this dilapidated earthen house, cold and starving, relying solely on Grandma Shin's support. If she were expelled, they would undoubtedly starve to death on the streets. Not at all. Do you never hope for anything good for your mother? Ever since she had been humiliated by Shun Yu last time and fled away with her son and daughter-in-law, there had been a rift between Grandma Shun and Shunin. If not, did you come late at night just to give Shichong a steamed pancake? Song Qinghue tugged lightly at Shun Yang's sleeve and greeted warmly, walking towards Grandma Shun. Now their lives depended entirely on the old woman's assistance. If they didn't treat her well, they would really starve to death. Husband, how dare you speak to our mother like that? Mother is here so kindly despite it being so late. Haven't you heard of the saying, a goose feather sent from afar may be light, but carries heavy sentiments? Grandma Shun gave her daughter-in-law a glance, normally silent, but today actually taking her side, clearly proving her mind was still sharp. I wouldn't come at this late hour just to deliver a steamed pancake. Of course, I have something else on my mind. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghue quickly approached Grandma Shun, gently massaged her arms, and brought her a stool. Mother, what is it? That girl Xin Yu is opening another shop again, making spicy pepper soup. It tastes pretty good, business should be booming. Song Qinghue gathered close in excitement, feeling that Grandma Shun must have good news to share. Mother, could it be that Xin Yu gave you the recipe? Then wouldn't our family become wealthy? Hearing this, Xinyang also came closer, his eyes darting around excitedly. Hearing his wife talk about getting rich made him more excited, swallowing saliva nonstop. These days, seeing the eldest family thriving, with carriages for travel and servants waiting on them, eating big fish and meat every day, filled them with envy. Really? Are we really going to get rich? Old Lady Shen furrowed her brows, thinking that this couple had quite an appetite. Even in the dead of night, they shouldn't be dreaming such beautiful dreams. She should know what she's done to Shun An's family before. How could something so important be given to her? Getting rich? Getting rich comes with risks. Do you think it's that easy to get the recipe? Shin Yu gave the recipe to Mrs. Wu. After saying this, Old Lady Shin sighed, feeling utterly ashamed. As Shin Yu's former grandmother, how could she now be outdone by an outsider? What? Given to Mrs. Wu. What qualifications does she have? No figure, no looks, no brains. Why should she get it? Song Qinghue was so furious, as if a huge brazier had been lit in her heart. Even the cold wind in the shabby house felt less chilly. Who knows what that little wretch is thinking? These few days, I'll try to steal the recipe out for you. You can buy a small cart and start a small business then. Slowly, you'll surely live a good life. Xinyang rolled his eyes, clearly not fully satisfied with Old Lady Shin's plan. You say that so casually. With no money, where are we supposed to buy a cart? We can't even afford a bag of flour. Song Qinghue spread her hands and revealed a bitter smile on her face. Mother, you know, we don't have a single coin on us. Where can we buy a cart? We can't even afford a grain of rice or a scoop of flour. Old Lady Shun gritted her teeth and took out 2 taels of silver from her bosom. It was as if she was betting all her future happiness on her grandson. Knowing that the second son was unkind, she hoped her grandson would help support her a little in the future. Take it. It should be enough capital for your business. Use it carefully. This spicy pepper soup should be enough for us to turn things around. Be sure to run the business with dedication. Xinyang chuckled happily upon taking the silver, never expecting that Old Lady Shin still had some silver left. Understood, mother. Rest assured, when we make money, we will definitely bring you back and never let you suffer at Shun An's place again. Old Lady Shin knew this was just polite talk, nodded her head, and turned to leave. Chapter 142, Stealing the Secret Formula. On the morning of the second day, Xin Yu brought Mrs. Wu to start making spicy soup in the courtyard, and the whole place was filled with the pungent smell. It smells so good. Many early risers smelled this aroma and wandered over to Master Shin's residence. Wow, it's Master Shin's house again. So fragrant. Could it be that Miss Shin has created another delicious food? I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it. Nowadays, my wife eats some barbecue skewers every day, saying they're spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant, and the taste is great. I tried them once, and they were indeed good and flavorful. The man looked up and smiled as if reminiscing about the delicious flavor of the barbecue. That braised meat is also delicious. My brother now no longer goes to the gambling house. He vows to eat the braised meat every day, always being the first one there, saying that if he arrives late, he won't get a spot. But I don't know what exactly is being cooked here now. It certainly smells very fragrant. More and more people gathered at the door, and many were discussing it. The servants hurriedly went to the kitchen. Miss, what is it? Xin Yu was carefully explaining each step. The first pot of spicy soup was almost ready to be served. There are many commoners gathered outside the gate, all talking about the spicy soup you're making. They seem very interested. Xin Yu smiled, and an idea formed in her mind. All right, go out and tell them that our spicy soup will soon be out of the pot. Let them wait outside for a while, and we'll let them try it for free. The servant knew Xin Yu's temperament and walked straight out of the door. Ladies and gentlemen, our miss asks you to wait outside for a moment. Once the spicy soup is ready, we will offer you free samples. Upon hearing this, everyone showed smiles on their faces. Really, Miss Shun is so generous. Yes, even before the shop opens, we can already eat it, and it's free. Miss Shin truly deserves to be called the greatest benefactor of Qingqing County. My left eyelid has been twitching since I woke up early today, and it turns out such a good thing awaits me. Rare indeed. Many children jumped excitedly at the news, and within moments, word spread everywhere. In front of the Shin family, a large crowd had gathered. It took much effort for the servants to carry the iron buckets full of spicy soup out, and Xin Yu followed closely behind Mrs. Wu. The taste differs greatly from what you made. Will giving it to the commoners affect our business? Mrs. Wu showed a hint of worry on her face. She felt a bit nervous when making the spicy soup that day, and there were some mistakes in the steps, so the taste wasn't perfect. Don't worry, Aunt Wu, you're overthinking it. Actually, what you made was already very good, and with more practice, the taste will improve even more. In no time, several large buckets of spicy soup were finished, and everyone ate with great satisfaction. Many even thought about having another bowl. So tasty. A little spicy upon entry, a bit overwhelming at first, but the more you eat, the tastier it becomes. The more you eat, the warmer you feel. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Fan brother, this spicy soup is really good. Look, there's a huge piece of beef inside. Miss Xinyu is really generous. Exactly. When Miss Shin's new shop opens, we will absolutely support her. Seeing how happy everyone was eating, Mrs. Wu gained confidence, believing that with diligent practice over these few days, she would definitely improve. Xinyu smiled contentedly, feeling not only that Aunt Wu had regained confidence, but also that it had been a successful promotional move. With so much spicy soup consumed, nothing was wasted, and it was a win-win situation. You stay here chatting with everyone, and I'll make another pot. This time, I'll definitely pay more attention. Okay, go ahead. In a secluded tavern, Chu Yi sat at the table, savoring the spicy soup prepared by Xinyu. His facial expression was complex, seemingly unable to believe that a girl from a remote village could create such delectable food. This soup is truly excellent. It fits my taste perfectly. Chef, have a taste. Based on your skill, can you replicate the exact same flavor and texture? The chef picked up a spoon, took a bite, and his expression turned difficult. The flavor is certainly good, but replicating it poses challenges. There are many tastes in it that I cannot identify as spices. Understood. Step aside. Chu Yi leaned back on the chair, recalling the contents of the Prime Minister's letter. It forbade him from harming Chu Mo Han, demanded that he force them to go to the capital, and simultaneously uncover Xinyu's background. Of these tasks, only the first seemed simple, while the other two seemed impossible. If he wanted to force them to the capital, he would need to cut off their livelihood. Currently, due to treating the summer epidemic, the Shun and Chu families have nearly become gods in the eyes of the common people in Qingqing County, and Xinyu's businesses were thriving, taking away the profits of other shops. No matter what method he considered to drive away Chu Mo Han, it seemed utterly unachievable, unless he could open a miraculous store. But after tasting this bowl of spicy soup, Chu Yi instantly had an idea. Let's make the spicy soup. We'll fight them head on. If it comes to it, we'll start a price war. But right now, they don't have the recipe. This plan can't be carried out without it. Hey Yin, find someone. You must decipher Xinyu's secret formula for me. Any amount of money is acceptable. Do you understand? Understood, master, don't worry. I will do my best. In no time, it was already mid-afternoon. The servants were resting on the communal beds for their noon nap, and Xinyu had also left Xin Manor. Grandmother Xin quietly sneaked out of her room and approached the kitchen. They're still making spicy soup. This is perfect. Don't blame me, Mrs. Wu. This recipe doesn't belong to you anyway. Grandma Shun tiptoed nervously to Mrs. Wu's door while the thunderous snores from the neighboring house echoed nearby. Huff. Everyone is sleeping. Heaven favors me today. Fantastic. She stealthily slipped into the room and searched everywhere that might hide the secret recipe. Under the pillow, inside the drawers, at the bottom of cabinets. She turned everything upside down, but couldn't find a single trace of the note. This Mrs. Wu. She is way too cautious. Where on earth has she hidden that recipe? It's so infuriating. Just as she was rummaging through a corner cabinet, Mrs. Wu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Huff. So tired. From morning till now, I've made so many pots of spicy soup, and not a single one tastes anything like yours. Let me rest for a bit. I'm so sleepy. The moment Mrs. Wu finished speaking, she pushed open the door and walked in. Taking off her coat, Mrs. Wu slowly walked toward the wardrobe, causing Grandma Shun, who was hiding inside, to cover her mouth tightly in terror. Don't come over here. Please stay away. Her fear caused the veins on her forehead to bulge. If Xinyu found out, she would definitely kick her out of the house with one blow. As Mrs. Wu crouched down and prepared to open the closet, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock knock. Who is it? It's me, Aunt Wu. Your clothes are dry, so I brought them back for you. Seeing the servant handing over a blue hemp dress, Mrs. Wu smiled and lay down on the bed. Since this one's dry, I'll wear this. Grandma Shun let out a sigh of relief, deciding to wait until Mrs. Wu fell asleep deeply before leaving her hiding spot in the cabinet. Chapter 143, Lantern Fair. Mrs. Wu was utterly exhausted after stirring the spicy soup all morning and had fallen asleep soon after her head hit the pillow. There were faint snores, which Madame Shin listened to for a while before identifying them as Mrs. Wu's. Seeing this, Madame Shin gently opened the cabinet door to leave. She worried if Mrs. Wu would suddenly wake up. If she did and saw her, Xinyu would certainly kick her out. She knew the difference between being fed occasionally and always being well fed. As long as she could stay in the house, wouldn't she be able to uncover the secret of the recipe? When Madame Shun closed the cabinet door and was about to leave, a yellow piece of paper fell from the clothes on the cabinet door. Upon seeing it closely, her eyes lit up with excitement. It seemed identical to the paper Xinyu had given Mrs. Wu that day. Good. Truly an unexpected gain without much effort. Madame Shun smirked foolishly, ready to open the door when suddenly Mrs. Wu's voice came from behind her. Stop, Madame Shun. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her back went icy. She couldn't believe she was discovered at the last moment. Did she never have good luck? Not daring to think too much, she fell to her knees with a loud thud. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. Before she could speak, Mrs. Wu continued. Don't go? I still don't fully understand this spicy soup. Please teach me more. Madame Shun twitched her lips, sensing something amiss. Xinyu wasn't in the room. Was this woman talking in her sleep? She wiped her sweat-drenched forehead, patted the dust off her pants legs, and indeed saw Mrs. Wu's tightly shut eyes, furrowed brow, intense appearance. Truly speaking nonsense in her sleep. This isn't even yours to begin with. Why must you insist on grasping what's not yours? You're driving yourself crazy for nothing. Laughable. Madame Shun dared not linger longer and quickly left the room, fearing that Mrs. Wu might wake up if she dreamt of something horrifying. Meanwhile, Xinyu was in the front yard discussing the matter of incoming wealthy merchants with Chu and Mohan. Two rich merchants were already waiting at Zue Chun building. Let's go over there. These two are quite interested in the shop. They've rushed over immediately after tasting our offerings and found them delicious. We should be able to close the deal today. Chu and Mohan wore a warm smile, like spring breeze on his face. Behind him, Qin Feng, who had been soundly beaten by Chu and Mohan the previous night, now had a black eye and a look full of indescribable resentment, resembling a wronged wife. In that case, let's go? Let's make it quick so I can return early. Aunt Wu still has some details to master, and I need to help her again sooner rather than later. These two seem approachable and efficient in their dealings. They shouldn't take up much time. With that said, the three got onto the carriage, arriving at the tavern shortly after. Inside a secluded private room, two rich merchants dressed luxuriously paced anxiously around the room. I wonder if Miss Shin has arrived yet. The kebabs and braised meats were truly delightful. Jin Yao burst into cheerful laughter, thinking it was all good. What he favored was the cold drink shop. Once opened in Yu City, it would definitely cause a great sensation. Yesterday, he had practically bought every single type of cold drink available, finding each one astonishingly flavorful. The cuisine in Yu City hadn't seen changes in a long while. Bringing this back would surely attract those affluent young masters and ladies. Even selling a glass of peach Four Seasons spring tea for 500 coins could easily be achieved. Brother Chio, how about giving that cold drink shop some consideration? Chio Fa shook his head. The northern regions were cold year-round. Eating ice would be like wearing cotton clothes in summer. It'd be laughed off completely. Nah, no one in our area consumes cold drinks. Warm things suit us better. Jin Yao chuckled, tapping lightly on the table, exuding a touch of helplessness. Brother Chio, one must be agile in mind when doing business. Though called cold drinks, when heated with hot water and sugar cubes added, they taste just as good. What we're selling is the flavor and the novelty. Having heard earlier that Chio Fa was somewhat rigid in nature, today's meeting proved it true. What Brother Jean says does hold merit. I'll give it another try tomorrow. If it works out, we can open a branch. As the two conversed, the footsteps outside the door grew closer. Knock knock. Please enter. Chu and Mohan gently pushed the door open, and the two wealthy merchants hurried over. Their round eyes gleamed as they nodded continuously at Xinyu. Meeting you today, Miss Shen, proves you're truly an extraordinary youth. At such a young age, you create such delectable foods. Remarkable. Indeed. Everything in the shop, we've sampled and found it satisfactory. They showered Xinyu with endless compliments, making Chu and Mohan blush slightly. That's enough, both of you. Discuss matters related to the shop instead. Flattering are you until clouds and flowers appear won't get you any discounts. The two of them quickly shook their heads. Mr. Chu, you're mistaken. When I was the same age as Chio, I was still helping people drive horse carriages. Young lady Xinyu is truly impressive. Thank you for your kindness. My daughter is just lucky, thanks to Mr. Chu's help. Otherwise, her business would certainly not have developed so quickly. After some discussion, both men acquired the operating rights to the shops they desired. Unlike Tao Jiang, this time the Shun family's shop charged 3,000 taels. The two of them together requested the operating rights for 3 shops, totaling 9,000 silver taels. Thinking about all the wealthy merchants still on their way, Qin Feng felt a tightness in his brain. At this rate, there wouldn't be enough silver for young master to squander. After collecting the silver, Xinyu returned home and spent another 3 hours directing Mrs. Wu's practice with the spicy soup. The entire Shen household was now filled with the aroma of hot and sour soup. There's been a lot of improvement. Aunt Wu, this flavor is already quite good. From now on, it'll just be about maintaining it. Seeing the content smile on Shen Yu's face, Mrs. Wu let out a sigh of relief. She had finally not disgraced Xinyu. And when Xinyu stepped out of the room, Chu and Mohan approached her with a gentle smile. Did you forget that we're going to the lantern fair today? She sheepishly scratched her head. I really did forget. Chu and Mohan nonchalantly took her hand and walked towards the door. Let's go. It's not too late. It's at its liveliest right now. Xinyu smiled and nodded, leaning closer to Chu and Mohan. After being so busy in Qingshan County for such a long time, she indeed hadn't had the chance to see the local scenery. As they reached the street, everywhere was filled with playful children, their laughter ringing around them, lifting her spirits considerably. It's so lively here. Those lanterns are also so beautiful. Seeing Shun Yu's keen interest, Chu and Mohan led her to the flower lantern stalls. Rows of colorful and variously shaped lanterns dazzled Shin Yu's eyes, but in the end, she chose one shaped like a peony. What she needed most right now was money. If she didn't save up, when the day came to build the fort, she would surely be short on funds. Chu and Mohan, however, was quite the opposite. All he wished was for everyone to be safe and sound, healthy and peaceful. Chapter 144. Want to take away the secret recipe? Watching the two people chatting with smiles on their faces about where to place the lanterns, Qin Feng, who was bored out of his mind, also bought one. As they walked, the three of them arrived in front of their own shop. Fan Yinxue happily packed up the pastries. This was her first time seeing such a bustling scene. When they lived in the village, it was never this lively throughout the whole year. They gradually adapted to their new life here. Mother! Shen Yu's intimate shout reached her ears, and she quickly looked over. Mother, don't open the shop today. It's rare to come across such a lively lantern festival. Let's wander around together. We'll bring father and Bao Yu, Shiyu too. Fan Yinxue wanted to stroll around this festive lantern fair as well, but she cherished their current life more. Frankly, she felt that her current life was like a dream. Back in the mountains, having enough food and warmth was already a luxury. Now, after finally finding an easy way to make money, Fan Yinxue didn't want to rest for even a second. Never mind. You go ahead, Yor. Mother thinks staying in the shop is fine. Everyone likes our pastries. I'll stay here and guard the shop. Seeing her mother so resolute, Shen Yu didn't press further. When they passed by father's preserved meat shop, her father's behavior mirrored her mother's. Come on, Yor, let's go to Qian River. I've heard that many people are releasing floating lanterns, and there are singers dancing on boats. All right, the two, holding hands, headed forward. In a corner, Heibai stood in his place and lightly coughed. Come out, don't hide. Don't force me to act. Though brief, his words carried immense intimidation. Chui stepped out from the shadows with a smile, which made Heibai frown. What are you doing here? Heibai didn't quite understand why. If the Prime Minister had already sent him to protect Chu Imo Han, Chu Yi would be here. Heibai, no need to be alarmed. My coming naturally has meaning from Prime Minister. Now since Lord Chu remains in Qingxin County, Prime Minister isn't pleased. He wants you to immediately head towards the capital city. But sending just a letter will do. Why bother to send you? Speak your words frankly, no concealment needed. Heibai faintly sensed something amiss. Was there another unforeseen event? Before he left, the Prime Minister had only instructed him to safeguard Chu Imo Han's safety. Clever Heibai, my reason for finding you today is because I wish for you to cooperate with me to escort young Master Chu to the capital. His demeanor was calm, arms crossed in front of him. Your mission is yours alone. I haven't received any letters. I won't assist you. After saying this, Heibai intended to leave. Wait, Master Heibai? Do you not know that your entire family, including the maid Chuanxing you found, have been exiled? A mocking smirk graced Chu Yi's lips. Little did he know he'd just trodden on Heibai's forbidden line. Why? What crimes have my family committed to be exiled? Flames leapt in Heibai's eyes as his inner energy surged, shaking the handle of his sword with a resonant hum. Conspiracy with officials, irrefutable proof. His gaze hardened. It was all baseless slander. He knew black family affairs well. There wasn't a single person under his roof capable of such audacity. If you're willing to help me, I'll ensure their safety and peace. Otherwise, before he could finish, Heibai's sharp blade already pressed against his throat, fierce blade chi breaking the surrounding green bricks. Chu Yi felt a ring of cold steel encircle his throat. Should Heibai use even a little force, his life would be forfeit. Swish, swish, swish. All of a sudden, 4 or 5 burly men appeared in black attire with masks. You step aside. Combine were no match for him. Don't give away our position. The servants dared not disobey the order, slinked off into the darkness quietly. Master Heibai, you needn't lose temper. My offer is quite reasonable. It's merely lending me a helping hand. I'll protect the lives of your family members. Considering both ways, it's still a profit for you. Confident that Heibai wouldn't kill him, Chu Yi smirked wickedly. Leave. Heibai couldn't digest it at the moment. Why had everything turned this way suddenly? Chu Yi also knew Heibai's temperament. With a cold snort, he left. I'll give you a few days to think it over, Master Heibai. Seize this opportunity while it lasts. Tightly gripping the hilt of his blade, Heibai barely suppressed his murderous intent within. Yet deep inside, he regretted deeply saving Chuanxing, leading to her entanglement in this mess. Taking advantage when no one was home, old lady Shin secretly came again to the shabby house where Shenyang and the others lived, bringing the secret recipe. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Shenyang cautiously asked. It's me. Who else could it be? Mother, you've arrived so soon? Is there any good news? Shenyang laughed foolishly. Lately every night he dreamt of striking it rich. It seemed their hard times were almost over. Old lady Shin sighed and took out a pot of hot soup from her bosom. Try it. It tastes pretty good. These days are cold, so you can warm yourselves up after eating it. Shenyang was not one to be shy. He directly grabbed the pot of spicy soup from old lady Shun, dividing it into 4 bowls. He poured all the beef at the bottom of the bowls into his own. Old lady Shun was speechless. She had gone through great trouble to steal this secret recipe, not even taking time to eat herself, and managed to take so much spicy soup under Mrs. Wu's nose. In the end, she didn't get a single bite. Seeing Shenyang shamelessly picking up a piece of beef about to put in his mouth, Shin Shicheng, Shin Zhaodai, and Song Qinghua all silently swallowed their saliva. Smack! Old lady Shin slapped her son's hand back, and the beef dropped back into the bowl. Mother, what did you do that for? Shin Yang's lips turned white as he looked at old lady Shun, appearing almost pitiful. Previously, old lady Shun might have softened, but now she knew how unreliable her son could be and snatched the bowl away. She then distributed each slice of beef to her daughter-in-law and grandson, and even Shin Zhaodai, who she liked the least, got a piece. Ever since seeing Shun use newfound abilities, old lady Shin dared not underestimate Shin Zhaodia's potential. Don't be so selfish in everything you do. They are your flesh and blood. How dare you eat all the meat? Old lady Shin didn't care if her words were sharp. She was already tired of dealing with this son of hers. The 3 quietly ate the beef in their bowls. This was the best meal they'd had in quite some time. After eating, they felt warm and refreshed. Mother, is this spicy soup? It's really delicious. I feel warm all over after eating it, like I've gained energy. Xinyang restrained his excitement, leaning close to his mother and asked, Mother, did you get the secret recipe? Now we've got the capital. With the recipe, we'll surely make a fortune. Old Lady Shun proudly raised the corner of her mouth, taking out a yellow piece of paper from her bosom. What kind of person am I, for a secret recipe to stump me? Xinyang excitedly went over to grab it, but Old Lady Shun placed it back into her bosom. If you want the secret recipe, you must write me an IOU. Chapter 145. Did he call this ship? Xinyang's eyes narrowed, his face became rigid, and his mouth twitched violently. What did his mother mean by this? This was clearly implying that he was unfilial, and she wanted to draft an agreement, with his sons and daughters listening and his wife right there. Where would his dignity go now? He had originally planned to take the secret formula, then live well with his old lady, but now all he felt was endless hatred. What? Unwilling? Fine then, I'll keep this formula myself. When I'm kicked out of the Shun household by Shun Yu one day, relying on this secret formula, I can still eat well and drink well. With the secret formula in her hands, the old Madam Shun trampled her son's dignity underfoot, although she thought it was just to ensure her security when she grew old. Seeing that her son didn't react, old Madam Shun prepared to leave. Xinyang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, never expecting such a move from his mother. Song Qingyue sensed something was off, so she quickly pulled at his sleeve. Now they couldn't even get enough food to eat and had to rely on old Madam Shun's charity. Where was the dignity in that? They would do as they were told once they made money later. What difference would giving her a contract make? It would serve no purpose in the end anyway. Feeling her warm palm, Xinyang calmed down as well. Sir, what mother does is beyond reproach and within reason. After all, we were wrong last time. It's not surprising that she doesn't trust us. Song Qingyue gently tugged at his sleeve, her gentle expression mixed with a sense of humiliation for peace, which caused Xinyang to show a smile again. Indeed so, I was wrong before too. Mother, please proceed. I'll personally affix my handprint. Xinyang's attitude shifted by 180 degrees, making old Madam Shun grin smugly. Indeed, if you want filial sons, you must be useful to them. Before, she could exploit the eldest family's resources, and the second son obeyed her every command. Now it was the same. Without this recipe, she would likely mean nothing in her son's eyes. It isn't necessary for you to write any overly harsh conditions. If the spicy soup business takes off and your business prospers, shouldn't I get 3/10 of the profits? Upon hearing these words from old Madam Shun, Xinyang's previously smiling face turned dark again. How is that robbery? You're only giving the recipe, doing nothing else. Taking 3/10 of the profit? How easy you think getting that money will be? A vein popped up on Xinyang's forehead, and he wanted nothing more than to kick old Madam Shun out. As if sensing what Xinyang was thinking, Song Qingyue smiled and leaned close to him, whispering softly with lips pressed tightly. Dear, don't be stupid. This recipe is the foundation for our reversal of fortune. As long as we have this recipe, our lives can change. Giving 3/10 to mother isn't much. Grinding his teeth out of respect for his wife, Xinyang finally agreed. All right, 3/10 it shall be. That's final. Xinyang smoothly wrote out a contract using charcoal on paper. October 15th, written by Xinyang's own hand. After obtaining the recipe, Xinyang and Song Qingyue promised to give 3/10 of future profits as a token of respect to the elder mother. Additionally, they agreed to support her until the end of her days. Seeing this, old Madam Shun smiled satisfactorily, and Xinyang obediently pressed his handprint. Mother, are you satisfied now? Satisfied. Start arranging things quickly. The spicy soup shop will open in 2 more days. Xinyang nodded and saw old Madam Shun out of the room. Understood, you needn't worry about it. Everything is taken care of by me. Just wait patiently for your money. Slamming the rickety door shut, Xinyang cursed under his breath. Why did he have such an utterly shameless mother? Dear, let's be content. At least we got the recipe. We won't have to eat the things mother steals from the Chen family anymore. What's wrong with sharing some profits with her? Finishing her sentence, Song Qingyue leaned against his shoulder and gave a cunning smile. When we make money in the future, whether or not to share profits is entirely up to us, isn't it? Xinyang laughed and lied down on the straw, wrapping his arms around Song Qingyue. Not bad for being my wife, Xinyang's spouse. Truly wise. Ha ha ha. Hugging the secret recipe tightly in his arms, Xinyang closed his eyes with satisfaction, fantasizing about his small business thriving in just a few days' time. In the bustling marketplace, a gurgling stream carried lanterns of flame like flowers of different shapes drifting gently. The amber light illuminated Shun Yu's face, making her appear particularly delicate. Chu Mohan was mesmerized, gently touching Shin Yu's hair, and as Shin Yu looked up, she was struck by Chu Mohan's illuminated profile, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. This chiseled face was extraordinarily handsome, with hair flowing down his shoulders like black cascades, enhancing his mature charm significantly. Many women stopped nearby, unabashedly admiring Chu Mohan's breathtaking beauty. This lantern festival was not only to celebrate the harvest, but also to allow the boys and girls of Qingcheng County to bravely choose their preferred partners. Such an opportunity occurred only once a year, making it very precious. Many women gave the flower lanterns or sachets in their hands to Chu Mohan. Seeing the bashful expressions on the young ladies' faces, Shin Yu oddly felt a sense of crisis. At that moment, a luxurious small boat arrived at the nearby ferry dock. A well-dressed young master with a jade belt brought several ladies adorned in silk aboard the vessel. The ship was illuminated by numerous lanterns and flower lamps. The man embraced one of the ladies, while the rest danced gracefully with the wind on the deck, looking exceedingly carefree. Alas, if only someone could take me aboard to tour the beauty of this river, with dancers for company, indulging in joy. How enviable. Sister, if I could meet such a man in my life, I would have no regrets. The women gazed at the retreating boat, their envy still lingering. Sister, look. In the direction the woman pointed, a two-story extravagantly decorated large ship slowly approached. The surrounding light was dazzling, causing the onlookers to gasp in amazement. What a majestic ship! Whose handiwork it is remains unknown. But indeed, it has broadened our horizons. Whoever can get on that ship will surely admire the most beautiful night scenery of River Chine. It's not just about getting on. Even if they invited me to dance aboard, I'd feel it's worth living. The woman looked at the dozens of dancers on one level of the shipboard and stood rooted to the spot in awe. Too extravagant. Dozens of dancers. And leading them is Miss Ling Yu. What a rare grand gesture. Mr. He, you underestimate this young master. Since Miss Ling Yu came to our Qingqing County, this must be her first public appearance. Xin Yu found the name familiar, as though she had heard it somewhere before. Then Chu Mohan lightly opened his thin lips, gently clapped his hands, and the large ship sailed slowly toward him. The crowd watched Chu Mohan incredulously. Was this ship called by him? Chapter 146, Lantern Fair. Whose young master is this? So wealthy and handsome. It's truly rare. A nearby woman was almost drooling. You don't even recognize him? Isn't he the young master of our county magistrate Chu's family? He's really extraordinary. Such a large ship must cost a lot of silver. I doubt Magistrate Chu's salary would be enough to rent it. The envy in their tone could be felt from afar. Stop being jealous already. If they can freely distribute so many supplies, they obviously have plenty of money. His uncle is the prime minister. Countless wealthy merchants vie for his favor. What's one ship compared to that? After these words were spoken, the onlookers finally fell silent. Indeed, there are people who cannot afford this kind of ship from birth until death, while others are born with such luxuries. The boat slowly docked at the shore, and the servants on board busily set up the ladder, standing respectfully beside it. Let's go? We'll slowly admire the beautiful scenery along the banks of the Qin River while seated on the boat. Chu Mohan held Shun Yu's delicate hand and elegantly stepped onto the boat. The attendants and dancers bowed respectfully, making Shun Yu feel a bit shy. Following Chu Mohan upstairs and sitting in the chair, she discovered how good the view was from the second floor. She could see vendors calling out on the street, families exchanging heartfelt words, and couples cuddling under the willow trees. With the sound of singing and dancing, Shun Yu leaned against Chu Mohan, vaguely feeling a hedonistic happiness. She thought to herself, when she builds her own fortress, she wants to be happy every day like this. Surviving cautiously all her life in the apocalypse, she had to flee to Qin country due to famine. Always thinking of the people, she must admit it was quite exhausting. Taking some time to relax wouldn't be excessive. After all, a person's life is so short. How do you find the surrounding scenery, Chu Mohan handed over a wine glass, his face filled with a gratified smile. Seeing the smile on Yunur's face, he felt everything he did was worth it. The scenery is beautiful, but compared to you, it pales in comparison. Splash. Xin Yu drank the strong liquor in one gulp, her smile brighter. She didn't realize Chu Mohan's face was red to the tips of his ears. Who would have thought his impeccable reputation in this lifetime would be flirted away by Yur? He felt somewhat buffoon, unwilling, deciding to take back the upper hand someday. Yur, this wine is quite potent, drink less of it. Later we're going to release lanterns on the river. But after saying that, Chu Mohan still refilled Xin Yu's cup. She smiled slightly, pointing to some street performers doing fire-breathing tricks. It's really good. These street performers work hard too. In the future, our Yuqing will also have them. What? Yuqing? Chu Mohan furrowed his brows, watching Xin Yu laughing heartily. He felt there must be something significant about this place. We're just transitioning in Qingqing County. Once we make enough money, we'll go to the capital. I'll help you seek revenge and establish a city where everyone can live in peace and harmony, united and supportive. Listening to Shun Yu's description, Chu Mohan knew achieving this goal wouldn't be easy. No wonder you were worked so hard to make money. Don't worry, I'm in charge of business. We'll make enough money soon. Chu Mohan spoke with authority in matters of business. Alright, then we'll have a few babies, watching them grow every day. Mentioning children moved Xin Yu. She hadn't experienced the care and love of parents. If she ever had children, she wouldn't let them leave her side. Chu Mohan nodded, hugging Xin Yu as he looked at the stars above. Qin Feng knew the moment had come, using a small boat to send the dancers and boatmen away, quietly anchoring the big boat in the river. I'll leave now. You two enjoy your alone time. Before leaving, Qin Feng dragged He Bai along, who remained uncharacteristically silent, looking even colder than before. He Bai, what's wrong with you? Your face is pale, are you sick? He Bai's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His icy stare made Qin Feng feel a hint of danger. What's wrong with this guy? He was fine in the morning. When are we returning to the capital? These words came out almost word by word. Qin Feng felt He Bai had something hidden. We should be soon, maybe after the new year? Still, it depends on what Master thinks. If you have things to handle, you can return first. Master has no immediate danger now. One promise is a lifetime commitment, I won't return. After speaking, He Bai left on his own accord, moving so fast that Qin Feng couldn't catch up. What's gotten into this guy? Is he too bored? Has his brain broken? Qin Feng shook his head and disappeared into the woods. He couldn't go too far, as he still had to return the boat early the next morning. On the ship's cabin, Xin Yu lay in Chu Mohan's arms, feeling a bit more at ease. Mohan, Look at those twinkling stars in the sky. Each one is so beautiful, like human eyes, sparkling beautifully. They really are nice. Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind rushed in, bringing with it a dark cloud that completely obscured the starry sky. Raindrops from the heavens fell down abundantly, as if they were free for the taking. The two hurried downstairs to the cabin, already soaked to the bone. How about I light a fire to dry your clothes? There don't seem to be any extra clothes on this ship. Shin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Light a fire on a wooden ship? It's no big deal. Sometimes getting drenched in the rain can be pretty good. She gently combed her wet hair, its faint fragrance wafting into Chu and Mohan's nostrils. Their eyes locked, and suddenly Shun Yu surged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. With such beautiful scenery, we should celebrate with some fine wine. Her deep voice lingered in Chu and Mohan's ear as he carried her to the table. The heavy rain pounded outside, huge raindrops splashing onto the water surface causing bubbles to rise. The thunder roared loudly. Even the two-story-tall wooden ship swayed uncontrollably at this moment. The rain poured all night, finally stopping its motion and resting calmly on the water just before dawn. Achoo! Qin Feng stepped out of the forest, tightening his coat. Caught off guard by last night's sudden downpour, he would have lost body heat and frozen to death had he not found a cave. Jumping aboard the ship, Qin Feng efficiently hoisted the sail, smoothly bringing the two back to Qingxin County. Master, several wealthy merchants have arrived again. When do you have time? Shall we meet them? Chu Mohan was in high spirits, feeling refreshed after being drenched in the rain, wishing it would rain for several more days and nights. That'll be tonight then. I'll take you along. Yes. Seeing Master's noble demeanor, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, unsure whether or not he should tell him about Hey by and by. Chapter 147, Chu Yi's Scheme. On a bustling street, a familiar figure appeared in front of Shun Yu. She chuckled softly and wanted to go over for a closer look, but was stopped by Chu Mohan. Try this bun again, it's really good. Thin skin, thick filling. After the storm last night, Shun Yu was indeed quite hungry, so she didn't bother with the man who looked exactly like Shin Yang. On another street, Shin Yang was holding 2 taels of silver, finally managing to buy a suitable cart. However, as he passed by a wine shop, his cravings got the better of him, and after much deliberation, he walked in. Master, are you here for a meal or to stay? The waiter saw Shin Yang's ragged clothes and messy hair that hadn't been washed for days. His mood instantly plummeted, and his smile vanished. To eat. Bring me a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts. Shin Yang licked his lips, as if he hadn't had a proper meal in ages. The waiter was somewhat worried that this guy might be coming for a free meal and hesitated where he stood. Seeing this, Shin Yang frowned unhappily and immediately took out 20 coins, slapping them onto the table. What's wrong? Do you think I can't afford it? Bring me my food and drink right now. Don't look down on people with your dog eyes. Seeing the money, the waiter quickly smiled and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, master, I didn't mean that. It's just that I didn't get enough rest yesterday. Please forgive me. At that moment, a dapper young master entered, wearing an emerald brocade green robe and a white jade hat embroidered with golden diamond patterns. The waiter grinned broadly and hurriedly approached. Chu young master, you found time to come to our humble shop for tea today? Shall we use room number 1? Bring me a fine pot of tea today. I'll be discussing big business shortly. The waiter respectfully bowed deeply, wanting to kneel down right then and there. By the way, remember to take care of my horse properly. Make sure it gets the best hay. With these words, Chu Yi tossed 2 pieces of broken silver coins to the waiter. There were at least 3 taels. Shin Yang frowned, not expecting such extravagance from a wealthy person. Feeding some hay to a horse would cost no more than 10 coins. All the rest was tip money. No wonder the waiter looked down on him. He only had this much disposable silver left, and he hadn't tipped the waiter yet. Master, here's your wine and a plate of peanuts. Please enjoy slowly. The waiter enthusiastically placed the dishes next to Shun Yang, who then tapped on the table, gesturing for the waiter to sit down. Who was that young master downstairs just now? So generous with his money. Why have I never seen him before? Seeing Shun Yang's naive expression, the waiter had yet to open his mouth when a disdainful and arrogant look already spread across his face. You don't know Chu young master? A famous merchant. Rumor has it he plans to open several shops in our Qingxin County, buying up many shops at high prices. Hearing this, Shin Yang tightly gripped the secret recipe of hula tang hidden in his sleeve. This hula tang could make a fortune. If he cooperated with this Chu young master, wouldn't they make even more money? It would be much better than opening a small stall. No need to endure wind and sun. This way, he, his wife, son, and daughter could all live comfortably without worrying about food or clothing. With a smile on his lips, Shin Yang drank 2 cups of wine in one gulp and gathered his courage to walk toward the upstairs private room. He believed in himself based on the secret recipe for hula tang. He firmly believed that with this recipe in hand, the world was his. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, Chu Yi heard the knocking sound, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a trace of a smile on the corner of his lips. So quick to bite the hook. A servant beside him chuckled and nodded, retreating behind the screen. In fact, all of this was deliberately staged by Chu Yi, all for deceiving the secret recipe out of Shin Yang's hands. Chu Yi went through great lengths to find out this secret from the servants he had secretly planted in the Shun household. When the secret recipe disappeared early this morning, the Shin residence nearly turned upside down. After much consideration, according to various intelligence reports, Chu Yi deduced that the most likely person to have stolen the recipe was Old Lady Shun, which meant the recipe was most likely currently in Shun Yang's possession. Come in. Upon seeing Shin Yang, Chu Yi glanced at him critically. Who are you? Aren't you the one sitting downstairs earlier? What do you want with me? Chu Yi remained very calm, picking up the teacup and shaking it gently, the aroma of the tea blending perfectly with the unique incense inside the room, further convincing Shenyang that Chu Yi could bring him wealth. I hear that young Master Chu has bought several shops to conduct business. I have a recipe here. Would you be interested in taking a look? Chu Yi's heart surged with excitement. He couldn't believe the recipe was really in his possession. He appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, he was extremely excited. If he could outdo Chu Moan, forcing them back to the capital no matter the cost, it would be worth it. Oh, judging by your attire and appearance, you don't seem to be someone who does business. Could your ancestors have been imperial chefs in the palace? Seeing Chu Yi's mistrust and the doubts evident in his eyes, Shenyang hurriedly explained. Young Master Chu, you may not know me yet. My name is Shenyang. Shenyang? What nonsense. What are you worth? Do you think you're qualified to do business with our young master? Get out now, or I'll break your legs. Just as Shenyang had anticipated, upon hearing the surname Shun, a flicker of interest lit up in Chu Yi's otherwise disinterested eyes. The servant was just about to take action when Chu Yi coughed lightly. Stop. Yes, young master. Leaning back in his chair with a folding fan in hand, Chu Yi gestured toward a stool beside him. Shenyang chuckled and sat down, eagerly awaiting Chu Yi's response. Do you have any connection to the Shun family since you share their surname? I am Shun Yu's second uncle. We belong to the same family. Hearing this, the servant gasped and covered her mouth, her face tinged with remorse. This unexpected reaction gave Shenyang more confidence, and he straightened his back proudly. Are you no longer part of the family? If you were originally related, why didn't you seek help from Miss Shinyu? As far as I know, she has been quite successful in business. Why would you bother me instead? Could she have sent you here to trick me? His tone shifted abruptly, and Chu Yi's expression turned menacing. The servant nearby grabbed a weapon, ready to throw Shenyang out. No. Impossible. Our family split a long time ago. Her success is all due to the grace of our ancestors. Chu Yi threw his head back in laughter and stood up to help the frightened Shenyang, who had collapsed onto the floor. Brother Shen, next time it's better to say everything at once. No need to wheeze like that. From what you're saying, could it be that you also have some food secret recipe in your hands? His unmasked greed made Shenyang feel comfortable, lowering all his defenses. Yes, it's a soup. The flavor is excellent, perfect for selling in autumn and winter. If you don't believe me, I can make it for you to try. You'll love it. Chu Yi had already tasted it before. He was only one step away from obtaining the recipe. He needed to proceed with caution, or else all his preparation would be wasted. No need. The taste managed by Miss Shun is indeed superb. You look honest and simple, and I trust you. Tell me, how much silver are you asking for this recipe? Chapter 148. This girl. Not simple. Shin Yu's sale of the shop operating rights was something Shenyang also knew about. If the operating rights for one shop could be sold for 2,000 taels, then selling his secret recipe for the same price seemed reasonable too. Spicy soup secret recipe. This is the price. Shenyang held up 2 fingers to signal, and a servant laughed lightly before placing a 200 silver note on the table. The silver note is here. Hand over the secret recipe, and you can leave. Looking at the 200 taels of silver on the table, he shook his head firmly. I didn't say 200 taels, I said 2,000 taels. Servant. Is this guy out of his mind for money? Chu Yi wasn't surprised, but 2,000 taels wasn't a small sum either. There's no way it would be handed over to Shenyang so easily. 2,000 taels. Once we buy the secret recipe, this spicy soup will have nothing to do with your family Shin anymore. Before the words had even finished echoing, Shenyang shook his head again. Chu young master, I haven't finished my sentence yet. In addition to these 2,000 taels, I want 10% of the profits. Isn't that fair? Seeing Shun An's greedy look, the servant wished he could just cut him down. He really took this recipe as some kind of great treasure. Chu Yi gave a cold laugh and thought Shun An was insatiable. Originally, he planned to give him 2,000 taels and send him away, but who would have guessed that this guy still wouldn't be satisfied? Alright, I can give you 10% profit share. The shop could earn or lose. If it earns, you take 10%. If it loses, you bear 10%. That's only fair, right? Shin An initially wanted to refuse. Any deal that could lead to loss was something he absolutely couldn't accept. But upon second thought, how could this spicy soup possibly incur losses? With its amazing taste, it would attract the entire city's residents to come try it. There was simply no way this could end in losses. That guy must be bluffing, thinking I'd be afraid to agree, right? Alright, I agree. Chu Yi smiled happily and personally drafted an agreement. Both parties quickly signed their seals. Then Chu Yi handed Shenyang the silver note worth 2,000 taels. Holding the silver note, Shenyang felt surreal. 2,000 taels. That's exactly 2,000 taels. Enough for him to live leisurely and happily forever. He decided to do everything he had dared not attempt before. Now he was rich. After Shenyang left, everyone rushed over urgently. 2,000 taels. It already exceeded their budget for purchasing the formula. At this rate, how could they possibly compete on price with Shinyu? Don't worry. This fool's money will definitely return to us eventually. Chu Yi tapped the agreement with his fan, and everyone realized that Chu Yi had left a huge trap for Shenyang. This Shenyang obviously didn't know they bought the spicy soup recipe to knock down Shinyu, naturally intending to sell at a loss-making price. By then, the 2,000 taels would be nowhere near enough. Brilliant strategy, young master. This way, isn't it like we got the recipe without spending any money? Ha. Alright, today has been delightful. Feel free to order whatever you fancy. I'm treating. Unbeknownst to Chu Yi at that moment, Shenyang had also left him a large trap. The spicy soup shop Chu-yi had prepared beforehand was none other than directly across from Luo Mountain Small Restaurant. With the recipe in hand, Chu-yi arrived in great pomp at the shop, calling the chef and preparing the signage for opening day tomorrow. On the other side, Xinyu was busy with her own preparations for the opening. Mrs. Wu was nearly driven to illness by losing the secret recipe. After much persuasion from Xinyu, she finally snapped out of her dejected state. However, after arriving at the shop, both Xinyu and Mrs. Wu furrowed their brows when they noticed the spicy soup sign hanging across the street. What does this mean? She coolly patted Mrs. Wu's arm. Aunt Wu, don't get upset, let them open. This is actually quite straightforward. It seems this person has targeted me specifically. It has little to do with you. Even if you hadn't lost it yesterday, you'd probably lose it later anyway. We shouldn't fear being robbed, but being continuously watched by someone else. After finishing her statement, Xinyu sent Aunt Wu back inside to start preparing the spicy soup. From the very moment the plaque was hung, an unspoken war had begun. Inside the Chu family's spicy soup shop, the chef eagerly approached Chu-yi waiting for the spicy soup recipe. Chu-yi dusted off his sleeves and pulled out a yellow paper mysteriously. Here, take it. I hope you won't disappoint me. The chef had already tasted the flavor of the spicy soup. He roughly guessed the ingredients involved and had a rough idea of the cooking method. But no matter how many pots he cooked, the taste never came close to Xunyu's creation. With confidence, he opened the paper, only to find it completely blank. Nothing on it. Master, what is this? The chef's expression was rather complex, thinking his young master was playing tricks on him. Chu-yi suddenly became nervous and hurriedly snatched back the paper. Focused only on getting the recipe quickly, he completely forgot to check it. What a great move by Xinyang. He actually dared to deceive me. Chu-yi kicked over a stool nearby, and all the servants in the room were terrified. Get someone. Bring Xinyang back to me. I'd like to see how capable he really is, daring to deceive me like this. Once Chu-yi calmed down, he realized something was off. Based on Xinyang's usual cowardly and money-grabbing nature, there was no way he could pull off such acting skills. Could it be that after getting his hands on the recipe, he never even bothered to check it? Xinyu sat in her house, carefully observing the commotion across the street. She couldn't stop smiling. If everything went as she had planned, the person who sold the secret recipe would soon be brought back. Sure enough, not long after, a familiar figure was dragged into the shop. She glanced at Xinyang and let out a cold laugh. What happened earlier wasn't her imagination, it was real. Now, everything made perfect sense. You traitorous, old woman Shun. How dare you betray me like this? You came here for debt repayment, but instead, you stole my secret recipe. A chill gleam appeared in Xinyu's eyes, causing the air around her to grow icy, forming faint white fog. When Xinyang first got the silver note, he exchanged it for some coins to visit the Yi Hanyuan brothel. He hired a girl he liked, and while enjoying her beautiful Guzheng music, 3 big men suddenly barged in and dragged him to the Chu family spicy soup shop. Master Chu, what's the meaning of this? We just settled the deal. You pressed your fingerprint on the agreement. How can you go back on it now? Xinyang sounded angry. Though he was kneeling on the ground, his spirit remained undaunted. I bet ever since you obtained the recipe, you haven't even opened it to take a look, right? What do you mean? Of course, I didn't have time yet to check it. But I swear what I gave you was absolutely genuine. I did nothing wrong with it. Chu-yi threw the secret recipe onto the ground and examined it closely. It turned out to be completely blank. Not a single word on it. No, this can't be possible. How could this happen? Xinyang collapsed to the floor, feeling utterly hopeless as he clutched the blank piece of paper in his hand, wishing there was a crack in the ground to swallow him up. My dear mother, you're going to ruin me completely. Just then, behind him, a familiar laugh echoed through the room. Oh, so it's Uncle Tu from before. Next time if you want the recipe, why not ask me directly? There's no need to send Grandma to steal it, right? Without warning, Xinyu appeared silently behind a group of skilled warriors, making their foreheads break out in nervous sweat. This girl, not an ordinary one at all. Chapter 149, Total Defeat. Xinyang looked at Xunyu with astonishment. How had she sneaked up on him like this? Could it be that this was a trap she and Chui had set for him? He was starting to panic. He'd already spent more than 10 liang of silver, and even if he were killed, there's no way he could pay it back. Chu, he let out a laugh. Please sit down, Miss Shun. We're practically neighbors, so there's no need to be so confrontational. Looking at the shameless man in front of her, Xinyu felt that dealing with someone like this would require unconventional methods. You're really shameless, aren't you? But I didn't expect the secret recipe you paid such a high price for would turn out to be just a blank sheet of paper, did you? Xinyu shrugged and smirked coldly, her face filled with mockery. Miss Shun is joking. It's merely 2,000 liang, after all, and what I bought isn't exactly waste paper. It's just a lesson, that's all. Oh, Xinyu blinked her eyes, looking curiously at Chu-yi. Merely 2,000 liang? Looks like this young sir must be extremely wealthy, richer than a country. Seeing Xun Yu's sly expression laced with a bit of envy, Chu-yi somehow felt a sense of superiority over her. I'm not worthy, but this amount of money I can afford. Chu-yi was unwilling to lose the upper hand in his first clash with Xinyu. Though his expression showed satisfaction, his heart was boiling with anger. If you like my secret hot pepper soup recipe so much, I can sell it to you. What do you say? Xun Yu's eyelashes fluttered like stars, her pink lips slightly parting to reveal white teeth, making her appear incredibly sincere. He recoiled in fear by a step, unsure of her motives. Clearly aware that he was trying to sabotage her business, yet she still wanted to sell him the secret formula? What kind of trickery was this? Chu-yi thought there must be deception involved, but he couldn't figure out where. Xinyang slowly turned his head like a dumb donkey, thinking Shun Yu was absolutely crazy. Was she addicted to selling recipes? Why on earth would she sell it to the people who opened a store right across from them? She must have gone mad with greed. In this urgent situation, Chu Yi could only force himself to respond bravely to Shun Yu's proposal. Since Miss Shun is willing, why wouldn't I oblige? Speak up then, what price are we talking about? She tilted her head with a faint smile, and even the nearby onlookers noticed an aura of cunning coming off her. 4,000 liang. The crowd. Chu Yi. Wasn't she clearly nothing but a deceitful merchant? Just as Chu Yi was about to refuse, Shin Yu grabbed his arm. Think carefully before speaking. This opportunity only comes once. If you let it slip, it will be gone forever. Seeing Shun Yu's triumphant grin made Chu Yi somewhat infuriated. He was always the one playing the role of superiority over others. How could it be that someone else was questioning him and forcing him to make choices now? But remembering the Prime Minister's orders, Chu Yi gritted his teeth and forced a smile through his growing rage. I'll buy the recipe. Miss Shun, please write it down. One of his servants brought out ink and paper, but Shin Yu shook her head and smiled. Chu Yi frowned angrily, his clenched fingers turning pale. What does this mean? Is she messing with me? Then, Shin Yu took out a small fire stick from her bosom and lightly smoked the blank sheet. Immediately, dense black words appeared on the seemingly empty paper. All the spectators almost choked on their own blood. So, the paper actually contained this hidden secret. Just a few puffs of smoke revealed it. 4,000 liang. Chu Yi was practically bleeding internally. The Prime Minister had said they could go to any lengths to force Chu Imohan back to the capital, but he also had to make sure his accounts looked decent. Otherwise, he would appear completely incompetent, which might affect his future opportunities. What are you standing around for? Where's the banknote? Chu Yi's face turned ashen green, as though he had eaten something foul. Give it to her. Yes. Before leaving, she waved 4 pieces of banknotes worth 1,000 liang each in front of Xinyang and Chu Yi. Thank you, uncle, for your cooperation, or I wouldn't have earned this money so easily. With those words, Shin Yu laughed and left, leaving everyone else in the room glaring daggers at Xinyang. Their eyes burned with hate, as if ready to tear him apart. No, don't listen to Shin Yu's nonsense. We split our family long ago. I have no relation to her. And regarding this recipe business, I truly know nothing. Crash. A large cleaver suddenly pressed against Xinyang's neck, his mouth instantly freezing, unable to utter another word. Do you still have the right to talk? No more excuses. Today, your death is inevitable. The burly man grabbed Xinyang by the collar and dragged him towards the back courtyard, preparing to end his life with a single cut. Chu young master. Spare me. I swear I had no idea. Shin Yu deliberately targeted me to screw you over. If you kill me, you'll fall right into her trap. That's enough. Chu Yi sat in his chair, massaging his temples, not believing that his first battle with Shun Yu would end in such a crushing defeat. Put him down, don't scare him to death. Xinyang leaned heavily against the chair, panting for breath and not knowing how to describe his current mood. Xinyang, you shouldn't feel I'm making things difficult for you. We just spent 4,000 liang on the secret recipe. 10% is 400 liang, so you should cough it up, right? How could he dare hesitate? He quickly pulled out a 400 liang banknote from his robe and handed it over to the servant beside him. 400 liang. It was absolutely worth it if it would save his life. You're still honest. Rest assured, once this shop starts making money, I'll definitely give you your 10%. That's great. Thank you very much, young Master Chu. But, can I go back now? My family is waiting for me. Xinyang pleaded weakly, fearing any unexpected changes. If he could smoothly return to the dilapidated house, he'd grab his son, daughter, and wife and immediately leave Qingqing County, never coming back. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you, don't even think about running away, or I won't know where to send the money. And if they find you first and hurt you, there's nothing I can do. Seeing Chu Yi's sinister smile, Xinyang regretted everything. Why had he ever thought to sell the formula to this man? If only he'd sold it somewhere else, none of this would have happened. Meanwhile, the head chef was now holding the secret recipe, but was puzzled, as many of the spices listed in it were completely unfamiliar to him. He wasn't sure whether they were even available for sale. Young master, there are so many seasonings here that I've never heard of before. What should we do? Well, then buy them. Do I have to answer such a basic question? Get out of my sight. Chu Yi was enraged, unaware that he was being lured step by step into Shun Yu's trap. Back at the store, Shun Yu and Chu Imohan ascended to the second floor to savor some tea. Smelling the aroma of the tea, Shun Yu felt incredibly pleased with herself. It seems like we've made quite a bit of profit again this time. My lips are practically touching the clouds. Chu Imohan carefully peeled an apple for Shun Yu while sending Qin Feng to investigate Chu Yi's background. Another 4,000 liang earned. What a fool, thinking he could compete with me without knowing his own limitations. Shun Yu glanced towards the dried goods store nearby, where Li Xian sat in front of the door, gazing at the sky above. Chapter 150, the shop opens. The master chef walked into Li's dry vegetable shop. Upon entering, he saw that the shopkeeper was just a kid and was about to leave. However, noticing that all the seasonings were available inside, he casually asked a question. Young man, does your shop have black pepper powder, ginger powder, 13 spices, and chicken essence? Of course, we surely do. Li Xian hastily got up from his chair and approached the chef. You look like you really know what you're talking about. You know so many rare seasonings. I worked hard to buy these seasonings from the western regions. They are very precious. A few days ago, some Miss Surname Shin came here and almost bought all of my seasonings. Seeing that the child in front of him looked honest and not likely lying, the chef began to feel some urgency. Without these seasonings, how can one make spicy soup? Should I buy all these seasonings? So how much seasoning do you still have? Take me to see. Arriving at the warehouse, Li Xian pointed to the several large hemp bags of seasonings in the corner, and the chef furrowed his brow. How much for this price? If the price is reasonable, I'll take them all. Do you need so much? It will cost quite a bit of money. These seasonings were expensive to acquire. On average, they cost 20 coins per liang. The chef winced when hearing the price. 20 coins per liang was indeed quite expensive, but without these seasonings, there would be no way to make the spicy soup. In the end, buying these seasonings cost exactly 50 taels. After buying them, Li Xian then ordered someone to move several more bags of seasonings from the adjacent warehouse. To compete with Sister Xinyu, you need this kind of strategy. Li Xian smiled as he walked out of the warehouse and lay back on the lounge chair outside. This time, with the help of these ingredients, the spicy soup produced by the Chu family finally had the right numbing and spicy flavor, even making Chu think it might surpass Xinyu during their opening competition. Just this taste. Tomorrow will definitely beat Xinyu without giving them a chance. The chef hesitated before speaking. Young master, how much should we sell each bowl of spicy soup for? 7 coins. After all, the materials are expensive, and there's beef inside. The cost is indeed not low. Chu Yi, having spent years in business, had a solid grasp on profit control. After calculating, he figured that this way, he'd make roughly 2 coins of profit per bowl. Good. Let's set the price at 7 coins. Everyone was satisfied with this price, feeling sure that Xunyu's side couldn't offer such a low price, considering their high costs. Their own shop didn't spend much money after all, so there wasn't much rental pressure. Miss Shun, tomorrow is your opening day. We will definitely support you. That's right. Miss Shin has been so good to us. We must support her. The vigilant commoners noticed that across the street, another spicy soup shop opened, which instantly riled them up. How dare they open a competing business right across? Truly shameless. This must be a wealthy merchant from another place, daring to compete with Miss Xinyu. Quite audacious indeed. Everyone come early tomorrow. The prepared spicy soup is limited, and there's also an opening event. First come, first served. Xunyu's warm voice was like a little stove in the cold night. Everyone felt warm and comfortable all over after hearing it. Don't worry, Miss Shun, we'll come before dawn tomorrow. Seeing the people's support for Xinyu, Chu Mohan smiled slightly. You truly has a special charm. Wherever she goes, people love her. The next day arrived quickly. Overnight, the battle between Shin family and Chu family's spicy soup spread throughout Qingqing County, even becoming a bet project in gambling houses. Lu, do you think Miss Shun can beat the rich merchant Chu? This person is a famous rich businessman from the capital. The man puckered his lips, shaking his head, clearly intrigued by the business battle. Who knows? Have you heard about beating experts with chaotic punches? Often, the ones most people don't bet on are the ones who bring miracles. The man chuckled, stroking his goatee. Dressed in plain blue clothes, he looked rather ethereal. Indeed, yesterday he bet 10 taels of silver on Xinyu. How could he say discouraging words about Xinyu? What Wu brother said is indeed true. Recently, Miss Shun has revived our Qingqing County. I've heard that many wealthy merchants travel long distances to purchase the operating rights of her shop. Such opportunities are hard to come by in any dynasty. Indeed, Miss Shun is truly extraordinary. Let's go? Let's drink spicy soup. We waited so long yesterday and couldn't get in the queue. Sigh, I wonder if it's too late now. In front of Zheng'er Street, the lanterns in front of the shops flickered on and off, lighting up the path ahead. The moon was still high in the sky. Halfway down the road, a crowd could be seen blocking the way. What's going on here? Lao Lu rubbed his forehead, thoroughly confused as he stared at the long line before him. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get in line. Everyone's here to buy spicy soup. The first pot has already sold out. Miss Shun said that anyone not lining up properly will be shoved aside. As soon as those words were spoken, they saw a man in black drag another man out from the front. I've warned you all, no cutting in line. Otherwise, expect the same treatment as him. Qin Feng's voice boomed like thunder across everyone's chests. There really is someone keeping watch, murmured one man in surprise. A massive queue had formed into 2 dragon-like lines, and upon closer inspection, both were relatively equal in length, but clearly Xun Yu's side had more people. So many people. Looks like everyone loves this spicy soup. Suddenly, the sound of drums and gongs came from the front, snapping everyone out of their drowsiness. Thank you all for coming today. Our Shun family spicy soup is now officially open for business. To thank everyone, we've prepared a special raffle. For each bowl of spicy soup purchased, you'll receive a lottery ticket. Winners will be announced at closing time tonight, and each winner gets 10 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into applause and admiration. Incredible. Miss Shun is so generous. I'm going to join her line too. 10 taels of silver. I want that too. In an instant, 1/3 of Chu family's queue deserted to Shun's line. Seeing this, Chu Yi frowned deeply. He hadn't expected Xinyu to have such tricks up her sleeve. It doesn't stop here. Listen carefully everyone. We're also launching a savings program. If you deposit over 10 taels of silver, every visit earns you free pickled vegetables. And there are discounts on deposits. Check the wooden board in front for details. How about that? Discounts and even free pickles. Now I want to go to Shin's place. Even the shills Chu Yi brought couldn't resist switching to Shin's line. Let's go? Shin's place has too many perks. Plus, we've heard that Chu's spicy soup isn't very good anyway. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone left Chu's line. The initially evenly matched queues were now vastly different in size. Well done, Xinyu. So many preparations. I see you're set on competing with me until the bitter end. Chapter 151, Strategy Within a Strategy. Looking at the disparity between the two teams, Chu Yi became increasingly anxious. This was the first official clash since the grand opening, and he could not afford to lose too badly. Otherwise, how would he do business moving forward? Go finding more people, no matter the cost. I must project an image of success. Chu Yi clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Shun Yu across the way, who had a beaming, carefree smile on her face. 5 coins per bowl, you won't regret it. Let me save up some money first. Depositing 5 taels of silver allows me to eat 5 bowls for free. It's such a great deal. I'll deposit 10 taels. The free pickles look pretty good too. They should pair well with the spicy pepper soup. Seeing the prices on Shun Yu's signboard, Chu Yi just couldn't figure it out. The spicy pepper soup, which almost costs 5 coins in production expenses, Shun Yu was selling for only 5 coins. She clearly intended to go head-to-head with him. Da Cheng, change our price of spicy pepper soup to 4 coins. And have the hired customers act enthusiastic. We must surpass Shun Yu. Yes, sir. The revised price boards were hung outside, and quite a few people exclaimed in surprise. Great, 1 bowl of spicy pepper soup is now 4 coins. That's incredibly cheap. The taste is also excellent. Very refreshing. And affordable. Those nearby heard this, and were somewhat startled in their hearts. On the very first day, they were already engaging in a price war? There were many ordinary people in the crowd, not carrying much money, so saving even 1 coin held considerable appeal. Saving 1 coin per bowl means saving 10 coins on 10 bowls. Many quietly left Shun Yu's queue, but not too many, as many others had specifically come for Shun Yu. Master, we've attracted quite a number of people. Looks like lowering the price does work. A servant took credit smugly, yet Chu Yi let out a silent sigh. What do you understand? Lowering the price by 1 coin has already started losing money, and there are so few people here because they're all coming for Shun Yu. That girl is something else, so precise in her understanding of profit margins. He knew this situation was unsustainable and urgently pushed. Hurry up and find those shills. Even if we lose money, we must demonstrate our strength and competitiveness to them. Yes, sir. Hu De-chung led a few men strolling down the street. As dawn had yet to break, where could they find people? They could only rely on luck. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Imo-han had already prepared a surprise for them. The previous evening, Shun Yu had foreseen Chu Yi pulling such a move, so she quickly sent someone to bring back Li Xian's 200 soldiers stationed outside the city. That morning, when Chu Imo-han opened the city gates, 200 fully equipped soldiers were ready to move. Initially thinking their hope might have been lost, Chu Imo-han hadn't anticipated that Shun Yu had considered everything so thoroughly, and Chu Yi had actually sent people out to find shills. Brother De-chung, it's pitch dark. Where can we find anyone? We certainly can't knock on every door. The man with a black face harshly kicked one of his subordinates. Shut up. This isn't your place to worry about. Hurry up and find people. If we embarrass Master Chu, none of us will have any good prospects upon returning. As he spoke, 10 or so men dressed casually ambled along the street. Hu De-chung didn't dare delay, quickly approaching them. Old brother, you guys, aren't you going to eat spicy pepper soup? The man looked thrilled at finding them so unexpectedly. What spicy pepper soup? We've just arrived in the city, famished, and haven't even decided what to eat yet. After speaking, the man was about to leave. It seemed he was starving. Wait a moment. Old brother, follow us. Free breakfast, and we'll give each of you 10 coins. What do you say? Seeing the excitement on the man's face, Li Guang furrowed his brows suspiciously. Forget it. Are scammers these days so brazen? Free food and money? Who'd believe that? Li Guang shoved the man slightly, clearly uninterested. But apart from Li Guang and his team, there was no one else around. Hu De-chung hurriedly grabbed him, pushing a tael of silver into his hands. Hero, hold on a moment. Take this little sum for tea. Please accompany me and take a look, and I'll pay your fee up front. Surely, this can't count as deception, right? Smiling after putting the silver into his pocket, Li Guang responded nonchalantly. All right, we can try then. But, do you need more people? Hearing this, Hu De-chung was ecstatically holding onto Li Guang's hand, shaking uncontrollably. We need people. As many as you can send. The more, the better. Then I've got nearly 200 people. How much silver will you give me? With a sly look on his face, Li Guang eyed Hu De-chung, evidently not a good person. In this case, 20 coins per person. For 200 people, that's 4 taels of silver. How you distribute it is your problem. Fine. Deal. After receiving the silver, Li Guang cleared his throat. Cough, cough, cough. You few. Go wake up the beggars and refugees nearby. Tell them to follow me for a free meal. All right, big brother. We'll go now. After an incense stick's worth of time, the street was crowded with people, and Hu De-chung was very satisfied with the scene. Come on, follow me over here. When they reached the shop entrance, the advantage of the 200 people became apparent. Many new customers, seeing the long queue, thought Chu's food might taste better, so they joined Chu's line. On Shun Yu's side, Chu Imo-han was meticulously calculating the incoming money from the second floor. The secret recipe has earned quite a bit. Selling ingredients is another sum, and then there's Li Guang's group as well. Since you've invited people for one day, there will be a second. I'd really like to see when your Chu family spicy pepper soup decides to close down for good. Beside him, Heibai looked at Chu Yi with complicated eyes. Ever since he learned the entire family had been exiled, he couldn't sleep at night. After days of contemplation, he realized that no matter how high his martial arts were, he was merely a pawn in someone else's hand, a piece they could discard whenever they wanted. He had thought he could escape this situation, but instead, he found himself still trapped in it. Hey, Heibai, since we've been in Qingqing County for so long, aren't you going back to the capital? Going back would be meaningless. My whole family has been exiled, and returning would only lead to a dead end. Chu Mohan was greatly startled. Why had Heibai's family been exiled? Wasn't he sent by his uncle to protect him? What happened? Did your father commit some grave crime? Why were you exiled? Heibai shook his head. He hadn't uncovered anything. But the current situation in the capital was chaotic. Emperor Zhang Xianzong seemed like nothing more than a puppet, devoid of independent thought. It was rumored that many matters were decided by Chu Tianren before Zhang Xianzong simply stamped them, daily indulging in pleasures and neglecting state affairs. If things continued this way, the great Qing dynasty would fall. Who knows? Perhaps it wasn't even the emperor's decision. Nowadays, Qinghua is like muddy water, and your uncle is the dragon swimming within it. Chu Mohan let out a helpless laugh. Clearly, Heibai had many complaints about his uncle. It seemed the plan to enter the capital needed to be expedited. Chapter 152, The Flood of Qingqing County. So much beef, so good taste, and only for 5 coins. What a generous girl Miss Shen is. Absolutely. So cheap, and after eating, my body feels warm. I want another bowl. Among those tasting the food were no shortage of owners and bosses, all of whom continued to give their usual high praise. These 2 spicy soup shops fighting has really hurt us. A few small vendors sighed as they sat on stools. Isn't it? The gods fight, and the little devils suffer. Although our stalls used to have fewer people, at least we could see a few customers before. Now, it's almost noon, and there isn't even a single person. Let's go close our stall and become patrons instead. We can earn 10 coins this way. Otherwise, guarding here until evening will be wasted effort. From morning till night, the Chu family shop never ceased activity. The crowd never seemed to decrease. However, the accountants inside the shop were nearly idle to death. Basically, all patrons were plants, and the number of real diners was minuscule. He seriously doubted that he, as the boss, was just here doing charity work. After working so hard, he actually lost so much silver. By then, the spicy soup prepared by Xinyu's shop had already sold out. After persuading the remaining guests to leave, Xinyu slowly walked across to the other side. Mr. Chu, your business is truly flourishing today. With so many people, you must have made quite a bit of money. Xinyu smiled slightly with a hidden meaning in her eyes. Of course, we can't compare to you, but still not bad. Thank you for your concern, Miss Shen. You should worry more about the ingredients. Chu, he thought himself clever, unaware that Xinyu had enough space for ingredients to last endlessly. Half of the fields in her spatial realm were growing spices, more than sufficient for Xinyu's needs. And Xinyu had an even greater gift prepared for Chu-yi. She would let him know what consequences awaited anyone who opposed her. To come and snatch her business was tantamount to being ready to lose everything. 2 hours later, the spicy soup Chu-yi prepared also sold out. When calculating the profits, he realized a net loss of 200 taels. 200 taels a day, that's 2,000 taels in 10 days. Looking at such great losses, Chu-yi began to feel panic. With so much silver, countless secret guards could be supported. If this continued, returning home meant being locked up and beaten severely for sure. Deshang, come upstairs with me. Seeing Chu-yi's pale face, he knew something bad had happened. What's wrong, boss? This spicy soup shop is not a long-term plan. Send someone first to investigate their revenue situation, and casually probe the black and white duo. See if they have any interest in cooperating with us. All right, the man left the room looking worriedly grim, as black and white had a strange temper, and he originally didn't want to deal with them. What if he got killed under their blades? They throw the hardest tasks all at me. It's exhausting. Having taken just a few steps, he saw a steed racing away quickly. It appeared to be a scout reporting back. Hu Deshang gave a look, and one of his subordinates feigned drunkenness and ran straight into the street. Get out of the way. Are you asking for death? The scout abruptly pulled on the reins. The iron hooves of the horse ground sparks from the road, before finally rearing up and throwing the rider heavily onto the ground. Hu Deshang rushed forward immediately, picking up the letter off the scout, taking a glance at its contents. What an unintelligent dog thing. Can't even hear such a loud shout. Sir, please rise quickly. The scout, troubled in heart, grabbed the confidential letter and left in a hurry again. At that moment, Hu Deshang revealed a faint smile, as a vicious plan started forming in his mind. Brother, what does the letter say? Why are you so happy after reading it? Aren't you afraid of Master scolding us later? Humph. What's there to fear? Now I have an excellent idea, guaranteeing to drive Chu Mohan back to the capital. 3 hours later, the moon hung high on the branches, while Chu-yi sat uneasily in the room. Knowing that Xinyu had earned a considerable amount of silver earlier that day made his mental state explode right there. This little wretch. How could she possibly still make money? There's no way. She must be pretending. Chu-yi couldn't accept this result. How could Xinyu still make money when he himself was losing miserably? Master, regardless of whether Xinyu makes money or not, we need to change our strategy to force Chu Mohan to leave. I observed on the streets today, their Shin family's other shops still have excellent business. Even if this spicy soup shop closes down, it doesn't affect anything major. This comment felt like a sharp dagger piercing directly into Chu-yi's heart. Are you teaching me how to do things? Do I need you to tell me whether the plan works? Chu-yi's fiery gaze, burning like blazing fireballs, made Hu Deshang uneasy. Sorry, master. It was too rash of me. Please forgive me, master. Hu Deshang tightened his heart, quickly revealing the news he knew. Young master, I have some news which might help me redeem my sins. Chu-yi's heart was boiling with anger, unable to vent, and feeling extremely frustrated. After waiting for so long, how could he possibly pass up an opportunity for relief? He kicked Hu Deshang down to the ground with one foot, then punched him in the face, instantly raising a bruise. Master, please stop. I really have important intelligence to tell you. Upon hearing this, Chu-yi calmed down a bit. Speak then. What intelligence? Better make sure it saves your dog life. There has been a lot of rainfall recently. The reservoir above Qingqing County is already full. On the street, I saw that scout sending a message discussing the release of water. It's still raining continuously. If we don't let the water out soon, when the levee collapses, Qingqing County will surely be flooded. Chu Yi rubbed his chin, thinking this plan was rather clever. Even if some civilians were sacrificed, as long as they managed to drive Chu Mohan back to the capital successfully, this would still count as their achievement. A good strategy indeed, but how easy is it to destroy the reservoir? And this news has already reached Chu Tiany's ears, so how easy would it be for us to flood Qingqing County? Hu Deshang smirked coldly, wiping the blood from his mouth. Master, isn't this something we are most adept at? A homicide happens in this county. Could he leave then? Even if he wants to leave, it will take some time to delay him. With that time, we can blow up the reservoir. Chu Yi rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat troubled. Master, there's no need to be difficult. Didn't the Prime Minister give you a token before you came? Once you have this token, how dare the people guarding the water gate disobey? At that time, all we need to do is kill the guards, leaving no trace behind. Then that's settled. He pulled out a bright red token from his sleeve and tossed it to Hu Deshang. Take good care of it. Don't lose it, or it will fall into the wrong hands. Yes, master. After leaving the room, Hu Deshang tightly gripped the token in his hand. Just because you have the surname Chu, does that make you better than me? It's obvious you don't have any brain, and yet you beat me. You just wait. I'll settle accounts with you after Qingqing County is flooded. Chapter 153, Deliberation. Inside the county office, Chu Tiany sighed softly as he looked at the urgent secret letter in his hand. Truly, the storm is coming again. How soon has it been since the summer disaster ended? Why did this kind of event occur once more? Seeing her husband with a worried face, Chu Tianjiao slowly walked over. What's wrong? Tiany, what's happened? Why are you so worried? The reservoir upstream is almost full. They have to open the sluice gates and release water. The seeds we've just planted might be submerged by half or more. How will the people survive? We had a bit of hope before, but now there's nothing left. Chu Tianjiao, having seen many sufferings among the people on her journey, knew well what these grains meant to them. The food was their lifeline, the hope for survival. Is there any other way? These calamities keep coming, and the common people may not endure them anymore. Chu Tiany thought exactly the same, yet he had no solution either, for if the sluice gate wasn't opened, when the waves breached the dike, not only would Qingqing County be affected, but even the surrounding counties would suffer severe damage. There is no good method. The water must be released. Otherwise, the floods destroying the dikes will bring unimaginable consequences. Should we call Emohan back? Perhaps he'll have some good ideas. With something like this happening, you two should discuss it thoroughly. It's certainly not a trivial matter. Chu Tiany nodded, and then the senior clerk sent someone to the hula soup shop. On the second floor of the shop, Shen Yuru was nestled in Chu Mohan's arms like a crescent lake, both immersed in each other's affection with content smiles on their faces. Today our shop had excellent revenue. Let's go tonight and meet some other wealthy merchants. They saw our business this morning and are eager to collaborate with you. Sure, then it's settled for tonight. You'll accompany me. Just as she spoke, an urgent knocking came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Master, it's me. Hearing it was the senior clerk's voice, Chu Mohan sat up and opened the door. What's wrong, senior clerk? Why have you come? Has something happened at the residence? Master, a letter arrived from the county above. They can't control the dam upstream anymore. Continued rain could destroy the dam. Once that happens, Qingqing County will be flooded. What about all these commoners? The senior clerk's eyes brimmed with tears, after barely finding such a competent magistrate. Perhaps if Chu Tiany advanced in rank, he could also be promoted and appointed to an official position. If a blunder like this occurred, his official career would end right here. Senior clerk, don't panic. I'll return home immediately and discuss this thoroughly with my father, seeking a compromise solution. Wait. Shin Yuru grabbed Chu Mohan's arm gently and said quietly, I'm going with you. All right. In no time, the three boarded a carriage and headed towards the magistrate's office. During the ride, Shin Yuru remained puzzled. Why was there continuous rainfall upstream? Could it have anything to do with Bai Long? Bai Long. Upon hearing Shin Yuru's voice, Bai Long's body shuddered, glancing around and finding no sign of Shin Yuru. Master, I am here. After successfully overcoming your tribulations, did you leave anything behind? Why does it continue raining non-stop at the source of Kin River? And it said the floodwaters are about to submerge Qingqing County. Bai Long was shocked too upon hearing this. In theory, this shouldn't happen. He hadn't left any secret methods after his tribulations. There shouldn't be this much rainfall. Master, give me a day. I'm working hard on figuring out the human form transformation, and I should be able to stay by your side tomorrow. Carefully observed, under the nourishment of spatial spirit spring water, Bai Long's body was gradually shrinking, and his dragon tail was transforming into human feet. Really? That's great news. Don't rush. When I find time, I'll go into the space and help you. All right. By that moment, the trio had already arrived at the rear yard of the magistrate's office, where Chu Tiany anxiously paced back and forth in the courtyard, unable to think of a good solution despite racking his brains. You idiot, why did you bring Yuer along? Her shop is doing busy business. Aren't you thoughtful? Shin Yuru smiled and stepped forward. It's this critical juncture. Uncle Chu, please don't hold back. Let's work together to devise a feasible plan. Actually, a flood affecting Qingqing County also significantly impacted Shin Yuru. To build her own power base, Shin Yuru had long planned to transform Qingqing County's relatively fertile plains into her grain warehouse, especially since the corn has already been planted. Next year, there's a high possibility of a bountiful harvest. At this moment, if the flood destroys Qingqing County, wouldn't it be touching her vital interests? At all costs, she needed to preserve this land. The best method currently is to open the gates and release water to save everyone's lives. I'll leave tonight to discuss results with Yulong County. Chu Mohan naturally understood his father's thoughts. These commoners are indeed living a hard life. But what's the difference between losing food and losing their lives? Now the national treasury is empty, and there's absolutely no extra money to make up for this deficit, so not a single grain of rice will be sent. He estimated that Xinyu only had a small amount of surplus grain left. With so many refugees, it would be impossible to save them all. Father, let me go with you. Opening the gates and releasing water won't work. If there's no harvest this year, do we have enough spare grain to provide porridge? Even if we manage to save everyone's lives, how long can they survive? Although Chu Mohan's words were sharp, they were harsh yet true. Chu Tianyi naturally understood, but could he just watch the commoners drown? Hear me out. First, notify the people to prepare for exile. Staying here might mean certain death, but dispersing elsewhere could improve their circumstances. Xinyu's suggestion wasn't something Chu Tianyi hadn't considered, but making people leave peacefully like this would make most unwilling to go. And who would willingly become exiles unless it was an absolute last resort? Seeing Chu Tianyi's troubled expression, Xinyu got straight to the point. Uncle Chu, we two should handle this together. We should be able to persuade most of the people, and besides, they aren't fools. They wouldn't risk their own lives unnecessarily. Chu Tianyi nodded. This was currently the best solution. Just as the three were about to set off for Yulong County, two bailiffs rushed over in a panic. It's terrible. Magistrate. What happened? Chu Mohan looked at the two with concern. They were usually calm individuals, so something major must have occurred. Someone just discovered that the Qin family has been completely wiped out. All 7 members had their throats cut. A gruesome sight. Extremely brutal. What? Chu Tianyi's eyelid twitched. It truly was bad news on top of bad news. The Qin family held great prestige in Qingqing County. They were longtime residents here. Though their family had fallen on hard times, they still provided a lot of charity to the common folk. If this matter wasn't thoroughly investigated, the commoners would likely beat the drum of injustice to pieces. Chapter 154. Hu Deshang arrives. Let's go. Take me to take a look first. Chu Tianyi was feeling annoyed, but since the matter had arisen, it needed to be dealt with immediately. Chu Mohan felt that something wasn't right. Why did the issue occur precisely at this time? That means you should go first. I'll go prepare the carriage with you for our trip to Yulong County. All right. Xinyu also felt something was amiss, sensing an underlying force quietly pushing events forward. Didn't I tell you earlier about a possible epidemic? Seeing Chu Mohan's tense expression, Xinyu frowned. Could there be a connection between these incidents? Do you remember? Is the plague coming? Chu Mohan shook his head. He didn't know. Many things were beyond his judgment now. Only previously, he remembered that a flood disaster had occurred. However, it was unexpected that without continuous heavy rain now, it had instead become the reservoir discharging floodwater. It seemed that even if these disasters were avoided, they would return in another form. The plague will come after the flood. Your idea is correct. If the people don't leave, the plague will claim everyone's lives. How odd that the Qin family met such a sudden demise. Is it related to Chu Yi and his people? Xinyu pondered. Recently, she hadn't noticed anything strange around her except for the sudden appearance of Chu Yi. And she and Chu Yi had no grudges against each other, nor had they even met. Why would he try to compete with her in business? Actually, Chu Mohan had already investigated thoroughly, receiving information from Qin Feng during lunchtime. This Chu Yi comes from the capital and is affiliated with the Chancellor's mansion. He excels in business matters, and this time he came to invite me to the capital. The goal is clear. They want to drive us away. But I never expected them to resort to such vicious tactics. Xinyu shook her head, unfazed by the situation. In the apocalypse times, what situation had she not encountered? Eating human flesh, fighting for a supernatural ability with hundreds of people, she had witnessed everything bloody and inhumane. It seems this might be their way to keep us steady. Think carefully. Why do they kill people and have Uncle Chu investigate the case? With one word from Xinyu, it was like a thunderclap awakening Chu Mohan. To delay time, could it be that they're plotting something with the reservoir? Cold sweat trickled down Chu Mohan's back. If the big flood broke through the embankment, it would all be too late. The citizens wouldn't have enough time to escape then, and the plague would spread everywhere, creating chaos. Let's go. We can't wait anymore. They might have set out already. Chu Mohan nodded, instructing Qin Feng to evacuate all villagers nearby, urging them to quickly pack up their belongings and flee. As for his father, he told him to deal with the Qin family later. The current pressing issue was the reservoir problem. The two hurried anxiously to Hu's dumpling shop, both to inform Shun and others about the reservoir situation, and to see if Chu Yi was still in the shop. A young waiter from Mr. Chu's store looked anxiously as Xinyu approached. Miss Shun, what brings you here? Where's your boss? He's upstairs drinking tea. Do you need to see Master Chu? There's nothing special. I just want to ask how much profit his business made this morning and whether the secret recipe is worth the price. Xinyu smiled as she inspected the room carefully, noting some irregularities. Is there anything unusual, Chu Mohan watched Xinyu nervously, with some guilt in his heart. Previously, he had an assistant who looked rather dark. Normally, he would have come down early to talk by now, but today there was no movement. It probably means he has left already. Without hesitation, Chu Mohan and Xinyu got onto the carriage and headed straight towards Yulong County. In the space, the white dragon soaked its whole body in the spiritual spring water, and its thigh veins were clearly visible. Its arms had materialized as well, although its body still had prominent dragon scales. Phew, it really isn't easy. The first attempt at transforming into human shape was indeed challenging. The white dragon was slightly fatigued, submerging its head in the spirit spring water and taking a few gulps, which restored some of its energy. It seems I still need more time. I wonder how the master is doing. The white dragon cared deeply for Shunyu, fearing she might be harmed being alone outside. She pondered carefully. Was the reservoir related to the death of the black snake? Had he perhaps left behind some last cruel tricks before dying? Beside the reservoir in Yulong County, various officials stood on the mountain ridge, watching waves crash violently against the fragile dam. Many blue bricks had already been dislodged. This reservoir might not hold much longer. What shall we do? Several county magistrates should be on their way. Back and forth, it will likely be too late. And this rain shows no sign of stopping. The head clerk stood silently beside them, his furrowed brows like dark clouds in the sky, refusing to dissipate. Or we should open the sluice gate and release the water now. Waiting any longer would surely be dangerous. No one knew what to say until the advisor finally spoke. Master, opening the sluice now will put all the responsibility on you alone. If the court lays blame later, you'll be severely punished. But if the water breaks through the embankment, it's not something human effort can control, so your fault won't be as great. The rest of the officials held their breath and remained silent. If the levee were to break, the deaths wouldn't involve Yulong County's citizens directly, making it none of their business either. But what about those thousands of lives downstream? Though restless and uneasy, they still believed this to be the best option for now. The magistrate was equally tormented inside. The governor of Qingqing County had deep connections with the chancellor. What if he got involved? There would surely be trouble for everyone. It won't work. If the Chu family drowns, how can we possibly escape responsibility? As soon as the words escaped his mouth, a set of urgent hoofbeats rang out from afar, indicating at least 4 or 5 riders. Who are they? Everyone squinted toward the distance, seeing small shapes drawing closer. Halt. Initially assuming it might be Chu Tianyi arriving, but upon looking closely, this man didn't appear to match his age. May I ask who these gentlemen are? Hu Deshang flashed the token in his hand, and instantly all bowed on their knees. We pay homage to your excellency, the chancellor. Enough talk. You don't need to remain. We will handle matters here from now on. Hu Deshang folded his arms behind his back, exuding an air of superiority that brooked no dissent. Sir, this flood is perilous. Do you truly require no assistance from us? The chief clerk and assistant county magistrate tugged at him from behind, hinting subtly not to meddle too much. Since the chancellor had already dispatched representatives, it meant the affair had nothing more to do with them. No help needed. The chancellor has already instructed clear orders. Leave promptly. After hearing these words, they could only depart quietly. Yet the county magistrate noticed some glimmers of ferocity in their eyes, certainly boding ill for the villagers downstream. Chapter 155, White Jade. The sky roared with thunder, and the desolate autumn wind chilled their bones. They watched as waves repeatedly battered the blue bricks, and the servants behind them were inexplicably uneasy. Brother, do we really have to let this levee be destroyed? Nearly 10,000 people in the counties below might die. A few servants still had a trace of conscience, but Hu Deshang slapped him. At a time like this, don't be overly sentimental. They're just a bunch of wandering commoners. If they die, then they die. As long as we complete the task given by the Prime Minister, their deaths will be justified. He smirked with a twisted smile, his eyes cruelly sharp. Yes, brother is right. The underlings dared not contradict him further, and could only silently watch as the blue bricks crumbled one by one against the water waves. The three waited on the spot for nearly an hour. Although it was still drizzling nonstop, why hadn't these waves managed to breach the blue bricks yet? Suddenly, on the surging water surface, a vortex resembling a whirlwind appeared, slowly connecting the surrounding water waves to the sky. Brother, look, dragons sucking water. The servants behind them were greatly shocked. It was rare to witness such a sight. Legend has it that seeing this phenomenon means the water god is enraged. Could there truly be a dragon inside this reservoir? All heads lifted in astonishment, looking toward the distance on the water surface, where a black rope-like form seemed to exist. Could this be the legendary dragon? What is that black rope? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hu Deshang tightly gripped another person's shoulder. I don't know. At this moment, everyone's heart began to falter. The situation was getting far too strange. It wasn't suitable to stay any longer. Why don't we leave, brother? This place is a bit frightening. Before the words had even finished, the whirlwind-like vortex rapidly surged towards the bluestone wall. Brother, let's go quickly. This isn't a place for humans. That black rope should be a snake, perhaps about to undergo its tribulation. Let's go quickly. Hu Deshang was dissatisfied. If this mission wasn't completed, he'd be humiliated by Chu Yi when he got back to Qingqing County. How could he endure such disgrace? He fiercely broke free from several of their tugs and firmly placed both hands in front of his chest. I won't leave until I personally see this stone wall breach today. Brother, please don't be so stubborn. There's always hope as long as you live. That snake is very ominous. In a little while, you may not even be able to leave if you want to. As the water column drew closer, their legs grew weak. You guys can leave if you're scared. If I die, go back to the capital and take care of my wife. Suddenly, a flash of golden light shone, causing the water flow gathered into a vortex to diminish and vanish. However, some blue bricks on the wall had also been knocked off. Everyone now understood. This black rope in the water was certainly not something good. She actually wanted to destroy this dam. In fact, it's better this way. This damn business has nothing to do with us anymore. How could mere humans fight against this thing? Then should we run away? Anyway, this snake will destroy the embankment too. Just as Hu Deshang was about to nod in agreement, a streak of lightning flashed in the sky, striking the grass in front of them. Instantly, scorched land appeared before their eyes. Terrified by this unexpected event, they broke out in cold sweats all over. Had they been targeted by the black snake? Snake Granny, please spare us. We didn't mean to disturb you. May you become a dragon soon. No sooner had the servant spoken than a peculiar voice reverberated in Hu Deshang's mind. Go and tear off the yellow talisman on the dam for me. Otherwise, you'll all die here today. Hu Deshang looked at the black snake with disbelief, discovering she seemed to be staring straight at him. No wonder there was that burst of golden light earlier. Apparently, there was already a Taoist here who had inscribed the talisman to suppress it. But even if you didn't say anything today, I'd remove the talisman for you. Clutching his fists tightly, he swiftly darted toward the dike. His journey was rather smooth, and within half an incense stick's worth of time, Hu Deshang saw a yellow talisman attached to the distant blue brick, its vermilion ink still faintly glowing red. It's this? I didn't expect such a small talisman to have such immense power. Since you've hindered my official path today, I'll destroy you. Hold your hand. A sudden shout, mingling with the sound of wind and rain, exploded in his ears, causing him to pause. An arrow shot through his chest. Unbelieving, he stared at Xinyu. As he fell to the ground, he tried forcefully tearing off the talisman, but another arrow was released. With a look full of resentment, he fell into the reservoir. Chu Emohan and Xinyu quickly arrived at the side of the others, each riding a fine steed and holding a crossbow. Seeing this, several servants hastily knelt down begging for mercy. None of them wanted to die in this forsaken place. Noticing that Hei Bai was also present, everyone realized they stood no chance. Hei Bai, you watch over them first. We'll go check out what's happening ahead. Hei Bai nodded slightly, casting a cautious glance at the young woman in white robes beside Xinyu. Bai Yu, what's going on over there? Although Shan Yu had survived for a long time in the apocalypse, such a scene was indeed rare for her. White Dragon furrowed his brow as he stared at the pitch-black, venomous snake in the lake. She must know that black snake. To avenge the black snake, she plans to flood Qingqing County. She had originally intended to stay in the dimensional space for 2 more days since it was her first transformation into human form. Bai Yu took it seriously, wanting to shapeshift into an appearance she liked. But then she sensed the danger. If Chu Emohan and Xinyu were here alone, dealing with this crisis would be quite challenging. So White Dragon transformed using Xinyu as a template, now looking extremely similar to her. The only difference was the White Dragon scale birthmark between Bai Yu's eyebrows. Their appearances were like they were carved from the same mold. If Shannon saw them, he would surely ask Fanning Xue for an explanation. White Snake, how dare you come back? Give me my brother's life back. Bai Yu frowned lightly. She had never heard of this black snake having a sister. It seemed she was close to undergoing her tribulation too. Today, she aimed to destroy the dike and drown so many innocent refugees. Didn't she fear the retribution of karma? As fellow snakes who had climbed from the bottom through hard work, she understood how arduous the black snake's journey had been. Give up. You're no match for me. With me here today, you won't be able to break the dike. And your brother's death, it was all due to his own actions. He tried to steal my destiny. Didn't I have the right to defend myself? The black snake had already slipped into madness, deaf to Bai Yu's attempts at persuasion. That's enough. Bai Yu, stop wasting words with her. Deal with her quickly. Nearly 10,000 lives of the people below depend on us. Xinyu immediately fired a crossbow bolt without giving the black snake any chance to react. Just a little girl. Do you really think you can harm me even a bit? The crossbow bolt struck the black snake, but was like hitting a solid iron plate. It clanged and fell into the lake water. Chapter 156. The levee is destroyed. Damn it, this snake is so resilient to hits. Xinyu held a steel crossbow in her hand, cautiously watching the black snake. Right now, the levee was on the brink of collapse. If the bomb exploded in the reservoir and stirred up waves, the reservoir would be unable to withstand them. At that moment, Chu Emohan took out a dagger from his chest pocket, revealing its cold shine. Just as he was about to cut his palm again, Xinyu quickly came over and snatched the dagger away. Don't do something foolish. It's too far away for your blood to have any effect. Don't hurt yourself like that anymore. Xinyu understood Chu Emohan's thoughts, but unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to use this method. Sister Yue, take Brother Moken to open the sluice gate. Leave this place to me. Bai Yu moved slowly toward the center of the lake against the wind and waves. Wherever she went, the winds calmed and the waves settled, completely suppressed. Seeing Bai Yu actually walking on the water surface, both Xinyu and Chu Emohan were filled with astonishment. Who would have thought there really exists someone of such great power in this world? The eyes of the black snake and Bai Yu met, seemingly calm, but the surrounding wind and waves were incredibly tumultuous. The two of them were quietly exerting their strength, making it hard to tell who was winning for a time. Stop thinking that you can suppress me after going through calamity. Today, no matter what, I must avenge my brother. Splash. A massive wave several meters high surged behind her, rushing powerfully toward Bai Yu. Why are you so stubborn? I consider your cultivation not easy, so if you stop now, I'll let you go. If you keep fighting, you will surely die. Arrogant. Who knows where you got your overconfident attitude? Facing the approaching giant wave, Bai Yu remained calm as ever. Seeing the wave reaching just before her face, Xinyu and Chu Emohan tightly gripped their weapon handles, focusing on Bai Yu, who had yet to move. Tink. She gently raised her hand and touched a droplet of water before her, and astonishingly, the tens of meters long wave stopped right there. then slowly subsided back to calmness. The black snake's eyes changed from disdain to nervousness. She was burning her life force to maintain her strength, but she never expected her own technique would be so easily countered by Baiyu. It seems that becoming a true dragon has indeed widened the gap in strength by more than just a little bit. Don't struggle anymore. I won't tolerate you further. The black snake had no retreat now. Her brother died at the hands of this woman. How could she live with such deep vengeance? Her lifespan was still long. Was she destined to carry this guilt forever? By now, Xinyu and Chu Emohan had already found the location of the water valve. After opening the valves on both sides, the two people exhaled a sigh of relief. Although they couldn't save their fertile land, they at least bought some time for evacuation for the commoners. Should we leave Baiyu alone there? Can she handle it herself? Even though Chu Emohan met Baiyu for the first time, due to her striking resemblance to Xinyu, he couldn't help but feel some worry. She is similar to you. Her constitution is extraordinary. Dealing with one small snake shouldn't be a problem. Hearing the sound of the dam discharging floodwaters, the black snake became even more agitated. If this revenge attempt failed, she might never get another chance. Baiyu, I don't necessarily want to kill all these civilians. If you nullify your abilities and kneel and apologize at my brother's grave, I can forgive you. She cared about these civilians only because Xinyu was present. In fact, their lives and deaths meant nothing to her. Even if they were all drowned, she wouldn't incur any karmic retribution. You're overthinking this. I'm doing this for my master, not for these civilians. To ask me to nullify my skills is simply a daydream. Since you're so obstinate, don't blame me for being merciless. As she formed a complex finger seal, suddenly over a dozen white light rings appeared on the body of the black snake. Baiyu clenched her fists tightly. These white rings firmly locked onto the black snake, making her breathing difficult. Do you understand the difference between us now? The black snake couldn't speak, only letting out muffled buzzing roars. Well, let's send you to meet Lord Yama then. Your unstable wayheart is bound to cause trouble for humanity later, or even become a danger to my master. Farewell. Pata. The black snake shattered into dozens of small meat pieces. The white rings didn't disappear. Instead, they attached themselves to these flesh segments and rapidly eroded the black snake's flesh and blood. Finally, the snake's flesh and blood condensed into drops of black liquid and merged into the river. Just as Baiyu was preparing to withdraw her powers, a loud explosion behind her made her extremely surprised. Below the huge dam, two deep sword marks suddenly appeared. In the next second, violent lake water gushed out through the cracks. Then, a blue brick quivered, followed by the area of the sword marks turning into a huge hole. Lake water poured out in torrents. The immense pressure and force washed away the blue bricks around the gap block by block. The supporting bricks underneath disappeared one after another, and the entire dam collapsed like dominoes in an instant. Baiyu couldn't care about anything else. She leapt up madly searching for Xinyu's position. Sister, where are you? In broad daylight with a clear sky and bright sunshine, Chu Emohan woke up with a trace of self-mockery added to his lips. Oh, how truly laughable it is. Never would I have imagined that despite planning for so many years, I still ended up dead. This must be fate. Fate, what nonsense. Our destiny is always in our own hands. A pair of warm palms suddenly clasped his hand. As he listened to this familiar voice, tears welled up at the corners of Chu Emohan's eyes. Why did you come here too? It's all because I was too reckless, not protecting you properly. Seeing the teardrops sliding down from Chu Emohan's eyes, Xinyu wiped them away with a smile. You fool, take a closer look. Does this place resemble heaven? She pouted her mouth slightly and pinched Chu Emohan's wrist lightly. We're not dead. Chu Emohan's face showed great astonishment as he scanned the surroundings. This didn't resemble heaven at all, but more resembled some kind of supplies depot. All sorts of food items were stockpiled around, along with drinks. At this moment, Chu Emohan suddenly realized. Could this be your secret? Could everything that had been in his warehouse previously have actually ended up here? Seeing Chu Emohan's expression of sudden enlightenment, Xinyu nodded and smiled. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. It's my secret. But there's no time now for me to explain fully. What happened before? Why did the dam collapse suddenly? Chu Emohan shook his head, bewildered. By rights, it shouldn't have happened. So what exactly was the reason? The two had just opened the sluice gate and prepared to go help Baiyu. But before they could even reach the river channel, a wave of muddy water surged forward rapidly toward them. So fast they couldn't react in time. By the lakeside, Baiyu slowed the floodwaters using magic. Yet with such a large amount of water, she wouldn't hold out for long. Sister, where are you? Feeling someone nearby calling for her, Xinyu brought Chu Emohan over to a vacant lot. I'm here. Baiyu, don't worry about me. Hearing Xinyu's voice, satisfaction spread across her face. Then she turned her head towards the black-clad, white-haired youth beside her. You are looking for death. Chapter 157, Sharing the River Pressure. Baiyu stared intently at Heibai, each move a killing blow. Heibai lived up to being one of the finest individuals, though struggling somewhat against Baiyu. He was far from disarray. Since you possess such formidable martial arts skills, why don't you do some good for the common people? Why must you kill with such ruthlessness? Seeing that Baiyu showed no sign of stopping, Heibai clenched his teeth tightly, as the moonlight-like long sword in his hand carved out beautiful arcs. You're not me. How could you understand? He suddenly unleashed a sword chi, which Baiyu resisted barehanded. With a tight grip, it exploded violently. You have the option to refrain from attacking. Why did you destroy the dam? Xinyu and Chu Emohan were startled by what they had heard. What? Did Heibai destroy the dam? How could this be? Although the two hadn't spent much time with Heibai, They knew he wasn't the kind to indiscriminately kill innocents. So why had he done such a thing? That's enough. Why you stop? What exactly is going on here? Seeing Shun Yu's furrowed brow, He Bai sheathed his sword and turned aside. In the distance, under the glow of the moon, Chun Xing seemed to smile at him as if waving goodbye. The three of you together are too strong for me. I admit defeat. But Master Chu, I ask of you one favor. When we reach the capital, please ask the Prime Minister to spare my family and servant Chun Xing. And I hope Master Chu will kindly take care of her often. As soon as these words were spoken, He Bai used his palm like a blade and closed his eyes, attempting to cut through his own head. Wait. Shin Yu hurriedly grabbed his arm and took out handcuffs to bind his hands securely. These handcuffs were specially made for top-level zombies. Ordinary people would have no way of escaping them. It would take He Bai, skilled as he was, quite a bit of time to break free. Why don't you go rescue your family instead of doing something this foolish, begging us to protect them? Shin Yu couldn't comprehend. How many people would drown after the floodwaters surged down? The foundation Shin Yu had painstakingly built in Qingxing County would simply be wiped away like this. She clenched her fists, her once jade-like fingers now showing signs of paleness. If Miss Shin refuses, then kill me. I have no regrets. As for why I didn't seek vengeance personally, you'll know when we reach the capital. These days in Daqing belong to the Chus. The Prime Minister holds absolute power. Even if I save them, where could I run? Chu Imohan sighed helplessly. Once a dashing and idealistic young swordsman, now he had become this. Truly a tragedy of the dynasty. That's enough. We won't kill you. We've already planned to return to the capital. If you're willing, you can be our ally. As for your family, I'll find a way. Really. A trace of joy appeared at the corner of He Bai's mouth, his bulging veins showing just how stirred with excitement he was. Yeah. Chu Imohan didn't wish to elaborate further. He Bai's mistake this time was egregious. Though it was for the woman he loved, it still shouldn't justify endangering so many lives. Fortunately, they had already sent people to evacuate the residents near Qingxing County. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come on, you. We need to get back right away. I don't know the situation in Qingxing County now. Chu Imohan was very concerned about the current state below. He didn't know whether someone might incite unrest. Time was running short. By the time they saw the water coming, it would already be too late to escape. Looking at the continuous mountain peaks, Shin Yu thought about whether there was a way to explode a passage through the riverbank and create another tributary to reduce the force of the flood. That way, everyone might still have time to escape. Imohan, you go first with He Bai. I'll take by you to see if there's any way to fix this situation. No, this place is too dangerous. Let's leave together. Having just narrowly escaped death, Chu Imohan's mood was still unsettled, and now Shin Yu wanted to put herself in danger again. Shin Yu firmly grasped Chu Imohan's hands, confidence in her eyes. Don't worry, I'll return safely. After all, I still want to take revenge in the capital city with you. With that, Shin Yu jumped onto the horse and left with Bai Yu. Come on, they'll be fine. Given their abilities, they might actually create some miracle. Not long after leaving, Bai Yu transformed into dragon form and carried Shin Yu up into the sky. Shin Yu gazed continuously at the rivers and mountains beneath her while pondering methods of salvation. Why isn't there a river here? Should we try to magically conjure up a new river? But that would waste how much dynamite. There wasn't an ample supply of explosives in the space either, and they needed to save some for bigger purposes. Master, I'm familiar with the terrain nearby. There's a dry riverbed over there, which used to carry mountain spring water until it was blocked due to certain reasons. That's excellent. Take me there quickly. If it's suitable, we'll blast open the riverbed. In no time, the two reached the cracked-up riverbed. Relying on his memory, Bai Yu led Shin Yu to the location closest to two rivers. Shin Yu carefully observed the terrain. It was flat, and the elevation of the two rivers was about the same. Moreover, this riverbed appeared to be even deeper than the Qin River. Let's go with this spot. There's no time to be picky now. She took out the explosives and placed them in a small hole that had been dug. Relying on her experience with placing explosives, she was confident of success on the first try. Pressing the ignition button in her hand, a fierce explosion sent up huge clouds of dust. The water began to flow in slowly, and a smile appeared on Shin Yu's face. It seems we've succeeded. With a light wave of her hand, she gathered the dust into her storage space, and then the surging river water poured into the riverbed. The once ominous flow of the Qin River also slowed down somewhat. Phew, let's hurry. Time waits for no one. Shin Yu grabbed her father's wrist, and in an instant, the two teleported to Qingxing County. Seeing so many people gathered on the streets, Shin Yu instantly became furious. Qingxing County was the first to be notified, yet why were there still so many people here now? Hurry up and leave. The floodwaters will be here soon. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Shin'en stood on a raised platform patiently explaining to everyone, but the townsfolk around him seemed largely unconvinced. Spare us. With such a bright sun out, where would floods come from? That's right. Even if you tricked us to leave, how does it benefit you? Although some of the commoners had received gifts from Shun-un and his group before, convincing them to leave their homeland and abandon a stable life without definitive proof was indeed difficult. You all might not believe me, but can you at least trust Magistrate Chu? Please leave quickly. Waiting any longer really will make it impossible to escape. Those who believed Shun-un and Magistrate Chu Tianyi had already left. Those remaining were mostly the ones unwilling to budge until they saw clear evidence like the Yellow River appearing. At that moment, Chu Tianyi was still working at the city gates building flood defenses, hoping to minimize losses as much as possible. After great effort, Shin Yu reached the high platform. Seeing her daughter arrive, Shannon felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders, giving him a sense of relief. Everyone is free to decide. We've done our duty to inform you. Whether you leave or stay is up to you. We are not related and have shown sufficient goodwill. Goodbye. With that, Shinyu pulled her father away and returned home, while the townsfolk nearby murmured among themselves. Could it be that what the Shun family said is actually true? Chapter 158, Departure to the Capital. An elder stroked his grizzled beard, deeply pondering. Looking at Miss Shinyu's face, she doesn't seem to be lying. Perhaps we should leave as soon as possible. The children nearby nodded vigorously. Shinyu had many businesses in Qingqing County. If she was leaving, there must have been a pressing reason. Even those who originally doubted her started feeling uneasy when they saw Shinyu's resolute departure. Many of them went home to pack and prepare to flee. Are we really just leaving? What if they don't evacuate? So many innocent lives could be lost. Shannon had stayed in Qingqing County for a while and overall had a good impression of the locals there. Especially during the ice distribution, those people recorded on the rosters, upon hearing Shannon's call, not only helped him advocate, but also spread the message far and wide. Father, we've done all we can. The warnings have been made clear. Whether they choose to leave or stay is up to them. How can we tie their hands and legs and drag them along? Shinyu paused briefly and softened her tone when she saw the helpless expression on her father's face. Besides, the floodwaters are about to arrive. We have to leave quickly. Floods move fast. When they entered the house, Fanning Shiyue, with Shiyu and Baoyu already prepared things. Big sister, you're back. Shiyu clung to Shinyu like glue, fearing that something bad might have happened to her. Boy, get onto the carriage. We're leaving. All right. Arriving at the city gate, Shinyu saw Chu Tianyi still busy reinforcing flood prevention works and couldn't help but admire his dedication to the people. Uncle Chu, stop working. Let's go now. I've already sent Qin Feng to pick up Aunt Chu. Hearing Shinyu's voice, Chu Tianyi wiped the mud off his face. You're back. Where's Imo-han, that little rascal? Isn't he with you? There were some delays along the way, but he'll be here soon. Several county magistrates have diverted an old, dried-up river channel, so the flood might not be as severe as before. There's no need to block the city gates anymore. Let's go. Chu Tianyi wanted to leave too, but on the street were many townsfolk, including elderly and frail women and children. Some were unable even to walk. What was to be done? Shinyu knew exactly what Uncle Chu was contemplating by the look in his eyes. But given the urgent situation, sacrifices would have to be made. Let's go. At the sound of the carriage wheels, Shinyu looked behind her and saw Qin Feng approach. She gave a satisfied nod. Then maybe you. Before she could finish her sentence, Shinyu suddenly darted forward and struck Chu Tianyi sharply on the neck. I'm sorry, Uncle Chu. If I left you here, you'd definitely end up in trouble. You, a clean and caring official, have so much more to contribute. Qin Feng was sharp enough to quickly throw Chu Tianyi onto the carriage. Miss Shinyu, where's our young master? Did you two not go together to Yulong County? He should be arriving at the city gate shortly. You guys go ahead first. I'll wait patiently for a bit longer. Qin Feng, unconvinced, shook his head. No way. I'll wait with you. Just then Tao Jiang and his group finished packing and prepared to leave. Miss Shun, why haven't you left yet? Don't hold on to wealth so tightly. You're still young, and you have a bright future ahead. And once we reach the capital, we can continue doing business together. Thank you, Mr. Tao, but Lord Chu has not returned yet, so we'll wait a little longer. Inside the carriage, Tao Biluo caught sight of Song Xian in the carriage to her right and pinched her father lightly. Dad, since we're all heading to the capital, why don't we travel together? It'd be safer this way. Seeing the dozens of lavish carriages from the Tao family, Qin Feng furrowed his brows. Since Sister Biluo has spoken, let's join forces. Tao Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead, sensing a premonition of impending trouble. Looking out beyond the city walls towards the dense woods, it seemed as though something ominous was rushing toward them. As one incense stick worth of time passed, Shinyu anxiously stared into the distance toward the forest. Had something gone wrong with them? But with black and white there, it shouldn't have happened. Suddenly, a galloping sound of hooves broke the silence. Two black dots came closer rapidly. It's the young master. Qin Feng, filled with excitement, eagerly watched as Chu Mohan approached, then quickly returned to the carriage. Go. The floodwaters are coming. Without wasting a moment, the group rushed out of the county in a flash. Like a fierce dragon, the flood surged forward, devastating numerous houses and trees. Those who were too slow to escape perished under the onslaught. With ferocious power, several young, strong men tried desperately to outrun the surging waters, but ultimately vanished into its fury. In the face of disaster, everything seemed so powerless. Life was as fragile as a flickering flame. Long before Shinyu and her group left, Chu Yi had already taken his men away from Qingqing County. They had crossed over a tall mountain range, safely out of reach of the floodwaters. This Hu Deshang did a great job this time. I never thought the situation would become so urgent, but even with Shun Yu in black and white standing in the way, he still managed to pull it off. Ha ha ha. Chu Yi laughed wildly and downed the wine in his cup. Master, now that Master Chu Imo-han is finally returning to the capital, won't young Master Chu Yan's position be in danger? He glared fiercely at the servant, his eyes like those of a wolf eyeing its dying prey. Is this something you should concern yourself with? We only need to follow the orders given by the Chancellor. Don't forget, when we were wandering around and close to starving to death, who took us in? If the Chancellor decides to make Chu Imo-han his successor, then naturally we'll give him our full support. Yes. Inside the royal palace, the man sat on the bed and drove all the servants out of the room. His eyes filled with despair and sorrow. How he wished that he was not the one to inherit the throne. Was it destined for their great Qing dynasty's imperial lineage to end with him? The full moon hung high in the sky, and Zhang Xianzong leaned against the golden-threaded sandalwood bed carved with dragon patterns, gazing up at the endless stars. When I was little, Father, you told me that people turn into stars when they die, and the brightest ones in the sky are the ones closest to us. Can you tell me now, what should I do? Zhang Xianzong was now like a completely useless puppet, living every day under Chu Tianren's shadow. Every word he spoke, he had to check Zhang Xianzong's reaction. Otherwise, his imperial throne would be in jeopardy. This life, where he depended on others and lived according to others' wills, had fallen onto him, an emperor. He didn't blame fate for its injustice, but how could he break free from the current predicament? The only family that held military power, the Shen family, was now also under Chu Tianren's control, leaving him no opportunity to privately meet Xinjing. Even the servants around him couldn't be trusted at all. Was he doomed to keep pretending to be incompetent, waiting for his country to fall? He refused to accept it. But what else could he do? Chapter 159. I will definitely lead all of you to a better life. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. On the road, Shen Yu and her group encountered many civilians from Qingqing County, and most of them were on the initial list of people who had tasted the ice blocks. Adding Li Xian's soldiers, there were over 400 people in total. With such a large crowd moving along the road, it was hard not to draw attention. One letter after another was sent to Chu Tianren. How should we proceed this time? Should we go directly to the capital? In the past, Chu Mohan might have been worried about arriving at the capital unprepared, leading to various unforeseen circumstances. However, now with Shen Yu by his side, he had no such concerns. Naturally, we must go, but we always need to keep a way out for ourselves. Since we currently have so many people, we must use them. Shen Yu's gaze became sharp, being restricted in every way once they arrived in the capital. Having their own power base was essential. Otherwise, if the Chancellor controlled everything, they wouldn't even know how they would die. These people must already be under surveillance. We certainly can't house them in other counties as before, can we? Do we have a map? Let me take a look. They are our trump card. We need to place them carefully, avoiding prying eyes to create unexpected results. After saying that, Shen Yu carefully examined the territories surrounding the capital and found there seemed to be no hiding places on the map. The surrounding provinces of the capital are surprisingly compactly distributed. Aren't there any poor small villages? Shen Yu's words enlightened Chu Mohan. It was as if he remembered something. A hint of smile appeared on his lips as he pointed to a dark spot at the foot of a mountain. Here. Seeing the dark hole on the map, Shen Yu furrowed her brows. Wasn't this a mountain? You may not fully understand. This was previously a site of an iron mine in our country. However, when the iron resources ran out, a large village arose around the iron mine. After the workers left, the village gradually declined, followed by a sudden outbreak of plague. Speaking of this plague made Chu Mohan involuntarily gasp. At that time, the minister handling this plague was ruthless. He locked everyone together and burned them alive with one big fire. His heart was pretty harsh, eliminating the plague by burning all the people alive. That was indeed cruel. So what about now? Is anyone still living there? Chu Mohan shook his head, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. We can arrange for all of them to be here. It's not too far from the capital. She happily embraced Chu Mohan, her face radiating happiness. Tonight, we'll gather together and discuss carefully. We must act cautiously. A few hours later, within a flat bamboo forest, more than 400 people sat in a large circle around Shen Yu, each with an expectant expression. Miss Shun, are you about to announce some good news? I guess tonight there will be an extra meal. Meanwhile, Shunin and others remained silently without making a sound, waiting quietly for Shen Yu to speak. Standing on a piece of green stone, dressed in a simple brown-gray cotton robe woven from hemp, Shen Yu wore a brown-red wooden hairpin that seemed to blend into the night sky. Such unadorned clothing made the commoners feel at ease. Everyone, quiet down first. Do you all know where our destination is? Shen Yu's face carried her usual sweet smile as the masses enthusiastically responded. Yes, to the capital. Don't worry, Miss Shen Yu. Even if it means going through mountains of knives and seas of fire, we will follow you. Only by following you can we live a good life. We've also decided to follow you. Miss Shun, if it weren't for you, my whole family would have starved to death long ago. Many sensitive individuals wiped away tears, warming up the atmosphere around them. Since everyone trusts me so much, let me make it clear. Her expression relaxed, and she crossed her legs, sitting on the green stone. Our destination is indeed the capital, but we also bear some responsibilities. The state of Qing country now is precarious, and everyone is fearful for their safety. As commoners, we dislike wars. Every time there is a war, we suffer the injuries. Hearing these heartfelt words, many commoners empathized deeply. In previous years, when conscription orders were issued, many lost their husbands or sons, and they did not wish to experience such pain again. I want to build a city stronghold for us, which we can all contribute towards, making it flourish more and more. Also, Magistrate Chu is our parents' official. There won't be wealthy merchants forcefully seizing property, nor will there be oppression from the military. Would you agree? Willingly. All of us are willing. Surrounded by bonfires, everyone shouted loudly. For all these years, Shen Yu was the first person who truly cared about their lives as these bottom-layer commoners. Even if it meant death, they would do it willingly. Miss Shen Yu, we are originally the bottom-level commoners who are dispensable. No one cares, no one pays attention. But you are different. You were so kind to us. Not only did you give us herbs, but you also helped us avoid so many calamities. From now on, we will follow your every command. Yes, we will follow your every command. Tao Jiang respectfully raised his arm and shouted nearby. He felt that Shun Yu was extraordinary. She would surely achieve great things in the future. As a merchant, one with only business acumen can merely be considered as having a good mind for trade. But if one wants to do business for a long time, they must learn how to judge people. And he firmly believed that Shun Yu was the person who could change his life. Good. Since all of you trust me, I will definitely lead all of you to a better life. After saying that, she walked to the carriage, took out quite a bit of mutton and beef to improve everyone's diet. After such a long journey, they hadn't had any meat for a while. Chu Mohan sat by the fire with a lamb leg in hand, his furrowed brows relaxing as he watched Shun Yu with an appreciative gaze. Boy, this time you've really found a treasure. You must treat Yua well. Don't let her suffer any wages. Otherwise, mother won't forgive you. Chu Tianzhao's eyes also revealed satisfaction. If Shun Yu truly became a member of their Chu family, she would be thrilled and sleepless for days. Mother, you can rest assured. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but you are. Once we settle down in the capital, I'll ask my father to propose. Good, good, good. She patted her son's shoulder with satisfaction. At that time, your uncle will go with you. He will definitely be very happy when he knows. Chu Mohan gave an awkward smile. Uncle, weren't all the obstacles they encountered on the road caused by him? The current situation in Qin country is in total chaos, all thanks to him. Tens of thousands of civilians have fallen into dire straits, and all this has nothing to do with him. I know, mother. Go rest now. It's late, and it's cold. Don't catch a chill. At that moment, Shen Yu was still instructing Li Xian, telling him to disperse all the civilians and subordinates proportionally the next day. They had to ensure their movements remained discreet. As night fell and silence enveloped the area, a shadowy figure silently walked deep into the bamboo forest. Chapter 160, indiscriminately emptying the warehouse. Under the moonlight, the steward's smile was particularly brilliant. He inserted a secret letter into the message pouch of a homing pigeon. However, just as the pigeon had flown no more than 2 meters, it was pierced through the chest by a sharp sword and fell to the ground. The steward frowned and looked behind him, recognizing the familiar figure before his eyes. Yo, young master, how could you? How did I come? Should I just wait for you to send the secret letter away? I originally thought about giving you a way out since you've been with our family for so long. But who would have thought that you would seek your own death? It can't be blamed on me. Seeing the ferocity in Chu Mo's cold eyes, the steward was frightened to the point where his legs went limp and he collapsed onto the ground. Young master, please spare me this time. I promise I won't dare again. From now on, I will wholeheartedly serve you. I won't write any more secret letters to the capital. It's too late, steward. Rest in peace. I will take care of your family. Swoosh. Blood stained his clothes red, but his gaze remained resolute. There would surely be thorns on the path forward, and necessary sacrifices were common occurrences. Every step they took now required meticulous planning. They couldn't leave anyone behind. You're not wrong. Our future opponent is dozens of times crueler than us. Are you going to stand with us? Aren't you afraid that your family might be implicated? Chu Mo leaned against the tree, looking at the elegant young man with white hair and black clothing with interest. Bai Hei's life before had also been fraught with hardships. If it weren't for his extremely high talent in swordsmanship, he wouldn't have lasted long in the capital city. And someone like him has less fate than an ordinary person. Ordinary people could change their destiny through the imperial exams, but what about him? His destiny had already been arranged by the lady of the house within the estate. He would go to war, become cannon fodder, gloriously known as honoring his ancestors. He had no power in his hands, no official position, whether he lived or died depended on the mood of the mistress, and when it came to high-ranking officials, he had no room for resistance. But by Chu Mo's and Shun Yu's side, he never felt that way. I am willing to follow you, to make up for the mistakes I've committed. Chu Mo patted his shoulder, knowing that even if Chu Mo didn't act, the reservoir couldn't be saved. The flood was confirmed to happen. Could a plague be next? In the Prime Minister's residence, the lights were brightly lit, with many literati and refined guests conversing freely inside. Prime Minister truly is a deity sent from the heavens, giving scholars like us a place to survive. I hereby swear. In the future, whenever Chancellor needs my help, I will definitely brave fire and water without hesitation. I, Zhongli, am also loyal. Following Chancellor's lead, Chu Tianren sat at the main seat raising his cup to drink. Such a grand scene was quite rare. The opportunity that all scholars dreamt of was given by Chu Tianren himself. Gentlemen, continue drinking merrily. I, the Chancellor, have important matters to handle and must leave early. Returning indoors, looking at the various incoming secret letters, Chu Tianren couldn't help but raise a corner of his lips. Who would have thought that our Chu family would have such talented offspring? Mo Han. You've hidden so much from Uncle, never imagining you really built the business this big. Once in the capital, Uncle will personally welcome you back. With your talents, you'll surely become my right-hand man. Then, there will be an heir for the throne of our Chu family. He burned the secret letter and gazed at the shining dragon robe hanging on the rack, laughter forming wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Prime Minister. Seeing Chu Yen so flustered, Chu Tianren merely glanced at him. What's with all the shouting? Prime Minister, I have discovered something extraordinary. Chu Tianren wasn't overly concerned. After all, in the capital, he already overshadowed the sky with one hand, and even the emperor had to treat him respectfully. Speak. That Shun girl's family seems to have a blood relationship with the Shun clan. That Shun should be the son that Shun Jing sent away years ago. What? Chu Tianren sharply slapped the armrest, full of shock in his eyes. It was Xinjing's son. How could that be possible? Didn't that kid die a long time ago? Prime Minister. Not only do we know this news, but possibly the Xin family knows too. Chu Tianren frowned. This was a massive variable for him, but it wasn't necessarily bad news. This Xinjing was like a stone in the privy, smelly and hard. No matter what methods he used, he couldn't persuade him to hand over the military token. If Chu Mo and Xin Yu were to really get married, then his relationship with Xinjing would become a bit delicate. At that time, the members of the royal family wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about Xin's military power. At that time, there would be no obstacles for him to ascend the throne. And Emperor Zhang Xinzong within the palace also received this secret message. He was somewhat aware of Shun Yu's situation, but never expected fate to play such tricks. Her father turned out to be Shun Jing's son. He had a gut feeling. This variable lies on Xin Yu. Perhaps with her help, he could escape his current predicament. He didn't dare to show too much concern, just glanced at the letter and then went back to bed to rest. Darling, have you missed me these past few days? Hearing this, the eunuch outside the door chuckled softly and left. The next morning, people started leaving in groups. By noon, all 400 had dispersed. Everyone got back into their carriages to head for the capital. Finally, all these things are taken care of. When will we arrive at the capital? About 5 days later. Qin Feng had been to the capital a few times, so his estimation of distance and time was quite accurate. We'll take a detour to Yuqing before going. Good. Chu Imo smiled as he held Xin Yu's hands and wanted to talk to her about the plague. By the way, Imo Han, let's stop in the county ahead. Everyone hasn't eaten well for so long. It's time for a good meal. Xin Yu said it gently, but Qin Feng frowned. His brows wrinkled like a dog's tail flower. Saying they'd have a good meal, it was actually for resupplying. The wealthy merchants in the previous counties had already been looted, including their businesses which were not spared. Perhaps knowing that expenses would be high after entering the capital, Xin Yu had turned into an emotionless warehouse emptying machine. Good. Eat. Though Chu Imo felt heartache, he thought about it again. Since the property merely transferred into Shun Yu's space without disappearing, his heart felt more at ease. At that time, the wealthy merchants in Qianyuan County were trembling in fear inside their homes. They had heard the female judge was coming. Their expressions were tense, frightened as they guarded their warehouses, afraid that if they fell asleep, the wealth accumulated over half a lifetime would vanish without a trace. Chapter 161, Poisonous Rain. Master, you haven't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day. Have something to eat. Even if you're worried about the warehouse, there's no need for you to watch it in person. A concubine by his side, worried, looked at the gaunt rich merchant. This merchant had not yet provided her with any living security. If he suddenly died, wouldn't she be expelled from the house? She became his concubine for money. She certainly couldn't end up with nothing. Are you a spy sent by the lady judge to confuse me? That's why you were so delicate and easy to handle before. You're obviously a spy. Somebody. The concubine was full of confusion. Had this merchant taken the wrong medicine? Why was his mind suddenly muddled? She was just an ordinary woman from a brothel. How could she possibly be related to the lady judge? But the rich merchant didn't care about all that. He was already near madness. Whoever it was, as long as they dared to covet his warehouse, they were people sent by the lady judge. I won't believe it. I'll just keep watching. Let's see how you plan on emptying my warehouse right in front of my eyes. As the rich merchant turned around, a scene that would haunt him forever appeared. The warehouse that had been packed to the brim was now completely empty. Not even a single copper coin was left. The merchant almost choked on the breath, fell unconscious, and fainted onto the ground. The servants rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that everything in the room was gone, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. This lady judge is truly extraordinary. All these things disappeared into thin air. Today we've learned something indeed. Don't waste time exclaiming. Quickly carry master to the hall, and send for a doctor immediately. The servant rushed anxiously to the street, but despite all the medical clinics being open, there wasn't a single doctor to be found. This lady judge is truly amazing. A few days ago, we heard that the warehouses of wealthy merchants from several counties were emptied, not even a brick left behind. Now it's our turn in Qianyuan County. It's said that many rich merchants and bailiffs have passed out from anger. These doctors are busy sweating profusely. It's great. This is unjust wealth. The judge should confiscate it all. Look at the contemptuous looks those merchants usually give us. They deserve it. That's right. Thinking that money can do everything. Last time, my cousin's child was clearly beaten by the son of a wealthy merchant, but because they bribed the magistrate, my younger brother was imprisoned for 3 years. How disgusting. A faint smile tugged at the lips of Chu Mokan and others who were eating breakfast nearby. It seemed that Shun Yu's act of indiscriminately emptying the warehouses had gained the support of quite a number of commoners. After ransacking the warehouses, the unjust wealth automatically multiplied tenfold. The amount of silver in space was now beyond measure. In other words, Shun Yu could easily afford to build the Jade City. With the money she has, it would be enough to buy the entire capital city. On their journey, Shun Yu searched nearly 100 small and large officials' warehouses, and the wealth in each one could leave Shun Yu shocked. From low-ranking officials like magistrates, their homes contained piles of silver coins that reached as high as several men. As for the larger officials and prefectures, the accumulated wealth was staggering, enough to sustain the lives of the people of several counties for years. Yet what kind of life were the common people leading? Daily suffering from cold and hunger, losing dignity just to survive, still unable to make ends meet. Children and wives starving to death, mothers and fathers killed by bandits on the road to escape famine. They thought life would improve once they arrived in the county town. The promised charity porridge stalls weren't seen anywhere. In the wild, they could sleep in caves or broken temples, but inside the county, they were reduced to sleeping on the streets, enduring all sorts of discrimination and insults. They could have led peaceful lives if only these corrupt officials had put some effort into caring for them, thereby preventing such tragedies. Day after day of revelry, surrounded by beautiful women and wine, their vision was already clouded. Thick stacks of silver notes blinded their consciences. Even when riding in carriages past the corpses of commoners on the street, they remained indifferent. Occasionally, they would harbor a bit of emotion toward the commoners, scornful expressions, furrowed brows at seeing dead bodies, harsh reprimands upon being offended by foul smells. These formed their rare and direct impressions on the commoners. It's done. Shinyu suddenly appeared behind everyone, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. Sitting by the stall, the wontons on the table were still emitting steam. Hurry up and eat. The wontons are still warm. Later, I'll go with mother to buy some grain from a nearby shop. Is everything settled? Chumo looked at Shinyu with warmth. Upon seeing this, Chu Tianjiao smiled foolishly, thinking this scene was sweeter than eating wontons. We'll rest at an inn tonight and leave tomorrow. It seems it's going to rain soon. Chumo raised his head to look at the gloomy sky, feeling something was slightly off. In his previous life, the outbreak of the plague began because of a heavy rain. Could it be the same reason in this lifetime too? Half an hour later, the sky was completely covered by dark clouds. The rumbling thunder struck Chumo's heart like sharp needles, making him restless. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Shinyu placed her fingers gently on Chumo's pulse. Through her abilities, she could sense his rapid heartbeat and occasional palpitations. Is something about to happen? Or are you worried about something? Furrowing his brows as he looked toward the horizon, he said, "This heavy rain may very well bring a plague. But this is just my guess." As soon as he finished speaking, large raindrops began pattering down. Shinyu approached the window and glanced outside. The raindrops that landed on the windowsill were black. She collected a drop and placed it on her fingertip, immediately sensing numerous toxins seeping into her body. So there really is something suspicious. What's going on? Are you not feeling well? With a loud bang, she closed the window, then called everyone together. What's wrong, Yua? Why have you summoned us in such a hurry? The village head sat in his chair, staring intently at Shinyu. The rain is poisonous. Once we get back, shut all the windows tightly. Do not touch the raindrops, and don't drink any water sent by the inn staff. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. The rain is poisonous? What if it doesn't stop by tomorrow morning? Tao Jiang pursed his lips. Though he wasn't one to fear death, knowing the rain was toxic, he couldn't act rashly. Don't worry, I've prepared protective measures for you. As they spoke, Shinyu pulled out a stack of raincoats from the corner basket. Looking at the transparent raincoats in Shinyu's hands, everyone was filled with curiosity. Shiyu rushed to her sister first. Sis, what is this? It looks so interesting. Shinyu smiled as she helped Shiyu put on the raincoat. After wearing it, Shiyu felt much warmer. It's so warm, sis. And it makes me feel so secure when I wear it. Just as Shiyu happily jumped around, Shinyu threw a cup of tea water at her. Everyone stared in shock. What was she doing? Chapter 162, The Emperor's Gift of Fish. What's the matter? Fan Yinxue stepped forward and gently held Shinyu's hand, feeling that she might be under too much pressure lately, and her mood seemed a little gloomy. Everyone carefully observed Shiyu. What had the child done wrong? Hold on. Shu Emohan scrutinized the raincoat on Shiyu's body closely. There was only a slight water trace, and Shiyu's clothes underneath seemed to be completely dry. What's going on? Shiyu's clothes seemed to be completely dry. Upon hearing Chu Emohan's reminder, everyone hurried over to take a look and indeed found it true. Everyone gazed in amazement at the transparent raincoat in Shun Yu's hands. This item seems to have good coverage. It's much better than the straw cloak. Plus, they were sitting inside a carriage, so theoretically there shouldn't be any problems. Through Shun Yu's research, she discovered that the poison in the rainwater had been diluted significantly. Only after being caught in the rain for a long time would it cause issues. This is a raincoat, used to keep waterproof during rainy days. Everyone will get one set. We'll depart tomorrow morning. After everyone left, Shunin and Fan Yinxue closed the door and wanted to talk to Shinyu. Do we really have to go to the capital city? Shun En's eyes carried a hint of resistance. The relationships within the capital are complex. People like them who lack background and power would just end up as lambs to the slaughter once they got there. Even if their daughter and Chu Emohan truly loved each other, they could just flee far away and start a new life. Father, the capital is prosperous. After this, Shiyu and Baoyu will have more opportunities to exercise themselves. Moreover, with Emohan protecting us, no one will dare to bully us. Shinyu's face was full of smiles. Fan Yinxue sat beside her softly and tightly held her small hand. Once we arrive in the capital city, life will undergo a tremendous change. Various problems will arise endlessly. Are you sure you want to choose such a life? Fan Yinxue felt that Shinyu's personality didn't suit the atmosphere of intrigue and deceit in the capital. She feared that Shinyu might anger some powerful figures. Besides, she also thought that Chu Emohan lacked significant abilities and might not be able to protect her in the future. Father, mother, daughter knows you both care for me. We've come through numerous dangers together. There's nothing to fear about going to the capital city. Furthermore, don't I have the living Buddha's blessings? I'll surely be safe and sound. Shinyu laughed and tightened her hold on her parents' wrists. The two of them could only laugh and nod helplessly. Who could blame them for worrying? After all, she was their precious daughter. So, let her go to the capital and make a name for herself. The sun hung high in the sky. In Shun Manor, a black plaque with golden letters sparkled brightly. and from the courtyard came the sounds of vigorous daily martial arts training. The master is advanced in age, yet his body remains strong. His unwavering daily practice of martial arts is truly admirable. A nearby maid looked at the back figure of Shun Jing with envy, but her eyes hid a bit of sympathy. In fact, the master insists on practicing martial arts and staying physically fit in hopes of finding Master Shun and before he passes. Lin, auntie, how could we not know that? He was sent to such a remote place. Things can change dramatically. Moreover, so many years have passed. Even if the young master were still alive, wouldn't he be older than us by now? The woman shook her head, sighing helplessly. Sending off the young master years ago was also out of necessity. Bandits caused chaos in the capital, slaughtering loyal officials. Shun En's mother was burned into ashes by a huge fire. When Shun Jing returned from guarding the border and pacifying the rebellion, he coughed up blood and lay in bed for 3 full years. He never stopped looking for Shun En, but after deliberation between Grandmother Shun and the family, they moved to Stone Village, where Grandma Shun treated Shun En poorly all along, fearing that Shun En's family would find him and seek revenge. Now Shun Jing has 10,000 elite troops stationed near the capital, posing the biggest threat to Chu Tianren. With Shun Jing around, he must be fully prepared to ascend the throne and should never act rashly. Zhang Xianzong also understood these critical factors. But Chu Tianren's actions grew increasingly bold, and his greed became insatiable. Using Zhang Xianzong's hands, he removed quite a few ministers who often opposed him. Shun Jing noticed this situation, and thus pretended to be severely ill to avoid court duties, allowing him to retain his tiger talisman and maintain a relatively stable relationship. Inside the palace, Zhang Xianzong sat on the dragon throne pondering how to send the message to Shun Jing without being detected by Chu Tianren. There were almost no trustworthy people around him, so how could he deliver the message? Thinking hard, Zhang Xianzong went to the imperial garden. The fish in this lake had been carefully fed by generations of emperors, becoming exceptionally plump. Han eunuch, why hasn't General Shun attended court for such a long time? Has his health not improved? Your Majesty, General Shun is exhausted by overwork. According to his household staff, he may not be able to get out of bed this year. So severe. Swish. A large carp yanked the fishing line violently into the lake, bending the bamboo rod to a 50-degree angle. Fortunately, with the emperor cautiously reeling, the fish was smoothly brought ashore. His Majesty truly has an excellent fishing technique. This carp signifies a bountiful harvest, and the people of our Qing kingdom will surely enjoy favorable weather this year. Zhang Xianzong held the carp in his hands and smiled. Eunuch Han, go arrange the carriage. I want to personally visit General Shun. Oh, bring this fish along, and also some nourishing supplements. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, the emperor arrived by carriage at the front gate of the Shun residence. Never mind. Let's return to the palace. Eunuch Han was utterly confused, not understanding what His Majesty meant. However, he himself felt relieved, no longer needing to constantly watch over the emperor, fearing that he might have any chance to be alone with Shun Jing. This had been specifically instructed by the Prime Minister. Master, Shun Jing had just finished his lunch, and seeing the servant so flustered, he asked with furrowed brows. What's wrong? Chu Tianren is here. No. The emperor came in person, but when he reached the gate, he suddenly left. Shun Jing knitted his brows, feeling that there must be a reason behind this. This matter was absolutely not that simple. Did His Majesty say anything? He said nothing, but sent some nourishing supplements along with the carp. It said that it was personally caught by His Majesty in the lotus pond in the imperial garden. The emperor actually came personally to deliver a fish, and then left right in front of the estate. Shun Jing touched his gray-speckled beard, and suddenly remembered something. When His Majesty was young, Shun Jing always outwitted his enemies in every battle due to his high-level strategies. The previous emperor would often let Shun Jing teach Zhang Xianzong certain principles. And once, Shun Jing told him a story about a fish. Back then, he was captured, and their spy in the kitchen risked their life to hide a note inside the belly of a fish, passing on crucial information which ultimately saved his life. Could there be a secret hidden inside this fish too? Shun Jing couldn't appear too eager, as there were also Prime Minister's spies within his house. Oh, take me there to see it. His Majesty sent this fish. It's a recognition of our Shun family. We can't eat this fish. We must keep it alive. Yes, Master. Both rushed towards the kitchen. Indeed, the carp lay in the basket, its mouth continuously opening and closing, looking as if something was stuck in its throat. Chapter 163, about to enter the capital. Shun Jing immediately saw that there was something wrong with the fish. Pretending to be shocked, he dropped to his knees. You dogs, none of you thought to bring some water for the fish. This is the carp personally granted by His Majesty. If it dies, will you be able to bear the consequences? The servants were scared out of their wits and quickly knelt on the ground, moaning and begging for mercy. Master, please calm down. It's our fault for not being more attentive. Not being attentive? Hurry up and go fetch some water. A bunch of useless people. Are you trying to drive me mad? Shun Jing coughed sharply and picked up a nearby pole as if ready to strike. Seeing this, the servants fled outside immediately. Having practiced martial arts for years, Shun Jing possessed considerable strength. A blow from him would leave someone sore for days. Seeing all the servants run off, Shun Jing took the fish in his hand and squeezed it forcefully. A bright red ball of bait popped out of the fish's mouth. When he opened the bait, inside was a small bamboo note. Shun En is the son of a general. These few words triggered a flood of thoughts for Shun Jing. Who is Shun En? There's no doubt this message is in the emperor's handwriting, but why did he send this news? Master, the water has arrived. Hastily, he placed the fish into a wooden bucket. watching its vitality return, as though he were seeing a child he'd never met before. Shunin, who is Shunin? Shinjing hadn't been outside much recently, and wasn't very well informed about recent events, so he could only sit alone in the pavilion, leaning against a pillar to bask in the sun. Did you hear? In a few days, the Prime Minister's nephew will arrive in the capital. I've heard. He's called Chu Imo-han, a handsome man, but unfortunately a good-for-nothing drunkard. And there's also someone named Shinyu. They're rumored to have secretly pledged their love to each other, leaving us no chance. The servant with the twin buns shook her head dejectedly, her eyes full of disappointment. I've heard this Miss Shun is quite remarkable too, skilled in martial arts and excels at business. How can this Chu fellow just be a freeloader? Rumor has it the Prime Minister has never cared much about them. Who knows? Anyway, the Shin family must not be ordinary either. I've heard they are originally a farming household from the mountains. The father seems to be surnamed Shun. They even split the family due to financial disputes along the way because of their sudden wealth. The woman, while washing clothes, smiled and whispered, "There's something you might not know. This girl is named Shinyu, and her father is Shunin. They've made quite a bit of money in Qingqing County." What? Shunin? Could the Shunin mentioned in the Emperor's letter be this Shunin? Originating from the countryside, the background and age match. Could he really be my good son? After all these years, have I finally waited for him? Our family Shun will finally have an heir. Shinjing dared not open his eyes, for fear that a teardrop would fall onto the ground. At that moment, an autumn wind blew through, carrying sand and fallen leaves. What a strong wind. It's making my eyes water. Steward, tell the servants to clean the courtyard again, thoroughly. Yes. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, eagerly anticipating Shun Yu's arrival. At the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Tianren sat in the main hall drinking high-quality saffron tea from the western regions. His complexion was ruddy, and he looked exceptionally relaxed. His Majesty personally caught a fish and sent it over to Shinjing, then turned around and left without handing it over. All those supplements have been inspected by me. No abnormalities found. A smirk lingered on his lips, with a faint misty look in his eyes. The young emperor has grown smarter, but his restless desire for power couldn't help revealing itself. Seems like it's time for some warnings. With that, Chu Tianren suddenly swept his sleeve and departed from the main hall. A short while later, he appeared in the palace, where the young emperor frowned deeply at the memorials laid before him. The neighboring countries were threatening the borders, sending heavily armed troops. Japanese pirates frequently attacked, and the Tujua tribes were also constantly raiding the border villages. Your Majesty, the situation at the border is urgent. Is there any capable general in the court who can lead the charge for you? Chu Tianren feigned worry, yet his lips slightly curled upwards. This was his way of giving the young emperor a harsh lesson, playing tricks under his nose. Upon careful reflection, there is no one suitable to fight. Prime Minister, what do you suggest we should do to resolve this? The emperor knew these incidents were related to Chu Tianren, yet he had no means to counteract. Even his closest relatives have abandoned him. Why not send General Shinjing to fight at the border? Though old, the general still has the strength to fight one last battle. Why not allow him to contribute his final energy for the Qing kingdom? Looking at the cold sarcasm on Chu Tianren's lips, Zhang Xianzong tightly clenched his hands inside his sleeves. This cunning old fox intended to chase all potential threats within the capital away. How could he let the plan succeed? If so, would there still be anyone trustworthy remaining in the capital? Prime Minister, you jest. General Shinjing is already advanced in years and bedridden from illness. His body cannot take such strain. We'll let him retire honorably soon. Oh, bedridden from long-term illness? I imagine after eating the supplements sent by your Majesty, he will recover very soon. It's just a small comfort from me to an old minister. Prime Minister, you've worked so hard for the country over these years, you should take care of your health as well. It's my negligence. Servants, fetch the 100-year-old ginseng from the storeroom and deliver it to Prime Minister Chu. Yes, your Majesty. Seeing Zhang Xianzong give in, Chu Tianren finally stopped pressing. Your Majesty, when the kingdom is facing turmoil, please take good care of your health. As for other complicated matters, I will handle them for you. Bang! Zhang Xianzong slammed his fist into the wooden post, gritting his teeth as he watched Chu Tianren walk away. Despite all the precautions he had taken, Chu Tianren was still personally pushing him. It seems he will act soon. His time may be running out. Several carriages were galloping on the road toward the capital. The sky grew darker, and some dilapidated wooden houses appeared before their eyes. You wake up. We seem to have arrived. Chu Imo-han excitedly called out to Shinyu. Although the wooden houses outside the carriage looked shabby, everyone felt inexplicably thrilled imagining these would become their future fortresses. Not bad. There are quite a few houses here. Though they look worn out, they're relatively intact. With some repairs, they should be habitable. Since the foundations of the miners' houses were made of gravel and river sand, there wasn't too much weed on the ground. However, clearing them would still require some time. Looking at these old houses, the village elder and Mrs. Wu couldn't help but feel nostalgic, reminiscing about Stone Village. Will you all go to the capital tomorrow? Yes. There are things that can no longer be delayed. The elder smiled sheepishly, hesitating as he glanced at Shunyu. Could I ask you for a favor? You just say it, elderly. If little you can manage it, she'll certainly agree. I want to stay here and help with weeding and repairing the houses. I used to do carpentry work before, and I'm skilled at it. Moreover, at my age, I really cannot bear riding horses or driving carts for long. Shinyu softly chuckled, finding this arrangement even better because now she didn't need to worry about management with elderly taking care of things. She trusted him entirely in that aspect. Chapter 164. Supplies come in handy. Mrs. Wu and Widow Lu also knew that, as they were from a small village, they wouldn't be much help to Shunyu after arriving in the capital city. They would rather stay here with the village chief and do some mending work. Shunyu respected their opinions. After all, they had already escaped to the capital city, and there was no real disaster left. So you stay in Yuqing. With Grandpa Li Zheng and the two ants' abilities, you will surely bring vitality back to our Yuqing. Hearing this praise, the three of them felt ashamed and scratched their heads. You were joking around, but we will definitely focus on it. We must make Yuqing flourish quickly. Seeing their determined eyes, Shunyu felt at ease. Since they had decided to settle down here in the future, it was time to take out the supplies she had stockpiled on her journey. Grandpa Li Zheng, you start planning first. I'll go inside and check. Alright. Not long after, Shunyu found a huge courtyard. Although weeds grew rampant, the blue bricks walls and intricately carved stone beasts all indicated the former residents were no ordinary people. She piled all the blue bricks from the merchants' storehouses into a corner. The quantity was so large, enough to pave a cobblestone road. The food was stored in several rooms, along with collected wood, tables, chairs, beds, benches, and more. It was almost enough for their immediate use. Seeing how Yor nearly filled the entire courtyard, Chu Mohan clapped with a smile. Great job, Yor. Who would have thought you've accumulated so many treasures along the way? Add these things with the surrounding trees, and they will be sufficient for building Yuqing. Shunyu shook her head. This Yuqing was like her child. She had to do her best to build it to its greatest potential, whether it was safety within the city or education. It must become the best in Qing dynasty. The silver she had accumulated in her spatial storage wasn't meant to just sit there as decoration. The city wall must be built, as well as the streets, academies, and apothecaries, one by one. Looking at the light shining in Shunyu's eyes, Chu Mohan was also inspired. Alright, I can help with all these. I'll ask my friends who are merchants to open branches here. Really? Shunyu hugged Chu Mohan's arm, her big eyes twinkling cutely. But won't they think this place has no potential? Not at all. You still don't know how persuasive my mouth can be. I guarantee I'll dazzle them completely. When the time comes, I'll bring Song Chong in too, and ensure they obediently open their branches in our Yuqing. Shunyu rested her head against Chu Mohan's chest. Her fresh hair fragrance made Chu Mohan feel content and at peace. Perhaps happiness was this simple. After all these years of effort and cultivation, bringing her a single smile was worth everything. Alright, Yor, tomorrow we'll arrive at the capital city. Do you have any plans yet? Chu Mohan lowered his dark eyes and gently leaned against Shunyu's head. I have several land deeds of shops in the capital. One shop should have been in use for quite a while. I was thinking of opening a shop, but I'm not sure yet what kind of business to start. The franchise rights to the spicy soup shop were already sold to a rich merchant in the capital city, so she definitely couldn't open a second one. But there was plenty of time. She could contemplate thoroughly tomorrow. As dusk fell, the sun hung half-slanted in the sky, and the golden sunlight spread across the entire earth, a breathtaking sight. A gentle evening breeze blew through, swaying the leaves in the yard. Leaf after leaf danced to the ground, finally stopping by dawn the next morning. The next morning, Shunin and Fanning Shue had already boiled the rice porridge. The clamor woke Shunyu up and made sleep impossible. Well, come on, let's eat breakfast, and after that, we'll enter the city. Chu Mohan chuckled helplessly and pulled Shunyu into his arms again. There will be many variables once we reach the capital. Remember to protect yourself. No matter what happens, remember to prioritize your life above everything else. Under the shade of a lush tree, everyone sat silently on the ground. Each person's mood seemed somewhat heavy. Uncle Li Zheng, Widow Lu, Mrs. Wu, why don't you all come with us to the city? Everyone hasn't arrived yet, and you don't even know how long you need to wait here in this desolate place. On this journey, Fan Yingshu had developed a deep bond with these people. Thinking about parting ways soon, she really didn't want to let them go. It's fine, little sister. Just go ahead. We will take care of things for you in Yuqing. And we promise when you return, you'll see a new, lively Yuqing. Widow Lu's smile was pure and bright. Since her husband's passing, she hadn't felt this happy ever before. Staying by the Shin family, she felt as if she'd finally found a new home. Mom, it's only for a few days. We will be back in no time. Don't act as if it's a life or death farewell. There will be plenty more opportunities to spend time together in the future. Shunyu hugged her mother's arm, her gentle smile like the sunlight of early spring, warm and healing. Mother understands. Grandpa Li Jing, there's a large house in that direction. I found quite a few good things inside. They must have gathered all the supplies there before they left. You can go take a look if you need to. Li Jing silently noted the direction Shunyu pointed to, then glanced at the distant sky. It was getting late. It seemed that Shunyu and the others were about to leave. Li Jing felt an indescribable reluctance in his heart. Having followed Shunyu through so much hardship, they had always been well taken care of by her. Now parting with her, it truly felt strange, as if they had lost their backbone. Sigh? This vast area, and only the three of you. I'm really not very reassured. What's there not to be reassured about? We're here now, aren't we? Before the words had even finished echoing, dozens of people wearing hemp-cloth outerwear approached, smiling. You've arrived. These were Li Xian's subordinates and the former residents of Qingqing County. Even though there were only a few dozen people, they were still very happy. Since the first batch of people had arrived, more would surely come soon. Now that there are people here, you can rest easy. We will take good care of ourselves. Farewell. Several carriages departed from Yuqing, heading straight for the capital city. On the carriage, Chu Mohan tightly held Shunyu's delicate hand. This time, when arriving in the capital, he must be cautious, extra cautious. Absolutely. He couldn't repeat the mistakes from the last time. Don't be nervous. With me here, we'll definitely return safely. Shin Yu leaned on Chu Mohan's shoulder and soon fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, a towering city wall appeared before her eyes. The capital city. They had arrived. A squad of cavalry dressed in red armor guarded the city gate and quickly approached Shin Yu's carriage upon seeing it. Master Chu, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chu Mohan frowned slightly as he stepped down from the carriage. Seeing the grand reception prepared by his uncle, he felt a chill down his back. Besides these cavalrymen, all the surrounding faces were familiar. Not only did it include secret agents he placed in various taverns, but also the managers of his shops in the capital city. It seemed his uncle had already learned everything about his identity. Chapter 165, The First Encounter. Let's go, Lord Mohan. The Prime Minister has been waiting for a long time in his residence. The man who spoke wore a red armor with a golden tiger's head embedded on the chest, probably the commander of the city guard. He held a red tassel spear, with deep wrinkles on his face, looking as if he had experienced much hardship. Mohan, what are you waiting for? Follow the general. You're finally going to see your uncle, aren't you happy? Chu Tianjiao gently held her son's arm, appearing extremely excited. She had waited for this day for a long time too. After all, she hadn't seen her younger brother for many years. Chu Tianyi seemed to notice something amiss with his son. Reflecting upon it, every time they mentioned his uncle along the way, he would become silent and reserved. What was the matter? Happy? How could I not be happy? It's just that I've done quite a few reckless things using uncle's name, so I feel a bit guilty about meeting him. He awkwardly touched the locks of hair on his forehead, while Zui Yi burst out laughing and pulled the reins hard. Lord Mohan need not worry at all. The Prime Minister has been eagerly anticipating your arrival in the capital. As for past events, he no longer wishes to bring them up. Hearing this, Chu Tianyi and Chu Tianjiao lowered their heads. Had he truly let go of what happened before? Sitting in the meticulously prepared carriage arranged by Chu Tianren, the family's hearts were heavy with complex emotions. The surrounding commoners had gathered, blocking the side roads, curious about what kind of person this reputed playboy really was. He does look handsome. Compared to the Prime Minister, he is definitely younger. He looks so vibrant. Indeed, I wonder if Master Chu's marriage to Miss Shun is true or not. The women nearby blushed and whispered among themselves, all dreaming of marrying into the Chu family. That's enough. The nephew of the Prime Minister. Could he ever even consider us common folk? If he considered anyone, it'd be the daughters from noble families living in the pavilions over there. Pitiful. Oh, how pitiable. Though my beauty surpasses Shishir and causes fish to sink, it still can't match having a father who is the Deputy Minister of Revenue. The woman shook her head and sighed, self-deprecating tones mixed with a touch of ridicule. But when she turned around and saw Shin Yu in the carriage with a white dress, her black hair coiled elegantly in a celestial hairpin looking pitifully charming, she lightly slapped herself twice. You all hurry and look. The lady in the back carriage seems like she stepped straight out of a painting. Her skin is like congealed fat, and her every smile and frown are so beautiful, she might as well take my soul away. The crowd glanced at the woman briefly. They had seen beauties in this world plenty, just a nose and a mouth. Could anything else grow differently? Wow, truly stunning. Which household's daughter is this? If someone sees her, they'll certainly send her into the palace to be an empress consort. Truly beautiful. I feel as if I've glimpsed the essence of love itself. Truly marvelous indeed. A woman like this arriving in the capital will surely cause bloodshed and upheaval. An elder smiled and sighed. If he were 20 years younger, he would have emptied his entire fortune just to make the beauty laugh. Nowadays, all his assets amounted to nothing more than a broken cane. After a moment, Zwa Yi led Chu Mohan and others to the Prime Minister's residence. Seeing the magnificent Prime Minister's estate, everyone felt as if they had entered a whole new world. Throughout their journey, they had never seen such solemn and grand architecture. The man standing at the gate, wearing a purple-red robe with a smiling expression, looked both closable and amiable. Moreover, he bore a striking resemblance to Chu Tianjiao. Tianrun. Seeing Chu Tianren, Chu Tianjiao excitedly called out from the window, and without waiting for the carriage to come to a complete stop, jumped down. Sister. Chu Tianren's eyes glistened with tears. The joy of being reunited with his family moved him deeply. Even though his heart had become as hard as steel, he had underestimated how important his sister and nephew were to him. They embraced and cried together while Chu Mohan stood awkwardly beside his father. By the way, sister, isn't this Mohan? Chu Tianren tilted his head to scrutinize Chu Mohan's features closely. Whether it was his eyes or his facial structure, they bore some resemblance to his own, which was unexpected, right? What do you think? Is there at least a 50% resemblance between the two of you? People always say, a nephew resembles his uncle. And indeed, it's not wrong. Mohan, brother-in-law, we've endured a lot of fatigue during our journey. Let's rest a bit inside first. Lunch has already been prepared. Quick, let uncle see you. Before I knew it, you've grown so tall. He took Chu Mohan's hand, lightly patting it. The sincerity on his face was especially genuine. If Chu Mohan had not already understood along the way, he might have fallen for his uncle's seemingly benevolent appearance. The three arrived at an independent courtyard. The servants were also very respectful, their gazes filled with curiosity towards the three of them. It took them an entire hour for bathing, washing, and changing clothes, while Chu Tianren patiently awaited in the room. Surely the gifts prepared before entering the city must have pleased his nephew considerably. How is their bathing progressing? Minister of the Prime. They're already on the way. No sooner had these words been spoken than three people appeared at the entrance with broad smiles, radiating warmth and harmony. Quick, please take a seat. Greetings, Prime Minister. Chu Mo Han and Chu Tianyi spoke simultaneously, respectfully bowing low. Oh, stand up quickly. Brother-in-law, Mo Han. We are family, so why be so formal? Titles don't matter compared to our relationship. Once seated, Chu Tianren constantly served them food, ordering servants to bring out the finest old wine and premium tea, striving tirelessly for their satisfaction. Tianren, being Prime Minister must have been hard on you. All these years spent devoting your energy to the kingdom of Qing. Look at those streaks of silver in your hair. Chu Tianjiao wiped her eyes as she spoke, her sisterly heart melting upon seeing her beloved brother, and memories of his hardships brought unrelenting pain to her heart. Sister, let's not talk about such unpleasant things now, they're long gone. Besides, as Prime Minister of Qing, it's my duty to serve the nation in this way. Brother Tianren, we understand how busy you've been. For years, we couldn't visit you here in the capital, but I trust you know how preoccupied we've been managing the region, always tied down by one thing or another. Had it not been for fleeing calamity, who knows when we would have met again. He drained his wine cup in one go, every crease and wrinkle etched deep with the weight of time. Let's stop mentioning the past, let it stay hidden within the wine. Now that we are finally reunited, from now on you will all settle peacefully here in the capital. With me around, no one dare oppress the Chu family. Chu Tianjiao cried tears of joy, thinking of all the hardships along the way, and finally having found refuge. The remainder of their lives could now be secure. Oh, Mo Han, where are your friends? Did they not accompany you back to the residence? Not exactly. They still have business to attend to, but they have connections in the capital, so there's no need to worry too much. His lips quivered faintly, his gaze flickering with a hint of inquiry. I've heard that one of your friends is particularly talented in commerce. As a famous wealthy merchant of our kingdom of Qing, you must share some wisdom with her. It isn't easy for a girl to establish herself in business within the capital. Chapter 166, Renowned Wealthy Merchant? Before the words were fully spoken, his parents looked at their son with surprised eyes. Renowned wealthy merchant? Surely this must be a joke. Don't they know their own son well enough? Always mischievous, never serious, causing them trouble often. Although he has become more upright recently, fundamentally, he is still playful and loves to have fun. Chu Mo Han didn't expect his uncle to bring their private competition out into the open like this. Uncle jests. How could I possibly possess any business acumen? If not for your good reputation shielding me, I wouldn't even be able to make a little money. And this kind of thing, I didn't dare tell father and mother, fearing that they might beat me. They disciplined me strictly on an everyday basis. Surely something like this would be forbidden. Chu Mo Han awkwardly touched his brow. His parents' gazes shifted from surprise to worry. They never imagined that this mischievous son of theirs was also a wealthy businessman. Oh, indeed, though you've caused no end of trouble since childhood. Over these years, my mansion has received quite a few items related to you. Chu Tianren laughed lightly, then slowly took out a stack of papers from his sleeve. Upon receiving it in her hands, Chu Tianjiao saw that they were IOUs written by Chu Mo Han when he was younger. Ozwang Chun Tower 850 taels. Guaranteed by Uncle's personal character. O Star Sharp Gambling Den 3000 taels. Guaranteed by Uncle's official position. The neatly lined IOUs numbered over 100, making the faces of the old couple turn red instantly, as if they wanted to find a crack to hide in. You good-for-nothing brat. Behind our backs, how many troubles have you caused for your uncle? Just wait until today, I'll beat you to death. Chu Tianjiao picked up a nearby porcelain bottle to throw it at Chu Mo Han. Mother, be careful. That vase is an antique. A June kiln vase. Worth a fortune. If you break it, my life wouldn't be enough to compensate. Her hands trembled, and she quickly returned it to its original place. Then she grabbed a brazier behind her. Good-for-nothing brat. This incense burner certainly isn't valuable, right? Come here immediately. Mother, this is a rare Boson incense burner. You breaking it would leave me unable to pay back 3 times its value. Seeing his sister so angry, Chu Tianren quickly came forward to block her. Sister, there's no need to be enraged. Mo Han is still young. Which boy wasn't unruly during their youth? Besides, these things aren't serious, they happened long ago. Today, I'm taking the opportunity to show these things in front of both of you so Mo Han can learn a lesson. He's growing older, it's time to settle down. He paused for a moment, then smiled kindly, and turned to look at Chu Mo Han. By the way, Mo Han, I heard you fancy a girl. When will you bring her to the mansion so Uncle can take a look? Not in a hurry. Uncle, there will be plenty of chances later. Your schedule, dealing with myriad state affairs daily and serving the people, is very precious. Chu Tianyi chuckled heartily, gently patting him on the shoulder. You little rascal, sure are sweet talkers. One day, go meet officials in the capital with me, and let Uncle try to arrange a leisure official position for you. Chu Tianjiao and Chu Tianyi hastily waved their hands. No, Tianren. This kid doesn't know propriety and refuses discipline. Don't give him an official post, or he'll get into trouble again, leaving you regretful too late. Let him stay in the mansion for now. That works. I'll listen to sister and brother-in-law. Though I have no heirs under my knees, what's mine is Mo Han's. In the future, our Chu family's heritage must be inherited by Mo Han. Foolish child, don't forget to thank your uncle. And in the future, don't cause him problems. Understood. Thank you, uncle. The whole family laughed and chatted while enjoying their lunch. Afterward, upon returning to the room, their parents indeed dragged Chu Mo Han inside, questioning about his involvement in commerce. Explain. How did your uncle claim that you're a famous rich man in Qinghua? Chu Tianyi's forehead veins bulged in anger, drinking tea hot cup after cup. It's not as exaggerated as uncle made it sound. There are only 4 or 5 jewelry and jade shops in the capital, 3 pawn shops, 2 banks, 3 cloth stores, and 5 or 6 taverns. Listening to Chu Imohan's words, the couple felt like they were dreaming. So many stores, when had their son open them all? Back in Huangyu County, wasn't he either loitering in taverns, gambling dens, or eating and drinking with dubious friends, bullying the common people? The couple couldn't figure out when he managed to build such a vast business empire. A bank. Isn't this a joke? It's like raising a weak chick and one day finding out it laid a basket full of golden eggs without you knowing. No. Give father some time to think. I already consider myself lucky if you don't play pranks or mischief. How could you manage businesses in the capital city? Did you use uncle's name secretly? This was the most plausible explanation the couple could come up with. Looking at Chu Imohan eagerly, they were surprised to see him shaking his head. This left the couple even more confused. What exactly had their son been hiding all these years? Realizing that there was no way to hide the truth anymore, Chu Imohan decided to unleash his acting skills. Father, mother, I have always admired you both since I was young. Father's annual salary is not much, yet every day all the extra rice and silver from the estate are used for disaster relief or to help the poor. Whenever we're short of money, you personally visit rich merchants and gentry homes to beg for food for the people. Chu Imohan looked at his parents with a sigh, lowering his head before pinching his thigh hard. Son knows how much hardship and begging you've endured on behalf of the common folk. For the sake of the villagers, you have smiled in the face of many who look down on you. Therefore, I swore to become a wealthy merchant, to become someone with money. In the future, I want to enable you to save suffering people without restraint. You won't have to bow to those unscrupulous businessmen anymore. The couple listened with moist eyes, Chu Tianjiao quietly wiping away her tears, while Chu Imohan pinched his thigh even harder, shedding 2 teardrops of pain. Alas, ultimately, it's still father's fault for not being competent enough. My abilities are limited, and yet I cannot bear to see the people suffer. These years, it has been father who failed the two of you. With blurred vision from tears, Chu Tian embraced his son and daughter-in-law in his arms, his long-standing confusion finally resolved. Son, stop blaming yourself. As a local official, if one can't even rescue their own people from calamity, then they are utterly failing. Moreover, you resemble your grandmother's kind-heartedness so much. If you ever have any plans for disaster relief, please let me know, and I will fully support you. Chu Tian wiped away the teardrops from his eyes. His son's newfound maturity was the best gift he could ask for. At this time, Xinyu arrived with his parents at a certain residence. The deed to the property had been uncovered in Li Yibing's warehouse. It looked rather impressive. Though the entrance appeared modest, inside, it held vast secrets. After showing the land deeds, the servants within the house didn't dare say anything more. They had seen the authority behind Li Xian too. Everyone, tidy up a bit. Tonight, I'll prepare a new dish to celebrate our smooth arrival in the capital city. Everyone beamed with smiles, looking forward to Xun Yu's culinary skills. Chapter 167, Hot Pot Restaurant. Xinyu took out the copper pot from her space, while also preparing hot pot broth and ingredients. In the apocalypse, she had killed a thief who was an ardent hot pot lover, so she scavenged quite a few hot pot related items from his personal storage. There were dozens of different types of hot pot broths alone. Among them, Xinyu favored the green Tengjiao beef tallow broth the most. The dense spiciness carried with it a rich, numbing flavor that made you want to eat more and more. After finishing a meal, one felt as if they'd been electrified, especially the lips, which kept twitching, making it all the more captivating. These should be enough for us to enjoy. Add some sesame sauce and chili sauce on the side, and the taste will be impeccable. Just opening the hot pot broth package, Xinyu already felt her mouth producing plenty of saliva. Sister, Shiyu arrived suddenly with Bao Yu, running cheerfully beside Xinyu. How did you two come here? I haven't even started cooking yet, and you little gluttons can't wait? Hee. Sister, isn't it because your food is too delicious? We could smell it from far away. Shiyu leaned on the table, looking excited at the full spread of dishes, licking her lips. Sister, so many dishes. Looks like this time you're going to show off your culinary skills. We are really lucky, said Bao Yu as he looked at the array of food on the table in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. You too. Go ahead and bring these to the dining table. Dinner will start soon. The two kids touched their eyebrows slightly confusedly as they stared at their elder sister. Sister, aren't these foods still raw? Are you planning to cook them at the dining table? Seeing her brother's puzzled faces, Xinyu stifled a laugh. Stop guessing. You'll know soon. Take it over first. She lightly tapped Shiyu's forehead, then took out an alcohol stove from her space. This was an essential item for eating hot pot. With just a simple light, no worries, you can focus solely on dipping and boiling. Nowadays there weren't many people in the mansion, just her family, Bai Yu, Hei Bai, Li Xian, and others, sitting at one table suited perfectly. At the round table, everyone looked curiously at the alcohol burner and copper pot Xinyu brought out. This copper pot had a peculiar design. They had never seen it before. What is this? This is called hot pot. This bowl here contains sesame sauce, and we have garlic, scallions, and chili sauce. Mix them into the sesame sauce, dip the cooked ingredients from the hot pot into it, and the taste will be incredible. After explaining, Xinyu eagerly demonstrated, taking the boiled lamb from the copper pot, rolling it through the sesame sauce until it was fully coated, and then placing it in her mouth. The flavors burst in her mouth, the tingling spiciness paired with the bouncy texture of the lamb, every chew bringing satisfaction. Seeing Xinyu eating so happily, everyone else became more eager for the hot pot. Especially when they smelled the concentrated aroma of the hot pot broth, they couldn't help but pick up some pieces of lamb to place in their bowls. So delicious. A taste unlike anything I've ever tried. Really wonderful. Shunen's eyebrows shot up in surprise, praising the hot pot endlessly, especially enjoying the dipping sauce. Even Heibai, who usually didn't pay much attention to food, carefully studied the hot pot in front of him. Convenient to eat, with explosive flavors. After finishing the meal, one felt a warm sensation throughout their body. In winter, during heavy snowfall, staying indoors eating hot pot while warming up a pot of good wine with friends sounded absolutely delightful. It was Baiyu's first time tasting human food, and she found it surprisingly flavorful. Plus, the unique way of eating was much better than eating raw meat. So delicious. Baiyu seemed like an endless void, gobbling up a plate of beef, followed by a plate of squash, a plate of potatoes, etc., all dumped into the pot before they were even fully cooked, finding themselves quickly in Baiyu's stomach. Shiyu smiled and patted her elder sister on the shoulder, whispering, "Sister, hasn't Baiyu's sister eaten for a long time? Her stomach feels like a leaky sieve. Was she always starving when she was wandering?" Faced with Shiyu's string of questions, Shinyu could only manage an awkward smile. After all, Baiyu's constitution was extraordinary, and eating such large quantities of food was reasonable. If they were to think about it, even this entire feast wouldn't suffice for her to even floss her teeth. Everyone keep eating. There's still plenty more food in the kitchen. The servants were quick-witted and immediately brought more dishes from the kitchen. The whole family ate joyfully together, and everyone grew fond of Baiyu, especially Shannon, who noticed how similar Baiyu looked to his daughter, naturally leading him to care for and like her more. Unbeknownst to all, Fanning Shue felt something akin to having a bone stuck in her throat upon seeing Baiyu. Baiyu appeared younger than Shinyu, but bore a striking resemblance to her. Could she be the long-lost daughter of her husband? But after careful thought, Shannon had always been kind to her and rarely left the village. Such a thing shouldn't have happened. Now that Baiyu was right in front of her, she couldn't help but think more. By the way, everyone, I want to ask for your opinions. If we were to open a hot pot shop, could it create a sensation in the capital city? Since they had arrived in the capital, they needed a way to make a living and establish some reasonable identities. It can. Definitely it can. If someone tries it once, they will surely come every day to taste the hot pot. Heibai also nodded, finding this food amazing, much better than the dishes at several restaurants in the capital. Although it wasn't as luxurious as those delicacies, it's certainly won in flavor. I think it's doable too. This hot pot would definitely be loved by many people, especially with winter approaching. A steaming pot like this would be even more appealing. Tao Jiang was also very satisfied with the taste of the hot pot. Even after years of enjoying delicious meals, his first experience with hot pot left him amazed. Great. Since all of you agree, let's prepare to open the shop. Just so happens, I have an empty shop in the capital. Upon hearing their elder sister's words, Shiyu slowly turned her cute little head. Sister, you not only have such a large house in the capital, but shops too? Is that true or not? Shinin quickly came over to cover Shiyu's mouth. How could this little one say whatever popped into his head after eating? You brat. Is this something you should worry about? Baoyu, take him out to play. Don't cause trouble here. Alright, father, it's fine. Telling Shiyu is no big deal. We made quite a bit of money back in Qingqing County. Buying a few shops in the capital wouldn't even drain our funds. Seeing Shun Yu smile, Shunin scratched his head awkwardly. I was just worried that this kid might start thinking about it. These are all the hard-earned results of your efforts. In the future, even if you marry, mom and dad don't need any of this. It's all yours. There isn't much dowry saved anyway, so we can't let future in-laws look down on us. Each word from Shun and was heartfelt. Tao Jiang was deeply impressed upon hearing this, knowing that Shunin felt exactly the same as he did. He had only one daughter. Therefore, he considered Shun a trustworthy friend. Chapter 168 Chui Hao. Xinyu rubbed her forehead, feeling that her father was taking things a little too seriously. Unexpectedly, her mother also stepped forward. Your father is right. Moreover, your two younger brothers are still young and don't need money at the moment. If they knew, they would certainly agree with your father's decision. Your parents still have hands to earn money, which is more than enough to support your two younger brothers. Fanning Shuet didn't want Xinyu to be unhappy either. With only one beloved daughter in the family, she naturally deserved to be spoiled. On the side, Tao Jiang also came over, expressing his approval of Mr. and Mrs. Shun's thoughts, thinking it aligns with his views. Seeing the group dressed in ancient yet modest clothes, but holding such progressive ideas, Xinyu felt both warm-hearted and amused. She didn't expect, in this era, to encounter such thoughtful family and friends. Let's not talk about these things for now. Tomorrow, we'll prepare for the grand opening. Father, you and mother should go find someone to custom make a signboard. Good. Xinyu then glanced at Heibai, deciding to send him to an employment agency to hire some chefs and waiters. Heibai gladly agreed. Since the incident by the reservoir, he had decided to stay close to Xinyu and Chu Moan. Instead of running away from responsibility like certain high-ranking officials who might abandon their pawns, Heibai chose accountability to safeguard themselves. As for Tao Jiang, he took on the most crucial task since he had some connections in the capital. Thus, promoting the business was handed over to him. The next morning, early on the street, many people were already discussing Xinyu and Chu Mohan's arrival in the capital. At a crude tea stall sat a few elegant gentlemen, fans in hand, laughing cheerfully. Did you hear? The Prime Minister's nephew has arrived in the capital. Yesterday, the Prime Minister even sent Minister Zhuo Yi specifically to welcome him. The man nodded, lifting his fan to point towards the Prime Minister's residence. Not only that, the Prime Minister personally welcomed them into his home and treated them kindly. It seems their relationship isn't as strained as rumored. In a corner, a ragged man took a sip of tea and spat out the leaves on the ground, looking carefree. What do you know? Still worrying about Master Chu. Do you have any idea how amazing the woman traveling with him is? I heard that all our cold drink shops and hot pot restaurants in the capital were created through research by that young lady. The man proudly played with his teacup while others quickly gathered around. Anyone sitting at this tea stall drinking tea must be a gossiper, highly interested in these kinds of news. Really? Fellow, could that young lady possibly be the renowned Shin Yu that everyone talks about? The man nodded, indicating affirmation. More people crowded around him. When Shin Yu entered the city yesterday, many young aristocrats couldn't forget her fleeting appearance and longed to express their affection toward her instantly. These tea enthusiasts love spreading such news to gain admiration and respect from others. They stared intently at the man, hoping to catch something groundbreaking. This Miss Shun will open a new store on Chang'an Street in a few days. It seems it'll be selling food too. It's said to taste fantastic. We may wonder if we'll get to try it. The man waved his fan and looked up at the eaves, lost in reverie with longing on his face. Another restaurant is opening. Shouldn't we give it a good visit? That previous hot pot shop was really great, delicious. And the various flavors of meatballs were delightful too. That cold drink shop wasn't bad either. It's said to be limited to just hundreds of servings per day, and no amount of money offered by rich merchants can secure more. Even if you offer extra cash, they only serve those specific cups daily. Miss Shin sure remains quite mysterious. With what you say, there's truly some anticipation. Let's wait patiently. We'll surely support it when it opens for business. Seeing that the hot pot shop became the focal point of conversation, the man left to head to the next location. Within just half a day, across the alleys and streets of the capital, discussions of Shun Yu's planned store opening spread far and wide. Some nobles and high-ranking families also got wind of the news. Inside a large mansion, a young man dressed in a dark red coat adorned with golden thread embroidered cloud patterns held a slingshot aimed at a sparrow perched on a nearby pine tree. Swoosh! A pebble narrowly missed the sparrow and struck an attendant rushing toward him, hitting him squarely on the forehead. Ouch! The servant clutched his forehead, lying down as blood trickled from his palm. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Cui Hao kicked furiously at a patch of grass nearby. It was so close. All because of you. Coming at the wrong time made my aim go off. How could the servant dare speak back? Not only was his head bleeding, if he dared argue, he could lose it altogether. Master, I come to report some news. I've heard that the Miss Shin person plans to open a store on Chang'an Street, probably serving food again. Cui Hao tossed the tiger-patterned slingshot to the servant, disdain flashing in his eyes. Good. So she dares to provoke me in the capital? Huh? She really doesn't know how insignificant she is. Cui Hao was the only son of the Cui family. His father was the deputy minister of military affairs and usually kept close ties with the prime minister. Growing up spoiled, he was notorious as a typical wastrel. A few years ago, he opened a tavern under his subordinate's name. With 4 stories, it was considered one of the more luxurious taverns in the capital. Many high-ranking officials fawned over his father, practically treating Yunfu Tavern as their second home, wanting to spend all day there. However, ever since Yuan Lang returned from the capital with a secret recipe for Chuan fragrant skewers and opened a shop right across from Yunfu Tavern, its business plummeted. Now, the monthly revenue could barely cover the expenses. The loss of this cash cow left Cui Hao extremely dissatisfied. He had tasted the food from the Chuan skewer's shop, finding its taste passable, but detested it intensely, considering it too coarse for fine dining. And now, before he could even confront Shin Yu about her previous move, she was planning to open another shop? Cui Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot with anger. He looked like he hated Shin Yu with every fiber of his being. Master, it's bad. What's wrong now? Speak. Frustrated, nothing at the moment could dampen his hatred for Shin Yu. That Miss Shun has opened her shop directly across from our Ziyunshan. What? Does she want to die? I see it's a deliberate provocation, forcing my hand against her. Good. Enraged, Cui Hao's mind went hazy, swaying where he stood. Master, it's not that serious. Her shop isn't even open yet. Who knows if she'll take away Ziyunshan's business. Don't ruin your health over this. Get out. All of you get out. Consumed by fury, Cui Hao decided to give Shin Yu a lesson. From childhood until now, when had Cui Hao ever endured such humiliation? Even Chu Mohan would show him some respect. How much more so an inexperienced girl? At that moment, Chu Mohan and Shun Yu both sneezed simultaneously, exchanging amused glances as they adjusted the table to a proper position. Chapter 169. What is his identity? How did you come so early in the morning? Why don't you stay longer at the Chancellor's residence with your uncle? He's always so busy he leaves early every day. Just now, I heard in the mansion that you're about to open a new shop, so I came quickly. A faint smile appeared on Shun Yu's lips as she took out an alcohol stove and a copper pot, preparing to let Chu Mohan experience the taste of hot pot for lunch today. At the same time, in 2 rooms opposite at Zuyun Pavilion, different people were staring at Shin Yu. One of them was Cui Hao, who hated her to the bone. Seeing Shin Yu flirt with a man made him despise her even more. She had already hooked up with the Chancellor's nephew, but the moment she arrived in the capital, she started seducing rich young gentlemen. The other person was Shun Jing's only nephew, named Shin Tian. He looked at Shun Yu with interest. Indeed, her lively eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to their own family. It seems this girl really has some skills to be able to open a shop in such a prime location in the capital. It's not easy. Shin Tian's father and mother died heroically in battle while defending their country, making them national heroes. Shin Tian respected Shin Jing greatly, and his uncle had always treated him well. Thus, when he heard the news, he immediately focused his attention on Shun Yu. After all, everyone thought Shun and had already passed away. To have found him after all these years lost, Shen Tian was also happy for his uncle. Make sure to send someone to protect the Shen family well. Under no circumstances should they encounter any danger. Yes, young master. Not long after, a fragrant aroma wafted over from the opposite room. Shen Tian, who was lying lazily in his chair, was drawn by the scent. This smells so good. What is it? Shen Tian was familiar with the shops on Chang'an Street, and this was the first time he smelled something like this. Master, it seems to be coming from the opposite side. The servant pointed incredulously at Shen Yu and Chu Mohan across the street. They seemed to be tasting some rare delicacy. Not just Shen Tian, passers-by on the road also noticed Shen Yu's shop. What a delicious smell. It seems to be coming from this shop. But wasn't this shop closed for quite a while? Who is this young lady? Isn't this yesterday's heavenly beauty sitting in the carriage? She's so beautiful. Many curious onlookers gathered around. This shop had an excellent location, and several aristocrats had tried to buy it, but none had succeeded. Unexpectedly, it had now fallen into the hands of a young woman. Could it be that this young lady's background was extraordinary? Just then, Princess Jiang Ran of Qingyang Wangfu passing by noticed this place. Xiaohan, didn't the shop say it wouldn't sell? Why is it open again? Jiang Ran couldn't believe it. Her surname Zhang's family couldn't get the deed to the shop, but this unknown little girl managed to acquire it. Her grandfather was one of the founding ministers, dedicating his entire life to Qing state, and her father lost both legs to quell unrest, having to remain within the courtyard every day looking at the small sky above. As an only daughter, she also bore the responsibility to bring glory to the Jiang family. Over the years, she had acquired a few fine shops, and upon hearing that Chu Mohan had returned to the capital, she had intended to form an alliance through marriage. Now, she was preparing to visit the Chancellor's mansion to meet Chu Mohan. She wanted to see what kind of appearance this famous wastrel had. Miss, I've never seen this woman before. Could she be the daughter of some important official from outside the capital? Stop. I want to confront her. Let's see who she is and why she has more influence than our Qingyang Wangfu. Stop the sedan chair. This feminine yet commanding shout drew the attention of the surrounding common folk towards their direction. Seeing that it was the Jiang family's sedan, everyone hurriedly cleared a wide path. Clay Jiang nearby frowned unhappily at the sight. This young lady dressed splendidly, looking obviously noble, but why had she stopped in front of their shop? Master, who is this young lady? Why does everyone seem to look at her with fear? Clay Jiang, unfamiliar with the situation, swallowed nervously. Are you new here? You don't even know Princess Jiang Ran. Her family is prestigious, but her temper is strange. She's quite stubborn, and this time the young lady will surely suffer. Clay Jiang shook his head helplessly, full of sympathy as he continued. The Princess Jiang Ran has repeatedly tried to buy this shop, but failed every time. Now, she must be seething inside. That's true. I've heard this mission just arrived in the capital, and Princess Jiang Ran is known for holding grudges in the city. This time, she probably won't let her off easily. Upon hearing this, Clay Jiang rushed over. If things went wrong, he could still use money to solve the issue. Shen Yu absolutely mustn't be bullied. They were only able to reach the capital thanks to Shen Yu's efforts, so paying some compensation would be nothing compared to that. At that moment, Chu Mohan also noticed Jiang Ran approaching them with an intimidating expression. He put down his chopsticks and walked to the door, barricading it with the bolt. Jiang Ran became even more infuriated at the sight. What are you doing? If you're open for business, why aren't you letting people in? Jiang Ran walked over to the window, seething as she watched the two happily enjoying their hot pot. Miss, the shop hasn't opened yet. We're just having a simple meal. If you're hungry, you can dine across the street. I like quiet. I don't enjoy being disturbed while eating. Chu Mohan's icy gaze and cutting words made Jiang Ran feel utterly humiliated. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to insult her. This was the first time. Who are you? How dare you not show respect for the Jiang family? Believe me, tomorrow I'll reclaim your shop and force you to sleep on the streets. Jiang Ran, embarrassed and angry, hurled a string of threats. Oh, you sound like a frog croaking. Just some verbal provocation makes you so uncomfortable that you have to resort to your family's prestige to overpower us? How laughable. Chu Mohan ignored her, picking a piece of lamb from the bubbling broth and placing it in Shen Yu's bowl. Contrasting Shen Yu's calmness and composure with Jiang Ran's domineering arrogance and incompetence, the surrounding commoners began whispering under their breath. This Princess Jiang Ran is truly too tyrannical. They haven't done anything wrong. Yes, she's really overbearing. Even little fairies trying to do business are envied by her. Enraged and embarrassed, Jiang Ran screamed toward the window. Fine. This is all because of you forcing my hand. Guards, take action. Smash this shop to pieces. Tao Jiang rushed forward but was blocked by the guards far away. Princess Jiang Ran, I sincerely apologize for upsetting you. Here, I'll offer 5,000 taels of silver. This is my fault, my way of apologizing to you. Are you satisfied? Seeing Tao Jiang smile amiably, Jiang Ran gave him a disdainful glance. Just a lowly merchant. Do you think you're worthy of speaking to me? Go away. A servant raised his hand to shove Tao Jiang, but unexpectedly, an arrow shot straight into his arm without missing. The arm pierced through. The servant screamed in pain. Jiang Ran broke out in a cold sweat. Who could this person be, to actually dare to harm her people in broad daylight? Chapter 170, shocked Jiang Ran. Shen Yu turned around and saw Chu Mohan holding a crossbow with cold eyes staring at Jiang Ran. That person is mine. You should keep your subordinates in line. Are you so used to living a stable life? The emperor gave the title to your family because of the blood sacrifices of your forefathers for Qing Kingdom. And what have you done? You just obtained the title of princess by bullying others. Chu Mohan's words hit Jiang Ran like a whip on her face. The guards quickly surrounded Jiang Ran, fearing she would be harmed. Today, since you've injured my subordinate, that's tantamount to declaring war against our Qingyang Wangfu, prince's house. I will not let this go lightly today. People, load arrows. Xinyu noticed so many soldiers surrounding them, feeling somewhat nervous inside. Clearly, Mohan was so flexible on the escape route, unwilling to get into disputes with people. But why has he changed now in the capital? This dominating demeanor makes him look even more handsome. What do we do? There are so many civilians around. Surely they can't resort to violence, right? As Xinyu spoke, Chu Mohan embraced her. Relax. I know my limits. I won't take unnecessary risks. But here in the capital, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Watching as the soldiers waited for so long, these two were showing no sign of panic. Were they assuming that no one dared to act? At this moment, Jiang Ran could no longer contain herself. With so many commoners watching, she felt as if she was being roasted over a fire. If she didn't retaliate, the Qingyang prince's house's dignity would be completely lost because of her. Attack. Even before the word ended, a familiar figure appeared beside her. A massive wave of sword energy rapidly cut through the bows in the hands of the nearby guards. Seeing it was He Bai standing there, Jiang Ran grew even more puzzled. Shouldn't this master from the He family be at the chancellor's residence? Why was he here? Another move, and I will no longer hold back. Princess Jiang Ran, you'd better go home quickly. He Bai showed no emotion, standing before Xinyu and Chu Mohan like a divine killer. All the servants dare not move carelessly, fearing He Bai might strike them down in one swoop. How come you're here? Today's grudge is between me and those two. It has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business and leave immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Ran coughed slightly, though she was somewhat wary of He Bai, yet considering her family's deep roots, He Bai wouldn't be able to kill her even if he tried. To practitioners of the sword, what difference does it make if we die? You can try attacking now, but you'll definitely meet death. It's worth sacrificing my life for yours collectively. He Bai unsheathed his sword, with such sharpness in his eyes, as if ready to cleave the heavens in two. This guy? Is he crazy? Does this man deserve protection worth risking his life? Truly laughable. Just as Jiang Ran hesitated, behind her echoed a well-ordered galloping sound of horses and steps. In an instant, all of Jiang Ran's personal guards were captured. Naturally, they were taken down by Zui Yi's city guard army. Zui Yi's men wielded red-plumed spears, clad in crimson armor. Their imposing red presence struck awe unintentionally. Jiang Ran was shocked instantly. How did Zui Yi show up? Zui Yi approached Jiang Ran respectfully. Princess Jiang Ran, these issues should merely be misunderstandings. Please dismiss your guards. With so many civilians around, it is crucial to preserve Qingyang Wangfu's dignity. At the end of his sentence, a slight undertone of threat crept into Zui Yi's tone. Jiang Ran turned pale. Who exactly was this person? To summon even someone as important as Zui Yi. I may leave, but who exactly is he? Why must you all protect him? He is the nephew of the chancellor, Chu Mohan. Please return, Princess Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran. At this point, her face resembled a liver color. So he was Chu Mohan. No wonder he was so bold in front of her. Now, everyone in the capital knew that the chancellor was the real ruler of Qin Kingdom. Their Qingyang prince's house couldn't provoke Chu Mohan. Ha ha ha. Looks like we have truly caused confusion within the family. Chu Gongzi, forgive me for my earlier misjudgment. Observing how Jiang Ran scurried off, Chu Mohan called her again. Wait, let her apologize to our you. Jiang Ran almost exploded with anger. Chu Mohan was the nephew of the chancellor. What was Xinyu then? How could she, a princess, ever apologize to her? Impossible. Chu Gongzi, am I hearing things? You expect me, a princess, to apologize to a mere merchant woman? Her eyebrows furrowed deeply as she glared fixedly at Chu Mohan, like a venomous snake ready to bite back. Not a mere merchant woman. She is the woman I am about to marry. Along the way, she has saved countless impoverished civilians with her resources. What have you, as a self-proclaimed princess, contributed to benefit the kingdom and its people? Can you name one single good deed? Hearing Chu Mohan's statement, the surrounding merchants became incredibly enraged. When Qin Kingdom was in trouble, wasn't it they who came to the rescue? For the refugees, they helped as much as possible. But what about these self-important officials living in the capital? Every one of them is skimming off funds to fill their own pockets, or else turning a blind eye and showing no concern for the kingdom's plight. How dare they criticize merchants? Princess, you say we are base merchants, but without us, where does your family's rice and flour come from? Where do your fine clothes come from? Even the fresh fruit you eat, isn't every single item brought to the capital at great risk by us? Call us base merchants? Don't you feel guilty inside? Yes, absolutely yes. That's right. Without us, could your lives be so prosperous and peaceful? As the resentment of the people around grew stronger, Jiang Ran wished she could leave this place instantly. Coming to confront Chu Mohan today was definitely a wrong choice. I'm sorry. After saying that, Jiang Ran slinked away, completely unaware that in the opposite wine shop, Shin Tian stood ready with many veterans. If Jiang Ran dared to touch Xinyu, he would absolutely make the Jiang family pay in blood. Mr. Chu, Miss Shen, are you all right? We're fine. General Zui Yi, please take the soldiers away quickly. I'll send a few sheep later for you to feast tonight. It's my way of thanking everyone for helping. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Zui never expected Chu Mohan to be so generous. The Prime Minister had already arranged for this task, and none of them anticipated receiving any reward. After everyone left, Chu Mohan and Shin Yu sat quietly by the window eating hot pot, looking incredibly sweet together. Since uncle has already found out my identity, there's no need for me to conceal it anymore. From now on, I won't suppress my feelings or allow anyone to hurt you. I will not let you suffer any grievances. Eating the mutton in her bowl, Shin Yu nodded contentedly. In the post-apocalyptic world, emotions were most craved yet hardest to dream of. In this life, meeting Chu Mohan was surely her good fortune. Chapter 171. Chui Hao's Cooperation. After returning home, Jiang ran angrily through things around the room. She could not understand why Chu Mohan would publicly break ties with her for a woman who had nothing. Now she couldn't even think about marrying into the Chu family, and it was highly possible that she would be retaliated against by Chu Tianren. Their Jiang family was already in decline, and now because of her, it was worse than ever. It's all this Shin Yu's fault. She really deserves to die? Just wait. One day I will make you pay. As Jiang Ran raged on, suddenly from afar came laughter. Ha ha ha. The esteemed Princess Jiang Ran is actually upset enough to turn red in the face over some villager woman. Seeing that it was Chui Hao, Jiang Ran grew even more annoyed. This guy walked right in just to mock her? How infuriating. Guard. Throw him out. Who allowed him in? Hey, don't rush. Princess Jiang Ran, I didn't come here without serious matters to discuss. They say, an enemy of your enemy can be your friend. You hate Shin Yu. I hate her too. We two have an opportunity to cooperate. Hearing this, Jiang Ran sat on the chair and pondered. What Chui Hao said was indeed true. Both of them held resentment toward Shin Yu. Then speak up. What brings you here? Sitting smugly nearby, Chui Hao waved the folding fan in his hand confidently, as if he'd already thought through everything. Princess Jiang Ran, for generations your Jiang family has devoted itself to Qin country. Your family holds the specially approved iron voucher granted by the previous emperor. Why not take this chance to eliminate Shin Yu once and for all, and leave her dead body in the capital? Jiang Ran looked at Chui Hao with suspicion, surprised at how vicious his plan was. He intended to end Shin Yu's life. Not wise. Shin Yu is Chu Mohan's fiancé, equivalent to being part of the Chu family. Surely you understand the situation of Qin country right now. Chu Tianren wields immense power while the new emperor doesn't hold much sway. Chui Hao sneered, put away his fan, and a look of disdain filled his eyes. That's only because we give the Chu family respect. Moreover, Chu Mohan's relationship with the prime minister isn't particularly good either. It's unlikely that he would cause a rift with our two families over one woman. Before Jiang Ran could express her doubts or reservations, Chui Hao continued. Princess Jiang Ran, if you want to get revenge, you'd better listen to me. I'm not staying out of this either. Your guards are indeed no good. Let me send you 100 veterans. Every one of them is skilled. I promise you won't be disappointed. They should suffice to deal with Shen Yu. But what about Bai He, black and white? Are these 100 of yours enough to stand up to him? When Chui Hao heard the names Bai He, his eyebrows knitted sharply. This person almost cost him his life for the sake of a servant. Truly a lunatic. Don't worry. Leave it to me. We'll strike when Chu Mohan isn't near her. In that case, neither will Bai He be there. The two roughly discussed the general plan and then, hearing a coughing sound from afar, Chui Hao quickly departed. Dad. On the small sedan before them sat Jiang Ran's father, Jiang Yixing, with streaks of gray in his hair and a broken leg. Looking into his daughter's evasive eyes, he understood what must have happened. Ranner, you're growing up, and you are the pillar of our Jiang family. But some matters require long-term thinking. Don't let others cloud your judgment. However, you will always be my best daughter. Whatever decisions you make, I support you. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Ran squatted in front of her father, and her tears soaked his clothes. Rest assured, Dad. I'll make our Jiang family thrive. The moon was bright and sparse stars shone in the sky as 3 or 4 crows landed on the branches of the dragon claw locust tree, croaking away loudly. Inside Zhang Xianzong's sleeping quarters, a servant recounted today's event where Jiang Ran provoked Chu Mohan and ended up being humiliated herself. This Jiang Ran, truly unable to control herself, precisely went to provoke the Chu family. Tomorrow Chu Tianren comes and knows not what difficulties he will pose me. Zhang Xianzong sighed helplessly, ruling as emperor to such a degree, quite rare indeed. Your Majesty, according to observation, it seems the Prime Minister's nephew has differences with him. They seem to engage in overt and covert struggles. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Without full comprehension, he instructed his underlings to investigate further, but if what his subordinate said was true, bringing Chu Mohan and the Shin family over to his side might give him a 30% chance of standing up to Chu Tianren. Chu Tianren. The outcome of this struggle remains uncertain. He stared at the bright moon above, gripping the jade seal in his hands, vowing to guard Daqing's realm with his life. At that moment inside a large house in Shin Manor, Shin Jing excitedly looked at Shin Tian. Is you alright? That crazy Jiang Ran girl. How dare she mess with us, Shin family members? I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Shin Jing was so angry he began to violently cough, prompting Shin Tian to pour him a cup of hot tea and pat his back continuously. Uncle, don't get so angry. She's not injured. That young Chu fellow actually treats you quite well. But if they really do get married, won't you and Chu Tianren become in-laws? Absolutely not. I strongly disagree with their marriage. Our Shin family has always been loyal. How can we be associated with a traitor to the nation? Future generations would surely criticize us harshly. Shin Tian was deeply troubled, constantly rubbing his forehead. In the current situation, his uncle couldn't even leave the house, let alone intervene in their wedding. The key problem now was pulling Chu Mohan over to their side. That way, At least they would have leverage on Chu Tianren. Perhaps this could make his uncle a free man again while retaining control of their army. Alright, uncle, go rest for now. I'll come see you again in a few days. You must be careful. Protect you and Shinan for me. They are the last remaining bloodline of our Shun family. Shin Tian nodded, understanding his uncle's implied meaning. He shouldn't sacrifice the whole family just for his own inheritance. He wasn't foolish. He naturally knew the importance of family. Moreover, based on his many years of experience in the capital city, Shinyu was definitely no ordinary village girl. Chu Mohan's status was extremely noble. After much deliberation, he wouldn't possibly fancy an average woman. A few days passed quickly, and the most talked about topic among the commoners in the capital was Shun Yu's new shop. Today happened to be its grand opening. All the masters from different factions loved showing off their faces. For them, this highly discussed shop provided a good chance to demonstrate their power and influence. As soon as the sign was hung up, Shin Yu's shop was flooded with people. Such a scene was only seen during times when gruel was distributed to the poor. The Yongin princess is here. The commoners hurriedly stood up and cleared a path. This Yongin princess was just as fierce as Jiang Ran. They couldn't afford to offend her. Look over there. Isn't that the Jiang household's carriage? It seems even the richest Jiang family in the capital has come to join in the fun. What an honor for Shin family's hot pot shop opening today. Chapter 172. Conquered by the tasty hot pot. The commoners watched as more and more important figures approached. Seeing that there were only so many seats in the room, they knew for sure that they wouldn't get to eat anytime soon. Sigh? Most of these people must be here to ingratiate themselves with Master Chu. After all, his backing comes from the Prime Minister. Truly, comparing people can kill a person. Never mind them. I just want to know if we'll get to eat today. A short man nearby was stuck at the periphery, unable to see anything. His stomach growled loudly from hunger. Thank you all for coming today. Our MOU Hot Pot Shop has prepared many tables and chairs. Those who arrived late can wait a bit, and those who can't wait any longer can grab something to eat nearby. After saying this, the servants inside carried out many folding tables and chairs, forming a long line outside the door. What does this mean? Many people seeing this didn't understand. Were they going to eat on the street? Don't panic, everyone. Now let's dine according to the numbered tags that were handed out earlier. The top wealthy merchants and officials were utterly baffled. What was going on? With their kind of status, no matter which winehouse they visited, they always received the best treatment. And here, would they have to sit outdoors and expose themselves? This was simply absurd. Young Master Jiang, the Yongin County princess, and quite a few ministers looked rather displeased, like they had taken a bite of rotten meat, wanting to spit it out, but finding it stuck in their throats. A commoner holding a number 5 tag happily walked into the shop, and even went upstairs to a private room, making several officials angrier still. In their eyes, the capital was divided by class. They were above everyone else. Why should ordinary people outrank them? Planning to turn back home, but seeing Chu and Mohan beside Shinyu along with reminders from their family elders, they forcefully suppressed this idea. Little Master Jiang, are we really going to sit on the street with these commoners? Isn't that enough to make everyone in the city laugh at us? Jiang Yu smiled lightly, a trace of a smile on the corner of his lips. Originally a merchant himself, who among the nobles of the capital ever looked down upon him. Sometimes even money couldn't buy respect. But things were different with Shinyu. Following seat numbers by order, it was actually interesting. Hurry up and hand over your number to take your seat. Having a meal on the street for the first time might even have its own charm. County princess, please. Seeing how Jiang Yu, who usually cared about face, willingly sat outside, others found it hard to comment further. Really don't know what Shinyu is thinking. Actually making us sit outside. It's crazy. Many continued complaining endlessly, and Shinyu also heard these comments. He then stood at the doorway and shouted loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for today, but please remember that in the future, our MOU Hot Pot will only recognize number tags, regardless of your identity. If you don't like these rules, I won't force you. But I do not wish anyone to constantly grumble endlessly. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone saw 2 armed men standing at the front of the street, their sharp, hawk-like eyes making everyone very fearful. The timid ones even dared not look up again to meet their gaze. Seeing no one dare whisper against Shinyu, he lifted his eyebrows and walked into the shop. It seemed the best way to deal with these people was through force. With Heibai around, things were indeed much easier. At this moment, copper pots and alcohol lamps were successively delivered to everyone's tables. They curiously examined these 2 types of cooking utensils, finding them extremely special, unlike anything they had ever seen. They say Miss Shun's brain isn't like a normal person's, and today it's true. This pot doesn't look like a pot. This stove doesn't look like a stove. How exactly are we supposed to eat? Yes, it truly is strange. With so many people, we don't know when we'll finally get to eat. However, the next second, everyone was completely stunned. Before every 3 tables stood a servant, each holding white towels and smiling at the customers. Here is our menu. Please take a look, esteemed guests. Once you've made your choice, tell me, and I will immediately go to the kitchen to fetch your dishes. You won't have to wait too long. Saying this, the waiter lit the alcohol stove using a fire starter. Since the pot already contained hot water, it quickly began boiling. Then the waiter placed a piece of Sichuan peppercorn and chili oil base into the pot, and instantly a rich aroma spread throughout the street. Must say, Miss Shen did prepare ahead of time. The smell is quite good. Even this young master is getting somewhat excited. The Yongin County princess and Jiang Yu sitting at the same table nodded satisfactorily at the thick broth and finely sliced beef and mutton ingredients. Let's give it a try, Yongin County princess. Looks like the taste should be great. The servant coughed slightly and hurriedly brought over a small dish of condiments, scratching his head awkwardly. We sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. This is our shop's dipping sauce. After boiling the ingredients, dip them in here. It will not only cool them down, but also greatly enhance the flavor. After saying this, the waiter quickly left to serve the next table. Jiang Yu smiled lightly and handed over the selected sauce to Yong'an County Princess. The taste of this sauce is truly remarkable. Even the chili oil is more fragrant than what my house chef cooks. Indeed, Miss Shun has extraordinary culinary expertise. Yong'an County Princess, Zhang Linxiu, dipped a piece of mutton into the sauce and picked it up gracefully. The elegant beauty noticed various sauces clinging to the mutton, yet there was still a hint of disdain in her expression. Recalling the well-prepared meals at home with their perfect balance of color, aroma, and taste, she couldn't help but think that the shape of this boiled lamb wasn't particularly appealing. Upon taking a bite, Zhang Linxiu relaxed her brows, showing surprise and delight on her face. Truly beyond expectation. A plain-looking hot pot like this turns out to be so delicious. And the spiciness suits me well. The numbing sensation from the green Sichuan pepper is quite strong. Truly excellent. Seeing how much he liked it, Jiang Yu felt a great weight lifted off his chest. Absolutely outstanding. Very tasty. And after eating, you feel warm all over. It's an invaluable delicacy for autumn and winter. Indeed delectable. This allows me to understand Miss Shen's distinctiveness. Extraordinary individuals do indeed have some unconventional ways of thinking. At this point, whether it was commoners or officials and wealthy merchants inside or outside the store, they were all praising the taste of the hot pot. Seeing this, Shen Yu no longer hesitated. If she wanted to make money, proper marketing was essential. Since everyone appreciates MOU hot pot so much, I'll take a big loss today. For customers who deposit more than 100 taels of silver, they'll be treated as our honored guests. From now on, you can reserve private rooms on the second floor and receive specialized service from waiters. You'll also get free dishes and new menu item trials as privileges. Customers who deposit more than 50 taels of silver will enjoy free dishes each time they visit our establishment. As for the top 3 depositors, they will have the right to take home packaged seasonings as gifts. As soon as these words were spoken, chaos erupted throughout the shop, with numerous people rushing forward to deposit their silver. Some customers even nearly got into fights over it. Chapter 173. Be careful when walking at night in the future. Among the crowd enjoying hot pot, most of them were wealthy individuals. Many high-ranking officials and rich merchants believed that the top 3 depositors would receive different treatments, which symbolized their noble status. Seeing people rushing to deposit money in the shop, Shun and Fan Inxue couldn't sit still. The boxes used for storing money had already filled up with a great amount, making them feel somewhat unreal for a moment. Husband, I never expected the gap between the capital city and Qingcheng County to be so enormous. It seems like the commoners here are all wealthy. 100 taels is treated as if it were worthless. In such a short time, we have already collected so many silver notes. Shannon wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled contentedly. To earn this much money in one day showcased the great potential of this hot pot shop. How about it, Uncle Shannon? Did you count money until your hands got tired today? Chu Mohan stood beside him. Seeing the success of Shun Yu's hot pot shop opening made him feel a sense of accomplishment, akin to having achieved a goal and ready to retire. It's all thanks to you and your. All our efforts over these days haven't gone to waste. Tonight, come to my house, and we will enjoy a fine drink together. Future father-in-law's intimate invitation made Chu Mohan dare not refuse, happily accepting it. After calculating carefully, he realized that today, he had indeed lost a small fortune of 10,000 taels, but for Yuer's sake, spending this money was worth it. Bang! A heavy drum sound rang out, causing the diners around to look anxiously at Shen Yu. Had the top 3 silver depositors already been sorted out? Sorry for interrupting everyone's meal. Today, all the dishes prepared by our small shop have been sold out. Moreover, the top 3 depositors of silver have also been determined. Everyone looked expectantly at Shen Yu, with many speculating who the first place winner would be. Uncle, the first place must definitely belong to Yong'an Princess, right? After all, they don't lack money in their household, and they even requested the Prime Minister's help. Surely, this is an opportunity to curry favor with Mr. Chu, isn't it? The young man smirked smugly, as if he had discovered some significant secret. You? Still too inexperienced. Securing the first place isn't easy. One needs both status and wealth. Although Yong'an Princess is rich, she wouldn't invest too much money into a hot pot shop. In my view, the Jiang family should be in first place. Behind them sat the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Works, his face gloomy. He coldly snorted, extremely disapproving of Shun Yu's method of collecting silver deposits. He thought they were secretly amassing funds for rebellion. I will not deposit a single penny anyway. Pity these commoners cannot see through the serious implications behind this. Collecting silver, what a nice term. Incredulous eyes followed the official dressed in court robes as he swept his sleeve dramatically and left the table, clearly full of disdain. Truly impressive, isn't it, Undersecretary? He doesn't even give Mr. Chu any face. Respectable. At that moment, several civilians dressed casually pretended to have finished their meals and trailed behind him. Quite a few colleagues also guessed at his inevitable end. Pity, this Undersecretary phone. As soon as the gong sounded, everyone's thoughts returned to Shen Yu. The number 1 depositor of silver today is Jiang Yu. 1,000 taels of silver deposited. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for supporting our MOU hot pot. We specially present a gift of 100 packs of hot pot base seasoning and 1 copper pot. You can enjoy hot pot in your own home. Thank you, Miss Xinyu. This hot pot taste is indeed unique. Its cooking style is wonderful. I've long heard about Miss Xinyu's extraordinary expertise in culinary arts. Seeing her today confirms her beauty and grace. Mr. Jiang also wishes your MOU hot pot business prospers. An enthusiastic crowd chanted. Good, good, good. Well done, Mr. Jiang. The strength of the Jiang family is truly not to be underestimated. Taking out 10,000 taels of silver is as easy as playing a game. Cough, cough. Thanks for Mr. Jiang's blessing. The second place goes to our Yongin princess. Thanks for visiting us. The shop presents 50 packs of seasoning and 1 copper pot as gifts. Thank you. Yongin princess lightly touched her forehead, adorned in a classical brocade robe that appeared dignified and graceful, stunningly beautiful. Many could not take their eyes off her. Normally, catching even a glimpse of her was exceedingly rare. Xinyu observed Yongin princess staring straight at Chu Mohan, her eyes brimming with ripples of emotion. Clearly, she had fallen in love with Chu Mohan. Her face flushed red, hiding a tinge of annoyance between her eyebrows, realizing that the Yongin princess didn't have pure intentions for being there. Today, thank you all for your patronage. I, Jiang Yu, greatly admire the taste of hot pot. Every table will be gifted a serving of lamb rolls and a pitcher of plum juice today. Please enjoy to your heart's content. Cheers. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Indeed, Mr. Jiang is generous. Mr. Jiang is truly magnanimous. No wonder he's a grand merchant with broad chest. Shortly after, Jiang Yu and Yongin princess went to the back courtyard of the shop to claim their gifts and also received some private time to interact with Chu Mohan and Xinyu. Master Chu, is this shop jointly opened by you and Miss Shen? Zhang Linxiu looked affectionately at Chu Mohan. When he noticed the seemingly upset expression on Xinyu's face, he understood the reason and quickly pulled Jiang Yu over to his side. This shop is opened solely by Miss Shen. It has little to do with me. However, since I'm soon to be married to you, naturally, I should lend a helping hand in these matters. As Chu Mohan spoke, he tightened his grip on Xinyu's hand to affirm their relationship. Jiang Yu was no fool. With a chuckle, he remarked, I truly envy Master Chu. Not only have you achieved success in your career and found an uncle, but now you also have such a capable and beautiful sister-in-law. After being praised like that, Xinyu's face brightened again with a smile. Zhang Linxiu realized her feelings were too apparent and quickly reined in the affectionate glint in her eyes. Master Chu, another day please make sure to visit my residence. My father has long heard of your arrival in the capital city, but unfortunately due to poor health, he hasn't been able to pay a consolatory visit to the Prime Minister's home. All right, rest assured, Princess Yongin, when I find the time, I will definitely come to pay my respects. As soon as the words left Chu Mohan's mouth, Zhang Linxiu hurriedly intervened, trying to lock down a specific time for his visit at her family estate. Once she had him there would be no turning back. Standing nearby, Jiang Yu was no simpleton. Noticing Chu Mohan's awkward predicament, he grabbed him and dragged him over to the spice mixture counter. Master Chu, I spent 10,000 taels of silver today. Now, you must explain in detail what kinds of flavors are in this base seasoning. Upon seeing this, Zhang Linxiu sniffed lightly and left with her attendants. After all, as a princess, she certainly had her own temperament. Phew, finally, things have calmed down a bit. Why does Zhang Linxiu act so relentlessly? Since I've come to the capital, all the women seem to have gone mad, practically throwing themselves at me every chance they get. It's almost driving me crazy. Jiang Yu covered her lips to suppress a laugh, knowing full well the reasons. You're now the Prime Minister's dear nephew. Marrying you means the whole family will soar to greater heights. Even Princess Jiang Ran and Princess Yongin are smitten with you. What about everyone else? In the future, you need to be more careful walking around at night. After delivering the remark, Jiang Yu grabbed some goods and left the shop, leaving behind a helpless Chu Mohan who could only sigh dejectedly. Chapter 174. Could you reimburse me for this money? Looking at the silver piled up like a mountain in front of them and the thick wad of banknotes in their hands, Shun In and others couldn't believe it and rubbed their eyes. Even Bao Yu and Shi Yu couldn't help but marvel. So much money. Elder sister, are we considered rich people now? Shi Yu blinked her round big eyes at the silver mountain in front of her, and her pupils shimmered with the shape of ingots, resembling a little money lover. Bao Yu then grabbed her brother and lightly bit his arm, leaving a row of not too deep tooth marks. Does it hurt, Shi Yu? It hurts. Then it's really not a dream. We really have this much money. It's only the first day. Our shop will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Bao Yu excitedly rubbed Shi Yu's cheeks, and Xin Yu and others nearby couldn't help but laugh. You two clowns stop laughing. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy some ink treasures, and the day after tomorrow I'll send you to the academy. A lot of schooling was delayed on the road. When we get to the capital, you two must study harder. The students in the capital study hard and are very sharp. It's not easy to gain a good reputation in the academy. Seeing Chu Mohan's serious look, the two children pouted and responded. Shun In and Fanning Xue were skeptical and asked Chu Mohan, because the academies in the capital city had strict admission standards. Without a local household registration, or if the courses had started halfway through, they wouldn't accept new students. Mohan, have you found an academy for Shi Yu and Bao Yu? Nanshan Academy. One of my old classmates is now the supervisor there, so it's not difficult to enroll Shi Yu and Bao Yu. Seeing Chu Mohan's humble and generous demeanor, Shun In and Fan Ingshua's perception of him changed subtly. Thank you, Mohan. I heard it's difficult to enter Nanshan Academy. Yesterday, when your uncle Shun In and I went to ask, we couldn't even enter the gate. I feel really embarrassed. Fan Ingshu and nervously adjusted the stray strands of hair by her temples, while Chu Mohan smiled as he approached. In the future, just leave these small matters to me. Auntie, you can stay in the estate, drink tea, and cultivate flowers. Seeing this, Shin Yu smirked. Indeed, things were different after arriving in the capital. He seemed more approachable and even made his parents laugh. Calculated clearly, Xiao Yu, the total amount of silver here adds up to 32,872 taels. The rest of the fragmented silver and copper coins are placed on the counter without being included. Tao Jiang was also an old hand. Although he hadn't handled money for years, his speed was still very fast. So much. 30,000 taels. To us, that's a number without any concept. Even Tao Jiang was shocked. He thought Shin Yu was a genius in business. Just the move to store silver was quite clever. Not only did it return a large sum of funds, but it also ensured a steady flow of customers. With so much money stored in the shop, they would certainly continue to consume there. I've been doing business for many years, and this is the first time I've seen a restaurant collect so much money on its opening day. Xiao Yu truly has a talent for business. Chu Mohan also agreed beside him. Yes, Xiao Yu's abilities are indeed remarkable. Even compared across the entire capital, this is a pretty impressive accomplishment. On the side, Qin Feng frowned slightly. His young master truly said anything to please Miss Shin Yu. Jiang Yu was originally from their group, personally trained by their young master. The entire Jiang family depended on managing their young master's enterprises to gain their current status in the capital. And the 10,000 taels were also considered a gift from their young master for Shun Yu's opening celebration. Alright, everyone, stop praising me. Come to my house tonight. I'll prepare dishes and wine for all of you, as a token of appreciation for your help these few days. Sister, you're cooking again? That means we'll have delicious food and wine again. Thinking about it makes me drool already. Shi Yu's little head rubbed Shin Yu's 2 hands incessantly, resembling a groundhog eagerly waiting to be fed. All you think about is eating. Your elder sister worked hard today. When we get home, the two of you should first give her a shoulder and back massage to help her relax. The father's tone carried an unmistakable sternness, and Shi Yu and Bao Yu nodded solemnly without saying a word. In General Shun's residence, Shen Jing paced back and forth in the courtyard. He had heard that Shin Yu's shop opened today, and he was worried they might lose everything, anxiously awaiting his nephew to report the situation. But looking at the time, it was almost evening and the boy still hadn't come yet. Could he have gotten lost in another pleasure place? If necessary, I'll go out myself. My granddaughter, I will protect her. If anyone dares to bully her, even if it costs me my life, I will seek justice. Shun Jing angrily walked to the door, ready to open it, when Shin Tian suddenly entered. Startled, Shun Jing retreated and nearly fell down the steps. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking to this door? Don't tell me you want to go out. Shin Tian's eyebrows knitted together into a tight frown. Could it be that his uncle had forgotten that Qing dynasty was in dire straits? Now, the only one who could restrain Chu Tianren was him. How come you're just coming now? You little rascal. Follow me to the study pronto. The painting you delivered yesterday turned out to be a forgery. 200 taels of silver. It was all wasted. Shin Jing's anger made his beard stand on end. None of the servants dared to follow them as the two took the opportunity to sit inside the study and began talking about Shun Un and the others. How's it going? Is everything smooth for little Yu's shop? Shin Jing's nervous gaze revealed a trace of anticipation. For this granddaughter he had never met, just thinking of her name would make his lips curl up involuntarily. Seeing how much uncle cared about Shin Yu, Shin Tian felt wronged and enviously shed tears. This crying frightened Shin Jing. Could it be someone found out about his connection with the Shin family and attacked her? Why are you crying? Quickly tell your uncle what's going on. Shin Jing became so flustered that he wanted to immediately don his armor, grab his spear, and pin those who bullied Yuer to the wall. Uncle, today I deposited 500 taels at her shop just to support Yuer's business. Can you reimburse me? Shin Jing. Achoo. Let's not talk about money right now. How is Yuer's business doing? Did anyone cause trouble? No one. Zui was there too, and I hid with some people across the street in the tavern. Moreover, Chu Mohan was there as well. Definitely no one dared to pick a fight. That's good. My precious granddaughter is amazing. With that, Shin Jing shoved Shin Tian out of the study. Hey, uncle, what about my 500 taels? You have to reimburse me. Recently, I've been feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath, and my brain occasionally gets confused. I didn't hear a word you said. I'm tired, leave. Steward, show him out. Alright, master. Shin Tian. Chapter 175, taking Shun Tian to the meeting. Shin Tian, who was escorted to the door by the butler, still wore a look of bewilderment on his face. Wasn't uncle's pretense of illness too perfunctory? He seemed genuinely happy when he heard that Yuer's shop business was thriving. As he walked down the street with a bitter smile, and hadn't gone far, he spotted Qin Feng patrolling the taverns. Isn't this the guard of Chu Mohan? How did he end up here? Could it be that the rumors about him in the capital city are true? A hidden wealthy merchant whose riches rival the nation. Why can't I believe that? He tucked his folding fan into his sleeve, unwillingly pinched his nose, and followed along. Chu Mohan usually looks like such a careless guy. Where's the sign of being a tycoon? After Chu Tianren revealed Chu Mohan's long-hidden identity, Chu Mohan no longer pretended, saving a lot of effort. Qin Feng could now openly inspect the operations of each shop. The number of shops Chu Mohan owned in the capital was far more than anyone imagined. Seeing Qin Feng almost visit every shop on Xinyuan Street, Shin Tian was deeply impressed. His originally focused little eyes became filled with surprise. The round, black pupils were filled with disbelief. Could these all belong to Chu Mohan's businesses? Are you kidding me? Even if the Prime Minister came personally, there's no way he could own so many shops. At this point, Qin Feng had already noticed the person following behind him. He casually turned his head and looked at his subordinate. Who's the guy following us? Why has he been trailing us all along? Is there something wrong with his brain? The servant awkwardly coughed and whispered softly in his ear. Master, this is General Shin's nephew, named Shin Tian. He's also a well-known young master in the capital city, perhaps trying to get acquainted with our young master. This statement reminded Qin Feng. Since they were virtually without support in the capital city, to investigate treason, they would need a certain amount of power. General Shin not only held military authority, but was also an accomplished official, surely able to provide help in these matters. Thinking about it, Qin Feng turned around and approached Shin Tian. If they could form an alliance with the Shin family, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Are you Shin Tian, Master Shin? Upon hearing Qin Feng speak, Shin Tian was somewhat confused. Had he noticed that he'd been observing him all along? Aren't you Chu Mohan's personal guard? I saw you earlier at the MOU hot pot. Is Master Chu dining nearby? Qin Feng nodded and asked. Our master has always admired Master Shin greatly. Would Master Shin be willing to have a simple meal with our young master? Shin Tian's thoughts raced wildly. Why did Qin Feng suddenly invite him to dine with Chu Mohan? Could it be some kind of trap? But seeing Qin Feng's hard-to-refuse expression, he couldn't politely refuse, and thus agreed. Moments later, Qin Feng brought him directly into the Shun residence. Boss, should we just bring Master Shin here? Will the young master be upset? Qin Feng shook his head. His intuition told him that Shin Tian seemed trustworthy. Moreover, since General Shun couldn't leave the house at the moment, Shin Tian was their only way to connect with the general. Not likely. After all, his status isn't ordinary either. And for some reason, Shin Tian feels familiar, as though I've seen him somewhere. At that moment, Chu Mohan was talking with Shun and in the yard. Seeing Shin Tian slowly walking towards them, his eyes were filled with puzzlement. I sent you out to check the accounts, so why are you bringing someone back? Young master, this is General Shin's nephew. I was checking the accounts today on the street, and we ended up meeting. Didn't you say that you've admired Master Shin for a long time? So, I decided to bring him back. Seeing Shin Tian, Shun inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, maybe because they both shared the surname Shin? Looking at Chu Mohan raising his head towards him, Shun smiled and patted his shoulder. Perfect, today you were cooked herself. You two are in for a treat. We're from the same clan, Master Shun, so don't hesitate or feel shy. Shin Tian nodded and smiled, feeling pleased seeing his brother's open and optimistic demeanor. However, the wrinkles on his face and the dark knotted palms showed how much hardship he had endured over the years. Then I thank Brother Shin for your hospitality. A hint of a smile appeared on Chu Mohan's lips as he looked at Shin Tian curiously. Carefully considering, calling him brother indeed made sense. After all, their ages were similar. As Shin Tian and Shun walked forward together, Chu Mohan and Qin Feng silently followed behind. The last streak of sunlight before sunset fell on the faces of the Shin brothers. Chu Mohan noticed how similar their facial contours and features were. How similar are these two? They share the surname Shin too? Is it my illusion? It shouldn't be. Qin Feng, quickly go and investigate the lineage of the Shin family. Be sure to investigate thoroughly. Chu Mohan had a premonition. These two might really be long-lost siblings. Yes, master. At the dinner table, Shin Yu saw Shin Tian and felt an inexplicable sense of closeness, as if the person sitting opposite wasn't a stranger. Everyone, please start eating. Once the food gets cold, it won't taste as good. Shin Yu prepared a large table of dishes: chestnut braised chicken, garlic broccoli, pepper fried squid, sweet and sour eggplant, crispy rice with meat slices, etc. Each dish had its unique texture, and everyone praised them after tasting. Sis, this is so delicious. The pot stickers are crunchy and so fragrant. Shi waved her little hands and sucked the soup off her fingers. Shin Tian looked at the playful Shiyu, laughing until his mouth couldn't close. In Shiyu, he seemed to see his own shadow from long ago. This is truly excellent. My elder brother not only gave the Shun family such an intelligent and virtuous niece, but also two clever and adorable nephews. It seems our family lineage is secure. Brother Shin Tian, keep eating, dig in. Bathed in the bright moonlight, one cup after another of strong, aromatic white liquor was swallowed. After a while, their faces showed varying degrees of redness, and their smiles became simple and endearing. Emohan, here, another cup. Today we won't stop until we're drunk. Shin held a bottle of fiery alcohol, filling the cups again. Nearby, Shin Tian felt like his brain would explode. He had never tasted such strong liquor before, and clearly didn't hold his drink well. Brother Shin Tian, you should have more. This kind of liquor is rare. You must drink more. Drink. Brother, it's essential. Today is my happiest day. Drinking with all of you feels like a dream. Shin Tian swayed his head, his eyes mesmerized, looking like he could collapse on the table at any moment and fall asleep. That's enough, husband. We've drunk quite enough for today. The shop needs to open tomorrow, and we might not be able to handle everything. Suddenly, Shin Tian wobbled to his feet, smiling innocently, pointing with his right hand at the full moon in the sky. No worries, sister-in-law. Your matters are my concerns too. Tomorrow I'll send the masters from my estate to help. And if you encounter trouble in the capital city, feel free to come find me. Upon hearing this, Shin suddenly sobered up, sensing an impending crisis as he looked at Shin Tian. After all, Shin Tian hadn't taken a wife in all these years. Chapter 176. You are one family. No need, Brother Shun. We can handle our own affairs ourselves. Shin Tian's mind was not entirely clear at the moment. Hearing Shun An's exclusive words, his mouth opened, his little eyes closed, and before he knew it, crystal clear tears began to fall, his wailing throwing everyone present into confusion. You stop crying, Brother Shun. What I said isn't wrong. As soon as these words came out, they were like pouring oil on the fire, causing Shin Tian to cry even harder. Brother, we are family. Why do such cold words come from your mouth? We're brothers, and isn't it only natural for me to help you in times of need? Shin Yutao and Jiang frowned. Why was this drunk Shin Tian acting this way? Seeking brotherhood everywhere? Chu Emohan now had a pretty good idea. Shin Un and Shin Tian definitely had a connection. Today he saw the light in Shin Tian's eyes when he looked at Shunin. Ho ho ho. Uncle Shin Tian, you've misunderstood. Those weren't Uncle Shun An's words. You've had too much. After saying that, he winked at Heibai, and the two of them put forth a great deal of effort to get him onto the carriage back to his residence. This farce ended after Shin Tian left, but Shin Yu was somewhat confused as well. How could the refined Shin Tian from the day look so different when drunk? It was as if he viewed her father as his own brother, willing to give his heart and lungs to her father. She sat by the pavilion thinking deeply when Shiyu and Baoyu suddenly rushed over. Shiyu rubbed his eyes with tearful complaints. Sister, is Uncle Shin Tian going to take mother away? Wah wah wah. Shiyu will fight him. Little Shiyu's eyes were red, fists clenched, looking very angry. That's enough, don't overthink it. All you have to do is study hard. Uncle Shin Tian also cares about us and has no ill intentions. Both of you go back to sleep. Aren't we going to buy ink treasures tomorrow? Sister, why does Uncle Shin Tian seem somewhat similar to us? When he held Shiyu, I felt that he looks a lot like father. Now that I look, Shiyu and sister's eyes and eyebrows resemble him a lot too. Shinyu was shocked. She remembered what the old woman had said when writing the disownment letter. The people who sent father to the Shun household also surnamed Shun and lived in the capital. Could they possibly have blood ties? After sending her two younger brothers back to their rooms, Shinyu hurried back to the main hall wanting to search for some of Shin Tian's belongings. Her special ability could heal illnesses, save lives, and also determine parent-child relationships. After carefully searching, she found nothing, then recalled that earlier they mentioned the plum branches in the garden were somewhat sharp, and Shin Tian even looked at his own fingers at the time. Just as Shinyu was about to head out to check the garden, Chu Emohan returned in haste. They collided with a loud clang and fell to the ground. You, Emohan. They both spoke simultaneously. Shinyu quickly got up, pulling Chu Emohan along with her. You, I have a piece of news to tell you. Just say it then. Shinyu smiled happily at Chu Emohan, feeling reassured with him by her side. Uncle Shin Tian is likely your cousin. Your families are one. The Shuns originally sent Uncle Shun and here to the capital. Seeing the smile forming on Shun Yu's lips, Chu Emohan wasn't surprised. Given how intelligent Shin Yu was, she should have already guessed the gist of it. As expected, I thought seeing Uncle Shin Tian for the first time felt strangely familiar. It turns out it's familial blood. However, it would be best to keep this matter secret from my parents for now. I fear they may not take it all at once. Chu Emohan solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, now wasn't the right time for a reunion. Judging by Shin Tian's reaction, it seemed he'd known about this for quite some time. If Shin Tian already knew, didn't that mean his uncle probably knew as well? Sure enough, after bidding farewell to Shin Yu and returning home, the steward led him straight to the study. Chu Tianren was sitting in front of a chessboard, his face brimming with kindness. Emohan, did anything frighten you at today's banquet with the Shin family? Why would I be frightened? Uncle, you're just joking. Uncle Shun and's family treated me kindly, helping me greatly on the road here. How could I be scared? Looking at Chu Emohan feigning ignorance so convincingly, Chu Tianren understood why his dispatched stewards and scholars couldn't fool him. This child missing an acting career was simply a waste. Did that kid Shin Tian lose his temper publicly? Didn't scare you guys, did he? That boy lacks courage, abandoning Shun and in the countryside years ago, and now doesn't dare to recognize him. It's truly laughable. Chu Emohan's brows lowered, his expression turning icy. His own uncle was monitoring everything closely again. Your information is quite sharp, uncle. But did you call me here just to talk about this? He lightly stroked his beard and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In fact, your uncle is more interested in how you've become a wealthy merchant in Qing dynasty over these years. And as my nephew, would you be willing to overthrow this dynasty and establish a peaceful and prosperous era that belongs to us? Chu Tianren's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he himself became somewhat excited. His wolf-like gaze made Chu Emohan feel a bit suffocated. Uncle, as a subject, I must dedicate my remaining energy to the prosperity of Qing. Even if we kill the current emperor, can you guarantee that the throne will be secure for you? Chu Emohan naturally was not afraid of Chu Tianren, and he understood that his uncle was merely testing him. Xiaohan, when a tree starts to rot from the root, it should be burnt with fire, and new sprouts should grow. The process of growth may indeed be arduous, but the outcome is still worth looking forward to, isn't it? Chu Tianren also knew Chu Emohan's answer, patted his shoulder, and then left. His uncle's plan for regicide and usurpation was already quite evident, yet there was no other evidence to prove that he colluded with the enemy to betray the country. According to reason, it was about time that some flaws should have been exposed. After Chu Tianren left, he went to Ho Yan's residence. The present Ho Yan had lost all the arrogance he once possessed. He realized that even if he knew the course of events, he was still no match for Chu Tianren. Speak, will Emohan become the new king of Qing? Chu Tianren's face was calm without showing any ripples, but his sharp eagle-like gaze made Ho Yan sense danger. If he said the wrong word, he might fall into an abyss beyond redemption. No. With a cold snort, he left the house. Soon after, blood seeped through the window. Hou Yin never knew why he died till his last breath. Mo Han, since you show no interest in the throne, uncle won't force you. But such a dark court indeed needs reorganization. A new king simply cannot lead Qing dynasty to brilliance. I cannot sit idly by and watch Qing walk down the road to ruin. Lying on the bed, Chu Mo Han's mind couldn't settle for a long time. Since his uncle had already confessed everything to him, what would he do next? Would he take action against Yuo? He would never allow it. Chapter 177, Another Path. The candlelight on the table flickered. Chu Tianren lit a sandalwood incense stick, and white smoke curled around him. He glanced at the servant next to him and asked softly, "Looks like the Shin family also knows that Shen Yu is part of their clan, right?" The servant nodded with a determined and cold gaze. "Do you want me to take action?" "Not necessary. It's not the right time for you to act yet. Remember to keep a close eye on Shen Yu and Shin Tian. Don't let them move around too often." Chu Tianren sighed. He sat cross-legged on the bed out of habit and looked through the window at the full moon, which seemed to transform into his mother's face. "Mother, you don't need to worry. Tianyi and Tianjiao are here with me, and I'm taking good care of them. As for Mo Han, the troublemaker, although he can be a bit unruly, it's all good. Even if I'm no longer here, he will have the ability to take care of his parents. But I still can't figure out why Ho Ran said he was the child of destiny, yet Mo Han eventually didn't ascend to the throne. He regrets having killed Ho Ran now, but he didn't want to leave Chu Mo Han a hidden crisis lurking in the shadows." With the crowing of a rooster, the sun slowly rose, and the hot pot shop already had people lined up outside its door. Shin Yu hadn't expected this hot pot shop would attract so many customers so early in the morning. The business was still great today, and many new guests came. However, Shin Yu wasn't in the mood to manage the shop's business because the local official sent her a message that they had gathered enough manpower, and many new residents had moved in. Recently, everyone has been working hard to build Jade City, but some materials were indeed difficult to find, so Shin Yu needed to purchase them in the capital and send them to Jade City. After looking at the list written on the paper, Shin Yu smiled and shook her head. The local officials, aside from repairing houses, discovered quite a few previously cultivated but abandoned farmlands on nearby mountains. This made them very excited since the land was their foundation, their life. According to the requirements, Shin Yu also purchased a large number of agricultural tools, even taking out several oxen from her space to prepare to send them with the security escort team to Jade City. In these 2 days, Shin Yu's purchasing activities have been closely watched by many people, especially Cui Hao and Jiang Ran. At this moment, the two were sitting indoors discussing how to give Shin Yu a lesson. "Have her goods left the capital city yet?" "Reporting to master, not yet. But I've heard news from someone inside the courier company that the convoy should leave tonight." Jiang Ran slapped the table fiercely, glaring vengefully at the window. "So tonight we'll send people to rob her goods outside the city and set fire to everything. Let's see if she dares to act so arrogantly again. Let her know that the capital isn't a place where just anyone can easily survive." Cui Hao looked exasperated, thinking that Jiang Ran truly was an idiot without a brain. No wonder she was bullied so badly by Shin Yu. However, due to Jiang Ran holding the iron warrant, Cui Hao could only pretend to smile amicably. "Princess Jiang Ran, this is not appropriate. Shin Yu is now aligned with Mr. Chu. If we're found out, we'd end up angering the Prime Minister. That is not something our two families can bear. What do you suggest then? Can we just swallow this humiliation?" With the iron warrant in her possession, Jiang Ran's confidence was much stronger than Cui Hao's. "Of course, Princess Jiang Ran mustn't endure any reject. We can try another way. I actually know a few disreputable characters. We can hire them to do the job for us. Plus, we won't have to worry about exposure. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Jiang Ran thought this idea was excellent. They certainly weren't short of money, so she handed over 200 taels of silver to Cui Hao to arrange the matter. Before dusk, Cui Hao sent someone to find a gang of bandits hiding on a nearby mountain peak. Their scale was small, but they were more than enough to deal with some ordinary couriers. "Here's 200 taels of silver for you. Tonight, you must help me seize this cargo. How you handle it afterward is up to you." The leader of this group was called Dahazi, Big Black. Previously, he was also a bandit who robbed for a living, but now that he had come to the vicinity of the capital, he survived by accepting odd jobs. This kind of hiring killer work, they've done too much of, almost living off it. Cui Hao's house steward could also be considered a regular customer, so Dahazi accepted the task without too much haggling. By evening, more than a dozen people roughly guessed the time and waited on the certain road. Just before the courier service was about to leave, Chu Mohan asked Shin Yu one more time, "Do you really not need someone to escort this convoy?" Somehow, I feel uneasy in my heart, as if something might happen on the way. Seeing Chu Mohan's worried expression, Shin Yu held his arm and was about to reply when Baiyu approached. "Sister, I'll go. It's just a little boring staying in the capital recently, and I want to go out and take a look." Since Baiyu offered, Shin Yu could only agree. With her along, this cargo would definitely not have any issues. Just be careful on the way, and remember to come back early after a few days of fun. "Sure, don't worry, sister." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the entourage left the capital city toward Yuqing. They hadn't gone far when Baiyu noticed some bandits lurking by the roadside. "So there is indeed trouble. All right then, I wonder who has the audacity to intercept my master's goods." Clang. Dahazi slashed his sword, severing the rope. A massive tree crashed down onto the road, blocking their path. This time the escort agency only sent 8 men, so they were outnumbered right from the start. When they saw the ferocious demeanor of the bandits, the leader of the escorts knew he had encountered some serious trouble. "Tangair, go back to the capital immediately and bring reinforcements. Susan, protect Miss Bai. The rest of you guard the goods well." "Yes." Chief, Changli raised his long saber, defending the carriage while Baiyu helplessly shook her head. Since these people wanted to die, she had no choice but to teach them a lesson. My minions charge. We must capture them today. Yes. Dahe led over a dozen henchmen. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of these escorts. In his eyes, all of them were already dead. What he cared about was whether the goods inside the carts were valuable or if there were women in this carriage. He split open the cart holding shovels and hoes with one swift blow of his blade, and the silver hidden in the compartment poured out onto the ground. Upon seeing it, the bandits were shocked speechless. There must be thousands of taels here. This time they were truly going to get rich. Hold your hands. Changli saw the glint in the bandit's eyes and quietly reminded the escort beside him. Protect Miss Bai. Make sure she isn't hurt. The rest of you, follow me. By that time, Baiyu had already stepped off the carriage. Dahe caught sight of her face, and suddenly the silver in his hands didn't seem as appealing anymore. Ha! Brothers, look at what we've got. Our mountain stronghold is going to have a new wife. All of you attack. Back at the camp, the silver will be shared among us. The henchmen went berserk, rushing towards the escorts like mad, thinking they were nothing more than fish on a chopping block, waiting to be butchered. But little did they know, Baiyu's eyes had turned cold. Chapter 178. Do you have any shame left? Hurry up and make a move. When we return today, let's kill the ox and enjoy a fine feast. Dahezi's face glowed with red light, yet he had no idea what would happen next. Do you really think you can leave here alive? Who gave you the courage? Seeing the hint of anger appear on Baiyu's tender face, Dahe felt his stomach warming up. Great. You've got quite a temper. I like that. Attack her. I can't wait any longer. Baiyu let out a faint humph, truly seeking death. None of you move. Let me handle them. Changli looked incredulously at the frail woman in front of him. Her skin was fair, her posture elegant. She seemed like a celestial maiden. How could she look like someone who knows martial arts? In the next moment, Baiyu darted out with a swoosh. Before the others could react, the mountain bandits were already sprawled on the ground, wailing for their mothers. What kind of kung fu is this? Is it a joke? Cough cough. How could it be so fast? Dahezi lay on the ground, clutching his chest. Just a single punch from Baiyu earlier made his chest feel as if struck by some massive object. You were so capable just now, weren't you? Didn't you say you'd take me back to your hideout? Where did all your bravado go now? Baiyu squatted next to Dahezi. Instinctively, he retreated a few steps. In his eyes now, Baiyu appeared like a fierce and venomous snake. Righteous woman. Ah, no, grandmother. Spare us. Please give us a chance to live. This wasn't our intention. It was someone else who paid us to do this. There are always heads for grudges and debts. We've truly learned our lesson. There are people pulling the strings? Who are they? Bold indeed to dare attack my master. Speak. Who ordered you? If you tell me, I'll spare your life. I don't know his name, only that they have considerable power in the capital city. I can describe his appearance to you. Will you let me go? Knowing only the description of a face won't lead to much, Baiyu didn't hesitate. She placed her palm on Dahezi's forehead. Pieces of fragmented memories flashed through Baiyu's mind, allowing her to easily find the man who had issued the command. You've become useless. The cold tone combined with her striking beauty became Baiyu's last impression she left on those mountain bandits. At this sight, Changli couldn't help but sigh that there's always someone more talented out there than oneself, a young girl, who in such a short time could defeat more than 10 strong bandits. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't witnessed it himself. Let's pack up the things and continue the journey. After seeing Baiyu's skills, everyone quickly packed up their belongings and left. Time flew by until the next day. Without receiving news from their informant, the manager of Chui's household knew something serious had gone wrong. The ambush had failed. Master, seeing the troubled expression on the manager's face, Chui Hao frowned unhappily. What happened? Don't tell me that over a dozen bandits lost to those weakling security guards. The manager was speechless. He also didn't know why. Usually their plans were rather dependable. They really allowed them to leave smoothly. What a bunch of failures. Who exactly are these men you hired? And they couldn't even manage such a small task. Master, I don't know either. According to reason, it shouldn't have been this way. Chui Hao suddenly grew tense. His face turned grim as he stared at the manager. When you hired these people, were you there? Sensing the dangerous undertone in Master's eyes, the manager hastily waved his hands. No, Master. And they absolutely do not know who we are. They will never be able to trace this back to us. Given how loyal the manager had been serving him all this time, Chui Hao trusted what he said. However, deep inside, an unsettling sense of unease lingered. A heavy storm seemed to be looming overhead. Forget it, just be careful recently. If Princess Jiang Ran sends someone looking, just tell them the plan has changed and ask her to wait patiently. If the opportunity arises, I'll personally visit her. Yes, Master. On the street, Chu Mohan finished shopping for treasures with his companions Shiyu and Baoyu, then went to the hot pot restaurant. Spotting a magician nearby, they both walked over curiously, as they had never seen this trick before. It took a great deal of effort for them to squeeze their way to the edge of the crowd. Puff! A fierce-faced man spat out a mouthful of kerosene, and when it met fire, there was a sudden burst of flames, forming a fireball. Applause erupted, and many threw coins and jewelry onto the ground. Before the two little ones could express admiration with their candied fruit skewers in hand, another fireball rose. Frightened, some spectators in the front row tumbled backward in a chain reaction. This caused the two children to fall back too. With a thud, Baoyu's candy skewer ended up sticking perfectly on the thigh of a woman behind them. This candied fruit had melted partially under the sun, becoming thick and sticky on her skin. The woman was startled and screamed repeatedly. Whose child is this? So undisciplined. The The candy skewer has stuck to my leg. Bao Yu, his face full of embarrassment, hurriedly pulled the candy skewer off. With a tearing sound, the woman screamed in pain. Ouch, little brat. Are you trying to kill me? Can't you be gentler? Seeing the candy skewer still stuck on the woman's leg, Jiang, who beside her, was also furious. He had barely managed to bring this woman out to watch some acrobatics, and now he had encountered these two mischievous children. Two smelly country kids. What are you looking at? Do you even deserve to watch this? Holding candy skewers to watch performances. Didn't anyone watch over you? Intentionally rubbing the candy onto my leg. So audacious at such a young age. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for your parents. Jiang, who kicked towards Bao Yu with a foot, a trace of satisfaction curling at the corner of his mouth, imagining the upcoming scene where the woman worshipped him. Yu quickly rolled to Jiang Hu's feet and kicked his knee, surprising Jiang Hu as he knelt down unexpectedly, but Bao Yu's punch came swiftly too. With a crash, Jiang Hu gained a black eye. The surrounding crowd was greatly astonished, never expecting that the coordination between these two children was so seamless. The people around them conveniently left them a patch of empty space. These two kids have good skills. They must have been practicing martial arts since they were young. But how come we've never heard of them in the capital city? We don't know who their family is. Maybe they just arrived in the capital. Fine. Two little bastards. How dare you hit me? If I don't beat you to death today, I won't bear the surname Jiang. Jiang Hu, touching his swollen eye, stared menacingly at Yu. He didn't expect these two kids to be so quick. Before he noticed, they'd managed to trick him. Bring some people here. Surround them for me. Seeing Jiang Hu so shameless, the crowd was stunned. A grown man beaten by two children calling for help to surround them. Does he have any pride? Today, since you've offended me, Jiang Hu, it means your eyes have sprouted on your feet. Move. Chapter 179, Electric Stick. This guy really has no shame, bullying two children in the street. What can we do? The Jiang family is so powerful that ordinary people dare not offend them. Let's go. Though the nearby civilians were angry, each had a family to protect, and none were willing to get into trouble with Master Jiang of the Jiang family for two unrelated children. At this moment, 6 or 7 servants armed with cudgels started swinging their weapons towards Yu and Bao Yu, using such cruelty as if they intended to disable them in one strike. Yu, be careful. Hide behind me. Bao Yu used his left hand to shield Yu, while his right blocked a cudgel swung by a servant. Bao Yu pulled it forcefully. After drinking spiritual spring water for so long and constantly exercising, he was stronger than even grown men. What's wrong with this kid? He's this strong? Did he just pull me over? Are you kidding me? Before the thug could figure out what happened, a small fist struck his chest, leaving him feeling choked, his throat filled with blood, his face turning red, and sharp chest pains nearly costing him his life right there. Yu had already warned them that if anyone dared to bully them in the capital, they were to fight back with full strength. No matter who it involved, their safety came first. All follow-up matters would be dealt with by Yu. The thugs frowned, observing the seasoned way Bao Yu wielded his cudgel. It was clear he had martial arts training. Before they could respond, Bao Yu quickly knocked down 2 nearby thugs with 2 strikes, leaving red imprints on their foreheads. So what? Who knew you two little brats knew kung fu? We underestimated you. Get up and keep hitting them. If we knock them down today, 20 taels of silver each. Hearing about such a reward, the remaining servants' eyes turned bloodshot as they lunged toward Bao Yu like madmen. The surrounding civilians watched tensely, palms sweating from anxiety. Bao Yu, though still small in stature and under attack from several directions at once, possessed greater strength and fighting techniques, but was still unable to hold off all attackers. It wasn't long before both were pinned to the ground. Ha ha ha, you weren't so arrogant earlier, were you, brat? Today I'll teach you what true power feels like. How dare you provoke me? Jiang Hu wielded a cudgel, striking fiercely at Bao Yu's head. In response, Bao Yu sharply head-butt a thug's chin, then used the force to leap skyward, delivering a swift kick to Jiang Hu's groin. Ah! A shrill scream echoed across the heavens as Jiang Hu clutched his teeth tightly, lying on the ground, his forehead breaking out in beads of sweat. At this moment, he wished he were dead. Master, are you all right? The servant anxiously squatted beside their master, fearing any harm might have come to him. Jiang Hu, tears welling in his eyes, resentfully whispered, "Cut them up and feed them to the dogs. Hurry." The servant, without hesitation, drew a broadsword from his waist and swung it at Bao Yu. However, Bao Yu was tightly restrained and couldn't escape. Second brother. Many civilians closed their eyes, unwilling to watch, silently praying for Bao Yu. Clang. The servant felt a shock in his wrist, almost dropping the saber held in his hand. Looking up, he saw an exquisite woman appear before him, causing him to swallow nervously. Without a word, the woman delivered a resounding kick that sent the servant flying several meters away. The knife in his hand spun 81 times in the air before sticking firmly into his shoulder. What? Does this city have no law? How dare you strike my 2 younger brothers on the street? Even royal relatives have no right to privately inflict punishment. As Yu spoke, she retrieved a pitch-black rod from her sleeve and walked grimly towards Jiang Hu. Yes, exactly. Even royal relatives don't have the authority. Bullying 2 children. I've long looked down on your Jiang family. You're nothing but garbage. Still recovering, Jiang Hu saw Yu approach and began to break out in cold sweats, terror gripping his soul. His instincts told him that Yu's item in hand must not be ordinary. Just because this is our master Jiang from the Jiang family, I warn you to think twice before acting against him. Don't let temporary anger lead to your whole family's death. This statement might have deterred others, but not those facing Yu. Whoever they were, bullying her family would result in punishment. Do you really think your Jiang family is so powerful? Do you really think sticking peacock feathers on a chicken makes it a peacock? A smooth yet commanding voice reverberated like magic through the crowd. Jiang, who endured the pain, looking upward. It was Chu Mohan. How did this guy show up again? Could it be these two children are Shin Yu's younger brothers? What a coincidence. You wildcat or stray dog. How dare you insult the Jiang family? Have you lived long enough? A servant rushed forward with a knife toward Chu Mohan. At that moment, a sword energy descended from the sky and slashed downward, opening a gaping wound in the man's throat. Blood gushed out as he looked upward incredulously at Hei by slowly descending from the heavens. You insolent mongrel. How dare you provoke young Master Chu? Are you really worthy to breathe the same air as him? Hei Bai stood with his katana slung over his back. The rest of the servants recognized this renowned swordsman of the capital city. No one dared to make another move. Sister, brother Mohan, you're here. Shiyu pulled Baoyu quickly behind Shinyu, tears welling up in their eyes. It was evident they had suffered greatly. Our sister has arrived. There's nothing to worry about now. You two step aside and rest while I exact justice on your behalf. Agreed. As Shinyu advanced step by step, Jiang, whose heart raced violently. Terrified, he slid backward on the ground. You, what are you going to do? I am from the Jiang family. If you harm me, our entire Jiang family will never let you live. Jiang, whose threats were like an insubstantial handkerchief, completely ineffective. Oomph, so you finally remembered fear. This is Lord Chu, the nephew of the Prime Minister. This time, Jiang Hu, you've truly picked a fight you cannot win. Did you think we would just allow ourselves to be bullied? It seems like quite the show awaits us today. This arrogant thug who has tyrannized the streets will get what he deserves. Fantastic. The commoners whispered among themselves, cheering silently for Shinyu. They had all suffered enough abuse under Jiang Hu's cruelty and longed to witness his downfall. Did you consider this day when you tormented my two younger brothers? Do you believe the Jiang family places you above others? Beneath the Son of Heaven himself, every one of us bleeds for Qing Nation alike. Since you've chosen to torment my siblings, you can bet I won't let you off easily. Shinyu pressed a button on her electric stick, and the crackling sounds of lightning jolted through the air. Jiang, who was utterly petrified. Don't come closer. Stay away. What fiendish weapon do you hold? Chu Mohan, restrain her at once. I'll offer my sister to you in marriage. Please stop her. Everyone. His sister, wasn't she Princess Jiang Ran? Chapter 180. The Death of Jiang Hu. Really, you have guts to think I'd be interested in your sister? But your sister having a brother like you is certainly a virtue accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Before he finished speaking, Chu Mohan stuffed a handkerchief into Jiang Hu's mouth. Otherwise, who knows what other disgusting things he might have said. Seeing that Chu Mohan and Shinyu were determined to deal with Jiang Hu, the onlooking commoners watched with great interest and relish, wishing they could buy more sunflower seeds from a nearby stall. At this moment, Shinyu walked up to a servant, snatched their dagger, pressed an electric baton against the dagger, producing a series of crackling sounds and explosions that scared the crowd back several steps. Jiang Hu also began wailing non-stop, clearly terrified. Jiang Hu turned his head to look at a few servants standing aside, not daring to make a sound. Don't bother looking. No one can save you today. You've been bullying people long enough. It's time for you to taste the feeling of being bullied yourself. As Shinyu approached step by step, Jiang Hu was utterly devastated and dared not imagine what it would feel like when the blackened object struck him. Shinyu wasted no time, pressing the electric baton towards Jiang Hu's arm. Thereupon, Jiang Hu fell on the ground, rolling his eyes upwards as his body twitched uncontrollably on the ground. His hair turned yellow and even emitted the smell of burnt matter. All the commoners watching burst out laughing. Today, Shinyu had given them all a vent for their grievances. After today's lesson, Jiang Hu would surely never dare to be so arrogant again. Seeing Jiang Hu's breath grow increasingly faint, with only a little electricity left in the baton, Shinyu reluctantly put it away into her spatial storage. Next time, if Jiang Hu ever dared to bully others again, she'd definitely take his life. At that very moment inside the tavern, Cui Hao crossed his hands over his chest, looking at Shinyu with much interest, realizing that besides being adept at business operations, she carried quite a number of bizarre weapons. Cui Hao had also seen the state of Jiang Hu. It looked exactly like someone who'd been struck by lightning. This girl was truly extraordinary. All right, take your master and scram quickly. Don't let me see him on the street again. Otherwise, every time I see him, I will beat him up. The servants didn't dare waste any time, dragging the half-dead Jiang Hu back to the residence. Chu Mohan's current status was extraordinary. Were he to kill them all publicly, no one would dare demand justice. Neither of you got injured, right? Shinyu moved forward, wrapping the two younger brothers in front of her as she squatted down and carefully inspected them. No, older sister, we would have fought them if we were older. Their martial skills aren't good. They just rely on numbers. Baoyu pouted angrily, secretly vowing that future training sessions must be even more diligent. You've already done well. Fortunately, you're unharmed. Otherwise, sister would be full of remorse. If you encounter a group of them next time, just run. There's sister in front of the shop and your elder brother Mohan too. No one would dare harm you, understood? The two kids nodded. Shinyu feared they might face danger in the future, so she took out 2 electric batons from her space and handed them over. Hold on to these. Use them for self-defense, but don't fool around with them in everyday life. Understand? All right. Shiyu and Baoyu exchanged excited glances, confident that with such weapons, they would surely be able to protect themselves if a similar situation arose again. Half an incense stick later, just as Jiang Hu's chest discomfort had slightly subsided, a black-clad figure covered his nose and mouth. MMMU. Witnessing Jiang Hu's last breath and seeing his grotesque expression, the black-clad man finally left satisfied. Then, some substituted servants carried Jiang Hu's body back to the Jiang family estate. Jiang Hu was the cousin of Jiang Ran. Since he was an only child, he was excessively pampered, even beloved by his father, more so than Jiang Ran himself. Once he died, the entire Jiang family fell into chaos. When the elders arrived, the courtyards revealed that even the servants who accompanied Jiang Hu were nowhere to be found. What happened? Where are Huer's servants? Where did they go? Jiang Xie, eyes bloodshot, screamed hoarsely. Second uncle, I heard that Xiao Hu was severely tormented by Chu Imo Han and that young lady from the Shun family on the streets. Some people saw him almost lifeless on the streets. Jiang Ran wiped the corners of her eyes, looking genuinely distraught about her younger brother's death. What? Chu Imo Han. Why did he conflict with Huer? He has never been one to cause trouble. Even being the prime minister's nephew doesn't give him the right to do this. Our Jiang family will become extinct because of this. Brother, we must report this matter to the prime minister's residence. Let Chu Tianren hand over Chu Imo Han for our handling. Seeing his brother losing control due to anger, Jiang Cheng could understand, but absolutely disagreed. Although he was saddened by Jiang Hu's death, as the head of the Jiang family, he could never allow Jiang Xie to gamble with the safety of the entire family. Chu Tianren, how well known was he? Now, at any moment, he might overthrow the rule of the young emperor and proclaim himself as the emperor. His power in the capital is unparalleled by anyone. Even if the Jiang family gave it their all, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a cart with its arms. Pure overconfidence. But without giving his younger brother closure, without providing an answer to the Jiang family, the family's continuation would be difficult going forward. Second brother, under no circumstances should you act impulsively. Huer's death deserves an explanation, but we must choose the right method. Now, we cannot even confirm that this person was killed by Chu Imo Han. If we brazenly storm the prime minister's residence, we risk enraging Chu Tianren. At this moment, Jiang Xie, consumed with rage, wouldn't listen to anything. Forget about talking reason. Whoever killed his son would have to pay for it. Whether they were celestial kings or gods, justice would come immediately. Fine. Jiang Cheng, I know from a young age you've always thought yourself superior. You think I, Jiang Xie, am incompetent. So when my son dies, you don't care at all. Isn't it your feeling because your own son didn't die? I'm very disappointed in you now. From today on, our brotherly relationship ends here. Jiang Xie sliced through his robe with a sword and then stormed off angrily, leading his confidants and house guards towards the prime minister's residence with great fury. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. Why was his younger brother still so rash and immature? Jiang Ran, hurry, take the imperial pardon talisman. Use it in case to save your second uncle's life at the critical moment. The Jiang family has very few people left. If things keep going this way, the family may fall into decline. Sitting helplessly in a sedan chair due to broken legs, Jiang Cheng sighed again, not because he didn't want revenge for Jiang Hu, but because he'd experienced Chu Tianren's capabilities before. Jiang Xie was no match for him. The commoners watched curiously as Jiang family guards, weapons in hand, marched in large numbers. By this time, Chu Imo Han had already received the news, and Xin Yu also accompanied him to the prime minister's residence. Chu Tianren did not blame his nephew upon seeing him, but instead stood behind him protectively along with Xin Yu. Chu Tianren stood tall, exuding a fierce aura like a waking lion. For the first time, Chu Imo Han felt warmth and care from a relative in his uncle. Before he could explain the situation, the Jiang family had already arrived. Chapter 181, Jiang Ran's Reminder. Chu Tianren frowned, not expecting Jiang Xie to dare chase him. He underestimated him. Prime Minister, my son was murdered, and someone says it was Imo Han who did it. I've come specially to your residence to seek an explanation. Is there anything inappropriate about that? Behind Jiang Xie were nearly 100 people, each armed with weapons. With his reasoning justified, Jiang Xie assumed Chu Tianren wouldn't dare to act defiantly against him. Lord Jiang Xie's words are very reasonable, but Imo Han is usually kind-hearted, gentle, and benevolent. It seems unlikely he would commit murder. Even though facing hundreds of Jiang family members, Chu Tianren remained unperturbed. Since Jiang Xie had so brazenly rushed to his door, he should pay the due price today. Jiang Xie became infuriated when he saw Chu Tianren obviously favoring Chu Imo Han, with veins bulging on his forehead. Prime Minister, I have an eyewitness. Many people in the street saw it. Your nephew, together with this woman surnamed Shin beside him, killed my son. They used a strange weapon to torture my son to death. After saying this, he grabbed a long knife and held it at someone's throat. The person screamed in fear, falling down and shouting. Yes, I saw it. Prime Minister, it was indeed Mr. Chu and Miss Xinyu who beat up young Master Jiang Hu. When they left, Jiang Hu's body was even smoking. He probably couldn't have been alive by then. Jiang Xie glared fiercely at Chu Imo Han. If Chu Tianren didn't give him a proper explanation today, even if he dies, he'd take Chu Imo Han with him. He would make sure their Jiang family lineage ends. And their Chu family would never rest either. Prime Minister, you heard it right? There must be an explanation today. My tiger cannot die just like that. Jiang Xie, we can discuss matters inside the yard, and I will surely give you a satisfactory result. But you brought so many attendants, and with all these commoners around watching, it won't look good if it gets to the emperor. He smiled, opening the gate and gesturing for Jiang Xie to enter. But Jiang Xie wasn't a fool. If he went into the yard, he might lose control of the situation, leaving himself at a disadvantage. Never mind. No need to go inside the yard. I'm not unreasonable either. My demand is simple. This woman must die. Chu Emohan has to cut off one of his arms. Otherwise, this matter will never end. Seeing Jiang Xie's overconfident demeanor, Chu Tianren found it amusing. When did your Jiang family ever gain the ability to threaten me? Even if your entire clan came, I would fear nothing today. This request is utterly unreasonable. We haven't even investigated yet, and you're talking about killing people in broad daylight? Do you really think you're the Grandmaster of Justice now? Jiang Xie. The tone of Chu Tianren's voice carried an unmatched authority. The onlookers felt as though a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, trembling uncontrollably and almost kneeling down. Exactly. This matter hasn't even been fully investigated yet, and you want to kill Miss Xinyu. That's truly unreasonable behavior from your Jiang family. Just by leading soldiers here without permission, Lord Jiang has already broken the Daqing laws. At best, you'll lose your noble title and be exiled to the remote lands. At this moment, Xinyu walked out holding her stun gun. Lord Jiang Xie, I hit your son because he allowed his subordinates to bully my two younger brothers in public. I admit I disciplined him using my weapon, but I certainly didn't kill him. When he was taken away by his servants, his breathing and pulse were still fine. If you don't believe me, call the servants here for confrontation with me. Don't talk nonsense to me. Those servants were so scared they disappeared somewhere. How am I supposed to find them? Moreover, our Jiang family always exercises great caution in the capital city. If we have enemies, it's only because of you. Several days ago, you insulted Princess Jiangran, and now you've killed my son. Today, I must decapitate you, Demonis. After finishing his words, Jiang Xie lifted his long sword. However, upon seeing Chu Tianren's icy gaze, fear crept up from within him. My revenge is merely spur of the moment. Even the most skilled individuals won't be prepared, right? Surely, the guards in the Prime Minister's residence couldn't possibly outnumber my followers. Though he tried repeatedly to calm himself down, his legs wouldn't stop shaking. Despite this, he couldn't deny that Chu Tianren truly possessed regal authority. Just a single glance made him lose his wits. However, my son's vengeance must be repaid today. What exactly are you afraid of? If you didn't call the servants, you could have at least brought Jiang Hu's corpse, right? Also, summon the best forensic examiner in the capital city. Once his cause of death is confirmed, the truth will emerge. Why linger unnecessarily? Xinyu's arguments were sound. Beside her, Chu Tianren couldn't help but admire her deeply from the bottom of his heart. At such a young age, she was incredibly clear-headed, and despite being surrounded by numerous adversaries, she showed no signs of fear or panic, an exceptional bravery and wit rarely seen. Such qualities would truly match well with that smelly little devil, Emohan. I also think this plan is excellent. Chu Yan, go find the forensic examiner to determine how exactly Jiang Hu died. Yes, Prime Minister, Cui Hao, hiding in the distance, snorted disdainfully. He was confident his actions were flawless. Even if investigated, they could only find that Jiang Hu had died from asphyxiation, which couldn't exonerate Xinyu. Xinyu wouldn't escape this calamity today. Jiang Xie is truly a coward, always boasting about his abilities, yet now he dares not act after his son's violent death. If we wait any longer, the city guards will arrive, and even 500 attendants won't be enough to fight them off. At this moment, Jiang Ran finally caught up with her uncle, but Jiang Xie did not welcome her kindly. Why are you here? Our family can't bear it. Uncle, we're related by blood. Father is deeply concerned about little Tiger's matter. He's worried for you, so I naturally came to help. How do you plan to help? That Xinyu insists little Tiger wasn't killed by him. Now she wants us to summon the forensic examiner to uncover the truth. Jiang Xie felt something was amiss. It seemed like they were stalling for time. Upon hearing her uncle's words, Jiang Ran's heart jolted. She'd witnessed Xinyu's cunning, and she knew that Jiang Hu was killed by Cui Hao. The two servants who left had slipped Jiang Ran a note, clearly written by Cui Hao's own hand. She was angry, but since Jiang Hu was already dead, if the forensic examiner discovered something incriminating leading to Cui Hao, it would eventually implicate her too. Uncle, you mustn't fall for their tricks. They're just dragging this out until the city guards arrive, and then arrest us all. You've already broken Qing law. No matter what, there's no way you can escape now. So, Jiang Ran's eyes flashed with cruelty as she subtly made a throat-slitting gesture. Jiang Xie glanced at his son's corpse, then looked at Xinyu, who appeared completely unconcerned, acting as though this had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, he bellowed. All of you, follow my order. Cut down that woman. Whoever takes her life will be rewarded 1,000 taels of silver. 100 men greedily charged toward Xinyu, yet she remained calm, standing still as if assured of her plan. Chapter 182, No Regrets Left Behind. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind Xinyu. Though not loud, it was filled with menace. Jiang Xie, just now in front of all the commoners of the capital city, I gave you face. This is my chancellor's mansion, not your Jiang manor. Don't refuse my polite invitation and choose punishment instead. Do you dare to cause trouble right in front of my residence? Although Jiang Xie feared Chu Tianren, he held an advantage at the moment. Everyone thought Chu Tianren was someone they couldn't provoke, yet he wanted to see if he could truly kill Chu Tianren. If he succeeded, the political landscape of Qing dynasty would change drastically. Then the young emperor would undoubtedly worship him. At that time, taking several concubines and having children wouldn't be an issue. After all, he was still relatively young. I've said this several times. This is sorrow for losing a son. Since you, Chu Tianren, insist on obstructing me, today, I will end things with you. Sink or swim together. Aren't all the officials in the capital city afraid of you? Today, I want to see what tricks you really have up your sleeve. Or are you just an incompetent paper tiger? After finishing his words, Jiang Xia also drew his sword and charged forward. He must personally sever Xin Yu's head. His son could not have died in vain. You're truly an arrogant fool. As Jiang Xia's men were 20 steps away, Chu Tianren calmly clapped his hands. At that moment, soldiers who had been hiding in the courtyard lined up on top of the walls and outside. Seeing about 300 archers and heavily armed guards holding shields and swords, Jiang Xia's mind immediately went blank. How could this be possible? Chu Tianren shouldn't have this kind of power. And where did all these soldiers come from? His pace noticeably slowed down, but now even thinking about retreating was useless. Follow my command. Rebel Jiang Xia, you rebelled openly in the streets despite repeated warnings to surrender. Thus you shall die. Fire arrows. Wait. Jiang Ran suddenly ran out, holding something shiny. Chu Tianren slightly furrowed his eyebrows. It seemed the Jiang family had been well prepared. If I let you leave alive from my house today, how could I ever maintain my dignity as chancellor? Won't I just become a laughingstock across the country? What's wrong, Princess Jiang Ran? Do you also wish to meddle in this mess? Jiang Ran quickly stepped in front of her second uncle and revealed the Danshe Taiwan, the imperial decree exempting their execution. Great Chancellor, this is the Danshe Taiwan given to us by the previous emperor. It can spare my second uncle's life. Ha ha ha. Chu Tianren threw his head back in laughter, slowly moving forward. Seeing Chu Tianren acting so crazily, Jiang Xia and Jiang Ran were terrified. Was this man insane? Disobeying the last emperor? Alright. The Danshe Taiwan I recognize. But the protection only exempts death 3 times. Today, Jiang Xia, you trespassed into my mansion. That's 1 death. Raising troops against the empire, that's 2 deaths. Street violence without evidence, that's 3 deaths. Refusing to surrender, that's 4 deaths. And you, Jiang Ran, conspiring with Jiang Xia to rebel, your crime is punishable by death. No one can save you today. Release the arrows. Jiang Ran and Jiang Xia hadn't yet reacted. When had they conspired to overthrow the government? And did Chu Tianren have the authority to pass such judgment? Before their thoughts could catch up, the arrows were already inches from their faces. Looking at the endless rain of arrows, Jiang Xia knew he was certainly going to die today, leaving him no choice but to make a last-ditch effort towards Xin Yu. Even if I die today, I'll avenge my son. Demon girl, taste my blade. If you want to die, then today I'll ensure you die fully aware. Otherwise, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Xin Yu gripped her electric stick and charged forward, while Chu Emohan tried, but failed to stop her due to slower reflexes. Be careful. Upon seeing this, Chu Tianren watched with great interest as Xin Yu moved deftly, signaling the archers to cease firing. This girl clearly wasn't simple. Generations of the Jiang family had military expertise. Could she actually hold her own against Jiang Xia? Onlookers pressed against the walls, curiously watching Xin Yu rush forward with her short electric baton. Phew, this Xin girl is truly impressive. She's charging forward with such a short weapon. It's obvious she's putting herself at a disadvantage. This might spell disaster. Could such a beautiful woman really meet her end here? It probably won't happen. I've heard she knows martial arts. She surely won't be killed so easily. Don't chatter anymore. A father-son vengeance. Jiang Xia will fight with all his strength. Moreover, since Jiang Xia knows he's certain to die today, he'll put everything on the line. Their Jiang family has practiced martial arts through generations. How could Xin Yu, a mere girl, possibly match up to him? The clash between them began swiftly. Jiang Xia's attacks appeared chaotic, but in fact, there was order within the disorder, each strike targeting vital points, forcing Xin Yu to dodge repeatedly. The crowd around started breaking out in sweat, none wanting Xin Yu to lose. Brat, all you know is how to dodge? Come on, go for broke. I absolutely won't let you off the hook today. Jiang Xia gritted his teeth and locked onto Xin Yu, while Xin Yu looked at Jiang Xia disdainfully. To Xin Yu, Jiang Xia's attacks were way too slow and full of vulnerabilities. She had been dodging all along just to hide her real strength, so as not to make Chu Tianren cautious about her. Idiot, you don't even know how your son died. What gives you the audacity to seek revenge on me? Jiang Xia, stop making excuses. You just couldn't avoid my blade, right? Trying to mess with my mind? Never. Did you see the unyielding look in your son's corpse? And his face and lips clearly turned purple, obvious signs he was smothered to death. And yet you dare come seeking revenge from me. Fool. As Jiang Xia recalled his son's face, it was indeed as Xin Yu had said. Could there really be another reason for his son's death? Before Jiang Xia could figure things out, a pitch-black short arrow flew from afar, piercing Jiang Ran's neck. Xiao Ran. With all his might, he swung his sword and pushed Xin Yu back, then rushed to Jiang Ran's side. Assassins. Guards. Swish swish swish. Dense shields surrounded Chu Tianren and Chu Emohan tightly. By this time, the assassin had long fled. Second uncle, Jiang, whose death wasn't caused by Xin Yu. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ran breathed her last. Clutching Jiang Ran's corpse, Jiang Xia let out a loud wail. If not Xin Yu, then who? Why didn't Xiao Ran reveal the killer earlier? Before Jiang Xia could clear his thoughts, Xin Yu was already by his side. Looking at Jiang Xia's expression filled with despair, Xin Yu roughly guessed what had happened. Even if you knew the truth, it would have made no difference. There's no way I'd let you leave here alive today. With you? Blocking me? Do you really think you're that capable? Jiang Xia swung his sword fiercely. Xin Yu, smiling, leaped up where she was and pressed the button on her electric stick, thrusting it onto the sword edge. Instantly, Jiang Xia convulsed all over and threw the sword onto the ground. How does it feel? Comfortable? Now do you think I can kill you? As soon as she finished speaking, she jabbed her electric stick into Jiang Xia again. Jiang Xia twitched uncontrollably, behaving like a madman. She actually did it. Isn't this unbelievable? Can't believe it. This Miss Shun is so powerful. We underestimated her just now. Maybe it's luck. But still, to dodge Jiang Xia's swordsmanship, Miss Shun certainly has some skills. Seeing Jiang Xia's eyes go straight due to the electricity, Shen Yu ended his life with a single slash. She would never leave any regrets or problems behind herself. Chapter 183. The bracelet is really nice. I like it. All the servants who had followed Jiang Xia were killed. Not a single one was left alive. As for Jiang Ran, Chu Tianren had already sent her back to the manor. Not that she couldn't be killed, but there was another purpose in keeping her around. During the critical time of the kingdom of Qing's survival, using such a scheming woman for a marriage alliance would be the best choice. Though she didn't have royal blood, her father and family's fate was in her hands, which made her easier to control. Jiang Xia is truly incredibly stupid. Young lady, are you all right? Chu Tianren looked at Shun Yu with concern on his face, and he even felt a subtle appreciation for this young girl. I'm fine, Prime Minister Din. I've been practicing martial arts since childhood, so I have some self-defense skills. However, the person who cheated from hiding hasn't been caught yet. We don't know what tricks he may still play to harm us. Shen Yu pondered as she just arrived in the capital and hadn't offended anyone, but now accidents were happening one after another, which troubled her greatly. I will investigate this matter. You go back to the manor with Mo Han and rest for a while. I must personally report Jiang family's situation to His Majesty at the palace. Chu Mo Han lightly tapped his forehead and led Shun Yu into the Prime Minister's residence. They walked for half an incense stick duration and still hadn't reached the courtyard where Chu Mo Han lived. Shen Yu couldn't help but feel how incredibly large the Prime Minister's residence was. She thought her own house was quite nice, but compared to this, it was still lacking significantly. I'll take you to change into a different set of clothes first, then I'll introduce you to my parents. Lately, they've been cooped up in the manor saying they're bored, especially my mother. She's been nagging about wanting to see you, asking me to bring her to find you. Chu Mo Han had a radiant smile with bright eyes and kind demeanor. In fact, I also miss Aunt Jiao Jiao and Uncle Tianny. Once I change my clothes, let's give them a surprise. As Shen Yu bounced out of the room wearing a servant's attire, Chu Mo Han went over quite cooperatively. Oh, look at that. You've transformed into little you. Hee. How does it look? Is it convincing enough? Aunt Jiao Jiao should hardly recognize me, right? Chu Mo Han examined her thoroughly, then took out a silk scarf and handed it to Shen Yu. Put this on. My mom absolutely won't recognize you. Okay. In the backyard, Chu Tianjiao sat idly on a taisher chair looking up at the blue sky above her head. Husband, when do you think we can finally go out for a walk? I'm practically growing weeds on my body staying here inside the manor. It's also absurd how our son comes and goes every day without a trace. I can barely manage to grab him and talk to him. I wonder what Yuer is doing right now. Oh, I miss our daughter-in-law so much. Chu Tianjiao pouted and clung to Chu Tianyi's arm like a scolded little lazy cat. Chu Tianyi patiently patted her back, smiling warmly to comfort her. Don't worry. If this nasty boy doesn't return by tonight, I'll take you out tomorrow. I heard from the servants in the mansion that Yuer opened a new store called MOU Hot Pot. Business has been good, and apparently, the taste is excellent. Since you love spicy food so much, we'll go eat the spiciest pot tomorrow. Seeing Chu Tianyi completely lost in these ideas, Chu Tianjiao patted his shoulder and touched his forehead. Husband, you aren't catching a cold or anything, are you? How come you're talking nonsense? Eating chili peppers causes you rashes and itching, remember? Are you planning to eat chili peppers with me and throw away your life? Chu Tianyi gave a silly smile, looking rather endearing. It's no big deal. The doctor did prescribe medicine for those rashes. Drinking a bit of traditional Chinese medicine will quickly heal it. You don't get excited like this very often, so taking a little medicine isn't much trouble. Seeing how loving their parents were, Chu Mo Han awkwardly coughed twice. Cough, cough. Dad, you risking your life to please mom isn't quite right. Yu Cheng is still waiting for you to manage it. You mischievous brat. Coming home and immediately worrying about Yuer. You're bound to marry a wife and forget your mother. One day, your mother and I will pull Yuer together to beat you up. Upon seeing this, Shen Yu lowered her gaze and gently bit her lips. What a delightful family. That's enough from you too. Mo Han, you came home so early today. Why didn't you bring Yuer back with you? Mother has told you several days ago, I want to see my daughter-in-law, yet you didn't even pay attention, did you? After saying that, Chu Tianjiao stood up, put her hands on her chest, and pouted, a mood clearly only resolvable by a hot pot dinner. Seeing this, Chu Mo Han quickly went over. In recent days, he'd been busy helping Yuer with the shop's affairs while investigating the complicated relationships between his uncle and the various factions in the capital. He simply hadn't had time to chat well with his parents. Mom, why are you still mad? Knowing that you miss Yuer, I'll take you and Dad to the shop tomorrow for hot pot. I'll treat you. And the hot pot has 2 types of broth options. One side is spicy, the other side isn't. There are several flavors available. Dad doesn't need to risk his life eating hot pot with you anymore. Really? Chu Tianjiao looked at Chu Mo Han with surprise. How could it not be true? I spend all my time in the shop. Can you smell it? My whole body reeks of hot pot. Chu Mo Han pulled at his clothes, and the entire space was instantly filled with a strong scent of hot pot. Oh, Mo Han, now that you mention it, this smell really is pleasant. Mom loves it. Chu Tianjiao breathed in the surrounding air, her face lighting up with happiness. But, Mom still wants to see Yuer. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, and I've collected quite a lot of jewelry. I was thinking of giving them to Yuer. You know, your uncle gave me plenty of jade bracelets and hairpins suitable for her, and I haven't worn any of them once. With that, Chu Tianjiao took out a bracelet from her sleeve. Its transparency was comparable to glass. Wait. Glass. Xunyu couldn't help but stare in disbelief at the bracelet in Chu Tianjiao's hand. Wasn't this one of the glass bracelets she sold? How did it end up here? And eventually, wouldn't it circle back to ending up in her hands? Xunyu was astonished when she realized that Chu Tianren must truly love his sister, willing to pay such a high price for a bracelet like this. Initially, Xunyu had auctioned this bracelet off for 2,000 taels of silver. Silently, Xunyu took the bracelet from Chu Tianjiao's hand, put it on her wrist, then turned her back to admire it. Hey, what's wrong with you, maid? How dare you snatch my things? Chu Tianjiao said as she nudged Chu Imohan hard with her elbow. Her sideway glances were very obvious. What's wrong with the maid you hired? How can she be so inappropriate and grab something meant for my daughter-in-law? Chu Tianyi also quickly stood up, fearing that the maid might accidentally break the bracelet, which was rumored to be worth a lot. This bracelet is really nice, Aunt Jiao Jiao. I like it. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Chu Tianjiao froze in place, unsure how to react. Chapter 184, Preparing Ingredients. The two looked at each other, then instinctively rubbed their eyes and glanced at Xunyu. It really was Xunyu. How embarrassing. Who would have thought Xunyu would dress as a servant? Both nearing 40 years old, they suddenly felt uncomfortable in their hearts, their foreheads heating up. How about it? Wasn't that a surprise? Hee hee. I really like this bracelet. Aunt Jiao Jiao, I've prepared a gift for you too. A gift? Chu Tianjiao's eyes twinkled with a smile, expectantly watching Xunyu walk over slowly. Smack. Her chubby little lips kissed Chu Tianjiao on the cheek, leaving Chu Tianjiao feeling like her soul had ascended. She bashfully lowered her head, not expecting the kind of gift Xunyu referred to. Before the three could recover from their shock, Xunyu pulled out a stove. Aunt Jiao Jiao, Uncle Tianyi, today I brought you hot pot. It's specially prepared. Knowing how bored you were staying in the mansion, I wanted to give you a surprise. You mustn't blame Imohan though. He's been a big help to me in his shop recently. Having said that, Xunyu hooked her arm around Chu Tianjiao's, behaving just like an affectionate daughter. Seeing Xunyu, Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but beam, insisting to bring Xunyu into her room to pick out some pretty accessories. This Yuer is really quite something. Son, cherish her. If you don't marry her, you won't be allowed home either in the future. Chu Mohan. Growing up, even after all the disgraceful things he did in Huangyue County, father had never said such words to him. Today, it dawned on him that Xunyu was truly his little ancestor figure. He must take good care of her. Chu Tianjiao happily held on to Xunyu's hand as they walked through the garden. Nearby servants were astounded to see Xunyu, dressed as another servant, so intimately close with Lady Chancellor, as if she were family. What's going on? Is this new servant here? Why does she look like the master's daughter? Walking arm in arm, whispering softly. Look, another servant gasped in shock. The jade bracelet on her wrist. Isn't that the one the Prime Minister bought at great expense and gifted to elder Lady Chu? It sure is. I remember clearly. This bracelet is one of a kind. Both its jade quality and luster are the best. I've seen it myself. It's really excellent. The pair couldn't believe it. Though everyone there wore servant attire, why was she being treated this way? Springflower, autumn moon. Stop standing there slack-jawed. Be more perceptive. Quickly go check if elder Lady Chu needs anything inside. Yes. Dare not dilly-dally. They hurriedly scurried indoors. When the two saw Xunyu's face up close, they finally understood why the old lady liked her so much. Standing next to Xunyu, the two maids turned shy, unable to even lift their heads. They kept glancing at Xunyu intermittently, feeling as though their stomachs were full of satisfaction. Truly, beauty was edible. They realized the phrase was real. Yuer, take a look. Do you like any of these pieces? If you love them all, I'll have the servants wrap them all for you. You can take them away. Chu Tianjiao's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Xunyu found it hard to decline, so she selected some modern handicrafts she had once sold to the auction house. What Xunyu didn't know was that these items were actually the most expensive ones. In the maid's eyes, she seemed like a greedy woman. Wow, I didn't expect this woman to be so discerning. She picked all the most expensive ones. Surely old lady wouldn't be fooled, right? I don't know. Keep your voice down. If we're heard, we're done for. The Prime Minister's residence has the best treatment in all of the capital. I definitely do not want to leave. Little did they realize their conversation reached Xunyu's and Chu Tianjiao's ears completely. On the road escaping famine, Chu Tianjiao hadn't missed a meal made by Xunyu using spirit water, which indeed enhanced her five senses far beyond that of an average person. How could Chu Tianjiao possibly tolerate anyone behind her back criticizing her future daughter-in-law? She smiled gently, rising to retaliate for Xunyu. Xunyu was unperturbed. These servants spent all day eating, drinking, and gossiping. Today, dressing as a servant, perhaps she shocked them too much. Had they seen her battle Jiangxia at the front gate just a few hours ago, their mouths might stay shut tightly afterward. Do you think you whispered quietly enough? Let me tell you, my hearing is sharper than usual people. You feel jealous, don't you? Thinking I've taken valuable jewels only, huh? As soon as the words left Xunyu's mouth, she pulled out a set of glass jewelry from her sleeve with a 7-part sneer and 3-part resigned smile. Bracelets, earrings, hair ornaments, rings, she had everything, dazzling those who witnessed them. How? How could this be possible? Not just the two maids, even Chu Tianjiao was somewhat surprised. Each of these pieces of jewelry is worth several thousand taels of silver. What about the total value of this pile? It's simply incalculable. Why not possible? What's impossible about it? They're just some jewels, aren't they? Xunyu then pulled out another handful of items from her sleeve. The two maids were completely dumbfounded, standing there with their legs going weak. Had it not been for the wooden board behind them, they might have already fallen on their bottoms. I won't blame you for scoffing at me. Instead, I pity you, forever trapped in the residence of the Prime Minister, still worrying about food and drink. Remember, my name is Shinyu. When you save enough money, you can go try Jade Hot Pot. There are always things in this world that you cannot comprehend. After saying that, Shinyu happily walked out of the room, holding Chu Tianjiao's arm, leaving the two servants to plop down on the floor, unable to recover for a long time. Sometimes, the result without any punishment leaves the deepest impression. I admire your broad-mindedness. If I were you, I would have insisted on having those two dismissed long ago. How dare they criticize us openly? It's outrageous. They show no self-awareness as servants. Hearing the word servant, and looking at her own attire, Shinyu seemed to understand why she had made those two maids so angry. As fellow servants, her treatment was entirely different from theirs, creating a severe psychological imbalance within them. Jiao Auntie, let's go prepare the ingredients. Almost anything can be cooked in hot pot. The more diverse the ingredients, the richer the taste. Really? Being able to freely choose what we like sounds wonderful. Chu Tianjiao, happy like a child, went straight to the kitchen and carefully selected ingredients, fearing she might miss some rare delicacies. Shinyu had already prepared some fresh ingredients beforehand, ensuring Aunt Jiao would surely love them. 2 hours passed unnoticed, and the sky gradually grew darker. Chu Mohan took out his fire striker and lit the alcohol stove, simultaneously igniting a stick of sandalwood incense. Seeing the sumptuous feast laid out on the table, Chu Tianyi immediately felt dazzled. I smelled deliciousness from far away. What kind of cuisine is this? This is my first time seeing it, little brother. Tianren, hurry up. Let's eat together. I thought you wouldn't come back today. Chu Tianjiao warmly invited everyone, marking the first time the family sat together in such harmony to enjoy a meal. Chapter 185, Doing Business with Family. Seeing Chu Tianren sit down, Chu Majian and Shun Yu did not show any abnormality either, and the three of them avoided mentioning what had happened at the front gate. Since the Prime Minister's residence was large, when the fight took place, Chu Tianjiao and Chu Tianyi were still inside the house and did not hear too much noise. This table full of dishes looks really good. Shinyu, is this the hot pot from your shop? Quite innovative. Nice. The flavor is very rich. Thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't know when I could eat this hot pot. Chu Tianren was very polite and friendly, speaking in a calm and amiable manner without any pretense as the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you honor me too much. My Uncle Tianyi and Aunt Jiao were very kind to me on the journey fleeing famine. Now that we're both in the capital, it's already embarrassing that I've only come to visit now my shop has opened. Today, I specially prepared some different ingredients for everyone to try. After saying this, Shinyu poured a plate of fish balls and crispy bone balls into the pot. Sister Yu, there's no need to be so formal. Call me uncle from now on. We don't need to follow such strict etiquette among family. Rules are made for outsiders. Shinyu was somewhat awestruck, originally expecting Chu Tianren to be some sort of villainous figure, but instead found him not only good-looking but also gentle in his speech. Sister Yu, these balls look so round and unique. I've never seen anything like them before. Did you make them yourself? Chu Tianjiao picked one up with her chopsticks and smiled at Shinyu. Yes, give it a try, Annie Jiao. These balls are excellent. They're similar to soup-filled buns, with broth wrapped inside. Be very careful not to get scalded when you bite into them. As soon as the words left her mouth, Chu Tianyi beside her clamped his hands over his mouth, his face turning red, obviously because he'd been burned. Shinyu quickly handed him a cup of plum juice. No problem, it's just a little hot. It'll be fine in a moment. You all keep eating, don't worry about me. Seeing the rich hot pot soup bubbling away, Chu Tianjiao suddenly developed a voracious appetite. Usually having an extremely small appetite, she devoured food as if she were a bottomless pit today. She ate everything. Fish balls, greens, tofu, mutton, beef, you name it. There's also crystal noodles, taro noodles, and deep-fried tofu sticks. They're amazing boiled in the hot pot. Everyone, please have some more. Shinyu warmly invited everyone to help themselves, and within minutes their bowls were filled with food. Sister Yu, this crystal noodle is delicious. And the fried tofu, after soaking up all the seasoning from the base, each bite brings such satisfaction. Chu Tianjiao thoroughly enjoyed the hot pot, finding it the best meal she'd had in many years. Her face beamed with happiness. This hot pot truly is outstanding. After Annie Jiao came to the mansion and ate meals for several days, I've never seen her favor any particular dish until yours. From now on, I will recommend it to my colleagues in the court. He gently stroked his beard and smiled kindly, his face filled with warmth and satisfaction, reflecting on how long it had been since seeing such a scene. Thank you, Uncle Tianren. Despite being busy with government affairs, you still thought of me. It's quite flattering. Upon seeing Shun Yu's thoughtfulness, Chu Tianren didn't skimp. He ordered a servant to bring out the last precious piece of jewelry he had left. Sister Yu, on our first meeting, Uncle gives you a gift. This bracelet is quite rare in Qing Dynasty. There was only a pair sold at auction, one for you, and one for Annie Jiao. Seeing this bracelet, Chu Tianjiao, Chu Majian, and Shun Yu all fell silent. This bracelet was sold by Shun Yu to the auction herself. A pair cost 2,000 liang each, and Chu Tianren bought them all. Even Chu Majian was surprised. His own auction house held these events, and a pair of bracelets valued at over 10,000 liang. He hadn't expected the buyer would be his own maternal uncle. The servants present secretly envied Shun Yu. They couldn't fathom why such a disparity existed between fellow maids. Uncle Tianren, how much did you pay for these bracelets? Shun Yu was curious to know the price Chu Tianren paid for the 2 glass bracelets. 15,000 liang, it was indeed expensive. But the jade quality of these bracelets is very special, as transparent as water, so this price should be reasonable. Xinyu rubbed her forehead, realizing she had set a conservative price when selling them. Neither did Chu Majin expect Chu Tianren to buy the bracelets, but managed to profit 12,000 liang anyway. Let's not talk about this anymore. Money is external. It's enough for us family members to gather here and enjoy a meal together. By the way, Majin, wasn't it you who ran the auction house? Chu Majin stiffened slightly, surprised that his uncle mentioned this so abruptly. Even his parents gave him incredulous looks, realizing just now that their son was not only a wealthy merchant, but also operated an auction house. How much money must he have? Yes, it's mine. Xinyu. Seeing Xunyu's shocked face, Chu Tianren couldn't help but laugh, amused that Xinyu had no idea about this matter. This auction house is actually yours. So, the goods I bought were from your auction house as well. Yes, but I know nothing about this. I'm full now. I'll go back to my room. Realizing that he was about to expose his earning of 11,000 taels of silver, Chu Majin decided to leave first. Did you really sell these bracelets to Majin? No wonder you could come up with so many identical pieces at once. Now Chu Tianren was also baffled. He didn't expect such a low probability event to happen to them, and he became curious too, so he asked Xinyu beside him. What price did you set for the auction house for the bracelet? A pair cost only 4,000 taels, not even enough for the fraction of what you paid. Chu Tianren helplessly chuckled, and then ran after Chu Majin. You brat, doing business with family members? You'd better stand still. Xinyu remained seated and finished dinner with the two. Learning that Chu Majin was surprisingly so wealthy made her feel relieved. The difficulties of building the Jade City suddenly seemed much less daunting. Don't be angry. It should be unintentional on Majin's part. He's actually not a bad person at heart. I know Aunt Jiao, I don't blame Majin. Business relies on mutual consent. Uncle Mo might have been joking. Since it's not late, I will say goodbye to Majin and return to my residence. Fine, let this brat escort you, and apologize while you're at it. In no time, Chu Tianjiao dragged Chu Majin by the ear to the pavilion. Seeing this, Xinyu bit her lip, watching Chu Majin pleading for mercy. You brat, safely send her home and apologize to her, or you won't come back tonight. Let's go. Why don't we stroll around? You can tell me how many more hidden businesses you own along the way. Looking at the gleam in Xunyu's eyes, Chu Majin knew he couldn't hide things anymore. Chapter 186. The epidemic begins to spread. The two strolled down a street with flickering lantern lights, and in the distance, the unhurried sound of a watchman's gong reached their ears. Go on. How many more businesses have you hidden from me? Even the auction house is yours. That really surprised me. Chu Mohan pulled Xinyu into a corner of an alleyway, forcefully placing her hand on his chest. It wasn't my intention to hide it from you. Over these past few years, I've developed quite a number of businesses in order to amass the capital needed to face off against your uncle in the capital city. Gambling dens, taverns, restaurants, silk shops. I've dabbled in them all. I never told you about them because I wanted to give you a surprise. Xinyu showed off her pearly whites with a grin. Do you think I believe you? I'm not mad at you. Rather, I feel like I've received quite a lot of surprises. Seeing Xunyu's delighted smile, Chu Mohan put his mind at ease. But don't be too pleased. As punishment for keeping this from me, I've decided to confiscate all of your wealth and use it all towards the construction of your city. Do you have any objections? With a mischievous look, she pointed at Chu Mohan, who responded generously. No problems. All this wealth was saved up for you anyway. You can use it however you wish. Then tomorrow arrange some carriages and send more supplies to your city. Send more Chinese herbs as well. I'll tell you the location for the medicine tomorrow. Good. Chu Mohan hesitated for a moment before speaking again. I've heard recently that the epidemic outside the city has really begun to ravage. It's said to be racing toward the capital city at an alarming speed. I don't know why. Don't worry, I'm here with you. No matter how powerful the plague might be, there's always a way to counteract it. Chu Mohan helplessly nodded. The emperor hardly handles state affairs these days. One could imagine the countless memorials piled high in the imperial study. It's getting late. Go back and rest early. Tomorrow morning we'll go investigate together the murderer of Jiang Ran. If he continues lurking in the shadows, sooner or later he will make his move against us. Alright, then I'll send someone out now to begin the investigation. Perhaps we'll find something surprising by tomorrow morning. That works. See you tomorrow then. Just as Xinyu turned to leave, Chu Mohan called her back again. Wait. Xinyu, Bachia. He touched Xinyu's forehead gently with a contented smile on his lips, leaving behind a bit of warmth. Alright, be careful on the road. Sure. Watching their reluctance to part ways, Qin Feng standing guard at the crossroads couldn't help but shake his head. TSK. Master truly is in love. Lost his mind too. He gave away all the assets he accumulated so carefully just to miss Xinyu. Once they're married, Master won't doubtfully even step outside without permission, becoming a complete henpecked husband. Suddenly appearing, Chu Mohan scared Qin Feng, who quickly clamped his mouth shut. What's wrong? From the way you were trying to cover it up, weren't you saying something bad about me? No, Lord, how dare I say anything bad about you? It's just that sand got in my eyes, and my brain didn't work fast enough, so I rubbed my mouth. He didn't believe a word of Qin Feng's nonsense. On normal days, Qin Feng was always so quick-witted. How could he possibly make such a silly mistake? That's enough. Stop chit-chatting and start investigating immediately the person who threw the dart today and killed Jiang Ran. In fact, after the incident, Qin Feng had already sent people out to investigate, but there were no leads yet. However, The organization was checking everyone Zhang Ran had been in contact with lately and starting investigations from them. The investigation has already started, Master. There should be news soon. Rest easy and go back. I will keep an eye on the updates. Mentioning the main issue, Qin Feng's eyes became sharp instantly, as if he turned into a different person altogether. Investigate properly, and check where those darts came from. I feel like they don't resemble the kind commonly used by our Qing citizens. Yes. Chu Mohan had long suspected that his uncle had colluded with foreign powers in an attempt to rebel, but after living in the Chancellor's mansion for some time, nothing unusual had come to light. Even at night, he slept lightly and would occasionally stroll out of his room. Each time he accompanied him to his uncle's yard, he'd see him alone in his study conducting research of some kind without any trace of foreigners nearby. Could he have suspected the wrong person? Yet it made perfect sense otherwise. If it wasn't his uncle, who else in this capital city could have the ability to collaborate with foreign forces? He increasingly felt the situation in the capital to be chaotic and disordered, as if there were another hidden force secretly watching them. At this moment, quite a few commoners outside the city walls appeared pale, with colorless lips, devoid of vitality. Their eyes vacant, looking as though death could come upon them at any moment. Mother, don't scare me, Mother. What is happening to you? Beside her, a boy not more than 12 or 13 years old clutched his mother's shoulder tightly. In a flash, the woman spat out a mouthful of black foul blood, and nearby villagers hurriedly dragged the little boy away. Are you trying to kill yourself? Your mother is beyond saving. Find a place to bury her and move on. The man had rags wrapped around his hands, and his face was covered by a mask made of torn cloth, revealing only a pair of deep-set eyes that held a profound sorrow. Tangji, brother, please save my mother. Just now she was fine. Maybe she's just tired. Right, Tangji, brother? The little boy's tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Tangji clenched his teeth, placed his left hand on the boy's shoulder, and pointed at the woman's body with his right hand. Your mother has passed away. She won't be coming back. You're 12 already. Be strong. You still have your younger sister to take care of. Don't let grief consume too much of your time. At this very moment, in just their shabby temple outside the city walls, there were already 200 to 300 refugees and beggars. Many of them were afflicted with some strange illness. It started with paleness in their complexion, then progressed to feeling weak all over, experiencing throat dryness and loss of appetite. Initially, it was thought they were simply unwell, possibly infected with a cold. After being unable to eat, breathing became difficult. Then they felt increasingly exhausted, with a foggy mind, and eventually, when death approached, they would cough up blood and pass away. Tangji, brother, but my sister is sick too. This morning she said she couldn't drink hot porridge. Wailing, is my sister going to die as well? Seeing the tearful boy, Tangji's heart ached for him. But what could he do? There will be improvements soon. The people who went up the mountain to gather herbs should be back soon. Make sure your sister drinks plenty once the herbs are boiled. All right. The boy quickly wiped away his tears and stood at the entrance, gazing toward the direction of the mountain. His mother was gone, but as an older brother, he had to take good care of his sister. They waited a full hour before seeing faint sparks of firelight in the distance. The few individuals who had struggled to gather the herbs came back empty-handed. None of these previously tried herbs worked at all. What shall we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Why do the officials in the capital not care about us? They won't even let us enter the city. That's right. I'm going to a pharmacy to buy medicine regardless. I don't want to die here. Anybody who wants to survive, come with me. I don't believe they can kill us all. Chapter 187. We wait. Many citizens who already show symptoms or whose family members need urgent treatment no longer have time to hesitate. Now, they have one thought: to preserve their lives. Since entering the city and buying medicine won't be possible anyway, it's death either way. Might as well try. Even if not getting it means dying, at least die less painfully. Go. Everyone follow me. Anyway, life or death leads to the same end. Let's give it a shot. The little boy looked at his listless younger sister far away and thought of his mother, who had already passed away. If he couldn't save his sister, what was the meaning of his survival? 1E. Wait for your brother. I'll definitely bring back the medicine so you can live a good life. A group of nearly 100 people, lit with torches, desperately rushed towards the capital. They were not the first group wanting to enter the capital. By evening, hundreds of commoners had already died outside the city walls, and now the corpses were still burning outside the city, showing that the guards had shown them no courtesy at all. Actually, Chu Tianren had known about the plague outbreak long ago, and it was him who had urged the young emperor to issue the order to lock down the capital. At this moment, Zhang Xianzong lay on his bed, recalling Chu Tianren's words to himself. Your Majesty is a priceless person, whose life is precious, and naturally cannot contract the plague. The gates of the capital must be completely sealed off. Not even a mosquito should be allowed to fly in. Otherwise, chaos will erupt within the capital. But are the citizens outside the city not also subjects of the Great Qing? Should we just watch helplessly as they suffer and wail pitifully before dying without attempting to cure them? Chu Tianren furrowed his icy eyebrows, revealing an expression full of threats. This is a critical moment of life and death. It is not the time for you to act like a sentimental woman. There are tens of thousands of citizens inside the capital, mostly officials and rich merchants, even countless deeply rooted forces. Countless people eye the Qing kingdom like ravenous wolves, so we must not act recklessly. The emperor saw that Chu Tianren no longer objected. Continuing further would mean rebellion before hidden powers even acted, and perhaps the prime minister would grow restless first. Where is the future of our great Qing? Zhang Xianzong covered his face with his hands, tears streaming through the gaps and falling onto the floor. A mixture of impotence, anger, regret, and bitterness brewed in his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Father King, ancestors, if you spirits are watching from above, please guide me toward the right path. What should I do? What actions remain that can save the foundation of the Qing dynasty now? As night grew deeper, he gradually fell asleep. In his hazy dreams, Zhang Xianzong saw a man and a woman. Although their faces were unclear, the jade plates hanging from their waists clearly read, Chu and Shun. Could it be that their two families are truly the ones who could save him? Meanwhile, Xinyu returned home after wearing her anti-poison mask and swiftly made her way outside the city walls. The mask had already blocked out most of the smell, but the scent of blood still assaulted her senses. Looking around at the scene, even Xinyu, accustomed to slaughter, frowned. Outside the capital, the ground was smeared with blood, some of which had already congealed in some pits. Beside a huge pile of fire were still unburnt corpses. Judging by the size of the flames, Xinyu estimated that there were at least 500 deaths. These must all be ordinary people infected with the plague. They were simply slaughtered without mercy. How brutally simple is this solution? Xinyu clenched her fists angrily, feeling these departed souls did not deserve such a fate. No imperial physicians were sent to investigate or study how to suppress the plague. Instead, there seemed to be plenty of time to massacre the common people. Absolutely horrifying. She carefully sensed for any signs of living breath nearby. Finally, when she reached an old broken temple far outside the city walls, she felt someone's presence. Who's there? Do not come any closer. We're all infected with the plague. You'll die if you get closer. This plague is very bizarre. A thin beggar dressed in tattered brown hemp clothes stood 3 meters away, blocking Xinyu. Little brother, truthfully speaking, I am a doctor. I've heard about the raging plague nearby, and many have already died. Therefore, I bravely left the capital to seek solutions for the plague. Upon hearing her voice, it turned out to be a girl. The beggar became even more unwilling to let her pass. Not even a single physician from the capital was willing to come over. How could such a fragile woman handle it? No thank you, miss. You look very young. Don't have such mistaken thoughts. None of us can be saved, and we wouldn't want to waste your time either. From within the house came continuous coughing sounds. Seeing countless citizens lying exhausted in the old temple, Xinyu felt a pang of compassion. Don't underestimate my youth. My medical skills are passed down from my ancestors, and pharmacists my age all admire my abilities. Besides, I'm wearing a mask. Please don't block me anymore. Every delay reduces our chances of finding a solution. After speaking, sudden intense coughing and vomiting caught everyone's attention. Mother, what's wrong with you? The young beggar hurriedly ran over, kneeling beside the woman, pulling her clothes to wipe the blood from her mouth, noticing the light fading from her eyes. The young man's eyes filled with tears. Hurry up and stand up. Let me see. Xinyu quickly grabbed the woman's wrist and used her superpower to examine the condition of her body. The poison gas had already eroded the liver, spleen, and had invaded more than half of the heart. Her breathing had become slow. Xinyu hurriedly used her superpower to transport all the poison gas through the meridians to the 5 senses. She took out a detoxifying pill from her spatial ring and gave it to the woman. The previously scattered pupils refocused, but the woman's body couldn't help but tremble. The onlookers originally didn't have much confidence in Xinyu, but the current situation was beyond their expectations. According to the usual procedure, the woman should have died by now, but she was still struggling. This meant there was hope. The crowd looked at Xinyu with anticipation, hoping she could save the woman and give them hope to live. This was also the first time Xinyu had saved someone this way. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead due to the tension and physical exhaustion from using her superpower. This poison is really stubborn. I didn't expect it to consume so much of my energy. She clenched her teeth tightly and gripped her fists, as the woman lay peacefully on the ground, and black, dirty blood flowed from her face and other sensory points, just like what she had coughed up before. At this point, the woman's face gradually turned rosy. Her lips were no longer as pale as they were, and finally, she was free of her sickly state. Still uneasy, Xinyu had the child help her sit up and fed her a sip of diluted spirit spring water. People around saw how powerful Xinyu was, and they spontaneously knelt down, knocking their heads loudly on the ground. Miss, can you also save us? My daughter is in great danger. My mother is almost gone. Divine Doctor, please save my mother. I will serve you as your lifelong servant. Saving one person had taken so much effort. Xinyu dared not agree hastily, and she could only calm everyone down first. Everyone, don't panic. If I can help, I definitely will. But I haven't figured out the control method for this plague yet. Give me a bit more time. Right now, this ant hasn't completely recovered. Please don't rush. Although the crowd was somewhat disappointed, at least they saw a bit of hope. Better than staying here waiting to die? Alright, we will wait. I believe the Divine Doctor will surely find a way. Chapter 188. Rest assured, I won't kill you. Xinyu sat cross-legged by the campfire, deep in thought about how to solve the plague. Despite the comical appearance with her antitoxin mask on, it undeniably worked. Up until now, her powers had not detected any invasion of the plague. To solve this plague, we must find its origin. There's simply no time in this situation. Looking at Xinyu occasionally adjusting her own face mask, a child nearby also realized that Xinyu likely didn't have a clue, so he walked over to see if he could help in any way. Sister Divine Doctor, do you need my help? I worked as an apprentice for several months in a medicine shop, and I'm fine with grinding medicine. The child looked earnest, clearly admiring herself. What's the situation in the surrounding counties? Is the plague severely affecting them? He nodded, his face somber as he looked at his toes. His already tattered straw shoes were struggling to fend off the chill of late autumn, showing obvious swelling and redness. Ever since the capital wouldn't let refugees like us enter, the other counties also barred our entry. They even conducted door-to-door searches and expelled anyone infected with the plague, but things haven't improved much. It's rumored that people have died in nearby counties one after another. Surely, there must be quite a few who evaded these searches in the city. Yet, if this were the case, the infection wouldn't have been earlier than those around her group, would it? Puzzled, she took off her antitoxin mask. Upon seeing this, the youth immediately covered his mouth and nose and rolled swiftly to a distance of 10 feet away. Sister Divine Doctor, put your mask back on quickly. Otherwise, I'll infect you. I've already caught the plague. I don't want to harm you. The concern in the youth's eyes and his rapid reaction made Shun Yu somewhat relieved, realizing she hadn't saved the wrong person. These kind-hearted individuals would become the backbone of Jade City in the future. Don't worry, I can control this plague. Come closer. I need to see whether it is truly infectious or if the source is elsewhere. Seeing the boy hesitate in panic, Shun Yu walked to him quickly and pulled him back. Don't move, let me check your condition. Shun Yu gently pressed on his pulse. Her abilities had already probed his body, finding that the poison from the plague had already infiltrated his kidneys. Judging by this pace, within 3 days, death was certain for him too. The young man's face suddenly turned flushed, and despite wanting to struggle free of Shun Yu's surprisingly strong grip, he couldn't resist coughing. There's nothing wrong. If you feel like coughing, just cough. Don't worry about me. After finishing, Shun Yu handed him some herbs effective against toxins and pestilence. Cook these, it should work to some extent. Take them now, and I'll bring more tomorrow when I come. Yes. Thank you, Sister Divine Doctor. Oh, what's your name? The young man revealed a bright, sunny smile, though his prominent cheekbones made him look somewhat pitiable. Just call me Xiaofei. Then I'll leave first. It's getting late. See you tomorrow. Shun Yu was now very sure the plague did not spread through air or saliva. So what was it? Food? Blood? She couldn't figure it out at once and decided to go back to her room to rest. Early next morning, Chu Mohan arrived with a large amount of supplies, but his expression was unusually serious. What's up with your face? Did Uncle Tian scold you this morning? He shook his head, frowning even deeper. There are now many people infected with the plague inside the capital. The whole city is in turmoil. An official near the Chancellor's residence also contracted the plague and passed away last night. And now I feel slightly unwell too. Let me take a look. Shun Yu firmly grasped Chu Mohan's wrist. The powerful energy inside him had suppressed the plague beneath his skin, preventing it from invading the internal organs. You're fine. You'll survive. After drinking this water, you should be alright. Now the plague is spreading wildly. What are we going to do? Will the stockpiled herbs be useful? Seeing Chu Mohan's nervous look, Shun Yu smirked softly. Don't worry, there's always a way out. Try investigating where exactly the plague originates, how it spreads, and investigate other clues in the capital. See if someone is deliberately poisoning. Speaking of poisoning, Shun Yu did have a hunch. Could all these poisoned people be due to water? Her face lit up as she ran towards the well, placing her finger into the well water and sensing its vibrations. Yua? What's wrong with you? Why put your hand in such cold water in such chilly weather? That's odd. It's different from what I imagined. How could that be? Shun Yu, incredulous, retracted her fingers. There was no poison in the well water. Then, where was the poison really coming from? Seeing Shun Yu staring intently at her own fingers, Chu Mohan also leaned over out of curiosity. What's so interesting to look at? What's wrong with you? Nothing. I just thought the water was poisoned, but nothing happened. Are you suspecting that someone is poisoning the water? Chu Mohan looked at Shun Yu in surprise, though it seemed like this was the only plausible explanation for the current situation. Yeah, water is something everyone consumes daily. Who doesn't drink water? Even cooking requires water. If not water, then what else could it be? Chu Mohan nodded in agreement as well, yet there didn't seem to be any issues with the water supply in the capital. How were these people infected with the plague then? That's true, but there's definitely nothing wrong with the water source. Fine, let's go first. We should check by the city wall. Qin Feng said, he has clues about the assassin. Alright. The two hurried to the outskirts of the city. Qin Feng held a long sword in his hand and dragged a middle-aged man who looked utterly terrified. Master. At the sight of the man, Chu Mohan felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Master Chu, I'll confess everything. Please don't let this master scare me anymore. My mother is 60 years old and needs my care, and I have a 10-year-old child depending on me. Tell us everything you know. I won't make things difficult for you. This was all done by our boss. It has nothing to do with me. I did nothing at all. I was scared to death. This man was a waiter at Chui Hao's tavern. That day, he followed Chui Hao who was idly looking around. Later, upon hearing a bird call, Chui Hao went into a small alley. Feeling concerned, the man also followed. He saw a mysterious black-clad person whispering something to Chui Hao before leaving. Afterward, he witnessed this black-clad person throwing a dart to kill Princess Jiang Ran. Master Chu, you must believe me. You must protect me. I'm afraid Chui Hao will kill me to silence me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. As soon as those words left his lips, Qin Feng cut off the servant's neck with a swift slash. He stared at Chu Mohan incredulously until his dying moment, never understanding how this man could break his word. I might not kill you, but my subordinates aren't necessarily as lenient. Chapter 189, Searching for Clues. Xinyu turned her head and looked at Chu Mohan with a puzzled expression. She had never met the shopkeeper across the street before, so when did they become enemies? Was it because she took his business? But isn't running a business all about skill? You should focus on improving your operations instead of playing dirty tricks behind others' backs. Chui Hao. It turns out to be from the Chui family. Aren't they blind as well? Chu Mohan gave a cold laugh, and Xin Feng immediately understood what the young master meant. He gently bowed and left. Do you know this Chui family? Shen Yu stepped forward and asked. I have some knowledge about them. The Chui family used to be one of the top noble families in the capital city, but they've fallen on hard times over these years. A long time ago, they tried everything to get their hands on the MOU hot pot shop. Moreover, a lot of their businesses are now struggling. It's rumored that the owners of the hot pot shops and pastry shops they joined forces with ended up taking away their customers. She closed her eyes slightly, nodding as if everything suddenly made sense. Ah, so it seems I have quite a few enemies here in the capital. How many scholars and merchants consider me a thorn in their side? Chu Mohan gently put his arm around Shun Yu's shoulders, whispering affectionately into his ear. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you. Even without Uncle's help, with my status, a single word from me could stir up trouble in the capital. When Chu Mohan spoke, he was full of confidence. After all, he currently owns several businesses in the capital city, and the wealth accumulated over so many years is an astonishing figure. By the way, have you sent all the materials we prepared to Yuqing? Rest assured you are. The materials were already shipped out of the city before dawn. There's enough for everyone to use for a while. Once the epidemic slows down a bit, we'll return to Yuqing to see how things are going there. Everyone has worked so hard that Yuqing must be completely renewed by now. Shen Yu was still pondering the source of the epidemic. If it wasn't the water supply, then what exactly is the source of its transmission? Mohan, didn't you say a high-ranking official near the Prime Minister's residence passed away due to the plague? Can you take me there to check? I want to find out how they contracted the disease. Though he knew Shun Yu was highly skilled in medicine, he couldn't bear such a risk. What if just talking to them could lead to infection? Perhaps the plague came from that exact interaction. Seeing Chu Mohan's hesitation, Shin Yu smiled and said, I know you're worried about my safety. Wait a moment. I'll show you something great. After saying that, Shin Yu cheerfully pulled him to a corner and brought out 2 anti-poison masks. Here, put it on. This mask can purify and isolate air. It works very effectively. Seeing this, Chu Mohan quickly put it on, amazed to discover it was surprisingly warm. Let's go. The longer we delay, the greater the danger. If the entire city catches the plague, where will we even hide? Yeah. The two arrived at a grand courtyard. At that moment, there were many wives and children kneeling beside a man, crying uncontrollably. Master Chu, you've come. My husband's death is heartbreaking. He was still so young. Why did he leave us so soon? Wailing. Lady, please don't grieve too much. This plague spreads fast. You shouldn't cry yourself sick. The whole family depends on you to lead them through this difficult time. Chu Mohan continuously consoled the woman, trying to buy Shin Yu more time whenever possible. Shin Yu carefully scanned the area and, after detecting with her powers, found only one woman also infected with the plague. Lady, do you feel any discomfort anywhere on your body? At Shin Yu's question, Wu Shi furrowed her brows, revealing a trace of surprise in her eyes. Miss Shin, how did you know I'm unwell? Recently, I've had a poor appetite, seeing nothing makes me hungry, and occasionally, I've been coughing. Upon hearing this, everyone around instinctively moved far away from her. You? Haven't you caught the plague? A few days ago, Master Han also mentioned having no appetite and coughing. After the mother spoke, everyone naturally kept a safe distance from Wu Shi. Did Lord Han consume anything or drink anything alone with you before he died? Shin Yu asked urgently. Miss Shun, what do you mean by this? Am I really infected with the plague? Wu Shi stared incredulously at Shin Yu, her condition suddenly deteriorating visibly. Just answer whatever I ask. If you wait too long, you might join Lord Han in death. Shin Yu's words thoroughly frightened Wu Shi, who quickly recounted everything she'd eaten or drunk over the past few days. I asked you what you ate alone, not what you had every day with the rest of the family. Focus on what you consumed alone. Did you understand? Wu Shi probably realized she was dying soon, panicking greatly until she calmed herself a bit and remembered drinking a pot of wine with Lord Han in her room a few days earlier. And this wine was brought back from a wine house outside. As for its effects, Wu Shi couldn't bear to say it out loud, but everyone could guess what kind of wine it was. Which wine house do you know? And where's the wine jug? Looking at Shun Yu's anxious expression, Wu Shi felt as though there might still be hope for her survival. So she hurriedly told Shin Yu the location of the wine jug. It's in the warehouse over there, in a white porcelain bottle with blue patterns. It's easy to find, but I can't quite remember which wine house. Shin Yu rushed to the warehouse and found the porcelain bottle that Wu Shi mentioned. Indeed, there were still traces of the epidemic toxins left inside the bottle. Finally finding a clue, Shin Yu immediately dragged Chu Mohan to search for the place where the bottle had been sold. After further investigation, Chu Mohan found a wine house. Hey, this gentleman looks handsome and distinguished, and he even has a beautiful wife by his side. Are you here for lodging or dining? The waiter asked enthusiastically, unaware that the couple pulled out a wine bottle. Take a closer look. Is this your shop's wine bottle? The waiter furrowed his brow, panic coursing through him. Could someone have died after drinking this wine? Sir, don't falsely accuse us. All the wines from our small shop are right here. Look, we don't have the wine you're talking about. Chu Mohan stood with his hands behind his back, smirking coldly at the waiter. His informant's intelligence could not possibly be wrong. You're lying, aren't you? Are you trying to cover something up? Bring out your boss. The waiter didn't expect Chu Mohan to come in full force, determined to uncover the origin of the wine. He grew more terrified. Could this person be from the Dali Temple? Before the waiter could continue covering up, an angry shout came from behind them. Who is it shouting so loudly in my shop? Endless nonsense. Looking for death. Suddenly, a disheveled middle-aged man appeared, holding a porcelain bottle identical to the one in Chu Mohan's hand. The waiter glanced back and knew they were done for. The backyard warehouse only had one bottle left. How could the boss have drunk it himself? Seeing this, Shinyu delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling aside. The sharp pain in his chest snapped him back to reality somewhat. What are you doing? Chapter 190. Take care of yourself first. What am I doing? We come here to eat, and you speak rudely to us, so it's justified to beat you. Shinyu suddenly revealed a dagger from her sleeve and pressed it against the man's neck. The man immediately calmed down. Yes. Miss, you're right. It was my mistake after drinking too much. I sincerely apologize. I'll offer my apologies to the two of you, and today, everything will be free. Forget it. Your shop probably won't last long anyway. There isn't even a soul around in broad daylight. We won't take advantage of you. Just tell me where you got this wine. Shinyu placed the porcelain bottle in front of the man, who then flashed an impish smile. Oh, now I understand. You came with this gentleman to buy our virility-enhancing wine, right? If you had said so earlier. However, this is the last pot I have. You'll have to wait for more. The man smirked proudly on his face, saying he had sold the medicinal wine to many customers, who all found it effective. But recently, for some unknown reason, none of them have returned, which is quite strange. You actually look pretty smug. Do you even know what's in this wine? Yet, you drank it with such enthusiasm. What could be in it? All good stuff. It's highly nourishing, and no amount of money could buy something as potent. Don't explain to him so much. I just want to ask, where did you get this wine? Tell quickly, or you'll lose your life. Seeing Chu Mohan's piercing gaze, the man felt as if he'd been cast into an ice cave, instantly feeling a chill down his back. The wine is brought over by my son from the village. We sell it pretty well. Many customers have tried it, and they say it works pretty effectively. Upon hearing this, Shinyu turned to look at the young apprentice boy. Seeing Shinyu coming closer, the boy, leaning against a plank, became increasingly tense and bolted out impulsively. You still try to run? Clearly guilty of something improper. Shinyu threw the dagger in her hand, which directly hit the boy's right leg. With a jolt of pain, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Guest, is it really necessary? Isn't it just a bottle of wine? Do you really have to chase me like that? Isn't it just a bottle of wine? Why are you running? It's not going to kill you. Besides, why didn't you tell the truth right away when we showed you the bottle? Shinyu dragged him back by the collar to the tavern. Knowing the truth couldn't be concealed anymore, the apprentice finally confessed everything. Turns out this wasn't really any medicinal wine, but rather ordinary rice wine brewed by the apprentice's family in the village. People were too hungry to buy much rice wine. His father believed he might be able to help sell it in the county town, and so pushed him to agree to give it a shot. He went to an apothecary, bought some virility-enhancing herbs, ground them into fine powder, and mixed them into the wine. This process didn't seem problematic, and the apprentice personally tested it and confirmed its efficacy, so they started selling it in the shop. You scoundrel! I trusted you so much, yet you deceived me like this. And you even swindled my money. The apprentice, seeing the owner muttering complaints, retorted quietly. And you haven't profited less either. Got the benefits and pretend to be innocent. Shinyu didn't care about their past disputes and just wanted to know why there was poison in this wine. Could the medicine sold to the apprentice be toxic? After thinking carefully, it shouldn't be like that, should it? The villagers outside the city can't afford medicines either, and this wine only requires grain. So who would have such grand plans to put poison in all the grains of the Qing dynasty? Looking at Shunyu's puzzled expression, Chu Mohan patiently asked, What's wrong, Yua? What could be the reason? Carefully consider. It seems water is most likely the cause. Otherwise, how could it spread across such a wide area? Shinyu nodded. She also thought it was the water, but there was no evidence. There was nothing wrong with the water in the capital city, and if there was a problem, the epidemic in the capital would have broken out long ago, and it wouldn't occur just locally. But there's nothing wrong with the water in the capital. It has no toxins. We checked together yesterday. Well, are you two newcomers? The innkeeper smirked slightly, revealing a sense of local pride. So what? Does being local or not have anything to do with selling poison wine? Chu Mohan's words were sharp and cutting. The innkeeper chuckled softly. Judging by your conversation, it sounds like you're investigating the source of the plague, huh? You have the skills for the case, but lack knowledge of the capital city. In light of your eagerness to save people, I'll tell you this secret. What secret? Shinyu curiously stared at the innkeeper, as if he might bring her some surprises. The waterways of the capital city are independent. The Ring Canal is man-made, and all the water flows out to the Panlong Lake outside the city. So, it has nothing to do with the water systems of the Qing Empire. This revelation unraveled the mystery, and the pair instantly understood. That's how it was. It all made sense now. The source of the problem was most likely due to contamination in the river system. But who was powerful enough to poison the water supply of the entire Qing dynasty? There might be another possibility. The toxin originally intended to kill instantly, but had been diluted, causing victims to succumb only after 5 to 7 days. Now that we know the source of the epidemic, it will be much easier to contain. Mohan, go tell the Prime Minister immediately. I'll work on developing an antidote. Agreed. The two split up, and before long Chu Mohan returned to the estate. At that moment, Chu Tianren was also deeply troubled by the outbreak. Mohan, where have you run off to again? The epidemic is severe. Be careful not to get infected. Uncle, I've already caught the plague, but it's not serious. What? Chu Tianren stood up and rushed to his side, carefully examining him. Seeing the paleness of Chu Mohan's face, he couldn't help but sigh. Stay right there and don't move. I'll fetch the royal physician immediately. And whatever you do, don't see your parents. when his uncle showed no fear of infection and came over to check on him. Chu Mohan was puzzled and began to doubt his uncle's true identity once more. Uncle, there's no need for a doctor. Yuer's medical skills are excellent, and she's already managed to control the toxin in my body. More importantly, we've identified the source of the plague, so I've come specifically to ask for your help. Seeing Chu Mohan's earnest expression, Chu Tianren sat down in disbelief. What's the source of the plague? The water. Too many people have already been infected, so we must develop an antidote as soon as possible and warn everyone to boil their water before drinking it. It's the water. Given how rapidly this epidemic has spread, many regions have already fallen victim. By the time we notify them, it may already be too late. This crisis is unprecedented in the history of the Qing dynasty. Starting today, you are not allowed to leave the estate. You must ensure your own safety. Chu Tianren almost shouted, his veins bulging, showing just how agitated he was, and how much he cared about Chu Mohan's life. Uncle, if we don't act, these innocent civilians will die. What future will Qing have if they're all gone? That's none of your concern. Immediately after speaking, Chu Tianren ordered someone to lock Chu Mohan inside the room and even tied his hands securely. Chapter 191. Chu Mohan is placed under house arrest. Chu Mohan was confined in the house, with quite a few people surrounding his residence. With such a grand deployment, those who didn't know would think that the crown prince was inside. What's wrong with my uncle? Why has he confined me here and hasn't thought of helping the people? What am I going to do now? How can I meet you after this? At that moment, Qin Feng had just returned near the residence of the prime minister. Noticing the guard's demeanor seemed off, Qin Feng became more cautious and didn't enter immediately. Why are the guards at the gate so strict today? That's strange indeed. Walking on the street and seeing a tea house apprentice, Qin Feng learned that their master had actually been placed under house arrest by the prime minister. What's going on? Since we came to the capital, we haven't done anything yet. Could master face some danger? Qin Feng was breaking out into a cold sweat, deeply fearing that Chu Mohan might end up meeting a tragic end once again. He clenched his fists, pondering what to do. Should he summon all the assassins he'd arranged within the capital city to launch an attack on the prime minister's mansion? Wouldn't that result in mutual destruction? And in the end, they might not even be able to save anyone. Thinking it over, Qin Feng rode his horse toward Shen Manor, where Shun Yu was analyzing the source of the epidemic using her supernatural abilities. After testing, she found that the medicines Chu Mohan had stockpiled did work, but they only slightly alleviated the conditions of those severely ill patients. Miss Shen Yu, please hurry and save our master. Seeing Qin Feng rush in, Shen Yu felt an unsettling premonition arise in her heart. What happened to Mohan? Didn't he return to the prime minister's place? The prime minister sent people to confine master. Now his life or death is unknown. Miss Shen Yu, only you can save him. Shen Yu knew she had to save Chu Mohan, but Qin Feng's words also caused her some suspicion. How do you believe I could rescue Mohan? Tell me. Qin Feng knew that speaking the truth might lead to his own death, but given the urgent state of his master, how could he sit idly by? Even if he died, it would be worth it. Let me tell the truth, Miss Shen Yu. Actually, those huge warehouses you searched before were stockpiled by our master. Especially when you looked for Chinese herbs and livestock. We saw you disappear instantly. Lowering his head and swallowing hard, Qin Feng continued. Miss Shen Yu, don't worry, as long as you're willing to help save master, I can commit suicide. Saying this, he grabbed a knife and pressed it against his neck. Seeing Qin Feng's resolute look, Shen Yu kicked the knife onto the roof beam. That's enough, no need for that. I will go and save Mohan. Just stay here and wait patiently. Yes, thank you, Miss Shen Yu. At that moment, Chu Mohan lay on the bed with his hands behind his neck, calmly reflecting on his relationship with his uncle. If his uncle really killed him in the previous life, why was he saving him in this one? Why would he invite royal doctors to treat the epidemic for him? He shook his head, increasingly unable to understand the current situation. Before he could recover, Shun Yu's melodious voice, like a guzheng playing, entered his ears. What are you thinking about so deeply? How does it feel to be in prison? You? How did you come here? Oh, how did you even get in? Seeing Chu Mohan pretending to look convincing, Shen Yu let out a burst of laughter. You stop pretending. Qin Feng already told me everything. Come on, let me take you away from here. No, I can't leave yet. Otherwise, I'll cause you trouble. If a person vanishes out of nowhere, my uncle will definitely suspect you. I'll stay here, there's no danger for now. You research the cure. If you need gold, silver, or herbs, just tell Qin Feng. He'll surely assist you fully. Chu Mohan gripped Shun Yu's delicate fingers with eyes full of reluctance. Did you hear any sounds from inside? I seem to hear a woman speaking, said a burly guard, looking puzzled at the nearby servant. It's impossible. We've already searched this room. Not to mention a woman, but not even a strand of female hair was found. Stop causing trouble without reason. As soon as the two finished speaking, Shen Yu's voice entered both their ears. Clang. The two pushed open the door together, seeing Chu Mohan lying stiffly on the bed, with no sign of any woman around. What? Are you now watching me sleep? Hearing the anger in Chu Mohan's voice, the two guards quickly knelt down. Please forgive us, sir. We merely checked since we hadn't heard your voice for some time. Don't blame us. They shut the door and hurried back to their positions, though they clearly heard a woman speaking earlier. Within Yuqing City, everyone was working in unison to repair the houses. The previously dilapidated Yuqing had now regained much of its vitality, with several new shops opening up on the streets, every face revealing joy. Since everyone was drinking accumulated water from melting snow and ice, no one had contracted the plague, nor did they know that people outside of Yuqing were suffering greatly from it. Bai Yu. Thank you for delivering so many supplies. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had anything to eat today. The village head chuckled joyfully and instructed someone to store all the supplies in the warehouse. Grandpa Village Head, don't mention it. If anyone should be thanked, it's Miss Shinyu. I'm just responsible for delivering them. Tell me if there's anything else you need. I will bring it to you in some time. There isn't much lacking at this moment. Just recently, there haven't been many new arrivals, or we won't be able to fill up all these houses. Huh. Li Xian frowned as several blurry figures appeared far away, likely refugees fleeing a disaster. Grandpa Village Head, did you cast a spell on your lips? As soon as you said that, here comes another group. It truly is. So many people. Baiyu stared intently at the approaching figures, her eyebrows furrowing as she noticed the faint dark aura swirling around them. Wait, don't get near them. They're poisoned. Looking at Baiyu's serious expression, the villagers who had begun stepping forward quickly retracted their movements. We heard that there's an epidemic spreading everywhere now. Could these people have caught it too? Several women murmured anxiously near the village head, obviously unwilling to let these newcomers into Yuqing. Otherwise, the entire community of hundreds would suffer as a result. Don't say anything. Everyone stay quiet and see what Lady Baiyu wants to do. The village head stood with his hands behind his back, his thin frame exuding authority as everyone immediately shut their mouths. Lady, please do not come near us. We've caught the plague. Do not let us harm you. The cracked lips and parched skin of the woman spoke of how long it had been since she last drank water. Where are you from? Lady, we come from Bai County. Everyone in our county has caught the plague. We came up to the mountains to die, unwilling to drag any of you down with us. We're sorry, we'll turn back now. Seeing the sincerity in the woman's eyes, Baiyu felt somewhat reassured. She spoke slowly. I'm a doctor. Come closer, let me check your condition. Maybe I can treat it. Are you really a doctor? Fantastic. Mother, does this mean we might be saved? The woman smiled awkwardly but didn't dare tell her son the truth. All the doctors in their county had already perished because of this plague. Chapter 192, The Plague is Over. Baiyu placed her hand on the woman's arm and immediately felt that the poison was somewhat familiar. This feeling was similar to what she had sensed a few days ago. After extracting the poison, Baiyu confirmed her suspicion. This was indeed the poison released by that black snake. Oh no, I've caused a great calamity. Who would have thought that the malicious black snake would do such a thing? How utterly ruthless. Miss, what's wrong with you? This illness is hard to cure in the first place, so don't blame yourself. The woman frowned slightly as she saw Baiyu cursing under her breath. The illness is curable. Take this herbal medicine, and it will surely work wonders. After saying that, Baiyu took out some dried tea leaves, sprinkled with silver powder. Without hesitation, they ate them. Even if it was poison, at least dying quickly would be better. Unexpectedly, after eating, their bodies immediately became comfortable. The hoarseness and pain in their throats disappeared, and they felt much lighter and more relaxed. Divine healer. Truly a divine healer. Thank you for your great kindness. I feel so much better. Thank you. We thought we were doomed. Wah. Thank you, fairy sister. You're truly a good person. We are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. The family was so moved that tears streamed down their faces and snot ran from their noses. Don't be too polite. You can stay here from now on. Do you see that old man over there? Go find him. He'll arrange housing for you. But you also need to help us repair the houses and reclaim the land. Good. Thank you for accepting us. We will certainly do our best. To survive and receive a house for free was an amazing deal. All the family members hugged tightly together, feeling like they were still dreaming. With heavy thoughts, Baiyu bid farewell to the Li family and others. Originally, she planned to stay a few more days in Yuqing, but it seemed there were more important things to do. In the roasted tea given earlier, she added her own dragon scales. However, all the commoners of Qing dynasty had been afflicted. Was she going to sacrifice all her scales just to save them? It didn't seem worth it. Why should their lives or deaths concern her? Of course, Baiyu was unwilling to do that. Nevertheless, she decided to return to the capital and consult Xinyu's opinion. Upon deeper reflection, the outbreak of the plague was closely related to her. Riding her swift horse alone, Baiyu galloped through the wind, flying through the air once in a secluded area, reaching the capital in less than 2 hours. Why did you come back? Baiyu didn't answer, but pulled Xinyu back into the room. Sister Yuer, have you heard about the plague situation? Yes, I have. Judging from your expression, do you know who released the poison? Xinyu furrowed her eyebrows slightly and stared intently at Baiyu. It should be the snake we killed by the reservoir. Who would have thought it kept a trump card? How disgusting. Xinyu knew it was pointless to dwell on these matters now, so she asked directly. What are we going to do? We need a solution. Can you eliminate the poison? Baiyu cautiously nodded, with a heavy look in her eyes. Yes, I need to grind all my dragon scales into powder and sprinkle it in the water. The source of water will become clear, and when the people drink it, the toxins of the plague will naturally disappear. With so many rivers, if using scales suppresses the plague, won't it require stripping all your scales? Xinyu shook her head and firmly rejected this idea. Dragon scales were precious to dragons, and she didn't want Baiyu to take this risk. After a long silence, Baiyu smiled faintly and shrugged. This disaster originated from me, so naturally it's up to me to end it. Saying this, she transformed into a white dragon the size of an arm and swam in front of Xinyu. Do you see the crescent-shaped scale on my throat, master? Pull it off, grind it into powder, and it will be enough to restore all the river systems to normal. Even if Xinyu didn't fully understand, she knew that was the dragon's bane. The bane was the life force of the dragon clan. Ordinary people would be mercilessly killed upon contact, showing how strictly dragons guarded their banes. But now, were they asking to pull it out? She would never agree. No, come back. I will figure this out. Bai Yu knew that Shen Yu had no good solutions and wouldn't dare to do it herself. Lowering her head, she forcefully pulled the bane herself. Shen Yu, are you crazy? Bai Yu, do you not care for your life? You just barely survived the tribulation. Why are you torturing yourself like this? Shen Yu quickly brought out spiritual medicines and applied them to Bai Yu, pouring bowls of spirit spring water into her mouth. At that moment, Bai Yu had already reverted to human form. Her face was pale, her lips devoid of color, looking very weak. Bai Yu's life was given by the master, so naturally she should share the master's worries. Once the bane is pulled out, it cannot be reattached. Master, you'd better throw it into the river. Seeing Bai Yu's weak condition, Shen Yu sighed and took her back to the space. When she placed Bai Yu in the spirit spring water, some blood color finally returned to her face. You're such a fool. What can I say about you? This matter has nothing to do with you. Alas, master, please stop talking and quickly throw the scale into the river. In the future, just make me more delicious meals. Especially hot pot. I love eating hot pot. Alright. I promise you. You rest now. I'll go right away. After leaving the space, Bai Yu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The backlash from removing the bane was immense, and now she felt as weak as a newborn baby, relying only on the spirit spring water for recuperation. Shen Yu used her abilities to arrive at the riverside. As she watched the rushing river water crash against the shore, she calmly threw the scale into the river. Gradually, a faint layer of black gas floated up from the river surface. Slowly, the black gas transformed into white mist, which then disappeared over the river. Shen Yu collected quite a bit of river water into the space. After returning to the city, she used this water to cook porridge and medicine, setting up soup kitchens. 3 days later, all traces of the plague had vanished from the capital city. Many villagers outside the city also recovered. Seeing the numerous reports sent to him, Zhang Xianzong shed tears of satisfaction. It seems our Daqing Empire is still a place of great fortune. Who would have thought that we would encounter such a light of hope? As the situation steadily improved, he also managed to reconnect with Xin Jing. Xin Jing expressed his support, filling Zhang Xianzong with even greater expectations for the future. In a dimly lit room, an old man violently slammed the table in front of him. What is going on? This epidemic was spreading so fast. How could it disappear so suddenly? It has completely ruined my grand plan. Do not get angry. Our Manchu tribe will fully support you. We currently have many top experts hiding in the capital city. Whenever you want to act, we can mobilize immediately. We must wait a little longer. Now isn't the best time. I thought Chu Tianren would seize the opportunity to claim the throne, allowing us to launch a surprise attack and reap the benefits. But it didn't end up like this. Chapter 193, Family Recognition. In a tranquil and luxurious courtyard, an elder dressed in a silver robe sat on a chair with a worried expression. I just feel we can't wait any longer. If things keep going like this, I don't know if I will live long enough to meet an uncle. Have you really thought it through? Recognizing family at this moment might raise the emperor's suspicion. And what about the Chu family? Now Yu is getting quite close to Chu Mo Han. Xin Jing shook his head and his face showed an aggrieved look like a child. Xin Tian had never seen his uncle like this and felt some pity for him. After all, from birth until now, his uncle had never seen his older brother once. As Qing dynasty was getting more chaotic, he always felt that if he didn't say anything soon, there wouldn't be another chance. Decided, it's final. In the next few days, you go help me contact you and see what they think. Alright, I'll start making preparations now. Leaving the estate, Shen Tian also remembered the words he said when drunk a few days ago at Shen Yu's place. The Shen Yu family should probably know something. At that time, Shen'en was strolling around with Fanning Xue. After so many days, they also got to know the capital city a little. They liked coming to the streets every day to watch street performances, finding them quite interesting. There was no need for extra hands in the shop, and staying at home was also boring. It would be better to walk around and explore, which could also be good exercise, while hearing some interesting stories at the same time. Customer, you're here again. A waiter enthusiastically wiped the chair clean with a cloth. Shen'en was generous, offering a whole 10 coins as a tip. The usual. Got it. Customer. Sitting at the table, cracking sunflower seeds, Shen'en could also watch the street performers nearby. This spot was his favorite. Do you guys know? The Shun family that came to the capital recently has been rumored to have a huge connection with General Shun. A man sitting nearby cautiously told his companion. Which Shun family? Could it be the one that runs the hot pot restaurant? Of course. Who else could it be? The man curled his lips slightly, showing a hint of mockery. It's truly strange. For generations, the Shun family has been generals. How come this generation turned out different and started doing business? Who knows? Anyway, I heard they were sent to a remote mountain village when they were young. Probably the Shin family considered it disgraceful. Shunen tightly gripped the teacup in his hand. Beside him, Fanning Xue held his arm, trying to calm him down. You too. If you want tea, then drink it quietly. Can't you behave yourself a little? Two grown men talking gossip behind people's backs. Your mouths are more chatty than village women. Fanning Xue bluntly scolded them both. Her husband couldn't be bullied. Who do you think you are? A woman. You should feel lucky just to sit here and drink tea. And you actually dare to interfere in my business? I'll say whatever I want. What can you do about it? Shunen swiftly stood up, gracefully stepping onto the bench, and in one light leap, landed in front of the man. With anger, he punched the man hard, sending him flying far away. This is my wife, and while I, Shunen, am here, nobody will speak ill of her. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, furrowing his brow as he looked at Shunen. So this was the wild child lost by the Shen household? What bad luck today. Gossiping led him to bump into the real person. Truly annoying. Shenin? That's right. I thought your face looked familiar. You're Miss Xinyu's father. We've greatly offended you. We'll leave immediately. Seeing this, the waiter quickly handed over tea and urgently calmed Shun An's emotions. Master Shun, the tea house is filled with mixed company. Please forgive us. Let me offer you a free private room so you can have some peace. No need, just do your job. A forced smile appeared on Shun An's lips, but inside, his heart churned like a raging sea. Since discovering he wasn't the biological son of Madame Shun, Shunin had been trying to find the whereabouts of his biological parents. Never did he expect to uncover clues so soon. But why did it seem, from the tone of outsiders, that they weren't satisfied with him? Doing business was simply a way to survive, and anyway, he hadn't done anything immoral. What exactly had he done wrong? Afterwards, several waves of customers arrived. Most of their conversations centered on him and the General Shun's residence. It appeared his origins must definitely be related to the Shun family. In the evening, feeling troubled, Shunin took Fan Ningxue to a tavern and drank a whole jar of bitter wine. Knowing how much pain he was in, Fan Ningxue didn't stop him, only hoping that after drinking, he'd feel a bit better. Wife, you tell me, have we ever seen anyone come to Stone Village during all these years? For so many years, no one has come looking for us. So, why is it so humiliating that we make a living by trading and doing business? Shunin was muttering complaints while letting out a cold laugh, with tears glistening faintly at the corners of his eyes. Husband, don't listen to others' words. Perhaps General Shun has been looking for you for a long time. We just don't know. If not, tomorrow I'll go with you to the General's residence and ask. Fan Ningxue rarely acted so rashly, but for Shunin, she was willing to do this. No, I don't want you to lose face along with me. It's all my fault that when we were in Stone Village, I never gave you a good life, and now we have such a father-in-law. Alas, at that moment, Shen Tian was sitting in the carriage and happened to hear Shunan's voice. Stop. He got off the carriage and saw Shunan sobbing pitifully, utterly confused about what had happened. Shen Tian, come over here. Shen Tian, filled with doubts, walked to Shunan, only to be showered with bile by him. You're really a great older brother, greeting me with such a big surprise right away. Frowning, Shen Tian ordered his servants to send Shun and Fan Ningxue back to the residence. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he also went to the Shun estate. Mother, why is father so drunk? This was the first time Xinyu had seen her father staggering around drunk, which startled her greatly. Alas, your father heard a lot of gossip today, which upset him so much. He even vomited on Shun Tian earlier. Xinyu. Just as they had sent Shun in to rest, Shin Tian came knocking, and Xinyu hurried forward, fearing he might be there to settle accounts with her father. Is my elder brother alright? Yes. You should know my uncle is your grandfather, considering how smart you are. Xinyu hesitated, realizing Shin Tian had come to recognize family ties. Right then, Fan Ningxue also approached. Tell us, what's going on? Is husband really General Shun Jing's biological son? Yep. So what does this mean now? Should we recognize each other or not? If old General Shin Jing dislikes our status as merchants, our family can choose not to acknowledge the connection. Chapter 194, without hesitation. Seeing his sister-in-law's angry expression, Shin Tian apologized repeatedly. How could we possibly feel that way, sister-in-law? Little Tian and uncle have been eagerly awaiting recognition from all of you. Every day feels like sitting on pins and needles in the house. How could we despise your identity as merchants? Xinyu watched silently, sensing that her mother must have been wronged in some way. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so upset under normal circumstances. Then why is the whole city talking about how you look down on us? We may be born into humble origins, but we have our dignity. We've endured years of hardship in Stone Village, and even without acknowledging you, we can still live well. Shin Tian broke out in a cold sweat. How had the situation suddenly escalated this far? And what did she mean by enduring hardships in the Shen household? Could it be that despite giving them so much money, they still didn't treat Big Brother as their true son? Sister-in-law, with your intelligence, you surely understand the concept of rumors spreading falsehoods. There was no malice from me or uncle. Moreover, after so many years away, we already feel indebted to Big Brother, so how could we care about his background? As he thought, his head sank further. On the contrary, the current position of the Shun family is precarious. We're worried that it might affect you. After living in the capital for some time, Fan Ningxue also knew something about the matters of the city. The current situation of the Shun family was indeed awkward, on one side being watched closely by the Prime Minister, and on the other, the Emperor feared an alliance between them and thus kept probing with caution. Since we're one family, there's no need to consider so much. If my husband truly is the son of General Shun, and he's willing to acknowledge us, then please ask him to come personally tomorrow. Shin Tian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. It was too rare an opportunity to pass up. All right, see you tomorrow. Little you, take good care of your father and mother. Uncle will visit again tomorrow. Xinyu felt her mother's decision was somewhat hasty, and as she pulled her arm, they returned to the room. The flickering candlelight illuminated her mother's face, highlighting the gentle contours of her features. Mother, are we just going to reconcile with the Shin family? Fan Ningxue grasped her daughter's hand and turned her gaze toward Shunin. This has almost become a heartache for your father. Ever since signing the severance letter with the Shin family, he occasionally mutters in his sleep about his biological parents, and these days it's happening more frequently. It's especially frequent when he's drunk. Clearly, he values the Shun family deeply, and perhaps this is the biggest regret in your father's heart. No sooner had the words left her lips than a heavy voice echoed from the corner bed. Why won't you recognize me? What did I do wrong? Our daughter Yu is for everyone's sake. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have survived all those dangers along the way. Shin Yu smiled with relief, knowing that her father had never said these things to her, and it filled her heart with warmth. You don't have to blame our daughter either. If you don't want to recognize us, we won't force it. I absolutely will not let my daughter suffer here. With a grandiose gesture, Shunin threw the quilt to the floor, which caused Shin Yu and Fan Yinxue to burst into laughter. Look at your father. Even in his dreams, he's protecting you. Normally, though he doesn't talk much, his love for you can't be hidden. He'd rather fall out with the general's mansion than let you suffer. She gently placed her hand on Shin Yu's shoulder, her face filled with tender affection. You rest assured. Mother will stand by you. Our whole family will always stay together, and no matter what happens, your father and I will support and understand you. Shin Yu hugged her mother tightly, the warmth in her heart something only they could truly understand. Mother, it's all just a misunderstanding. If the general really comes tomorrow, please don't feel any pressure. I believe grandfather is as kind-hearted as us. I hope so. Go to sleep soon. By the way, haven't you seen Bayu recently? Where has she gone? There were some issues in Yu City, so she went ahead to help. That girl is quite mischievous. Bayu looks so much like you, and at first sight, I thought your father might have another woman elsewhere, causing me sleepless nights for several days. Shin Yu covered her face and laughed, knowing that her mother would naturally overthink things. It's fine, mother. She just looks like me. There's no blood relation. That's settled. Now go to sleep quickly. Things aren't peaceful lately in the capital, so don't go outside all the time. All right, back in her room, Shin Yu immediately entered the spatial realm. Bayu was still soaking in the spiritual spring within the space. The vitalizing effects of the spiritual water had noticeably improved Bayu's complexion. Master, seeing Bayu struggling to rise despite her weakened state, Shin Yu rushed to kneel by the edge of the spiritual spring. Just lie down, don't get up. You've recovered a bit these past few days, but you mustn't do such reckless things again. Mother was just asking me where you've been recently. Bayu managed a forced smile at the corner of her mouth, realizing how much her family cared about her. In a few days, once I've fully recovered, I'll stay by my parents and protect them. You shouldn't be thinking about anything else. The most important thing now is to recover quickly. Eat whatever you like from the supplies in this warehouse. Yeah. After giving Bayu instructions, Shin Yu returned to her room with peace of mind, gazing at the bright moon in the sky before soon drifting off into sleep. At that very moment inside the general's residence, after Shin Tian delivered the news to Shin Jing, neither of them spoke for a long time. Shin Tian believed that during such critical times, stepping outside would easily leave him vulnerable for manipulation, forcing him into the dynasty's war. Shin Jing, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to speak. For all these years, being able to officially acknowledge Shun and was the happiest event for him. Arrange a carriage for tomorrow. I must personally visit the Shun household and meet him as my son. Forget about Chu Tianrin or even His Majesty. I only want to see my son, who is the final gift left to me by your late mother. As he spoke, tears welled up in Shin Jing's eyes, prompting Shin Tian to cease his attempts at dissuasion. Instead, he headed to the storage room to prepare gifts for the next day's visit to Shun's house. In a secluded courtyard, an elderly man with a white beard carefully scrutinized the contents of a letter while sitting in his chair. So this has become amusing. Is Shin Jing really going to crawl out of his shell just for a never-seen-before dubious son? Truly laughable. Master, what should we do next? If the Chu and Shun families join forces, replacing Zhang Xianzong would be a piece of cake. Even if we have the support of the foreign tribes, it might not make much difference. No rush. We still have our trump card. Once Chu Mo Han is killed, everything will fall back into place. The elder stroked his beard and laughed aloud, then clapped his hands, summoning a man dressed entirely in black knight gear. Tomorrow, take advantage of their family reunion and eliminate Chu Mo Han for me. As for the opportunity, I'll help create one for you. Yes, master. Chapter 195, Ling Yu arrives. The black-clad figure had just left when a pretty woman appeared from behind the screen. On closer inspection, this person was none other than Ling Yu from Yichuan Courtyard in Huanghua County. Did you summon me? Her gentle and soft voice was like blooming flowers, causing the old man to frown. This young girl truly possessed some form of enchanting skills. I have a not-so-difficult task for you. I've already found out that Chu Mohan will be released tomorrow. Given your previous relationship with him, it should be simple for you to make contact with him. The elder wore a black mask, so Ling Yu couldn't see his face, but judging by his grizzled beard and clouded eyes, she could tell he was quite elderly. Kill Chu Mohan, and I'll give you more silver than you can spend. Moreover, regarding what happened to your father back then, I will also help to clear his name. Don't worry about these things, I promise to deliver on my word. Ling Yu nodded expressionlessly. The very skills she possessed were taught to her by Chu Mohan, and now she was supposed to use them against him. You should know why your father died. It's closely related to the Chu family. If it wasn't for Chu Mohan burning down your house, would your parents and so many members of your family have died? Think carefully, he is a murderer. The elder snorted coldly and continued. As for taking care of you all these years, it's completely due to his guilt. You mustn't be deceived by his usual demeanor. She nodded again, and the determination in her eyes gave the elder a sense of relief. As long as Chu Mohan died, it would ensure the Shun and Chu families would become sworn enemies. Then, during their conflict, he could sit back and benefit from their struggle. Early the next morning, the emperor summoned Chu Tanrin to the palace regarding disaster relief, allowing Chu Mohan to smoothly leave his quarters. Thinking of going to Shun Yu to promote the recognition process, Unexpectedly soon after leaving, he spotted a familiar silhouette. He casually walked up beside the woman, lowering his brows with a smile, surprised and delighted to see Ling Yu picking out cosmetics nearby. "Shopkeeper, wrap up all the rouge this young lady has touched. I'll take them all." Hearing the familiar voice, Ling Yu looked up and almost jumped with excitement. "Master Mohan, you're really here in the capital city. I finally found you. Elder brother Qin Feng is here too, which is wonderful. This journey must have been difficult. Come, let's take you to a wine shop for a good meal. Look at your gaunt face. You probably haven't eaten properly recently." She blushed modestly, appearing like a shy flower bud waiting to bloom. Qin Feng was also delighted to see Ling Yu. Throughout all these years, he regarded her as his own younger sister, often lamenting her fate in solitude late at night. At that moment, Shun Jing arrived at the Shun residence's gate with a group of servants and gifts. Knock knock knock. The steward opening the door was momentarily confused by the grand scene before him. "Wasn't there no order yesterday about something like this happening today? May I ask who you are?" "This is General Shin Jing. Today we come specially to acknowledge kinship with the Shin family. Please inform Master Shinin." The reputation of the Shun general's mansion was illustrious. The steward had heard murmurs among the household staff speculating that their master might indeed be the son of General Shun. Initially skeptical, this event made it evident that it was true. "Good. Please wait here while I go inform them immediately." Shun Jing stepping out of the mansion was already shocking news around the capital. Now it turned out he was visiting the Shun family to recognize relatives. Before long, the entire street was surrounded by curious townsfolk. The Shun family does indeed have a connection to General Shun. Who would have thought they were such a hidden wealthy household? That's right. Without General Shun's connections, how could they expand their business so much? They've reportedly earned significant amounts of money recently in the capital. All the rich merchants in the capital envy them. What's the point of envying? Even if you flipped the genealogy records inside out, could you establish any relation to General Shun? Everyone buzzed animatedly with their discussions. The hard-earned accomplishments of Shun Yu disappeared overnight, and the Shun family was now merely considered connected through relations. "Master, mistress, young miss." A large group of people has gathered outside, claiming to be from General Shun's house to recognize relatives. Shunin frowned deeply, recalling his improper behavior the night before as he sipped his hot tea. "It's over. Last night, I rambled drunk nonsense. Could Commander Shin actually take this seriously?" He rubbed his forehead in despair, guilt rising within him. "What's wrong, father?" People coming to recognize relatives should be good news, especially since old General Shun, who has been severely ill and hasn't stepped out for years, personally came today. Clearly, they value you highly. Although Shun Yu's reasoning made sense, Shinin still hesitated to go out. He feared that after recognizing relatives, the Shin family might look down on them. "Husband, don't hesitate. We must face it sooner or later. We can now live independently without relying on anyone. If they truly look down on us, we may sever ties again. But if General Shun is kind-hearted and we turn him away, that's indeed inappropriate. Whatever the case, we should give him a chance." Fan Inchua walked steadily to Shun An's side, and the warmth from their clasped hands gave Shun An tremendous courage. Fine. Though it was just one simple word, it carried myriad emotions. Shin Yu followed behind them, her heart brimming with anticipation as she looked at her father's sturdy back. Ever since he came to old Lady Shin's house, her father had lived a nightmare-like life, suffering for decades, but finally welcomed the dawn of his new life. Creak, the Shun family gate opened. Shunin and Shin Jing stared at each other, tears welling up in both their eyes even before they spoke. When true blood relatives face each other, no words are needed. Everything is already understood in their hearts. The joy in their eyes cannot be hidden. They hugged tightly, while nearby, many old gentlemen couldn't help wiping away their tears. This really is a father-son pair. They resemble each other so much, especially those eyes and brows. It's like they were carved from the same mold. Yes, it's wonderful for General Shun. After contributing his whole life to the Qin kingdom, he has finally found his bloodline in his old age. This might be heaven's gift to General Shun. Anur, your father has finally found you. For all these years, I've been fruitlessly searching without success. I almost lost hope, but never thought heaven would arrange for you to come to me. Heaven hasn't abandoned our Shin family. Shun Jing laughed through tears, tightly holding his son in his arms, unsure whether this was reality or a dream. "Grandpa, it's windy outside. Let's talk inside the courtyard." Shin Yu's voice was as gentle as water, and her appearance was eerily similar to grandmother from years ago. Shin Jing was momentarily confused. Good. You must be you, right? Let Grandpa hug you. I never expected that I have such a beautiful and intelligent granddaughter. Chapter 196. It's him. Grandpa, it's me. Let's go back to the residence first. There are still 2 adorable grandsons at the academy who haven't returned yet. Shin Jing knew about Bao Yu and Shi Yu, and he was extremely delighted inside. But looking at Shin Yu in front of him, he became even happier. His little granddaughter was not only clever, but also very considerate. Upon entering the house, Shin Jing sat in the main seat. Shinin served him a cup of hot tea with a delighted smile on his face. "Don't be so busy, Anur. Today, your father is truly relieved to see you. For all these years, it's all my fault too. Back then, I had no choice but to send you away. Now, I know how selfish I have been in wanting to recognize you as family, but father still hopes that you can forgive me." Shinin was somewhat surprised, completely different from what he had expected. Just as Yuer had said, father is indeed a good-hearted person and hasn't even mentioned anything about the merchant status. "Do you feel that our being merchants makes you lose face?" These days, I've heard a lot of gossips, saying that you disdain us because we're merchants and of low status. How could I possibly think that way? Caring for and loving you would be my priority. How could I possibly disdain you? After Xinjing spoke, he excitedly pulled out a handkerchief from his chest, as if wrapping something important. Here, take this. This is the only keepsake left by your mother. The year I went out to fight, before I left, she gave me this hairpin. I've kept it until now. You may have something to cherish. Shunin accepted the hairpin, and as he looked at the vermilion that had faded over time, he seemed to imagine the kind smile of his young mother. Tears filled the corners of his eyes as he tucked the hairpin into his sleeve, feeling as if having the hairpin meant having his mother close. Cough, cough. The atmosphere shouldn't be so oppressive. Today is the day of a joyful reunion. Let's all laugh. From now on, I will also have an elder brother. Haha, from now on, we'll truly be a united family. Elder brother, hurry up and offer uncle another cup of tea. Shin'en also understood. This was practically the official ceremony of recognition. He lifted the teacup and respectfully handed it to Xinjing. Father, please accept this tea. Fanning Xue, standing aside, covered her mouth while tears of happiness flowed down her cheeks. They had finally found their true relatives, and they now felt a sense of belonging. Aya, Xinjing took the warm tea. The white steam curled around his face, and his warm tears fell drop by drop into the teacup following the wrinkles on his face. The servants of the mansion couldn't help but marvel when they saw carts after carts of goods arriving in the yard, witnessing Xinjing's favoritism towards their master. This is quite extraordinary. This General Shun has reputedly lived frugally all his life, and yet he has saved such abundant treasures, all sent to our residence. It's true. Look at these large pearl of night, and there are also several precious swords, rumored to be worth thousands of gold. You people really understand nothing. You only see the amount of wealth sent, but if this reunion succeeds, our household will be counted among the prestigious families of the capital city. General Shun is currently a highly favored figure. Wherever we go, others will look upon us differently. The nearby servants were pleased, thinking that they wouldn't be bullied by the servants of aristocratic families anymore when going out. That's enough. Close your mouths. Quickly unload the goods. Is master's business hours to comment on? The steward scolded them loudly, unwilling to lose face in front of the servants of the general's mansion. In the wine shop, Lingyu recounted her experiences during this period with great emotion to Chu Mo Han, treating him like a long-lost brother, drinking one cup of tea after another. When the last drops of the tea appeared again in the pot, Chu Mo Han nudged Qin Feng. Pay attention and refill the water. Understood, young master. As Qin Feng stepped out of the room, Chu Mo Han still enjoyed listening to Lingyu narrate her story, thinking that she might have met some misfortune, but surprisingly ended up safe and sound in the capital. While her lips didn't stop telling her stories, memories of the fire flashed through her mind, trapped inside with her whole family consumed by the raging flames. And this man, who used to treat her kindly, was actually the murderer. Suddenly, a sharp blade protruded from the girl's sleeves, accompanied by a unique fragrance, making it hard to guard against. Chu Mo Han first showed confusion, but then displayed a trace of amused affection on his lips. Your skills have improved greatly, but using the techniques I taught you against me? Little you, do you think I'm not smart enough? He used Ling Yu's force and smoothly placed the knife on the window before forcefully pinning her onto the table. Convinced yet? At this moment, Chu Mo Han still wore a smile. Unpredictably, Ling Yu jabbed a long needle into his thigh. Ling Yu. He retreated a few steps, pulling out the poison needle from his thigh, and watched black blood flow from the wound. Surprise was evident in his eyes. Chu Mo Han, you hypocrite. You killed my parents and ruined my whole family. Do you really think I was too young back then to know anything? Today, only your death can extinguish the fire of anger in my heart. Ling Yu drew the curved knife from her waist and fiercely swung it at Chu Mo Han. A loud shout erupted from outside the door. Stop! Clang! Qin Feng rushed over, a long sword thrusting toward Ling Yu's chest, forcing her to hastily retreat 2 steps. Anyway, you're doomed. There's no cure for this poison. I'll just wait for your funeral. Then I'll burn your coffin. And that will be the end of everything. Seeing Ling Yu's near madness, Qin Feng roared angrily. Ling Yu, for all these years, young master treated you like a real younger sister. How can you treat him this way? Hand over the antidote immediately. Never. You'd better not force my hand. I don't want to kill you. She threw her head back and laughed maniacally, her flying black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Kill me? You'd better think about how to save him instead. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yu leaped out of the window and disappeared into the crowd. Looking at his young master with blackened lips, Qin Feng carried him and ran towards Shen Yu's residence. Young master, you must hold on. We're almost at Miss Shen Yu's place. She will definitely cure you. You absolutely cannot die. Sweat poured down Qin Feng's forehead as he went mad shouting on the street. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Veins bulged on his forehead as the elder man atop the tea house leaned on his cane, watching this rare scene. Good. The struggles before death truly have flavor. Let's see how much longer you can last. Ha ha. The elder stroked his beard smugly, humming a little tune. Master, what should we do with that woman who attempted the assassination? Bring her to see me. With such an excellent appearance and figure, exquisite assassination skills, and obedience, such an ace assassin naturally belongs to us. Yes. Not long after, Ling Yu, now disguised, appeared before the elder. Ling Yu pays respects to the master. There's no need for formalities, rise quickly. From now on, serve under me, and I'll ensure you are blessed with endless wealth and honor. Yes. This time, the elder didn't wear a mask, allowing Ling Yu to finally see his true face. It's him. Chapter 197. I'll be with you. The elder before them wore a harmless smile, his left hand leaning on a cane while his right rested naturally behind him. If one didn't know what he'd done, no one would ever associate this man with the assassination of Chu Imohan. Moreover, in others' eyes, he was completely immobile. Stuck at home for years on end, no one would believe that he could be responsible for these actions. He had disguised himself too well. This person was none other than Jiang Ran's father, Jiang Yixing, the same father who had lost his legs and spent years sitting in a chair. How about it, surprised? You probably think someone like me, an old wreck, would never be capable, huh? Every day cooped up in the courtyard, appearing carefree, and now standing here, and commanding you to kill Chu Imohan. Ha ha. Jiang Yixing laughed without restraint, as if the whole world were under his control. Prince Jiang, you have truly hidden yourself well. Now that Chu Imohan is dead, what should we do next? Send someone to make contact with Shen Yu. I've heard that this young lady from the Shen family is quite extraordinary. They say she alone can kill thousands of people. The commoners in Qingtian Prefecture claimed she possessed some kind of secret weapon. One loud bang, and dozens would lose their lives. Ling Yu slightly furrowed her eyebrows. Was Shen Yu truly this formidable? That's enough. There's no need for you to reach out to Shen Yu. Find a place to stay for now, and I'll call you when I have another task for you. Yes. After Ling Yu left, a servant approached Jiang Yixing with a worried look on his face. Your Highness, are we just letting her go like this? She has seen your true appearance, making her an unpredictable factor now. Don't doubt where trust is due. This young lady harbors deep enmity towards Chu Imohan and is intelligent and decisive. She knows who she should follow. Don't worry unnecessarily. Have you thought about who to send to approach Shen Yu? Highness, how about we send the second son of the Hu family? Hu Yuran? That's actually a great idea. A handsome gentleman such as him can easily attract the heart of any maiden. Ha ha. After arranging the remaining matters, Jiang Yixing returned home by carriage. Meanwhile, Chu Imohan had also been brought to the Shen residence by Qin Feng. Where's Miss Shen Yu? Where is she? Qin Feng anxiously shouted. One of the servants nearby quickly calmed him down. Master Qin, General Shen came today to meet relatives. Our miss is in the main hall right now. I'll go fetch her immediately. Qin Feng couldn't wait. His master's life was everything. He carried Chu Imohan swiftly to the main hall. Miss Shen Yu, please come help my master quickly. He might have been poisoned. Upon a closer look, her forehead appeared blackened and her lips bluish-purple. It must be a severe poison. What happened? Weren't you supposed to be under house arrest? How did he get poisoned? Shen Yu, seeing that Chu Imohan was unconscious, understood this wasn't ordinary poison. After using her special abilities to examine the situation, it became evident this poison was unlike anything she'd encountered before. The toxins spread faster than imagined. Clearly, whoever administered it was determined to kill Chu Imohan. Take Imohan into a room first. No one is allowed inside. Yes. With a serious expression, Shen Yu followed Qin Feng back into the room, leaving everyone else outside puzzled. What's going on? Shen Jing feared for his granddaughter's safety and anxiously asked Shunin. That's the Prime Minister's nephew, who admires you mutually. It seems he was ambushed and poisoned. Although you is proficient in medicine, many challenges we faced during our exodus were solved by her. Shen Jing felt both amazed and relieved. He hadn't realized that not only was his granddaughter talented in business, but she also possessed excellent medical skills. Should I summon the doctors in our mansion? Shunin shook his head. No need, father. If you cannot cure this illness, no one in the capital can either. Hearing Shun En's affirmation of Shun Yu's medical expertise, Shen Jing was even more astonished. Could it be his little granddaughter was this competent? Inside the room, Shen Yu first fed Chu Imohan a bowl of spirit water. Then she used her abilities to suppress the toxins within his body, aided by the natural energies trying to push the poison out of Chu Imohan's dantian. However, this was still insufficient. The toxin persisted stubbornly within Chu Imohan's system. What a lethal poison. So difficult to treat. She took out silver needles from her storage space and sealed all of Chu Imohan's acupoints. In no time, the needles turned entirely black. Seeing Chu Imohan's condition worsen, Shen Yu broke out in a sweat. What's wrong with this poison? It can't be removed. Shen Yu's angry roar echoed throughout the yard, striking fear into the hearts of the servants nearby. They had never seen her so furious. She who usually spoke to them in a gentle tone. You think, will Master Chu not make it? Servants whispered anxiously behind a pillar, fearing to approach due to the heavy tension around Shen Yu's quarters. Who knows? We've never heard that Miss Shun was skilled in medicine before. Don't let this delay Master Chu's treatment. If we anger Prime Minister Chu, our estate might be doomed. I sense disaster is coming. General Shun and Prime Minister Chu are sworn enemies. Now, if we get blamed over Master Chu, there will be no explaining ourselves. In my opinion, we'd better be smart and prepare to flee. The servants murmured amongst themselves, creating a climate of unease throughout the Shun residence as they waited for Shun Yu to emerge from her room. About an hour later, Shen Yu quietly opened the door. Judging by the wet corners of her eyes and damp collar, she had clearly been crying alone. Where? What's the situation? Did you save Imohan? She shook her head and collapsed on the ground in uncontrollable sobs, her cries piercing enough to disturb even the birds overhead as they circled sympathetically. Shunin and Shen Jing frowned deeply together, unsure of what to do next. How would they explain this to Chu Tianren? Qin Feng, come here. Take me to the Prime Minister's mansion. I'll apologize personally. With a grim expression, Shunan decided to take full responsibility for the matter himself. Father, don't. Chu Tianren has been at odds with me secretly for years. Knowing his nephew died in our mansion, he wouldn't let this go easily. Under no circumstances should you go. Hearing this, Fanning Xue also tightly grasped her husband's arm, not to stop him, but to stand beside him. Let's go. My love, I'll accompany you. Whatever happens, I will stay by your side. No. Father, please don't speak anymore. Yuer is still young. Even if something happens to us too, there will still be you to look after her. Qin Feng sat silently on the carriage, cradling Chu Imohan's body, without saying a word. Chapter 198. Cui Hao is dead. Your Majesty speaks the truth. With the national treasury empty, we must rely on the strength of Qing dynasty's merchants to distribute relief, grain, and silver. In times of national difficulty, everyone has a duty. The requisitioned grains will naturally be returned later. Zhang Xianzong nodded in agreement. He could only concur with the Prime Minister's strategy and dared not offer any objections. In his heart, he was very displeased. How is this different from theft? A mere document and an utterly meaningless promise in exchange for the merchants' grains and wealth. This would surely provoke the merchants of Qing dynasty to rebel. Now, wandering refugees were rising everywhere. Groups of citizens carrying banners proclaiming their intent to overthrow the tyrannical rule. Chu Tianren's actions were also meant to quell public anger. At that moment, Eunuch Lu outside the room heard the news of Chu Mohan's death and nearly collapsed with fright. Having served the previous emperor for so many years, what scenes hadn't he witnessed? Even the emperor's passing was just a small matter as long as it didn't affect him. But now, Chu Tianren's nephew was dead. What if he became enraged and killed himself on the spot? Swallowing saliva, his face full of worry, he entered the imperial study. He was sharp-witted and quietly informed Zhang Xianzong of the news. Zhang Xianzong suddenly paused, unsure why Chu Mohan had died so easily. Looking into the emperor's eyes, his expression was complex. Chu Tianren, with his hands behind his back, furrowed his brows. What is the matter? Did you even listen carefully to what I just said? Prime Minister Chu Mohan. He met with misfortune and has passed away due to illness. Chu Tianren's pupils instantly widened, his expression becoming vacant. Zhang Xianzong had never seen him look so tense, as if all his spirit had scattered. It's impossible. How could this happen? Is it you deceiving me, or are your hands in this? Overcome with rage, he strode over to Zhang Xianzong, tugging at his dragon robe made with gold thread until it rustled. Bloodshot eyes, he resembled nothing more than a demon, while Zhang Xianzong trembled all over but did not dare move a single bit. He was afraid Chu Tianren might end his life at once. He still bore the great responsibility of reviving Qing dynasty. He mustn't die like this. It wasn't me. I can understand Prime Minister Chu's grief, and I assure you, I will order the 6 ministries to thoroughly investigate this case. You will have answers. Chu Tianren roughly pushed him onto the dragon throne, giving him an answer? What kind of answer could he give him? Even his own emperor's seat felt like it belonged within his grasp. Your Majesty had better not try any tricks on me. I will personally investigate this matter. If there is any deceit involved, you should know the consequences. Hurrying out of the palace gate, he got into a carriage and went straight home. By the time he arrived, there were already many people gathered in the main hall. Shenyu sat nearby with a sorrowful look on his face. A white cloth covered something on the table. It appeared to be a corpse. Beside them, Chu Tianyi and Chu Tianjiao cried until they were tear-stained, each droplet landing on the ground. Seeing such a scene, Chu Tianren was convinced that the body on the table belonged to none other than Chu Mohan. Tianyi, what mistake could our Mohan have made to deserve this? Why must this happen? Who could be so ruthless against our Mohan? Since he came to the capital, he hadn't wronged anyone. Chu Tianjiao, her face soaked with tears, leaned on Chu Tianren's side, looking like a flower about to wither. Don't cry, elder sister. I will definitely uncover the truth. I won't allow Mohan to have died without resolution. Even if I turn this capital upside down, I will find this murderer. Chu Tianren clenched his fists, and an aura of kingly authority emanated from him, causing the surrounding servants to instinctively lower their heads, fearing that the disaster might reach them. Still not accepting reality, he walked up to the table and lifted the white cloth. Indeed, there lay Chu Mohan's face, his complexion completely blackened, looking wretched. The usually dignified and solemn Chu Tianren couldn't help but shed tears. This was the sole bloodline of their Chu family, assassinated like this. It was a direct challenge to his authority. Chu Tianren decided that he must demonstrate his strength and authority, letting those hidden in the dark know his dominance. You may all leave. With a wave of the Prime Minister's hand, all the house staff withdrew, leaving Shunyu and Chu Tianjiao weeping where they stood. Stop crying, elder sister. Death cannot be reversed. Do you know who harmed Mohan? Just as Chu Tianren finished speaking, Qin Feng fell to his knees in front of him. Lord Prime Minister. Previously, the young master befriended a woman in Huanghua County. She suddenly appeared this morning. The young master treated her like a younger sister and took her to a wine shop where they had a pleasant conversation. I went out for a short while, and when I returned, I found a poisoned needle lodged in the young master's leg. All my fault. I shouldn't have been careless. If I had stayed by the young master's side all along, this wouldn't have happened. Qin Feng beat himself repeatedly while talking, the sound reverberating throughout the entire Prime Minister's residence. That's enough, Qin Feng. This can't be all your fault. If it weren't for someone deliberately scheming, Mohan wouldn't have died. Shenyu gently rubbed his eyes and slowly placed the white cloth back over Chu Mohan's face. By the way, Qin Feng, didn't we say that the one who killed Zhang Ran was Cui Hao? We haven't had the chance to settle accounts with him yet. Could he be responsible for Mohan's death as well? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianren swiftly stepped out of the room, leading a group of servants directly toward the Chui residence. You damn Chui Hao! How dare you offend even me, the Prime Minister? You truly must be sick of life. Today I'll make you understand what it means to neither live nor die in peace. Half an hour later, the guards of the capital city surrounded the Chui family estate, but not a single person came out to greet Chu Tianren. This Chui family has quite the audacity to ignore us completely. Bring down the gate immediately. Yes, sir. The guards quickly chopped down a nearby willow tree and soon after, rammed open the gates of the Chui household. Seeing the scene inside, the guards stood frozen in place, swords drawn. What a heavy stench of blood. What on earth happened here? Chu Tianren and Shen Yu walked inside only to discover that the Chui household was filled with corpses. The originally gray-blue bricks were now soaked with blood, looking like nothing short of a living hell on earth. Search quickly. See if there are any survivors. Search thoroughly. Yes, Prime Minister. Shen Yu helplessly shook his head. There was no longer any trace of life left in the mansion. Who could have done this, wiping out dozens of members of the Chui family in just one night, with such cruelty? Even Chu Tianren couldn't help but feel puzzled. When did such a formidable force appear in the capital without him noticing at all? Chu Yan, find out. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the mastermind behind this. Do whatever it takes, whatever the consequences, understood? Yes, Prime Minister, rest assured. At this moment, among the distant crowd, a man with sharp, calculating eyes silently departed, turning toward the Jiang residence. Chapter 199, Hu Yuran. What about it? Did that old fox find out anything? Jiang Yihong, sitting on a chair, picked up some sandalwood and sniffed it, feeling particularly relaxed. The worries behind have now been resolved. Chu Tianren thought he could control everything in the capital city, yet isn't he still led by the nose? He found nothing. No one from the Chui family was left alive. It was handled very cleanly. That's good. Next, according to your orders, on one hand send Hu Yuran to make contact with Shen Yu, and on the other hand let Ling Yu appear beside the emperor. Once the words of pillow talk start spreading, I imagine even Shun Jing's tiger tally will not be kept for long. Xie Ling Yu knelt on the ground in flattery, his face wearing an admiring smile. You've instructed well indeed. With this plan, we'll have 2 schemes ready. We just need to sit back and enjoy the fisherman's advantage. Jiang Yihong picked up the teacup and sipped lightly while asking softly, with your aunt around, sending Ling Yu into the palace should be as easy as pie, right? Of course. Rest assured, old sir. Hand these small details over to me. I'll definitely think strategies for you and serve with all my might. Seeing Jiang Yihong wave his hand indicating dismissal, Xie Ling Yun smiled and left. The Xie family were imperial relatives. His aunt was the most favored concubine of the previous emperor, which made people of the Xie family highly placed and wielding power. After the young emperor ascended the throne, he was circumspect before and after, also didn't dare provoke the Xie family. So he has always respected people of the Xie family, especially the grand consort Xie who, after the death of the former emperor, went to a nun convent. But Zhang Xinzong also often visited her and listened humbly to her advice. Xie Ling Yun was an imperial relative, without any succession rights to the throne. If he plotted rebellion, it would implicate the entire Xie family. So he relied on Jiang Yihong, waiting until the young emperor was deposed. In return, Jiang Yihong promised him the position of prime minister to realize this change, rewriting their Xie family's fate. There would be a special page in the Xie family genealogy written for him. What an extraordinary honor. 3 days later, the prime minister's residence was draped in white cloth, with wails occasionally resounding from within. Tianjiao, stop crying. Even if you cry your eyes dry or blind yourself, can our son come back? Take care of your health. Chu Tianyi embraced her tightly, unable to stop tears from streaming down her forehead. This was their most cherished son. Both had done good deeds throughout their lives, and never expected their son to meet such an end. Tianren has been investigating for so many days and hasn't uncovered a single clue. Is our Mohan going to die like this? I can't bear it. Even if it is a power struggle, why must he become the scapegoat? Chu Tianjiao deeply regrets now that she shouldn't have allowed Chu Mohan to accompany them to the capital city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this sorrowful situation of burying a younger person as an elder. It's too late to say these things now. Since the incident has happened, we shall face it bravely, no matter what kind of sacrifice it costs. I will surely seek justice for our son. Tears welled up in Chu Tianyi's eyes. Chu Mohan was his pride. Although sometimes he acted unruly, he had never done anything morally reprehensible. At that moment, Shen Yu prepared the meal and delivered it to their side. Looking at the tear marks on their faces, she knew they had definitely cried again. Uncle, aunt, stop crying. Eat something first. Take good care of yourselves. If you collapse, how will we avenge Mohan or expose this villain hiding behind everything? Seeing Shen Yu, their heavy hearts lightened slightly. They forced themselves to endure their grief, opened the food box, and their moods calmed somewhat when they saw the various delicacies prepared by Shen Yu. Thank you, Yor. Without you, neither your Uncle Tianyi nor I know how we'd get through this. Shen Yu walked over and gently wiped the corner of Chu Tianjiao's eye with a handkerchief, saying warmly, Don't worry, Aunt Tianjiao. Everything will pass. We will surely catch the murderer. Yes, I believe in you, Yor. We will surely capture the murderer. Chu Tianjiao gripped Shen Yu's hand tightly, as if possessing infinite strength. By the way, Yor, have you found Ling Yu yet? She shook her head. Since there were no items or scents from Ling Yu's body, she couldn't locate where Ling Yu was either. It's difficult to find her just with a portrait. She could disguise herself or alter her makeup easily and escape detection. Looking at Shun Yu's worried expression, Chu Tianjiao quietly pulled out a wooden hairpin from her bosom. Alas, unfortunately, my eyes seem to have been blinded back then. I actually thought this girl was quite nice, never expecting she'd be the one who killed Mo Han, sob sob. When it came to the emotional parts, Chu Tianjiao started crying again. Shen Yu quickly helped support her, afraid she might faint from excessive sadness. Let me have this hairpin, Aunt Jiao Jiao. Don't be too heartbroken. From now on, I'll be your daughter. I'll show my filial piety to you too. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Chu Tianjiao felt even more sorrowful. Originally, she was to have such a good daughter-in-law, but now she could not even step into the Chu family home. Truly a fine girl. It's just that our Mo Han doesn't have this fortune. Shen Yu comforted them for a little while longer. When their emotions had stabilized, she walked out holding the wooden hairpin. On this hairpin, there still lingered traces of Ling Yu's presence apart from Chu Tianjiao's. This time, she should be able to find her. Not far from the door, a light sandalwood fragrance wafted toward her. Shen Yu put away the hairpin and looked up to see a man with a refined and elegant appearance standing in front of her, his features sharp and delicate like he had stepped out of a painting. He held a folding fan in his hand, slightly lowering his eyebrows with a faint smile at the corner of his lips, a smile that would make one's adrenaline surge. Young lady, why do you furrow your brows as if you have worries? Hu Yuran's clear and resonant voice reverberated around Shen Yu's ears. If it were any other ordinary woman, she might already be blushing red, unsure what to say. Go away. I don't have the time to deal with someone like you, a grown man who paints eyebrows. You should really feel ashamed of yourself. It was as though he had heard something earth-shattering and ghostly wailing. Since he could remember, whenever he talked to anyone, they would look at him, brimming with scholarly demeanor, coupled with his extraordinary looks, wanting nothing more than to stop and talk to him a little longer. Shen Yu was the first woman like this he had ever seen. Truly fascinating. Young lady, we are strangers meeting by chance. No need to be so harsh. Since I offended your eyes, wouldn't it be fitting if I treated you to a meal to make amends? Hu Yuran was highly confident. He had long mastered the art of fostering affection over a meal. Light a stick of sandalwood mixed with aphrodisiac powder, sprinkle a bit of knockout drug in the food, purposefully touch her during serving or pouring drinks, or whisper seductively into her ear, allowing his breath to circle near her ears, surely arousing her desire. By then, whether it be Shenjing or the general's residence, all will easily fall within reach. He let out a soft chuckle, unaware that he was about to pay for his arrogance. Chapter 200, A Dud Teammate. Alright, I agree. Don't you just want a drink? I'll satisfy your wish. Shen Yu wasn't surprised by Hu Yuran's appearance. Rather, she thought it was an opportunity to catch the real mastermind behind the scenes. Why did a handsome young lord show up at this very moment? It was so obvious that he was bait. The young lady is truly a heroine among women. Since that's the case, follow me then. He wore a smiling look, appearing gentle and refined. Ordinary women who met such a man would likely fall into his trap long ago. Sir, we've only just met. It wouldn't be appropriate for me, a young woman, to come alone. Allow me to invite a younger brother along as well, alright? Hu Yuran lightly chuckled, a trace of surprise in her eyes. This girl was truly different from others. Even upon meeting such a stunningly handsome man, she still kept her guard up. Most people, when they saw him, would find any excuse to get closer. Certainly, feel free. By the way, may I inquire, what is the young lady's name? Shen Yu. I am Hu Yuran. I'll wait for you at room number 2 of the Qinghua Tower. Shen Yu nodded, turned back, and went home to summon Song Chang'an. You love drinking so much, right? Today, let you drink until you can't take it anymore. After understanding Shen Yu's intention, Song Chang'an quietly followed her to Qinghua Tower. Just by looking at the grandeur of the tavern, one could tell that the diners inside were either rich or noble. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Seeing that Shen Yu brought a slightly chubby, seemingly innocent boy, Hu Yuran involuntarily curved his lips with a hint of contemptuous smile. Is this your younger brother? Uh-huh. My younger brother has never seen much of the world. His alcohol tolerance isn't great either. I'm bringing him today to make friends with you, sir. That makes sense. But might the young lady be willing to have a few cups with me today? He leaned in slightly, his clear eyes resembling hooks of the netherworld's messengers. Song Chang'an, seeing how arrogant the man in front of him was, promptly raised the wine cup against him. Who, sir, here's a drink. With all these delicious meats and dishes, don't miss out on this fine scenery. With a slurp, Song Chang'an drained the wine in one gulp, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if mocking quietly without showing any signs. What does this guy mean? Intentionally embarrassing me, huh? This is how wine is drunk. This is imperial wine specially granted by the palace. Common people can't even get near it. And it's different from the light wine they usually drink. The flavor is strong. Normally, after 7 or 8 sips, he'd feel dizzy and unable to stand. Brother, you've got good alcohol tolerance. I should naturally accompany you with a cup. Hu Yuran tilted his head back and gulped down the wine in one go. The strong liquor going down his throat made his chest feel like being burned by fire. Keep going, keep going. Once started, we shouldn't stop. Lifting his cup again, Song Chang'an finished another glass in one swift motion. Seeing Song Chang'an's attitude, Hu Yuran was extremely perplexed. What's going on? This guy looks pretty young, but could he possibly be a heavy drinker? Who drinks like that? And if we keep drinking, I won't be able to even stand up. Watching Hu Yuran forcibly finish another cup of wine, Shen Yu felt secretly delighted inside. Drinking alcohol? Your alcohol tolerance means nothing compared to Chang'an's. And you think about taking advantage of me while I'm drunk? Humph. Have some dishes, little brother. Don't drink so much. It's bad for your health. Aren't you supposed to not drink much? You had 2 cups in a row already. Can your body handle it? Song Chang'an suddenly laughed, refilling his cup with more wine. What's wrong? Afraid, who big brother? It's just a little wine, not enough to get drunk. Here, one more cup. Gulp. Song Chang'an flipped the wine glass over, not a single drop spilling onto the table. Hu Yuran silently cursed in his heart and emptied his glass too. Without time to eat anything yet, 3 cups of wine had already been guzzled down. His head began spinning, and his alertness rose. This guy's ability to drink. So Xinyu has invited help. I can't keep drinking like this. Otherwise, I'll end up losing today. Cough, cough. Knock, knock, knock. The servant quickly entered upon hearing the knocking, allowing Hu Yuran to sigh with relief. Hey, Hu brother, I knew you were here. Earlier, I thought I recognized someone. It really is you. Qian brother, what a coincidence. Since we've met, sit down and drink a bit. Miss Shun, you don't mind, do you? Xinyu smiled politely. Of course not. Please bring our guest inside. This person had slightly red cheeks, clearly a habitual drinker. Come on, brother Qian, brother Hu. First meeting each other, little brother offers you a toast. If there's anything in the future, please guide and teach me. I'll finish my drink, you drink at your leisure. Seeing Song Chang'an finish his drink in one gulp, Hu Yuran was speechless. Meanwhile, Qian Yuan, who had just walked in, hadn't realized the severity of the situation and happily returned the favor with a cup of his own. You take it easy. This guy has had 4 cups in a row. Not a trace of redness on his face, and his eyes aren't even slightly dazed. Be careful. Don't let him drink you under the table. Relax, Master Hu. He's just a kid, still holding on to his youth. Hu Yuran was still a bit uneasy, feeling this person might not be reliable, but thinking that both of them were here, dealing with Song Chang'an should pose no problem. Miss Xinyu, I've heard that your family recently reunited with the Shun household. General Shun must have recovered so quickly because he learned about such a clever and beautiful granddaughter like you. Master Hu is jesting. My sister isn't some magical elixir. Your change of subject, is it because you're trying to escape drinking? That's not something a true gentleman would do. Song Chang'an had spent nearly half his life amidst wine feasts. Within a few sentences, he could discern what kind of person sat opposite, what they cared about most, and their temperament. Though Hu Yuran appeared refined and scholarly on the surface, deep down he was nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, before others, he certainly wouldn't drop his facade easily, and this pretense gave Song Chang'an the leverage to control him. Escape drinking? Nonsense. The younger brother just cares about your sister. She looks somewhat troubled. TSK. Brother Hu overstates it. My sister is just naturally melancholic, but her heart carries nothing. Let's stop talking about it. Keep drinking. Song Chang'an clanged another cup, leaving Hu Yuran and the other with no choice but to endure and follow suit. No sooner had the fiery heat in their throats subsided when Song Chang'an raised his glass again. What's with this guy? Is he made out of alcohol or something? How can he drink like that? 1 cup barely finished before raising another. Is this drinking? It's a game of life and death. Who the hell wants to drink like this? No, little brother, don't chug like that. We haven't eaten 2 bites of food yet. You lift the cup as soon as you set it down. Let's chat more and sip slowly. Fine then, finish this current cup first. With the glass already raised, there's no putting it back down, right brother Hu? Hu Yuran felt completely bewildered. Not only did this man drink like a fish, he talked circles around everyone. There was no room for rebuttal. All he could do now was frown deeply and pick up his wine cup once more. Chapter 201. Bring her to Yeoman Palace. After finishing another cup of wine, Hu Yuran's head spun dizzily. Clearly, he was drunk and felt his legs were now uncontrollable. Forget getting near Xinyu. Even leaving was a problem. Looking at Qian Yuan beside him, things weren't much better. He had originally thought Qian Yuan could take some drinks for him, but it turned out he drank just as much. Qian Yuan stared at Song Chang'an's lips, which curved into a calm smile as if nothing happened, making him utterly confused. He couldn't believe there existed someone so capable in Qing dynasty. This kind of alcohol, this method of drinking, how could it not affect anyone? It must be an act. Perhaps his mind was already spinning. Definitely acting. It's a way to overwhelm them with intimidation. Come little brother, we met for the first time today and hit it off so well with such great fortune. We must have a drink. Sure thing. Since brother Qian has spoken up, big brother Hu, please join too. It's only fair when brother Qian brings up the toast, right? Yes. Drink. On Hu Yuran's face, despite a broad smile, his thoughts cursed Qian Yuan all the way down to nothingness. Knowing clearly that Qian Yuan could handle alcohol, he still competed like this? Isn't this suicide? Hu Yuran didn't yet know what Xinyu thought, but seeing how Xinyu seemed to wear a mysterious smirk on his face, he felt scared. Suddenly, he got a sense that instead of being the hunter, he was becoming the prey himself. You too drink slowly. My younger brother here is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Don't bully him. At this point, Qian Yuan's head was already dizzy. Inside, he was secretly competing with Song Chang'an. Humph, you want to provoke me with words? If I don't get him drunk today, I won't need to survive in this capital city anymore. Alright, let's continue drinking. With this kind of liquor, normally drinking 2 flasks wouldn't even make you drunk, and besides, this young friend looks composed enough. Looks like his tolerance for alcohol is solid. Oh come on, brother Qian praises me too highly. My drinking ability isn't good. Compared to Hu Xiong, I fall far short. Song Chang'an might as well have grown up soaking in a vat of wine combined with drinking countless high-alcohol baijiu inside Xinyu's space, meaning now this kind of drink was very difficult to make him tipsy. Dealing with these two was effortless. Hu Xiong appears to have had quite a lot already. The two of us should keep going and let him cool down for a bit. Sure thing, come on. The two continued one glass after another as if testing each other, until eventually Qian Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He collapsed on the ground, vomiting everywhere, without the strength to turn over, confusion and helplessness filling his eyes. Let's go, Chang'an. Take Hu Yuan away. We will interrogate him thoroughly. He absolutely must be related to Mo Han's case. Yes. Just before reaching the door, even before the carriage arrived, 3 hidden weapons shot toward them. Be careful. Shin Yu crouched down, pulling out a steel shield from his pocket space. The hidden weapons gently fell onto the ground. When he put away the shield, 3 assassins were already right in front of them. Their objective was clear, to kill Hu Yuan and shut his mouth. Chang'an, carry him and run quickly. Leave these guys to me. All right. Sister, be careful. The 3 men in black initially wanted to split up to intercept Hu Yuan, but Shin Yu's swordsmanship was fierce and hard to deal with. All 3 had to focus their full attention to barely manage defending themselves. Realizing they weren't a match for Shin Yu, they hastily discarded their concealed weapons and attempted to escape. Unexpectedly, Shin Yu pulled out a gun with a silencer directly from his space pocket. Swish, 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 several shots rang out, destroying all the incoming projectiles. Even among the assassins, only one person remained motionless on the ground. Seeing that man's disdainful smile, Shin Yu almost missed her chance. How dare you hide poison in your teeth? Where did you learn that? Removing their masks, Shin Yu found their clothing wasn't the same as those from Qing dynasty, so they are indeed foreigners. But looking now, it seems those collaborating with the foreign tribes may not be the prime minister. Could it be that someone else killed Mo Han? She brought Hu Yuan back to her residence, taking advantage of the moment he hadn't completely passed out from drunkenness. In a low voice, she questioned, Hu Yuan, who arranged for you to drink with Shin Yu? Huh, drink. What drink? I must accomplish the task assigned by master. Qian Yuan, you bastard. Die, ruining my plans. Shin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Truly something was fishy. Could it really uncover the person behind all this today? Who was the master you mentioned? Hu Xiong. Between us two, there is trust unlike any outsider. Hu Yuan laid on the table laughing stupidly. What makes you think you deserve to know? You waste of space piece of trash. Get out of my sight quickly, or I'll never want to see you again. Seeing he was somewhat cautious, Shin Yu carefully searched every part of his body but found no special items. Strange. Who instructed him, hiding so perfectly? Who in this capital city haven't I paid attention to? Sister Shin Yu, stop thinking about it, rest first. Maybe tomorrow everything will become clear. Shin Yu couldn't sleep until she found the big rat hiding behind everything. She would not have a moment of peace. The next morning, after changing her appearance, Ling Yu came to the imperial garden with a new look. Xia Lingyun used his aunt's influence in the harem and easily forged a palace-made identity for Ling Yu. Moreover, he had deliberately arranged an encounter between her and Zhang Xianzong. At that moment, Ling Yu carefully walked along a small path in the imperial garden with a pot of tea in her hands. Hearing the dense footsteps from afar, she knew Zhang Xianzong had arrived. She quickened her steps, then deliberately stepped on a leaf at the corner which caused her to slip. The teacup and wooden tray flew up into the air, making the guards surrounding Zhang Xianzong form a tight circle around him. Hey, where does this little palace maid come from? Clumsy as can be. Can't even hold a bowl of tea properly? Bring her here. Sitting on the ground, Ling Yu's eyes shimmered with crystalline tears, her long lashes flickering slightly like a delicate daisy. The moment she locked eyes with the emperor, he could not tear his gaze away from her. After all, having spent much time in pleasure houses, every frown and smile, each glance and movement exuded allure. How could Zhang Xianzong have seen such allure before? He immediately waved his hand. Never mind. No harm done. Let her go see the imperial hospital thoroughly and pay attention next time. There. Thank His Majesty's grace. This little palace maid knows nothing about propriety. Thank you. Thank your majesty. Long live the emperor 10,000 years. When leaving, Zhang Xianzong specifically turned back for one more look. Not only did the palace maid appear pitifully charming, but she also resembled the maid who had taken care of him when he was young. Back then during his first crush, it didn't end well. Queen had found out and quietly sent this young maid away from the city, becoming one of Zhang Xianzong's regrets. Now meeting a woman so strikingly similar, perhaps it was destined by heaven. Lu Gonggong, bring that little palace maid to Yong'an Palace tonight, understand? Yes, your majesty. This old servant follows your command. Chapter 202, Finding Ling Yu. Eunuch Lu wasn't a fool. Naturally, he knew Zhang Xianzong had taken an interest in this young palace maid. Having served Zhang Xianzong for so long, Eunuch Lu naturally knew about his earlier affairs with young maids and also roughly sensed something suspicious. However, he didn't dare to say anything more. As evening fell, Eunuch Lu arrived at the Qinan Palace where Ling Yu resided, accompanied by several eunuchs. The group of palace maids were all startled upon seeing Eunuch Lu, wondering why this favorite person near the emperor would suddenly visit the Qinan Palace. Did it mean the emperor was coming? They each wore smiles on their faces and secretly touched up their red lipstick, hoping the emperor would take notice of them. At that moment, the concubines in Qinan Palace were all stunned. The emperor had never visited her before. Could it be that tonight, she finally got to attend him? She changed into the most splendid robe her parents had prepared for her, wearing modest yet elegant jewelry, her rosy lips and white teeth making her a rare beauty indeed. Meanwhile, Ling Yu sat smugly on a communal bed, amused that her encounter in the morning turned out to be quite useful. The little emperor couldn't hold out anymore. Chu Shi, you better get ready quickly. Now that Eunuch Lu has come, perhaps the emperor will follow shortly. If we could gain the privilege of attending the emperor, we could escape from this place of hardship. We wouldn't have to wash clothes or train in etiquette every day. Just as these words were spoken, A palace maid with her hair styled in buns rushed in from outside. Her cheeks were flushed red, probably due to excitement. Quick, quick. Sisters, hurry out. This is our chance to turn our fortune around. Eunuch Lu actually came with a sedan chair, and he did not go directly to the Empress's chambers. Upon hearing this, all the palace maids inside were elated, fantasizing about whether they would get to ride in the sedan chair, symbolizing higher status. Even Empress Hui looked surprised as she stepped out, hastily giving Eunuch Lu a pouch of silver coins. Empress Hui, this simply cannot be done. I, an old servant of the Emperor, cannot accept such gifts. Eunuch Lu said, looking slightly awkward after taking the money from the Empress. Master Lu, please just take it. You've worked hard daily for the Emperor. Do you know what your visit today signifies? Upon accepting the Empress's money, Eunuch Lu felt somewhat embarrassed. Today in the Imperial Garden, His Majesty met a palace maid and instructed me to bring her to his quarters. Seeing the gleam of light in the Empress's eyes fade away instantly, Eunuch Lu continued. Empress, do not fret. Gold will always shine eventually. One day, the Emperor will surely see you. Although this comforted her somewhat, the Empress could only nod with a bitter smile as she watched Eunuch Lu enter the chamber where the palace maids rested. Upon entering, Eunuch Lu immediately recognized Lingyu, focusing solely on her. You step out. What's your name? Chu Shi. Were you the one the Emperor met today in the garden? Yes, master. Adjusting his sleeves, Eunuch Lu slowly exited the room. Follow me, get on the carriage. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. She had just arrived. How could Eunuch Lu take her away so soon? Could she possibly have powerful connections behind her? Thinking again, since her surname was Chu, the other palace maids couldn't help but gasp. It's unbelievable. She's actually a confidant of the Chancellor. Perhaps even a relative. That can't be true. If she were a relative of the Chancellor, she could have been directly made an Empress consort. Why would she mingle with us? Who knows? But anyway, following Empress Hui means we'll never see the light of day. Inside the sleeping quarters, Zhang Xianzong paced back and forth anxiously waiting. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of the sedan swaying approached from afar. She's here. Your Majesty. The person has arrived. Let her in. After setting down Chu Shi, Eunuch Lu left with the rest of the servants, knowing his cue. Your Majesty, earlier this morning in the Imperial Garden, it was not my intention. Please spare my life. She knelt on the ground, pouting in feigned sorrow, which drew a soft sigh from Zhang Xianzong as he helped her up. The matter this morning has already passed. Mention it no more. It's just unfortunate that you're not her. But the two of you do look incredibly alike. Sitting silently at the table, he raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. I should have known. She couldn't possibly be her, alas. Chu Shi curled up in the corner, appearing extremely aggrieved. Get up. I won't kill you. I merely think you resemble an old acquaintance. Before entering the palace, Jiang Yixing had specially arranged for someone to disguise Lingyu, using Zhang Xianzong's once-beloved maid as a model. So your Majesty must have loved her very much, huh? I never thought someone as exalted as the Emperor would experience such heartbreak. The Emperor smiled faintly, finding Chu Shi rather interesting. Whether it was her quivering with fear or the words she spoke, everything seemed genuine, far surpassing the palace guards, maidservants, and ministers surrounding him now by 100-fold. Every day he had to worry if the guards around him would suddenly kill him. Though he seemed to hold the highest authority and the greatest power in the palace, the truth was exactly the opposite. Now speaking of these things has no meaning anymore. She might have already left this world. Lingyu observed every move Zhang Xianzong made, and when he sighed, she picked up the wine pitcher and poured 2 glasses of strong liquor. Your Majesty, a drunken sleep washes away thousands of sorrows. When drunk, one forgets everything. Though Chu Shi is not the person you long for in your heart, she is willing to do her best to alleviate your Majesty's longing. After finishing speaking, she downed a glass of wine. When had Zhang Xianzong ever seen such a straightforward, yet tender-hearted woman? She was like an egg held in someone's palm. Come on, drink. How well put. A drunken sleep washes away thousands of sorrows. Halfway through the drinking session, both their faces showed a flush of bright red. The flickering candlelight danced on Ling Yu's face as though entering a dreamlike state. Xiaolon, is that you? Is it really you? I miss you so much. He tightly embraced Ling Yu and told her about all his distressing affairs. It took Ling Yu quite some effort to get him to bed, then she knocked him out with a palm strike. The next morning, upon waking, Zhang Xianzong saw Ling Yu lying by his side and noticed their clothes were nowhere to be found. Thus, he figured out what happened the previous night. He tapped his head gently and looked at Ling Yu apologetically. It was impulsive of me, but don't worry, I will grant you a title. Tonight you shall move to Guangning Palace. Thank your Majesty. Eunuch Lu did not dare take the Emperor's decree lightly and quickly sent Chu Shi to Guangning Palace, where her identity became that of a consort, turning her into a legend in the palace that spread among the maids. In the evening, Xin Yu entered the palace secretly with a wooden hairpin. She could sense that the person was hidden somewhere inside. Tonight, she vowed to find out the truth. This way, you definitely won't escape today. Seeing Chu Shi sitting quietly by the window alone in the sleeping chamber, Xin Yu flashed behind her in an instant. You've come after all. Do you think coming to the palace would let you escape? Chapter 203, Meeting at the Hour of High. I've never thought about running away, but I am indeed curious about how you found me. Ling Yu sat calmly on the chair painting her eyebrows, occasionally staring at Xun Yu in the bronze mirror. She knew nothing about Xun Yu's identity except that she was mysterious and seemed extraordinary. How hard is it to find you? But you, after changing your appearance and face, actually thought you could sever all ties? You'd better explain clearly about Imohan's matter. Shin Yu's tone carried an unquestionable air of authority. Even Ling Yu, who had seen much adversity, felt a chill down her back. What is there to explain? He killed my entire family. Taking his life already makes me merciful. How can that be possible? He wouldn't kill without reason. Besides, if he really did kill your whole family, why would he cultivate you? Is it to leave himself with hidden problems? Don't you find that absurd? Ling Yu suddenly stood up, meeting Shin Yu's gaze with cold eyes. Absurd? I saw it with my own eyes. In that case, forget these things. He gave you recognition. You shouldn't repay kindness with enmity. But if you try to see from my perspective for once, imagine facing someone every day who killed your entire family yet treats you well. How would you feel? A tear fell from her eye corner, followed by her sobbing on the table. Shin Yu helplessly rubbed her forehead. Originally, she intended to clarify matters with Ling Yu, but now it felt as though she herself was being unreasonable. His Majesty has arrived. Hearing the eunuch's sharp voice outside the door, Shin Yu hurriedly said, I'll let you off this time. I'll come back when I'm free. Shin Yu left swiftly but took away a teacup on her way out. Ling Yu glanced at the eunuch in the corner who seemed not to have noticed anything unusual. She wiped her tears and greeted the emperor solemnly. In no time, Shin Yu returned home and placed the teacup on the table. Inside it lay a neatly folded letter paper. Meet me tomorrow night at the hour of high at the Three Immortals Pavilion in the Imperial Garden. When Shin Yu entered Ling Yu's quarters, she sensed others around, indicating that Ling Yu had been constantly under surveillance. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Yan was reporting the palace situation to Chu Tianren. Yesterday, His Majesty met a woman who resembles the previous maid. She's already become a consort, and His Majesty visited her chambers last night. Chu Tianren frowned, sensing something was wrong. I've never heard of this woman before. Go investigate. Find out if she suddenly appeared, and who arranged for her entry into the palace. Yes. After investigating for days, even with Chu Mohan's corpse buried, they couldn't find the murderer, leaving him feeling both sorrowful and relieved. Sorrowful because Chu Mohan was dead, meaning the Chu family not only lost its successor, but also someone to stabilize their rule over the empire. Relieved because he discovered a hidden power lurking within the capital. Any news about the female assassin? No. Chu Tianren sighed helplessly, previously believing he controlled all information in the capital. Now it seemed he had been making himself look foolish. Early the next morning, Bao Yu and Shi Yu arrived at school. As soon as they entered the classroom, many people started pointing at them and gossiping. Did you hear? Their two sisters were responsible for the death of the Prime Minister's nephew. They're true mischief makers. You don't understand anything. This is what they call the hero failing before beauty. Shin Yu is still quite handsome. As the saying goes, dying under the peony bloom means death itself brings charm. Ha ha. Bao Yu exploded with anger. With everything happening at the Shun family, lately compounded by the death of Chu Mohan, it had weighed heavily on them emotionally. All the accumulated feelings burst forth at this moment. Does our family's business warrant your commentary? As heirs of distinguished families, coming to the academy merely to criticize others' misfortunes resembles the chatter of old women in a village. What? You dare say we are old women? Are you crazy? Just because you claim relation to General Shun doesn't mean we fear you. A group of people menacingly surrounded Shi Yu and Bao Yu, looking as though they had planned this all along. They originally resented the duo joining the school abruptly, receiving praises from the teachers frequently. It angered them more to think these two relied solely on Chu Mohan's connections to infiltrate the academy. Afraid, are you? Even if we hadn't claimed relation to Grandpa, I cannot tolerate your talk about my sister and brother Mohan today. Bao Yu suddenly pushed toward the nearest man with great force, delivering a single elbow strike that bent the man over in apparent nausea. Subsequently, a punch to the forehead knocked the man unconscious. This one move scared away most of the onlookers preparing to retaliate against Bao Yu and Shi Yu. I'll show you. As the grandson of General Shun, his martial arts are truly impressive. Just one punch and Wei Hu is down. Who in that school can match him? The crowd continued to retreat, but Bao Yu had no intention of letting them go. He wouldn't forgive anyone who bullied him earlier. Moments later, cries of agony echoed throughout the academy. When the teacher entered the classroom and saw all the students sitting quietly at their desks, he felt surprised. When had these kids become so obedient? Upon closer inspection, however, he noticed that the faces of a few troublemakers from class were covered in bruises. He glanced around the room, and since no one spoke up, he decided not to pursue further inquiries. After all, every young master in this room held a prestigious identity, none of whom he could offend. In our daily lives, it's better for everyone to live in harmony. As classmates, we may interact within the capital city in the future. Do not hold grudges against each other. Now let's start today's lesson. Bao Yu snorted lightly and glanced at those who had teased him earlier. The fear in their eyes was genuine. They didn't even dare meet Bao Yu's gaze. Back at the residence of the Shin family, Shin Jing stared at the tiger talisman in his hand, feeling as if it were a hot potato. It couldn't be thrown away, but holding onto it might drag Shun Un and the others into trouble. Xiao Tian, do you think having this tiger talisman with Uncle is dangerous? Seeing his uncle's troubled expression, he quickly poured a cup of warm tea. Uncle, you're wrong. Not only is it not dangerous, but it's also our safeguard. Why do major forces in the capital city fear our Shin family? Is it because of the military accomplishments of our ancestors and you? No. It's the army under your command. Now even His Majesty seeks to please you. Without you keeping Prime Minister Chu in check, this capital city would have changed long ago. With the recent incident involving Chu Mohan, another significant force has emerged in the capital. You must hold on to your military power. Even if His Majesty attempts to reclaim the tiger talisman by law, you must find ways to preserve it. After hearing Shun Tian's analysis, Xinjing agreed wholeheartedly and gripped the tiger talisman tighter. Chapter 204. The Little Emperor Grows Up. Last night, the Emperor wanted to speak but felt awkward. Seeing Ling Yu's expression as if walking on thin ice, he did not know what to say. Your Majesty, I understand you. Being the shadow of a woman Your Majesty likes is already an honor for me. Your Majesty does not need to pity me. It is all voluntary. As for yesterday's matter, Your Majesty must not dwell on it. For sheer, receiving a proper title from Your Majesty is more than enough. Ling Yu wore a content smile that made Zhang Xinzong feel less guilty. In the declining dynasty, he originally didn't want to entangle with Chu Shi anymore, but last night something unexplainable happened. Thinking about it now, he still couldn't figure out what exactly occurred, yet the trace of brown blood on the bedsheet could not be denied. Get up quickly. I haven't treated you as anyone's shadow. You are Chu Shi. Tell me truthfully, are you sent by the Prime Minister? Zhang Xinzong turned sideways to face Ling Yu, his gaunt face reflecting melancholy and loneliness, devoid of any royal authority or majesty. No, Your Majesty worries too much. I am just a commoner, lowly as wild grass by the roadside. Her trembling voice carried a hint of resentment, which Zhang Xinzong couldn't ignore. However, their fates were not so different either. It has changed now. Your Emperor's consort Chu, my concubine. No one will look down on you again. Heartbroken, Zhang Xinzong embraced Ling Yu. In this moment, two unfortunate people seemed to resonate with each other. For the first time, Ling Yu, who had never known security, fell asleep soundly in his arms. Zhang Xinzong gained unprecedented courage to confront Chu Tianren, deciding to take advantage of the current chaotic situation to subdue the Shun family first, or reclaim military power. When there is evidence of Chu Tianren's rebellion, arrest him directly. When Ling Yu was sleeping peacefully, Zhang Xinzong summoned Jin Yi Guard Commander Du Fei and Personal Guard Chief Zhan Yi in the sleeping quarters. Your Majesty. Both bowed on the ground, waiting for the Emperor's command. You two can be considered my trusted confidants. Although the power is emasculated, aren't there trustworthy comrades left? Yes, we would gladly serve Your Majesty faithfully. At present, Chu scum controls the court politics. We've been dissatisfied for long. Our rights have been gradually divided. If we keep waiting, Your Majesty Daqing might fall into Chu scum's hands. Du Fei's words inspired the Emperor, who originally intended to punish Chu Tianren, becoming even more determined. I called both of you today specifically because of this matter. Now, among the ministers, most are either subject to or fear Chu Tianren. Among those trustworthy, I only have a couple. Tomorrow, I shall personally go to the Shun residence to claim the military power. After settling this issue, we will eliminate the Chu scum. Zhang Xinzong paused, filling the wine cup before them. The three cautiously raised their cups, sealing the pact to kill Chu Tianren. To prevent Chu Tianren from finding out, both soon left the palace. After leaving the palace, Zhan Fei, under the moonlight, entered Zhang's residence through the back door. What did the young emperor summon you for today? Jiang Yihong stroked his beard leisurely. Just as you anticipated, the young emperor plans to act decisively. Seems like this newly arrived assassin has remarkable skills. He stood up, patted Zhan Fei on the shoulder, smirking proudly. This girl, being in the pleasure quarter for so many years, isn't she capable enough to manipulate someone as young as him? Among the concubines in the palace, who could possibly match her? Let's sit back and watch them fight. This matter will resolve soon. Early next morning, the little emperor led the guards to General Shun's residence. The emperor has arrived. Xinjing sat inside, frowning deeply, uncertain what to do. Either hand over the military power or defy the young emperor outright. But staying in bed pretending to be sick wasn't a solution forever either. Could they delay it for a day or two, but forever? Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Old General, please stand. I heard about your miraculous recovery recently and reunion with your dear ones. I am truly delighted. Thank Your Majesty. With numerous state affairs, Your Majesty still finds time to care about my family matters. I cannot repay the favor adequately. With a thud, Xinjing knelt down directly. Old General, you mustn't do this. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Please get up quickly. The little emperor hurried to support him, his eyes filled with concern. Xinjing, however, dared not look him in the eye because this time he would not sacrifice his own family for the nation. The first time sending Shun in away to a remote village was unavoidable. Now, with the choice, with the military power in his hands, he naturally wouldn't give the lives of his family members to others. General Shun, with the current chaos both inside and outside, even the capital is no longer stable. You're so old now. Have you ever thought about taking Shun far away from the capital, returning to your hometown to retire? Zhang Xinzong spoke candidly without hiding his intentions, which did earn some respect from Xinjing. This young emperor had indeed grown up. Your Majesty, please forgive my frankness. Though I am old, I still have a resolve to serve Your Majesty. Today, this old general swears again. No matter what, I will always stand by Your Majesty's side. If Your Majesty needs me, just speak. His left hand was straight while his right clenched into a fist, kneeling on one knee, looking very loyal. This old minister knows that Your Majesty is concerned for me, wishing me a peaceful retirement. But in this situation, how can I not follow the late emperor's instructions? Please retract the command, Your Majesty. Allow me to continue serving here in the capital. Seeing Shun Jing's behavior, it made him, as the emperor, seem somewhat unreasonable. But today, he wouldn't leave without the tiger token. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Gonggong suddenly interrupted. Your Majesty, didn't Consort Chu make your favorite osmanthus cake today in the sleeping quarters? It should be ready by now. He coughed lightly, looking around. Surprisingly, many servants and guards had surrounded them, and quite a few were armed. Clearly, they were treated as unwanted guests. It seemed the tiger token wouldn't be retrieved today. Then let us return to the palace. General Shun, take care of your health. I will visit again later. Very well. We shall escort your majesty. Shen Jing's face bore a calm smile, his kind eyes concealing a hint of murderous intent. Lu Gonggong led the emperor back to the carriage and departed from the Shun residence without looking back. Truly outrageous. How dare they show such insolence? Do they still respect me as their emperor? One desires the throne, the other holds military power. It seems they have already conspired together, haven't they? Zhang Xinzong was so angry that his veins protruded, his eyes filled with piercing killing intent. Chapter 205, The Truth Comes to Light. Your Majesty, at this point, you should focus on preserving your life. Judging by their demeanor, they'll make a move soon. Eunuch Lu had been by the emperor's side for so many years. He did not want such a tragedy to unfold. Eunuch Lu, this is something I must do and cannot delay any longer. You've served me for so long, and I can't bear to drag you into this whirlpool. Leave the palace quickly. Your Majesty, how could this old servant ever abandon you? Though I am just a lowly slave, I'm a loyal one. I will never leave you. Eunuch Lu knelt in the carriage, tears streaming down his face. He had watched Zhang Xinzong grow up, and it was a lie to say there was no bond between them. Upon returning to the palace, help me summon Du Fei and Zhang Yi to the imperial study. Yes, Your Majesty. After returning to Prince Chu Shi's chambers, Zhang Xinzong collapsed into a chair, and she hurried over to inquire about his condition. What's wrong, Your Majesty? What happened? She touched his forehead. It was abnormally cold, and his hands were as icy as those found in a freezer. I want to set a trap to kill Chu Tianren. Lingyu hid her shock inside. Everyone in the palace, from top to bottom, was either an eye or a hand of Chu Tianren. Killing him would not be easy. Tomorrow morning, I will issue the order that my limit to manage state affairs is nearing its end. Then, I will summon them into the sleeping chamber, and when Chu Tianren isn't on guard, we will cut off his head. Then, with the Imperial Guard, we will seize back military control. Peace will return to the capital city. Lingyu nodded slightly, agreeing, but thought the young emperor was still inexperienced. This ruse would easily be uncovered by Chu Tianren. And could the emperor guarantee that the people he summoned wouldn't betray him? Is Your Majesty sure you don't want to think long-term? He shook his head. Delaying day after day, when would they finally take down this old rogue? It's settled then. Success or failure rests on this single move. If I fail, remember to take this far away. He took out a heavy bundle and placed it in front of Lingyu. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Jade Imperial Seal. Lingyu didn't expect the young emperor to trust her so deeply. How valuable an item. Is Your Majesty giving this to me? To me, you are more precious than this Jade Seal. If discovered by the bandits, give it up, but nothing matters more than your life. Her eyes brimmed with tears, nodding. This feeling of being favored, she'd never experienced before. Soon, it was time for her appointment with Shinyu. She casually gave an excuse to send all the servants away, and immediately afterward, Shinyu appeared behind her. Speak. What is it you call me here for? To tell you a secret of great importance. Lingyu's expression remained calm as Shinyu stepped closer. What kind of secret? The person who dispatched me to assassinate Chu Moan was Jiang Yihong. She is the mastermind you've been searching for all along. Shinyu furrowed his brows, his exquisite face filled with doubt. It was actually him. Looking harmless, physically disabled, and struggling to even leave the house, it was hard to associate him with being the mastermind. He has certainly hidden deep. No wonder he didn't seek any explanation after his daughter died. And Brother Mohan? How is he? Did he really die? A glimmer of hope shone through Ling Yu's self-blame-filled eyes. Before taking action, Chu Mohan had written a few words on the table using tea water. Go ahead with the plan. Yuer will save me. Don't worry. Not dead. Still alive, though he almost didn't make it. The performance between you two was quite convincing, nearly fooling all of us. Please forgive us. Back then, he still had people monitoring him. Had we not made it believable, it would have been hard to lure him in. No need to elaborate now. Does Jiang Yihong have other plans? Tell me. Time was tight. Not the moment for recrimination. If they were discovered, Lingyu would also be in danger. His plan is simple. To let me drive a wedge between the young emperor and the Shin family, inciting them to fight Chu Tianren. After both sides are exhausted, he'll step in and clean up the mess. What a clever game he plays. Does he have anything else planned? Yes, actually, he doesn't act alone. He also conspired with foreign tribes. It was him who killed Jiang Ran and Cui Hao. Now everything was clear. It turned out that the one colluding with the foreign tribes was Jiang Yihong, not Chu Tianren. So I know that much. Go back to the palace quickly. We can't let Jiang Yihong suspect anything. Hold on. Her left hand balled into a fist, stopping Shinyu. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Shinyu looked at Lingyu with doubt. Could there be another secret? Can you refrain from killing the young emperor? He too was coerced. Just another sacrifice in this turmoil. Shinyu chuckled softly. This look in Lingyu's eyes was all too familiar to her. Could she have genuinely fallen for the young emperor? Rest assured, I had no intention of killing him. But be careful yourself. If he finds out your identity, you know the consequences well. I know the consequences. Shinyu, seeing Lingyu's sincere feelings, stopped advising her further. Now she was about to undertake a great task. Upon returning to the mansion, she immediately entered the spiritual space. At that moment, Chu Mohan and Baiyu in dragon form were soaking in the spirit spring, using its water to clear toxins from their bodies. I've uncovered the truth. The mastermind behind everything is Jiang Yihong. I've considered every villain in the entire capital, but never suspected it could be him. Chu Mohan was also surprised. He hadn't thought this person would be Jiang Yihong either. Then should we join forces with Uncle and launch an attack on the Jiang family? Although Jiang Yihong has been exposed, the foreign tribes are still a big problem. Killing him would just lead to another Jiang Yihong emerging. That's true as well, but we can't let him continue to destabilize the court like this. Shen Yu handed Chu Mohan a bucket of instant noodles, her face lighting up with warmth. Don't worry, getting rid of him will be simple. I'll head to the Prime Minister's residence shortly and inform your uncle of these details. He'll naturally have ways to deal with Jiang Yihong. The most pressing issue now is that the young emperor plans to kill your uncle. This little emperor has grown up so quickly that he dare harbor such intentions. Does my uncle know yet? Ling Yu shook her head. I'm heading to the residence now. You two focus on recovering. In 3 days, you'll be out again. Chu Mohan nodded, glancing at the mountain of food and fried chicken burgers stacked before him. He actually felt like living forever inside the spiritual space. A short while later, Shen Yu arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, where the steward led her respectfully into the study. Seated on the Wang Wallywood chair, Chu Tianren sat there lost in melancholy, massaging his forehead. Since Chu Mohan's passing, he hadn't eaten or slept well, constantly feeling it was his fault. He always believed that with his dominance in the capital, he could protect his family, but somehow he had misjudged. Little Jade, why are you here so late at night? After Chu Mohan's incident, the Prime Minister had started treating Shen Yu as if she were his own granddaughter. Chapter 206, The Banquet of Hidden Danger. I've come to tell you about the recent events in the capital. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianren's lips instantly dropped by half, his face filled with guilt towards Shen Yu. After all, once Chu Mohan died, Shen Yu was left without support. To a certain extent, he felt he had wronged Shen Yu and harbored feelings of guilt. It's all right, you err, don't worry, I will ensure the safety of you and your family. You and Mohan were deeply in love, so you are also my family. So, Uncle will confide something to you as well. The situation in the capital is very complicated. Although you have some skills, you should not investigate this matter anymore. Losing Mohan has already made me heartbroken. If anything happens to you, I, as your uncle, would be ashamed to go on living. Chu Tianren's expression was serious, and the concern that showed in his eyes was very sincere, not at all like something that could be faked. Uncle, I have already found out who is behind all of this. He was shocked and took a few steps forward, his pupils dilating slightly. What? Have you found it? Who? It's Jiang Yihong. All of this was arranged by him, but I haven't yet found evidence of him colluding with foreign tribes. Bang! Chu Tianren fiercely struck the table, his teeth grinding audibly. This dog. He really hid his schemes quite well. Everyone thought of everyone else, but I never thought of him. After his legs were broken, he stayed at home all the time, and no one knew he was planning so many things secretly. It seems his plots have been brewing for a long time. Uncle, recently send some trustworthy people to keep an eye on him. Once we catch him colluding with foreign tribes, we can take him down immediately. Shen Yu's voice carried a hint of anger, harming Chu Maheo so much, he definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. Good. Uncle listens to you. Chu Tianren happily returned to his seat, though internally he was experiencing a storm of emotions. Little Yuer usually doesn't flaunt her abilities, but unexpectedly, she was so wise. She investigated alone more clearly than all the people under him. No wonder Mohan liked her so much. She really was different from other women. By the way, Uncle, if His Majesty calls for you recently, do not go under any circumstances, remember. Why did you find something else? Chu Tianren was curious. Didn't the young emperor dare to have sinister thoughts right under his nose? Or dare to take action against him? If this were true, he would somewhat respect the young emperor more. His Majesty is currently fully focused on maintaining the stability of the court, so he might take some extreme actions. Chu Tianren understood. The young emperor indeed wanted to take action against him. A bland smile hung on his lips, looking calm and collected. Understood. You may go back now. Seeing Chu Tianren's calm reaction and swift agreement, Lu Gong's Gunyong was overjoyed inside. That old servant will return to report to the palace then. After Lu Gonggong left, Shen Yu looked intently at Chu Tianren. We just agreed to stay away from the young emperor. Yet why did you directly agree to this request? This is obviously a banquet with hidden danger. There's no problem, don't worry about your uncle. This young emperor needs constant reminders. Otherwise, he won't understand the responsibilities of being the ruler of a country. Seeing Chu Tianren's confident demeanor, Shen Yu stopped trying to persuade him. Just raising alertness and preparing well is enough. Be careful, uncle. I'll go back to the mansion first. In a study within a secluded part of the capital city, winter had few warm sunny days. The rare sunlight was scattered across the desk. A man of remarkable appearance, resembling someone who walked out of a painting, knelt stiffly on the spot. Let you get close to Shen Yu and lure the secrets out of his hands. But look what happened. You got caught by her instead. Tell me, what did you say that night? The man kicked Hu Yunran right in the coccyx, causing him unbearable pain. His face turned bright red and cold sweat poured down. Master, I really don't remember anything. I was completely drunk. That brother Shen Yu called upon drinks too much. We simply couldn't hold our own. Seeing the cold and lethal intent flash in the man's eyes, Hu Yunran quickly retracted his words. However, sir, rest assured, I am always tight-lipped. Even if I get drunk, I won't spill anything. Moreover, I don't even know what you look like. What can I say? The man, knowing his identity was safe, felt a bit relieved inside. Yet the secret in Shen Yu's possession slipped away once again. If he had obtained this secret, would he still need this stand-in? A mere old man whose legs could barely move around. Hu Yunran, don't think I'll let you off so easily. I won't settle accounts with you for today, but before afternoon, disappear from the capital. Yes, sir, you can count on me disappearing without a trace. After he left, the man in black sat by the window pondering over his plan. Since the handsome decoy didn't work, then what should be used next? Money? Shen Yu doesn't lack money. He had to think this through carefully, though Ling Yu's performance brought him satisfaction. She was already solely favored by the young emperor so quickly and decided to go head-to-head with Chu Tianren. The whisperings of pillow talk are no ordinary things. They are truly fatal. Chu Tianren, we'll see how you deal with this one. Even if your luck runs deep and your skills are high, will you be able to dodge this time? He glanced coldly at the mask beside the window waiting to dry. One of them bore a shape nearly identical to Hu Yunran. Once someone wore it, it was hard to tell any difference at a glance. Chu Tianren, Chu Tianren, since you refuse to cooperate with us, then we'll ruin you. Completely destroy you. He pulled out a mask from the window corner and put it tightly on his face, his smile filled with cunning. Early the next morning, Chu Tianren arrived alone in a carriage at the palace, smoothly reaching the imperial study room. But this time, everything felt different. He now regarded the young emperor as a true opponent. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has arrived. All eyes turned toward the door as they watched Chu Tianren stride in confidently. Chapter 207, Two-Level Reversal. Everyone thought Chu Tianren wouldn't come, and they had even prepared to go back. Unexpectedly, he appeared at the door of the imperial study in a leisurely manner. Although all the people inside were a group, Tu Fei, the commander of the brocade uniform guard, still felt unprecedented pressure. On the side, Zhang Yi also felt chest oppression, disturbed by the aura emitted by Chu Tianren. Dear friends have arrived earlier. It is I, the Prime Minister, who is late and has delayed everyone's time. Please understand. My dear official, you don't need to explain. You have devoted yourself for our Qin kingdom, which I have seen with my own eyes. There is no need for self-blame. The young emperor's face carried a friendly smile, slightly more diligent than usual. Your Majesty exaggerates. This old minister is merely a sinner, not worthy of such praise. His originally calm heart was now rippling with emotions. Could it be that this old guy knows about the Hongmen feast I've planned for him this time? Impossible. This news couldn't have leaked. He specifically sent someone to watch over Zhang Yi and Du Fei, and the two hadn't left their mansions recently. This news is known only by a few. Could it be Chu Shi? He doesn't want to accept this result. She didn't personally say that she wasn't a spy from the Prime Minister? Your Majesty, didn't we come here today to discuss the military affairs on the border? Why haven't you spoken up? Do you not know how to express or do not know how to handle it? Chu Tianren took the lead against the host, causing the young emperor's eyebrows to raise. I am the sovereign of this country, the emperor of Qin Kingdom. How could I not know what to do? It's just that the national treasury is empty, and there are insufficient food reserves. The army on the border won't last much longer. That's why I called you all here to think of ways. Why should your Majesty be so troubled? Du Commander and Zhang Chief are both present. Sending them to seal the warehouses of rich merchants, either forcibly or borrowed, will naturally solve the urgent situation. Didn't we talk about this last time? Surely the reason your Majesty summoned this old minister isn't just to discuss this matter. His grayish-brown eyes sparkled with sharp insight as they intensely stared at the emperor. Even though several ministers were protecting him closely outside the hall with dozens of guards waiting for his orders, he still felt cold sweat running down his back. It seemed as if the man in front had already seen through all of his thoughts. Yes, you guessed right. Today, besides this issue, I have something even more important to do. The young emperor had his hands crossed behind his back, standing upright, while directly facing Chu Tianren. Today, I shall clean up the political corruption. There are only two paths ahead of you. The first one is to die right here in the imperial study, but out of old affection, I will tell the people that you died from worrying too much about national affairs. The second one is to retire, taking your entire family away from the capital. In the future, I do not want to see you or hear any rumors concerning you again. Upon hearing the words of the young emperor, Zhang Yi nearly went dumbstruck. It was different from what had been discussed beforehand. They weren't ready to move yet. Was he planning to let Chu Tianren run away? Your Majesty, absolutely impossible. We're at an advantage now. Killing this old rogue would be effortless. Letting him go would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Sooner or later, after he reorganizes, he'll return to attack us. That's right. Your Majesty, now is not the time for softness. You should know the principle of keeping tigers as troubles. Du Fei was very worried that Chu Tianren might leave alive. If that happened, every person in the room might end up dead inexplicably. This young emperor was really unreliable. It was agreed that Chu Tianren would be killed. Why does he not cherish such a good opportunity? Isn't he playing with fire? Would Chu Tianren ever let them go? Your Majesty is truly thinking about a great plan. However, I don't intend to leave today. If you want to make a move, please proceed. He still maintained a composed smile, as if he had been well prepared before coming. In reality, Chu Tianren was quite panicked, and could only delay the time to find another way to leave. If he had agreed to the young emperor's request just now, he certainly wouldn't be able to leave the imperial study alive. If Tu Fei and Zhang Yi decided to fight together despite being persuaded otherwise, he would have no power to resist. But now, all of them had been intimidated by Chu Tianren's presence, so no one dared to act rashly. Now, Tu Fei and Zhang Yi were in a difficult situation, unsure of what to do. Both looked towards the young emperor instinctively. Today's situation had become uncontrollable. Either the young emperor must die, or Chu Tianren must die. Since Chu Tianren cannot be killed, their goal must now shift to the young emperor. When the young emperor was distracted, Zhang Yi suddenly flashed to his side. Seeing Zhang Yi holding a shiny dagger to the emperor's neck, Lao Gongong beside him hurriedly shouted, "Director Zhang Yi, what are you doing?" "He is your majesty. Are you plotting rebellion?" Du Fei gave a cold snort, and a projectile flew out from his sleeve, piercing Lu Gongong's chest. With a stifled groan, Lu Gongong fell straight to the ground and did not utter another word. "You dare to rebel? What do you two intend to do?" What we're going to do? We were summoned here to discuss how to trap Prime Minister Chu, but now you want to let him go? If he leaves today, we'll all be dead tomorrow." Zhang Yi screamed at the top of his lungs, the blade in his hand leaving a bloody mark on the young emperor's neck. Failure to act decisively leads to chaos. Since you cannot make up your mind, we'll decide for you. After finishing his sentence, Du Fei suddenly turned around and aimed his blade at Chu Tianren. In an instant, the blade was right before Chu Tianren's face. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt shot out from behind, knocking the blade away and pinning it to a nearby pillar. Everyone turned with astonishment toward the direction the arrow had come from. Shen Yu stood there, wearing a dark green robe, her jet black hair flowing like a waterfall in the wind. On her black headband was an orange amber stone, giving her the air of an experienced warrior. Her presence made everyone present, including Chu Tianren, hold their breath. He knew Shen Yu had some skills, but he never expected her to be this formidable. The guards in the palace, among the most skilled in Qing dynasty, had failed to detect her. Cold sweat dripped down Du Fei's forehead onto the ground, his heart racing like a herd of galloping horses. Where did this girl come from? With so many people outside, none of them noticed her, and that one shot managed to deflect the knife I threw. Upon deeper thought, it was truly terrifying. This level of proficiency with a crossbow surpassed anyone in the brocade uniform guard. "Xiao Yu, why are you here?" Seeing the familiarity between the woman and Chu Tianren, Du Fei and Zhang Yi felt their hearts sink further. They hadn't anticipated that Chu Tianren would have such a trump card. He had quietly brought along such a powerful expert who seemed even more capable than the young man from the He family. "Don't bother looking anymore. Today is your last day, and no one can save you." As soon as those words left, a corner of the room revealed a white-haired boy in black, bringing a flicker of hope to Zhang Xianzong's eyes. Chapter 208. We are your strongest support. Black and white. You've actually come. The emperor's tone was filled with joy, while Du Feizhan stood there as if he were facing a great enemy, his lips turning deathly pale. How could this guy have come too? I heard that the chancellor sent him earlier to protect Chu Mo Han, but later, didn't the chancellor exile his entire family? He shouldn't be on the chancellor's side, right? Your Majesty, take care of yourself. Nowadays, I can no longer protect you. I only follow Miss Shen Yu. Black and White's eyes were cold, and his tone sent chills down Zhang Xianzong's spine. Today wasn't it supposed to be their ambush against Chu Tianren? How did the situation suddenly change like this? Black and White, your whole household has been exiled by Chu Tianren's scheme, and you still want to be loyal to him? Are you crazy? If you kill these two today, the emperor will surely let your entire household return safely. Chu Tianren laughed loudly. Looking at Du Fei, whose will to survive seemed so strong, and he sat down on a nearby chair. Do you think I sent him to rescue Mo Han and then exile his whole family? Now they're living well in the capital. The two of you sure know how to joke around, huh? Are you sweating now? Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Your Majesty, in the next life, I will remain loyal to you. Du Fei, holding a crossblade, lunged fiercely towards Chu Tianren, but Black and White split him in two with a single stroke of his sword. As for you, you aren't qualified yet. Black and White's piercing gaze stared intently at Zhang Yi, pointing his long sword before his face, splitting a large bead of sweat that had dropped onto the sword tip into two pieces. Hold on. Shen Yu stepped forward slowly, contemplating as she looked at Zhang Yi. Your identity is special, isn't it? To dare kidnap even the emperor. Don't you hold a determination that either the chancellor or the emperor must die? Zhang Yi chuckled faintly. Humph, I'm just trying to save myself. If the little emperor weren't so arrogant, Chu Tianren would have been dead long ago. Since you want to kill me now, I'll make sure to take someone with me. Kill the little emperor, and my name can also go down in history, haha. You actually dream of being remembered in history, just another underling of Jiang Yihang. What qualification do you have to say this sentence? At Chu Tianren's words, Zhang Yi's eyebrows furrowed immediately, his heart racing, the knife in his hand trembling nonstop. This matter he never told anyone about, and Jiang Yihang's identity was hidden very well. How could this happen? How does Chu Tianren know? Seeing the evident changes in Zhang Yi's expression, Chu Tianren knew he guessed right. It seems this small emperor's plan to ambush him also couldn't escape involvement from Jiang Yihang. What's wrong? Feeling guilty, huh? The mission Jiang Yihang assigned to you was actually to kill this humble minister, right? Since the emperor is young, he doesn't have many capable guards, and even among the carefully selected people intended to ambush this humble minister, there is still a spy. Chu Tianren, cease your nonsense. Everyone knows you're the greatest calamity of the Qing dynasty. For the sake of national righteousness, I should have killed you. I regret hesitating for a moment and missing the best opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt neatly pierced through Zhang Yi's head, splashing fresh red blood all over. Little Emperor's legs went limp, standing there and feeling that he definitely would lose his life today. Chu Tianren has wanted to kill him for who knows how long now. This is truly the best chance. Moreover, the Chancellor already knew he intended to kill him. How could he let him live? Take action. Even if I die, I won't have any regrets. Little Emperor closed his eyes and prepared for the worst. Only pitiful Chu Shi, from now on he couldn't protect her anymore. A moment later, hearing absolutely no sound in the room, Zhang Xianzong gradually opened his eyes. Black and White and the Chancellor had already left, leaving him alone in the room, lost in deep thought. Why wouldn't they kill me? Chu Tianren has waited for this day for how long now? What does this mean now? What exactly is going on with Jiang Yihang? Send someone. With a single order, all the guards outside the hall rushed inside. Seeing the tragic scene in the room, everyone became tense. Clear all of this up. Give Lu Gonggong a proper burial. Yes, Your Majesty. After composing himself a bit, the little emperor then dispatched people to investigate matters regarding Jiang Yihang. This investigation shocked him entirely. It turned out that Jiang Yihang wasn't simple at all. Not only was he colluding with foreign tribes, but he had already planned to usurp power and overthrow the throne. His intentions were even clearer than Chu Tianren's. He didn't expect such a huge danger lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, the target wasn't Chu Tianren, meaning the imperial guards and secret police within the palace still obeyed his orders. However, a direct attack might alarm them prematurely, and if it really stirs up strife in the capital city, it would harm the commoners. It'd be best if he could outwit them. At this point, the little emperor thought of Shun Yu in Black and White. With the means of these two, sneaking to kill Jiang Yihang and obtaining evidence of his collusion with the foreigners shouldn't be difficult. But Shun Yu is after all Chu Tianren's helper. How could she be willing to help myself? At that moment, the royal relatives, knowing the little emperor had been attacked, all rushed to the palace. Prince of Ruyang came first. Your Majesty, are you alright? The little emperor waved his hand, but there was still a bit of worry on his face. Your Majesty, what difficulties have you encountered? Prince of Ruyang walked beside Zhang Xinzong, looking worriedly at him. Because of the fear of losing power to their kin in ordinary times, the power of these royal relatives was not significant, but at critical moments, they were still willing to lend a helping hand to the emperor. Uncle, I really feel ashamed to face my ancestors. Now Qing faces internal strife and external troubles, and I have more will than power. The little emperor teared up, looking very pitiful, like a newborn chick. Your Majesty is the ruler of a dynasty. Never fall into despondency. Just as long as Your Majesty orders, all the kins will absolutely serve as your strongest support. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Uncle, it's always you we can count on in the most critical moments. There's suddenly a new force emerging now. Jiang Yihang has revealed his true colors after hiding for so long. Uncle, keep an eye on him closely these few days and don't let him leave the capital. Your Majesty, please relax. Absolutely no disgrace to the mission. After the relatives left, the little emperor sent many things to General Shun's house. Seeing the gifts sent by the little emperor, Shun Tian was full of doubts. Why did they bestow so much favor upon them before, and now the little emperor is still sending such bounty? What does he intend to do? Pretend goodwill, and then seize the military talisman? At that time, Shun Yu and others were also in the general's residence. Seeing the gifts, she immediately understood the little emperor's thoughts. General Shun, your family is extraordinary. Truly talents galore. Young miss, you saved the emperor's life in the study room. All of these are the emperor's earnest feelings. Thank you for your great grace, my lord. After sending off the people from the palace, Xin Jing hurriedly went to Shen Yu. What's going on? You saved the emperor's life? Was there someone trying to assassinate him? Yes. The emperor was attacked inside the palace. I brought Black and White in time, which was quite coincidental. He quickly came over and walked around Shen Yu once. Didn't you get hurt? You must be careful. The situation now is chaotic. Stay with Grandpa from now on. Chapter 209. Cake. It's fine, Grandpa. I'll protect myself. Let's have father and mother move over tomorrow so we can all be together as a family, ensuring they're also safe. Good. Then I'll send people to fetch them immediately. Shen Jingxi was elated, and Shen Tian, seeing his uncle's joy, immediately sent someone to bring Shun Un and the others to the estate. Now that the whole family was gathered together, it truly felt like a home. Shen Yu prepared a surprise for the family reunion, something she had long wanted but couldn't realize, opening a cake shop. This time, she decided to let them taste the flavor of cake. In the space, Shu Emohan floated happily in the spirit spring while watching Shen Yu. What are you laughing at? In a few more days, you can come out. Tonight, I'll tell Aunt Tianjiao and Uncle Tianny that you're still alive. Her eyes have been swollen for these past few days, and every night, she probably hid in her room and cried quietly. Alas, my parents really suffered. Fortunately, we've uncovered Jiang Yihang's identity, or else we would have lost both the wife and the battle. You should count yourself lucky to still be alive. How could you not discuss such an important matter with me? You almost lost your life. Shen Yu gave Chu Emohan a hard glare before taking the bread out of the oven. With expertise, she grabbed a spatula and spread the cream on the cake base. She then used the piping bag to evenly squeeze out the cream, creating a delicate flowered border decoration. She placed slices of fruit on the middle layer, making it look both exquisite and appetizing. What is this that you made? It looks so beautiful. Is it a flower pot? No, this is called a cake, and it's very delicious. After saying this, Shen Yu took out 2 small cakes and handed them to Chu Emohan and Bai Yu. As soon as they took a bite, Chu Emohan's lips curled upward and his eyebrows lifted happily, as if he had just tasted the best delicacy in the world. So good. The texture is smooth and dense, with a strong aroma of milk. This steamed cake even contains fruits, resulting in a rich variety of flavors, a rare delicacy. Bai Yu finished his portion and satisfiedly licked his lips, not letting even the cream around his mouth go to waste. Delicious. Sister Shen Yu. Just after Bai Yu spoke, his stomach grumbled in an embarrassing manner. You two gluttons. Here. Shen Yu took out plenty of snacks from her space and shared them with Chu Emohan and Bai Yu. The pair had stayed in the space for some time now, eating nothing but self-heating hot pot. Their bodies even smelled of it. Now, seeing so much tasty food, they couldn't help but open each one and take a bite. So good. You actually have so much delicious food here. Eat. There's enough. There were several warehouses full of supplies Shunyu had collected during the previous apocalypse. At the Jiang residence, an elder sat in a chair, enraged, smashing all the bottles and jars inside the room. What happened? Why did Johnny die? How are the young emperor and Chu Tianren still alive? What exactly happened? The black-clad person sighed helplessly. Their spy and the royal guard saw nothing. All they knew was that Johnny died of a sword wound, and Chu Tianren and Xinyu had left the hall first. A little while later, they were called over to clean up the body. Did my identity get exposed? Zhang Yihong was somewhat anxious. He had maintained his disguise so well for so many years. Was it finally about to unravel? Master, don't panic. If you'd revealed your true self, would you still be sitting safely in the yard right now? Even the servants outside say no one is keeping an eye on us. So, there shouldn't be a problem. What does shouldn't mean? I need definitive answers. They might be waiting patiently, planning to take all of us down at once. Zhang Yihong suddenly slapped the stool, his brows rising instantly. Then we should prepare. Tomorrow, we attack the imperial city. This matter cannot drag on any longer. Delay brings only trouble. The black-clad person shook their head, quite dissatisfied with Zhang Yihong. Why was he losing his cool so easily? Everything wasn't clear yet, and rushing into an attack would surely fall right into someone else's trap. Master, calm down. Let's wait until after these next few days. Saying this, the black-clad figure exited through the back door. Zhang Yihong, sitting in the chair, felt uneasy all over, constantly sensing someone was watching him. I'm not afraid of you. After all, there aren't many in the capital capable of stopping me. Right, the young emperor sent someone to Shin Manor. Keep an eye on them. Something feels fishy. All right, before dinner, Xinyu went to the prime minister's residence and met Chu Tianjiao and Chu Tianyi. Seeing Xinyu, the couple felt an immediate sense of affection. You've come, take a seat. Would you like to eat something? Auntie will have the kitchen prepare something special for you. The two had lost significant weight recently due to worry over Chu Mo Han, dark circles clearly under their eyes. Every night, they couldn't sleep, haunted by thoughts of Chu Mo Han. In fact, Mo Han isn't dead. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianjiao, who had been reaching for fruit, froze for a long while without reacting. Your uncle and I are fine. We've come to terms with it already, so you don't need to comfort us anymore. From now on, you will be our own daughter-in-law. Aunt Jiao, I'm telling the truth. Mo Han is really okay. What? That's impossible. I saw Mo Han's pitch-black face with my own eyes. I also checked his pulse and breath. There was nothing left. Xinyu took out a pill from her bosom. This is the breath-holding pill. After taking it, one appears almost dead, with breath so faint it's barely noticeable. As for the blackness on his face, it was actually just something smeared on from an iron pot. But he really was injured, and it'll take a couple of days for him to fully recover. Then, he'll be able to see both of you. Really? Chu Tianjiao gripped Xinyu's wrist tightly, eyes shining with excitement. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Chu Tianyi exchanged a glance with Chu Tianjiao, and soon tears couldn't help but roll down his cheeks. This Mo Han. He's certainly made us worry too much. Why didn't he say something about this beforehand? Wait until he comes back. I'll teach him a lesson. I told you Mo Han wasn't that easy to die, right? This child has always been kind-hearted since young, and he will surely avoid calamities and live a long life. Seeing the two untie their mental knots, Xinyu left contentedly. At this moment, everyone in the Shun residence was sitting in the main hall waiting for Xinyu. Although the dishes on the table had already cooled down somewhat, Xin Jing was still unwilling to pick up his chopsticks. Father, eat first. Sister, you should be back very soon. Everyone's starving. Not yet, not yet. I won't eat without my precious granddaughter. Let's wait a bit longer. Xin Jing acted like a child who hadn't grown up yet when he pouted. I'm here. A familiar voice rang from the door as all eyes turned toward Xinyu at once. Sister, what's that in your hand? You're carrying something wrapped in cloth. Looks mysterious. That's right, sister. It must be something delicious, right? Wow, it smells great. You two can sniff out anything tasty. Anyway, to celebrate our family reunion, I've specially prepared a cake. Everyone try some. Chapter 210, The Little Emperor Visits Again. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they gazed at the cake. Was this another new creation by Yuer? Pure white cream gave off a fragrant aroma, and various fruits were laid on top of the cake, looking surprisingly delightful. It looks so exquisite, like a carefully carved decoration. Bao Yu and Shi Yu excitedly rubbed their little hands together as they gathered in front, eager to taste the flavor of the cake. Look at you two little gluttons. When will you grow up? Though her tone carried a hint of disdain, she still handed over the first 2 slices of cake to her 2 younger brothers. Here, eat slowly. Don't choke. Hee. Don't worry, sis. We're pretty sharp. Pieces of cake were handed to the family members one by one, and everyone enjoyed the rare delicacy. This texture and taste was something they had never experienced before. So delicious, sister. A cake this tasty could surely create a sensation all over the city if we opened a shop. Bao Yu's small eyes sparkled with bright light, as if seeing mountains of gold and silver. You have quite the business sense. This cake is indeed novel. Opening a shop would probably cause it to be popular for a while. But this isn't the right time lately, and you two don't need to worry about these things. Focus on studying at the school. All right, elder sister. The family quietly ate the cake, their harmonious happiness making Xun Yu extremely pleased. After the meal, Xin Jing pulled Xin Yu to the pavilion. Yuer, is there anything you haven't told grandfather? Xin Jing looked kindly at her, and Xin Yu also decided not to keep secrets from her grandfather anymore. Jiang Yihong is planning a rebellion and might act soon. The little emperor will very likely send someone over to discuss military power again. Good Jiang Yihong hiding so deeply. However, grandfather can't hand over this military power. It's grandfather's reliance. We needed to protect our Shin family. Shin Yu nodded in agreement with her grandfather's thoughts. After all this karma was self-inflicted by the little emperor. At the beginning, he let grandfather feel danger, but now, at such a crucial moment, grandfather wouldn't fail to help him. Well then, go rest now. Don't wander around everywhere these days. Understood, grandfather. Meanwhile, inside the Jiang residence, several black-robed individuals stood guard around Jiang Yihong, awaiting orders. Our identities have already been discovered by the little emperor. Send out messengers to gather your respective subordinates immediately. In 3 days, we must take action. We'll strike swiftly while no one is prepared. Yes, rest assured, Mr. Jiang. We are always ready. Mr. Jiang, Chu Tianren remains quiet. Is he waiting for us to make the first move, then attempting to eliminate us completely? Jiang Yihong shook his head. He wasn't sure either. The current situation was chaotic, and he could only strike first. Having endured for so many years, he must vent his grievances for both the Jiang family and himself. Even dying in the palace would be worth it. Thinking about all these years, how much the Jiang family sacrificed for Qing Kingdom, only to see its decline grow increasingly severe. When he lost his legs back then, it was to save the common people, but what did he receive in return? Just some superficial words of concern and an official post without real power. Did anyone truly care about him? For everything he gave for Qing Kingdom, this is how he has been rewarded. How could he bear it? Such a Qing Kingdom. As long as I live, I'll ensure you cannot have peace. Jiang Yihong gazed into the distant azure sky, his lips curled with a chilling smile. Inside the palace, Ling Yu saw the little emperor return to his quarters, finally setting her heart at ease. Your Majesty, I heard assassins were found in the imperial study. Are you injured? No problem. No injuries, but I have become clearer about certain matters. He leaned back on the chair, expressionless as he looked at the big tree outside. Ling Yu quickly moved closer and massaged his temples gently. Your Majesty, though you have many worries, you must take care of your body. You are the sovereign, and the people of Qing rely on your Majesty. Listening to this statement, he now found it somewhat ironic, but only in self-deprecation. To rely on me? What can I bring them other than chaos and suffering? If I can't even control my own ministers, how can I ensure the well-being of the nation's commoners? Seeing Zhang Xinzong thus upset, Ling Yu didn't say more, but simply stayed silently by his side. Cheer, perhaps I should send you out of the palace. Now I can't even protect you, and when the day comes that the country falls apart, you may find a peaceful place elsewhere. There's no need, Your Majesty. Shi'er just wants to stay by Your Majesty forever. You are the sovereign. Whatever difficulties you encounter, you will surely overcome them. The little emperor sighed quietly. What could he do? All this was unknown. It seemed the chaos in the capital had just begun. The next morning, the little emperor brought Hu Eunuch to General Shun's residence. Your Majesty, myriad years, 10,000 years. Please rise, Senior General Shun. Yesterday, Miss Shin Yu saved my life, and I haven't yet repaid her kindness. That's why I've come specially to your residence today. It's very embarrassing, Your Majesty. This young lady is always spontaneous and left early this morning. She hasn't returned yet. Shun Jing's meaning was clear. He wasn't very welcoming to the little emperor. In that case, let's have some tea in the pavilion, Senior General Shun. Shun Jing realized it was a bad sign. The emperor must be after his tiger talisman again. Senior General Shun, your family has been loyal for generations, having contributed greatly to Qing dynasty. All of this, I have seen clearly. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty, but now I'm old and can barely walk. All I want is to enjoy time with my family, making up for these past decades of absence. The emperor tightly gripped the teacup in his hand. Senior General Shun, I know what worries you. If you give me the tiger talisman, I absolutely won't do anything ungrateful. Having lived so long, how could Shin Jing not understand the ancient principle? A born emperor means death for meritorious officials. The little emperor's promise was nothing more than empty words. He shook his head and looked at the little emperor with a firm gaze. Your Majesty, if King Fa had entrusted the tiger talisman to me, surely there was a reason and consideration. Although I cannot pass the tiger talisman on to Your Majesty, I am willing to put on armor and join the battlefield whenever Your Majesty needs my help, ensuring there will be no issues behind you. To receive such a statement counted as not coming here in vain, and the little emperor also revealed a joyful smile. After resolving the major concern, the little emperor no longer felt like staying, and moments later returned to the palace. In the evening, Jiang Yihong had already gathered everyone, numbering about 10,000 men. Facing the current weak defenses of the capital, this force would be enough to break through the gates and seize royal power. Master, the emperor went to Shun's residence this morning. Could he be asking for the tiger talisman again? The guards of the capital, combined with the soldiers under Shin Jing, present a significant challenge for us. There's nothing to fear. Go and investigate further. Worst comes to worst, we'll storm the palace tomorrow night. Chapter 211. Is it a bit wasteful? Inside a courtyard, a man in a black sable coat handed a silver bracelet to a young woman on the comm. Here, I specially went to Yunjing's studio this afternoon to buy it for you. It cost a lot of money. Look at the silver quality and the patterns. They are all top-notch. After speaking, the man put the bracelet on her wrist, and, looking at her skin white as jade, he couldn't help but smile smugly. Lord Sheng, your attitude has changed so quickly. A few days ago, You were saying that the wine shop was about to close down, and you wouldn't come find me anymore. So what's the deal now? Why are you being so generous? Did you win a big sum of money in the casino? The woman was overjoyed upon receiving the silver bracelet and cheerfully poured the man a cup of hot tea. Casino? Out of 10 gambles, 9 will end in loss. Even if I only had 1 or 2 taels of silver left, I would never go to the casino. It's just like throwing silver into the water. Hearing the man say this, the woman became even more curious. Where did the money come from? Lord Shum, stop teasing us. If it wasn't from winning at gambling, where did you get this money? The man shrugged and his face lit up with a happy smile. I'm also a bit confused about how I earned this money. Maybe it's because I did too many good deeds in my previous life. I was already planning to close the business, when suddenly, a group of people came and rented out my wine shop, and they paid me quite well. It seems like they're going to stay for quite some time. After speaking, the man took out a bag of silver coins, which seemed to weigh at least 80 taels. Oh, who are these extravagant gentlemen? Seeing the gleam in the woman's eyes, the man coughed lightly. That's enough, don't ask anymore. The master leading them is still young, probably only 8 or 9 years old. Don't harm him. The woman playfully scolded him, gently hitting his chest with her delicate fists. Boss Shung, what are you talking about? I'm just curious, and I certainly have no improper thoughts. Inside the wine shop, a resilient-looking teenage boy sat in the room, carefully observing the surroundings. Master, we've been here for several days, spending silver each day. Isn't it a bit wasteful? Li Xian shook his head with a smile. Ever since everyone arrived in Yuqing, they had learned to save money. Even Uncle Wu, who used to be the most carefree, now knew how to save. It's fine. Although we're spending money, our mission is important, and this money is nothing compared to the profits Lady Yu brings in daily. This silver means nothing to her. But we shouldn't spend it like this anyway. Staying this long, how much brickwork could we save for Yuqing's walls? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Xian's mouth. With Lady Yu present, everyone's hearts truly came together, and their determination to build Yuqing was unshakable. Yuqing had sheltered numerous refugees. As life improved somewhat, there were inevitably people causing trouble. Some shrewd women always told their husbands to work less, eat more, and bring back more sweet potatoes and potatoes to hoard, thinking this lifestyle would ensure they'd still have supplies for the next famine. However, storing such items without moderation could lead to problems later on. Living in Yuqing for so long, the men had been deeply moved by everyone's simplicity and selflessness. Upon hearing their wives' words, anger flared, and one man directly threw the bowl in his hand. Do you have any conscience left? Have you forgotten who helped us during the hardest times? The people of Yuqing have treated us refugees so kindly, considering everything for us, working hard to contribute to Yuqing's construction. And you tell me to think about myself and hide things. Do you have any conscience left? The husband pointed at his wife's head, berating her loudly. The wife hurried forward, trying to cover his mouth. Husband, please don't shout so loud. If others hear, they'll definitely kick us out. How dare you say that? Do you still have shame? How selfish you are. Even if we're kicked out, I'd accept it. If everyone thought like you, wouldn't Yuqing have fallen apart long ago? The woman tightened her lips, not daring to say anything further, fearing that her angry husband might reveal their secrets. Fine, I won't say those things anymore. Calm down, all right. The man, seeing this, crawled onto the bed and fell asleep right away, bringing this incident to an end. The next morning, Shen Yu, brimming with energy, strolled in the courtyard. Just as she expected, Zhang Yihong seemed to have been pushed to the brink. Zhang Yihong, I never thought you'd come to this today, having endured so much finally snapping. Let's see how much trouble you can cause with just your measly 10,000 troops. Upon hearing Shen Yu's confident speech, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled inside. Even if we count the palace guards and the people brought by Li Xian, we still only have 10,000 men, and quite a few of them are just commoners who know nothing but farming. Letting them go to war is like forcing ducks to climb a shelf. What's wrong, Qin Feng? Why do you look so worried? Do you think we don't stand much of a chance? Exactly. Most of Zhang Yihong's men are veterans or assassins, along with many non-Han experts. We truly don't stand much of a chance. Shen Yu grinned and pointed north. Did you forget there's still the Chancellor's mansion to the north? Don't look at me like that. Chancellor Chu has worked his heart out for Qing dynasty. How could he sit idly while watching disaster strike? As soon as Shen Yu finished her sentence, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door. Someone who understands me, Xiao Yu. As your uncle, naturally I'm concerned for you. Since you're stepping in to help, naturally I will support you. Qin Feng stepped aside, feigning calmness as he watched the two. When did they start getting along so well? It must be a joke. Let's go, Xiao Yu. Come with me to meet the old general. After all these years, it's finally time to break the ice between us. Good. In the main hall, Shen Jing had just lit 3 sticks of incense and placed them into the incense burner when he turned around and saw Chu Tianren standing before him. He couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. Chancellor Chu, how did you get here? General Shan, I have admired your skills for many years, but alas, the disputes within the court have always held me back. Shen Jing waved his hands quickly. He didn't want to have anything more to do with Chu Tianren. If the young emperor ever found out, wouldn't he eat him alive? Chancellor Chu, please don't worry unnecessarily. I'll resign my post next spring, and then I'll have nothing more to do with the court. You also don't need to worry about any potential threat from our Shen family. But in the future, please stay away from my granddaughter. If you dare to scheme for her, even at the cost of my life, I won't let you off easily. Chu Tianren smiled faintly. General Chu, you're overreacting. My feelings for Jade are genuine, and I would never do anything harmful to her. Please rest assured, old general. Chapter 212, to Chu Tianren. You have no evidence, so how could I believe you? It's not easy for our Shun family to reunite. I only hope the Prime Minister can leave us alone and let us live in peace. Chu Tianren had fought with Xin Jing all his life. This was the first time he saw him bow his head. Old General Shun, as far as I know, this is the first time you've bowed your head before me. You're really willing to give up everything for your family, aren't you? Not just giving up everything, but I would even sacrifice my own life if it meant ensuring you and their family are safe. Xin Jing's words were filled with a strong sense of gunpowder, as if at any moment he might attack Chu Tianren. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Xin Yu quickly stepped forward. Grandfather, this time you're really mistaken. Prime Minister Chu has come here with no ill intentions. He's here to discuss with us how to deal with Jiang Yihang. Hearing this, Xin Jing quickly pulled Xin Yu aside. Frowning with worry, he looked at Xin Yu. Have you thought it through? Taking on Jiang Yihang. There are so many people under his command, hidden away in the shadows. They're difficult to guard against when they attack. Grandfather, you can take care of myself. Moreover, along our escape route, Imohan and I have built our own forces. They are now all hiding inside the capital, ready to move at any time. Xin Jing was greatly surprised and scrutinized Yu carefully. With her sharp and competent appearance, intelligent demeanor, she radiated a spirited energy. If one didn't examine her closely, they might mistake little Yu for a talented young general. It was then that Xin Jing realized it. He had never cared enough about Xin Yu because the deeply rooted protective instinct caused him to misjudge Xin Yu's abilities. Little Yu, it's all grandfather's fault. I couldn't let you two live in peace. Now such a huge event has happened in the capital, yet we still rely on you, a young girl, to save us. He covered his face and sighed, unsure where to place his old face. No problem, grandfather. I must avenge Imohan. There's no way we can let Jiang Yihang get away easily. At the mention of Chu Imohan's name, Chu Tianren also clenched his fists. This revenge he must surely avenge. That's settled then. Chu Tianren, no matter what ulterior motives you may have, don't ever target my granddaughter. Rest assured, General Shun. After Xin Jing left, the two walked into the pavilion and discussed details of the ambush. Because they didn't know Jiang Yihang's exact arrangements, they needed to prepare for the worst. Inside the Jiang residence, Jiang Yihang searched through a closed room looking for something. In the dimly lit room, there were countless masks spread across the walls and tables. Various ministers, eunuchs, and even names and portraits of concubines in the harem were hanging. Seeing that Jiang Yihang searched long without finding the mask he desired, an elderly man beside him with a black mask whispered gently, "Master, the best disguises are above your head. Take a good look at which one you want." Looking up, he could almost count them on his fingers. The most conspicuous position held none other than Chu Tianren's likeness. Found it, this one. Hand it over to me. Master, looks like you're going all out this time. This disguise hasn't been used since it was made especially for you. With matters reaching a crucial point, the arrow on the string cannot remain idle. Help me take it down. Upon acquiring the mask, he examined it carefully and then put it on in front of a mirror. Looking at the mirror's reflection, he himself was startled by its realism. Your craftsmanship truly surpasses expectations. Once I secure the throne, I'll grant you an official post. Thank you, Master. An hour later, Jiang Yihang returned home happily. Master, you called? After sipping some tea casually, he lazily pointed to a chair nearby. Sit down. Today I summoned you not for anything else. I've heard that you've gotten along quite well with the young emperor recently. Ling Yu forced a smile. Master jokes. What you call getting along well is just using tricks often employed in pleasure houses. Since the young emperor isn't experienced in such affairs, he naturally gets lost in my charm. Well, since you've captivated him, you must certainly find a way to ensure the young emperor summons Chu Tianren to the palace tomorrow morning. That goes without saying, Master. Please rest assured. I will guarantee this task is completed. Good. But don't just make empty promises. Otherwise, there won't be a place for you within the palace. Master, Ling Yu knows the boundaries. Leaving the Jiang estate, Ling Yu returned directly to the palace. The next morning, Jiang Yihang already gathered everyone, preparing for a surprise attack. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he aimed to catch them off guard. Master, Chu Tianren is gone. He's already entered the palace. Hearing the exhilarating news from his servant, Jiang Yihang burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, Chu Tianren, no matter how smart you are, you wouldn't expect me to have a move like this. The guards and guests you've carefully nurtured now all belong to me. He jumped onto a carriage prepared in advance, identical to Chu Tianren's, and dashed towards the Prime Minister's residence. Wait for it. Today I'll let you know who the real king of this capital city is. Chu Tianren, you're nothing but a ridiculous fool. Little Emperor, it's time you repaid what you owe us, Jiang family. Whoa. The carriage came to a steady stop before the entrance of the Prime Minister's mansion. The group of guards glanced at each other in confusion. Wasn't the Prime Minister just gone not too long ago? How could he be back so soon? What does this mean? Did something happen along the way? Prime Minister, why did you return? You talk too much. Bring him to me. Tie him up and make him an offering when we raise the banner later. Yes, sir. Many guards were boiling with excitement upon hearing the words, raising the banner. They had waited for this day for such a long time. Prime Minister, please don't do this. Your subordinate has realized my mistake. I will never speak out of turn again. Walking into the house, the steward hurriedly greeted him. Although there was something unusual about this Prime Minister's demeanor, he didn't suspect too much. Gather everyone immediately. Today, I shall put on the dragon robe and wear the crown. Steward, what are you waiting for? Go gather people. The steward quickly went off without delay. Although the Prime Minister seemed a little strange today, he didn't dare to say anything. He gathered all the retainers and guests from the house to fetch the dragon robe, but then unexpectedly saw Chu Tianren walking directly out of the room. Master, why did you personally take the dragon robe out? The steward was terrified, shaking as if expecting a knife to come down any moment. Before his words faded away, another Chu Tianren walked out from the corridor in the courtyard. Everyone around looked at the two Chu Tianrens and pursed their lips, completely confused. What on earth was happening? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Quite interesting indeed. If I hadn't taken precautions, your deceitful trick might actually have succeeded. Chapter 213. Facing everything. Shut up. Don't flatter yourself thinking you're the Prime Minister. Are you not ashamed? The two faced each other at a distance, their subordinates not knowing which side to take. How could someone just suddenly appear? What's going on here? Could the Prime Minister have a twin brother? Who knows? It's truly eerie. I've never seen such a scene. Maybe it's because the wine from last night hasn't worn off yet. How can there be two Prime Ministers? A guard rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, both were still Chu Tianren. Speak. You pretend to be me in order to send away the elite soldiers from my house. What do you want to rebel? You really think you deserve the title of Prime Minister? Chu Yan, attack him, bring him down, cut his face with a knife. I want to see who he really is. How dare Chu Yan act so bold? These two were like carbon copies of one another. What if he slipped? Both of you calm down. A few days ago, the Prime Minister ordered me to go to the West City to buy a box of tea. Do you know what kind of tea? Top grade pu'er tea. Almost simultaneously, both answered, seemingly more like real brothers. He has made all the necessary preparations, gathering even such clear information. So what's the second willow tree by the lake called? The guards nearby watched Chu Yan excitedly, feeling this question was good. Very few knew about this. Seeing that both gave the same answer once again, Chu Yan also found this somewhat tricky. At that moment, a group of soldiers clad in armor and holding weapons appeared in the capital, orderly heading towards the palace through the streets. When the young emperor noticed, he quickly instructed people to send Xinjing to gather troops, but it was too late. By the time these soldiers reached the capital, the palace gates might already be breached. Grandfather, go. I'll buy you some time. Whatever happens, be safe. Moments later, Xun Yu arrived beside Li Xian. In the tavern, everyone held crossbows and steel knives given by Xun Yu, ready to strike. Sister Yu, everything is ready. We're waiting for your orders. At that time, the rebels on the street had not yet realized that there were ambushes inside the taverns nearby, walking proudly on the streets. He opened the window and ignited a signal flare. With a loud explosion, the surrounding windows opened simultaneously, raining arrows onto the rebel forces following Jiang Yixing. Many died instantly. Be careful. There's an ambush. Charge. Li Xian let out an angry roar, everyone rushing at them like tigers descending from the mountains, causing chaos throughout the capital. Strange. Where are these people from? I've never seen them before. Each dressed as a civilian. They're actually carrying hoes and pitchforks. In narrow alleys, hoes and pitchforks possessed an advantage over swords and daggers. For a while, Li Xian's group seemed to gain the upper hand. Seeing many comrades die in the alley, the black-clad men hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! Fall back! We'll deal with them in an open space." Meanwhile, the first batch of rebels had arrived at the palace gate, wielding siege equipment against the gate. Use more strength. Brothers, break this gate, seize the young emperor, and we will have great merit. Yes, in the past years, we were bullied unmercifully by the officials of the capital. Today we finally get our revenge. Anyone I see in official attire must die. The guards inside the palace held tightly to the gates, but under massive impact, several bolts were almost broken in half, indicating they wouldn't last much longer. Minister Jiang, the reinforcements coming behind us were ambushed. We need to hurry. Otherwise, if Xinjing arrives, we're bound to get into trouble. Seated in the sedan chair, Jiang Yixing looked dissatisfied at the distance. A swarm of ants, how dare they stand against me? All of you work harder. Whoever captures the young emperor will be granted the rank of 1,000 households. Yes. With this tempting condition, everyone worked even harder, until the gates couldn't withstand the pressure any longer and broke with a loud clang. Outnumbered by the rebels, the gate quickly fell, and a large number of insurgents rushed into the palace. The young emperor sat unmoving on the dragon throne, gazing at the stairs constructed from white jade, surrounded by guards who protected him closely. Your Majesty, perhaps you should leave first. These rebels' attacks are too swift. With the limited manpower we have, we may not hold them off. No worry. Today I will stay right here. Let's see who can harm me in the slightest way. How are General Shin's forces doing? Your Majesty, our soldiers are on their way, but it will take some time to reach the palace. The emperor nodded, rising from the dragon throne and looking towards Hu Gongsun beside him. Go fetch my imperial sword. Today, I will fight with you all. Even if we cannot leave this hall alive, I will never abandon you. The officers and soldiers looked at how much His Majesty cared for his subordinates, many of them tearing up. Compared to the previous emperor, the young one placed greater emphasis on sentiment, making them feel more connected. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Even if we are shattered into pieces, we will absolutely not let you get hurt. Everyone, form ranks. The man's voice was like a ringing bell, every officer and soldier united as one, firmly watching the entrance of the palace. If any rebels dared enter, they would ensure they couldn't return alive. The soldiers lined up in neat formations, protecting His Majesty. He felt a sense of reassurance, his fear of death fading without a trace. After all, it wasn't yet the end. Who would live or die was still uncertain. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Tianren could bear it no longer. He feared that if reinforcements were delayed, Xinyu might be in danger. Chu Yan, act now. Chop him down. The rest follow me to support the palace. The fake prime minister frowned, never expecting Chu Tianren would help the young emperor. Impossible. Halt. I intend to proclaim myself king. Kill him, and I promise you all endless wealth and glory. Seeing the hesitant expressions on everyone's faces, the false prime minister smirked confidently. Rip. His confident smile froze on his face as his eyes gradually lost their luster. Still smiling? Can't laugh anymore, huh? Do you really think you're the real prime minister? Last night, Chu Tianren had already spoken to Chu Yan about how Chu Emohan was gone. He didn't want to further plunge Qing dynasty into chaos. Once he helped the young emperor suppress this rebellion, he planned to resign and travel the world with Tian Jiao and Tian Yi, enjoying its wondrous sights. Thus, when Chu Tianren finished speaking, Chu Yan immediately distinguished who the true prime minister was. Hurry up and gather your people. Ensure Xinyu's safety, understood? Yes, Your Excellency. Please don't worry. The mansion guards armed themselves and rushed toward the palace, while Xinyu had long been within the palace walls, observing the movements of everyone from the city wall. Chapter 214. Is it over? Who would have thought that Jiang Yihong actually dared to come? Xinyu chuckled lightly and patted Chu Emohan beside him. There's no way he'll escape today. No matter what, he must die. Chu Emohan's dark pupils carried an intense fierceness. This lethal poison had nearly cost him his life, and today, no matter what, he was determined to avenge himself. Thousands of people formed a long line protecting Jiang Yihong in the center, their imposing momentum resembling triumphant generals returning from war. Zhang Xinzong, with things as they are today, I'll be honest with you. The royal family didn't value our Jiang family back then, and we were treated unfairly. Today, all grievances will be settled at once. He sat upright on a sedan chair, looking like a self-assured young man. Very well. Today I shall let you know what it means to defy the authority of the royal family. Attack. With one command, the soldiers in armor inside the palace surged out like swords piercing through the air. The two armies clashed instantly, blending into chaos, the clashing sounds of swords reverberating loudly around them. Jiang Yihong and Zhang Xinzong locked eyes, and it seemed as if the surrounding temperature had risen slightly. The vast disparity in numbers led to only a brief resistance before the situation turned almost completely one-sided. Nearly all of the palace guards were slaughtered, leaving only a dozen or so fiercely defending Zhang Xinzong. Should we make our move now? Chu Emohan was somewhat worried about the young emperor, fearing something might happen to him. Not yet. The time isn't right. It's not easy for Jiang Yihong to reach this day. He definitely won't act hastily. We still have time. All right. Xinyu glanced up at the hour. It was early. Things on the alley side should have just finished. There might still be some excitement to see. Surround them. I want to see what abilities you have left to change the outcome. Today is the day our Jiang family makes its name, inscribing itself in history. From now on, our Jiang family will be the heavens of Qing country. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yihong leaned against the sedan chair, his hands folded across his chest, glaring down upon Zhang Xinzong, as if ready to crush him underfoot at any moment. Jiang Yihong, our great Qing kingdom has not mistreated your family. The decline of your family lies solely with yourselves. How can you attribute your mistakes to the previous emperor? Ridiculous. Stop making excuses for your own actions, and come at me if you dare. Trying to provoke my rage to kill you? It's not that simple. You're no longer in a position to choose death so easily. Where's the jade seal? Hand it over, and I'll consider leaving you with a full corpse. Zhang Xinzong laughed out loud, as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. You still want the jade seal? Old man, aren't you capable enough? Go find it yourself. Fine. Then you've chosen punishment over cooperation. Jiang Yihong pointed furiously at Zhang Xinzong. Men, attack. Kill all his guards. Leave him alive, but I want to see how stubborn he truly is. Yes, sir. The young emperor gripped the long sword at his waist tightly and stepped forward before the soldiers. Don't worry. Today, the emperor fights alongside you to eradicate the traitors. Soldiers, charge. For his majesty, for Qing kingdom. We cannot back down. At this point, Chu Tianren and Xin Jing were already heading towards the palace. The remaining rebels were overwhelmed by the duo's combined strength and retreated closer to the rebel faction within the palace. Boss, why have so many suddenly appeared? Do you think they were prepared all along? It's impossible. Even infiltrating the capital city was based on a sudden decision made by Jiang Daren. How could they possibly have known? If they were prepared, reinforcements shouldn't have arrived so swiftly. They haven't been trained together. The man wiped blood from his forehead and unbelievably continued forward, fearing that every second lost meant certain death. As the palace came into view, everyone finally relaxed somewhat. All right. Once we join the main force, we'll be safe. Hurry. Wait. Who permitted you to retreat? The group of rebels looked toward the source of the voice and found none other than the noble clans led by Lord Yangwang. Disaster. The reason the Zhang family could hold on to their imperial throne was because of the power held by these noble families. Despite enjoying themselves in the capital, they had never neglected their skills. Today, you shall not pass. Our clan's dignity will not be trifled with by lowly creatures such as you. Lord Yangwang and a group of relatives joined forces to stop these rebels. Big brother. They're too difficult to handle. If we continue dragging on, our brothers won't be able to hold much longer. The army brought by Xin Jing will be here soon. Damn it. Break through together. Escape whoever can. Yes. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, hoofbeats could already be heard from afar. In the distance, an old general clad in golden armor, glowing brilliantly like a god of war, charged ahead. Every sweep of his spear created vivid red blossoms, and each blossom signified another rebel falling dead. General Shun, so you've arrived too. Yes. With His Majesty in danger, how can us old generals remain aloof? The old general has worked hard. Hurry, let's go save His Majesty. The situation over there is critical. Good. The two of them rushed madly toward the great hall with their soldiers, finding all along the way a sea of corpses and blood. This Jiang Yihong truly sins greatly, causing so many brave warriors to die tragically for our country. Today he must pay for this. By now, Jiang Yihong had brought his men close to the young emperor. Just as it seemed like he was about to succeed, a refreshing burst of laughter erupted nearby. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Yihong, do you think we Daqing have no one left? For you to act so outrageously. It's you. Seeing Chu Emohan appear unscathed before him caused even Jiang Yihong some surprise. How could you not be dead? Didn't I poison you? Poisoned? Yes, but not enough to kill me. Your poison tormented me for quite some time, and today, we need to settle accounts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He waved his hand, and then glared at Chu Emohan again. My poison gathers toxins from hundreds of venomous creatures. Virtually incurable. Are you too self-assured? There's nothing in this world that isn't counteracted by something else. And your counter is me. Chu Emohan's brazen attitude made even Jiang Yihong chuckle. You alone can't create much trouble. Even if you survive the poison by chance, today you're bound to die. Attack him. I'll see who dares. Shinyu stood on the roof tiles and fired several explosive arrows. Even the witch is here. Excellent. Today I'll kill all of you, and after that, there'll be no more worries. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive explosion surged in front of them, its shockwave nearly knocking Jiang Yihong off his sedan chair. What sorcery is this? Damn witch. She truly wields dark arts. Men, shoot arrows. Kill her. Yes. In an instant, thousands of arrows shot towards them. The young emperor sighed softly and closed his eyes silently. Chapter 215, You've ruined us. Seeing the little emperor's determined look to die, Shinyu quickly pulled him over. Are you so eager to die? We haven't reached that point yet. The three hid behind the shield Shinyu took out, as arrows hit the hard shield and fell on the ground. Jiang Yixing could only grit his teeth in envy. Where does this shield come from? What is this woman's background? At this moment, Jiang Yixing was a bit flustered inside, always feeling that Shun Yu was different from ordinary people, as if there were some special places about her. Lord, don't worry, I will lead my men and charge through. Let's see how they hide. Seeing hundreds of people surrounding, Shinyu wasn't at all worried. She snapped her fingers, and the sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds, and the entire palace was obscured with no sunlight. What's going on? What kind of sorcery is he using? Even controlling the weather? Next, the sky seemed to reveal patches of sunlight. Upon closer inspection, it was found that there were countless venomous snakes in the sky. Master, snakes. So many snakes. All poisonous ones. A venomous snake raised its head and hissed before biting this person's neck. The thick poison was injected into his body. He grabbed the venomous snake, but before he could take the knife to cut off the snake's body, another snake had already bitten his waist. Echoes of agonizing cries reverberated throughout the hall, instantly turning the rebel army into chaos. Everyone was struggling for themselves, and dozens of soldiers formed a circle around the sedan chair, desperately protecting Jiang Yixing. Jiang Yixing was also scared to death, breaking out in sweat. He had never seen such a scene. It was truly horrifying. Black magic. Black witch. She really is a black witch. She can create so many snakes out of thin air. Quickly take off your clothes and set them on fire. Hurry up. Not surprisingly, Jiang Yixing proved to be cunning. After igniting a great fire, only a small number of snakes dared to approach, most attacking other rebels. Do you think this is the end? Jiang Yixing, today you will taste what you have done to Mo Han. This is just an appetizer. She took several spherical objects from her hand and threw them toward Jiang Yixing. Master, watch out. A few guards deflected the spheres with their swords, which then exploded into a cloud of white smoke. This is not good. It's poison again. How can this witch do everything? He hastily held his breath, but it was too late. Once the poison fumes entered his nostrils, he immediately felt his whole body go limp, followed by a suffocating sensation as if he would choke to death in the next second. Master, are you alright? Never mind me. Quickly kill this witch. Otherwise, we'll all die here today. Yes. This man led hundreds of still fighting rebels charging towards Shunyu, standing confidently beside Chu Moan. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Jiang Yixing seemed to realize something was amiss, but before he could finish warning, boom. Hundreds of rebels lost their fighting capability instantaneously. The little emperor regarded Shen Yu like a savior. He couldn't help but rejoice that he had never intended to fight against Shun Yu since the start. Otherwise, his kingdom would now be in jeopardy. Continue fighting. Let's see how many men you have left. After saying that, Shen Yu hurled a concealed weapon, with the needle perfectly striking Jiang Yixing's arm. The antidote within flowed into his veins due to inertia. You can't die so soon. I have other poisons for you to try. Jiang Yixing scoffed and threw the needle aside, but Shen Yu's lips curved up in a smile. You've been fooled again. This needle has Shun Yu's specially formulated itching ointment smeared on it. Once in contact with the skin, it causes unbearable itchiness, as if one wants to tear off the whole skin. In just a little while, sitting on the frame couldn't relieve his agony. Itches. So much itches. What have you done to me? You black witch. So itchy. I've told you. I still have plenty of poison that hasn't been used on you. Why blame anyone when you're not cautious enough? The rebels are already struggling with resisting venomous snakes, and now must beware Xinyu. They looked at Xinyu, eyes changing from initial disdain to fear. What to do? What should we do now? Rush or stay means waiting for death. Or let's run. Hundreds of men looked at each other uncertainly. There were only 3,000 remaining rebels now, and hundreds more were sprawled on the ground tormented by snake venom. Run? If we don't run now, we'll lose our chance. In a while, Xin Jing will bring his army, and we'll surely die. Just as the words finished, the voice of the rebel outside the palace sounded. Brother, we're here. Save us quickly. Jiang Yixing turned back and saw, anger making him scratch his face to pieces. Now he's got enough trouble himself. How could he save them? Upon closer inspection, aren't they his soldiers? By rights, Xin Jing's troops shouldn't be here yet. But in the next moment, the neatly arranged troops drove all the rebels to the front of the hall. Where did these people come from? The servants shook their heads. They had no idea where these people suddenly appeared from. It was as if they materialized out of nowhere. They surged out from many taverns, catching the rebels completely off guard. And another batch came rushing down the streets. This forced the rebels into chaotic retreat. In fact, those reinforcements were Chu Mohan's forces within the capital. He had prepared them long before entering the city, but never had the chance to use them until now. Qin Feng also gave everyone a pleasant surprise, ensuring that the rebels caused minimal casualties in the capital. Seeing the dire situation, Jiang Yixing glared at Zhang Xinzong with resentment. The Imperial Seal. Hurry up and take it out. Otherwise, you won't survive either. Do you think Chu Tianren will let you go? Use your brain and think about this. You can forget about that. Today, even if I die, I will not hand over the Imperial Seal to you. The little emperor now felt fully supported, with Xinyu by his side, making him feel secure. Great. You insist on pushing things to this point, so I won't show you any mercy anymore. Men, attack. At that moment, Xinyu summoned back all the venomous snakes into her space and held a black remote control in her hand. Who dares to come forward? Believe me or not, I'll blow you all up. Seeing Xinyu pointing her finger skyward, the rebel soldiers dared not move forward. She is truly an evil witch. The way those brothers died earlier was truly terrible. We must not fall victim to her hands. So what are we supposed to do? We don't have a choice, right? The man turned and looked at Jiang Yixing sitting in the sedan chair. What are you all doing just standing there? Attack. She's just trying to scare you. Whoever kills the witch, I'll promote him to general. To the soldiers, this hollow promise was like holding a piece of blank paper. A few soldiers then clanged and jumped away, immediately putting their blades against Jiang Yixing's neck. You? What are you doing? Have you gone mad? We are mad. Mad enough to listen to you. You old devil, you've ruined us. Chapter 216. Is that you, Mohan? The cold blade pressed against his neck, and Jiang Yihong swallowed fearfully. You don't want to be rash. If you want to leave, I won't make it difficult for you. You're not making it difficult? I will directly hand you over to the emperor. You traitor. He yanked up Jiang Yihong's robe and dragged him to the ground. Don't be hasty. We're about to succeed. Jiang Yihong couldn't believe how things had turned out like this. Still holding on to a glimmer of hope, he didn't expect the man to tie his wrists and throw him in front of Xinyu. Miss, this traitor is left for your handling. We were also deceived earlier, but now we've abandoned darkness for light. We hope His Majesty can mete out a lenient punishment. As long as you drop your weapons now, I can spare your lives. Resist, and there will be no mercy. With those words, all the rebels put down their weapons. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nearly 4,000 people remained, all kneeling on the ground because Xin Jing had already arrived with his troops, leaving them no chance for retaliation. Xinyu gave a soft laugh and tossed Jiang Yihong to Chu Mohan. Mohan, give this to you. He caused you so much hardship, it's best if you decide what to do with him. Jiang Elder, you must never have thought you'd fall into my hands. Do you have any last words? Chu Mohan took out a dagger from his pocket and walked towards Jiang Yihong, who then threw his head back laughing loudly, as though accepting the current situation. I knew it, Lingyu. Shoo. Jiang Yihong collapsed in a pool of blood, looking unbelievably at how this young man acted without finishing his sentence. You talk too much. I couldn't wait anymore. Actually, Chu Mohan feared that the matter involving Lingyu would reach the ears of the young emperor. After all, accompanying a monarch was like tending to a tiger. Even if their relationship was currently good, danger still existed. Your Majesty, I came late to protect you. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Chu Tianren and Xin Jing both quickly knelt down asking for forgiveness. The two of you may rise. Without you, I would truly have been at death's door. Fortunately, you arrived in time, and the rebellion has been quelled. Your Majesty, just now the guard said that outside the city, there is a group of strange people, possibly a foreign army. This old minister requests permission to lead our soldiers and slaughter them to the last man. Xin Jing's deep voice resonated like a bell, and the young emperor nodded. That is the task of old General Shun. On the other side, Chu Tianren noticed Chu Mohan standing beside Xinyu, and his weary eyes welled up with tears. This nephew he missed night and day was actually alive. This was wonderful news to him. Mohan, is that really you? It's me, uncle. I'm fine. Afraid that the old villain of the Jiang family might discover something. I've hidden for so long and worried you. It's okay. It's good you're back. Your parents have suffered greatly during this time. Once you get home, you need to sincerely apologize to them. Don't worry, uncle. The emperor saw that Chu Mohan and Xunyu were extremely well suited, yet he had nothing precious to offer them. So he asked, are Mohan and Miss Xinyu deeply in love? Mohan will marry no one but you are. He smiled looking at Xunyu in front of him. Xinyu's face instantly became red, resembling a startled little rabbit. Haha. If so, I will personally grant you marriage. That's wonderful. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Imohan tightly held Shin Yu's hand, feeling that this was the best gift he'd ever received. After the rebellion was quelled, the politics of Qing dynasty slowly stabilized, under Chu Tianren's strong support. The emperor managed state affairs efficiently. Half a month later, Shin Yu set off with Chu Imohan and others from the capital to Yu City. Living within the confines of the capital was too restrictive, truly uncomfortable. In Yu City, they could live unrestrainedly. At the time, Yu City was even more prosperous and bustling than the capital. The streets were full of merchants selling all kinds of goods, and each face shone with happiness. Wang mother, how much are these pieces of jewelry? 20 coins each. These small items don't earn much money. In that case, wrap up these two for my wife. Shannon walked happily down the street, holding Fan Yingshue's hand, watching the seemingly endless shops stretching out before him, his eyes shining brightly. Life here was indeed much more peaceful than in the capital. There was no intrigue or deceit. Spending time with family, drinking tea, playing chess, and enjoying life suited him perfectly. Mr. Shun, you've brought your wife out again. Here's some fresh mountain leek. Want to try it? It makes delicious dumplings. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for coming. You're such a kind person. Shannon shook his head with a smile. He wasn't any great philanthropist. The entire Yu City belonged to his family, and the rent from just the shops alone added up to an astronomical figure every year. Since he earned more money than he could ever spend, Shannon had simply stopped opening new shops. Just then, the big gate of Yu City clanged open, and two carriages sped toward the city. The tracks left by the carriages clearly indicated that these must be the new merchants brought in by the young princess. In an antique-styled tavern, a dapper youth lounged in a chair, enjoying the warmth of the sunlight. The golden rays fell on his sharply defined face, giving him an appearance of leisurely nonchalance. Master, stop sleeping. We've got work. With a clang, the door opened, and 4 or 5 burly men dragged a middle-aged, plump man into the room. The man wore a fur cap and an expensive silk long coat. Aren't you highwayman? Don't kill me. I have money. The man's name was Wang Huan, a wealthy merchant from the capital city. Originally, he was planning to invest in a shop in Linjiang County, but shortly after leaving the capital, he was pulled into this situation by several robust men. He thought it was a highway robbery at first, but when he took out his money, they didn't accept it. Even though he offered them banknotes worth 500 taels of silver, no one showed any interest. This greatly shocked Wang Huan, who started suspecting that they might intend to murder him and take over his business. Wang boss, your joke about highwaymen is uncalled for. Since you've arrived in Yu City, we are friends. The people here in Yushan are just hospitable, without malice. Wang Huan, seeing the muscular servants beside him, each capable of delivering a punch strong enough to knock out an old bull, Wang Huan dared not display too much emotion on his face. If we're guests, could these servants leave first? He wiped his sweating forehead with a handkerchief while his heart thumped uncontrollably. Of course, after the group exited, Xinyu entered carrying a pot of hot tea. Wang boss, have some tea. It's our new tea from this year in Yu City, and you must taste it. Upon seeing Xinyu, Wang Huan felt as if he'd found his savior. Miss Shun, please save me. These highwaymen tied me up and brought me here. What's worse, their leader acts all refined and proper. Xinyu burst out laughing. Wang boss, the people of Yu City are very hospitable. How could they possibly be highwaymen? She lightly placed her hand on Chu Imohan's shoulder, turning Wang Huan's face instantly pale as ash. Chapter 217. Since you've come, leave something behind. They actually know each other. What kind of devilry is this? Am I going to die here today? Wang Huan recalled the glorious days of her life, but they all dissipated like fleeting clouds. Miss Shen, how do you know him? Aren't you supposed to be in the capital city? Wang Huan had met Xinyu a few times when she was doing business. She didn't expect to meet him here. I left the capital and came here. It's really nice, otherwise, I wouldn't have invited Boss Wang over. Xinyu smiled as she poured a cup of hot tea, and the white mist rising into the air hung before her face like a white veil, making her look gentle and mysterious. Yes, Boss Wang, after we finish drinking tea, I'll take you on a tour around our Jade City. There are many people here, and the infrastructure is good. Carriages come and go quite conveniently. This place is the top choice for doing business. You're a great merchant. You should know how to choose the right shop, right? Chu Mohan glanced at Wang Huan with raised eyebrows. He felt as if he were being watched by a poisonous snake, and it was painful as if needles were pricking his back. What do you mean? Let me open a shop in this godforsaken place? Are you kidding me? This is no different from throwing money into the river. He finished the tea in one gulp and continued. Don't think I don't know where this is. Isn't this the old mine area? A few years ago, I invested in a shop here, but it went bankrupt and I lost a lot of money. Xinyu pushed the window open, and the cries of the street vendors suddenly entered their ears. Wang Huan almost couldn't believe it. Wasn't this town supposed to be deserted? He originally thought that this shop was deliberately built by Xinyu and Chu Mohan as part of a scam, but he knew Xinyu well enough to realize she certainly wasn't short of money. Boss Wang, let's take a look together. Jade City has changed greatly since then. If you still don't want to invest after taking a look, we'll send you back without forcing you. Leaving the shop, they saw stall after stall lined up on the streets. The pedestrians looked energetic and prosperous, and there wasn't even a single beggar on the streets. Everyone lived an orderly and affluent life. Such a commercial environment would surely appeal to any businessman. It was just past mid-afternoon, yet many of the small stalls had already sold out, indicating that the citizens of Jade City had strong purchasing power. The shops along the street were crowded with customers, who were browsing through various goods. Wang Huan was captivated, sensing the business opportunities in Jade City. Boss Wang, that was just one street. Why not check out that side? There's no need to see more. Miss Shun, I'll take the shop. Jade City is truly a great place. I apologize for my previous ignorance and arrogance. Wang Huan bowed deeply to Xinyu. How could this be considered forcing him to open a shop? It was more like shoving money into his hands. That's settled then. Boss Wang, your shop is ready. Whenever you have time, feel free to stop by. All right, don't worry, Miss Shun, I've decided to take it. Chu Mohan cheerfully sent Wang Huan off beyond the city gates. As he left, he opened a window and looked back. One imposing wall towered high, even higher than the walls of the capital city. Jade City was indeed a mysterious place. Jade City seems to be thriving today, you're. Hee, it's all thanks to your decisive moves. Bring rich merchants here and show them the environment in Jade City, and it's hard for anyone to resist. He suddenly leaned closer, looking at Xinyu tenderly, as if admiring a perfect work of art. Let's get married. Xinyu pressed her lips tightly, feeling a bit caught off guard. Why bring it up now? Isn't there still some time? He gently held Xinyu's hands against his chest. Every night, when I return home and close my eyes, all I can see is your face. I can't sleep without you. Xinyu chuckled softly. Was this large man using such childish tactics? Not sleeping? Perhaps there's something wrong with your body. I can prescribe some medicine to help you replenish yourself. No, it's not physical, it's all in my mind. Chu Mohan hugged Xinyu close, his chin resting on her forehead as he spoke sweetly, like someone whining. Xinyu laughed nonstop. If it's all in your mind, that's hard to treat. And if you turn into a fool, I might not dare marry you. Not a fool. How could I be a fool? Your husband is among the most capable merchants in Qing dynasty. So, whose will the shops belong to after we're married? Chu Mohan lifted both hands. Yours. What about my assets? The silver that comes into my possession every month. Also yours. All of it belongs to you. He looked at Xinyu happily, wanting nothing more than to give her his whole heart. Never mind the wealth. I'm yours too. Xinyu. Let's wait a few more days. The wedding date set by your majesty is approaching. Chu Mohan knew Xinyu's character, so he did not mention this matter again. At this moment, outside the Jade City, an ordinary carriage held two extraordinary people. Lord Hu, I've heard that this Jade City is very mysterious. Have you investigated it? Your Majesty, your servant has also heard some rumors, but everything should be judged based on reality. Perhaps Jade City isn't as good as we imagine. The bumpy mountain road made Zhang Xianzong somewhat regret coming to Jade City in person. It felt like his coccyx was about to break. With a loud bang, he actually jumped off the chair, and further along the path, it was completely flat, with no hint of shaking at all, more stable than the official roads built during the Great Qing dynasty. Curious, he lifted the window and was surprised to see the smooth surface of the road, which left him gaping in astonishment. This Jade City is not simple. It's intriguing. Half an hour passed, and Zhang Xianzong actually fell asleep, the first time he slept comfortably in a carriage. Your Majesty, we have arrived. He opened his hazy eyes and looked up to find the city walls of Jade City towering incredibly high. Excellent. How dare someone build such a Jade City behind my back without informing me? Is this tall wall meant to sever ties with the capital city? Your Majesty, please calm down. We are entering Jade City now, and everything will be revealed. He coldly sniffed and became extremely displeased in his heart. It wasn't long since the incident involving Jiang Yihang, and now another thing came up. How could he not suspect ulterior motives? Seeing that there were no beggars near the city gates, only vendors and commoners whose faces all carried contentment, Zhang Xianzong was clearly moved. Who is the magistrate of Jade City? It's Chu Tianyi. The emperor frowned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Chu Tianyi? Chu Tianren. Could it really be just a coincidence? With an anxious heart, he came to a shop where Lord Hu went in and asked, "Waiter, we need lodging." "Yes, sir. We have dormitory-style rooms and private suites. Which would you prefer?" "Two private suites." Just as the two were getting up to go upstairs, they happened to encounter Xinyu and Chu Mohan walking in from the door. Chapter 218, A Paradise Beyond the World. Mohan, Lady Xinyu, how did you two end up here? This completely threw the young emperor into a panic, confirming beyond doubt that Chu Tianyi was indeed Chu Mohan's father. Cough cough. Xinyu awkwardly coughed twice and led the young emperor and eunuch Hu upstairs. This is a long story, Your Majesty. But weren't you supposed to be handling official duties in the palace? How do you have time to visit this small county? Is this still considered a small county? It's far more prosperous than the capital. It could even be called Little Capital. The officials write petitions to me every day, saying there's a rich land outside of the capital, like a paradise outside the books. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems so true. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window, looking somewhat irritated. Your Majesty, Uncle Tianyi manages this city well. Life is peaceful, and that's because of your good guidance. Stop flattering me. I'm not mad. If Yuqing is built by you and Mohan together, I'd be happy for you, and wouldn't find it surprising either. His face showed sincerity and composure, earning some respect from Chu Mohan towards the young emperor. Yuqing is indeed established by the two of us. On our way fleeing from Huangyue County to the capital, we've seen too many refugees and innocent people die for various reasons. Therefore, we built Yuqing just to offer a peaceful life to the people destined to benefit. Please understand, Your Majesty. Xinyu knelt down with a loud thud. Zhang Xianzong quickly pulled her up. Miss Yuer, no need for this formality. If it weren't for Shun Yu's help a few days ago with Zhang's case, he might not know how things turned out already. Probably his ashes were scattered who knows where by now. I think what's happening in Yuqing is good. I will return to the capital tomorrow. There are still many matters left unattended. Leaving tomorrow? Haven't you felt the local customs of Yuqing yet? Xinyu came closer, smiling mischievously at the young emperor. Zhang Xianzong immediately took 2 steps back, sensing somehow danger in Xun Yu's seemingly playful smile. Your Majesty, since you're already here, take a look if there's anything we can improve upon in our Yuqing. Cough cough. This wall is much too high. Looking at it feels really oppressive. Change it. It must be changed immediately. Even Hu Gongxing noticed something amiss. Was Xinyu girl being unusually cooperative? It can be changed, but your Majesty needs to allocate some silver. Our funds are quite limited. Emperor, you've been setting up all this just for this? Building such tall walls, and then claiming to be poor. Isn't that just a joke? My hands aren't exactly full either. The court has only just stabilized recently. Cough cough. Your Majesty, wasn't there plenty of treasure during the confiscation of the Jiang family? It's rumored the silver was carried away box by box. He quickly waved his hand, signaling Xinyu not to continue, understanding that today, even Sun Wukong would leave behind some monkey hair. Cough cough. Stop talking, I understand what you mean. Allocation, once I get back to the capital, I'll make sure to confirm this for you, alright. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xinyu didn't lack money. She needed the Emperor's decision, his attitude. Once this disaster relief fund arrives, Chu Tianyi can also manage Yuqing openly. They're now a formal military force. After bidding farewell to the Emperor, the two went to the Shun residence. Bao Yu and Shi Yu were practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Hearing from the servants that Xun Yu had returned, they rushed over. Sister. Seeing her younger brothers happily running towards her, Xun Yu pulled out 2 cotton coats from her storage space and handed them over. The two of you shouldn't be so careless after just finishing your boxing practice. The weather is cold now. It's easy to catch a cold, do you know? Hee hee, elder sister, we're both strong and healthy, don't worry. In a few days, we'll be performing lion dances too. Village chief said there's going to be a lantern fair soon, and he asked us to join. That's good. Go ahead, and don't be lazy when the time comes. Understood, sister. Father and mother went out early. They should have been back long ago. Why haven't they returned so late? Bao Yu looked out suspiciously, feeling something wasn't right. Our parents are enjoying their free time now. Perhaps they've gone somewhere else to play. Don't worry about them, you two. At that time, Shannon and his wife were wandering around near the city gate. Hearing there were sugar-coated haws at Lao Li's place, they decided to buy some for their daughter. You 3 stop right there. A man and woman holding a little girl stood at the city gate, disheveled, and with clothes riddled with holes, obviously famine refugees. Officer, sir, what does this mean? We refugees are not allowed to enter the city? We'll leave right now. The man shielded his wife and daughter, preparing to leave, but a guard abruptly grabbed his arm. Sir, we didn't mean to come here. We just wanted to beg for some water in the city. Please let us go. Our journey has been truly hard. Who said we were going to kill you? You just need to register, and then you can enter the city. Don't shout so much. Everyone will think we're bullying you. The guard was also sweating cold drops of sweat. He couldn't imagine what Shun Yu and County Magistrate Chu would do if they saw this. Hearing the commotion at the city gate, Shunin curiously glanced over and felt as though the figures over there seemed familiar, like he'd seen them somewhere before. Are you from Huanghua County? Yeah? So what? Can't refugees from Huanghua County enter? Xinyang appeared somewhat frightened. After all, he had heard that Xinyu got herself into trouble with many high-ranking officials in the capital, and he certainly didn't want to be implicated. It's not about that. Go get a set of clothes over there, along with some rice and flour. There are people who will help you find a place to stay. Song Qinghua looked at Xinyang in disbelief. Could such a good thing really happen? Not only did they not despise them, but they also gave them food and shelter. What kind of magical county magistrate was this? It was as if these were their saviors reborn. Don't look at me like that. Hurry up. There might not be anything left if you wait too long. At that moment, Shannon took another glance at them and recognized his former younger brother by just one side view. What a twisted fate it was. After so long, they still managed to run into each other, and even ended up in Yuqing. Here's a tales of silver. Send all these sugar-coated haws to the Shun residence later. Alright, Master Shun. Rest assured. Looking at her husband's unusual demeanor, Fan Yingxue frowned and looked toward the front. Xinyang. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xinyang and his wife turned their heads. Auntie. Little Zhaodi jumped around happily and hugged Fan Yingxue's leg, reminding her of how little Yu used to look when she was younger. How have you been sunburnt so badly? Are you hungry? Fan Yingxue led Zhaodi aside to give Xinyang and Shun and some space. Why are you two here? Where's your mother and son? Chapter 219. Grandpa is proud of you. Upon hearing the news about their mother and son, tears instantly streamed down from Xinyang and Song Qingyue's eyes. Dead, died on the road. In the middle of a heavy snowstorm with cold weather, we huddled together for warmth. They both froze to death. Woo woo woo. Originally planning to mock Xinyang a bit, upon hearing this news Shun and decided not to pursue it. Perhaps this was heaven's retribution. Accept our condolences. Since the matter has already happened, try to take care of yourself and live well in Yuqing. Both of them fell to their knees before Shunin, banging their heads repeatedly. Shunin quickly moved forward to help them up. Brother, we've wronged you. All this is our fault. Let us kowtow to atone for our sins. The previous incidents are entirely due to me being wicked. Brother, for the things that happened before, we don't even dare ask you to forgive us. Just hope you won't dwell on it. We will never bother your lives from now on. Song Qinghua looked earnestly at Shun En and Fan Yingxue, as if begging them for mercy. After all, they had also heard about what happened between Shun En and Shun Yu. Given their influence in Yuqing, making them suffer would be as easy as crushing an ant. Having wandered for so long, This was the first time they'd encountered a county willing to provide food, clothing, and housing. They didn't want to give it up. Wherever they went, people looked down on them, unable to even raise their heads. Even having a full meal seemed impossible, and whether or not they could survive the winter remained uncertain. Before either of them could speak, a cheerful female voice sounded behind them. Dad, Mom, how did you end up here? Were you checking for new refugees? Xinyu stepped closer and saw that this was indeed Xinyang's family who had come to Yuqing. What a twisted fate. Why haven't Mom and Dad gone back yet? Did you run into someone you know? Where's Grandma? Why don't I see her? Dead. She froze to death on the way. Xinyang pressed his lips together, his face full of guilt and remorse. Dead? Truly without fortune. If she had come with you to Yuqing, she might have enjoyed some comfort in her later years. Her life full of evil deeds surely led to her downfall. Xinyu had no sympathy for them, including how Shen Lao Tai had leaked out the secret recipe for hot and sour soup when they started their business in Qingqing County, wasting numerous chances to reform. The supervisor Li Hang, responsible for arranging newcomers' food, shelter, and clothing, noticed Xinyu there and hurried over. Miss Xinyu, Master Shun, Mistress Shun, why have you graced this place today? And who is this acquaintance of yours? Li Hang seemed to sense something extraordinary about the relationship among them, looking at Xinyang with newfound respect. Just acquaintances. We've just been away for too long, so we thought we'd check in. Miss Xinyu, rest assured, we will certainly handle everything according to regulations and won't cause you any trouble. Go ahead and arrange then. Xinyang, being reasonably sensible, led his family and followed Li Hang away slowly. Big brother, is Miss Yu an official in Yuqing? Everyone seems to hold her in high regard. Not an official exactly, but Miss Yu in Yuqing is feared by none. The entire town was painstakingly constructed under her dedication and effort, and the rice and housing you enjoy are all her contributions. Thus, the citizens of Yuqing feel immense gratitude toward the Shin family. Xinyang and Song Qingwei were shocked. Entire towns built by Shin Yu's hard work. Such prosperity must have required an unimaginable amount of funds. How foolish they were back then to torment Big Brother like that. Regret now coursed through them. Husband, let's pretend we don't recognize Big Brother's family from now on. Being able to secure even a single room in this place is already wonderful. From now on, we'll focus on living well, enjoying our simple lives. Back at the estate, the servants had already prepared a grand banquet. After enjoying themselves thoroughly, Shinan suddenly spoke up. Isn't the date for your royal marriage approaching soon? Shouldn't we prepare to return to the capital? Now that Yuqing's development is doing well, there's really nothing left for us to worry about. Father, do you look forward so much to my marriage? She sat close to her father and mother, clinging to them like a baby bird beside its parents. Silly girl, how could mother possibly bear to let you leave? But since His Majesty has given the order, and you two lovebirds suit each other so well, getting married sooner isn't bad. Mother and father have prepared your dowry carefully. Though it may not be lavish, it is sincere. Mother, whatever dowry you have prepared for me, I will cherish greatly. She leaned on Fan Ningshua's lap, calm like a quiet little cat. Watching Xinyu, Shun En and his wife felt indescribably fulfilled. You didn't bother informing this old man about yours wedding plans. If you're preparing the bride's trousseau, then I, as grandfather, am also prepared. Xin Jing confidently walked into the main hall, looking at Xinyu with delight. Grandpa, yes, my granddaughter is such a good girl. Don't talk about Grandpa. I, as your uncle, am also prepared. This time, for little Yu's wedding, our Shin family must host it in grand style. Looking at Xin Jing and Xin Tian who suddenly arrived, Shinan asked, Dad, Xiaodian, how did you end up in Yuqing? Did something happen in the capital? Nothing happened. Can't I, as grandpa, come to see my granddaughter? Xin Jing laughed while patting Xin Yu's hand, and Xin Tian smiled and said, Brother, uncle has resigned from his post. He thinks the environment in Yuqing is good, and since all of you are here, he simply decided to move over and live together with you all, enjoying some family time. Shinan was excited nearly to the point of jumping. That's great. We'll live together. I'll have the servants clean up the rooms right now. Brother, don't bother with that. The room can be arranged anytime. Let us have something to eat first. Ever since uncle resigned, he has been daydreaming about coming to Yuqing to find you. It's already late, and we haven't even had a bite to eat yet. I'll immediately ask the servants to prepare some more food. Just wait a bit. Shen Tian quickly stopped his elder brother, smiling calmly. Brother, no need to worry about that. Back in the frontier days, when there was no military rations, we survived on grass and tree bark. This food is already very good. Uncle hates wasting anything, so please stop fussing around. As they talked about the past, everyone fell silent. When Shunan once accidentally saw the scars on Shun Jing's body, those deeply etched and alarming marks were truly heart-wrenching. Shunan finally understood how hard it was for their father. That's ancient history. Little Tian, why do you bring this up? Hurry up and eat. After finishing you can accompany me to stroll down the streets. It's been long since I've seen such a lively scene. Alright, at this moment, Bao Yu and Shi Yu came running in again. Seeing their grandfather, they happily shouted. You two scamps, where have you been? Grandpa, we went to deliver porridge. There are many bedridden and elderly people without family support in Yuqing. Every few days, we go to give them meals. Good boys, you've done well. Grandpa is proud of you. Chapter 220, Truly My Good Nephew. A few days later at the Prime Minister's residence in the capital city, Chu Mohan and Chu Tianrin sat face to face. Both of them silently drank the hot tea before them with unspoken understanding. Mohan, your wedding day is coming up. Speak up, do you have any good ideas? Your uncle will grant all your wishes. as long as you can be married back into our home smoothly. He stroked his beard, looking quite generous. After all, as the prime minister of the country, he had this much composure. Cough cough. Uncle, surely you have accumulated plenty of treasures over these years, right? You especially loves gold and silver riches. The more the better. It's best if we could show her our sincerity. Chu Mohan's face was adorned with a hearty smile. If one didn't know that he was already a famous wealthy merchant in the capital, Chu Tianren might have fallen for it. What a good lad, clearly rich enough on his own, and yet planning to swindle another fortune from his uncle this time. However, upon deeper reflection, all this wealth would eventually end up with Chu Mohan and Xinyu anyway after he passes on. Moreover, he genuinely liked the girl Xinyu, so even if it meant some financial pain, it was worth it. Fine. You young lad, go ahead and exploit your uncle, but I am happy to do so. Someone, go to the warehouse. With great joy, Chu Mohan followed along. Rumor has it that the treasures hidden in his uncle's warehouse were not just a few pieces. Tianren's storeroom appeared small, only one room, far smaller than an average county magistrate's storeroom. Mohan furrowed his brows. As far as he knew, his uncle wasn't exactly known as a clean official. Just once, a merchant gave Chu Tianren more than 100 taels of gold for a plot of land outside the capital, alongside several masterpieces by renowned calligraphers, all priceless treasures. And those were just the publicized ones. Many others privately bribed him with gifts whose extravagance surpassed imagination. Seeing the things in the room that didn't match his uncle's status, Chu Mohan didn't pay much attention. Chu Tianren, noticing this, smiled and tapped his forehead. My, what a clever lad you've turned out to be, knowing exactly how to differentiate between quality goods and junk. Carry these boxes of gold out, use them as dowry. Uncle, surely these aren't all the good things you possess? I'm your only nephew, and I'm getting married only once. Shouldn't you pull out your most treasured items? Chu Mohan's face carried an expectant smile, each gesture radiating anticipation for the gifts. Cough cough. Must you take everything valuable from your old uncle? After clearing his throat, Chu Tianren subtly approached the wall, pressing a plain blue brick, causing two ordinary chests to slowly shift, revealing a descending tunnel. Uncle, I knew you were holding something back. Such a secretive hideout must conceal plenty of treasures. You'll see when you descend. Come on. Cough cough. Chu Mohan coughed lightly, masking his greediness. Yet, this time, he intended to thoroughly fleece his uncle. Once inside the basement, Chu Tianren took out a fire striker, igniting the wick, immediately bathing the entire basement in dazzling golden light. Of course, this golden glow did not come from the flame itself, but from the gold coins and various golden objects reflecting it. Every year on birthdays or other festivals, countless people came to offer gifts. Golden Buddhas and gold peaches of longevity scattered everywhere. It looked less like a treasure vault and more like a wholesale warehouse. With all sorts of designs and sizes, Chu Mohan felt dizzy from the sight. Uncle, this is the kind of power you should show. Impressive. Can all this gold and jewelry be taken away? Are you even my nephew? Look at you, greedy like never before. Not a shred of solemnity remains. There are several more rooms behind this one. Shall I gift them all to you? Sure. Uncle, with so many treasures, let me thank you on behalf of you, my selfless and generous uncle. Seeing Chu Mohan about to approach, Chu Tianren shot him a disapproving look. You really dare to ask? Do you know the value of these items? Any single piece would suffice for an ordinary family's lifetime sustenance. Don't be ungrateful. After finishing, they moved to the second warehouse, filled entirely with exquisite jade artifacts, jade bowls, jade bracelets, and jade pendants innumerable, dazzling Chu Mohan's eyes. With such amounts of jade, opening 4 or 5 jade shops would be feasible. Uncle, haven't you collected too much? What's on the other side? Porcelain. Seeing Chu Mohan's eyes gleaming with interest, Chu Tianren quickly blocked his way. Don't you dare touch those porcelains. They're all top-notch imperial kills. Do you recognize them? Those are artistic masterpieces crafted with utmost effort by the artisans. Judging from the anxious expression on his uncle's face, these porcelains were clearly his most cherished possessions. All right, I don't want those porcelains. What else is there? Paintings. Some calligraphy and paintings can be given to you. They would look good in your new wedding mansion. Most importantly, you two need to hurry up and give us some grandchildren. Our Chu family desperately needs more descendants. Auntie, if you want me to produce a grandchild for you, then you must first let me get married in style. There's no way these are all the treasures you have, right? Chu Tianren pointed at Chu Mohan's nose, frustrated. You always cause me headaches. On the other side of the room, there are still some rare treasures from foreign regions that were presented in the capital, along with items collected by various ministers. You may take anything you like. Hehe, Auntie is truly the best. Before Chu Mohan even reached the storeroom, he already sensed these treasures were extraordinary. Upon getting closer, he saw all sorts of exotic corals, fist-sized night pearls, ginseng as thick as a child's forearm, and many other rare herbs. You will definitely need all of these. Take it all. He pulled out a urea bag that Xinyu had given him, filling it to the brim. Although he didn't know what urea meant, this urea bag was indeed sturdy. What? No sounds from over there? Has he already taken everything so fast? Just stepping into the storeroom and seeing half of the goods gone, Chu Tianren sucked in a sharp breath. This is really my own nephew, treating me like his own home. Staring at all the prepared medicinal herbs for his old age now gone, Chu Tianren felt speechless. This kid, surely he'll take all these and offer them to old man Xinjing instead. How could I have raised such an ungrateful son? Inside one of the Prime Minister's chambers, Qin Feng stared thoughtfully at the urea bag Chu Mohan had left on the floor. What's inside? Young master. Good things. Pack them up carefully. These are our wedding gifts. All taken directly from the Prime Minister's storage? That's great. They're bound to be valuable treasures, aren't they? Qin Feng chuckled, wanting to check out the contents, but was slapped away by Chu Mohan. Don't bother looking. These things won't escape anywhere. We'll see them soon enough. Right now, get going and make sure everything for the wedding is arranged perfectly. As the richest man in Qing dynasty, we can't ruin our reputation. Chapter 221, Buying Candy Apples. On the second morning, Shen Yu's family also returned from Yu City to the capital. It had been a long time since their last visit, and the capital was indeed busier than before. There were more street vendors on the streets, and the performers were one after another. Cockfighting, wrestling, face-changing, tooth-playing, cricket fighting, fire-breathing. It was lively. Elder sister, there's a candy apple seller over there. I'll buy some. Bao Yu likes sweets just like Shen Yu, especially candy apples. The sour and sweet taste was like a sweet goal in life. Boss, how much are these candy apples? How many coins per stick? 3 coins per stick. Young sir, rest assured. These hawthorns are carefully selected to ensure no bad fruits or worm-eaten ones, and they are sour-sweet. We use high-quality white sugar for the coating. That's why it's slightly more expensive than other candy apples. While the vendor was speaking, Bao Yu quickly inspected the candy apples and confirmed that they were indeed of good quality, as the boss claimed. In that case, I'll take 3 sticks. As he reached into his pocket for 9 coins, a man nearby shouted loudly at the vendor. Hey, you selling candy apples? Come here. I'll take all your candy apples. 5 coins per stick. The man had his hands crossed in front of his chest, with a look of disdain on his face. A jade guanine pendant hung from his waist. He wore a golden bracelet, and even his hairpin was made of gold. He looked every bit like a rich nobleman. This youngster came first. Why don't I sell him 3 sticks, and then give you the rest? What do you think? The vendor smiled up at the noble youth, happy to make the sale, but mindful of fairness. No, our master said we want them all, so all these must belong to our master. What? Are you not happy about getting extra money? Don't you know your place, you little peddler? One of the servant with a pointed face scolded the vendor, making his face turn red. I came first. Do you follow rules or not? I'll take 3 sticks and leave the rest for you. It's only fair. What do you mean by taking everything? No sense of rule, is it? Bao Yu wasn't going to back down. He wondered if this man could really be unaware of such simple principles, given he appeared older. What? Are you trying to compete with our master for these candy apples? Let me tell you, no one on Xuanwu Street dares to provoke our master. The servant raised his head proudly, as if his identity were very important. Nearby, commoners gathered around, recognizing Master Gua. They sighed helplessly and looked at Bao Yu with pity. Such a shame. What a handsome young man. Yet he angered such an unworthy person. Ah, this Master Gua relies on his father's wealth and adopted a minister of works as a godfather. Now he behaves arrogantly. He's already harassed countless decent women, driving them to commit suicide by jumping into wells. Truly deserving death. Hush. Speak softly, or other servants might hear you, and then they'd find ways to bully you. Alas, this youngster looks somewhat familiar. Have we seen him somewhere before? Seeing Bao Yu persistently chasing after him like he was crazy, Guizhi was astonished that this young man wouldn't let go. He had bought the candy apples to please his new lover. How dare this kid openly ruin his mood? His expression darkened, his eyes becoming fierce like a wolf. You brat have some guts to talk about rules with me? Do you know that having money is the rule? Having power is the rule. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy to talk about rules? Guizhi waved his sleeves in contempt and spat on the ground, feeling increasingly repulsed by Bao Yu. In the presence of his majesty, under clear skies, you disregard the laws of the Qing dynasty and still oppress people with your wealth? Does being wealthy make someone inherently superior? Even if your family is rich, merchants are meant to provide goods for the common people. What makes you so arrogant? You dare to lecture me like that? What qualifications do you have? I bet you couldn't afford my clothes in a lifetime. Look at my golden bracelets and jade pendants. Have you ever seen such luxury? Look at your poor and pitiful state. You're doomed to live disgracefully your whole life. Seeing the boy dared to argue with their master, Guizhi's servants surrounded Bao Yu. One more word, and today you'll learn how formidable our master is. Come on, as if I'm afraid of you. You guys aren't even worth my attention. Bao Yu stood firmly in a triangle stance, waiting for their attack. You certainly need a lesson. Attack. A group of servants rushed forward, and the manager got punched first. With one blow, Bao Yu's strength was so great that it knocked out 2 of the manager's front teeth. Upon hearing the shouting, Shen Yu and Chu Mohan realized something was amiss and quickly rushed over. What's going on over there? Could it be that Bao Yu is being bullied? Shen Yu ran forward with concern, strands of hair from his temples fluttering in the wind. It can't be. Who would dare to provoke Bao Yu in the capital? Are they tired of living? Chu Mohan clenched his fists, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. How could someone dare to pick a fight with his younger brother-in-law so soon after returning to the capital? Qin Feng reached for the long sword at his waist, forcing a path through the crowded crowd. Sure enough, he saw a group of people surrounding Bao Yu. Ridiculous. You dare to ask for death. With the sword in hand, Qin Feng pierced through one man's arm and then kicked another in the stomach. Both men lost their fighting capability instantly. Who is this guy? With such high-level skills. And Bao Yu has accomplices. Guizhi carefully examined Qin Feng, finding him somewhat familiar, especially his combat skills, as if he had seen them somewhere before. In a moment, all the henchmen were taken down by Qin Feng and Bao Yu, leaving Guizhi dumbfounded as the two approached him. You are the one who dared to bully our young master. Without showing any mercy, Qin Feng hoisted Guoji up into the air. You'd better show some respect. I'm still a prominent figure in the capital. Let me down now, and everything will be forgiven. At that time, Xin Yu and Chu Mohan arrived. Looking at Guoji's shameless face made their anger grow stronger. Let me see who you really are, calling yourself young master? A person like you who breaks the law should have no right to claim such a title. As Chu Mohan walked through the crowd, many commoners tried to dissuade him. Young master, you're good-hearted, but Shuagong behind some serious connections. You'd better leave now, or it'll be too late. Yes, young masters, please leave. This person holds grudges and will definitely retaliate against you. That's strange. This young master also seems familiar. Where have I seen him before? A bystander scratched his head, feeling that Chu Mohan looked familiar, but couldn't immediately recall where. Chapter 222. Are you asking us to die? How dare you? My father runs a vast business in the capital. My godfather is an official in the Ministry of Works. Can you handle that? Don't think your high martial skills give you free rein. Now, try touching one of my fingers. Guoji raised his head with newfound confidence as he spoke. Ordinary people would have peed their pants hearing such words. Are you going to let me go? Or do I need to invite you gentlemen to a little chat at the Supreme Court? Qin Feng was laughing so hard from frustration. How could this guy, who's being carried like a chick, still talk big? Clearly, some lesson teaching was needed. You are awfully confident. Let's see if your godfather will be as mouthy when he arrives at the Supreme Court. Qin Feng delivered a punch right into Guoji's stomach, making him spit out saliva. Onlooker. Unbelievable. This man is so powerful, daring to strike a rich heir. How will this end? So satisfying. But what happens when the officers arrive? His godfather is a minister of works. These three, by their clothing, seem untouchable. Qin Feng, don't stop. Keep hitting him. Isn't he bragging? I want to see how much he brags. Thinking you can outnumber us and intimidate us because we're easy prey. Yes, young master. Bang. Qin Feng's solid fist repeatedly crashed onto Guoji's face, each blow like raindrops falling dense and unrelenting. His soul seemed about to fly out of his brain. Stop. You actually dare hit me? Are you crazy? Guards, attack me. Guoji didn't realize that all his guards had been defeated by Qin Feng long ago. Hurry back to the mansion for reinforcements. Don't let them escape. They actually dared to hit me. I'll make sure they suffer. The instant those words left his mouth, another punch landed directly on his lips. Are you done talking? Here comes more. Guoji. A servant quickly ran back to the Guo residence while others weren't paying attention, yet Chu Mohan simply smirked, continuing to enjoy Qin Feng's show. Young master, stop it, halt now. If you really kill him, we'll get into serious trouble. It's not too late to leave now. Yeah, master, let's go now. This guy holds grudges easily. No worries, friends. We'd be delighted if he truly has skills. We're bored stiff here in the capital city. Upon hearing this, Guoji used the pause during Qin Feng's break to assess Chu Mohan, unable to find anything extraordinary about him, still daring to boast. Wait until his father comes. Then he'll receive a proper punishment. Boy, don't get cocky. Have the guts to wait for my father. We'll see if he doesn't beat you senseless. Oh, still got energy to speak? Qin Feng, continue. Yes, young master. Once again, the sound of howling cries echoed as Baoyu walked up beside Baoyu softly asking. How's it going? Injured? Not at all. Elder sister, I'm fine. Their amateurish skills mean nothing to me. Good. That's good. Xin Yu gently caressed his cheek, while Baoyu hung his head in shame. Sister, I've caused you trouble. Don't say nonsense. This isn't trouble, and you never provoke trouble either way. Everything is for the benefit of our Xin family. If he hadn't forced your hand, you wouldn't have acted. Forget it. Leave this to me. I will surely provide you justice. Xin Yu proudly stood guard in front of her brother, awaiting the reinforcements from Guoji. She wanted to see what made him so arrogant. Inside a magnificent estate, a middle-aged man sat reclined in a grand chair enjoying the delicate song of a singer. Beautifully sung. Excellent. Reward her. He casually tossed a piece of silver onto the stage with half-closed eyes, smiling in appreciation. Master. Terrible news. The young master was beaten on the street and is possibly unconscious. What? Guojiang abruptly stood up, astonished at the impossible situation. Someone dared to beat the young master? Who is it? Have they gone mad? Guoji is the only son of the Guo family, pampered endlessly since childhood. No matter how great the mistake, he'd never even touched a finger on Guoji, and now someone dared to attack him in broad daylight? Master, please come quickly. We revealed Wang Shirang's name, but they acted as though they hadn't heard it. Struck the young master ruthlessly, perhaps a fool, but with extraordinary skills. None of us could defeat him. The servant, embarrassed after saying this, stepped back a few steps. Waste of life. You're all a bunch of failures. You, several men, couldn't beat one brute? What good am I feeding you if you can't protect my son? Clutching his chest, he felt rage towards these servants. And now, is my son still getting beaten? Waste of life. Bring everyone back to save the young master immediately. Yes, I'll do it now. The servant hurriedly called on the guards from the manor, and soon a large group made their way to Xuanwu Street. By this time, Guoji had already been bound by Chu Mohan and hung up in the middle of the street. The crowd of commoners gathered tightly around, wanting to witness how Chu Mohan was disciplining this rogue. Who is it? Quickly let my son down. You have the guts of a bear or a leopard. Dare you defy me? Chu Mohan glanced up and saw it was a nouveau riche individual. After the heavy snowfall in the capital, many ginger plants and garlic were frozen dead. The Guo family had stockpiled a lot at high prices last year, but sold them this year for much lower prices. They originally intended to wait longer, But then the price of ginger and garlic skyrocketed, earning them a substantial amount of silver. Plus, they spent lavishly, so Wang Shirang agreed to take Guizhi as his godson. But such minor players naturally didn't know Chu Mohan, and their faces still showed an arrogant air. Your son bullied my younger brother, outnumbering him, mocking our humble origins. Since you can't discipline your own son properly, I'll do it for you. Not taking any money from you already shows mercy. Don't be like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize good intentions when you see them. You brat, who gave you the guts to humiliate me? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Come on, attack him. As soon as these words left his lips, a silver-haired youth appeared from a corner, cleaving a brick cleanly in two with a single stroke of his blade. Everyone quickly stepped back in fear. Good grief. Isn't that the prodigy from the Hay family? Yeah, isn't he usually stationed by the Chancellor's side? How did he end up here? Could these people possibly have connections to the Chancellor? Guiyang clearly doubted it. If he were really the nephew of Chancellor, why would he dress so shabbily? And furthermore, start trouble right there in the street? He carefully scanned the surroundings again. There wasn't a single lavish carriage nearby, and thus he was certain Chu Mohan couldn't possibly be related to the Chancellor. Attack him. What are you all afraid of? The servants looked at each other hesitantly. The hero of Qin province, alongside renowned swordsmen who could barely defeat him together, now they were being asked to throw away their lives. Chapter 223. Take him away. Take a good look at the swordsman in front of you. If your servants have any sense, they wouldn't dare take another step forward. The servants remained silent. They were here to earn money, not to die. What do you mean? I paid for you to be here, and all I see is you standing there doing nothing. Guiyang was so angry that he was almost confused, wanting desperately to rescue his son Guizhi, but lacking the ability. I won't make things difficult for you. Aren't you a rich merchant? Let me see how rich you are. How could you let your son bully my brother on the street like that, and even say we're inferior? Do you think money makes you superior? Oh, I see, you just want silver coins. That can be arranged. He pulled out a 100-tael banknote from his robe and had a servant pass it over. Take the money and leave. If it's not enough, I can add more. Just let my son down first. Do you think giving me money will solve this? Do I look like someone who lacks money? Chu Mohan smiled slightly and took out 10 1,000-tael banknotes from his pocket. Count them, 10,000 taels. 1 whiplash for every 100 taels. Sounds reasonable, right? Qin Feng, act now. At that moment, Guiyang was shocked. This seemingly ordinary young man could effortlessly pull out so many banknotes, indicating he was no simple figure. Don't. I didn't mean that. I'll pay 10,000 taels. Just let my son go, and let's end this matter here. End it here? You think 10,000 taels will silence us? Do you really think I'd accept that? Chu Mohan chuckled bitterly and pointed to a nearby shop. Isn't that newly opened tavern yours? Yes. What about it? Guiyang felt something was amiss. This young man seemed extraordinary. Do you know who rented that place to you? He swallowed hard. This was Juanzhu Street. The value of one shop was self-evident. Could the landlord of this shop be the young man in front of him? Impossible. How could someone so young possess such wealth? No, I don't know. Guiyang was already nervous. He had spent a lot of silver remodeling this shop entirely, including importing decorations and furniture from the south. It cost him quite a fortune. If he was kicked out now, their family would be left with no income. The ginger and garlic they'd previously stockpiled were already sold, and part of the money went towards ingratiating themselves with Minister Wang, while the rest was invested in other failed businesses. They barely had anything left. Even the 10,000 taels to settle earlier were stretching his finances. All he could muster by pooling everything together was around 10,000 taels. Qin Feng, show the land deeds. Let this arrogant fellow see. The surrounding commoners were also astonished when they saw the thick stack of deeds in Qin Feng's hand, their eyes reddening with envy. So many land deeds. Incredible. Too terrifying. I can't even imagine how much silver these are worth. A hidden financial tycoon. Amazing. Truly impressive. Hold on. This young master seems familiar. Have we met him somewhere before? Many people started observing Chu Mohan carefully, pondering ways to convince him to become their son-in-law. Master, here it is. After receiving the deed from Qin Feng, Chu Mohan strode straight to Guiyang. Did you see that? Tomorrow, tell all your staff not to come back. I'm terminating the lease for this shop. Take all the furniture with you. Here's 10,000 taels as compensation for breaking the contract. In a daze, Guiyang took the deed, feeling as if he were in a dream. No, young master, please continue renting it to me. This tavern is my life's work. Really? Now you're begging? Where's all that arrogance from before? Thud. Without any regard for dignity, Guiyang knelt directly in front of Chu Mohan, which infuriated Guizhi. Father, don't kneel to him. Let my godfather handle this. Send him to the Ministry of Justice. Shut up. Disgraceful child. Though Guiyang had only recently entered the social circle in the capital, he understood that there were always bigger figures out there. A wealthy young man like this must have strong family connections. Was his benefactor perhaps the Minister of Works? Or maybe some general? Even possibly an imperial concubine favored by the emperor? Young master, all of this is our fault. Please forgive us and don't escalate this too far. Although aware that Chu Mohan was not an ordinary individual, Guiyang still dared not appear overly submissive for fear of being bullied further. Just then, a sound of hooves came from the distance. The commoners quickly made way, revealing Wang Shirlong's carriage approaching. Guiyang turned back and was surprised to see it. Could he be here to help him? Guiyang also felt a bit more confident. Seeing Wang Shirlang step out of the carriage, he greeted with a broader smile. When Wang Lang saw Chu Mohan, his body jolted as if struck by lightning. Damn, this foolish young man has really pissed off someone powerful. Not even calling him godfather, or even great-great-godfather, would save him now. He shouldn't have listened to his wife and come here to help. Now it was an impossible situation to get out of. Minister Wang, you've arrived. Facing Gui Yang's warmth, Wang Lang completely ignored it, instead walking up to Chu Mohan with a forced smile. After all, Gui Yang had seen Chu Mohan before. And who in the capital didn't know about Chu Mohan and Shen Yu's great reputations? What a blind idiot this guy is. Master Chu, why didn't you inform us of your return today? I could have come to greet you at the palace gate. Seeing Wang Lang's fawning manner and hearing that title Master Chu, Gui Yang suddenly understood. This young man might actually be Prime Minister Chu's own nephew. He turned pale in fright, struggling even to breathe properly. How dare I bother you, Minister Wang? You're so prestigious that your adopted son dares to assault innocent civilians and bully Miss Shen's younger brother in broad daylight. Would I still dare ask you to meet me at the city gates? Our Chu family is too unworthy to stand on the same level as yours. That's nonsense, Master Chu. I barely know these two individuals, and as for the term adopted son, that's nothing but a joke. This humble official holds great respect for the Prime Minister. There's no way I'd do something like that. Chu Mohan shook his head. I can't judge these things. All of you should go together to the Grand Secretariat and settle this there. As soon as the words were spoken, all the officers from the Grand Secretariat rushed over and took everyone away in a flash. This man turns out to be none other than Master Chu Mohan. No wonder he's so capable. He truly is a good person, protecting the common people. Yes, the plague was cleared with the help of Master Chu and Miss Shun. Now I understand why he looked so familiar. One less menace in the capital now. We don't need to tread lightly on the streets anymore. After the crowd dispersed, Bai softly expressed gratitude. Thank you, Brother Mohan. I'll be more careful in the future. No problem. I'll soon become her brother-in-law anyway. From now on, I'll protect you. Nobody in this capital will dare bully you. Chapter 224. When has the elder sister ever deceived you? Upon returning to the mansion, Chu Tianren warmly entertained the guests. The wedding was approaching, and the entire estate was decorated with red lanterns in celebration. Uncle, it's still not time yet. So why are the red lanterns already hung up? You foolish boy, do you know anything? For such a grand occasion, everything must be prepared in advance. Moreover, our Chu family places so much importance on you that it wouldn't be too much even if we decorated the mansion a year early. Chu Tianren leaned comfortably against his chair, laughing more happily than Chu Tianjiao. Shen Yu smiled shyly, feeling warm inside at being valued like this. In a few days, it will be your wedding day. This time, Uncle will certainly give you a great gift. Chu Mohan was curious and quickly moved closer. What is this great treasure, Uncle? It must be quite valuable if it makes you say it's a great gift. Chu Mohan was delighted but also slightly surprised. Hadn't they almost emptied Uncle's storeroom a few days ago? Could Uncle have another warehouse? After careful thought, it wasn't impossible after all. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 dens, let alone an old fox like Uncle. You brat, stop asking. It's not for you anyway, it's for you. If you dare to touch this treasure later, I'll be the first one not to let you go. Uncle, the wedding hasn't happened yet, and you've already become Yuer's maternal relative. That's right, how dare you? In the future, if you dare to hurt Yuer even by a finger, just try me and see if I dare break your legs. Chu Mohan remained silent. Now none of the people in the room were ones he dared to provoke. After chatting for a while longer, Shen Yu called Chu Mohan out to the courtyard outside. Hurried steps seemed like there was something urgent. What's wrong, Yuer? Cough cough. You've really hidden this deep. Seeing Shen Yu smile, Chu Mohan felt a bit lost and uncertainly laughed. How do you have so many land deeds? Why didn't I know about them before? These land deeds. I just suddenly remembered them. Cough cough. Chu Mohan lightly coughed twice and tried to move forward a few steps to hide it, but Shen Yu grabbed his arm. Hey, where are you going? The land deeds, hand them all over. Do you not trust me to keep them for you? Not at all. He took out a thick stack of land deeds from his arms. A quick look revealed that there were at least 20 shops. This was an astonishing number. All here. Qin Feng still has plenty of silver drafts. On the day of the big event, they will all be placed among the wedding gifts. I want to take you home with style. Chu Mohan chuckled stupidly, and Shen Yu couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Originally meant as a joke, it turned out to uncover a considerable amount of savings. Still, it was pretty good. After all, keeping money close was the safest thing. The flowers will have withered by the time of the marriage, making it seem somewhat bleak. Shen Yu's eyes carried a hint of regret, which Chu Mohan noticed. But the royal marriage decree could not be changed. Yuer, do you have any plans tomorrow? No. Then let's visit Yuanrong Temple. They say prayers there are very effective. Let's go check it out. It was rare to have such leisure time, and Shen Yu thought it would be nice to take a look. All right, let's go then. Chu Mohan smiled with sincerity in his eyes as he looked at Shen Yu. Yuer, marrying you is my blessing. To take away your land deeds and manage the commercial empire you've worked so hard on, and you still think it's a blessing? These things are external objects. As long as you like them, Yuer, I would willingly give these businesses away without any hesitation. This is the territory you built yourself. How could I possibly give them away? I'm not fast enough to protect them. Shen Yu gently embraced Chu Mohan. This man made her feel at ease. At that moment, Shen family mansion was also preparing dowry for Shen Yu, especially Shen Jing, who was busier than ever. Although he hadn't saved much money over the years, he had quite a few weapons. He gave Shen Yu all the treasured weapons he had accumulated throughout his life. Shen En and Fanning Shue also took out what they held most dear. The two of them had accumulated little wealth in their lifetimes, but they hadn't touched a single penny of the money Shen Yu had given them, and they would return it all to her unchanged. Fanning Xue personally selected the best fabric to make several quilts and clothes for Xinyu, every stitch reflecting her love for Xinyu. The two younger brothers were not idle either. Not only did they thoughtfully prepare a large bronze mirror for Xinyu, but they also made a few beautiful pieces of jewelry for her personally. Mother, are the things we're preparing for elder sister enough? Cousin Mo Han is a wealthy merchant, and uncle is the prime minister, so the gifts prepared by them will surely be many. Don't we look a bit poor in comparison? Xiu, though young, understood some principles. She was well aware of the significant gap between her family and Chu Mohan's, and was deeply concerned that her sister might be bullied once she married into the Chu family. You worry too much, little Xiu. How have you been with your studies lately? Don't waste all your time on this. The Chus treat your sister very well, especially your brother Mohan. Xinyu walked over and gently patted Xiyu's small head. This little one was usually quiet, but it turned out there were many concerns in her heart. Big sister, after you marry into their family, will I not be able to see you often anymore? The little one's lower lip began to pout, almost bringing her close to tears, prompting Xinyu to quickly comfort her. How could that happen? I'll visit frequently, and we're not far apart. Whenever you miss me, you can come over. I'll cook something nice for you. Really? Of course. When has the elder sister ever deceived you? Yu picked up Xiyu and moved her aside, lest she say more silly things that would affect Big Sister's mood. Big Sister, don't listen to Xiyu's nonsense. Everyone at home is happy for you. Brother Mohan is really good, treating both you and our family with great care. He is a trustworthy person. Xinyu nodded, feeling quite satisfied upon seeing the smiles on her family members' faces. Xiaoyu, grandfather is also very happy for you. I never thought I'd live long enough to witness your wedding day. Ha ha. Shen Jing laughed heartily, his wrinkles gathering together, making him look benevolent. Grandfather, may you live for another 100 years. Not only will you see my marriage, but you'll also watch Bao Yu and Xiaoyu build their own families. They'll surely work hard and bring back beautiful, virtuous granddaughters-in-law for you. Ha! Shen Jing threw his head back in laughter, Shen Yu's words giving him immense hope for life. It truly was a delight to have so many adorable grandchildren around. Watching the harmonious family, Shen Jing felt immensely happy. A lifetime of military service had led to such a fulfilling later half of his life, and he couldn't have asked for anything more. Chapter 225, The Young Emperor's Gift. Hu Gonggong. How about the gifts prepared for Chu Mohan and Miss Xinyu? The emperor looked at the memorial in his hand with a hint of worry creasing his brow. Your Majesty, the gifts are ready and stored in the treasury of Qianyuan Palace. Would you like to take a personal look? No need. Just make sure nothing goes wrong. Now our country is stable, but why are so many people still starving? Every day, seeing the memorials from all over the country, I am heartbroken. So many of our citizens in Daqing are dying of hunger. Seeing the young emperor looking distressed, Hu Gonggong remained silent, wary of saying something that might anger him. At this moment, a small eunuch approached slowly. Your Majesty, our country Qing has fertile soil and vast fields. The crops are growing well. But in recent years, the weather has been erratic, with constant droughts leading to almost no harvest in many counties. Hence, so many people have starved to death. The emperor glanced at the small eunuch and found some logic in what he said. What would you suggest as a solution? The young emperor humbly sought advice. He knew little about agriculture, but understanding it was necessary to solve the issue. The slave has no particular insight, but having grown up in the farmlands, nowadays wheat falls down easily with just a bit of wind or dies when the ground is dry. It's fragile like a newborn baby needing care. Many farmers put their hearts into farming, but still come up empty-handed. If there were stronger wheat, perhaps the common people in Qing country could be fed better. These words awakened the dreamer within. The young emperor suddenly understood, but how could wheat become stronger? Perhaps the agricultural department should study this. Hu Gonggong, please summon a few agricultural officials from the Agricultural Bureau. I wish to discuss the wheat planting problem with them. Yes. An hour later, 3 agricultural officials arrived at the imperial study. The 3 men looked at each other uncertainly, unsure why the emperor had summoned them. Since the first emperor of Qing dynasty, no one had ever summoned agricultural officials to the palace before. This was a first. The agricultural officials were slightly nervous, not knowing why the emperor had called them this time. Could they have made some mistakes? His Majesty approaches. Long live the emperor. May he live 10,000 years. You may rise. There is no need to be so tense. Today, I invited the 3 of you to understand the situation of crops in our Qing dynasty. The 3 agricultural officials nodded, feeling reassured, and began introducing the state of crops. The main crops in our Qing dynasty are millet, rice, sorghum, and wheat. The main crop now is wheat. Due to severe drought this year, generally, the harvest isn't good. Do you have any research on how to make wheat less susceptible to drought and wind? Strengthening the wheat stems somehow. The young emperor curiously looked at the 3 officials, but before they could respond, he already discerned the answer from their faces. Not yet. We haven't seen any significant progress in terms of specific areas we can tackle. The emperor understood. After all, this was no trivial matter. It was a major task of changing the lives of the people. If this move succeeded, Qing dynasty would certainly become the first great dynasty. So, do you have thoughts on research into these matters? Do you discuss these things among yourselves normally? Yes, we tried planting different crops in certain areas around the capital, but without success. Officials feel unworthy before your Majesty. Please punish us according to your will. The 3 agricultural officials immediately knelt down, leaving the emperor sighing helplessly. There's no need for that, gentlemen. I only hope our people in Qing dynasty can live peacefully. You don't need to blame yourselves. If funds are insufficient, I will provide more support. The future of the people in Qing dynasty depends on you. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Miss you, are you here to see His Majesty? Yes, Hu Gongong. We have matters to discuss with His Majesty. All right, His Majesty is currently discussing with a few agricultural officials. You might need to wait for a bit. Understood. Upon hearing Xin Jing and Xin Yu's voices, the emperor called out. Su Gongong, let them in. One more person listening means one more idea, and Miss Xin Yu is no ordinary person. She is both resourceful and often surprising in her actions, so perhaps she has a good suggestion. Yes, Your Majesty. The two entered the imperial study, where they saw the three agricultural officials sweating profusely, an appearance making Xin Yu find it amusing. Do not neglect the grain seeds. If better seeds can be discovered, it would bring great blessings to Qing dynasty, and you will leave your names in history. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, all agricultural officials of the Agricultural Academy will exert all efforts to research. We will ensure satisfaction for Your Majesty and the entire world. Hearing the word grain seeds, Xin Yu smiled faintly. She hadn't expected this young emperor to realize the root of the problem, but if this was the case, Xin Yu also wished to lend a helping hand. Does Your Majesty need grain seeds? Seeing a smile on Xin Yu's face, the young emperor was overjoyed. Could she really have a solution? The agricultural officials also silently appraised Xin Yu. No matter how they looked at her, she appeared to be just a teenager. How could she possibly understand grain seeds? It was unimaginable. However, out of respect for the emperor, the three agricultural officials remained silent and merely watched quietly. I did come across quite a few types of seeds during my escape from famine. They seemed promising. Despite such severe drought along the way, they grew well and produced high yields, much better than wheat. Really? The young emperor was so astonished that he stood up directly from his chair. Yes, I can hand these seeds over to the Agricultural Bureau for them to try planting. If the results are optimistic, they can be cultivated in large quantities and distributed to other prefectures and then given to the people. Did you find these grain seeds in the wild? Song Nongxi asked curiously. Yes, all were found in the wild. There are several varieties. You can try planting them in a few fields. After speaking, Xin Yu took out corn, sweet potato, and cabbage seeds from her spatial storage. Here, take them. Seeing that there were 3 different types of seeds, the 3 agricultural officials looked at each other in disbelief. They had conducted research for so many years and couldn't even discover one seed. But this girl found so many types after fleeing from famine. This was almost a joke. If these seeds were as effective as she claimed, the value of these 3 types of seeds would be immeasurable. At the very least, they could save 70% of the people who starve every year in Qing country. And the amount of grain the national treasury could collect annually would increase significantly. In a few years, Qing country's military strength would become unprecedented. Take them, why hesitate? Do you want me to plant them for you personally? No. We're already satisfied that you're willing to give the seeds to us at the Agricultural Bureau. We will immediately discuss how to plant these seeds. After spring, don't rush to plant them. All right. The young emperor looked at Xin Yu with a radiant smile. She truly was a blessing for Qing country. Chapter 226, Resignation with Grandfather. After Nongxi received the seeds, the emperor let them leave. He never expected to have such a bountiful harvest today, so he was in an exceptionally good mood, feeling that Xin Yu was sent by heaven to solve his worries. By the way, young Miss Yu, General Shun, why are you here today? Your Majesty, today I accompany my grandfather because he wishes to resign. My grandfather is now old, and his health is not too good. This position should be passed on to someone more capable. After Xin Yu finished speaking, Xin Jing nodded. Your Majesty, please grant this humble minister's request. My body may no longer be able to serve the Qing kingdom with dedication. The emperor knew about their concerns, one being resignation, and the other being unwillingness to further involve themselves in the turmoil of the capital city. General Shun, your contributions to the Qing dynasty have not gone unnoticed by me. Currently, there is no one in Qing who can bear the flag. So, General, please do not resign yet. Now is the time for our nation to rest and recover. The enemy countries mostly fear you, General, which is why they refrain from attacking. If you resign, Qing will be in danger. The young emperor walked up to the old general, looking at him earnestly, making it difficult for Xin Jing to refuse. Seeing her grandfather's hesitation, Xin Yu spoke again. Your Majesty, if it's only a nominal post, my grandfather might be able to manage it. But when it comes to leading troops in battle, he really can't. Now, even mounting a horse is difficult for him. After saying this, Xin Yu intentionally wiped her eyes, showing deep concern for her grandfather's condition. The emperor was no fool. During the exoneration process, Xin Jing had been very vigorous. There was no question of not being able to mount a horse, not to mention 2 strong men couldn't even approach him. Rest assured, young Miss Yu, under no circumstances would I let the old general handle such matters. From now on, he can hold his title and simply retire gracefully in the capital city, without having to worry about anything else. With those words from your Majesty, this humble minister feels at peace. Xin Jing's face showed a heartfelt smile, as he didn't expect the young emperor to offer him the best choice. However, he realized all of this was due to the regard shown for his granddaughter. Clearly, the current Qing kingdom did not need him, an old man like him. Far away on the frontier, General Gong dominated both inside and out, and had already earned more prestige than this old man. By the way, your wedding is in a few days, and I have also prepared a gift for you. Would you like to take a look? Zhang Xinzong's face carried an anticipatory smile, much like a child waiting for praise. Of course, if it is prepared by your Majesty, it must be quite extraordinary, isn't it? The gift prepared for Miss Yu is absolutely the most unique and precious. Throughout the whole Qing kingdom, you won't find an identical item. Shen Yu was somewhat excited, since judging from the emperor's tone, this object was certainly worth a great deal. Under the guidance of Hu the eunuch, the three arrived at an ordinary-looking warehouse. Had it not been for the emperor leading them there, they would have assumed it was just an ordinary palace. Inside the room, a large golden ruler caught everyone's attention. Could this ruler possibly be made of gold? Shen Yu was shocked looking at the emperor. After all, according to the emperor's style, surely it wouldn't be fake, right? The young emperor chuckled and nodded. Naturally, it is made of gold. It's heavy enough that an average adult male would have trouble lifting it. Shun Jing coughed twice in astonishment, marveling at how generous the emperor truly was. Such a large ruler clearly held immeasurable value. This isn't a big deal. Everything here is part of the matrimonial gift we've prepared for you, carefully selected by us. As they continued forward, Shin Yu saw an enormous wooden bed. Its ancient, elegant appearance, combined with the lifelike carved patterns that shimmered with a golden hue, exuded luxury. What is this? This is a grand bed made of Jinshi Namu wood, considered as one of my gestures of goodwill. No, Your Majesty, Jinshi Namu wood has always been reserved exclusively for the royal family. How could you use it? Absolutely unacceptable. Shin Jing became slightly frightened. This Jinshi Namu wood was extremely valuable. Even the common princes could not use it. If his little granddaughter accepted it, and later it were exposed, she would likely lose her head. He preferred not accepting it rather than facing such consequences. General Shun, I know what you are worried about. On your wedding day, I will grant the title of Princess Ding'an to Miss Yu. Remember how you saved me in the palace hall? I have kept this favor in mind. The first princess of a different surname in Qing. Your Majesty, this. There is no need to say more, General Shun. Your Shun family has contributed so much to Qing. Plus, Miss Yu has done me a great kindness indeed, including solving my worries this time with the grain seeds. These gifts mean nothing compared to all that. Having finished speaking, Zhang Xinzong walked to the end of the room and pulled open the red cape placed most prominently. A breathtaking red Shoha costume appeared before Shin Yu's eyes. This garment is exquisitely crafted, adorned with feathers all over, and each feather is unique, making it look as if one is surrounded by feathers. This is the 100 Feathers garment, embroidered with various bird feathers arranged artfully. Each feather comes from the finest part of a bird. The emperor smiled as he introduced this outfit. Originally prepared for his empress, he decided to gift it to Shun Yu instead, for she was the blessed woman of Qing. The better she was treated, the more prosperous Qing would become. Your Majesty, this is far too valuable. General Shun, you only have this one granddaughter. Don't you want her to marry in grandeur? This isn't anything much. If I could, I'd pluck the moon from the sky as a wedding present for Miss Yu. Both were amused by the young emperor's jest. Undoubtedly, his thoughtfulness in preparing these gifts was admirable, and Shin Yu felt very happy, believing Zhang Xinzong would certainly be an excellent emperor in the future. Your Majesty, then I won't hesitate further. These items shall be accepted. That's right. After all, there are very few people in this world who can make me so generous. Ha ha. However, all this owed greatly to Jiang Yixing. After sealing off the Jiang estate, the hidden wealth inside shocked the emperor thoroughly. The once empty imperial treasury finally caught a breather. Otherwise, just the wedding gifts for Shun Yu would have been enough to cause him much distress. Meanwhile, the prime minister's residence buzzed with activity as Chu Mo Han led Qin Feng and others in a major task. They wanted to give Shin Yu a big surprise before her wedding, but without letting her know. Young master, we've bought all the fabric across the entire city. Is this enough? I'm not sure. Send out more people to search. The wedding date is approaching, and you mustn't let me down. As Chu Mo Han spoke, he busied himself crafting something in his hands while Qin Feng stared at the yard full of fabric, his brow furrowed in worry. It seemed that their young master came up with impromptu ideas all the time. Such a quantity of fabric required finding countless women to help. He searched everywhere in fabric shops, and ultimately sought seamstresses among courtesans in places like the Yihang courtyard. After working hard for half a day, he finally gathered enough workers. Chapter 227, Chu Mohan's Surprise. Today, I have gathered everyone here to give my soon-to-be wife a surprise. Everyone must take this seriously. Do not be perfunctory. Once everything is over, I will absolutely give you all a satisfactory price. Looking at the flowers tied with cloth on the ground, none of the women present were unimpressed, especially the girls from the Yihang courtyard. Seeing Chu Mohan taking such care to prepare a surprise for Shun Yu, they couldn't help but praise him. Sir, you truly are a man who values feelings and knows how to treat others well. If I could meet a man as thoughtful as Sir, that would make my whole life worth it. So you're quite greedy. I don't ask for much. Just half of what Mr. Chu has would be enough. The surrounding women covered their faces with their hands and giggled softly, secretly making Chu Mohan their standard for choosing a partner. Qin Feng, you stay here with the tailors to teach them. I need to go out for a while. There are still many things left to prepare. Yes, sir. Riding his steed, he arrived at the market, buying up all the Kongming lanterns in the market. Additionally, he called together all the masters who knew how to make Kongming lanterns, offering them 10 taels of silver a day to produce the lanterns. Master, what do you intend to use so many Kongming lanterns for? The craftsmen were somewhat worried, fearing that Chu Mohan was planning something malicious which might implicate them. In a few days, I will get married, and I want to give my wife a surprise. Thank you all for your help. Your payment will be settled shortly. They had also heard some rumors, and combining that with Chu Mohan's generosity, they were certain this was indeed Chu Mohan himself. You are Mr. Chu. Rest assured, we will certainly work hard. Then thank you all very much. After preparing these things, Chu Mohan returned home. Coincidentally, Master who had just delivered the royal command granting a precious stallion and an opulent bridal carriage. Even a prince's wedding might not enjoy such an honor, showcasing the emperor's high regard for their grand wedding. Mr. Chu, in recent days, whenever the emperor has free time, he inquires about your marriage with Miss Yu. His Majesty places great importance on both of you. Hu Gonggong, you flatter me. It's merely thanks to His Majesty's grace. Hu Gonggong, you are close to His Majesty. Should anything come up, please speak favorably of us. Chu Mohan handed over a fat money bag filled with silver coins to Hu Gonggong, seeking good fortune. Master Mohan, this is too formal. This old servant can't possibly accept this. Please take it, Hu Gonggong. You've worked tirelessly for our affairs. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Then I won't refuse. Hu Gonggong happily accepted the silver, satisfied, and returned to the palace. After dinner, Chu Tianren called Chu Mohan out. Sit down, Mohan. These fruits and pastries are freshly made. Try them and see how they taste. These oranges are so sweet, excellent. You are a foolish boy. The emperor said that during the wedding, he will bestow the title of princess upon you. You currently hold no official position. Would you like uncle to give you a hand? No need, uncle. You isn't that kind of person. After the wedding, we'll leave the capital city for Yuqing. Yuqing? What place is that? Chu Tianren looked puzzled at his nephew. Uncle, you are too narrow-minded. One day I'll show you. You'll definitely not want to leave once you've been there. Seeing Chu Mohan being serious, Chu Tianren nodded approvingly. Well then, I won't force you. Everything regarding the wedding is almost arranged. The day after tomorrow, you should send over the betrothal gifts and exchange the marriage certificates. On the day of the grand wedding, you will bring Yu into your household splendidly. All right. Oh, by the way, Uncle prepared a new house for you. When you get married, move there. Don't let outsiders think we're stingy, still squeezing into one house after getting married. Chu Mohan nodded. How could he refuse something Uncle gave him? Then that's settled. Later, go check out the house. The furniture and servants are already ready for you. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle has a few more words to advise you. Once you are married, you will officially be an adult. In the future, respect your parents, and be good to Yu. Otherwise, General Shen won't let you off easy. Given his temper, if Yu gets bullied, he will surely rush to your doorstep armed with a spear. Chu Mohan chuckled. Uncle, stop joking around. How could I bully Yu when my mediocre skills can't even match hers? Haven't you seen her abilities? Even Qin Feng and He Bai aren't her match. What? Chu Tianren looked at Chu Mohan with a concerned gaze after being momentarily stunned. So, you should take care of yourself? Since the bride is your own choice, it's up to you to spoil her. Don't come crying to me when you get beaten. I can't fight either. Chu Mohan. The next morning, Chu Tianyi and Chu Tianjiao called Chu Mohan to the back garden to discuss tomorrow's betrothal gifts. The two already agreed on the wedding date, and they would exchange marriage contracts the next day before delivering the gifts. Father, mother, why did you call me so early? Aren't the betrothal gifts ready? They are all prepared. Chu Tianjiao took out a green jade bracelet from her bosom and handed it over to Chu Mohan. Add this as part of the gifts. It's mother's most precious piece of jewelry, given by your father many years ago. Neither of us has great wealth, but we've done our best. He quickly supported his mother's arm. Mother, what are you doing? You keep the bracelet. Son has already prepared everything. There's no need for your guilt. You've done well enough. Chu Tianjiao shook her head and still shoved the bracelet into Chu Mohan's hand. No, Shin Yu agreed to marry you despite the difference in status. That's your good fortune. Our family must show due respect too. And if you dare mistreat her in the future, both your father and I will not forgive you, understand? Mother, I know. In the future, I will surely love Shin Yu sincerely and will absolutely not upset her. Chu Tianjiao was confident about her son. She had seen firsthand how good he had been to Shin Yu these days. Your father and I trust you. Do you have considerable businesses under your belt? You must clearly disclose everything to Shin Yu. Don't deceive her. Don't worry, mother. How could I deceive Shin Yu? On the day of the wedding, I will entrust everything to her. After saying this, Chu Mohan turned to leave, but was pulled back by Chu Tianjiao. Wait, mother hasn't finished asking yet. When do you plan to start a family with Shin Yu? Seeing the expectant expressions on his parents' faces, Chu Mohan laughed awkwardly. Chapter 228, Ling Yu's Gift. Mom, it's not the right time yet. We just got married, and we want to travel around first. There are also so many things to handle in Yuqing. We don't have this idea for now. You foolish boy, your father and I are not young anymore. You both have your own things to do, as does your father. I am alone in the house every day looking at flowers, birds, insects, and fish, and it's almost driving me crazy with boredom. I'll take care of the child once it's born. Discuss this properly. All right, Mom. Give me some time. I will definitely discuss this with you. Don't worry, I'll go now then. Seeing her about to hold him back, Chu Mohan quickly gave his father a meaningful glance. Cough cough. Jiao, Mohan is already grown up. Let him make his own decisions about these matters. I'll spend more time with you from now on. I've been neglecting your feelings during this period. Sai, I just want Mohan to have a child quickly so our family can be livelier. It always feels like something is missing at home and there's no joy. It is indeed a bit dull, but we can't force them either. Otherwise, it would have the opposite effect. I understand. Chu Tianjiao looked carefully at the tranquil water surface in the pool, her eyes flashing with intelligence, as if contemplating something. Chu Mohan had finally managed to get out of the house, and hadn't walked far when he was called by a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Ling Yu. Hey, Master Chu, you're getting married and don't even recognize me anymore? Ling Yu wore a joyful smile, but maintained an appropriate distance from Chu Mohan. Ever since she left the palace, she realized that several shadow guards had been following her. Though they might not have been monitoring her directly, they would surely report everything they saw to the emperor. To ensure Chu Mohan's safety, Ling Yu had reined herself in a bit. How did you come over? Aren't you still in the palace? Ling Yu quickly shouted. It's been so long since we last met. Won't you treat me to a meal? Seeing Ling Yu wink mischievously, Chu Mohan knew there were definitely people around watching them. Come on, let's go try the shop that you opened. I guarantee you'll love it. Sure. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the two sat in a private room catching up. How did you leave the palace? Didn't you hear? You're getting married. I had to come to wish you well. Haha, you've certainly thought of it. That stab back then almost took my life. Chu Mohan handed Ling Yu an orange, a trace of fear still lingering in his eyes. I really danced with death back then. I nearly didn't make it. But luckily Jiang Yixing is dead, so we don't need to worry about anything happening afterward. How are you? Is the little emperor treating you well? I heard you're his most beloved concubine now. Ling Yu smiled, never expecting after a lifetime of wandering that she'd meet such a considerate lover. The little emperor treated her exceptionally well, and she was now basking in boundless affection. The emperor treats me well and doesn't care about my previous identity. What? You told him everything? Yes. What's wrong? Shouldn't people who truly love each other be honest with one another? Chu Mohan frowned. He is the emperor, the person who suspects the most, and you actually told him everything? Isn't that just like dangling your life high in the air where it could fall and shatter any moment? You, having been a killer all your life, how could you be so reckless? This secret should remain buried deep within you and taken to the grave rather than being revealed. Don't you know how perilous it is to serve beside a tyrant? Ling Yu smiled, her face displaying an enlightened freedom. I had to explain the truth to him eventually. Keeping it hidden made me feel like I owed him something. It seems like you found true love, willing to place your life entirely into someone else's hands. Chu Mohan sighed helplessly. Since she was little, he taught her to protect herself and never show her weaknesses to others. Yet now, she had revealed her past as an assassin to the little emperor. Chu Mohan felt somewhat melancholic. Do you think you wouldn't willingly give your life to Xin Yu? Ling Yu smiled slightly, not waiting for Chu Mohan's reply before continuing. You've already shown it clearly, you're willing. Otherwise, how would you entrust all the commercial wealth you cherish to Xin Yu? Chu Mohan knew he couldn't change Ling Yu's mind, so he stopped trying. Since you know the consequences, it means you've considered it thoroughly. I wish you happiness. Thank you. I spent the first half of my life in a world full of hardship and uncertainty, but His Majesty has given me a sense of security. Even if I have to entrust him with my back, I'm willing to do so. In fact, he isn't a heartless person. On the contrary, I might be more merciless than him. Sometimes, he's like a helpless child that makes one feel sorrow and pity. Under the vast sky, all children have hearts that care for them, except him. All children receive help from others, but he doesn't. Even common children in the marketplaces have good friends, but he doesn't. In truth, he and I are alike. We've been abandoned by the world. Ling Yu's smile was genuine and serene, making Chu Mohan feel as though she resembled a saint who had endured much. Well, let's not talk about these things anymore. You don't get to leave the palace often, so take a look at the lively scenes outside tonight. There will be a lantern festival where people set off floating lanterns and make wishes. Ling Yu smiled and nodded. She could now finally live as an ordinary person, no longer carrying out missions or living in fear of being hunted down. All right. Oh, by the way, I didn't come to see you just to chat about these things. I came to give you a wedding gift. After saying this, Ling Yu happily took out a golden warrant from her bosom. What is this? Chu Mohan received it, glanced at it, then handed it back. I don't want it. You keep it. It won't be useful for me or you since we'll soon move to Yuqing to live freely and happily. Instead, you should hold on to it. It's the Emperor's reliance on you. Keep it for yourself. No way. I don't have any other present to give you guys. Just take it. Xin Yu isn't an ordinary person, and perhaps others might envy her in the future. Then this thing might come in handy. This sentence reminded Chu Mohan that he must ensure Yuqing was strong enough to guarantee Yu's safety in the future. In the future, whoever dares to harm you, they could still withstand such challenges through Yuqing's power. Thinking now, the number of people Yuqing can accommodate is too small. It must grow more. Despite Chu Mohan's numerous rejections, Ling Yu ultimately gave the iron warrant to Chu Mohan. All right, aren't we supposed to go to the lantern fair tonight? I'll change into some appropriate clothes, so we shouldn't waste any more time here. With that, Ling Yu left the room, leaving Chu Mohan no choice but to reluctantly accept the gift. Chapter 229, Fireworks. At that time, the Shen household was bustling with excitement as well. The streets were being prepared for a lantern festival, while Xin Yu and the others were preparing for a smaller celebration at home. The manor was festively decorated, and the servants wore smiles on their faces. I heard that Miss has prepared many flower lanterns today. There's even some for us. One servant wrinkled his mouth in disbelief. Really? Us lowly servants have such fortune? I already consider myself lucky to not be mistreated here. Back at the Pingyang Wangfu, it wasn't a joke. Every day felt like sitting on needles, always fearing that the master might take out their anger on us. Don't worry. Since we've entered the Shun household, we're blessed. Last time, after a heavy snowfall, everyone received cotton clothes. Both Miss and Master are very considerate. Really? Cotton clothes too. The servant rubbed his hands, which were red from the cold. The cracked skin looked like gaping canyons, making one's heart ache. Yes, you arrived a bit late. If you had come a few days earlier, you should have also gotten some. Looking at the new cotton coats worn by others, she envied them immensely. The fabric and thickness were beyond what she could have imagined. I really envy you all. I hope next year I'll be able to wear a cotton coat too. The woman eagerly anticipated the coming year, hoping to disassemble the cotton coat into lighter clothing for her child and husband, even if it wouldn't be thick enough to fully keep them warm but could manage the cold somehow. Xiangmei, this is your cotton coat, specially instructed by the elder miss to deliver it to you. Seeing the cotton coat handed over by the steward, Xiangmei burst into tears. Such treatment was something she couldn't have dared to imagine. Coming to the Shen family made her feel a sense of belonging, not the demeaning feeling like being treated as livestock. Thank you, steward. And thank you, elder miss. I didn't expect that miss would still be so considerate towards someone as insignificant as me. She hugged the cotton coat tightly to her chest. As miss says, the servants are people too. When they feel comfortable and get used to life here, they will work more diligently. After the steward left, Xiangmei carefully placed the thick cotton coat on her shared bed and swore in her heart that as long as she wasn't driven out by the Shen family, she would absolutely remain loyal to the Shen family for the rest of her life, without any hesitation. Winter seemed to make even the sun fearful. It disappeared far too quickly. Twilight came soon, and after dinner, the sky became pitch black, with no light visible. The whole Shen family sat in a pavilion appreciating the serene moonlight. Ho ho, this moon is truly beautiful. Shen Jing laughed cheerfully. Grandpa, how insincere your words are. Where's the moon? It's been covered by dark clouds. Shiyu complained with childish innocence, making everyone laugh. Well, today I've prepared a surprise for everyone. Everyone, look over here. Shen Yu lit the fuse with a fire starter, then hurriedly returned to the pavilion. As the crowd watched the fuse burn away, they were clueless about why this was worth watching. Burning some rope, or what would be more exciting. Suddenly, all kinds of crackling sounds from fireworks echoed across the flat land, painting the ground with dreamlike colors. Sometimes they dispersed, other times they clustered together. The crackling sounds combined with vivid, colorful fireworks caused the spectators to gape in amazement. So pretty. Big sister, these crackling flowers are as beautiful as you. Aya, Shiyu's words are so sweet. I'm delighted. This is called fireworks, isn't it gorgeous? Yes, gorgeous. The observing servants, seeing the dazzling fireworks, were also stunned. They'd never seen anything like this before. Not even Wu Nyang, who had once served an imperial concubine, had witnessed such novelty. Here, you two hold them. Just remember not to point them at people. Understood, big sister. Don't worry. We'll be careful. Bao Yu grabbed a star wand and ran off with Bao Yu to the side. These two boys, despite being so grown up, still act like children. Shannon shook his head helplessly with a smile. Looking at them ignite the star wands. The star wands flashed constantly like falling meteors in the sky, appearing luxurious and radiant. So pretty. Big sister, look. They're truly like stars. The two waved the star wands as if they held countless stars in their hands. Their cheerful laughter, mixed with remaining firecracker sounds, gave Shinyu a taste of the New Year's atmosphere. With family and happiness, there comes the feeling of celebrating the new year. Shinyu absent-mindedly mused while leaning on her mother's shoulder, making Fan Yingxue realize that what women truly desire isn't much, just simple companionship from family. Sleep with me tonight. It's been so long since I last held you while sleeping. Sure, Shinyu was happy. Ever since she had come to this life, through reincarnation, she hadn't slept with her parents yet. Although her mother was kind to her, there always seemed to be a certain estrangement. The two younger brothers continued to play joyfully with the star wands, and it wasn't long before all dozens of them were used up. Cough, cough. Are they gone? Yes. Elder sister, that was so much fun. Seeing Bao Yu's happy face, Shinyu whispered mysteriously in their ears. Elder sister has another surprise for you. Would you like to see it? Looking at their sister's mysterious expression made them even more curious. Could there be anything better than these fireworks? Yes. Of course, we want to see. Seeing their anticipatory eyes, she led them to an open area. When they saw several large boxes on the ground, the two younger brothers walked over in surprise. Elder sister, could these boxes possibly be full of fireworks too? Yes. Wanli Rivers and Mountains Scroll. Sister, this name sounds wonderful. Not only does it have a great name, but it looks even more beautiful once ignited. Shinyu pointed to the fuses of two firework sets nearby. Light them, then run far away. Alright, the two little ones lit the fuses with excited faces, then bolted back to Shun Yu like smoke escaping from the cracks. Father, mother, grandfather, watch the fireworks. Super large fireworks. As soon as they finished speaking, magnificent fireworks shot out instantly from the cannons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, the fireworks bloomed splendidly like countless beautiful flowers, causing everyone's hearts to burst with joy. So beautiful. Who would have thought the night could be so magical? These fireworks are incredible. They're more beautiful than the loveliest flower I've ever seen. Without any hesitation, the crowd praised the fireworks, and every emotion inside them transformed into astonishment when the fireworks exploded. Men and women placing lanterns on the river or igniting Kongming lanterns nearby looked up to watch the sudden eruption of fireworks from afar, finding their own Kongming lanterns pale in comparison. What is this thing? How can it bloom in color during the darkness of night? Too gorgeous. Too pretty. Can flowers also bloom in the dark? Chu Mohan and Ling Yu also noticed the ceaselessly vibrant fireworks. The two exchanged glances and looked up automatically, knowing the direction indicated the Shun family estate. Chapter 230, Presenting the Dowry. Looks like Miss Shinyu has come up with something new again, and it really is quite beautiful. Ling Yu looked enviously in the direction of the Shun residence. Being with Shin, you must always bring about something fresh, her mind seemingly filled with endless innovative ideas. It's indeed beautiful, and it does seem like Yu's work. Chu Mohan stood there watching the fireworks explode, as if they were Yu expressing her joy. By the way, after the wedding, where will you two live? Moving directly to Yu City. Yeah, living in Yu City is more comfortable than in the capital. If you get the chance, you should take a look too. His Majesty has already visited once. If I get the chance, I'll go with His Majesty to take a look. Chu Mohan chuckled, taking him along to have a look? He probably won't go again. Huh. Ling Yu was a little confused, and the young emperor sneezed hard inside the palace. Who is mentioning me at this late hour and still hasn't rested? The young emperor sneezed again and softly called for Hu Gonggong. What is it, Your Majesty? This old servant is here. Has the funding and supplies been sent to Yu City? They've been sent and are already on their way. But Yu City seems so prosperous. Do we even need to send these supplies? This young Master Shin seems to be pondering something strange. The emperor leaned back in his chair and pointed at the moon outside. Do you see the moon in the sky? Shin Yu and Chu Mohan are like the moon in the sky, usually hidden behind clouds, but during crucial times, they burst forth with brilliance, not only driving away darkness, but also uniting the people. Hu Gonggong's face showed increasing surprise. He had thought that the emperor's feelings towards Chu Mohan would be cautious, never expecting such high praise. Master Chu and Miss Shun truly have many extraordinary qualities. Your Majesty can discern talent well and delegate accordingly. Prepare some gifts for me again. On their wedding day, not only will I bestow an honorary princess title to Shun Yu, but I'll also grant 100 miles around Yu City as feudal land to Chu Mohan. Hu Gonggong. If the royal family finds out, wouldn't they rush into the palace and cause a commotion? They spent a lot of effort saving the emperor, and although Chu Mohan has great merits, the royal family is still the most trusted force by the emperor. The royal family has contributed, but the rewards shouldn't be too excessive. My imperial throne isn't yet secure. The royal family is the force that poses the greatest threat to me. Chu Mohan looked outside the palace, feeling that Chu Mohan and Shin Yu were the forces he could most rely on. So giving Yu City funding was the young emperor, using his utmost ability, moving all the silver originally earmarked for repairing the rear palace to Yu City. Early the next morning, the entire capital city was filled with drums and gongs, the streets packed with people. From the front of the prime minister's residence to the Shun residence, the road was overcrowded, but people kindly left a path open for the carriages. Chu Mohan, dressed in red, rode the emperor's personally gifted blood-sweating Arabian steed, his grand demeanor envied by many. Alas, unfortunately, we don't have that kind of luck. If I could marry Master Chu, how wonderful it would be. Even being a concubine would be fine. Sister, stop dreaming. Master Chu said he won't take concubines in this lifetime. Moreover, you're a lady, the daughter of the North Yang King. Wake up. If your father found out, wouldn't he confine you at home for a month? No. Even if confined, it would be worth it. Alas, such an imposing gentleman doesn't belong to me. The surrounding commoners, knowing the generosity of Chu Mohan and Shin Yu, shouted encouragement. Master Chu, please treat Miss Shun well. Congratulations to the talented pair for a century of blissful union. May they soon bear noble children. Chu Mohan grinned from ear to ear, unable to close his mouth. Thank you all for your blessings. We're now going to present the dowry at the Shun residence. In 3 days, everyone is invited to our wedding feast. Don't be shy. Master Chu truly deserves his reputation as a prominent merchant in our Qing dynasty. How confident his words are. He's even inviting all the citizens to eat. Ha ha. Alas, I admire this kind of love immensely. After all the carriages came out from the prime minister's residence, the people finally witnessed the strength of the Chu family. Just the dowry took several dozen carriages. The entire parade was like a red dragon, awe-inspiring. Young Master Chu and Chancellor Chu have really put their all into this. So many things. These chests must be filled with extraordinary treasures that shock the world. I don't know, but we can be sure, if we were to get just one of these items, we wouldn't need to worry about food or clothing for the rest of our lives. Miss Shin Yu is kind-hearted and so good to us commoners. She deserves all of this. She's worthy of it. Yes, she's absolutely worthy of it. Half an hour later, the people from the Shun household, hearing the clear sounds of drums and gongs, opened the gates. Uncle, grandfather, Chu Mohan bowed deeply, excitement lighting up his face. Mohan has arrived. Please come in. Qin Feng, you arrange for the gifts to all be brought inside. Yes. The crowd watched as the line of people bringing the dowry stretched all the way down the street, causing murmurs of awe. This is too extravagant. It's like he's moved the entire treasury here. You don't understand anything. Lord Mohan is a famous rich merchant. This is nothing. Just look at the value of the jewelry Miss Shin wears. The servants nodded dumbly. With their limited imagination, they couldn't fathom how valuable these items were, only knowing that the wealth converted into rice would probably be more than what the chancellor's residence held. He was waiting patiently in the side chamber of the main hall when Chu Mohan approached, and Shin Yu glanced over. Still those bright eyes, that clean white face, and the unique air of youthful vitality made Shun Yu sigh involuntarily. Truly deserving. The man I chose looks handsome even in red. Uncle, aunt, grandfather, today I've brought my dowry, wishing to take Yu home in 3 days' time. I hope you will agree. I agree. Yu had been unable to contain her impatience, dashing out of the side room in an instant. Look at your daughter, truly grown up and eager to leave home already. They all chuckled and teased, while Chu Mohan smiled and took Yu's hand. Please rest assured. I, Chu Mohan, will treat Yuer well for the entirety of my life. I will not do a single thing that makes Yuer unhappy. Chapter 231, Preparations for the Wedding. That means, sister, will you be able to come home often after this? Shiyu is afraid that we won't see elder sister anymore. Shiyu pouted, close to tears, while the others waited anxiously for Chu Imohan's response. After all, none of them wanted Shinyu to leave them too far away. Of course I can. After our marriage, we'll go to U City together. It'll be just like before. The house in U City is so big, it'll be great for us all living together, lively and fun. Really, big brother Imohan? Bao Yu also approached with an astonished face. This was incredible news for them. They would live with their elder sister, something they had never dared to dream about before. Of course it's real. Has big brother Imohan ever lied to you? It's true. Big brother Imohan has already discussed it with elder sister. After our marriage, we'll still live together and move to U City. Yes. Shiyu is so happy. Little Shiyu happily jumped on the spot, her silly demeanor making everyone laugh. The two younger brothers had deep feelings for Shunyu, having relied heavily on her since they fled from famine. They had grown accustomed to having their elder sister around. The betrothal gifts have also arrived today. Yuer, are you satisfied with Imohan? If you're satisfied, 3 days from now, we will hold the wedding ceremony. Shunjing said kindly, his eyes filled with expectations for their upcoming nuptials. I am very satisfied. Imohan has always treated me well, and I vow to stay by his side for life, forever united. I also am. For this lifetime, I will be fully devoted to you. Holding hands, the two looked at Shunjing, who nodded approvingly. Good. If so, then prepare to welcome the bride in 3 days. Thank you, grandfather. The two tightly embraced each other, causing the servants to blush in embarrassment. Oh, seeing this scene makes me feel a little shy. What do you have to be shy about? Miss Shun and Mr. Chu have great affection for each other. They don't fear societal opinions. Otherwise, how could they have built such a large town as U City? What? You mean U City was actually established by Miss Shun and Mr. Chu? I have relatives there. They say life there is fantastic. Before, they had nothing to eat or wear, not even decent clothes. Now they have winter coats, and they've been allocated houses. We're doing well here, better than them. A woman smiled and said, that's true. We're happy too. Every day, we have no arduous work, nor do we suffer complaints. An hour later, Chu Imohan left Shin Manor and returned to his own yard. Qin Feng, how's everything going? Are you on schedule? Chu Imohan asked worriedly. It only happens once in a lifetime, and he was determined to make sure that you cherish this day forever without regrets. It should be on time. The teachers and ladies have been working tirelessly day and night these past few days. The progress is good, but they're all exhausted, barely keeping their eyes open. Maybe they need a rest. Let them rest first. Their lives matter most. Have you found replacements? Qin Feng shook his head. He'd looked everywhere, but where were there any extra people? At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the yard. Knock, knock, knock. Who's coming? Qin Feng rushed over and opened the gate to find Li Xian. Behind him were quite a few former villagers from Stone Village, all evidently skilled at manual labor. Big brother Imohan, you really are here. We've been searching for you for a long time, finally finding you. Don't worry about that for now. Your arrival is a tremendous help to me. Li Xian, why? What trouble have you encountered, big brother Imohan? Qin Feng, stop being polite and quickly arrange everyone. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't rested yet. Teach the uncles and aunts. All right, the group didn't let anyone down. Since they did farm work at home regularly, their practical skills were impressive, and they quickly picked up what was needed. Seeing the piles of fabric flowers and Kongming lanterns inside and outside the courtyard, they were quite surprised. Big brother Imohan, do you plan to use all these things during your wedding day? Yeah, I want to give you a surprise. On our wedding day, I don't want her to feel regretful. She loves spring, full of flowers, and we originally planned to get married in spring. But the young emperor set the wedding date in winter, when flowers are all dead. Still, I must find a way to bring back the look of a sea of flowers in the capital. Big brother Imohan truly cares deeply. Let's keep working hard. Tonight, I'll provide extra meals. We'll eat pork braised with noodles. Everyone needs to do careful, high-quality work. Rest assured, Lord Li Xian, yours matters are our matters too. We will definitely take care to accomplish this perfectly for the wedding. Chu Imohan, thank everyone. Young Master Imohan, there's no need to thank us. These are all small matters. Not only do we share a village bond with you, but also the fact that U City has welcomed us and given us affluent and stable lives is already satisfying. Indeed, young Master Imohan, rest assured, handing over these tasks to us will surely not disappoint. Good. Since that's settled, I'm at ease now. Everyone, don't rush too much. With you here, the current progress can definitely keep up. After saying this, everyone followed Qin Feng into the house to take over their work. Young master, now you can rest easy. Li Xian's arrival couldn't have been more timely. With their help, I don't have to worry as much. Now we just wait for the big day in 3 days. By the way, pay attention to the recent situation in the capital city. We fear someone might cause trouble on my wedding day. Rest assured, master. Whoever dares to tamper with your wedding, I, Qin Feng, will risk my life to make them know the price. That won't be necessary. Just ensure everything stays stable on that day. Understood. The next morning, everyone on the street was talking about Chu Imohan's and Shinyu's wedding, wearing happy smiles as if celebrating an event of grand importance. Miss Shinyu and Mr. Chu finally achieved the ultimate happiness. It's wonderful. Yes, the two of them have helped us so much. It's unfortunate that we can't offer much assistance. Not offering help silently blesses them enough. On that day, our not creating chaos will suffice. Old Zhang too speaks the truth. Let's just avoid causing any disorder. Haha, come on, let's continue drinking. Today's round is on me. No one is allowed to fight me for this. In a corner sat a man with a dark complexion, tightly gripping his wine glass, concealing rage in his eyes. Big wedding? After destroying my entire family, you still plan to marry peacefully? Wait until your downfall comes. The man gulped down his tea and stood up to head toward the dry goods store. Boss, do you have chili peppers and black pepper? We do. How much do you need, young master? Wrap them all up for me. You want all of them? Though our shop may look small, we stock a great deal. Don't chatter. I'll take it all. As he spoke, he placed a silver ingot on the table, and the boss did not ask any further questions. Chapter 232, Oversight. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the grand wedding. Chu Mohan was dressed in a festive red outfit, walking through the courtyard with a distinct air, and everyone congratulated him. Master Mohan, you look dashing today. I bet you're about to bring Miss you home. Haven't stopped smiling all day. We're also happy for Master Mohan. May everything go smoothly today. Just relax. Our Master Mohan is always kind-hearted. Who would be so blind as to ruin your joy on such a big day? Upon hearing what the servant said, Chu Mohan's heart was somewhat troubled instead. Issues were most likely to arise at moments like this. This was the grand day for his wedding with you, and no matter who it was, he wouldn't allow anyone to interfere. After saying a few cheerful words, Mohan left. The carriage and horses were already prepared, and the red carpet extended from the front gate all the way to the street corner. As he stepped out of the gate into a sea of flowers, Mohan instructed the servants to fill the bride escort route with flowers. Qin Feng, you've done a great job. Missy will surely like this. Master, on your wedding day, Qin Feng will do my utmost to create the best effect. I guarantee you'll be even more satisfied along the way. Oh, with that, I'm reassured. Chu Mohan stood laughing by the door when Chu Tianjiao and Chu Tianyi walked over with radiant smiles. Mohan, let your mother have a look. Your clothes are neatly arranged. You look full of spirit. Mother and father will wait for your good news in the mansion. Don't worry, mother. This time, I'll definitely bring you back to the mansion. Your father has some final instructions for you. When you arrive at the Shun household, remember to be modest and composed, understand? I understand, father. With laughter in his eyes, he glanced at his parents and uncle before mounting his blood-sweating steed. Let's go. Instantly, drums thundered and cheers from the commoners echoed together with the fierce drum beats, making this day increasingly festive. Chu Mohan noticed that the commoners all held flowers made by Qin Feng's team, which filled him with immense joy. He hadn't expected the people to help him too. Master Mohan, so handsome. The flowers are beautiful too. Missy will surely be happy marrying you. That's right. Everyone will bless you both. Thank you all. I promised a feast for everyone, and Master Chu will not break his word. Please come, food in abundance awaits. Chu Mohan had already ordered the servants to prepare meals and hire cooks. One must honor their promises after all. Among the crowd, several individuals with sharp, vicious eyes silently observed Chu Mohan, each with a dagger hanging from their waist. Father, mother, the bridal procession seems to be coming. A small figure named Shiyu stood shouting in the hall, yet though others seemed joyful, they carried traces of seriousness and reluctance. After all, raising a daughter for so long, giving her away without feeling sorrow would be unnatural. Even if she'd still live nearby, it felt hard to them. Let the house servants prepare and wait for Mohan. Yes, master. Inside the rear room, Shinyu sat before the dressing mirror looking pleased with her exquisite makeup. Miss, these elegant jewels are specially prepared by Master and Lady Shin. They are truly exquisite. Designs like these are probably scarce throughout the entire capital city. They indeed look beautiful. When you get married later, I'll give you some exquisite jewels too. After following me for so long, you shouldn't be neglected. There's no need, miss. You've been very kind to us already. We feel very content. Since we're going to marry, let's do it grandly. Rest assured, I'll make proper arrangements for you. Hearing these words, the servants worked even harder to help Shinyu beautify her appearance. Miss, your stunning beauty paired with this vermilion lip color makes you look absolutely breathtaking. Tonight when Master Mohan sees you, he'll surely be mesmerized. The servants laughed heartily, unaware that the bridal procession had already reached the front door. The matchmaker led the people inside the main hall, while Chu Mohan anxiously awaited Shinyu's arrival indoors. Please, take the miss to come out. Yes. Seeing the figure wrapped in a red veil, wearing a 100-bird feather robe, she appeared otherworldly like a celestial maiden. Mohan, today I am placing you in your hands. From now on, treat her well. Shun En's tone revealed reluctance. Fan Yingshue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I will. After marriage, I won't ever let you suffer. Father, mother, don't cry. Today is a joyful day. I can smell your tears from here. Fan Yingshue chuckled softly. This daughter truly tugged at her heartstrings, eliciting both pity and laughter. All right, your mother and father won't cry. Go quick, don't delay the auspicious hour. Understood. Chu Mohan led Shinyu's hand under everyone's watchful gaze, slowly departing from the yard. Lift the sedan chairs. The lively sounds of gongs and drums rang in the ears, and the entire street was filled with a festive atmosphere. The emotions of the common folk were high as they continuously cheered for the couple at the top of their lungs. Chu Mohan sat atop his horse, experiencing the most memorable day of his life, his lips curving upward into a smile. At a glance, he spotted a detestable face. The man's expression was grim as he glared fiercely at Chu Mohan from within the crowd, which made him instantly tense up. Qin Feng, what is it, young master? Be on guard. I'm worried. I just saw a man with a fierce look. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Make sure nothing happens. I don't want bloodshed on my wedding day. Understood, young master. Leave this to me. Qin Feng did not dare to overlook this and ordered the men he had arranged beforehand to begin searching for the fierce-looking man Chu Mohan described. Standing on a pavilion, they looked around but couldn't find that man. Stay extremely alert. There must be no trouble. Yes, sir. Not having Qin Feng come back to report the situation left Chu Mohan extremely tense, fearing something would go wrong at any moment. Shin Yu, sitting inside the sedan chair, sensed Chu Mohan's accelerated heartbeat and asked cautiously, "What's wrong, Mohan? Why is your heart beating so fast? Is something happening?" "Nothing, you are." "Hee. I'm just nervous and excited." "Really?" Seeing Chu Mohan's resolute answer, Shin Yu stopped questioning. However, Chu Mohan's heartbeat showed no sign of calming down. "Are you ready?" In the blink of an eye, they reached the corner, when suddenly several jars were thrown out with a swish. They shattered with a loud clang-clang sound. Frowning, Chu Mohan thought, "Why does it smell like oil?" In an instant, several lit firebrands were thrown to the ground. "Damn it! Everyone scatter!" Qin Feng grabbed the closest firebrand to him, but there were still 3 others before him. "We're in trouble." They didn't expect them to set fires. Chapter 233, The ceremony completes. The moment the tinderbox was thrown, the civilians began to panic and jostle each other, with many being trampled underfoot. This time, I want to see what you, Chu Mohan, will do next. You killed my father and my uncle, so do you think I'll let you off scot-free?" The man walked to the back of the crowd, looking arrogantly at Chu Mohan as if he were proud of his own masterpiece. Just as the tinderbox was about to fall into the oil and explode, a sudden gust of wind blew up. The sun hung high in the sky, yet it started raining heavily with raindrops the size of soybeans. Pitter-patter, the rain instantly doused the tinderbox out. Then the heavy rain disappeared as if it had been specifically prepared for these tinderboxes. Zhao Yuan looked fearfully at the oil that had been scattered by the rain around him, reflecting brilliant colors under the sunlight. How is this possible? Why did it suddenly rain? You truly possess sorcery. Attack him. Suddenly, 4 or 5 muscular men leaped out from the crowd, holding machetes. But the next second, they were all subdued by Qin Feng and his guards. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zhao Yuan turned to run. A white figure appeared before him in a flash and said disdainfully, "Where do you think you're going? You just caused trouble and you plan on fleeing?" Before Zhao Yuan could react, Bai Yu struck him down into unconsciousness. Qin Feng saw this and quickly ran over. "Thank you, Miss Bai Yu. If you hadn't helped this time, this fellow would probably have escaped. You're too kind, Brother Qin. It's also my sister's affair, so what I've done is entirely appropriate. You can take him back. Here, everything's under control." Though Bai Yu was short and looked somewhat frail, there was an aura of trustworthiness about her. In her eyes, Qin Feng seemed to glimpse something extraordinary. "All right, then I'll take my leave first." After Qin Feng dealt with those petty thieves, Chu Mohan smiled and said, "Today I specially prepared this show to enliven everyone's mood. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused due to my oversight." "There's no problem, Master Chu. It indeed provided quite a surprise. We wouldn't have guessed someone was causing trouble on the streets if you hadn't explained. So it was arranged by Master Chu. How thoughtful of you." "Yes, who would have thought Master Chu has such creative ideas? You certainly gave us a shock." As the convoy continued forward, Chu Mohan felt extremely annoyed inside. There were indeed reckless people seeking trouble. He'd deal with them after today. "Miss Shun, open your window and look at the surprise Master Chu prepared for you. Always wearing a head cover, don't miss out on such a beautiful scene." "Yes, quickly open it and take a look. After a bit more waiting, we'll be arriving at the residence." Shin Yu's lips curled into a smile. She lifted her veil and slowly opened the small curtain. To her amazement, flowers filled her sight, flowers of all kinds. The trees were covered with flowers, even the vendors' stalls were adorned with flowers, and plenty of commoners held bunches of flowers in their hands. Shin Yu was truly astonished. How could there be so many flowers in the dead of winter? Mohan must have gone through great lengths for her sake. In an instant, Shin Yu shed hot tears. Encountering such a considerate person in a lifetime wasn't easy. "Miss Shun, catch. These are all carefully prepared for you by Master Chu. May you both enjoy long-lasting happiness and love until white hair appears." A flower accurately flew into Shun Yu's hand from outside the window. As she touched the fabric of the flower, Shin Yu chuckled softly. It turned out to be made of cloth, beautifully stitched, and served as decoration as well. Shin Yu carefully tucked the flower into her bosom like a precious treasure. When passing through the merchant street, walls crowded with flowers moved Shin Yu once again. Every wall along the entire street was densely packed with flowers, giving one the feeling of stepping right back into spring. She hadn't expected her casual comment would be taken to heart by Chu Mohan, nor for him to create such a huge surprise for her. Here comes the sea of flowers." With Chu Mohan's shout, a dozen people on the top floor threw intricately crafted petals into the sky, creating a splendid snow-like effect. "Mistress, Lord Mohan is truly thoughtful, showing you unparalleled affection. Where in the world is there a man willing to do something this romantic for his wife?" A maid nearby cupped her chin in admiration as she gazed at this shower of flowers. She couldn't help but wonder when she might meet a man who cared for and cherished her this way. Shin Yu watched with a radiant smile as she took in every surprise Chu Mohan prepared for her, while the petals falling inside her sedan chair recorded her happiest moments. Before long, the sedan arrived at the front gate of the Chu residence, where Chu Mohan had already dismounted from the carriage and eagerly waited. "Miss, we've arrived." "Okay, let's let's get down from the sedan. Chu Mohan personally came to greet her at the sedan, his eagerness making everyone laugh. Young Master Chu, you're really in a hurry. You can't wait, huh? Huh. If you want to take the bride away, there should be some proper words, Lord Mohan. You can't just take her away with an easy word go. Everyone agrees, right? Yes. Exactly. Many civilians were teasing Chu Mohan happily. Weddings are all about joy and noise, so Chu Mohan didn't get upset. Good. Here, let me carry you into the courtyard. Chu Mohan walked beside the sedan chair, bending down but still wearing a blissful smile. Great. No wonder Mohan Young Master is well known. Haha, so interesting. Mohan Young Master truly loves Lady Yu. I'm so jealous. Jealousy won't help. A man like this is impossible to find even if you use a lantern searching. Chu Mohan squatted down while Shun Yu was led by maid step by step towards him. Hey, look how happy Mohan Young Master is when he carries Miss Shun on his back. Not only that, but he's thrilled beyond belief. Entering the door, Chu Mohan placed Shun Yu in the main hall. Chu Tianjiao, seeing it, couldn't help but grin as her simple-minded son had finally come to his senses. Lord, madam, the auspicious time has arrived. Shall we start the ceremony? Sure. Hurry up. Chu Tianjiao couldn't wait for Yuer to become her daughter-in-law. The two newlyweds stand here. Let's begin the ceremony. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to our elders. Couple bow to each other. HMF. Time to escort them into their bridal chamber. The officiant's words were drowned out by the sounds of guests around them. Chu Mohan didn't care what was proper anymore. He scooped Yuer up and ran back to the room. Yuer, please wait for me patiently a moment. I'll go around to thank the guests and then come back. Wait for me, all right? Yes. Qin Feng followed behind Chu Mohan, pouring one cup of wine after another, almost having saluted all the guests. Qin Feng, didn't we say it would be water? Why does this have a taste of alcohol? My body feels unbearably hot. What's going on? I don't know. The madam instructed you to toast with this during the banquet. Chu Mohan peered closely at the vat and sighed helplessly after seeing its contents. Chapter 234, The Strange and Unpredictable Chu Mohan. Upon seeing the words tiger bone medicinal wine on the jar, Chu Mohan also felt helpless. His mother actually went to the trouble of buying tiger bone wine for him. It must be known that tigers are not easy to encounter, and tiger bones are even rarer. My mother is so eager for a grandson. All right, you all go back now. I'm going to return to my room. Looking at the young master's unsteady gait and flushed face, Qin Feng walked up and supported him. Master, are you drunk? Why is your walk so slanted? I'm just happy and drank a little more. There's nothing wrong. You can go back and keep watch. Don't let anything else go wrong. All right. Qin Feng clenched his fists and walked out the door. Those who dared to cause trouble on their young master's big day would definitely not be let off easily. Go. Follow me to the dungeon. Let's see what kind of people those folks are. Yes. Just as Qin Feng had left, a few well-dressed women appeared crouching in front of Chu Mohan's door. Hurry. This stinky brat has gone inside. Surely tonight, he'll conceive a healthy baby boy. That's right. Madam, you're so blessed. Both master and madam are extraordinary talents. Surely their young master will be an achiever too. Chu Tianjiao smiled and pursed her lips. Of course, this was the best outcome. But what they give birth to isn't something they could control entirely. She rather thought it would be nice if they had a daughter like Shinyu. Whatever it is, as long as they two love each other dearly, that's all good. The madam said exactly the right thing. Inside the room, Chu Mohan, tipsy, staggered toward the bedside where Shinyu sat with a red veil covering her face, demurely waiting for him to lift the veil. Unexpectedly, Chu Mohan squatted in front of the bed shaking the bedstead making a creaking sound, which immediately resonated out. The ladies waiting outside were all pleased and smiled satisfactorily. Madam, this wine is really wonderful. The money wasn't wasted. The creaking sound is really loud. Definitely, a big baby boy will be conceived tonight. Chu Tianjiao, delighted in her heart, yet fearing to disrupt Chu Mohan's mood, pushed them all out of the courtyard. All right, all of you go. Let the newlyweds have their private moments. We'll head to the pavilion and admire the moon. Good. Then let's not disturb them. Hearing the footsteps of everyone leaving, Chu Mohan finally lifted Shun Yu's veil. The flickering candlelight illuminated Shun Yu's gentle face. Her exquisite makeup brought immense joy to Chu Mohan's heart. Her white tender cheeks contrasted sharply with her vibrant red lipstick, enhancing her charm. You're back. Yes. Finally managed to arrange all the guests properly. Chu Mohan laughed and pulled Shin Yu's hand leading her towards the table. Why does your body smell like alcohol? Did you drink? Shin Yu was somewhat surprised. Wasn't it agreed that water should be poured instead during the toast? Yeah, but it's a different kind of alcohol. Chu Mohan sighed helplessly, feeling his blood about to boil. Seeing the red marks covering his cheeks, Shin Yu used her healing ability to check Chu Mohan's condition. Her face turned red too. How did he end up drinking such alcohol? Let's go, Yu. The night is deep. Let's sleep. Are you feeling the effects of some medicine? Shin Yu instinctively took a step back at Chu Mohan's reddish face. No, it's just some alcohol making me sleepy. As Shin Yu followed Chu Mohan, she felt things were a little unusual. She accidentally bumped into the chair behind her, causing both of them to fall onto the bed with a clatter. Tonight's moon was especially bright, its light shining clearly and gently. After a while, dense snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Under the moonlight, these goose feather-sized snowflakes resembled cotton tufts and gave a strangely warm sensation despite the cold. Outside the house door, several maids shivered in the cold. The goose feather-like snowflakes along with biting wind made them feel like they were freezing to death. It's been changed 7 times already. But the young master hasn't ordered us to go back to rest. Are we supposed to stay here all night? I feel like my whole body is frozen stiff. The maid exhaled a puff of warm air, stomping her feet, which were already frozen stiff. Her face showed a pale complexion. After all, it is their wedding night, let's wait. Mrs. Chu eagerly wants a grandson, and it seems like her wish will soon be fulfilled. Exactly. The effect of this tiger bone wine is quite significant. If I were wealthy, I'd buy a jar for my husband too. Everyone fell silent, hearing the sound of snow falling on the ground and melting into droplets, much like cheerful bells swaying lightly yet resonantly in the breeze. The next morning, the entire capital city was covered in white snowflakes, as though it had become an ancient kingdom sealed in ice. Master, wasn't the emperor planning to visit yesterday? Why didn't he come? Could it be that he thinks we're a threat? Qin Feng asked cautiously, always distrustful of the emperor. It shouldn't be, perhaps something came up. After all, as an emperor, one must always prioritize the welfare of the people first. Master Chu's words are exactly right. Both knew this was just a comfort for Chu Mohan's thoughts. The emperor, above all, but with 10,000 below, could never forget such an event. His Majesty has arrived. A shrill and piercing voice cut through their doubts, as the young emperor was already in the yard. Long live His Majesty. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 upon 10,000 years. Everyone may rise. There is no need for such formality. Today I have come to congratulate Mohan and Miss Xinyu on their joyous wedding. He walked over to Chu Mohan and jokingly said, I promised you yesterday, but broke my word. You won't blame me, will you? How could we? Your Majesty deals with the affairs of state daily. It's normal not to have time. How dare commoners like us blame you? Upon hearing Chu Mohan's sarcastic tone, Chu Tianyi was shocked. Was his son feeling too high on himself? To be disrespectful to the current emperor? Was he courting death? Wasn't he just thinking about having grandchildren? Did this boy want him to die childless? Ha ha ha. The young emperor threw his head back in laughter. He hadn't expected Chu Mohan's temperament to be so stubborn, daring to speak sarcasm in front of everyone. Such straightforward character the emperor admired, and he grew more fond of Chu Mohan. It seems you really were upset with me. In fact, I had my own concerns. Since our last victory in quelling the rebellion, the two of you have become famous throughout the capital. There are quite a few villains watching your every move. I was worried someone might harm you. Also, yesterday there was indeed an urgent military report. With a sigh, he continued. The military affairs at the border have been busy. The barbarians from the neighboring tribes have been probing our defenses frequently. Yesterday, they launched an attack. We suffered a crushing defeat. We lost the mountain pass. I was so furious that I couldn't breathe properly until now, finally able to stand. Your Majesty must take care of your health. As Chu Mohan finished speaking, Qin Feng murmured quietly behind him. Zhang Yu, that incompetent fool, knows nothing about commanding an army. If it weren't for him, the foreign tribes wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. The young emperor looked toward Qin Feng in pleasant surprise. Could today yield a competent general who knows how to lead troops in a battle? Chapter 235, Qin Feng's background. Seeing Qin Feng speaking without restraint, Chu Mohan felt a sense of impending crisis. Qin Feng, go let the servants prepare some tea. Yes, young master. Hey, wait, is this your personal guard, Mohan? The young emperor raised the corner of his mouth, seemingly quite curious about Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned, and Chu Mohan's heart sank, knowing that the young emperor must have ulterior motives. He's not exactly a guard. We grew up together with a great relationship. He's part of the family, and I've always seen him as my younger brother. Chu Mohan's meaning was very clear. Qin Feng absolutely couldn't leave his side. Don't be so tense, Lord Mohan. I just think he has his own insights into the border situation. As I know little about border affairs, naturally, I hope to hear more real thoughts on this matter. Chu Mohan didn't know what to say, so he coughed lightly, warning Qin Feng to be careful. The young emperor's intentions were far from pure. Qin Feng, since His Majesty wishes to hear it, then you may speak. Chu Mohan thought Qin Feng would understand his intention, but instead, Qin Feng spoke like opening a new door, flowing continuously, commenting on national affairs like an experienced general. I believe the problem with our borders lies in the leaders themselves. If they don't cower or retreat constantly, we could display the might of our army from Qing dynasty, definitely raising morale. With high morale, we could recapture the mountain passes, ambush them from the northern snowy mountains where they specialize in combat within mountainous terrain. They will certainly flee towards the northern mountains. That's when we can deal them a heavy blow. After the soldiers stabilize for a day, we can regroup and drive the barbarians beyond 100 miles. This could ensure stability for Qing for decades without worry. However, these plans are only possible under the condition of ample supplies. As long as provisions are sufficient, external threats won't be much of a problem. Xinyu watched Qin Feng confidently talk about the border issues fluently, clapping and smiling. Qin Feng, you're quite capable indeed. I didn't expect you, even though you're staying here in the capital city, to still be so concerned about border affairs, analyzing everything so logically. Good job, good job. Xinyu's cheerful voice made the atmosphere in the entire courtyard suddenly feel lighter. Chu Mohan continued to frown, watching Qin Feng remain focused on foreign matters. He knew Qin Feng was going to leave. Years ago, on a freezing night, Chu Mohan had been giving out porridge late into the evening and encountered bitter winds on his way back. It was so cold that it felt as if the next moment, he might freeze to death. He stumbled over something and fell heavily into the snow, getting completely soaked by icy flakes. Dazed, Chu Mohan turned around abnormally, wanting to see what had tripped him. A small pair of legs wrapped in tattered cloth, red from frostbite, lay half exposed in the snow. Chu Imohan was startled, wondering if such a tiny person had already frozen to death. Master, quickly return home. Your father is anxious waiting for you at the residence. Not so fast. There's a young man here buried in the snow. Let's dig him out and check if he can be saved. After saying this, Chu Imohan squatted down and started digging through the snow with his small, yet strong hands. Little master, you're truly compassionate. But this child has been buried in the snow for too long. There's no way he'd still be alive. Let's go back. This snowfall is too intense. If we stay any longer, your body will freeze solid. Before Chu Imohan could argue further, one of his attendants picked him up forcefully, intending to leave. If anything happened to the young master, he wouldn't survive the blame. No matter how many needy people the Chu clan helped regularly, surely they couldn't save every unfortunate soul on earth. What are you doing? Xiaosheng, put me down quick. Xiaosheng clutched Chu Imohan tightly while covering his ears, intent on leaving immediately. Just as Xiaosheng lifted his foot to run, a deep cough came from beside the patch of snow. Xiaosheng, did you hear that? He's still alive, coughing. Put me down. If we save him, there will surely be good consequences. Glancing at the rough shape of the boy lying in the snow, it seemed about the same size as his son. Compassion arose in Xiaosheng, and he reluctantly set Chu Imohan down. Together, they frantically dug through the snow until they pulled out a weak-looking Qin Feng. Besides a thick layer of snow, there was also a large hand covering Qin Feng's face. If it weren't for this hand protecting his mouth and nose, Qin Feng might have already perished. Master, this person has passed. Sighing helplessly, Chu Imohan detected faint breathing and decided to bring him back to their residence first. After waking up, Qin Feng was rather quiet, appearing to be 6 or 7 years old, but his mind was mature beyond his years. Through years of interaction, they became inseparable friends. One night, when Qin Feng got drunk, he revealed the story of his background. He was originally the son of Qin Guang, a military captain. His father took his family to the frontier to defend against foreign tribes. Due to a commander's mistake, most of the troops were lured away by the enemy's stratagem. In order to defend the mountain pass, Qin Guang led the remaining soldiers in a desperate fight until reinforcements finally arrived. However, Qin Guang was cruelly murdered by the foreigners. The Qin family wanted to bring their son far from this tragic place, accompanied by a few of Qin Guang's guards. But the foreigners, blocked outside the mountain pass and harboring deep hatred for Qin Guang, sent many assassins after the Qin family. In the end, Qin's mother also met an unfortunate death. Qin Feng helplessly watched as his mother was stabbed right through her body while protecting him. From that day forward, his hatred toward the foreigners became ingrained in his blood. After Chu Imohan learned about it, he started caring for Qin Feng more. Deep down, he also hated the foreigners with every fiber of his being. Over the years, Qin Feng never mentioned anything about the foreigners. Chu Imohan thought they wouldn't have any more dealings with the foreigners during their lifetimes, and thus Qin Feng's anger would never be stirred again. But alas, things didn't go as planned. When news broke that Jiang Yi was colluding with the foreigners, Qin Feng had already begun investigating the situation regarding the foreigners and was especially focused on what Jiang Yi was up to. In secret, Qin Feng led his men to silently kill many spies of the foreigners. Now, knowing that the general leading the army was incompetent and unskilled, it reminded him of how his own father died. Your Majesty, under no circumstances can Qin Feng go fight against the foreigners. He is the sole surviving heir of Qin Guang, the military captain. Back then, the entire Qin family fought to the death for Qin Kingdom, defending the mountain pass against the foreigners, leaving only one descendant. Chu Imohan's expression darkened. For Qin Feng's sake, he was even prepared to turn against the emperor. He even planned that if the young emperor insisted on sending Qin Feng to the frontier, they would arm Yuqing City at once. So you're Captain Qin's son. Truly, a tiger father doesn't sire puppy sons. I remember when the mountain pass was under attack, my father couldn't sleep the whole night until we received word that Captain Qin had held the fort. I didn't expect his son to still be alive today. Chapter 236. Shun Yu's consideration. Exactly for this reason, Your Majesty, please don't consider involving Qin Feng. He has been with me all these years without gaining much military experience. All his talk is just armchair strategy. Please don't take it seriously. The young emperor understood Chu Imohan's meaning well. He wanted Qin Feng to remain by his side. But how could there be a family if there were no people? If the nation perishes, would the commoners live in peace? Out of respect for Chu Imohan and Shun Yu, the young emperor had no choice but to suppress his inner displeasure and responded with a smile. Imohan, rest assured, I have no such intentions and will not send Qin Feng to the border. As soon as the young emperor finished speaking, a hint of disappointment flickered across Qin Feng's face, and Shun Yu observed everything silently. It seemed that Qin Feng still wished to go to the border. After all, for such a great vengeance, how could he not want to take revenge personally? Perhaps they should understand him better. Then thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Imohan breathed a sigh of relief inside. He absolutely would not allow Qin Feng to go to such a dangerous place. There were only so few male descendants left in their family now. He must ensure that Qin Guang, who died serving his country, leaves behind an heir. By the way, I have not broken my promise to you. Shin Yu, starting from now, you are the Dingshan princess. Thank you, Your Majesty. Servants placed generous rewards in the warehouse. Chu Imohan glanced at them briefly and thought that the young emperor was quite generous, sending nothing but good things. Also, Imohan, given your outstanding rescue service, I hereby appoint you as the Marquis Jinyuan, with your territory set in Yuqing. You too can live comfortably in Yuqing, and the funds assigned to Yuqing have already arrived. I hope you both build Yuqing into something better and better. Do not disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianyi started sweating profusely on his forehead. This sounded somewhat like a warning directed at them. Thank you for your care, Your Majesty. We will certainly fulfill our mission and make Yuqing better. Xinyu smiled as she gently held Chu Imohan's hand. With this, they could now stay in Yuqing officially. After arranging these matters, the young emperor also bid farewell to the Shun estate. Do you think, perhaps Qin Feng was born to be a general? Your Majesty, the person's looks and bearing indeed match those of a natural-born general. However, Master Imohan seems to value him greatly. Today in the Shun household, his demeanor did not seem particularly pleasant. The emperor could understand as well. They'd spent many years together, so naturally, some bonds had formed. But currently, the border issues were pressing, like an arrow fully drawn on a bowstring, ready to release. General Shun had already clearly stated that he would no longer lead troops into battle. Now there were very few generals left in the Qing dynasty capable of leading troops. There was practically no room for choice, so someone with fresh resolve, like Qin Feng, might turn out to be the ace up their sleeve. Let's wait a little longer. There will probably be changes regarding this matter. Send someone to investigate Qin Feng's background quickly. Hurry. Yes, Your Majesty. In the blink of an eye, night fell. After dinner, a familiar figure entered the pavilion. Gulping, gulping. One could see the youth pick up the wine and gulp down 2 large mouthfuls. His cheeks turned red, and his eyes shimmered faintly with tears. Father, mother, my son wishes to avenge your deaths. Our family's blood-soaked feud burns deeply in my memory. I must personally expel the foreign tribes. I shall fight until they never dare come near us again. He violently struck the pillar twice with his fists, hot tears streaming down his cheeks. But I cannot break my vow or abandon master without regard. To do so would render me disloyal and unfilial, and even in death, I would not have the face to meet you or father again. Suddenly, a warm voice echoed by Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng, I understand your feelings. If you wish to drive out the foreigners, then go ahead. Xinyu walked over to Qin Feng with a gentle smile, sitting beside him. Her expression carried understanding and acceptance. Madam, do you truly understand me? Qin Feng's eyes became moist. Unexpectedly, there were people in the world who understood him. Yes, I do. Go and do what you want to do. Have no regrets, and I'll help persuade Imohan. Thank you, madam. But now, even if I want to, His Majesty wouldn't give me the chance anymore. Don't worry, I'll find ways to bridge the gap with the Emperor on your behalf. Actually, he still wants you to go to the frontier. Though your military experience may be lacking, you're willing to learn and possess a passionate loyalty for sacrificing your life for the country. The Emperor will agree eventually. Qin Feng was rather astonished. During the earlier journey fleeing famine, he had criticized Xunyu endlessly, believing her to covet her master's wealth. Now it was clear how narrow-minded he had been. Thank you, madam. Qin Feng can repay you in no other way. If I return alive from the frontier, I will serve you for life. Don't talk nonsense. You'll surely come back alive. We are one family. We shouldn't talk about such things between families. While saying this, Xinyu took out some items from her bosom and handed them to Qin Feng. This is a bomb. It can create an explosion in emergencies. You've seen it before. I'll give you 3. Be sure to use them carefully. And take this too. If your injuries are severe, drink a little, and the wounds will heal quickly. The most important thing is this, military strategy books. Although you have less combat experience, reading these books thoroughly might lead to some surprising results. Qin Feng wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes as he took the items from Xinyu. Madam, you're so kind to me. Qin Feng has nothing with which to repay you. As Qin Feng bent his legs to kneel down before Xinyu, she firmly held him back. What are you doing? A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. If you have the courage, take it to the battlefield. Come back alive. We're one family. I don't need such repayment from you. I understand, madam. That's enough. Rest early and prepare for the journey to the border. All right, back in the room. Shu Imohan sat alone at a table drinking silently, his expression not looking good. Why are you drinking alone? The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Let me join you for a cup. Xinyu's gentle words were like winter charcoal fire, burning away all his unease. Did you go to see Qin Feng? Yes, I did. Shu Imohan anxiously leaned closer on the table. What did he say? Does he insist on going to the frontier? I encouraged him to go. He seemed hesitant, but I told him to avenge himself first. Alas, has it come to this? It was hard enough for him to barely escape death. Shu Imohan sobbed into his hands. This was the first time Xinyu had ever seen Shu Imohan so deeply saddened. Do you want him to bury his hatred and pain inside forever and enjoy this false happiness? Imohan, this is his own path, and he must walk it. All we can do is help him make it smoother. Shu Imohan understood Xinyu's reasoning, but he still couldn't bear Qin Feng's departure. He buried his face in Xinyu's shoulder and sobbed quietly. Xinyu looked towards the palace in the direction of the bright moon, her gaze determined. Chapter 237, Qin Feng leaves. The next morning, Xinyu arrived at the palace, and the young emperor was overjoyed to hear of Xinyu's arrival. Quickly bring Princess Dingin in. This visit must surely bring good news. I have a feeling. Yes, your majesty. Announced Princess Dingin into the hall. The unique voice of the eunuch relaxed Xinyu's furrowed brows, and she walked into the grand hall with steady steps. Long live the emperor for 10,000 years. Stand up quickly, you are. There's no need to be so formal between us. What brings you here today? The young emperor smiled brightly, and Xinyu knew he probably guessed something. Your majesty, I humbly request that you send Qin Feng to the border. For many years, he has aimed to repel foreign tribes. Now, With this opportunity finally available, we don't wish for him to give it up. Please forgive Imo Han's impertinence from yesterday and grant Qin Feng a chance. In fact, I also intended to send Qin Feng to the border. As an observer, perhaps he will see things more clearly, and with his straightforward nature, he might really bring me some surprises. After saying this, the young emperor frowned again. Seeing this, Xinyu smiled and asked, "Is there something troubling your majesty? If spoken aloud, perhaps I can relieve or soothe your worries, which would be most beneficial. I also feel that what Qin Feng said makes sense, but currently our country's treasury is empty, and there isn't enough grain to support his idea. I am quite troubled. No matter how I tried last night, I couldn't gather enough grain. I deeply feel ashamed. Your Majesty, please do not worry. Since I recommended Qin Feng go to the border, I will naturally provide some assistance. These past years, through business dealings with Lord Jinyuan, I've accumulated a fair amount of silver and grain. If needed by your Majesty, I will do my utmost to assist. On the day Qin Feng leaves, I will send 3,000 stones of grain along with him to the frontier." The young emperor applauded in satisfaction. It seemed Xinyu had come with great sincerity. Friends like this who understand mutual help in times of crisis are truly precious. Good, indeed worthy of being someone I admire. Truly showing boldness and responsibility. Your Majesty, does this mean you've agreed? Naturally, with Qin Feng's assistance in your grain supply, I have nothing to worry about. How pleasant and peaceful life will be. The young emperor laughed happily, finally solving a major worry on his mind. Your Majesty, after sending Qin Feng away, we will head to Yu City. When there's time later, we hope your Majesty will come to Yu City. Forget it, I'm not going. Last time, I accidentally ended up there and had to donate relief supplies. It wasn't cost effective. This time, I've taken the funds meant for palace repairs to give you all. Use them wisely. Yes, your Majesty, please rest assured. We will absolutely spend every penny of the relief funds for the benefit of the people, making Yu City better and better. Upon hearing this good news, Xinyu also left the palace. Upon returning home, Shu Imohan appeared to have already known the outcome, staying in the warehouse, organizing items for Qin Feng. Stop packing, go talk to him a bit more. How did His Majesty respond? Is he allowing Qin Feng to go to the border? Shu Imohan asked with furrowed brows, clearly worried. But don't worry. It's not a dangerous position. With Qin Feng's wit and skills, nothing serious should happen. Shu Imohan could only nod, thinking it was relatively good news. So when exactly is the departure date according to His Majesty? Soon, tomorrow morning. His expression turned grave as he massaged his forehead. The thought of Qin Feng leaving made his heart feel hollow. Master, stop worrying about me. It's just a small foreign tribe, very easy to handle. Qin Feng walked over with a mischievous grin, looking quite relaxed. You little brat, aren't you getting what you wished for? Going to the border. So far away. You're really disobedient. Hearing Chu Imohan's scolding tone, Qin Feng cheerfully approached. Master, I'll be back. Be happy. I promise I'll return with military achievements, without losing face for you. Chu Imohan struck his shoulder hard. His face carried some anger. Do I want you bringing me honor? Honor means nothing compared to your life. Take this seriously. Once at the border, make sure to stay safe. Come back alive. Qin Feng nodded seriously, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. All these years spent by Chu Imohan's side truly warmed his once cold heart. That evening, a farewell banquet was specially arranged for Qin Feng at their residence. Not only were Chu Imohan and Xinyu present, Chu Tianjiao and Chu Tianyi had always regarded Qin Feng as a son. They couldn't stop their tears upon hearing he would leave. Father, mother, please don't cry. Qin Feng will be back soon. A minor foreign threat is nothing significant. Chu Tianjiao didn't know anything, so her mood quickly eased. However, Chu Tianyi was different. He understood some of the issues regarding the border. The barbarians were now rampant, and the Qing army had been retreating continuously with low morale, and if the situation wasn't addressed soon, it could become very dangerous. Qin Feng, once out there on your own, you must be extremely careful about everything. Do you understand? Don't worry, master. Qin Feng knows. Before they knew it, the next day arrived, the moment for parting. Chu Imohan gave Qin Feng a great deal of grain and vegetables, as well as quite a few silver notes, fearing that Qin Feng would face hardships while away. Chu Tianjiao and Chu Tianyi also took out their meager savings and gave them to Qin Feng, hoping this would help in emergencies. Well, let's say goodbye here. It's too cold outside, don't ruin your health. Qin Feng tugged on the reins, turned back with a warm smile, and then fiercely whipped his horse. Accompanied by the clopping of hooves that gradually faded, Qin Feng disappeared from everyone's sight. Half an hour later, Qin Feng's group of 3,000 encountered a caravan numbering in the hundreds. The length of this convoy was astonishing, and the amount of cargo was something that they wouldn't be able to protect adequately. Just one group of bandits could easily take all their goods. Qin Feng slowed down slightly and moved closer to the caravan. At the sight of its leader, Qin Feng immediately realized what was going on. Master Li Xian, how is it you? Why are you here? I've come under young Mistress Yuer's orders to deliver grain to you. This should be enough for you and the troops at the border to last for a while. As the newly appointed commander, there might be quite a few people who won't respect you. With this food, they may treat you more kindly. Qin Feng wasn't sure what to say. He felt moisture building in the corners of his eyes from the snow falling against his face. In this time of scarcity in the Qing dynasty, the value of these grains was incalculable. The young lady was willing to provide him with this aid to clear his path, which deeply touched Qin Feng. All right then, brother Qin Feng, I'll accompany you for this journey. Qin Feng. Chapter 238. Good news. Are you going to come with me? Li Xian, don't joke around. You know how perilous the border is. You, a child, should just stay in Yuqing. I won't stay. I really want to see the border. Xinyu also agrees. Besides, the more than 100 soldiers behind me won't follow your command without me. Once we get to the frontier, you might even depend on me. Li Xian sat in the carriage with a proud demeanor, leaving Qin Feng with an elegant figure of his back. This kid, he's really not modest at all. After successfully meeting up, the two embarked together on the long journey to the border. In the manor, Xinyu and Chu Emohan felt a disparity they had never experienced before. Qin Feng was always around in daily life, though he didn't talk much, but he would always accompany them, as if his presence made everything feel reassuring. Let's go. We'll head to Yuqing. All right. The two shared the same thought. There were still many places in Yuqing that needed construction. Only by keeping themselves busy could they put aside the fact that Qin Feng was away. After deliberating with their family, they all returned to Yuqing. Seeing familiar friends and relatives seemed to alleviate some of the sadness they had felt recently. Hey, I heard you've been named a princess. That's absolutely wonderful. Our stone village has finally produced a famous person. Ha ha. These accolades are all well-deserved for Yuer. She has been intelligent since childhood. All her achievements are thanks to her own capabilities. We're all proud of you. Xinyu blushed from all the praise. This was definitely not her desired social death. Cough. Everyone stop praising me. We're very busy preparing for our wedding, so there won't be much time to entertain everyone. Tonight, everyone will dine at the manor, and I'll have the servants start preparing immediately. Good. Finally, we can indulge ourselves again. Yuer is truly generous. The harmonious atmosphere within Yuqing temporarily made Xinyu and Chu Emohan forget about Qin Feng's departure. However, they were still always concerned about the situation at the border, fearing that Qin Feng might encounter something he couldn't handle. Time flew by, and soon it was deep into the autumn of the following year. Gentle raindrops fell onto the vast land. Xinyu lay in the fields looking at the golden corn in front of her, feeling a joyous sense of harvest she couldn't describe. This year the weather has been good, and the harvest isn't bad, right? A woman dressed in a white robe with a mouthful of wild grass chuckled. Yep, the yield is actually beyond my expectations. With this stockpile, our people in Yuqing can eat well for a long time. Xinyu's face radiated with relief. Everyone would now live comfortably with food and warmth. Not only is the yield high, but there are many other uses too. These straws can be used for raising livestock, which is quite beneficial. Don't mention that. I've heard that the situation on the border remains unclear. This war has lasted so long. Surely the consumption of grain must be substantial. Baiyu asked worriedly. Yeah, the amount consumed is huge. It's said the barbarians can no longer sustain, having almost killed off all the wolves near the border. Furthermore, they've eaten all the grass nearby. Luckily, Qin Feng understood the military strategy book I gave him and cleared all the grass near the mountain pass. These foreigners should be nearing the end. Baiyu smiled faintly. Finally, it was time to meet Qin Feng again. Will we continue sending provisions to the border? Yes. The supply of provisions cannot be interrupted, otherwise Qin Feng wouldn't last much longer either. On the way back, Xinyu saw some street snacks being sold. On a whim, she walked over and picked up a plate of fennel beans, sniffing it. Unexpectedly, she felt a bit nauseous and nearly vomited. Sister, are you unwell? Baiyu supported Xinyu to the side as everyone quickly gathered around. After all, Xinyu was a pillar in their hearts. If anything happened to her, how would Yuqing develop in the future? Is Lady Xinyu alright? Why are you standing there idle? Quickly call the doctor. Stop crowding and give her some space. Under Baiyu's support, Xinyu stood up and laughed. Don't worry everyone. Maybe it's just because I haven't slept well these few days, so I feel a little unwell. Go on with your own business. Don't ruin everyone's mood because of me. No, Lady Xinyu, you mustn't leave. The doctor will be here soon. At least take a look. You need to take care of yourself. We all look up to you. That's right, Lady Xinyu. This is important. Please wait a moment. Unable to refuse the commoners, Xinyu had to stay patiently waiting. She used her supernatural ability to check her body and found nothing unusual. What problem could there be? Xinyu sat aside, and her discomfort gradually subsided. Isn't Lady Xinyu highly skilled in medicine? Can the doctors even help her? Even with great medical skills, one cannot heal oneself. There's a saying that bystanders see more clearly than those involved. As the crowd discussed fervently, a shout arose from among them. Here he comes. Dr. Wu is here. Everyone, please step aside. An elderly man dressed plainly with a salt and pepper beard approached. Princess Xinyu, how do you feel now? I'm fine now, just felt dizzy and a bit unwell earlier. The old man nodded, placing his hand on her pulse. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Princess, you're pregnant. This is fantastic news. What? Xinyu touched her stomach in disbelief. The discomfort she had experienced for days without explanation was due to pregnancy. Sister, you're expecting. This is wonderful news. If Emohan knew, he would surely be thrilled. Baiyu excitedly clasped her hands. Pregnant. Princess Xinyu is pregnant. Our Yuqing is truly blessed. We must light up the whole city to celebrate together. Yes, it's been so long since our Yuqing had such joyful news. We must celebrate. Xinyu could hardly contain her excitement. The feeling of becoming a mother was incredibly unique, surprising yet filled with joy, anticipation, and hope for new life. All right, let's celebrate. Tonight we'll set off fireworks in Yuqing. A celebration is essential. Yes, fireworks again. Fantastic. It's been ages since we've seen fireworks. Just thinking about it is beautiful. Under the escort of the crowd, Xinyu returned to the manor. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the family rejoiced. Are you really pregnant? Shannon looked at his daughter with unrestrained excitement in his eyes. Yes, I believe so. The symptoms have been strong recently. Fanning Xue and Chu Tianjiao sat beside Xinyu, admiring her as if she were a porcelain doll. You two have finally given us some good news after waiting so long. Us old ones were getting anxious. A loud voice from outside alerted everyone. The father had arrived. Chapter 239, Supplies have arrived. Emohan is back. He was wearing a coarse cloth shirt, with quite a few corn husks on it, having just run back from the fields. How did you come back? Weren't you supposed to be in the field helping everyone harvest the corn? I heard you is pregnant. I hurried home, without stopping. My heart was so excited. I heard you fainted. Are you alright? Chu Emohan anxiously walked over to Yuer, his eyes as gentle as water, making others extremely envious. It's nothing, just a bit of dizziness. It's not that exaggerated. That's good. In the future, you should take more people with you when going out, otherwise it wouldn't be good. Every move by Chu Emohan revealed his concern for Xunyu. I understand. I'll also pay attention myself. How was today's harvest? It's pretty good, beyond my expectations. I never imagined that the yield of corn would be this high. Every household is very happy, feeling like life is getting better and better. Did you teach them how to eat it? Xinyu asked worriedly. Yes, they all know. They are very smart. Good. In the future, as long as the weather remains favorable, everyone will be able to have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. The population of U City will continue to thrive. In the half year since Chu Emohan and Xunyu managed U City, the birth rate of newborns has skyrocketed. Thanks to Xunyu teaching many doctors birthing knowledge and C-section techniques, the survival rate of births greatly improved. You don't need to worry about these things anymore. Now we have a child. It's going to get better and better. He gently stroked Xunyu's cheeks. Their affectionate demeanor made Chu Tianjiao feel an acidic vibe in the air. Emohan, cough cough. You should care for Yuer more in the future. The fieldwork can be handled by others. Everyone has already grasped this knowledge now. You should spend more time with Yuer at home. From tomorrow onwards, I won't go to the farmland. The northern part of U City still needs further development. When I have time, I'll check it out. Earth is vast, but children are the priority, huh? Chu Emohan was also happy like a child. He hasn't been this happy for a long time. It feels like apart from Xunyu, there's another person he cares about deeply in his heart. By the way, Emohan, after storing these grains properly, we should select some and send them to Qinfeng. I heard the situation there isn't too good. I'll do it tomorrow. You need to rest properly now. You must not overwork yourself. Baiyu, make sure you keep a close eye on your sister, alright? Rest assured, brother-in-law, not only me, those two guys are probably even more worried than I am. Before Baiyu finished speaking, Baoyu and Shiyu's young voices reached their ears. Sister, eldest sister. These calls were so intimate. Listening made Xinyu's heart feel incredibly warm. You two mischievous ones, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in school right now? Eldest sister, the school knows the good news of your pregnancy, giving everyone a 3-day holiday. Now, everyone likes you more. Hope you have more kids. The usually stoic Chu Tianyi couldn't help but laugh aloud. These little ones were truly innocent and carefree. Xinyu chuckled and shook her head. She didn't expect her pregnancy to become a reason for the children to have a holiday. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Eldest sister, when the baby is born, I want to read the 3-character classic to him. Alright, Xiyu, can you recite the entire 3-character classic right now? Also reading it to a baby. We should keep a closer eye on eldest sister in the future. She mustn't experience any mishaps. Oh, Xiyu seemed to understand as he scratched his forehead, causing Fanning Xue and Shun to laugh continuously. Alright, you two shouldn't be adding chaos either. After resting, go back to school. By next spring, Baoyu, you will be participating in the imperial examination. Strive hard and bring a title back for your parents. That way, we Shin family will have another scholar. Upon hearing eldest sister's hopeful words, Baoyu nodded seriously. Rest assured, eldest sister, I will definitely study hard. Alright, everyone stop surrounding me. Go back to your own tasks. Time isn't early anymore. Uncle and aunt, go about your business. If I'm around, you can relax. With Baoyu's reassurance, everyone's heart settled. Given Shun Yu's lively personality, she couldn't possibly sit still indoors quietly. With Baoyu always by her side without fail, it certainly put them at ease. For some unknown reason, whenever Xunyu was seen, there was a sense of stability in everyone's hearts. Cough cough, eldest sister, we'll leave then. But you mustn't miss me too much, okay? Everyone burst into laughter due to Shiyu's joke. This little one had become the family's treasure. Once Xinyu gives birth to this baby, the entire manor would surely become even livelier. 10 days later, in the camp on the border, a rough man laughed excitedly as he read the letter in his hand. The adjutant beside him hurried over at once. General Qin, is there any good news? Are we going to drive back the foreigners and allow the soldiers to go home? This war had lasted too long, and many soldiers were longing for their homes. Especially in autumn, with the desolate autumn wind and falling leaves swirling around, the feeling of wanting to return to one's roots became even stronger. This war may continue for a while longer. This letter isn't about the war situation, but rather that our young master will soon have a child. I, Qin Feng, am so happy for him. Qin Feng's eyes revealed genuine joy as he wished Chu Emohan and Xinyu all the best. Report, General, the foreign tribes have sent troops to raid our granary again. There are about 20,000 of them. He fiercely slapped the table, determination flashing across his face. Leave 50,000 men to guard the mountain pass. Then bring another 30,000 men with me to the granary. These foreigners have been starving for too long. They're now reaching the end of their strength. If we can just defend the granary this time, then we'll be able to hold out until the clouds part and the moon shines. Yes, General. In the end, Qin Feng's forces were still a step behind. All the remaining grain in the granary was taken away by the foreigners. I'm furious. Those foreign tribes are insane. To think they would send so many people to raid our granary. Fortunately, we didn't have much left, otherwise it would have been a serious loss. Qin Feng looked at the empty granary, filled with self-reproach. How could they solve the dinner problem for the soldiers tonight? Their living conditions were already very difficult. After arriving at the border, Qin Feng realized how difficult the situation here was. Without Xin Yu's continuous supply of grain, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Report. General, a caravan is coming towards our camp from the rear. What? From the rear? Could it be new supplies? The adjutant was surprised and gazed into the distance, but everything was covered by the white snowy landscape. It can't be. I've already written to His Majesty. Although the harvest was good this year, allocating more grain still needs some more time. General, the scout reports. It's grain. Sent by Miss Shun and Master Chu. Chapter 240. The Grand Finale, Part 1. Brother Qin Feng, it seems that Sister Shunyu and Brother Mo Han really treat you well. This amount of grain is truly a blessing in disguise for us. It couldn't have come at a better time. Li Xian, standing nearby, had transformed into a true man after enduring half a year of hardships. The two red patches on his face were the Highlands' acknowledgement of him. It certainly arrived in time. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to resolve the food supply problem for the soldiers. Qin Feng stood gazing toward the direction of Yuqing, expressing deep gratitude internally to Xunyu and Chu Mohan. Rest assured, Lord, Lady Xunyu, I, Qin Feng, will definitely return to Yuqing before the child is born. He clenched his hand and walked back to the military camp, busily discussing strategies for the next step. Far away in the enemy's campsite, King Baoyuo was still excited about the grain he had plundered. This grain not only meant they would have food to eat, but it also implied that Qin Feng's troops were out of provisions. Next, they would launch a fierce attack like a hungry tiger. You all have done an excellent job this time. You truly deserve to be called warriors of our clan. Our king is proud of you all. King Baoyuo enthusiastically raised his wine glass, just as a secret agent outside shouted nervously. Lord, bad news. His eyebrows furrowed, and he slammed the wine cup down, spilling alcohol everywhere. What is it? Is there something more important than me drinking with my warriors? Are you out of line? Lord, something big happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare disturb your pleasure. Speak then. What has happened? King Baoyuo's face turned ugly, and the spy quickly knelt down to report the situation. Lord, after we emptied the grain from Qin Kingdom's army, another convoy came from afar, delivering countless grain supplies directly to their camp. It took them 2 hours just for transportation alone. What? King Baoyuo suddenly exploded, kicking over the table. Enraged, he looked like a frenzied beast. Calm yourself, Lord. This isn't the first time a merchant has supplied grain to Qing's army. But this time, it was just too timely. Have you investigated the origins of this Qin Kingdom merchant? How can they continuously provide so much grain to Qing's army? Do they even need money to buy it? We've checked, Lord. This person has close ties with Qin Feng. Previously, Qin Feng served as this person's bodyguard. The delivery of these grains was likely free. What? King Baoyuo was utterly astonished. He never expected that Qin Feng had such strong backing. No wonder the grain seemed inexhaustible. If this went on, they would surely lose. Hurry up and get someone from the tribe to gather grain. We mustn't lose this battle. Understand? Yes, Lord. 10 days later, the grain collection in Yuqing was basically completed. Chu Mohan sent a portion to the capital city, whereupon seeing Chu Mohan's submitted data, the young emperor remained seated motionless for a long while in disbelief. How could this production rate possibly exist? Rubbing his eyes, he inspected the figures carefully. The numbers were real, and the grain was indeed securely stored in the warehouses. Furthermore, this corn tasted good and satisfied hunger effectively. It seems the time has come to promote the large-scale cultivation of corn. Summon those agricultural officials over here. I wish to inquire about this corn yield. Yes, Your Majesty. After some time, the agricultural officials rushed over. This successful corn planting experiment had filled them with confidence for Qin Kingdom's future. Long live the emperor. All right, rise. Let me ask you this. How was the experimental field yield for this corn? Remarkable. Beyond what we predicted at the Agricultural Academy. If promoted nationwide, it should give our people more means to withstand harsh weather. That's sufficient already. The promotion effort will be handled by your Agricultural Academy. Seeds are ready for you, and the promotion should be strategic. Avoid rushing or being reckless. Yes, Your Majesty. We'll keep that in mind. You may go. The young emperor picked up the border war reports and studied them meticulously. A hint of amusement surfaced on his lips. Shen Yu and Chu Mohan seemed quite concerned about Qin Feng sending such a substantial quantity of grain again. However, the battle situation still remains unclear. Qin Feng, do not let me down. Time flew by, and another 6 months passed. In the spring fields, green wheat sprouts covered the earth, presenting a scene brimming with vitality that made Shun Yu very happy. Her belly was now quite large, and despite being only 7 months along, she appeared ready to give birth any day. Sister, why is your belly so big? It looks like there are 2 babies inside sleeping soundly. Shin Yu? She used words shocked Shin Yu out of her daze, making her panic immediately. Could it really be twins? Kids' words are usually very accurate. Maybe it really is. Shin Yu didn't dare to take any chances, and quickly went to the pharmacy to find Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, could you check my pulse and see if there might be 2 babies? Although Shin Yu had healing abilities, she still couldn't examine the situation inside her belly. Dr. Wu furrowed his brows as he placed his hand on Shin Yu's pulse, examining it carefully. His frown deepened even further. What's wrong, Dr. Wu? Is something not right? No, Princess Xinyu, it should truly be twins. The pulse is very clear. In the future, you must pay more attention to your nutrition, as 2 babies will put quite a burden on your body. Xinyu revealed a satisfied smile. This was actually good. Having just one child would make them a bit lonely, so twins were great. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Princess Xinyu, remember to take care of yourself. Alright, don't worry, Dr. Wu. The color of the lanterns on the street remained as vibrant as ever, and Xinyu's mood matched the lively red of these lanterns. In the evening, after finishing work on northern construction, Chu Mohan rushed home in haste. Mohan, you're back. He gently squatted down, leaning against Xinyu's belly and feeling for any movement of the fetus. How did your day go? Was everything alright with the baby? Is the baby behaving well? Pretty good, but I have another piece of good news to tell you. Seeing Xinyu's mysterious smile, Chu Mohan started guessing. Is it that you've purchased another shop? No, guess again. Xinyu smiled with faint dimples, looking very adorable. Could it be that Qin Feng has returned? Chu Mohan asked excitedly. No, guess again. This time, she pointed at her belly with her finger, causing Chu Mohan's face to light up with immense joy. Could it be? Could it be that you're carrying twins in your belly? Chapter 241, Grand Finale, Part 2. Xinyu smiled and nodded. Surely there were 2 babies in her belly. She now waited quietly for the day of childbirth. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of delivery. Chu Mohan paced anxiously outside, while people from the Shen family and Chu family filled the entire corridor. Anxious expressions covered their faces. What's going on? Why is there no sound from inside? It's killing me with worry. Chu Mohan watched as maids carried in basin after basin of hot water, only to carry out basins of bloody water, making his heart ache even more. He feared something might happen to Xinyu. Stop worrying so much, just wait patiently. The doctor was personally trained by Yuer. She's one of the best midwives in our city, and almost none of the women she takes care of have problems. Yes, Mohan, stop pacing around like that. Everyone's getting anxious just watching you. Chu Tianjiao gently patted her son's shoulder, also showing deep concern as she looked towards the room. Fan Yingxue tightly held Shun An's hand, trembling all over. She understood the pain and risks of childbirth, especially difficult when giving birth to twins. Father, mother, don't worry, elder sister will be fine. We must be patient and wait. Bao Yu firmly gazed at the window. With a Buddha's blessing, how could anything go wrong with his elder sister? Wah! A cry that pierced the sky sounded, dissipating half of everyone's worries. A boy and a girl are born. Congratulations to master and madam. Congratulations to young master. Yuer, how about Yuer? How is she? Chu Mohan anxiously moved closer, eager to know Xinyu's condition. Young master, don't worry. Lady Yu is doing well and is lying in bed looking at the children. She's truly remarkable, being able to still have strength to look at her newborns after labor. Chu Mohan didn't care for formalities, rushing into the room and running beside Yuer. Seeing her forehead drenched in sweat, Chu Mohan's heart almost broke. Yuer, I'm here. Tell your husband if you feel unwell anywhere. Giving birth really isn't easy. As long as our babies are safe, that's all that matters. Have you thought about what names we'll give them? Xinyu forced a smile through her fatigue. The boy shall be called Chu Lele, and the girl Chu Anan, joy and peace. Xinyu agreed with the meaning behind the names. After all, which parents wouldn't want their children to live safely and happily forever? The family felt extremely excited seeing the 2 infants wailing loudly. A child means a very special presence in any household. These 2 children look so much like Yuer, especially these big eyes and long eyelashes. They've inherited all of Yuer's good traits. Yes, when they grow up, they'll definitely resemble Yuer even more. Cough, cough, let's all go outside. Let the children rest for a while and allow Yuer to rest as well. It's not easy to give birth to twins. Alright, after everyone left, Xinyu and Chu Mohan carefully admired the 2 babies. Lele and Anan have really inherited all our good genes. That's true, especially their eyes. They're so much like yours. Even though they're squinted shut, it's obvious there's a twinkle in their eyes like stars. With laughter, 5 years had passed. Mother, sister has taken my sugar glue again. Take a look at her. Watching little Lele turn red with anger, Anan puckered her lips and made funny faces. Haha, brother, try to catch me. If you catch me, I'll give the sugar glue back to you. Looking at Anan's mischievous behavior, Xinyu couldn't help but smile helplessly. Having these 2 lively ones around certainly livened up the mansion. Hey, Anan Lele, come let Grandpa hold you. Shinan walked out of the house with a radiant smile, seemingly unchanged compared to 5 years ago. In-law, let's each take one. I wouldn't want you to strain yourself holding both. Chu Tianyi cheerfully walked over and hugged Anan. He adored little girls, especially since this was his own granddaughter. Father, mother, I've passed the exam. Holding a letter, Bao Yu rushed in eagerly, and smiles bloomed across everyone's faces. Did you pass? Rank 3 scholar. The official appointment will be announced in a few days. This kid is truly impressive, ambitious, and has managed to bring a noble title back to our Shin family. Your parents are proud of you. Second brother, not bad. A rank 3 scholar is quite extraordinary. Before you assume office, sister has a gift for you. No need, elder sister. Bao Yu reaching this stage owes a lot to your assistance. It's mainly due to your efforts. Keep working hard, and always strive to become a clean and honest official in the future. Understood. Bao Yu will. Chu Mohan walked over to Xinyu and gently put an arm around her shoulders. Today was the day for their family reunion, but Qin Feng was missing, promising to return soon. This battle had dragged on for another 5 long years. After Xin Yu's grain supply had reached its destination, the state of Qin also sent a batch of grain to the foreign tribe and negotiated with them that if they could retake the mountain pass once more, Qin would launch a joint offensive against the Qin dynasty. So these past few years had been especially grueling for Qin Feng, though fortunately, after corn was planted in Qin, the yields significantly increased, fully supporting Qin Feng's war of attrition against the foreigners. Big sister Baiyu, is this something you've learned to cook? It looks so delicious. You two are already so big, and yet still little foodies. Your sister has kept some aside for you too. Don't you dare touch what's on the plates. Baiyu affectionately tapped Shiyu's forehead, her face brimming with tenderness. Since having free time, Baiyu had become obsessed with cooking, learning several new cuisines from within Shun Yu's special space. She also helped Shun Yu set up various eateries across the entire Qing dynasty, making Shun Yu undeniably the richest person in Qing. It's mealtime. Children, come and eat. As the warm call sounded, everyone began heading toward the main hall, but then there came galloping hooves from behind. There's someone coming outside. I'll go take a look. Baiyu just started to move when she heard that long-lost voice. Master, madam, Qin Feng has returned. Clad in bright red armor, he crashed to his knees with a clang, his face worn and aged by the ravages of cold and war. Yet Chu Mohan instantly recognized him and burst into tears. You scoundrel, finally you're back. Do you have any idea how hard it's been waiting for you all these years? Mohan, stop chit-chatting. Quickly bring Qin Feng inside to eat. All this food can't wait. It'll get cold otherwise. All right, 10 days ago, Qin Feng, leading his troops with their backs against the wall, finally repelled the foreign invaders and then raced overnight back to Yuqing, riding nonstop for 10 days to reach here. The family gathered together around the table in perfect harmony, each person's face showing deep contentment. This was called happiness. The end.